Chapter 1. The goddess of life Tang, San gradually shed his garments, casting them aside with a flourish, and gazed affectionately at the goddess of life. I have come to keep my promise, he declared. The goddess, adorned in a resplendent red qipao that accentuated her exquisite figure, approached Tang San with grace as she elegantly gathered her flowing waves of hair. She leaned in to softly kiss him, silencing his impending words and leaving a vivid imprint of her lips at the corner of his mouth. Sangu, a sentiment so sweet it resonated deep within the soul, escaped the lips of the goddess of life. Perhaps Tang San had relinquished his so-called image of a virtuous gentleman, or perhaps he had simply succumbed to the allure of the moment. He grasped the goddess of life's delicate wrist, leaning down to press his lips against hers. As she tilted her head back, the goddess of life paused momentarily, then lowered her gaze at a tantalizing angle, allowing Tang San to behold her bashful profile. Instantly, he was consumed by a fervent desire. The goddess of life erupted into a melodic laughter, her voice a harmonious blend of sweetness and chime, akin to the gentle caress of a feather brushing against one's heart, stirring an inexplicable restlessness within him. You cannot escape today. Wait for me. Tang San seemed to have lost his reason, oblivious to the ethereal pink mist wafting from the goddess of life. Enchanted by the mist, his vision was entirely filled with her presence. The black velvet mattress embraced him, the delicate goose down gliding across his skin, igniting an insatiable yearning, warm waves escaping his nostrils. Shredded fragments of the qipao fell scattered upon the dark bed, resembling blooming roses unfurling their petals in the moonlight. In that instant, the rain began to weave a delicate tapestry, the sky gently drizzling silver threads like smoke and mist. The goddess of life observed as Tang San leaned against the windowsill, gazing into the distance. Lost in his thoughts, she descended from the bed, stealthily like a cunning fox, and approached him from behind. Her slender fingers glided along his back, sending electric shivers through his body, causing him to tremble slightly. He yearned to turn and confront this enchanting being, yet the goddess of life gently pressed him down with her delicate hand. Do not move, Sangu. Her ethereal tail, reminiscent of fox, brushed lightly against Tang San's thigh, and she gracefully collapsed against him from behind, feeling the slight tremor of her presence. Tang San was abruptly reminded of Xiao Wu, the one who had stood by him during his most challenging times. Xiao Wu? I cannot betray my Xiao Wu, my beloved. He was momentarily taken aback, suddenly questioning, how could a being of life possess a fox's tail? Turning to glimpse the goddess of life behind him, he found her tightly embracing him, as if to merge their very essences. Without regard for her delicate nature, he summoned his divine power to break free from her grasp. The naked goddess of life's voice chimed like silver bells. Brother Tang San, why are you so rough? You've hurt me. As she spoke, a richer pink mist enveloped her, her form gradually shifting, her visage transforming from the goddess of life into that of Hulaina, the saintess of the spirit. Tang San gazed at Hulaina in utter disbelief. On one hand, he was astonished that she had managed to ascend to the divine realm, for such elevation required a divine position and entailed considerable risk. When he himself ascended, he had not even brought along the likes of Yu Shaojiang, leaving them to grow old alone in the mortal realm. On the other hand, he was taken aback to realize that the object of his recent passionate engagement was, in fact, Hulaina, the saintess of the spirit hall. Although Tang San had long harbored thoughts of her, he had not anticipated such an encounter, especially since he had been longing for the goddess of life for quite some time. As Tang San pondered this, the air in the room shifted, and from the void emerged both the god of destruction and the goddess of life. The god of destruction first draped his robe over Hulaina, then turned to Tang San, mockingly chewing on a piece of watermelon he seemed to have conjured from nowhere. Tang San, you have truly outdone yourself. Look at how you've tormented my little Laina. He jeered. Look at your astonished expression. Surprised, are we? You didn't want me to bring anyone to the divine realm. Yet here she is. Are you moved? Hulaina is one of my 7 deadly sins. Lust. It seems you've had your fun, but is it not enough? Tang San, hearing these words and observing the god of destruction's insufferable demeanor, conjured a set of garments with divine energy and summoned the sea god's trident. Pointing its tip menacingly at the god of destruction, you seek death, he declared. Oh, I'm truly terrified, but I wonder if the image captured in this crystal will suddenly manifest above the divine realm, letting all see your glorious self. He laughed. Tang San, momentarily silenced by this taunt, could only respond with anger. You have chosen your path to demise. Come then, kill me. The god of destruction taunted, finishing his watermelon with a smirk. Tang San chose silence, preparing to hurl the trident at the god of destruction. Yet he calmed himself, reflecting carefully in his mind. He recited, according to the Tang sect's heavenly treasure record, one must contemplate thoroughly before undertaking any action. He deliberated the pros and cons of inciting a divine war, ultimately regaining his composure and casting a cold glance at the god of destruction, Hulaina, and the goddess of life. He then flew directly out the window, thinking, this place is not suitable for prolonged stay. Unbeknownst to him, the pink mist had already permeated every part of his being. When Hulaina's fingertip grazed his body, he found himself paralyzed, his senses dulled to only the most primal of impulses, the rest rendered undetectable. Chapter 2. The Emergence of the Dark God. Nana, you have done well this time. I shall observe whether Tang San, this divine king, can endure, the god of destruction remarked, stepping forward to adjust Hulaina's robe. Thank you, Lord of Destruction, for your praise. Hulaina expressed her desire to kneel in gratitude. Deep down, she regarded the god of destruction as her lifelong savior. Had it not been for the divine projection of the god of destruction locating the level 92 Hulaina and guiding her through the trials of the god of lust, as well as teaching her how to refine her soul bones into divine bones, she could scarcely fathom what her fate would have been, either a handful of earth or a pile of bones, had the god of destruction not risked exposure to Tang San, the Shura god and enforcer of the divine realm, by forcefully opening a passage to the lower realm from the god of destruction's abode to bring her here. With remarkable swiftness, the god of destruction steadied Hulaina with divine power. You are being too formal. You have performed admirably this time. Leave the rest to me. Moreover, I have always regarded you as family, now and in the future, so there is no need for such formalities. With that, the god of destruction turned and stepped into the void, proceeding to the next location for observation. 19th level of the divine realm's core. The gods were only aware that the core of the divine realm consisted of 18 levels below ground, governing the operation of divine energy and housing the former site of the divine council, as well as the origins of the powers of the 5 great gods, Shura, goodness, evil, destruction, and life. However, unbeknownst to them, there existed a 19th level, a prison for the evil god. Once one of the 6 great gods of the divine realm, the evil god was subsequently sealed by the combined forces of Shura, goodness, evil, destruction, and life. It is essential to clarify that the evil god and the god of evil are not the same entity. The evil god embodies the malign thoughts of ancient soul masters, akin to countless malevolent sword immortals amalgamated into one. The growth of the evil god's power defied all logic. His strength escalated with the rise of malevolence in the world. The more wicked individuals there were, the stronger he became, as even the warriors who perished in the wars of the lower realm contributed to his power. Long before the emergence of the 5 great god kings, the evil god had established himself as a dominant force in the divine realm, albeit within the restrictions imposed by its rules. However, with the arrival of the 5 god kings, the evil god's strength surged exponentially, teetering on the brink of transcending the energy limits of the divine realm. If left unchecked, his ascendance would inevitably pose a grave threat to the divine realm and its existing powers. Thus, the chronicles of the divine realm depict the evil god as a symbol of malevolence and destruction. The 5 great gods devised a strategy to invite the evil god to join the divine council, using this as a pretext to seal him in the 19th level, ensuring his perpetual subjugation. When Tang San assumed the powers of the sea god and the Shura god, he became aware of the absolute prohibition surrounding the 19th level. Yet, each time he approached the prison's gate, he felt his own hidden desires and malevolent thoughts stirred within him. Today, after his encounter with Hulaina, the call of him grew increasingly potent, as if a sense of breaking free from confinement enveloped him. With the sea god's trident and the Shuras blade, Tang San unlocked the prison door, revealing 108 chains forged from divine power. At the end of each chain lay a formless gray mist. Jia, 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 Jia. You have come, you have finally arrived. The voice echoed from all directions, as if the entire cell embodied that formless gray mist. Tang San suppressed the shock within him and slowly approached the mist. Indeed, that is correct. Come closer, and I shall unseal you. In return, I will bestow upon you immense power, granting you the ability to possess everything. Why should I assist you in your unsealing? You claim to offer me everything, yet what benefits can you truly provide? Tang San slightly tilted his head, just in time to glimpse the center of the gray mist, where it appeared as if countless gray skulls were swirling within. Ha ha ha! Tang San, have you not always felt guilty toward your sect? Ah, your Tang sect, the Tang sect's hidden weapons. You know what has become of the sect master who treated you like his own son? Because of your recklessness, he was ultimately subjected to a torturous death, each blade carving into him, and he willingly accepted punishment on behalf of his disciple. Just thinking about it is painful. How do you know about the Tang sect? Tang San was filled with shock. The secret of his reincarnation should have been known only to him. You and I are of the same ilk, both willing to go to any lengths for our own interests. You profess to share divine positions out of brotherly love, but in truth, you merely wish to prevent isolation in the divine realm and re-establish your own power. From the celestial herbs to ascending in the divine realm, everything illustrates that you are indeed such a person. Moreover, in your past life, you understood that the Tang sect's Xiantian treasure record, housed at the pinnacle of the library tower, symbolizes the essence of the Tang sect's skills, accessible only to core disciples. However, do you know that the entire library tower was established to suppress a singular book, The Evil God's 100 Solutions? At the moment you leaped from the ghost despair cliff, the Evil God's 100 Solutions unleashed a malevolent energy accumulated over 7 centuries, sending you to this world. I am your savior, and I possess the ability to return you to your original realm. What do you think? No. Tang San seemed to lose his senses, his eyes vacant as he collapsed to the ground, clutching his head. He had never imagined that his master in the Tang sect would suffer on his behalf, nor that he was, in fact, one of the evil god's pawns. No, as long as I do not release you, no one will know I am your pawn. I will find my way back to the Tang sect without setting you free. You cannot control me. Ha ha ha. Too late. The moment you entered this chamber, you accelerated my escape from this prison. Did you truly believe you were still outside the chains? A safe zone? The malevolent energy accumulated over 157 years is sufficient to refine the entire area. Ha ha ha. With that, countless tendrils of gray mist surged from all directions, coalescing into a vortex around Tang San and pouring into his being. Standing not far away, the god of destruction began to tremble involuntarily, striving to suppress his divine power fluctuations. This has gone awry. My initial intention was to release him and then collaborate with other divine kings to weaken this evil god's strength. I did not anticipate unleashing a monster that would also affect Tang San's consciousness. I can only retreat and devise a longer-term plan. I wonder if the pseudo-artifact he left behind can still be utilized. I can only hope it will serve some purpose. The god of destruction attempted to tear through the void to escape, but he could only witness Tang San at the center of the gray mist, seemingly struggling against some force. Collapsing to the ground, only the flickering lights of pale blue, crimson, and black danced across Tang San's form, their alternating hues imparting an eerie quality. His gaze shifted constantly, at times clear and bright, at others deep and shadowy, as if two souls vied for dominion over his body. Ultimately, his eyes settled into a state of half blue and half gray, a unique gaze that instilled a sense of dread. Meanwhile, a faint gray mist began to envelop the tips of his hair, rendering him both mysterious and enchanting, evoking an elusive charm. This formidable power, the god of destruction, I, Tang San, shall make you pay the price for your humiliation today. You have sealed your own fate, he declared. In the divine realm, I, Tang San, have returned once more. Chapter 3. Return to the Tang sect. Tang San's figure gradually faded, and in an instant, he soared from the depths of the 19th level dungeon to the surface of the divine realm, beholding the enchanting sights conjured by divine power. Melodious birds, fragrant flowers, and radiant sunshine. How splendid it is, this freedom. I wonder if this world, once it departs from the core of the divine realm, will still retain such beauty, he mused. Ascending towards the sun suspended in the sky, Tang San basked in its scorching warmth, a smile gradually spreading across his face. Indeed, this is the sensation. This sun, transformed from the ancient divine beast, the three-legged golden crow, is the very essence of the divine realm. For millennia, the laws of the sun have incessantly scorched my body and eroded my soul. Look how magnificent it is. This temperature, this pure law, I shall claim it for myself. He awakened. The purple extreme demon, I. Tang San's eyes erupted with golden radiance, allowing him to glimpse a fraction of the laws of the sun before the brilliance seared into his vision. Truly worthy of its place among the celestial bodies, the sun, the laws of the sun without innate spiritual eyes, even the most refined techniques are rendered futile, he remarked, gathering divine power to mend the corneas scorched by the sun's laws. What if I employ the Shura sword? Perhaps it could pry open even the slightest thread of the law, he pondered, summoning the Shura sword to cleave towards the sun, the impact resonating with the clang of metal. Not far away, Xiao Wu, munching on a carrot, suddenly felt a stirring in her heart. Sensing something amiss with the Shura sword's essence calming her mind to attune to the sword's core, she utilized her phasing ability several times and soon stood beside Tang San. Glancing at her elder brother, she inquired, Sangu, what are you doing? Tang San was taken aback by Xiao Wu's sudden appearance, and after a moment's thought, smiled kindly at her. Dear Xiao Wu, I am engaged in something of great importance. Please, Go elsewhere for now. I will explain everything shortly. Xiao Wu replied reluctantly. Her ears drooping in disappointment beneath Tang San's exterior lay the corrupted version of himself. Yet he still harbored affection for Xiao Wu. Observing her forlorn expression, he set aside his tasks and gently stroked her soft rabbit ears, which lifted his spirits. Be good, listen to San Go and return for now. I shall come find you shortly. Xiao Wu gazed at Tang San before her, contemplating whether to utter a word at this particular moment. She found herself inadvertently pregnant with her fifth child, yet she had yet to settle on a name, thinking it rather inconsequential since the child was destined for miscarriage. The tremor from the Shura sword had filled her with profound concern, causing her to forget her earlier thoughts. She hesitated to speak, fearing she might disturb Tang San. After all, San Go will find out in a few days. Let me surprise him for now, she mused, and seeing that her brother was unharmed, she skipped away cheerfully. Tang San sat cross-legged before the sun, drawing upon the laws of power inherent in its essence through his Xiantian skill, diligently deciphering the principles of the three-legged golden crow. Day after day in the distance, the god of destruction observed a small black, hovering before the sun, muttering to himself, does this evil deity possess no ambition whatsoever? After being sealed for over a millennium, has he become so subdued? This is not the same malevolent god who once sought to annihilate the three realms, casting its inhabitants into despair. Could it be that Tang San has usurped the evil god's essence? Now, that would be intriguing. The god of destruction weighed a flag-like artifact in his hand, casually planting it beside the path in his garden. The dark flag bore an intricately written character for Qin in traditional script. He pondered the utility of this banner. Seemingly cast down from a higher realm, its inner reservoir of soul power was appallingly vast. Each time he took it out, he was met with a cacophony of resentful voices lamenting, "How I loathe this! Why must I be imprisoned? You are not such a friend, and in a sea of people, I occupy but one seat. I have taken this out to compete with you, while you are reflecting on the other side of the sun. Could it be that the chains condensed by the sun law over the past 1,000 years have turned you into a submissive?" The god of destruction secretly complained. Tang San, of course, did not hear the god of destruction's complaints and was wholeheartedly studying the analysis of the sun law. Suddenly, Tang San stood up, and the divine power in his hand gradually transformed from light blue and light gray into a small golden ball, mixed with bright golden and radiant yellow colors, creating a miniature version of the sun. It should be about time. It wasn't in vain that I spent 1,000 years in the dark dungeon. The principles of the netherworld law have long been ingrained in the depths of my soul. Being imprisoned by the chains of the sun law for 1,000 years, my body and soul have already remembered the feeling of being burned. The pain of merely analyzing the laws cannot be compared to that at all. The 5 great gods imprisoned me for 1,000 years. It is time for you to pay the price. I swear that your final outcome will be countless times more tragic than you can imagine. Before that, there is still a more important task to accomplish. Tang San used the sun law in his hand to gradually reverse simulate the laws of time and space. Essentially, the 8 major laws of heaven and earth, the universe. Sun, moon, and stars belong to the same level of laws, so mastering one can simultaneously simulate the others, specifically the 2 laws of the universe, time and space. As Tang San operated the sun law, his body emitted a dazzling light, as radiant and scorching as the sun. As his power continued to gather, ripples gradually appeared in the void, spreading rapidly and ultimately forming a massive vortex door of time and space. This door exuded a mysterious and powerful aura, as if connecting to another world. Curiously, Tang San looked through the time and space door to the other side. In that distant place, he vaguely saw the familiar ghost-seeing sorrow cliff. Several thick chains tightly wrapped around the peak, fixing it in midair. The main peak seemed to float in the air in a peculiar manner, completely defying Newton's law of universal gravitation. Below was an abyss of thousands of meters, bottomless. A vast mist lingered at the edge of the cliff, giving an impression of depth and mystery. Without hesitation, Tang San took a step forward and stepped into the void door before him. His figure instantly disappeared within the door, entering another world. When he reappeared, he was already above ghost-seeing sorrow cliff. He stood in midair, overlooking the bottomless cliff and the magnificent scenery around him, a surge of indescribable excitement rising in his heart. I, Tang San, have returned. He laughed towards the sky, his laughter echoing through the valley, filled with ambition and determination. After a long journey and countless challenges, he finally returned to this place he had once left. Chapter 4. Tang San flew above Ghost Seeing Sorrow Cliff. To his surprise, he found that divine power from the divine realm could also be applied to the Tang sect in the original world. Yes, the Xiantian skill functions to draw soul power and soul rings. The inner strength of the Xiantian skill, when compressed into another form of energy, can converge into divine power, transforming from gas to liquid, and then condensing into a divine core, changing from liquid to solid. Essentially, it can also be seen as an upgraded version of the inner strength of the Xiantian skill, so the ability to call upon divine power here might not be unexpected. Thinking of this, Tang Xin slowly descended onto the sub-peak, Tianmin Peak, and walked towards the main peak. The rules of the Xiantian treasure record for disciples state that flying in the main peak area is prohibited, except for jumping off the cliff to demonstrate one's resolve. Even though Tang San had experienced many years on Douluo continent, he still remembered all the rules of the Xiantian treasure record. This was one of Tang San's few advantages. From the warning at Nodding Academy not to act like a pig to eat a tiger, or he would truly become a pig, to suppressing himself with the Xiantian treasure record in the Soul Master Elite competition to avoid being overly reckless, and even to the strategic deployment in the Battle of Jialing Pass where he referenced some military tactics from the Xiantian treasure record, as well as the crafting techniques of the Buddha's Fury Tang Lien from the Xiantian treasure record. It could be said that the Xiantian treasure record acted as a guiding light for Tang San on his path in Douluo. As Tang San walked along the path from Tianmin Peak to the inner gate of the Tang sect at the main peak, he encountered disciples dressed in white tight-fitting clothes or black knight gear going out on missions, as well as inner disciples in long white robes admiring flowers and scenery along the roadside, and some apprentice disciples testing hidden weapon power, practicing crossbows on a giant tree, leaving several missed shots. How nostalgic, Tang San sighed. He still remembered how the sect leader brought him back to the Tang sect and carefully taught him. From exercising the Xian Jade Hand on the body forging peak to the ghost shadow, mysterious steps, and various body techniques. The sect leader taught each step of the inner strength operation and breathing techniques, all for the sake of a brighter future for the Tang sect. Later, the old sect leader disappeared, and only when he had a fortuitous encounter to steal the Xiantian treasure record did he learn that the old sect leader had been guarding the Xiantian treasure record at the top of the library tower. And that was the reason for his disappearance. Even so, the old sect leader did not blame him. It seemed that the sect leader had always treated him like a biological child. Before he knew it, Tang San had reached the top of Tianmin Peak. He opened his purple extreme magic eye and stood at the mountain top, looking through the mist at the surrounding Poison Mountain, Medicine King Valley, Forging Iron Peak, Chiqiao Pavilion, and other buildings, a ripple of emotion inevitably rising in his heart, feeling quite sentimental. Tianmin Peak and the main peak of the Tang sect are connected by a cableway that is 300 meters long, also known as the Heavenly Road. The reason Tianmin Peak is named so is because the entire peak serves as the gateway to this Heavenly Road. On one side of the sect leader's peak is the 300-meter cableway, while the other three sides are the bottomless Ghost-Seeing Sorrow Cliff, making it easy to defend and hard to attack. This is also the reason why the Tang sect has never been exterminated. To attack the core cabinet of the Tang sect, one must first pass through this 300-meter cableway. Moreover, flying around Ghost-Seeing Sorrow is prohibited, and in the central loft of the sect leader's cabinet, there are 44 repeating crossbows and 72 firestone cannons, covering 360 with no blind spots. As long as there is a flying object, even if it is a disciple of the Tang sect, they will be subjected to the baptism of cannon fire. And the 72 firestones and 44 repeating crossbows have only a 0.3-second gap in their fire coverage line. After one round, it becomes a beehive, making it hard to say it is not terrifying. As for the Heavenly Road, this cableway's first third is a wooden plank bridge. The middle third is a broken bridge that can only be traversed by hanging from the cableway chains on both sides. And the final third is a silk road. It looks like silk, but its toughness is even greater than iron chains. Every step taken on the Silk Road causes the force of the previous step to geometrically expand to the next landing point. Even the master of the Ghost Shadow Mysterious Steps can only release part of the force and bear the rest of the rebound effect. The Inner Disciples tokens are a new type of shock-absorbing device independently developed by Chiqiao Pavilion, truly allowing one step to cover 1,000 miles, preventing shock from 1,000 miles away. However, Tang San was only an outer disciple. Only those who passed the final third were truly capable. Tang San cleverly relied on the mutual force of action and reaction, bearing the last few times of doubled force, taking 6 or 7 fewer steps, to withstand the rebounding force. Tang Sen walked towards the sect leader's peak. On the way down from the sect leader's peak, many people greeted Tang San, and some even smiled and called him sect leader Tang San, leaving Tang San confused. When did I become the sect leader? Before Tang San could finish the long uphill path, he saw several elders hastily coming down from the peak, including the second elder who had once wielded the rainstorm pear blossom needle, the ninth elder who had hidden the 4 great killing moves among a pile of hidden weapons, and the deputy master of Chiqiao Pavilion who specialized in hidden weapons, with a pile of hidden weapons that were almost transparent. Tang Sen looked at the surrounding elders who had gathered, unsure of their intentions. He saw the Grand Elder slightly bowing and making the highest gesture of respect to the Tang sect, and the other elders followed suit, similarly treating Tang San with the utmost courtesy. The disciples around, who were there to watch, also bowed their heads and performed the gesture of respect towards Tang San. He saw thousands of disciples and dozens of elders bowing in unison, centering around him. After the formalities, the Grand Elder stepped aside and gestured for Tang San to go first. Tang San did not hesitate and walked at the front, followed by the Grand Elder, the second elder, and then the other elders. Upon entering the Sect Master Pavilion, the Grand Elder addressed Tang San, saying that the previous Sect Master had passed the position to someone who could create the Buddha's angry lotus. As for Tang San's theft of the Xiantian treasure record, the previous Sect Master had already taken the blame on his behalf. With every cause, there is an effect, and since the current Sect Master had accepted the cause, he must bear the consequences. This matter would not be pursued further, and he was asked to take over the position of Sect Master, which would honor the previous Sect Master's intentions. Tang San felt a sense of deja vu, as if he had seen this scene before. After careful consideration, he recalled a past experience. Yes, when absorbing the human-faced demon spider spirit ring during the new year, the spider's potent venom had caused him to fall into a hallucination, and the current scenario was identical to that time. Was this merely a dream? No, he had crossed the gate of time and space and returned to the Tang sect. This was not a dream, it was reality. Looking at the surrounding elders, Tang San slowly spoke, "I will take over the position of Sect Master. May I see the previous Sect Master?" In the words of the evil god, the previous Sect Master had suffered on behalf of his disciples, enduring the utmost punishment, which made Tang San feel guilty. Upon seeing the tombstone of the Sect Master in the back mountain, he looked at the inscription, "Tomb of the previous Sect Master." He thought to himself that if he had not stolen the Xiantian treasure record, he would not have violated the Tang sect's rules and would not have dragged the Sect Master down. The more he thought about it, the more he blamed himself. In that moment, it felt as if he had returned to when he was still in the Tang sect, where the previous Sect Master had imparted his skills to him, and Tang San had learned with great dedication, eventually growing into who he was now. Tang San grasped his robe and threw it aside, kneeling before the tombstone. He heavily bowed 3 times before the stone, tears streaming down his face as he cried loudly, "Sect Master, I am sorry." After paying respects to the previous Sect Master, Tang San walked into the Sect Master Pavilion with the elders for the transfer ceremony. He took the purple robe symbolizing the position of Sect Master and the command token that could mobilize all hidden weapons and mechanisms within the Tang sect. His heart was filled with mixed emotions as he tightly gripped the Sect Master token. In a daze, he saw the phantom of the previous Sect Master smiling at him from the corner of the hall, seemingly very satisfied to see his favored disciple take over the sect, perhaps hoping that one day he could lead the sect to glory. "Sect Master, I, Tang San, will definitely carry on and develop the Tang sect. Living up to your trust," Tang San silently thought. The phantom gradually faded away, finally dispersing into tiny starlights that floated in the corner of the hall. Tang San slowly sat in the main seat that symbolized the position of Sect Master, his gaze calm and profound. He quietly surveyed the elders around him, his face devoid of any expression. After a moment of silence, Tang San softly said, "Elders, you may leave now. I need some time alone." His voice was deep and steady, carrying an undeniable firmness. The elders exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with confusion and disbelief. They had originally thought that after Tang San took over, he would issue a series of decrees and make adjustments to the sect's affairs. However, Tang San merely said, "Let be," which left them astonished and puzzled. They couldn't help but begin to wonder what Tang San was planning. Despite their many questions, the elders could only choose to remain silent. They understood that as members of the Elder Council, they only needed to assist the Sect Master and brainstorm when appropriate, while also respecting the new Sect Master's decisions. So, they discreetly withdrew, leaving the meeting room with a belly full of doubts. Tang San sat high up, looking at the empty hall, resting one hand on his chin and playing with the sect master token in the other hand. Sensing the flow of Xiantian energy particles in the air, he couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions. Having gone from being a disciple who jumped off a cliff to prove his resolve as a thief of the Tang sect's core Xiantian treasure record to becoming the spokesperson of the entire Tang sect, the one who held its power. Truly, fate was full of twists and turns. Tang Sin slowly stood up and walked step by step towards the hall's exit. He looked at the 18 major peaks around him, as well as the countless pavilions and the disciples walking along various paths. He felt a sense of overlooking all the mountains below. Now he understood why those who wield the highest power in the world build their homes at the highest points. Power is indeed beautiful. Tang San's desire grew stronger, and the gray mist at the ends of his hair seemed to rejoice and slowly spread. He suddenly realized that his return to the Tang sect was not just to relive the past, and he didn't even know why he had unintentionally become the sect master. Tang San originally intended to return to the Tang sect to see the previous sect master who had helped him. Even if he had to spend the rest of his life in a prison, it would still be worth it. Yet now he had become the sect master. Tang San's gaze turned towards the scripture pavilion. It was time to carry out the next step of his plan, the so-called evil god's 100 solutions. Suppressed by the Xiantian treasure record. I really want to see what kind of power you possess. With this thought, Tang San's heart couldn't help but race, as he even felt the powerful surge of energy within him at the prospect of obtaining the evil god's 100 solutions. He imagined breaking through his current limitations with this book and reaching a higher realm. His heart couldn't help but boil with excitement. Tang San reached the entrance of the scripture pavilion, where the disciples did not recognize him. They stated that the scripture pavilion was a forbidden area and prohibited entry for unauthorized personnel, asking him to show the elder's token. Tang San looked at them and summoned his sect master token from his waist, gently floating it before them with his spiritual power. The two disciples looked at the sect master token and immediately broke out in cold sweat, realizing that the sect master was present. They quickly urged Tang San to retract the token and inform the people inside the scripture pavilion to come out as it was being repaired, and that unauthorized personnel should not enter. Yes, the two disciples replied in unison. One of the disciples quickly turned around and pressed a button on the token at his waist. In an instant, an invisible wave of power emanated from the waist token, rapidly spreading like ripples. As this power spread, the atmosphere inside the scripture pavilion instantly became extremely quiet. Tang Sin stood to the side, quietly observing everything, his gaze never leaving the two disciples and the entrance of the scripture pavilion. Time passed second by second, and people within the scripture pavilion began to emerge one after another. Some had serious expressions, while others appeared somewhat confused, but without exception, they were all curious about what was happening. Finally, when the last person exited the scripture pavilion, the guarding disciple reported to Tang San, "Everyone has come out." Tang San nodded slightly to indicate he understood, then responded, "Thank you for your hard work." Tang San slowly walked into the first floor of the scripture pavilion, his eyes drawn to the myriad of books before him. Each book emitted a faint scent of ink and an ancient aura, as if telling the stories of time. Tang San gently stroked the spines of the books, a wave of emotion rising within him. He recalled the countless days and nights he had spent here, diligently studying. Whether it was the first ray of sunlight in the morning or the starry night sky, he never missed a moment and persisted in his learning. It was this accumulation of knowledge that had shaped him into the Tang San he was today. Tang San slowly lifted his head, his gaze crossing over the rows of bookshelves, looking towards the top floor of the scripture pavilion. There is a brilliant pearl called the Xiantian treasure record. It shines with a mysterious light, like the brightest star in the night sky. Tang San knows that this pearl is the source of everything for him and the starting point of his journey to the peak of Douluo continent. Tang San uses the purple extreme demon eye to scan his surroundings and finally discovers a clue on the floor of the first floor. He slowly walks toward the central bookshelf on the first floor and smashes it to pieces with a single palm. Underneath the bookshelf is a piece of solid blue crystal, precisely the size of a bookshelf. Tang San marvels at the fact that, in a library where outer disciples wouldn't even glance, there is such a treasure. After all, the bookshelves in the library are made of 10,000-year-old dark wood, which has the effect of solidifying souls and is one of the hardest materials. If one is not at the elder level, it is difficult to shatter it with a single palm. Those with strong power do not pay attention to the first floor, while the weak cannot discover it. It is truly a thoughtful arrangement. Tang San smiled and placed his hand on the blue crystal. After feeling its texture, even he, who has seen all kinds of treasures in the Douluo continent, couldn't help but be surprised. This crystal is actually made of solidified faith power. When he carefully used his mental energy to touch it, he could faintly sense the sincere prayers and blessings within. May the evil god not poison the world. May the world be at peace. May there be no more wars, and so on. A sincere faith power subtly spread within Tang San's mental energy, showing a tendency to assimilate him. Tang San instantly became alert and withdrew his hand, feeling a bit scared. This blue crystal was indeed too strange. It could assimilate mental energy. Tang San sat cross-legged in front of the crystal, completely at a loss for how to deal with it. Unable to figure it out after much thought, Tang San slowly infused the entire crystal with Sea Goddess divine power, thinking that since the Sea Goddess divine power is also a kind of faith power, it might have some effect. However, in fact, the Sea Goddess divine power wrapped the entire blue crystal, and the crystal remained as a complete entity. No energy of any property could enter the crystal, including even the slightest bit of the Sea Goddess faith power. The two kinds of faith powers were completely different and could not assimilate one another. Tang San carefully examined the entire crystal with the purple extreme demon eye. Since the evil god had mentioned that the accumulated evil god power over 100 years could help him traverse time and space, there must be a way for the evil god power to radiate from within the books to the outside. If he mastered this method, he might be able to crack the blue crystal outside. Tang San secretly urged the suppressed evil god power within his body, and a faint gray mist gradually emerged from him. Tang San condensed the gray mist, moving it in a peculiar way. The gray mist around him was erratic, flickering in and out like quantum entanglement, transmitting signals from his mist to the evil god's essence encased in the blue crystal. However, even after trying for a long time, the evil god's essence inside showed no response at all. Tang San stood before the crystal, exhausted all the methods he could think of, but still couldn't budge the crystal even slightly. It was like a child with immense treasures, helplessly guarding a mountain of gold and silver. With no other options, Tang San, holding onto the last glimmer of hope, summoned the sect master token from the 24 Bridge moonlit night, hoping that the highest authority of the Tang sect master could have some effect on the blue crystal. What Tang San did not expect was that as soon as the sect master token touched the aura of the blue crystal, it suddenly emitted a strange color. Upon contact with this beam of light, the blue crystal quickly began to change. It was like the pure white snow in winter rapidly melting under the intense sunlight. The blue crystal began to dissipate quickly, turning into wisps of blue mist that gradually merged into the strange light. It worked, it worked. Tang San looked at the light emerging from the melting crystal, his face twisted in a scream. It is recommended to directly include the meme of Tang San's expression here. Tang San reached into that strange light, sincerely holding the evil god's essence. Looking at the four large characters dancing above, Tang San's spirit became momentarily dazed, as if he were in a surreal world. A strange scene appeared before his eyes, countless rays of light intertwining to form a mysterious and powerful energy field. These rays moved like tiny snakes, constantly swirling around the book. Tang San felt a powerful force surging from the book, flowing into his body like a cold spring from the Arctic, continuously pouring in. This force felt tangible, wrapping around his arms and flowing into his body, quickly merging with his limbs and bones. Tang San felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, his body trembling uncontrollably. The evil god's power was sinister and cold, like falling into a vortex of negative energy. Every cell in Tang San's body was filled with the evil god's energy, and his hair rapidly turned gray-white at a visible speed, stopping at about 2/3 of his hair. His pupils became even more sinister than when he first received the evil god's power, making anyone who looked at him feel as though they were plunged into an ice cave, sensing the terror and chill from the abyss. As the powerful force continuously surged into his body, Tang San's originally chaotic spirit gradually became clear. While feeling the surging power within him, he greedily absorbed the last trace of power from the evil god's essence. His laughter grew louder, as if he wanted to swallow the whole world. I, Tang San, will soon become the true god of this world. I need power. Is still not enough. This is not enough. Chapter 6. Evil thoughts enter the body. Tang San walked out of the library with the evil god's essence, instructed the gatekeeping disciple to clean it up and continue operating, and then hurried to the sect master's pavilion, eagerly flipping open the evil god's essence that he had been thinking about. Chapter 1. The Birth of the Evil God. Source of Level 1, Evil God Power. As he read, the evil thoughts in Tang San's heart were fully stirred by the story depicted in the first chapter. As if he were the evil god incarnate, and the power granted to him by the evil god was subconsciously influencing him. One could say that the current evil god is Tang San, and Tang San is the evil god. Their powers mutually influence each other, ultimately affecting Tang San's body. The most important part of the first chapter states that the evil god fell and divided his power into 4 parts, with the largest part inherited by the current evil god. However, due to improper application, the power expanded too quickly and was resisted by the gods, leading to a divine war. Later, it was designed to be locked in the core of the divine realm, imprisoned for over 1,000 years, suffering from the burning torture of the sun's laws every day. The remaining 3 parts fell into the lower realm of Douluo continent. One part was swallowed by a spider, becoming the invincible evil Spider-Man with the ability to fight across levels. Another part fell into the underworld, swallowed by a snake and a manjusaka flower, becoming the soul beast mandala snake. The last part was an ordinary black tiger, which, after being infused with evil god power, mutated into the dark demon evil god tiger. Feared by soul masters, its peak combat power could control wind, time, lightning, darkness, evil, and space, and it created the 6 elements rebirth technique, permanently consuming 3 types of abilities to create a chance to start over, either preparing for the future or directly entering a time-space rift to another dimension. Chapters 2, 3, and so on detail the evil god's cultivation techniques, containing a wealth of knowledge and skills, including various herbs, meridians, techniques, and breath control. These techniques were personally practiced by the evil god, and he recorded his insights in the book, marking them in detail on the side of the techniques. Tang San quietly looked at the book before him, filled with emotion. This book was like a key, opening the door to the desire for power deep within his heart. Tang San realized that only by constantly improving his strength could he stand undefeated in this world of the survival of the fittest. When Tang San slowly closed the book, his gaze became incredibly firm. He had already determined his future direction, to acquire the remaining power of the evil god and make himself even stronger. By then, no one in the world would dare to go against his will. He would become the ruler of this world. As he thought this, the power left by the evil god in Tang San guided his spirit, making him increasingly crave more powerful strength. A rich blood color gradually stained his pupils, and the power that had just entered Tang San's body suddenly erupted, filling the space around him and creating a powerful whirlwind. Power! Oh, power! This is power! I can't wait to try this strength. Hee. Tang San stepped out of the master hall and flew into the sky, seemingly completely immersed in the pleasure of the power he had just obtained, completely forgetting the prohibition of flight at the Tang Sect's main peak. In an instant, around the peak of the master hall, the sound of mechanisms turning could be heard. The white jade staircase split open from the middle, slowly raising an iron rod. A circle of blue ripples spread out from the center. There were 72 crossbows, 44 firestone cannons, and 3,000 small anti-air guided magical cannons. Even the entire roof of the master hall actively split open, revealing a hive-like black muzzle, surrounded by 32 auxiliary cannons, all aiming menacingly at Tang San. Hearing the sounds, Tang San glanced down with disdain at the various mechanisms and artillery aimed at him, growing increasingly eager to test the limits of his strength. He did not take out the master token to reset all the mechanisms. Instead, he dived down, and in a fraction of a second, various artillery constructed an impenetrable line of fire. The various black iron crossbow arrows, firestone projectiles, and even rarer crossbow arrows forged from mysterious crystal stones, along with the 12 types of needles from the rainstorm pear blossom needle, bone-piercing needle, thunderfire needle, armor-breaking needle, blade-splitting needle, demon-suppressing needle, overlord needle, yin and yang needle, dragon-breaking needle, desire-extinguishing needle, dragon whisker needle, meteor needle, and 7-kill needle, all demonstrated magnetic fields that could momentarily disrupt the target's consciousness. The shells from the 32 auxiliary cannons were even more astonishing, including ordinary shells that could fly in a straight line, yellow shells that accelerated and suddenly turned, blue shells that split into 3 different projectiles, powerful black shells that exploded right in front of him, and others that split into explosive eggs like the mother and child soul snatching needle, as well as bombs that could release sound waves to interfere with thought. Tang San smiled wickedly, his hands suddenly transforming into a jade-like pale blue, and then he unleashed the crane, controlling dragon technique. With a wave of his hands, most ordinary shells were deflected, some flying into the sky and exploding into brilliant fireworks, while others hit the surrounding peaks, creating thick clouds of smoke. Tang San's movements became increasingly ethereal, and under the observation of the purple extreme demon eye, he could even see the trajectories and landing points of the incoming shells. Is this the Tang sect's defense measure? Tang San scoffed, his body glowing with a faint gray light as he took several cannonballs head-on. The shells exploded around him, creating a cloud of dust, but in the center of the explosion, Tang San's clothes were not even wrinkled. Below, the Tang sect disciples looked at the purple figure in the sky, instantly thrown into chaos. After all, that purple figure was withstanding the peak of the Tang sect's technology, and it seemed to be doing so with ease, causing panic as they scattered in all directions. Only a few elders on the Master Peak looked at the purple figure in the sky, and the Grand Elder couldn't help but sigh. With such a powerful master, our Tang sect will surely stand at the top of the world. Yes, yes, the second elder echoed. I just hope the master doesn't break these things while testing the Tang sect's equipment, said the head of the ingenious pavilion, worriedly. These things take a lot of time and effort to manufacture. Don't worry, the master knows what he is doing. Don't worry about your anti-air guided shells. The master is a genius appointed by the former master. If your things get damaged, the master will definitely personally repair them, said the head of the body, refining peak with a smile. Tang San weaved through the cannonballs and, in just a few breaths, teleported to the front of the blue signal tower. The closer he got to the blue signal tower, the more restless Tang San became. The various toxic gases mixed with the cannonballs had already been expelled from his body, but he did not realize that the material called Lioli Heart, which would amplify emotional perception indefinitely with just a little contact, had stuck to him. The Lioli Heart material is colorless, odorless, and weightless, lighter than air. It was precisely this material that allowed Tang San to teleport all the way to the signal tower, where he became heavily tainted. Tang San's mental defenses collapsed, and the color of his pupils gradually turned blood red. The power of the evil god began to influence Tang San, filling his mind with thoughts of how to unleash his strength. All he could think of was one word: kill. Watching Tang San stop in front of the signal tower, the Grand Elder said to the head of the ingenious pavilion, "It's time to restore it, right? The master should be done testing." Before he could finish, there was a loud bang as Tang San punched the signal tower in half, causing it to crash down with a massive sound, smashing into the master hall. What's going on? Isn't the master testing the security strength of the Tang sect? The elders were shocked, instantly realizing what was happening. They all quickly activated the ghost shadow displacement technique to rush toward Tang San's position. Tang San seemed to be in a bloodlust frenzy, turning into a demolition man. He teleported to the air above the master hall and punched down another anti-air guided cannon, causing the entire barrel to split apart like a blooming Sirius. The head of the ingenious pavilion watched with a bleeding heart, clutching his chest while shouting, "No. My treasure, no." Seeing this situation, the elders hastened their steps. Upon reaching Tang San, they first performed a salute as the master before asking him why he was damaging the Tang sect's hidden weapons. Tang San turned his head, facing the elders with a strange smile. "What are you all to dare to control me?" The hot-tempered head of the body, refining peak, stepped forward. "You little brat. If it weren't for the former master's face, do you think you're worthy of being this master? Just answer my questions." He had completely forgotten how he had just praised the master's divine might and his intention to lead the Tang sect to glory. Chapter 7. Full Sect Annihilation. Tang San slowly turned to the side, activating Ghost Shadow Displacement, and within a few breaths, he appeared in front of the head of the body, refining peak. "Who do you think you are?" Saying this, he thrust his palm through the chest of the head of the body, refining peak, pulling out the still-beating heart. Blood splattered across Tang San's face as he wickedly laughed. "How dirty!" He then crushed the heart in his hand, scattering flesh everywhere around the elders. The elders stood there dumbfounded, seemingly unable to react, until they heard the lifeless body fall with a thud, gradually coming back to their senses. The elders seemed unable to believe that the head of the body, refining peak, whom they had worked with for many years, had just died like this, their bodies trembling slightly in shock. At this moment, Tang San said, "Who else?" Suddenly, the fifth elder thought of something and quickly jumped back to create distance. As the rainstorm pear blossom needle in his sleeve suddenly exploded as if to take Tang San's life. "He has already gone mad. Kill him." The Grand Elder, regaining his composure, heard the commotion behind him and was about to say not to when he saw Tang San smiling and saying, "A few years ago, you all hunted me down, and I jumped off a cliff to show my resolve, but I didn't die. Now you want to attack me with the same ineffective Tang sect hidden weapons? Do you really think those things can kill me? What a pipe dream." As he spoke, Tang San summoned his trident, throwing it forward with tremendous force, pinning the fifth elder, who was about to launch the rain of Pear Blossom's needle against the nearby wall. The trident dragged the fifth elder along the ground, leaving a long streak like an elongated black line, while the fifth elder was like a kite with a broken string, being pulled through the air. His body scraped against the ground, producing a harsh sound that evoked sympathy. "You old guys, do you still have a reason to exist? Come on, let's fight together," Tang San said arrogantly. The power within him gave him absolute confidence. Even if all the other level 1 deities from the divine realm attacked him together, he believed he could retreat unscathed. The first elder originally thought of having a good talk with Tang San, reasoning with him emotionally and logically, but seeing his old companions in such dire states, he sighed and fixed his gaze on Tang San, waving his hand, "Everyone attack." Receiving the order, the various elders and sect masters instantly sprang into action, unleashing their signature skills. Various bizarre hidden weapons emerged in succession, like phantoms. "If this is all the strength you have, then it can end here," Tang San said, simultaneously summoning a brand new divine weapon formed from the power of the evil god. His wicked thoughts had now reached a terrifying level, allowing him to freely use this exclusive divine weapon, the scythe of the evil god. Tang San spun the scythe, its gray blade flickering with a cold light, seemingly acting as a shield that struck down most of the hidden weapons without any blind spots, while some other powerful hidden weapons were absorbed by the eerie gray mist surrounding Tang San. In an instant, he teleported behind an elder, the tip of the scythe piercing into the elder's heart. The elder was instantly drained into a dry corpse by the divine weapon, and with a flick of the scythe, the corpse turned to dust scattered on the ground. "Old knife!" The elders cried out in grief. Before they could finish their cries, Tang San appeared above another elder, lightly slicing down, causing another dry corpse to fall straight down. The first elder seemed to realize the gap in strength, shouting for everyone to retreat as far back as possible, but he himself approached Tang San using the ghost shadow mysterious steps. With a flip of his hand, hidden weapons flew. "Oh," Tang San chuckled. "You want to fight me in close combat? As you wish. I want to see what level the current number 1 in the Tang sect's combat power is at." Saying this, he discarded all his divine weapons, wanting to engage in a fair duel. The first elder flicked out a short sword, thrusting it at Tang San. Tang San leaned his head forward slightly, narrowly avoiding the attack, while simultaneously raising his hand to twist his wrist, attempting to break the first elder's arm. The first elder glanced at Tang San's joints, redirected his dagger, pulling it back and bending his arm slightly to position the dagger horizontally in the path where Tang San was about to strike upward. Tang San was taken aback. The first elder's powerful control over his limbs allowed him to pivot back using the momentum from the attempted attack. Seeing Tang San's unstable posture, the first elder followed closely, thrusting his leg forward to attack Tang San's lower body. Tang San knew that if he were hit, it would surely be a dead end, so he sidestepped and ducked, evading the first elder's extremely dense series of 3 stabs. The first elder activated the ghost shadow mysterious steps, stepping into the dead zone of Tang San's movements, then raised his hand to deliver a fatal blow. Tang San chuckled lightly, already knowing he would come. In a flash, he clapped his sleeve, and with a loud sound, a dart gun barrel aimed at the first elder's heart. There were 2 loud bangs, and the first elder was sent flying, while Tang San appeared to have suffered significant injury as well, a faint gray mist swirling around him. Just as Tang San thought the first elder was finished and was about to ask if there were any more challengers, the first elder stood up not far away, tore off his elder robe, revealing a golden silk armor underneath. The heart-protecting mirror in the center of the golden armor was already shattered. The first elder said nothing, raised his hand to twist his dislocated arm back into place, peeled off the golden silk armor, revealing his strong muscles beneath, and picked up the torn elder robe to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, rewrapping his elbow, tiger's mouth, and wrist, then spoke. "How can we allow you to wreak havoc in the world any longer, demon, without the burden of the golden silk armor?" The first elder stepped into the tiger-subduing dragon technique from the Tang sect's Xiantian treasure record. At this critical moment for the sect's survival, there was no need to hide the techniques from the Xiantian treasure record. If Tang San were to leave the sect master hall, the disciples down the mountain would surely meet a gruesome fate their bodies left to rot in the wilderness, and the entire Tang sect would face extermination. Although he did not know what had caused such a drastic change in the sect master's temperament, it no longer mattered. What mattered was to retain this sect master, or even to kill him, the first elder thought. Tang Sen seemed incredulous. His soul guide device was clearly powered by divine energy capable of destroying a city. Yet he had not managed to kill him. Looking at the rapidly charging first elder, Tang Sen couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. The first elder summoned the elder token in his hand, then lightly flew in front of Tang Sen. Tang Sen easily caught the token with 2 fingers. The first elder, expressionless, silently uttered the word explode. The elder token immediately scattered, and purple poisonous smoke enveloped Tang Sen. Not only was the technique used reminiscent of the Xiantian treasure record's misty turn, sending anything in his hand flying in an extremely light state, but the high-frequency vibrations could also shatter the palms of anyone who caught it. The first elder was somewhat surprised that Tang Sen's physical strength was so high, but the technique was easily resolved. However, the poison in the elder token was one of the 691 concentrated poisons not recorded in the Xiantian treasure record, which would surely not be easily resolved by Tang Sen, the first elder thought. Suddenly, a figure shot out from the poisonous gas, the light purple mist intertwining with a light gray mist, creating an extremely dreamlike color. Tang Sen fell to the ground, hoarsely shouting in pain, "Old man, what kind of poison is this? I clearly ate the 8-cornered mysterious ice grass and the fire apricot blossom, so no world-class poison should affect me. I also have dual divine positions. I am a god. How could I be poisoned by your toxin?" The first elder had seen too many villains die from talking too much and had no mood to explain the components of the poison gas to Tang Sen. Instead, he summoned a dagger, intending to directly slay Tang Sen. However, the mist surrounding Tang Sen flickered. In an instant, it forcibly suppressed the purple mist. Though a hint of purple could be seen swirling around Tang Sen, it was no longer that obvious. The first elder sensed something was wrong and hurriedly used his technique to shoot the dagger at Tang Sen, only to hear a clinking sound as the dagger fell straight to the ground upon contact with Tang Sen. Not good, the first elder thought to himself. Wanted to create distance. Even the ultimate martial arts recorded in the Xiantian treasure record were merely mortal techniques and still fell short against a god. The mist around Tang Sen surged, as if venting his inner dissatisfaction. The first elder knew he could not escape and braced himself against Tang Sen's incoming punch. Radiant light flashing from his body as countless runes appeared along his skin, blocking Tang Sen's punch, and the divine light even seemed to have the tendency to dissolve the mist surrounding Tang Sen. However, after that punch, the runes dimmed instantly. Tang Sen sneered. "I want to see how many trump cards you old man still has." The first elder, seeing the hint of purple moving through the gray mist, understood that Tang Sen was forcibly compressing the poison gas and was not truly neutralizing the toxin. Thus, the first elder assumed the stance of facing the wind and sought to use the purest body technique. The dim runes gradually regained their crimson glow with the first elder's breathing, burning his lifespan and soul. The grand elder broke the formation with a single word. His leg technique, locking on a Tang Sen while one hand restrained Tang Sen's torso. With his elbow bent in a strange position, he used his body as the axis, his palm as a blade, targeting Tang Sen's face. Tang Sen neither dodged nor avoided it. Instead, he opened his mouth and bit down hard on the Grand Elder's palm, tearing off a chunk of flesh. He then spat out the bloody meat, which instantly corroded the bluestone floor upon hitting the ground. The Grand Elder's blood contained thousands of toxins. Even a small touch would cause extreme sluggishness and slow thinking. Despite having a piece of flesh bitten off his hand, the Grand Elder showed no signs of pain. He drove his knee into Tang Sen, using his full weight to gain a positional advantage, while simultaneously retracting his elbow to strike Tang Sen's chest repeatedly. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Although Tang Sen's thinking slowed down and he felt pain, he couldn't react in time. By the moment he realized what was happening, he had already taken multiple elbow strikes from the Grand Elder. Tang Sen used both hands to grab the Grand Elder's arm, attempting to disable his hands, but the Grand Elder remained unfazed. In a trade of injuries, as Tang Sen forcibly tore off the Grand Elder's left hand, the Grand Elder snapped Tang Sen's left forearm in return. Tang Sen did not possess the Grand Elder's mental resilience. While he was still shocked that the Grand Elder dared to fight him like this, he lost focus and fell into pain. The Grand Elder used the severed left forearm to break free from Tang Sen's grasp, regardless of the bleeding. Suddenly, He thrust a bone-like dagger into Tang San's abdomen, and the Grand Elder's toxic blood entered Tang San's body through the wound. Tang San gasped as the toxic blood made his already sluggish reactions even slower. But the Grand Elder was not done yet. He rained punches down on Tang San's face. At this moment, Tang San forcibly suppressed himself with dark thoughts, instinctively taking over his own body. He managed to react and reach for the bone inside him. But the Grand Elder's body shimmered with light, burning his essence, which made Tang San's strength wane compared to the Grand Elder. Tang San decided against pulling it out. Instead, he reached out and broke the Grand Elder's bone. Half of the shattered bone fell to the ground while the other half entered Tang San's body, surprising even the Grand Elder, but he quickly regained his composure. He stepped forward and struck with his knee, bending Tang San's knee in an unnatural manner. Seizing the opportunity, Tang San elbowed the Grand Elder in the ribs, causing him to grunt in pain. Tang San summoned his signature hidden weapons from a moonlit night, stabbing at the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder quickly searched his mind for his trump cards but found nothing useful in his space. Reluctantly, he shook off his mask, gripping it tightly with his right hand, and faced Tang San's dagger. He used the eye sockets of the mask to intercept the dagger, causing Tang San's wrist to momentarily go numb as the Grand Elder flicked his wrist, then attacked Tang San's neck with the mask. It was only then that Tang San realized the gray gas enveloping him pushed the Grand Elder away. For Tang San, the Grand Elder had revealed all his cards. The Grand Elder, feeling the blood loss clouding his thoughts, decided to act while he still had enough energy and attempted to take Tang San down with him in an explosion, hoping to inflict heavier damage on Tang San. He glanced back at his brothers with a look of deep affection and then resolutely self-destructed. The sound of the Grand Elder's muscles swelling echoed, sweeping away all the spiritual energy around them before rapidly compressing and exploding. The other elders nearby felt a mix of emotions watching the Grand Elder's self-detonation. As he had been their friend for many years, having worked together for over a century, tears gradually blurred their vision. Yet, even in this situation, Tang San did not die. In the dust, he once again dragged his broken body to stand up, his disheveled hair the loss of his left arm, blood gushing from his abdomen, and his right leg twisted in a peculiar manner. The elders were taken aback. He was still alive? The leader of the Qiqiao Pavilion, seeing this scene, wasted no time. He ran explosives around his ankles and activated them, blowing off his legs to fly towards Tang San. This was the only way to prevent him from recovering and to achieve the extreme speed needed to break through the ghostly shadows. A powerful impact sent blood and flesh flying amidst the dust, and in an instant, he closed in on the panting Tang San. The 13th elder embraced Tang San, and mechanical tentacles sprang from his spine, tightly wrapping around Tang San. Even though Tang San had fused most of the evil god's power during the battle, the previous exhaustion was too severe, leaving him with no strength to break free from the mechanical tentacles. The second elder sensed something was wrong, realizing they might still have a chance. The Qiqiao Pavilion elder calmly declared, "I have made up my mind. As the oldest pavilion master, I should leave some hope for the younger generation." The sect master has gone mad. He then hugged Tang San and activated the yellow iron block. Tang San struggled, but could not escape the grip of the Qiqiao Pavilion elder, who held him like two iron pincers. Suddenly, a wave of heat surged from the center of the yellow iron block, and a massive shockwave sent the remaining elders flying. An indescribable light burst forth, resembling the sun falling from the sky, as the surrounding scenery rapidly vaporized and vanished without a trace. The elders, dragging their broken bodies, gazed at the center of the explosion, where a mushroom cloud quietly formed. Had it not been for the initial design that allowed for a first-stage detonation capable of producing a shockwave strong enough to push back 20 kilometers, perhaps all the elders present would have turned to dust in the explosion. In the center of the explosion, a wildly arrogant laughter surged like roaring waves, spreading outwards. This laughter seemed to pierce the heavens, shaking the earth. Tang San, dragging his broken body, slowly stood up from the ground. His eyes were filled with rage, as if he had been completely provoked. He gritted his teeth and said, "You old bastards have truly angered me once again. Is there nothing that can kill him? Even the gifts from the heavens? What kind of monster is he?" The elders felt a sense of despair. This was a battle they could not win. Before the elders could regain their senses, in an instant, Tang San hurled his scythe, creating a gust of wind that sent all the elders flying. The ghostly shadows moved in a peculiar manner, gradually traversing the void and even breaking through the original physical rules. In less than 20 breaths of time, The remaining elders, unable to resist, were drained of their essence and turned to dust. For the stunned Tang sect disciples, countless golden threads emanated from Tang San's wings. These golden threads seemed to have their own consciousness, gradually extending and writhing in the air. When they encountered a person, they wrapped around them and absorbed their life force. This was his devouring golden threads. Tang San relied on the flesh and blood of over 70,000 disciples from the Tang sect to gradually recover from his shattered state. The Tang sect was obliterated by Tang San alone, leaving only ruins and pools of blood. Yet, Tang San felt not a shred of guilt. Chapter 8. Hunting the Three Evil Ones. Tang San soared into the high skies of the original world, looking at the ruins and bloodied remains around him, feeling no ripples in his heart. Even if these things were personally orchestrated by him, Tang San felt the gray mist rising beside him, summoning the purple poisonous smoke hidden within the power of the evil god, lamenting that the old guy's poison could indeed kill gods, but it just happened to encounter me. The evil god had been living in the underground 19th layer of the divine realm, accompanied by darkness and evil every day, and had long since understood the laws of evil within it. At the same time, the 9 days and nights of analysis had allowed Tang San to cut a portion of the solar laws, and his understanding of these laws was not inferior to that of any deity today. Perhaps during the battle, this strand of poison was always a hidden danger for Tang San, but after the battle, this bit of poison actually promoted the growth of his divine power. Tang San controlled the laws of darkness to decompose the poison within his body while extracting the spiritual energy contained in the poison, gradually replenishing his consumed divine power. Meanwhile, due to the effects of the octagonal ice grass and the fiery apricot beauty, as well as the balance of the ice and fire duality the balance of yin and yang within him was maintained. Now, analyzing this strand of poison had become an important part of the balance between yin and yang, ice and fire, and other opposing forces within him, making the power inside Tang San even stronger. What a wonderful use! Ha ha ha! Tang San laughed heartily. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the solar laws, using them to simulate the 2 laws of the universe, gradually manifesting a time-space gate before him. Finally, Tang San looked down at the ruins of the Tang sect from the air, feeling no nostalgia in his heart, and turned to step into the time-space gate. In the distance, at the ruins of the sect master's pavilion, the blood of the Grand Elder gathered and flowed into the ring on his finger, which flickered with the same color as the runes on the Grand Elder's body, then burst forth, and a page of gold foil floated out, swirling up the Grand Elder's essence blood and tearing open a time-space rift to fall into it. Tang San stood in the void, forming seals with his hands and casting the laws of time and space. As he moved, a time-space rift slowly opened, revealing a lush forest beyond, which was the Star-Do Great Forest. At this moment in the timeline, it was just after Tang San ascended to the divine realm, while the entire Douluo continent was still relatively peaceful and serene. After stepping into the time-space rift, Tang San's body trembled slightly because there was no longer sufficient soul power in the Douluo continent to maintain his divine-level strength. At this moment, his overall strength was compressed to less than 1/10 due to the thin soul power in the continent. Helpless, he could only shrink his divine power and various divine artifacts, leaving only the most basic power for movement. It is often said that gods descending to the mortal realm disrupt the rules, but that only applies to ordinary gods. When one's strength reaches a certain level, the so-called rules become tools to be broken. For Tang San, he had the ability to change the rules entirely. But although it is said that gods can break the constraints of the mortal realm, having 2 types of divine power in the world would warrant thorough investigation. When his strength was not sufficient to crush others, it was better to keep a low profile. Tang San instantly enveloped the entire Star-Do Great Forest with his divine sense. Within the forest, he clearly sensed the presence of human-faced demon spiders and mandala snakes. And overall, there was only one dark magic evil god tiger in the entire forest. After retracting his divine sense and checking again, he thought to himself, forget it, let us first slaughter the human-faced demon spiders, and the remaining dark magic evil god tiger can wait for later. Thus, Tang San tensed his body and in an instant shot out towards the nearest human-faced demon spider, which was 4000 years old and had no power to resist. Its hardest exoskeleton was directly pierced by Tang San's powerful physique. Then, Tang San summoned the sea god's 8 wings, extending many devouring golden threads that wrapped around the entire human-faced demon spider, absorbing its power. After turning the entire human-faced demon spider into a dry corpse, Tang San summoned the power of the evil god, pleasantly surprised to find that his evil god flames had expanded slightly. Even if it was just a little, Tang San was overjoyed because accumulation in quantity leads to a qualitative leap. As Tang San observed his surroundings, he searched for traces of other soul beasts with his divine sense. Suddenly, he sensed a massive 90,000-year-old human-faced demon spider hunting nearby. Realizing his prey was right ahead, Tang San accelerated towards the human-faced demon spider. However, the human-faced demon spider quickly spat out a massive web, tightly binding Tang San. Although this web was woven by a 90,000-year-old human-faced demon spider, and its toughness could be imagined, Tang San's physical power had already surpassed the conventional level of the Douluo continent, effectively a dimensional strike. He instantly erupted with immense power, breaking free from the web. The human-faced demon spider clearly did not expect its prey to escape so easily. Seizing this opportunity, Tang San swiftly used Ghost Shadow Mist Tracing, darting towards the human-faced demon spider like lightning. He slid beneath the human-faced demon spider at an astonishing speed, facing that horrifying human face directly. In the face of this visage seemingly from the abyss, Tang San's heart was completely unperturbed. He summoned the evil god's scythe. Its sharp tip aimed directly at the human-faced demon spider's eye. In just a moment, the human-faced demon spider's body melted away like ice meeting a red-hot knife. The human-faced demon spider let out a painful roar, unable to comprehend how it had chosen the wrong prey. This seemingly weak human was actually so powerful. It chose to flee, but how could an eight-legged spider escape from Tang San, who had activated Ghost Shadow Mist Tracing? In an instant, Tang San was standing on the back of the human-faced demon spider. Standing on the back of the human-faced demon spider, Tang San's giant scythe fell repeatedly, each strike containing endless power, one after another. The body of the human-faced demon spider gradually became incomplete, ultimately losing its vitality and collapsing to the ground. Pitch-black soul rings gradually rose, but Tang San had no interest in absorbing them. This 90,000-year-old human-faced demon spider was just a hair's breadth away from evolving into a 100,000-year soul beast, but for Tang San, the power of the evil god within was more important than anything else. Tang San summoned the evil god flames, directly burning the last human-faced demon spider in this world. The crackling of the flames, accompanied by the mournful sounds in the wind, seemed to reflect the sorrow of the Douluo great forest for a race. In just a day and a half, Tang San had slain 796 human-faced demon spiders, leaving not even a remnant behind. The human-faced demon spider declared its extinction that day. Tang San then turned his attention to the mandala snakes, which were much easier to deal with than the human-faced demon spiders. Using his divine sense, he quickly locked onto a 1,000-year-old soul beast. Without saying much, Tang San flew in front of the soul beast, which was still pretending to be a mandala flower and had not noticed that the human in front of it had already discovered it. With a strong tug, he pulled the mandala snake down from the tree. The mandala snake let out a whimper, seemingly begging for mercy. And Tang San also forgot the promise he made to Xiao Wu, thinking to himself, it's just killing a soul beast. How can I enhance my strength without killing soul beasts? He quickly cast aside Xiao Wu's words from his mind, peeling off its skin and extracting the power of the evil god with the evil god flames, extremely skilled at it. Just then a 90,000-year-old mandala snake suddenly burst up from the ground, shooting out like a bolt of lightning, its sharp fangs gleaming coldly, seemingly aiming to kill the human before it in one strike. However, Tang San's mouth curled slightly upward. He had seen it long ago. He swiftly stepped back half a step, easily dodging this fatal attack. But an unexpected turn of events occurred. The mandala snake suddenly opened its mouth wide and spat out a small red snake. This red mandala snake was incredibly fast, agilely changing direction in midair, and shot straight towards Tang San's neck like a released arrow. It turned out to be a mutated soul beast that understood how to use combination techniques. How interesting. Tang San silently marveled. Faced with this sudden change, he did not feel any panic at all. Instead, he observed everything in front of him with great interest. However, he did not feel the slightest sense of suffocation, as his powerful divine body was unafraid of any threats from the lower realms. Unlike the previous solitary battle with the human-faced demon spider, these mandala snakes actually understood how to cooperate with each other, displaying a high level of intelligence and tacit understanding. This situation made Tang San feel very curious and interesting. Tang San suddenly reached out a hand and tightly grasped the body of the red mandala snake. He pulled hard, directly tearing it into two pieces. Then, he summoned the evil god flames and completely incinerated the severed red mandala snake. At the same time, his other hand swiftly grabbed the tail of the 90,000-year-old mandala snake, shaking it vigorously and slamming it back. Subsequently, the evil god flames began to spread from the tail of the mandala snake, rapidly crawling up its entire body. The flames burned fiercely, crackling loudly, and ultimately reduced the entire mandala snake to ashes. After 2.5 days of effort, a total of 351 mandala snakes were exterminated by Tang San, and his evil god divine power underwent a qualitative change, becoming even deeper. Next, are you ready for the only dark magic evil god tiger in the Douluo forest? Become a part of the power within my body. He, Tang San said with a smile, and then flew out. Tang San looked at the dark magic evil god tiger and couldn't help but recall the first time he encountered it, when it had the ability to pull both parties into a space to let the young ones fight. How nostalgic, Tang San sighed. Just as Tang San sensed a powerful aura fluctuation ahead, he knew that was the location of the dark magic evil god tiger. He suddenly erupted, his figure flickering, and instantly appeared behind the dark magic evil god tiger. The dark magic evil god tiger immediately sensed danger and unhesitatingly used its skill. Tang San felt his body shake violently, and in the blink of an eye, he was pulled into another space. This skill is indeed abnormal, Tang San secretly marveled. He quickly drew out a large number of hidden weapons from the 24 Bridges Bright Moon Night. Then his hands flew, shooting these hidden weapons toward the dark magic evil god tiger like a storm. The dark magic evil god tiger had never seen such uniquely shaped iron weapons, and it was stunned, not dodging. Perhaps it thought that as a soul beast fighting against a soul master, especially against a child, victory would be easy, so it chose to toy with Tang San. However, it never expected that the power of these hidden weapons would be so immense that they directly turn it into a sieve. Chapter 9. The main text begins in the gaps of the space rift. A small secret realm of the soul plate of the ancestral hall instantly shattered, scattering fragments everywhere. The elder in charge of guarding glanced at it, seemingly in disbelief. It should be known that their dark magic evil god tiger clan, since the last great catastrophe, had only one remaining clan member who utilized the time attribute from their 6 attributes to permanently exchange a chance to open a secret realm in the River of Time, at the cost that subsequent clan members, regardless of their talents, would not awaken the time attribute. However, everything has its pros and cons. The result was that the dark magic evil god tiger clan had survived in the layers of the open space-time rift for over 10,000 years, undisturbed by the great catastrophe, and could live in peace. Now, the dark magic evil god tiger had always resided in this secret realm, never showing itself outside, which could be said to be a paradise for the dark magic evil god tiger clan, to the extent that descriptions of the dark magic evil god tiger in the outside world had become mere legends. How could 2 clan members die in succession? Long ago, several hundred years after the end of the great catastrophe, a powerful dark magic evil god tiger was dispatched, tasked with exploring the current situation on the continent. According to the information transmitted by the Soul Lamp, this dark magic evil god tiger had recently reached a strength of 60,000 years, and had comprehended its innate skill from ancient texts, which could instantly pull a person into a peculiar space and transform both parties into their juvenile forms. It was precisely because of this innate skill that this dark magic evil god tiger had been successful in territorial disputes, occupying a core area of the Douluo forest. But just a few days later, an unexpected incident occurred. The soul lamp of this dark magic evil god tiger suddenly shattered without warning. This sudden change left everyone confused and puzzled, falling into deep thought. After all, a peak 60,000-year dark magic evil god tiger, possessing such an extremely bizarre innate skill, could not possibly be killed by a human soul master. The juvenile physical body of a human soul master, without soul power purification, is weak and vulnerable. A mere touch would result in instant death from the powerful physical body of a soul beast. Only mutated soul beasts could compare physically, but with the 6 attributes. The dark magic evil god tiger was a crushing existence in one-on-one combat. Other soul beasts would consider the occupying soul beast when fighting for territory. If they were not strong enough, and after years of experience in territorial disputes, They would retreat if they were at a disadvantage. No soul beast could match the escape speed of a dark magic evil god tiger with 6 attributes. It should not have happened. The elder shook his head in confusion. As for the second clan member who was accidentally caught in the space-time rift, it seemed that some indescribable existence had taken them from the secret realm. For 1,000 years, the dark magic evil god tiger clan had never experienced the unnatural death of a clan member, and now, in just a few years, 2 clan members had died in succession. Perhaps the great catastrophe was about to come again. The guarding elder once again carefully confirmed the shattered soul lamp, taking the fragments and turning to walk towards the residence of the clan leader of the dark magic evil god tiger clan. See, do you have any requests? C is the name of the elder who guards the soul lamp of the dark magic evil god tiger. C explained the context and then said, Clan leader, the soul lamp has already shattered into 2 pieces. In 1,000 years, such a thing has never happened. Perhaps the great catastrophe from 1,000 years ago is about to return. The great catastrophe may cause earth-shattering changes to the Douluo continent, and will inevitably affect the secret realm where we reside. Perhaps we should prepare in advance to cope with the impending crisis, C said worriedly, and glanced at the 6-pointed star necklace around his neck, which faintly shone with silver light, seemingly containing extremely powerful power, and casually said, C, perhaps you are overthinking. In 1,000 years, only 2 clan members have died unnaturally, and they both left the secret realm, which led to their deaths. Do you remember our lineage's inheritance? We were once the most loyal followers of the evil god, grasping the core power of the evil god. Moreover, we possess abilities that other beast clans do not have, allowing us to trade with other deities to open a secret realm that can accommodate our living. This secret realm was traded with the time god of the higher gods. Do not worry so much, see? As long as we remain in the secret realm, we will not suffer any harm. So he wanted to say more. He had guarded the ancestral hall for so many years, even since the opening of the secret realm. He had been with the ancestral hall, guarding a pile of soul plates, cultivating himself, and felt something was amiss. He wanted to say more. Just as he was about to speak, a gray light flashed in Anne's eyes as he sat high, exuding a powerful aura that pressed down on C like a heavy mountain, causing him to shiver involuntarily. This feeling was not merely from physical oppression, but a deep-rooted shudder that reached the soul, as if an invisible hand was tightly gripping C's heart, making it nearly impossible for him to breathe. It was as if he had returned to the time when the dark magic evil god Tiger Clan served the evil god. C opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but his throat felt as if it were blocked by something, unable to make a sound. His forehead broke out in a layer of fine sweat, his body trembling slightly. He knew that if he continued to speak, it might provoke even greater dissatisfaction from him, possibly leading to unforeseen consequences. Thus, he could only reluctantly close his mouth, not daring to utter another word, and turn to leave, sitting high above, and fixed his gaze on C's departing figure, seemingly deep in thought. Suddenly, the sandalwood prayer beads on his wrist began to emit a peculiar force field. This force field seemed capable of affecting everything around, bringing in an inexplicable sense of calm and peace. As time passed, and realized that his thoughts were becoming clearer, and the distractions in his mind gradually faded away, the gray light in his eyes also slowly diminished, becoming clear and bright, and quietly felt all these changes and couldn't help but think that the influence of the evil god's power on him was growing stronger. Even though he had received the prayer beads from the time and space god during their transaction, which could only delay the erosion of the evil god's power to a certain extent, 1,000 years had passed, and this body might soon be eroded into a hollow shell. At this moment, a figure gradually emerged from the void, and it was C, who had just walked out of the grand hall. C smiled and asked, "How did you know that person wasn't the real me?" N's train of thought was disrupted, and he replied flatly, "Few people know that when I was appointed as the leader of the evil god Tiger Clan, you were my greatest support." The C just now repeatedly referred to me as the supreme commander rather than treating me as an equal, which is already enough to raise suspicion. Moreover, would you directly call me leader? The previous one must have been a time projection of an alien from the time-space rift. I told you not to practice in the river of time. You've left your own mark there. You don't know, and how difficult it is to find someone to replace me to watch over the ancestral hall. If that alien wants to play a role, let him do it. In the eyes of the aliens, I have long been dead in the fire scene 147 years ago. Now, I am an extraterritorial personnel, and you're the only one who knows that I am alive. Can't I let loose a little? And waved his hand, signaling him to sit down. Sichakold, not minding it, and summoned a chair, saying, "Let's talk. You call me here, what is the matter?" And sighed bitterly, The evil demon, evil god tiger clan. Even the name contains the word evil. How can we escape the erosion of the evil god's power? Back then, I sealed the evil power of the entire clan with my own body, and now I can clearly feel the evil god's power within me gradually boiling up. Perhaps the evil god's power is growing stronger again, and the evil power engraved within the evil demon, evil god tiger, will surely be taken back by the evil god. For the evil god tiger clan, the price is life, the fate of extermination. He was shocked and could not calm down for a long time. He also put away the smile on his face and sat in the chair, stunned for a long time before saying, "Then do we have no solution? If I die, the evil power will dissipate and directly sweep across the entire secret realm. The pain I have endured for thousands of years will be returned to my clansmen 1,000-fold. How can I die if I leave the evil god tiger clan? Although I am not sure whether the evil god can track those who carry the evil power through it. If I leave the evil god tiger clan, and without me overseeing the secret realm, even with you, it would be hard to escape the collision of the time-space turbulence. And eventually, the entire secret realm would be torn apart. I once thought of guiding the evil power within me into the external time tunnel. But it's like a one-way passage. The evil power can enter my body, but if I want to guide it out in energy form, the evil power clings to my body like maggots, tightly wrapping around me. This problem has no solution. And sighed and said helplessly. C looked at him, seemingly struggling to think of a way to break this deadlock, sighed and said, "I have practiced in the river of time for so many years. The power of time and space is greater than everything. Perhaps the power of time can assimilate the evil power. I'm not sure, but I will swim upstream through the river of time to steal the origin of time. I will bring the origin of time back. You wait for me." And slowly sat down, aware of how dangerous it was in the river of time. Since I inherited the name, and I already understand my final outcome. I've thought a lot about this, so if I encounter danger, come back in time, and remember to come back to collect my body. Don't be late. If you are late, you won't see my whole corpse. And smiled. C's figure flickered and faded into the void, saying, "Take care." Chapter 10. The evil demon, evil god tiger, awakened the 5 elements in the secret realm of the evil demon, evil god tiger. I am Jiang Liunyun, an ordinary member born into the evil demon, evil god tiger clan. Since childhood, I have heard the elders of the clan recount the brutality and injustice of the outside world, as well as how our clan made deals with the lofty gods during the great catastrophe to open up the secret realm, allowing our clan to continue its glorious history. In the early morning, sunlight poured through the clouds onto the streets of the small town, making everything seem tranquil and beautiful. Jiang Liunyun walked out of his home, a smile on his face, warmly greeting his neighbors. "Good morning, Auntie." Auntie stood at her door, responding with a smile. "Good morning, little Yoji." She gently waved her hand, controlling a small cluster of wind elements to skillfully sweep up the dust in front of her door and roll it into the trash can. Her exquisite control of the wind elements was astonishing. Even Soulfighter would likely feel ashamed. At this moment, Old Son from the blacksmith shop diagonally across the street also stepped outside, smiling at Jiang Liunyun. "You've already come of age this year, little Yoji. Isn't today the day you awaken your elemental power?" "Yes, time flies so fast." And he sighed. "Little Yoji, you're turning 18 today. I can't believe we have been neighbors for 18 years. Hearing this, Uncle Shuen next door couldn't help but exclaim, "Yes, time flies so fast." In the blink of an eye, little Yoji is about to become an adult. Jiang Liunyun listened to everyone and smiled happily, saying, "That's right. I'm going to awaken the elemental power today. It's really exciting." Just then, a streak of black light crossed the sky, swiftly flying towards Jiang Liunyun's direction. The light landed on the ground and transformed into a mysterious old man. He looked around and finally fixed his gaze on Jiang Liunyun, asking in a serious tone, "Is Jiang Liunyun here? I am the examiner for your awakening ceremony." Jiang Liunyun respectfully replied, "Yes, I am Jiang Liunyun. Hello, examiner." He couldn't help but feel a surge of nervousness and excitement in his heart. The examiner looked at Jiang Liunyun in front of him and nodded slightly. "Well, let's begin." He then unbuckled the straps of his backpack and placed it on the ground, summoning the elemental awakening stones from within. 6 awakening stones flew out of the backpack in succession, forming a hexagram pattern, suddenly bursting forth with a peculiar light. Then, 5 of the awakening stones floated in front of Jiang Liunyun, leaving only a single, extremely dull white crystal slowly descending to the examiner's side. The examiner held the white crystal with both hands and recited, "Since the great calamity, the spirit beasts have suffered heavy casualties, blood staining the land. The people unable to survive, all things lamenting, disasters overwhelming the universe. Thunder rumbles, earthquakes frequently occur, tsunamis rage, hurricanes wreak havoc, living beings suffer, and there is no peace. Our predecessors, with the great act of sacrificing themselves to refine their souls, vowed not to enter this cycle of reincarnation, and with countless generations of descendants, reverently worshipped the god of time, praying for a promise. The god of time, with a compassionate heart, did not take advantage of the situation, but instead used great powers to open a secret realm from the long river of time, allowing the dark demon, evil god Tiger Clan to continue their bloodline. Everlasting and unending. We are grateful for the grace of the god of time, etched in our hearts and bones, and we will never forget. After speaking, the white crystal flashed for a moment before returning to silence, while the other 5 awakening stones emitted a faint glow. Come on, Jiang Liunian. Place your hand in the center and simultaneously release control of your body, allowing the power of the awakening stones in front of you to enter your body. The examiner instructed. Jiang Liunian placed his hand in the center of the awakening stone array and immediately felt 5 special powers flowing into his body through his outstretched right hand. In an instant, the light from the 5 awakening stones burst forth, illuminating the 5 elemental powers. The awakened elder was taken aback upon seeing the 5 colors. It is known that if a soul master or practitioner awakens multiple spiritual roots, especially 5 spiritual roots, such a poor constitution would struggle for progress throughout their life, often leading to a mundane existence. Even with resources poured into them, the required amount would be immense. Moreover, if one were to abandon 4 attributes to specialize in one, it would lead to imbalance and, when reaching a certain level, could result in explosive death. However, the dark demon evil god Tiger Clan is different. Their racial talent allows them to absorb elemental energy more efficiently as time passes. Ultimately, if a member only awakens 1 attribute without great fortune, the quality of the elements would be hard to progress. Yet, any dark demon evil god tiger that can awaken 3 or more attributes will have their physical body enhanced by the elemental powers. If one awakens the time attribute, they can even use elemental forces to reinforce their past, making them stronger to unleash the talents of time technique and the arena of life and death. The elder, regaining his composure, laughed heartily and remarked, "The dark demon evil god Tiger Clan has a promising future." He then patted Jiang Liunian on the shoulder, showing great optimism. The people around, upon seeing the 5 dazzling lights, instantly understood what was happening, having all participated in the awakening ceremony. The uncles and aunts on the street gathered around, encircling Jiang Liunian and the examiner, eager to see what Jiang Liunian's innate strength was like. The examiner summoned the final gray crystal, slowly using his soul power to suspend it in front of Jiang Liunian. "Go ahead, extend your hand, then close your eyes and feel," he said, with anticipation. A talent with full 5 elemental attributes. There can't be many in this generation. It's astonishing that such a genius appears in my jurisdiction in the Western District. I might be able to request more funding from the central authority, the elder thought, increasingly finding Jiang Liunian more pleasing to the eye. Jiang Liunian reached out his arm to touch the gray crystal, his fingers gently brushing against its surface. As he did so, Jiang Liunian slowly closed his eyes, seemingly entering a state isolated from the outside world. The moment he made contact with the gray crystal, it suddenly erupted with dazzling light, illuminating the entire street. At the same time, a powerful wave of energy radiated from the crystal, leaving those nearby in shock. The gray crystal began to develop cracks, accompanied by faint cracking sounds, as if it were about to shatter. The old man was startled, seemingly thinking of something bad, but it was too late to stop it. In the next moment, the gray crystal instantly shattered into countless tiny fragments scattered all over the ground. The surrounding people gasped at the sight, having never witnessed such a stunning spectacle. The old man stared blankly at the fragments, his face showing a mix of helplessness and astonishment. He murmured, "This talent is truly astonishing." However, he quickly seemed to remember something, and his expression turned extremely ugly. "No, my allowance is gone, my year-end bonus is gone, all gone. I even have to pay out of pocket. This thing 1 TB reimbursed by the central government. I have to buy it myself. What bad luck." He couldn't help but curse, then sighed heavily. When Jiang Liunian opened his eyes and saw the ground covered in fragments, he didn't know how to react. The old man, suppressing his heartache, kindly said, "Jiang Liunian, your talent is excellent. I will report to the central government right away to have you enrolled in the Central Advanced Soul Beast Academy. the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy. You will receive the highest education there, and you won't waste such talent. In the future, you will surely become a great Dark Demon Evil God Tiger, even achieving a status not inferior to that of the captain of the Evil God Vanguard. You won't have to compensate for this. Just follow the repair process. Jiang Liunian nodded dreamily and responded. The old man put away the 5 awakening stones and used the power of wind to sweep up the scattered fragments. With a pained expression as he placed them into his backpack and slung it over his shoulder. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a stream of black light and flew towards the east, heading for the central capital. As soon as the examiner left, everyone instantly regained their composure and stared intently at Jiang Liunian, chattering excitedly. They couldn't believe that such a genius could emerge from this small street. So they exchanged a few more words. Jiang Liunian remained exceptionally kind and calm, responding to everyone until around 1 or 2 in the afternoon. Eventually, the novelty wore off, and they felt they could see him again in the future, so they returned to their own tasks. Jiang Liunian also went up the mountain to gather some herbs until evening. Even though he was to be admitted to the Advanced Academy for Soul Beasts, he still needed to make a living. He thought to himself that these herbs could sell for quite a bit of living expenses as he lay in bed and fell into a peaceful sleep. Chapter 11. Departure. Jiang Liunian, your letter has arrived. A clear shout from outside the door broke the morning tranquility. The voice struck like a bolt of lightning, instantly pulling Jiang Liunian from his dreams back into the real world. Jiang Liunian rubbed his sleepy eyes, slowly opened them, and tried to adapt to the morning light. He walked out of the room in a daze and lazily stretched his body, as if wanting to release all the fatigue within him. At that moment, the morning sunlight streamed through the window and fell on his face, adding a touch of dazzling brilliance to his already sunny and handsome features. The golden light illuminated his face, outlining his distinct contours and deep-set eyes, making him look even more charming and attractive. Jiang Liunian slowly pushed open the door, walked to the mailbox, and reached out to take the letter. When he pulled out the letter, he couldn't help but marvel at its exquisite packaging. The envelope was printed with 7 large dark golden characters. Dark Demon, Evil God, Tiger Academy. This name instantly filled him with a sense of mystery and authority. This school is quite impressive, Jiang Liunian secretly praised his heart. He carefully examined the writing on the envelope and noticed that it used a special gilding technique, making the characters shine with a unique brilliance. This design not only added to the letter's mystique, but also showcased the school's noble character. Jiang Lu gently stroked the characters on the envelope, feeling their texture and warmth. He could sense the importance that the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy placed on its new students, which inevitably stirred a strange feeling in his heart. He had already begun to imagine what it would be like to study at the Advanced Soul Beast Academy. Jiang Liunian hummed a little tune while using his arm to hold the mail as he returned to his little house, not forgetting to bend down at the doorstep to take out the spirit liquid he had ordered in the morning. Cultivating soul beasts is not the same as for ordinary people. While soul masters can increase their soul power through years of hard work and reach different levels, from 0 to 100. With level 100 becoming a deity, soul beasts can enhance their rank and lifespan by absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the essence of the sun and moon, and even the power of laws, as well as consuming other types of soul beasts for energy. The higher the lifespan, the stronger the abilities, and they can fully harness the power of nature. Compared to soul masters of the same rank, soul beasts can completely overpower them without relying on external objects. Therefore, spirit liquid, as a product of the essence of heaven and earth, is the best item for enhancing strength. Even if life is ordinary now, who knows what the future holds? Jiang Liunian poured the spirit liquid into the goblet, elegantly and slowly swirling it, tilting it slightly to observe the color of the spirit liquid closely. Oh, this color, how wonderful! The gradient is natural and bright, captivating and so lively, almost rivaling the red underwear of Uncle Shui on his zodiac year. A great review indeed. After Jiang Liunian gently shook the wine glass, a mixed aroma wafted from it. He was momentarily stunned, then lightly sniffed the scent in the glass with the tip of his nose, taking a small sip. The aroma was reminiscent of cedar, oak, violet, cinnamon, and mint, blackberry. It seemed that the rare species of the entire northern region had been gathered by those madmen in winemaking. Jiang Liunian secretly mocked. Even the taste had a hint of spiciness and bitterness. He asked ye. The aftertaste also carried a unique acidity. Could it be sweet fruit? No. It's the golden fruit sold outside for 80 gold. To put this in wine is truly extravagant. No wonder they say something about quality upgrades and needing to pay membership fees again. This stuff, charging 130 gold a month, is not an exaggeration at all. Jiang Liuyan was carefully savoring the sensory impact brought by the spiritual liquid, while also refining the spiritual energy contained within it. He had to admit that the flavor was indeed rich, but it was likely made with cost-saving measures in mind, as the ingredients were all under 400 years old. The spiritual energy was just a bit higher than that of ordinary spiritual liquids, which was already quite good. Jiang Liuyan felt very pleased. He picked up the admission notice from the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy. Jiang Liuyan pulled out a pure black gold card from inside. The front was printed with Inner Gate student exclusive of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy, while the back had the 3 bold characters Jiang Liuyan in a flamboyant style. In the lower right corner, there was also an S letter, the meaning of which was unknown, but looked very imposing. It matches my temperament, Jiang Liuyan said with a smile, while also pulling out the admission notice. Dear classmate Jiang Liuyan, with the approval of the West District Soulmaster Committee, you have been admitted as an inner disciple of our academy. Please bring this notification to register at the school. For specific time, location, and selected subjects, please refer to the new Student Enrollment Handbook of the Advanced Soul Beast Academy under the Central and Southern Region, Royal City Research Institute. Issued by Gene Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy Year 176 of the Evil God Tiger Calendar. May you not waste your youthful years at Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy. Courageously embark on the journey towards your dreams and shoulder the heavy responsibilities of your nation. The Academy holds high hopes for you, cares for you, and emphasizes your comprehensive development and future growth. Here, cherish every opportunity, broaden your horizons, excel in your studies, and continuously improve yourself. Actively embrace this brand new era, and through relentless efforts, let your youth shine with even more brilliant colors, allowing the Academy to be a solid backing in your life journey, helping you achieve a glorious future. On the back is an overview map of the entire Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy, looking quite spectacular and giving a sense of solemnity. Next to the overview map, there's a nationwide travel ticket, its surface shimmering with a faint glow, seemingly hinting at its preciousness and uniqueness. Jiang Liuyan carefully picked up the ticket and examined it closely. His gaze gradually became one of surprise and excitement, as the words Fania were clearly printed on the ticket. This name might not be familiar to the average person, but for those wealthy individuals who are passionate about collecting rare items, it is well known. The Fania ticket is regarded as one of the most expensive tickets in the world, having once been auctioned for as much as 10 million gold coins, making it a coveted treasure for countless collectors. Now, such a priceless ticket had unexpectedly appeared in his hands, leaving Jiang Liuyan in disbelief. He widened his eyes and couldn't help but exclaim, Fania, the ticket that sold for 10 million gold. Wow. His words were filled with shock and excitement. He couldn't imagine that the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy could be so wealthy, casually giving away gifts of this caliber. Jiang Liuyan once again turned his gaze to the letter on the table, then glanced at the train ticket in his hand, and a hint of a smile inevitably appeared on his lips. Jiang Liuyan repeatedly confirmed the time and could check in early, so he began to pack his luggage. This one could be discarded, and this one too. All right, this piece of clothing can still be worn after a wash. The white shirt makes me look really handsome. And this wine glass, I've used it for 10 years. It's almost developed a patina, so I have to take it. Also, that stone I picked up on the mountain looks extraordinary, so I need to take it as well. Jiang Liuyan climbed to the rooftop and pried open the 6th brick from the chimney. After scraping at the wall plaster and lime, he uncovered a shiny gold brick. This is it, he thought. It's good to have something to take with him on a long trip. Then he stuffed the wall plaster and lime back in and went down from the roof. Jiang Liuyan walked up to the tribute table, gently tapped on the table in front of him, and then struck, poked, lightly tapped, or kicked it from various angles. All he could hear was a series of cracking sounds from inside the tribute table. The surface of the table split open, revealing a book inside. Jiang Liuyan opened the book and found a silver ring tucked within its pages. This also has to be taken, he thought, wondering how she was doing. Jiang Liuyan's emotions surged like a raging tide. This was the only gift she had given him. As for the book, he had read it over the years. It mainly discussed mechanisms, various gears, levers, axles, etc. It was profound and seemed to be written by someone named Zhu Mo. Jiang Liuyan glanced at the book one last time and flipped to the last page, only to find that it described a golden page crafted from a celestial metal he had spent his entire life searching for, which was an unparalleled divine weapon capable of growth. Every time one defeated a person, It would extract energy from within them. I really want to see it. Jiang Liuyan sighed. Unfortunately, he had stumbled upon this book in a temporal rift, and the last page had already fallen out. He had only learned various techniques from a book and how to use the golden page. Not bad, Jiang Liuyan said as he stroked the book, then threw it into the burning fireplace. The roaring flames consumed the book, turning it to ashes in no time. Jiang Liuyan took one last look at the home he had lived in for 18 years, and then resolutely left, embarking on the path to becoming stronger. Setting off. Chapter 12. Twists and Turns. Jiang Liuyan held the ticket for the Flying Bird as he entered the Intian Trading Company. The reason he didn't go to places like the train station was that the ticket for the Flying Bird was an extremely special pass, not just an ordinary ticket. Its function was to summon a vehicle at any trading company or auction house across the country. This Flying Bird SVP Black Gold version was even more outrageous. All he had to do was wait a moment for the highest specification welcoming vehicle, the Flying Bird 963, to depart from the headquarters and pick him up anywhere in the country. While the train station might not have a designated vehicle that displayed his identity, as long as one possessed the Flying Bird ticket, there would always be a special car available. Dear guest, welcome to our trading company. Thank you for choosing us. We look forward to providing you with satisfactory service. The moment Jiang Liuyan stepped into the trading company, a young woman dressed in a white qipao came to greet him. Take me to the 6th floor, Jiang Liuyan said nervously, just as he was about to show his ticket. However, he was so stunned by the girl's appearance that he forgot to take it out. After all, she was simply too beautiful. As soon as Jiang Liuyan saw the girl in the qipao, his heart was unconsciously squeezed tightly. Like a cool breeze gently brushing over his heart on an early summer morning, bringing endless freshness and purity. Her appearance resembled a lily blooming in the mountains, untouched by dust, elegant and refined, each inch emanating a natural fragrance and unrefined beauty. Her eyes, clear as water, seemed to reflect the gentlest shadows of the human heart, as if hiding endless stories, making one irresistibly curious to explore the innocence behind that depth. She stood there, her posture light and graceful, like the willowy branches swaying in the morning light, captivatingly beautiful, every subtle movement revealing an unintentional elegance that evoked tenderness. Her smile was warm and restrained, like a flower blooming unexpectedly in spring, unassuming yet capable of illuminating the hearts of others, offering unspoken comfort and encouragement. Her voice was soft and delicate, like a mountain stream gently flowing over pebbles, each word containing just the right amount of care and thoughtfulness, soothing the listener's soul in the gentlest way. In her presence, time seemed to slow down, making one willing to indulge in this rare purity and beauty, feeling the world becoming more gentle and lovely because of her existence. She was like a delicate and enchanting ink painting, every stroke just right, depicting a figure that inspired compassion and was unforgettable. Jiang Liuyan was secretly shocked. After all, he had just come out of the village, and the most beautiful girls he had seen were only the village chief's daughter, Huniu, or at best, Widow Li. It was rare for him to encounter such a gentle and refined girl. Jiang Liuyan was secretly shocked by her appearance and service attitude, feeling uncomfortable all over. Am I considered a big shot? Such looks are simply stunning. Just as Jiang Liuyan's mind was filled with praises for this girl's beauty. Unsure of which compliment to start with, a sarcastic remark rang out inopportunely. Level 6 of the dark sky. Please keep out unauthorized personnel. At that moment, a middle-aged woman gracefully walked over, dressed in a light purple qipao, her eyes revealing an extreme disdain. Her waist swayed lightly, seemingly boneless, like a purple poisonous snake, ready to tightly coil around her prey and devour it without leaving a single bone behind. Jiang Liuyan faced those apricot blossom eyes, resembling snake pupils. Her gaze was sharp and cold, as if it could perceive the deepest fears within a person's heart, carrying a sense of lofty disdain. This feeling was chilling, as if enveloped in a wave of coldness, causing her body to tremble involuntarily, goosebumps rising all over. It felt like being suddenly hit by a chilling breeze on a hot summer day, leaving one extremely uncomfortable. Looking again at the girl in the white qipao, she seemed about to say something, but just as she was about to lift her head, the figure in purple across from her shot her a fierce glare, forcing the girl in white to close her mouth and stand trembling like a little chick behind Jiang Liuyan. The figure in purple held up the hem of her dress, revealing a pair of shiny thighs, gracefully walking towards the girl in white. The reflection of those thighs was noticeable in the corner of the 6th floor, but there weren't many people around, so it didn't provoke gasps of surprise. The purple-clad figure moved elegantly and lightly, like a shadow of allure in the night, slowly approaching the girl in white. She slowly closed her folding fan, gripping the handle tightly. The tip of the fan glided silently over the front of the girl in white's attire, starting from the first button and moving slowly along the collar. Each time it passed a button, the figure in purple would deliberately pause, letting the tip of the fan lightly touch the button, producing a crisp sound. With each pause, the girl in white would shudder slightly, as if experiencing a terrifying nightmare, her body trembling involuntarily. It was as if the tip of the fan not only brushed against her clothing, but also stirred some taboo deep within her heart, awakening buried fears. The woman in purple exhaled softly, her red lips parting slightly, sending a warm breath towards the girl in white, carrying a faint fragrance. However, to the girl in white, this scent felt like a deadly poison, instilling immense fear. This sixth floor of the dark sky was not a place where just anyone could tread. You, Qingyu, have you forgotten the rules of the dark sky chamber of commerce? Her voice was low and magnetic, each word like a meticulously carved arrow, piercing straight into Qingyu's heart. On the surface, her words were meant to reprimand Qingyu, but underneath, they mocked Jiang Liuyan, who had actively requested to enter the sixth floor. It was no wonder she was looked down upon. Jiang Liuyan had just come from the village, wearing a somewhat faded white outfit that didn't even compare to the quality of the qipao worn by the girl in white. At first glance, she seemed like someone who couldn't step foot above the fourth floor, let alone the sixth floor of the dark sky. But what about the hidden identities? The poor son-in-law, the war god hall, and the welcoming of the Dragon King? Were they not all about those who were looked down upon, suddenly slapping faces? The figure in purple smiled apologetically at Jiang Liuyan, saying here, "No, unauthorized personnel are allowed. Please leave." Although the smile was on her face, it made Jiang Liuyan feel extremely uncomfortable. He looked at Qingyu, who was frozen there, feeling guilty for involving her. Thus, he deeply bowed and apologized, then walked straight toward the door. Qingyu, realizing her own negligence, wanted to chase after him, but was given a warning glare by the figure in purple not to disrupt the rules of the dark sky before she waved her hand, allowing her to continue down. Halfway down, Jiang Liuyan suddenly stopped. Wait, that's not right. I need to take the bus from the sixth floor. After realizing this, he turned around and headed back upstairs. Just then, he bumped into Qingyu, who was rushing down in a flustered yet graceful manner. Why are you back up here? You're not allowed in. If you come again, you'll be blacklisted. After experiencing the previous scare, Qingyu, with lingering fears, kindly reminded him. Jiang Liuyan took out the train ticket and waved it in front of Qingyu, asking, "Do you recognize this? I'm taking the bus. I need to go to the sixth floor. This ticket isn't valid for anything below 6 floors. Don't try to use a forged ticket. If it's a forged Faniate ticket, the consequences are even worse. You get blacklisted by all the chambers of commerce in the country. Even if you're the son of an, you need to think twice about this." Qingyu glanced at the ticket, worriedly saying, "This really came with my admission notice." He smiled helplessly and turned ahead to the 6th floor. Hey, wait. Qingyu hurried after him. At the 6th floor of Antion, Zi had initially thought that Qingyu's appearance and character were top-notch, and she could potentially take over as Zi's steward. Zi could then be promoted to Red Robe in the Central Region headquarters for cultivating a spokesperson. However, seeing today's events, it seemed Qingyu still needed more training. On her first day at work, she brought an ordinary person into the core area of the 6th floor of Antion, and who knows what else might happen in the future. Thankfully, not many people noticed today, but now it seemed she couldn't leave anytime soon. She was uneasy about handing the branch over to such a naive person. Zi let out a long sigh, feeling frustrated and angry in her heart. When would she get a promotion and a raise? Zi picked up a tea bowl and was about to take a sip when she caught sight of Jiang Liuyan in her peripheral vision. She couldn't help but curse under her breath. All those years of cultivating her internal energy seemed wasted. How did he come back up here and even take away her little Qingyu? Zi slowly walked towards Jiang Liuyan, gritting her teeth as she said, "You're not allowed here." Just then, Jiang Liuyan pulled out a golden train ticket from his pocket, interrupting her. This left Zi in shock. In her lifetime, she had only seen train tickets 3 times, and now it was in the hands of this young man. Was he perhaps a direct disciple of the Endemon's 6 hermits? Or the son of a top family in the Central Region? Zi's mind went blank, unable to say a word. When Qingyu arrived and saw Zi standing in front of Jiang Liuyan, she felt something was wrong. "Please punish me, steward. I couldn't stop him. I'll take him down now." She knew that if she didn't take him away, by the time Ing Siyue and Zi truly got angry, it could end badly for him. Zi waved her hand, signaling her to be quiet, and carefully examined the ticket in Jiang Liuyan's hand. No, 051, so special. It was known that Faniate tickets were always issued by the Royal Central Region, with the Royal City Research Institute involved in their authentication. Only 50 tickets have been issued, and only those with significant influence or wealth could obtain them. The ticket with the serial number 51 was said to be fake, yet the texture, material, printing method, and layout were identical to the real ones. But there were only 50 tickets in the world. Ziyi fell in a deep thought, even doubting if this was fake. Chapter 13. Fake? Real? Looking at the contemplative Ziyi, Jiang Liuyan felt utterly confused. Logically, since the Demon Evil God Tiger Academy had sent him an admission notice, this ticket shouldn't be fake. However, seeing Ziyi deep in thought made him feel a bit anxious. After a long while, Ziyi lifted her head and looked at Jiang Liuyan. This gaze made Jiang Liuyan, who had just calmed down, feel a chill. The sharpness in her eyes seemed to see right through him. Perhaps his demeanor was too intimidating, causing Jiang Liuyan to hesitate and stammer, I'm all right. Let's take him down first. I'll contact the headquarters. Ziyi seemed to have made up her mind, waving her hand to signal Qingyu to take him down. What is your name? Ziyi asked, stopping Jiang Liuyan. Jiang Liuyan, he replied. Qingyu, take this young Master Jiang to the 4th floor. Jiang Liuyan let out a sigh. Hearing the result, he felt it was still acceptable. After all, when he realized the value and the way to obtain this ticket, he thought to himself, why do I have to get such a ticket? If it really was misplaced, wouldn't it be even more troublesome after I used it? Jiang Liuyan's mind was filled with a myriad of thoughts as he followed Qingyu down to the 4th floor VIP lounge. After all, before the situation spiraled out of control, it was neither feasible to leave him on the 6th floor of the Intian, nor could they directly expel him from the Intian Commerce Association. They had to keep him around and treat him with a standard slightly above that of an ordinary VIP. Qingyu nodded slightly in response. She had received good training in etiquette, and, having gone through the previous events, quickly recovered from her shock, revealing a composed and gracious smile. However, inside her heart, turbulent waves were already rising. At that moment, a subtle coldness flashed in her eyes, and after a brief hesitation, she decisively led Jiang Liuyan towards the 4th floor of Intian. As Qingyu walked lightly, Jiang Liuyan stepped through the intricately carved wooden door of the 4th floor of Intian Commerce Association, as if he had crossed a rift in time and space, abruptly transitioning from the tense atmosphere into a world of luxury and tranquility. The 4th floor VIP lounge, while slightly inferior in appearance to the decor of the 6th floor, still revealed extraordinary taste and understated luxury in every detail. Soft lighting spilled onto the exquisite carpet, casting dappled shadows, while a faint scent of lavender filled the air, making one involuntarily relax. Young Master Jiang, please follow me. Qingyu's voice was gentle and clear, like a spring breeze, yet carried a hint of the coldness different from before, guiding Jiang Liuyan through a long corridor adorned with precious artworks, finally stopping in front of an elegantly decorated suite. This will be your temporary residence. All facilities are fully equipped. If you need anything, just press the call button by the bedside, and we will serve you immediately, Qingyu explained with a smile, gently pushing the door open and gesturing for Jiang Liuyan to enter. Jiang Liuyan looked at the sudden treatment he received, feeling a mix of emotions. On one hand, he knew it was not because of his identity, but rather the chain reaction brought on by the mysterious ticket. On the other hand, he had to admit that this environment did provide a momentary relief for his tense nerves. Thank you, Miss Qingyu. I will abide by the rules here and not cause you any trouble, Jiang Liuyan politely replied as he stepped into the suite and began to survey this temporary refuge for the future. Inside the room, large floor-to-ceiling windows let in warm sunlight, illuminating the entire space with brightness and warmth. Several profound landscape paintings adorned the walls, and the bookshelf was filled with ancient texts and precious books, seemingly silently narrating the long history and cultural richness of this place. Just as Jiang Liuyan was immersed in this rare tranquility, the communicator in the room suddenly rang, interrupting his thoughts. Young Master Jiang, this is Z. A calm, yet slightly urgent voice came from the communicator. After verification by headquarters, your ticket is indeed valid, but further investigation is needed to determine how it ended up in your possession. In the meantime, please keep your communication lines open, as there may be follow-up arrangements. Understood. I get it, Jiang Liuyan replied, feeling both surprised and hopeful. After hanging up the communicator, Jiang Liuyan stood by the window, noticing a corner of the admission notice peeking out from his backpack, and let out a deep sigh. What is going on? This feels like being under de facto house arrest. Jiang Yunyan couldn't help but feel a bit uncomfortable and stood up to grab a piece of fruit from the platter and began to eat. Not bad, he thought, taking a bite, and instantly felt that it wasn't such a big deal after all. Qingyu quietly stood behind Jiang Lianyan, saying nothing. Jiang Lianyan picked up a fruit and said, "Let's eat together." However, he didn't expect that the relationship between the two of them was that of a guest and a servant. Immediately, the fruit in his hand flew through the air in a perfect parabola towards the green fish. The green fish was momentarily stunned, but being a trained individual, he slightly tilted to the side and dodged the flying fruit. "I apologize, young Master Jiang, but as a servant, I cannot act beyond my bounds. I am afraid I cannot join you." Jiang Linyan was taken aback for a moment, because she vaguely understood through the conversation that going up to the 6th level of an Tian might involve serious consequences. However, she still led herself up there, and the version of herself that reminded her afterwards seemed quite different from the current, extremely meticulous her. Or perhaps, the woman in the purple dress on the 6th level said something to her? Jiang Lianyan was puzzled, so she decided not to think about it anymore and turned her gaze back to Qingyu. The river flows towards the blue fish, and the fruits behind were picked up. It was also because the carpet was extremely soft, seemingly made from the fur of a fierce beast, that the fruits fell to the ground without even breaking the skin. Jiang Lianyan looked at the fruit with great regret, then glanced at the blue fish that had turned around at some point. Unable to say much, he just mumbled about how unfortunate it was that such delicious fruit was here. To explain about the races in the entire secret realm, it is not only the dark demon evil god tiger, but also various affiliated tiger races, as well as other herbivorous captive races. As for the intelligent ones, they are generally at the top of the food chain. The entire secret realm does not only consist of the dark demon evil god tiger clan. Back in the day, a tiger pushed against the tide to accept other races, but the other races also paid a price. There are also other races. As for why some characters that appear later have descriptions mixed with other animals or traits, it's like racial differentiation. A single race may possess different characteristics, which can be trained in specific directions based on the awakening of elements. For example, those with wind attributes will train their wings and other parts of their body more intensively, eventually leading to wings that can create larger hurricanes or manipulate wind elements more precisely. There are even soul beasts that exercise, ultimately transforming into weapons, etc. For instance, when the dark demon evil god tiger interbreeds with other races, the reproductive isolation may not matter anymore, like with the beautiful snake, resulting in offspring that may exhibit charm and snake-like traits, just like the purple-clothed ones. According to what I have written, after thousands of years, there are basically no pure-blood dark demon evil god tigers left. Jiang Lianyan is a special case, and I will explain this in detail after about 20 chapters. I haven't written an outline for this book, so some plot holes may not be addressed, but I will try my best to improve it. Thank you all. Chapter 14. Real? Fake? ZE activated the S-Class communication device and prepared to seek help from headquarters to verify its authenticity. Each use of such a communication device consumes a large amount of energy, which could even affect Z's performance assessment at the end of the year. Concerning her future resources to become a red-robed steward, Z gritted her teeth, weighing her options, but at this point, there was no other way. After all, if the person who possesses the bird ticket is indeed compliant with the rules, and if she neglects him, despite his youthful appearance as a steward, her future career could come to an end. Upon careful thought, the craftsmanship of the bird ticket was exquisite. Even a master of forgery, like Chu Ningyi, might not possess such skill, even if he impersonated someone or had such forgery skills to deceive the Dark Sky Chamber of Commerce. Capturing him might be a good choice. Furthermore, the negative impact of this communication with headquarters could be turned into a boost for her future. After weighing her options, ZE had already made a secret decision. Her primary goal was to stabilize him. She could not offend him. At headquarters, this is the 176th branch of the Dark Sky Chamber of Commerce in the Western District. Acting as the general manager and administrative steward, Z, codenamed Red Sand Snake, wished to inquire about a matter from headquarters, hoping for guidance. Z altered her usual demeanor to appear extremely respectful, half-squatting with her hands in a circular position, bowing to the screen in front of her. In the dark confrontation at headquarters, a middle-aged man sat at the core where light and shadow intertwined, draped in a deep black robe that seemed as profound as night, exuding an indescribable calmness and depth. His fingertips gently caressed a snow-white spirit cat that seemed untouched by dust, and each stroke appeared to weave invisible secrets. Z's voice was like fine rain brushing over a tranquil lake, though urgent. It failed to stir even the slightest ripple in the heart of the man in the black robe. Only when the pure white cat leisurely stretched its limbs and let out a contented hum did he slowly raise his head. Half hidden in the shadow cast by the brim of his black robe, revealing only half of his profile in the dim light, adding a touch of mystery. Z dared not act rashly, for the figure opposite her was regarded as the hardest person to deal with in secret, one of the 4 offerings of the dark sky. Qianyu, also the most mysterious person in external legends, and the most powerful and influential figure in the entire Chamber of Commerce. Even the president of the Dark Sky Chamber of Commerce had to give him some respect. Z's body trembled slightly, not only because Qianyu's position was dozens of levels higher than hers, but also due to his imposing presence and legendary status. Z's body tensed as she tried to calm herself, but just thinking about the person sitting opposite made her inevitably nervous. "Get up," Qianyu's magnetic voice sounded. Not as imposing as the legend suggested, which described a voice that could suppress thousands of rebels. It felt more like a senior caring for a junior. However, Z did not let her guard down. Her body remained tense, and every action was precise, as if each movement were textbook standard. Seeing her stand up without any change in demeanor, Qianyu lazily said, "Speak. You should know when to use such things. If you cannot satisfy me, you should be well aware of the 6th punishment rule of the Dark Sky Chamber of Commerce after being a steward for 19 years. Hearing this, Z trembled as she stammered, "A master," and then used her right thumb to poke her palm hard to calm herself down. Even in the face of such overwhelming authority, she could not afford to provoke Qianyu's displeasure and resorted to this method to divert her attention. Once she calmed down, Z said, "Master, I encountered a young man holding a bird ticket at the 176th branch. Since he has a bird ticket, just fulfill all his wishes." "It can't be such a trivial matter," Qianyu said coldly with impatience. "Master, the key is that the serial number on this ticket is NO 51, and regarding the identification of tickets, it is clearly stated that the ticket number was created to commemorate the 51 commanders of the dark demon evil god tiger, ranging from NO 0 to NO 1. It is impossible for NO 51 to exist," Z said respectfully. Qianyu seemed to be troubled, as he had never heard of anyone being issued a ticket with the 51st number. What kind of person could it be? Perhaps it was fake? No, since Z did not explicitly mention it being fake. Maybe it was just crafted with extreme precision. 176, I will arrive in half an hour. Each ticket infused with special soul power will reveal the special emblem of the dark demon evil god tiger clan, which will clarify its authenticity. Also let him, the person who brought the ticket, keep it well and make sure he does not leave. Half an hour later, a black streak of light cut across the sky and landed steadily on the rooftop of the Dark Sky Chamber of Commerce. Z, who had been waiting here for a long time, personally became the guide. After all, if someone else were to assist, it might displease Qianyu. After Qianyu landed and glanced at Z, he said, "Lead the way. I will personally verify the ticket." Z opened the rooftop door in front and then pressed several times a doorknob, then rotated many buttons, and finally turned a mural on another wall. With a rumble, the mural opened from the middle, revealing a spatial passage to the 7th floor. If someone who doesn't know the mechanism were to encounter it, they might just see it as an ordinary mural. Furthermore, if they happen to activate the mechanism and press the wrong button, it would trigger an alarm system, marking their soul aura by the entire Dark Sky Merchant Association and leading to imprisonment in a death cell. It is worth mentioning that each branch of the Dark Sky Merchant Association has 7 levels. From the outside, it appears to have 6 levels, while the core of each Dark Sky Merchant Association is located within a spatial rift. The time stream is abundant with fragments of space and time. And the headquarters of the Dark Sky Merchant Association is a glaring 9th floor, also referred to as the 9-story demon tower by the people of the central region, because the entire 9th floor houses the specimens of all the creatures defeated by the dark demon evil god tiger before the great catastrophe, which are also called demons. But that is a story for another time. Z.E. said, "My lord, please allow me to personally guide Lord Qianyu to the core of this branch association." The 7th level. Chapter 15. Verification. Departure. Qianyu arrived at the 7th level of the dark sky and walked over to the central round table. Compared to this mundane treasure made from the corpse of a soul beast that was an entire millennium-old golden silk nanu plant, the flowing golden light emanating from it was nothing compared to the slightest shimmer of a bird ticket. Each strand of golden light from the ticket was forged from the essence of millions of evil souls using special techniques. As the saying goes, The extreme of yin is the beginning of yang. When evil souls are refined to a certain extent, they can reverse from yin to become yang souls that can nourish soul power, also called inquiry souls. Their effect can nourish the soul and enrich its power. And every 10 strands of flowing light can generate a main soul. With the past experiences of these 10 main souls seeping into the bearer's body in the form of energy, it can be said to be not only a symbol of identity, but also a miraculous artifact for rapid cultivation. Qianyu cautiously used his soul power to lift the ticket, not daring to even breathe, because he knew that even a powerful being like him could only admire it. The more powerful one is, the more they understand the complexities behind it, what it represents, and what status it signifies. If it were possible, it could even lead to the downfall of an entire merchant association. While everyone knows that this ticket is an all-powerful pass, only one replica has ever been made in the world, which is number 50, replicated by 27 masters of imitation from a secret realm following the same steps. However, even when the 27 masters voluntarily surrendered, they could escape death but not life imprisonment. To demonstrate the inviolability of the ticket, the landlord of the rented house, all the previous owners of that house, and everyone who had spoken to them, along with the entire 11 clans, were exterminated, totaling 144 non-pure blood dark demon evil god tigers, and 17 pure blood dark demon evil god tigers, including 190,000-year-old dark demon evil god tiger, along with 573 individuals from other races, which is indeed terrifying. This was also the main reason why Qianyu rushed over to verify its authenticity. He wanted to see whether this ticket number 51 was real or not. Qianyu activated his soul power and summoned the power sealed in his ring. He saw green soul power wrapping around the tip of his finger, and then the silver ring suddenly emitted a black-purple glow, exuding a powerful pressure in the air. A roar of a tiger was released along with a compressed air vortex and soul power, giving an overwhelming sense of oppression. Zi widened her eyes, looking at Qianyu in the front. Although Qianyu intentionally concentrated his soul power pressure in front of her, the irresistible, powerful pressure still shocked Zi. This force felt like a heavy mountain pressing down on her, causing her heart to skip a beat. Just as Qianyu focused his attention on the ticket before him, Zi, who had slightly relaxed, tensed up again, a hint of fear rising in her heart. Qianyu precisely controlled his soul power, guiding the black-purple soul energy from the ring into the black-golden card. The soul power sank into the card like a cow into the sea. After waiting for a moment, Qianyu looked at the unresponsive ticket and was momentarily stunned. He thought to himself, I can roughly determine that this thing is fake, but the craftsmanship is indeed exquisite. If this thing were to be exposed, it could even lead to a repeat of the tragedy from years ago. Just as Qianyu was about to put away the ring and turn to tell Zi to catch that little brat, suddenly, a loud tiger roar erupted from the ticket, like a king of the mountains. This roar pulled Qianyu back to the time when he foolishly challenged the 4 great war gods at their peak. At that time, he was full of confidence, believing he had the strength to stand at the pinnacle of the world, and thus challenged one of the 4 great war gods, Black Flame. He transformed into the dark demon evil god tiger, his body like a realm, blocking out the sky and sun as he took off. And the roar from the clouds shook the mountains and seas, creating waves of terror, like the pressure from a top predator on the lower tiers of the food chain. Qianyu seemed to see a sea of corpses and rivers of blood, witnessing the dark demon, evil god tiger standing like a deity in the clouds, his soul trembling incessantly. Qianyu was instantly bewildered, who said that the illusion in this card was merely a soul power projection at the level of the 6 attendants. Who said that? Step forward. Qianyu cursed frantically in his heart, thinking he had assumed this thing was fake and could trace the source to find the counterfeiting team. Striking a significant achievement. This ticket could evoke the original soul power of the dark demon evil god tiger, which must at least be a return to ancestor level dark demon evil god tiger over 400,000 years old, or 2 projections of 800,000 year old dark demon evil god tigers. Who would use this to counterfeit? Which counterfeiting team would dare to counterfeit like this? This is akin to the cost of counterfeiting 1 gold soul coin being 1,000 gold, and it cannot be done on an assembly line, only producing 1. Isn't that just pure foolishness? Qianyu lifted the ticket, gradually regaining his composure from the earlier shock. He looked at the ticket and then turned to hand it to Zi behind him. Although most of the soul power projection was blocked by Qianyu, only a sliver of projection was revealed, but Zi, being of low strength, could not withstand this mental pressure and remained standing there, seemingly stunned. Qianyu sighed. After all, It was because of himself, not knowing the severity of the situation, that he had drawn all the soul power from the ring into the card, resulting in this outcome. If it was because of him that the Branch S attendants became vegetative or foolish, he would feel guilty. Qianyu took out a white jade pendant from his pocket and gently flicked it with his fingertip. As he flicked it, ripples appeared on the surface of the pendant, and a fine mist, comparable to the thickness of a hair, began to emanate from it. Qianyu felt a pang of heartache, but still guided this wisp of white mist into Ziyi's forehead. After a while, Ziyi gradually awakened. Ziyi looked at the expressionless Qianyu and couldn't help but feel nervous. She immediately bowed and apologized. "I'm sorry, Lord Qianyu, I lost my composure. Please punish me." Qianyu waved his hand and said, "It's fine. Lead the way. Time is of the essence. This ticket is real. He is one of our most esteemed guests at the Dark Sky Merchant Association." Ziyi acknowledged and turned to lead Qianyu out the door. Qianyu followed closely behind, eager to see who held the ticket. As the elevator doors slowly opened, they arrived at the VIP room on the 4th floor. The environment here was elegant, with a faint scent of lavender in the air, forming a stark contrast to the chaos outside. Ziyi skillfully guided Qianyu through exquisite screens, eventually arriving in front of a meticulously decorated reception room. "Lord Qianyu, please." Ziyi respectfully pushed open the door. Inside, a young man dressed in a white outfit, Jiang Liuyan, was lying on the sofa with his eyes closed in a relaxed manner. Next to him, Qingyu was bending over to fan him, while a fruit platter rested on Jiang Liuyan's stomach. On the nearby table, there were 17 or 18 cups of drinks, with a straw sticking out of one of them. Jiang Liuyan was sipping from different cups and occasionally taking bites of fruit, looking quite content. Qingyu was taken aback by the sight of the young man in white lying on the sofa in such an unusual and eccentric position. Even with his extensive experience, he couldn't help but feel shocked at the relaxed demeanor of the man. He exchanged a glance with Zi, who immediately understood and called over Qingyu, who was fanning nearby. Qingyu poked Jiang Liuyan with the fan, and he slowly opened his eyes. "Mr. Jiang, this is someone from headquarters, Lord Qingyu." "Lord Qingyu, this is the owner of the Faniac, Mr. Jiang Liuyan," Zi introduced. Qingyu assessed Jiang Liuyan, who had now sat up and was preparing to stand. He couldn't help but be astonished by the young man's age. He looked barely an adult. How could someone so young possess such a ticket? However, it might not be the right time to ask questions. He understood the significance of this ticket and dared not be negligent. Treating it with the utmost respect, while also carefully suppressing his own soul power, fearing it might inadvertently harm the young man before him. "Hello, Mr. Jiang." Qingyu extended his hand and politely greeted him, while inwardly he thought it was amusing that in front of this ticket, he would be worth 20 of himself. When would he ever have the chance to shake hands with such a powerful person? Even if the person across from him had no strength and was just an ordinary beast, it would still be an honor for him. Jiang Liuyan held Qinyu's hand as a response and tried to ask, "What about my ticket?" Oh, it's here, it's here." Qingyu hurriedly summoned the black and gold ticket, carefully cradling it in her hands and respectfully handing it to Jiang Liuyan. Her actions were filled with reverence, as if she were presenting a priceless treasure. Although he didn't understand why the other person's attitude had shifted to be much more respectful than before, Jiang Liuyan had gone through several minutes of mental preparation and felt he had seen through the big picture. Moreover, he didn't sense any soul power from the person opposite him. Even connecting with his own Qingyu, he could feel a trace of soul power fluctuations. Jiang Liuyan thought to himself, could this guy be an ordinary person? He even claims to be from the central headquarters. Isn't he just someone who came down from the central headquarters to gain some experience? Could he be a rich second generation or a bureaucrat's child with no real skills? Does he have no ambition at all? Jiang Liuyan had internally looked down on this so-called rich second generation or bureaucrat's child countless times. If Qingyu knew she had been looked down upon so many times, she would probably be so angry she would cough up blood. "Dear Mr. Jiang Liuyan, what are your requests? The Intian Chamber of Commerce will do its utmost to serve you," Qingyu said. Jiang Liuyan mentioned preparing a vehicle for me to go to the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy. "Thank you. All right, please take a short break. Your exclusive vehicle is about to arrive at the Intian branch." After saying goodbye, Qingyu turned with Zi and left, leaving Qingyu there to continue fanning Jiang Liuyan. Qingyu summoned a communication stone from her spatial storage bag. "This is Qingyu, at the Intian Chamber of Commerce branch number 176. Is this the central headquarters of the Intian Chamber of Commerce? The operation code name is Flying Bird 51. The authenticity of the ticket has been confirmed. The headquarters is dispatching, arriving with the highest specifications. Please reply immediately upon receipt. Received came the response from the other side. Qianyu put away the communication stone and instructed Zi to lead the way to the 6th floor for a rest, as the method to open the 7th floor was too cumbersome, and Qianyu was too lazy to wait. When Qianyu sat down, Zi remained standing beside her, not daring to overstep in the slightest. Seeing that Zi had worked hard all day, Qianyu generously summoned a roll of bamboo slips from her storage bag and used her soul power to levitate it in front of Zi. I trust that you will treat the esteemed holder of the flying bird ticket with the utmost respect. As an exception, I gift you an item in my personal name. This item is a unique technique I created in my youth that will enhance your strength and is compatible with your physique. I hope you can contribute even more to the Tian Chamber of Commerce in the future. Zi was momentarily stunned, a trace of confusion flashing across her face. But she quickly showed an expression of overwhelming joy. She hurriedly bowed and said with barely concealed excitement, "Thank you, Master Qianyu, for the gift." Qianyu waved her hand, signaling for silence, and closed her eyes in contemplation. After a while, a special rumbling sound echoed above the Tian Chamber of Commerce. 2 guards, looking like attendants, descended from the rooftop and approached the 7th floor. Upon seeing Qianyu, the 2 guards quickly knelt half-heartedly and clasped their fists in salute. "Greetings, Master Qianyu." Qianyu waved her hand, signaling them to rise, then turned to Zi beside her and said, "Go ahead." Zi led the 2 guards to the VIP room on the 4th floor. With previous experience, she instructed the 2 guards to wait at the door while she entered first to take a look. Upon entering, she unsurprisingly saw Jiang Liunian sleeping there. Zi made a series of gestures to signal Qianyu to wake him up. Qianyu understood and gently poked Jiang Liunian, who suddenly woke up, jumping up from the sofa and asking, "What's wrong?" Qianyu couldn't help but smile at Jiang Liunian's reaction, but, considering the power of the person opposite, covered her face for a moment before returning to normal and pointed to the door, saying softly to Zi, "It seems the vehicle you need has arrived." "Oh, I see. I thought someone was trying to ambush me while I was sleeping," Jiang Liunian said as he walked toward the door, followed by Qianyu. Zi also took the hint and led the way in front, while the 2 guards followed silently at the end of the line. When they reached the rooftop, they realized just how luxurious the so-called VIP exclusive vehicle was. The vehicle at the center of the rooftop occupied the 5 central parking spaces, showcasing its grand scale, like the brightest star in the night sky, instantly attracting everyone's attention. The car body was made of rare deep-sea blue obsidian metal, shimmering with a deep and mysterious gloss as the light flowed, each reflection resembling the shimmering waves of the deep sea, captivating and mesmerizing. The front of the vehicle featured a streamlined design, poised like a cheetah ready to pounce, inlaid with a badge of the Tian Chamber of Commerce made up of hundreds of dazzling diamonds, sparkling under the afterglow of the sunset, proclaiming its extraordinary status even amidst such a colossal entity as the Tian Chamber of Commerce. The soul-guided lamps on both sides shone like the brightest stars in the night sky, illuminating the path ahead, seemingly able to see into the hearts of people, making them hesitant to gaze directly at its brilliance. The 2 guards led Jiang Liunian forward until they reached the enormous flying vehicle. The car door slowly opened without the traditional mechanical sounds, only a gentle and techy wave of air, as if even the air was making way for this vehicle. "Extremely luxurious," Jiang Liunian exclaimed in surprise and then walked into the spaceship. Inside, it was extravagantly luxurious, with a giant crystal serving as a display screen, providing a view of the most realistic surroundings, even featuring a soft carpet. Countless varieties of fruits, drinks, and wines were available, showcasing extreme opulence. "Shall we begin our journey?" a guard asked cautiously. Jiang Liunian responded with a sound, and soon the spaceship slowly ascended, soaring into the sky. The destination was the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy. Chapter 16. Just entering the academy. After a relaxing, comfortable, and slightly thrilling journey, regarding the thrill, it was because Zi said that Jiang Liunian was a VIP client of the Tian Chamber of Commerce, and unilaterally gave him 2 life-saving items from the treasury. One was an ordinary jade that could ward off calamities, a causality-related item, and the other was a Peachwood waste token that sealed Lord Qianyu's full power attack. It could be released for an attack if crushed at a critical moment. These 2 items were indeed given with care. The thrill came from Zi gritting her teeth, believing that the green fish beside her might achieve greater success with Jiang Liunian, and she decisively sent her successor to accompany Jiang Liunian, allowing him to assist with chores. The Intian Chamber of Commerce also had a slight business partnership with the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy. So after years of operation, Zi had gained the qualification to recommend students from the Intian Chamber of Commerce to the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy. With a pained expression, she handed over the green fish to accompany Jiang Liunyun to class. However, on the way, the green fish gradually returned to its true nature, becoming a curious baby. Pressing this and poking that. Unexpectedly, it accidentally triggered a hunting ultrasonic sonar device, which was specially installed to cater to clients with hunting preferences. After all, Jiang Jinyan was only 18 years old, and this sonar directly attracted a void star-eater bird that had not transformed for 5,000 years. Its wingspan was almost a quarter of the spaceship's length. The large bird quickly crashed toward the spaceship, but fortunately, there was a 30,000-year-old mixed-type dark demon evil god tiger acting as a bodyguard to fend it off, so there was no real danger. However, it startled the green fish greatly, and seeing her like that, Jiang Liunyun couldn't bear to blame her, so he let it go. After a long time, Jiang Liunyun's gaze was firmly locked onto the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy, which floated in the air. His heart was filled with curiosity about the unknown world and eagerness for the upcoming academic challenges he would face at the academy. The spaceship gently piloted to the academy's designated aerial port, and a steady, ancient aura enveloped him, as if every stone slab and every breeze carried with it a long history and profound heritage. The cabin door slowly opened, and Jiang Liunyun was the first to step out of the spaceship, closely followed by Qing Yu and several guards. The ground beneath their feet trembled gently under the arrival of various spaceships, seemingly welcoming everyone. At the entrance of the academy stood a massive stone sculpture, imposing in form, depicting the patriarch of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger clan, the true body of the mythic figurine. It was not only the most eye-catching landmark within the academy, but also a symbol of the glory and power of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger clan. This statue, weathered by the passage of time, still emitted a faint dark purple glow, like the brightest star in the night sky, guiding every student within the academy forward. The statue stood about 10 zhang tall, intricately carved, with every detail revealing the artisan's exquisite craftsmanship and deep understanding of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger clan. The tiger's head was held high, its eyes wide open, seemingly imbued with wisdom that could perceive all things in the world and an indescribable majesty. Within its profound gaze, dark purple lightning seemed to swirl slowly, hinting at the mysteries of power and destruction. The slight curve of its mouth formed an enigmatic smile, both disdainful of challengers and expressing hope for the future of the clan. The tiger's body was robust, with muscular lines that were fluid and full of explosive power, each muscle seemingly containing the strength to shake mountains and rivers. Its dark purple fur shimmered with a metallic sheen under the moonlight, both mysterious and dangerous. Its limbs were thick and powerful, with claws sharp as blades, seemingly ready to tear apart any obstacles. The tail curled into an elegant arc, with the scorpion-like tip gently touching the ground, embodying both restrained power and perfect balance. The statue's base was made of obsidian, intricately carved with complex totems and ancient runes. These totems and runes appeared to be a bridge connecting the past and the future, telling the glorious history and immortal legends of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger clan. Every evening, as night fell and a gentle breeze passed, these totems and runes seemed to tremble softly, emitting a deep and distant echo, like an ancient ballad resonating in the skies above the academy, allowing every listener to feel the call and heritage from the ancient times. Its eyes, seemingly capable of seeing into the hearts of people, instilled a sense of awe in those who arrived for the first time. Jiang Liunyun couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration in his heart. It is important to know that the existence of the Dark Demon Evil God, who is as crucial to the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger clan as Jerusalem is to the west, and founded the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger clan and led them to their peak period. At the same time, during a critical moment for the survival of his race, he made the right decision to trade with the God of time and space, bringing his people to settle in the time-space rift. And his great achievements are worthy of eternal remembrance by the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger clan. After passing through a light gate embedded with complex runes, Jiang Liunyun and the others arrived at the enrollment hall of the academy. Inside the hall, people came and went, and various young faces were filled with a mix of anticipation and nervousness about the future. In front of the registration desk, several staff members in academy uniforms were busy processing the new students' paperwork. Jiang Linyan stepped forward, handed over his admission notice and identification, and the staff member, after quickly reviewing it, couldn't help but exclaim, "Are you the Jiang Liunian rated as 3S?" Instantly, the entire hall fell silent, and then whispers began to circulate. Is he the 3S? The one whose bloodline is so rich that even the time crystal has reacted? Let me through, I want to see. He looks too young. Is this really the 3S? Feels so ordinary. Don't you think he looks a lot like it? Could he be Anne's illegitimate child? You really aren't afraid of death. Daring to spread rumors about it. The Defense Army, there's a walking 500,000 here. Come quickly. I must say, the young man is quite handsome. As the situation escalated to an uncontrollable level, the voices of discussion around grew louder. Only then did the young fish beside Jiang Liunian realize why he had a bird ticket. It was no joke, with such a concentration of academic lineage, let alone birds. Even the president of the Intian Chamber of Commerce would have to smile and offer the entire chamber to him. Jiang Liunian looked at the admissions girl across from him and smiled helplessly. He never expected that his seemingly ordinary awakening power would actually be rated this way. Before this, he always viewed himself as an ordinary person. The girl also seemed to realize she had made a mistake, and respectfully handed him a jade token engraved with the Academy's emblem, along with a detailed freshman guide. Jiang Liunian felt the increasingly noisy crowd around him. He grabbed his token and, taking advantage of the fact that no one outside noticed, slipped into the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy with the blue fish. Welcome to the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy, Jiang Liunian. Please follow the instructions on the guide to proceed to the new student reception area to complete the subsequent registration process. The staff inside, even hearing the huge noise outside, were not affected at all. Her voice remained gentle and full of enthusiasm. Jiang Liunian nodded, turned around, and headed to the freshman reception area with you and the guards. There, they not only received information about their dormitory assignments, but were also informed about a special traditional freshman trial. The content of the trial would be randomly generated based on each freshman's abilities, aimed at testing their potential and courage, while also serving as an initial assessment of their strength by the Academy. During the dormitory allocation, Jiang Liunian unexpectedly received an independent courtyard located on the back mountain of the Academy, boasting excellent scenery. Jiang Liunian and Qingyu named the courtyard Li Yuxiu Courtyard. Although the courtyard was not large, it was well equipped, and numerous magic arrays for cultivation and defense were arranged around it, clearly indicating the Academy's meticulous care for outstanding students. After settling their luggage, Jiang Liunian decided to familiarize himself with the environment and took a solitary stroll around the Academy. Along the way, he witnessed various cultivation scenes. Some were meditating on the grass, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Others were engaged in fierce duels in the arena, competing in martial skills, and some were buried in books in the library, exploring the ocean of knowledge. All of this left Jiang Liunian deeply impressed and further strengthened his determination to study hard for 4 years here. As night fell, Jiang Lian stood on the terrace of the courtyard, gazing at the Academy under the starry sky, which had taken on another mysterious veil. In the midst of tranquility, the lights below the mountain gradually brightened, twinkling in response to the stars above, weaving a warm and dreamy night scene. A gentle breeze swept by, bringing a refreshing chill. The protagonist stood by the window, looking at this world that was both familiar and unfamiliar, filled with endless fantasies about the future. The night deepened gradually, and Li Yuxiu Courtyard became even quieter under the gentle caress of the moonlight. The two, after a day of fatigue, fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 17. A small accident early the next morning. Jiang Liunian, as usual, got up in the morning to exercise, but instead of running around the town as before, he switched to mountain training. The uphill physical training and the extravagant fruits he had at the Dark Sky Chamber of Commerce on the 4th floor yesterday made it a bit hard for him to keep up. Running 40 kilometers made Jiang Liunian break a bit of a sweat. After all, being a soul beast, his physical strength was unmatched by ordinary people. One of the most important rules of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger clan is to train the body, because the innate skill inscribed in their bones, the life and death arena, relies on powerful physical strength to exhaust the soul beasts they hunt. Therefore, Jiang Liunian has always been training his body, whether it's morning runs, climbing mountains to gather herbs, or even studying the books of Mo Ju. After an hour, Jiang Liunian returned to his small courtyard with the dumplings, fried dough sticks, and soy milk he bought from the market. The blue fish had already gotten up early and was tidying up the table, Jiang Liunian's bedding. In the weeds in the courtyard, Jiang Liunian looked at the tidy little courtyard and couldn't help but feel happy. Sometimes he thought, If only it could always be like this, going out to exercise every day, wandering around, and then coming back to have breakfast, with her cleaning the house at home. Life would be so pleasant. Qingyu noticed Jiang Liunian staring at her, unsure of what he was thinking, but she wasn't annoyed. She walked over gracefully, took the breakfast from Jiang Liunian's hands, and said, "You sit in the courtyard for a while. I'll go heat this up," which pulled Jiang Liunian back from his daydreaming. Jiang Liunian had breakfast and thought about taking a stroll around the campus again. Yesterday, in a hurry, he only saw part of the buildings. So today he must explore the entire academy, Jiang Liunian thought. For someone like him, who had a streetwise mentality, staying at home was simply torture unless there was something more appealing to draw him in. Jiang Liunian walked down the mountain path toward the outer courtyard, seeing that the people who had registered around him were gradually arriving in front of the mountain gate, their figures scattered, creating a sea of people. It seemed that he was among the earliest batch of students to arrive, Jiang Liunian thought. Jiang Liunian squeezed through the crowd. Wanted to take another look at the dark demon statue of the evil god tiger. There was no other reason. It was just too imposing, and he really wanted to take a photo as a keepsake. When Jiang Liunian reached the obsidian base of the statue, he realized the height difference. Even in his maximized original form before consuming the transformation herb, he was only about 1/8 the height of this obsidian base. Standing in human form in front of the base, he felt like an ant. Jiang Liunian exclaimed, "It's truly magnificent and imposing." After using a photo stone to clearly capture the details of the statue from hundreds of meters away, Jiang Liunian walked through the side door towards the inner courtyard of the dark demon, evil god tiger. The inner courtyard is divided into many areas, including a teaching area with 28 main buildings and 36 auxiliary buildings. The various floors are connected by passages or sky bridges, intertwining and mixing together, creating a unique aesthetic with towering buildings and intricate pathways. The tallest teaching building has 61 floors, resembling a sharp sword piercing into the clouds. In fact, this teaching building is a magical artifact designed to prevent spatial rifts, specifically spanning across the 8 core areas of the central region. In the entire secret realm, there are 7 other secondary cores, 1 main core, and countless stone pillars supporting the outer perimeter of the secret realm. Looking next to the library, its exterior is constructed from rare obsidian and white jade. During the day, the white jade emits a soft and warm glow, like the first rays of sunlight at dawn, warm and full of hope. However, when Jiang Liunian visited the market last night, he noticed that the library's appearance was even more astonishing. The obsidian seemed to absorb all surrounding light, making the entire structure appear even more mysterious under the moonlight, as if it were hidden in the moonlight. Draped in a veil called night, Jiang Liunian unknowingly walked into the martial arts training ground, where various students were engaged in combat. Some transformed into their original forms and fought fiercely, while others remained in human form, exchanging deadly blows without causing any actual harm, adhering to the principle of stopping just short of inflicting real injury. The goal was to win through skill rather than relying on physical strength, waiting to strike at the opponent's vital points when the time was right. Alternatively, 2 individuals might stand on the ring, staring at each other, motionless, waiting for one to make a move before countering, embodying the strategy of remaining still while the enemy does not act. Jiang Liunian was lost in thought and didn't notice a figure flying towards him. Suddenly, a large cloud of dust erupted from where Jiang Liunian stood. "What's going on? Who are you?" Even with Jiang Liunian's good temper, he couldn't help but feel angry at this unexpected object from the sky. "What is this flying object?" Jiang Liunian muttered to himself. "Hey, who are you calling?" At that moment, a middle-aged man suddenly stepped down from the arena and grabbed the figure, while bowing and apologizing. "Sorry, little brother. I lost control just now. Please forgive me." Jiang Liunian looked at the sincere person across from him. To be honest, he was unfamiliar with the area, and if that person decided to take advantage of him, he would be in big trouble. Fortunately, the person across seemed reasonable. Jiang Liunian glanced at the middle-aged man opposite him, then looked at the boy who had just flown out and said, "I wasn't hurt much. Don't take it to heart." "Kid." The middle-aged man patted his shoulder. Chapter 18. A small accident continued. The sunlight dappled the ancient martial arts arena, and dust gently rose from the 2 people's argument, adding a touch of drama to this sudden confrontation. The woman who had just landed gracefully from midair, by Raoli, had long black hair cascading like a waterfall, and her delicate features became even more striking the moment she removed her protective gear. She pressed her lips tightly together, her eyes flashing with defiance and anger, as if the contained fury was about to erupt like a volcano. Jiang Lianyan stood by, a faint smile on his lips, but his gaze was as deep as the night sky. He didn't take Jiang Ruoli's anger to heart. Instead, he found the burly man opposite him utterly perplexing. The man, with muscles like cast iron, had just said to him, "Kid, you're not bad." Jiang Lianyan pondered, "Could it be because I'm too handsome?" The burly man was now helplessly standing between the two, glancing at the feisty little cat Jiang Ruoli, then at the calm and composed young man. "Shall easy be good? We can't just challenge others because we have some skills, especially someone like this young brother. Although this young brother is at fault, your attitude isn't good either." Li Tieju's voice was deep and powerful, clearly not wanting Xiao Lizi to confront the young man in white. From the burly man's perspective, after he had patted Jiang Lianyan's shoulders a couple of times, he had already made a preliminary judgment about Jiang Lianyan's physical strength. Although it couldn't compare to Bai Ruoli, who practiced martial arts day and night, Jiang Lianyan's physical strength was definitely the result of hard work. If Xiao Lizi faced him, especially when she was still angry, her chances of winning were even slimmer against someone so calm. Given the circumstances, the outcome of the battle was obvious. The burly man understood that winning and losing were common in battles, but he couldn't let her lose. It might leave a psychological shadow on her, which would diminish a significant part of his disciple's future. However, once Bai Ruoli's stubbornness kicked in, there was no pulling her back. Who does he think he is? Just someone boasting with words. I want him to know that in the face of true strength, any words are pale. Jiang Ruoli said, her soul power slightly surging, clearly ready to strike again. Seeing the situation, Jiang Lianyan suddenly felt something was off, not to mention whether he could win or not. Just dealing with his trouble was enough to keep him busy during school. He thought to himself, not good. However, Jiang Lianyan quickly calmed down. The reason was simple. It was the calming technique from the book. When doing carpentry, one must first adjust their own energy and calm their heart and thoughts. Only then can they create good works. In just a moment, Jiang Lianyan's mind became incredibly clear, and he began to think of solutions. Jiang Lianyan was not in a hurry to engage in battle. Instead, he slowly walked aside, repeatedly gauging the distance. His gaze intentionally and unintentionally swept over the northwest corner of the martial arts arena where the platform was located, the stage where the temperamental girl had decided they would soon determine the victor. If you truly wish to compete, I, Jiang Lianyan, will naturally accompany you to the end. However, there are many people here, and it's easy to hurt the innocent. Why don't we agree to meet on the platform in an hour to settle this matter? How about that? Jiang Lianyan's voice was calm and confident, as if the outcome was already decided, exuding a sense of determination for victory. The burly man, upon hearing Jiang Lianyan's words, thought he was suggesting that they each take a step back and apologize, mindlessly agreeing with yes, that's right. What? Can you say that again? The burly man suddenly realized, shocked. He had initially thought Jiang Lianyan looked calm, so he had given a bit of leeway, perhaps believing that if both sides took a step back, this matter could be resolved. He was also prepared to stop his own little apprentice and have Jiang Lianyan withdraw from the platform. But unexpectedly, Jiang Lianyan accepted the challenge. This was mind-blowing. Was it true that those in white were all scheming? He suddenly recalled the scarred, dark demon god tiger that had emerged from the rift in space-time, smiling brilliantly, and couldn't help but shiver. Could it be? Jiang Ruoli was taken aback for a moment upon hearing this, but soon a stronger fighting spirit replaced her surprise. All right, it's a deal. If you dare to run away, I will chase you to the ends of the earth, and I won't stop until one of us is dead. After saying this, she turned around and strode confidently towards the arena. Jiang Lianyan watched Bai Ruoli's departing figure, a mysterious smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Little one, don't you know what the best strategy is in the 36 stratagems? Of course, it's to leave. So, he leaped lightly, gradually outlining the layout of the duel arena in his mind. Fortunately, Jiang Lianyan had a strong spatial logic ability. He could remember a typical route after just one pass. Taking advantage of the time, Bai Ruoli turned around and walked several steps. In an instant, he transformed into a white shadow and disappeared at the other end of the martial arena, leaving behind a crowd of astonished gazes and murmurs. At this moment, in a corner of the river of time, a pair of eyes inadvertently spotted Jiang Lianyan's figure in the martial arena, and a meaningful smile appeared at the corners of their mouth. This kid is quite interesting. Don't run. Bai Ruoli, realizing she had been tricked, felt her suppressed rage surge like a volcano about to erupt, ready to burn Jiang Lianyan to ashes for escaping. Look at him, Master, he doesn't follow the rules. Master, all right. After all, he hasn't stepped onto the stage, and he didn't say when he would. Maybe tomorrow, the day after, or someday in the future. He's just playing word games. Don't take it to heart. The burly man comforted her. Scholars, they can be quite annoying, he muttered under his breath, clearly having been bullied by scholars before. Bairuoli glared in the direction Jiang Lianyan had vanished, stamping her foot angrily. You must be skinned alive. It's not worth your life. Jiang Lianyan barely managed to stop after flying 20 kilometers out of the duel arena. She probably won't chase after me anymore, he thought, really scared to death. That crazy woman, always challenging others to duels. If I encounter her again next time, I will definitely keep my distance as far as possible. After catching his breath, Jiang Lianyan randomly chose a direction to continue exploring the campus. To be honest, even the foreign languages department occupies an extremely large area, with numerous buildings resembling a forest of steel. Jiang Lianyan turned left and right, and eventually got himself lost. No matter how good his spatial logic was, he was helpless when surrounded by similarly looking trees. In the end, he wandered into a patch of primitive woods, surrounded by desolation as if no one had ever been there. Jiang Lianyan considered turning back, but then thought of the famous saying by a great person that there was originally no road in the world. The more you walk, the more it becomes a path. Since he was already here, it wouldn't make sense to go back. Little did he know that this forest was the core of the entire secret realm, and the surrounding restrictions had been reinforced over thousands of years, with thousands of magical formations and restrictions in place. If it weren't for the one who secretly altered the coordinates of the spatial rifts in the river of time and space, Jiang Lianyan wouldn't have been able to enter the core area so easily. He thought of it as a chance for the younger generation. As for why I can clearly know of Jiang Lianyan's existence, I had long engraved his soul in combination with the other races in the river of time and space, granting me the ability to monitor time and space. The other races do not have a fixed form. They might be insects, snakes, or even a tree. Thus, I spent thousands of years refining these alien forms, as the resonance of souls can link through the river of time and space, which is also how I can observe Jiang Lianyan's fundamental situation. Unknowingly, Jiang Lianyan found himself in a cave. Due to the changes in the terrain, I guided him safely to the cave where I had entered the saint level. Looking at the dark cave entrance, Jiang Lianyan ultimately decided to explore it, thinking that it would be too regrettable to miss out on any good things inside. The cave was extremely dark, but with his awakened affinity for darkness, Jiang Lianyan could even see 10 meters ahead. With the increase of dark elements, perhaps he could eventually achieve a visual distance of kilometers in the dark. But that was a matter for later. The moment he stepped into the cave, a chilling cold rushed towards him, mixed with a faint scent of soil and minerals. The light inside the cave was dim, with only a few rays of sunlight seeping through the gaps from the outside and the occasional flicker of fluorescent stones on the cave walls, adding a touch of mystery and unease to the dark space. The surrounding stone walls were slippery, and water droplets occasionally fell, producing a crisp echo that made the silence feel even more expansive. Jiang Lianyan slowly advanced while touching the wall, not daring to show any signs of negligence, as no one could predict what might be in this cave. As he went deeper, he soon encountered the first challenge, a seemingly ordinary stone door that hid secrets within. The door was engraved with complex runes that seemed to require a specific sequence or power to open. He observed carefully, but ultimately gave up due to his lack of knowledge in ancient script, as the West was the weakest among the 5 regions in ancient script studies, being more focused on practical living. Looking at the enormous stone door before him, Jiang Lianyan couldn't help but sigh, realizing that this thing ultimately did not belong to him. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. A giant python appeared before Jiang Lianyan, speaking human words. It said, "Young one, I guard this place. If you answer one question correctly, I will teach you how to open this door. Ask away." Jiang Lianyan, unwilling to let the treasure slip away, replied, "All right." The giant python responded, "Do you acknowledge that the world's number one, the invincible cosmic being, the dark demon priest of the secret realm, who is unmatched, possessing both wisdom and beauty, courage and strategy, the wanderer of time and space, Lord C, is the most handsome in the world?" Jiang Lianyan is already prepared for a prolonged battle, as he is the only one in the entire secret realm. He could easily escape on his own, but he still answered me, admitting that he is the world's number one, invincible in the universe, with few rivals in the secret realm. He is the dark demon, evil god priest, embodying both wisdom and beauty, courage and strategy, a time wanderer, Master C, the unbeatable and most handsome in the universe. The giant python nodded and, using an ancient and obscure language, gradually awakened the sleeping stone door. The door slowly opened, revealing a narrow passage leading deeper inside. The passage was filled with traps, including suddenly collapsing floors, stone crevices that spewed poisonous gas, and underground rivers that seemed calm, but were actually swirling with hidden currents. Jiang Lianyan had to rely on his agility, exceptional intelligence, and unwavering will to overcome them one by one. At one point, when he nearly fell into the dark river, he quickly came up with a clever idea, using the rope and flying claws he carried with him to stabilize his position at the critical moment, narrowly escaping disaster. After traversing numerous hazards, Jiang Lianyan arrived at a vast hall. Here, the previous eerie and dangerous atmosphere was replaced by a dazzling spectacle. The ceiling was adorned with stalactites of various shapes, glowing under the light of fluorescent stones, resembling stars in the night sky, breathtakingly beautiful. In the center was a clear underground lake, its waters shimmering with a gentle blue light, reflecting the beautiful scenery of the ceiling, bringing a sense of peace and joy. Lin Yi stood by the lake, savoring this tranquility and harmony, as if his soul had been purified. Just as Jiang Lianyan was immersed in this serenity, a gentle breeze blew by, causing ripples to form on the lake's surface, and at the same time, an ancient stone platform slowly rose from the lake's center. On the stone platform was a delicate jade box, evidently the secret treasure left by a predecessor. With a sense of reverence, Lin Yi gently opened the jade box, which contained not only a 9-turn revitalizing pill and magical artifacts, but also an ancient cultivation manual recording the predecessor's lifelong cultivation insights and unparalleled martial arts techniques. Moreover, this predecessor had inscribed the words sacrifice on his memorial tablet. The knowledgeable Jiang Lianyan clearly remembered the coffins of past sacrifices, but he had never thought of C in that context. How could C's identity possibly be here? C was still working in the library. It was impossible for his remains to suddenly appear here. Jiang Lianyan remembered the 2 large characters on the tablet. Sacrifice. These 2 characters, ancient and profound, seemed to contain the sedimentation of endless years and the deep contemplation of predecessors. Jiang Lianyan gazed at them, a wave of unprecedented shock and curiosity surging within him. He slowly closed his eyes, allowing his mind to sink into a state of tranquility, attempting to touch and perceive the secrets hidden behind these 2 characters through his soul. In Jiang Lianyan's understanding, sacrifice was originally a ritual through which ancient people expressed their awe and gratitude towards the heavens and spirits. Yet at this moment, these 2 characters took on a different meaning in his heart. He began to contemplate that sacrifice was not merely an external ritual, but also a spiritual support and inheritance, a remembrance of the past, an expectation for the future, and a profound understanding of the essence of life and the laws of the universe. As his thoughts deepened, Jiang Lianyan seemed to feel an invisible force surging within him, a preliminary perception of the laws. He realized that the 2 characters for sacrifice essentially encapsulated the principle of the cyclical nature of all things in the world, the endlessness of life. Sacrifice is a tribute to the natural laws, an understanding and alignment with the interplay of all things in the universe, the balance of yin and yang. During this process, Jiang Lianyan gradually comprehended that true power does not stem from external treasures or martial skills, but from an inner profound understanding and mastery of the laws. Just a superficial understanding had already led to such a significant enhancement in my strength, Jiang Lianyan thought, reflecting on the terrifying strength of the person who left these 2 characters. Meanwhile, he took away the tablet, muttering, "Predecessor, please do not blame me. Please do not blame me for the disturbance." And then he thoroughly searched for elixirs, secret manuals, and even cleared out the meditation cushion, checking the walls for hidden compartments with great detail. Chapter 19. With nothing to do, the martial arts competition begins. After Jiang Lianyan searched the entire cave for supplies, he swaggered out of the cave, thinking to himself, jokingly, that treasures of heaven and earth belong to those with the ability to take them. Why should he be timid? What? Am I feeling guilty for taking this? Nonsense. I'm completely at ease. Although the figure in the river of time had anticipated this. Watching him knock on every stone wall and scrape the dust off the floor tiles still made him feel a bit embarrassed. If this kid has something that can store items, wouldn't he just pack up all the stone walls of the cave? This kid is definitely stronger than I was back in the day. Jiang Lianyan turned left and right, guided by the external manifestation of that figure, and walked out of the forest. As he took that step out of the forest, the woods behind him gradually faded and disappeared into the garden. Jiang Lianyan felt something was off. When he turned back to look, there was still a forest, with only the cobblestones underfoot leading to the pavilion behind him. The vast and intricate primeval forest had vanished without a trace. Jiang Liuyan suddenly felt he might have encountered a ghost wall. His first reaction was to check if the treasures and martial arts manuals he had stored in his bag were real. He used his spiritual sense to probe into the storage bag, carefully examining everything. After confirming that everything was still there and genuine, Jiang Liuyan let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, everything was intact. Otherwise, it would have all been for nothing. Regardless of whether the forest had disappeared or not, Jiang Liuyan felt quite good. He could casually stroll around the campus and find such valuable items, which was really nice. So he stopped wandering aimlessly, identified his location, and walked towards his little courtyard, thinking that these treasures needed to be hidden away. Would have the guts to carry them without fear of being robbed. Jiang Liuyan returned to the courtyard and poured out all his harvest in one breath, startling the nearby Qingyu, who wondered if he had stolen something from the sect's treasure vault. Where did all these precious materials come from? Jiang Liuyan smiled and simply said, "These are all ours," which made Qingyu's heart race. She certainly didn't want to be captured and tortured as soon as she entered the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy, only to have her cultivation abolished and locked in a death cell. Just thinking about it was terrifying. So, her hand unconsciously moved to the academy token at her waist, hoping to report him to the law enforcement team for righteous punishment. And perhaps if she performed well, she could be released 2 years early. Just as Qingyu's hand brushed against the waist token, Jiang Liuyan felt something was off. No, put your hand down. Don't be so nervous. I found all this in a cave. That cave clearly looked like an abandoned ruin. What do you think I am? I don't have the guts to steal from the Merchant Association. Be good. Listen to me. Put your hand down. Jiang Liuyan suddenly stood up, slowing down his tone for fear of accidentally provoking the blue fish opposite him. He dialed the law enforcement team's phone number. If it came to that, these things might be confiscated, and that would be a waste. The blue fish looked suspicious, as if to say, "Is that true? You're not lying to me, are you?" Jiang Liuyan said with a righteous face, "When have I ever deceived you? I'm the kindest person. I usually don't lie, really. Just look at me." Qing Tian seemed to let down her guard and took her hand off the waist badge. "That's more like it," Jiang Liuyan continued, as he found a white, crystalline flower among a pile of items on the ground. It looked as pure as a green lotus and gave off a refreshing and elegant aura. This herb was the Shui Xianyuji Gu, known for being grown in pots. It was unclear why it had survived outside the ice and fire dual eyes. But this flower thrived in its pot, which appeared to have cracked from lack of water for hundreds of years, yet it was still alive and well. The age of this herb was estimated to be around 3,000 years, making it perfect for Qing Tian to absorb, as it was known for its main effects of nourishing tendons and bones, strengthening the human skeletal structure, and making the user more resilient and powerful. In addition to nourishing tendons and bones, Shui Xianyuji Gu could also regulate the body's meridians, promote blood circulation, and enhance the user's constitution and internal strength. It was an extremely rare herb, likely able to extend Qing Tian's soul power lifespan by about 2,500 years, and with gradual absorption of its medicinal properties. It might even reach 3,000 years. This way, she could break through to the 9,000-year mark, further improving her strength. After all, she was one of the few fellow townsfolk who had come with him from the Dark Sky Merchants Association, so he needed to take good care of her. Jiang Liuyan thought. Qing Tian was taken aback, gazing at the flower, which was charming and adorable, and then said, "Is this flower meant to be nurtured? I'll go change its soil right away." Jiang Liuyan couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. Indeed, if it weren't for the knowledge he had gained from the book Heavenly Secrets Transformation by Zhu Mo, which covered various topics such as machinery, carpentry, physics, herbs, alchemy, talismans, and formations, he wouldn't even recognize these herbs, let alone know how to use them. Who would have thought that a regular pot of flowers on the table could be a treasure from heaven and earth? Stop. This thing is meant to enhance your strength. If you want to grow flowers, just go to the back mountain where there's a whole patch, he said irritably. But these flowers are different. They look so beautiful. These flowers can enhance your strength. You decide what to do. All right then, I'll just munch on them. Qingyu's eyes sparkled green. After all, the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger clan had always valued strength. Even someone as naive as her dreamed of one day skyrocketing her power and becoming an unparalleled strong being. The herb called Water Fairy Jade Skinbone has a special method of consumption. You need to eat only the petals and, at the end, suck on the stamen while using soul power to stimulate absorption. To ensure its medicinal effect can be fully realized, Jiang Liuyan explained. Upon hearing the instructions, Qingyu couldn't help herself and immediately began to absorb it according to the method. In an instant, a powerful aura emanated from around her body, gradually merging with the pharmacological properties of the water fairy jade skinbone. So fast, Jiang Liuyan couldn't help but feel a bit shocked. Jiang Liuyan was shocked, but he continued to squat down and see if there were any heavenly materials and earthly treasures that he could use. Dragon blood grass? It's just trash, suitable for coloring furniture at best. The purity of the dragon's blood is even inferior to that of Sun Sanyao's dog. That wooden table turned out to be enlightenment wood. I can't believe it. Who would have thought that something that looks like a 90s wooden table would actually be a new product from Balenciaga? This feeling, this large piece of enlightenment wood is enough to comprehend one, no two. Laws, Jiang Liuyan said excitedly. And this, I misjudged it. The things in this porcelain vase are ordinary, just some broken illusion pills to dispel inner demons. But the glaze on top is a good thing. A rare, calming incense that is hard to come by. The quality seems to be mainly dragon's blood incense, the kind that's 400,000 years old. Jiang Liuyan couldn't help but grin, wishing he could hold the porcelain vase and shout, 99% rare item. Trash, the broken sheepskin scroll. The cultivation method is of low grade. Trash, broken glue. Not even good for sticking wood, it just makes your hands sticky. Still trash. This thing doesn't provide any enhancement to my physique. It's okay for the blue fish, but if the blue fish ends up with a muscular body, I won't have anywhere to cry. No, I can't give it to him. I'll feed it to the pigs in the back mountain pig pen. If I want to eat guabao roe, lean meat is better. Jiang Liuyan thought. If these words were to be heard by the one from the river of time and space, he would inevitably spit out a liter of blood. Although he also looks down on these things, they were exactly what he most wanted at that age, and now they are being picked through by this brat. How dare he? After Jiang Liuyan picked the remaining items, only a few things were left. The first was the poison pill, the 1,000 poisons source pill. The second was the balance toxin, the 100 herbs revitalizing pill. The third was the so-called extreme cold toxin, a small polar pill made from 81 kinds of extremely cold medicinal materials. The fourth was the so-called extreme fire toxin, a small purgatory pill made from 81 kinds of extreme fire toxins. Eating any one of these 4 pills alone would undoubtedly lead to death, but consuming them together could absorb the maximum energy. The last pill, the fifth, was the source restoration pill, which could convert all of its energy through the operation of the yin-yang transformation technique and the innate skill of the life and death arena, transforming it into physical strength that acts in reverse on its past to change its constitution and alter the timeline. Since the dark demon evil god tiger clan live in the secret realm of the river of time and space, they could directly access the laws of time. Therefore, the book The Change of Heavenly Secrets describes how the future self can change the past self through the laws of time, making the past self's body stronger to accommodate more spiritual energy, thereby positively feeding back into the future self and making it stronger. This causal law cultivation technique might have the possibility of being cultivated within oneself. If successful this time, then the physical body from one's childhood would continuously grow stronger until it reached its limit. Without hesitation, seeing that the blue fish was also at the final step of absorbing the water immortal jade skin bone, Jiang Liuyan decided not to care about her anymore, leaving her to absorb it slowly. The remaining items were not particularly dangerous. After all, they were immortal herbs, and eating one wouldn't cause the blue fish to explode. Why worry so much? Jiang Liuyan looked at the 5 pills in front of him, feeling both resolute and anxious. He admitted that there was an element of gambling involved, but he had no other choice. This was not just a life and death gamble. It was his only chance to break through his limits and rewrite his fate. To gain power, he would inevitably have to endure pain that ordinary people could not withstand, and this was the opportunity. Taking a deep breath, he picked up the first pill, the Chindu Suyuan Dan, which emitted a faint green glow. As the pill entered his mouth, an indescribable agony instantly swept over his entire body, as if millions of poisonous insects were rampaging within him, gnawing at his flesh and soul. Jiang Liuyan's face turned pale as paper, beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. But he gritted his teeth and did not let out a single groan. He activated the faint soul power within him, trying to guide the poison, but found it to be like an all-pervasive ghost, violently crashing into every inch of his meridians, as if the poison intended to destroy every cell in his body. Jiang Liuyan smiled slightly. Without destruction, there could be no creation. The more the poison destroyed, the more the next pill, the Baichao Shuming pill, could nourish his meridians. Just as Jiang Liuyan was about to be consumed by the poison's force, he fell to the ground, regardless of whether it was dirty, and quickly took the second pill, the Bai Chao Shuming pill, into his mouth. This was the fastest way he could think of to swallow the pill. Although it was a bit awkward, no one was watching. As soon as the pill entered his stomach, it transformed into a gentle stream, vigorously battling against the poison within him. The properties of the Bai Chao Shuming pill were mild, yet powerful. It neutralized the raging toxins one by one. Though the process was still painful, Jiang Liuyan could feel his life force gradually stabilizing. Next, he felt his meridian cells slowly reorganizing, the faint spark of life that had been nearly destroyed by the poison beginning to shine again. He quickly swallowed the third pill, the Ziyajidi Dan. This pill brought an extreme cold, as if he had been placed in a frozen cave for 10,000 years. His blood felt as though it was about to freeze, and every inch of his skin trembled. But Jiang Liuyan, with incredible willpower, guided this cold poison to his dantian, intertwining it with the previous poison and medicinal properties, creating an extremely strange state in his dantian. Then came the fiery kiss of the Ziyalin Dan. In stark contrast to the previous extreme cold, this pill brought searing heat, as if it intended to turn him to ash. Jiang Liuyan's consciousness began to blur, but driven by his desire for life. He forcibly drew this fire poison into his body, merging it with the previous poison and medicinal properties to form an unprecedented massive energy. Just when Jiang Liuyan thought he would be torn apart by these four extreme forces, he took out the last pill, the Subinhuan Yuan Dan. As soon as the pill entered his mouth, it transformed into a warm and mysterious force, slowly circulating within him. It seemed to possess the power to reverse the universe. Jiang Liuyan did not dare to be careless. In terms of medicinal properties, this Subinhuan Yuan Dan was even more substantial than the combined powers of the previous four pills. But it posed no harm to the body. It only used its medicinal power to draw on the surrounding laws to reverse his own energy. For an ordinary person, it would at most revert them to their strongest state and maintain that state, suitable for those with hidden injuries or long-term illness. However, the four massive forces within Jiang Liuyan, after taking the Subinhuan Yuan Dan, resembled a fuse ready to ignite. Any slight mistake could cause an explosion. Jiang Liuyan cautiously activated the Yin-Yang Zhuan Shun Fa, simultaneously awakening the hidden talent skill within him, the life and death arena. In that moment, Jiang Liuyan's body seemed to become a vast battlefield, where four extreme forces clashed fiercely, and he was the master of this battle. Through a profound understanding of life and death, as well as the ultimate excavation of his own potential, he gradually transformed these forces into the strength of his own body. Each transformation was accompanied by heart-wrenching pain, but his will became increasingly firm. Pain? Could it be more important than the determination to gain powerful strength? Jiang Liuyan guides the power through the life and death arena to influence his childhood self. His childhood self's body gradually expands and then compresses, continuing this cycle to train the physical strength to its peak. Little by little, he loosens the control over the life and death arena, allowing each version of himself at different ages, every slice of himself, to exert the maximum power he can control. Now, every punch thrown by Jiang Liuyan contains the strength of every version of himself over the past 18 years. Finally, when all the power has been absorbed and transformed into a part of himself, Jiang Liuyan's body undergoes a tremendous change. His muscles become tougher, his bones denser, and even his skin emits a faint glow. He seems to be reborn, becoming a completely new version of himself. Jiang Liuyan stands up and throws a punch, as if all the control over his muscles accumulated over 18 years is etched in his mind, requiring no further adaptation. He then looks toward his dantian, which now has 4 additional spirals of energy, further expanding to accommodate more soul power. And all of this is just the beginning. As his understanding of the causal law in the heavenly machine transformation deepens, he believes he can continually break through limits and elevate his physique to unprecedented heights. Jiang Liuyan was very satisfied with his changes and contentedly packed his things, while Qingyu had also early refined the medicinal power, reaching the limit of 300 years of soul power. Jiang Liuyan's current physical strength can be said to be invincible among his peers, and his soul power has a history of 16,500 years. For a student who can barely graduate from the primary academy of soul beasts in the full secret realm with a soul power of only 10,000 years, this level of strength is indeed not particularly outstanding. By the way, Qingyu has 9,300 years. Even though he is an ordinary person, he has a special permit from the Intian Merchants Association, allowing him to attend the Advanced Academy of Soul Beast for the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger. Both of them have increased their strength once again and are full of confidence for tomorrow's freshman martial arts competition. Chapter 20. Grand Martial Arts, Freshman Trial, the next morning. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled light on the martial arts arena of the Primary Academy of Soul Beasts in the full secret realm. The air was filled with a tense yet excited atmosphere. The freshman martial arts competition, a grand event that would determine the allocation of academy resources and the attribution of honors for the coming year, finally began. Jiang Liuyan stood shoulder to shoulder with Qing Yu in front of the audience, their eyes shimmering with the desire for victory. With the referee's command, the match officially began. On the arena, new students took turns to showcase their skills, each demonstrating their strength to secure a better class and obtain better resources. They were all eager to leave their names on the ranking list, but none of this could shake Jiang Liuyan's calm demeanor. He had already consumed 5 elixirs, transforming them into real strength, and he was destined to shine with his own colors on the stage. When it was Jiang Liuyan's turn to compete, he walked slowly to the center of the arena, each step steady and powerful, as if the entire stage trembled slightly upon his arrival. His opponent was a wind-type hybrid dark demon evil god tiger known for its speed. Jiang Liuyan caught from the introduction that it was a mutated soul beast, a crossbreed between a swift wolf and a dark demon evil god tiger, cultivating 2 different wind attributes. Suddenly, the opponent's figure flickered and transformed into an afterimage, charging at Jiang Liuyan. However, facing this torrential assault, Jiang Liuyan merely adopted a defensive stance, slightly turning his body to easily evade the attack. At the same time, he gently waved his right hand, and an invisible force pressed down like a mountain. The dark demon evil god tiger, wind disturbance, was caught off guard by this force and instantly lost its balance. But its exquisite control over the wind allowed it to stabilize its posture and avoid a particularly embarrassing fall. Wind disturbance steadied itself and looked at Jiang Liuyan, who remained in a defensive position at the center of the arena, as immovable as a mountain, with muscles like the foundation of an iron tower, perfectly integrated into his well-proportioned physique. Wind disturbance dared not be careless any longer. The previous punch had struck its ribs, which still ached, and it clearly sensed that Jiang Liuyan had slightly held back his power just before landing the blow. Even so, it wouldn't be able to withstand more than 3 punches before losing its combat effectiveness. With a self-deprecating tone, Wind Disturbance said, "Everyone says I could compete for a spot in the top 10, but that's all I can do." Jiang Liuyan looked confident and replied, "This move is my strongest killing blow. If you can take it, I will withdraw voluntarily." Wind Disturbance laughed heartily, its left hand generating a light blue cyclone that spun clockwise, gaining speed, while its right hand created a dark blue cyclone that spun counterclockwise at the same speed. These 2 cyclones, rotating in opposite directions at the same speed, began to absorb the spiritual energy from the air in an extremely peculiar manner, until Wind Disturbance spread its arms, causing the 2 whirlpools to collide around it. Wind Disturbance laughed, "You're the first person to make me use this move. If you want to surrender, now is your last chance." The audience gasped. Wind Disturbance was a seed player capable of entering the top 10, and its unique dual wind fusion technique only existed in confidential files. It had never been seen in action on the stage. While Jiang Liuyan was merely an ordinary dark demon evil god tiger who hadn't even fought in any notable battles. How could he force Wind Disturbance to use its signature technique? "I will not surrender. Bring it on," Jiang Liuyan said calmly. Wind Disturbance had never fully unleashed this finishing move and could not even estimate its power, so it steeled itself, bringing its hands together to merge the 2 cyclones. The eye of the storm collided, forming a powerful airflow. Wind Disturbance used its weak control over the wind element to slightly direct the cyclone towards Jiang Liuyan. But it was only a slight shift because, prior to this, Wind Disturbance had been cut by the wind elements like sharp blades while retreating quickly, causing it to bleed profusely. Jiang Liuyan looked at the cyclone before him, resembling a level 10 hurricane. Even from half the arena away, he could feel its overwhelming presence. To be able to forcibly unleash a soul skill not weaker than one with a foundation of 50,000 years with just 11,000 years of experience. Jiang Liuyan thought to himself that his opponent was indeed worthy of respect. Facing its soul skill head-on would be the greatest sign of respect to him. Jiang Liuyan's entire body was tense with muscles, which glimmered with a metallic sheen as they flowed. His feet seemed rooted to the arena, and as the surrounding hurricane was about to touch his body, Jiang Liunyin's clothes were flapping loudly. The closer the hurricane got to him, the more scars appeared on his body. His clothes were torn to shreds by the hurricane, but Jiang Liunyin remained unyielding amidst the storm. His powerful physique resisting the winds until he stood in the eye of the storm, then spun against the wind like a massive top. Eventually, the whirlwind gradually ceased, leaving him looking like a beggar, with his clothes shredded to rags, half squatting in the center of the arena like a primordial beast. The crowd gasped in astonishment. He actually managed to withstand the legendary technique of wind disturbance that only exists in secret teachings. Who is this guy? The black market's information needs to be updated. Such a dark horse hasn't even made the list. Leaning against the arena barrier, Feng Rao laughed. You're strong, Jiang Liunyin. Nice to meet you. Likewise, you are a worthy opponent, Jiang Liunyin replied as he stepped forward to offer a hand. Feng Rao took his hand without being coy and said, I will definitely surpass you, before leaving the arena. Jiang Liunyin won this battle. In the next match, he faced an opponent with no reputation, knocking him out of the arena with a single punch. In the following match, he faced someone with a bit of strength, but not much, and kicked him off the stage. Except for the match against Feng Rao, Jiang Liunyin dominated every battle with swift movements. Time and again, relying on his formidable physique and exceptional soul power manipulation, he navigated through hard confrontations and intricate techniques effortlessly, showcasing extraordinary strength. However, he always held back, not revealing his full power, as if waiting for something. Finally, in the last match before the finals, after waiting endlessly, Jiang Liunyin encountered the figure that left a lasting impression on him, Bairuoli. Bairuoli accidentally walked into the martial arts arena during her stroll and was struck by a flying Bairuoli. Fortunately, Jiang Liunyin's strong physique and quick reflexes spared him from significant harm. He had only made a casual remark, but Bairuoli, with ears sharper than a rabbit's, heard him and immediately challenged him to a duel. It had only been 2 days since then, which is why he remembered it so vividly. Jiang Liunyin secretly sighed in his heart. What a nemesis, but he did not dare to let down his guard. Who knew if the person opposite would seek revenge for past grievances? He could only respond to change with consistency. At this moment, the two stood facing each other, the air filled with an indescribable tension. Jiang Liunyin, I didn't expect us to meet here, Bairuoli said with a faint smile, though a fighting spirit flickered in her eyes. Yes, I also want to see if I can make up for that mistake from before, Jiang Liunyin replied calmly, though the fighting spirit in his eyes did not diminish. The battle was about to begin. Bairuoli did not rush to attack. Instead, she kept maneuvering, using her agile movements and unpredictable soul power. Compared to her strong physical body, after 2 days of calm reflection, Bairuoli decided to exhaust Jiang Liunyin's stamina first. After all, she had watched Jiang Liunyin's battles and understood that knowing oneself and the enemy leads to victory in every battle. She knew that his attack rhythm was one that could break through all techniques, so she had to exploit areas he was unfamiliar with. Jiang Liunyin, on the other hand, responded to change with consistency. He understood Bairuoli's intentions, so he was even more cautious while also looking for a chance to deliver a fatal blow. If one punch can solve the problem, why leave an opportunity for 2 punches to give the opponent a chance? Jiang Liunyin thought to himself. Just as both sides were at a stalemate, Bairuoli suddenly sprang into action, launching a meticulously planned attack. However, Jiang Liunyin had already anticipated her move. He stepped forward sharply, 5 cyclones within him spinning wildly, and an unprecedented force surged from his body, transforming into a shadow of a fist that shattered all of Bairuoli's attacks and sent her back several steps. What a powerful body! Bairuoli's expression changed slightly, but she quickly regained her composure, knowing that the real contest had just begun. Bairuoli triggered a soul power trap that exploded a cloud of dust on Jiang Liunyin's right side, obscuring his vision. After noting Jiang Liunyin's exact position, she held her breath, twisted her slim waist, and swiftly advanced with an extremely strange form of soft martial arts, pressing close to Jiang Liunyin's lower side and thrusting upward to the right. Jiang Liunyin suddenly felt something was wrong. Amidst the smoke and dust, he seemed to lose all his senses and became lost in darkness. The soul power trap set by Bairuoli was called All Senses Nullified. It could be entered through the respiratory tract, and even minimal contact with the skin could activate it. Therefore, Bairuoli held her breath and played a trick. You didn't come to the arena, so your end has waited for so long. Now you know how powerful I am, right? Bairuoli left a mark in Jiang Liunyin's consciousness, waiting for his senses to be unsealed so that he could directly see Bairuoli's message. Jiang Liunyin felt a bit anxious in his heart. After all, he was currently on the arena, and he had lost all 6 senses. If this continued, he would undoubtedly lose. Therefore, Jiang Lianyan instantly summoned a dagger and, holding it in his right hand, stabbed it into his left arm. Although he had no sense of touch or specific feelings, the enhanced strength gained in the life and death arena allowed him to have better control over his body, enabling him to accurately find his arm. With one stab, blood flowed profusely, which left by Ruoli, who wanted to teach Jiang Lianyan a lesson, utterly astonished. Jiang Lianyan guessed correctly. As long as there is intense pain, it can stimulate the body's protective system to restore the 6 senses. Although the poison by Ruoli used should still be in her body, it is likely no longer effective. Her primary objective now is to defeat her. Jiang Lianyan tore a strip of cloth from his outfit to bind his arm, absorbed a dagger from his storage bag, and stood barehanded with both palms facing towards by Ruoli opposite him, signaling for a duel. Jiang Ruoli was momentarily stunned, but quickly reacted. She couldn't help but be shocked by Jiang Lianyan's determination. However, after calming down, she was still angry and felt that she must personally defeat Jiang Lianyan on the opposite side. The subsequent battle became even more intense, with both of them exchanging blows and showcasing their strengths. Jiang Lianyan struck at by Ruoli with one punch after another, not just in one but in many bizarre ways. Through his control over his body in the arena of life and death, Jiang Lianyan could always push his physical limits to the edge. Just half an inch more could cause irreversible damage to his body, while half an inch less might mean he couldn't reach by Ruoli at all, unable even to graze her. Jiang Lianyan, with his extreme control over his physical body, always maintained the upper hand. Bai Ruoli was retreating step by step, shocked that the Jiang Lianyan she had seen just a few days ago was just a weakling. Her master had even told her that his physical strength was slightly inferior to hers. Yet in just a few days, the boy in front of her had undergone a qualitative leap. It was simply unreasonable. Jiang Lianyan attacked with hammers, strikes, sweeps, jabs, turns, and arm swings, all seamlessly executed, demonstrating his ultimate precision control. Bai Ruoli's arms were aching from the impact, and she was so stunned that she didn't even have a moment to think of a countermeasure. However, just as Jiang Lianyan was about to launch his final strike, Bai Ruoli finally reacted, stepped back, and detonated all the soul power traps she had set up. Suddenly, smoke billowed up, and Bai Ruoli took to the sky using the wings on her back. Jiang Lianyan already knew the weakness of the soul power trap. Holding his breath, he thought that a normal 10,000-year dark demon, evil god tiger soul beast could hold its breath for the duration of 2 incense sticks. The timing was just right. Jiang Lianyan thought, the hunting operation begins. Jiang Lianyan's figure flickered like a ghost, and in just an instant, he had flown across the entire arena. Strange. There was no one on the stage? There are no holes on the ground. Could it be in the sky? Jiang Lianyan wondered curiously. Jiang Lianyan tore open the gauze wrapping his wound and squeezed out about half a bowl of blood, then set it on fire. Suddenly, the arena was filled with smoke. What is he doing? Did he tear off the cloth strip because he thought he wasn't bleeding fast enough? How can you understand young Master Jiang's special actions? A bunch of short-sighted people. Young Master Jiang must have his deep reasons for doing this. You understand the most. Jiang Lianyan, you are indeed very strong, but I am determined to win the championship in this match. Bai Ruoli was flying in the air, thinking of countermeasures. Her wings were independent of her own energy supply, so she could still fly even when she was very tired. I want to see how you fly, completely unaware of the wisps of red mist drifting up from below, until it became thicker and thicker. Finally, Bai Ruoli felt her body losing control and fell down, her limbs stiff and lying on the ground, saying to Jiang Lianyan, I admit defeat. After all, Jiang Lianyan had just consumed 4 great poison pills, and there were still remnants of the drug's power in his blood. If ignited, it would fill the entire arena with steam, allowing him to win without a fight. Jiang Lianyan helped Bai Ruoli up and fed her an antidote. In the end, the two reconciled, as Jiang Lianyan not only subdued Bai Ruoli, but even provided her with the medicinal materials she had longed for. Chapter 21. Secrets and Hidden Illnesses. The next morning, although the sun was bright, it seemed unable to penetrate the heavy atmosphere in Bai Ruoli's bedroom. Inside the room, Bai Ruoli's face was as pale as paper, and her 5 elemental soul powers were severely out of balance due to the intense fluctuations from the previous night. In the finals of the new student competition yesterday, after Jiang Lianyan bled and burned his blood to vaporize the entire competition venue, it was understandable to use poison to win. Any means of winning is a good means. However, this poisonous gas from the blood acted like a fuse, igniting the hidden illness within Bai Ruoli. Her 5 elements were already in an extremely subtle state of imbalance, and before the new student competition, she had recklessly forced herself to increase her strength in the flame jungle, which allowed fire elements to invade her body, leaving hidden dangers in her heart. The 5 internal organs corresponded to the 5 elements, which further intensified her inner fire, causing her soul power to become chaotic. At this moment, she was like a candle flickering in the wind, her life force on the verge of extinguishing. Jiang Linyan sat by the bedside, his eyes filled with guilt and anxiety. He knew very well that all of this was because of him. If it weren't for the fact that the competition involved his own blood, Byruoli would never have fallen into such a dire situation. If other methods had been used, perhaps Byruoli wouldn't have ended up like this. He searched through all the ancient medical texts he could find, even mentally flipping through the pages and sentences of the few tricks he had learned, trying to find a way to save her, but to no avail. After all, not every medical book can correspond to this set of symptoms. For the condition characterized by excessive heart fire and chaotic soul power intertwined, he felt powerless, only able to watch as Byruoli's life force gradually weakened, and she became increasingly haggard. It was not surprising that the burly man patted the pale-faced Jiang Liunyan in front of Byruoli's bed. Jiang Liunyan was just an 18-year-old boy, and faced with such a situation, he could only feel guilt. Today marked the 3rd day he had been sleepless and tirelessly guarding by the bedside. Yet he still had no solutions, only sitting there at a loss. Just when despair was setting in, news came from the academy that the school committee had summoned Jiang Liunyan in person, saying they wanted to confer upon him the title of first place in the new student competition and grant him a reward. Jiang Liunyan felt even more frustrated and guilty upon hearing this news. What use is it for me to have won first place in the competition? The burly man sighed and said, "You go ahead, I'll guard this place. Perhaps this is fate. Don't worry, there will be a way." The burly man wanted to say more, but hesitated, ultimately offering a word of comfort. Jiang Linyan nodded slightly, gratefully glanced at the burly man, and then turned to leave. His steps seemed a bit heavy, as if he were carrying the weight of the entire world. Jiang Linyan stepped into the student council in a daze. But there was only one maid to greet him. The maid said, "You must be Jiang Liunyan, right? Please follow me. The meeting isn't here." Jiang Linyan nodded and followed the maid, walking all the way until they reached a spatial rift. The maid turned to Jiang Liunyan and said, "Once you pass through this rift, you'll know who wants to see you. I can't accompany you on the rest of the journey." Jiang Liunyan nodded, took a deep breath, as if laughing at some determination, and suddenly stepped into the spatial rift before him. Upon entering the rift, he found himself in a deep, seemingly endless corridor. As he walked deeper, he eventually arrived in front of a heavy black iron door carved with a vividly lifelike evil god tiger, its fangs bared and eyes shimmering with a ghostly green light, as if ready to leap out from the door and devour any creature daring to invade its territory. The doorknob was made of pure silver, intricately engraved, revealing an extraordinary texture. Gently pushing open the heavy door, the full view of the principal's office was revealed. The room was spacious and bright, yet warm, contrasting sharply with the chill outside the tower. The ceiling soared high, with a massive crystal chandelier hanging in the center, casting soft and warm light throughout the room. The walls were adorned with various certificates, trophies, and precious ancient scrolls, recording the glorious history and outstanding achievements of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy. The principal's desk was located in the center of the room, carved from a massive piece of obsidian, its surface smooth as a mirror, reflecting a cold gleam. The desk was piled with various documents, books, and an exquisite map, indicating the principal's busy work in life. Behind the desk was a high-backed chair with the evil god tiger totem carved into the backrest, and the seat covered in soft black velvet, appearing both solemn and comfortable. In one corner of the room stood a gigantic bookshelf, filled with a variety of books. From ancient magical tomes to the latest academic research findings, everything one could imagine. Next to the bookshelf was a reading table with 2 chairs, clearly intended for quiet study. The entire principal's office was filled with an indescribable atmosphere, encompassing both the profundity and vastness of knowledge, as well as the majesty and solemnity of power. Just then, a middle-aged man stepped out from behind the bookshelf. Jiang Liunyan recognized him from a few days ago when he visited the school history museum. This middle-aged man was the current principal of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy. He wore a smile, but there was a depth of meaning in his eyes. "Let me introduce myself," he said. "My surname is Gu. My name is Gu Ling, and I am the principal of this Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Advanced Soul Beast Academy." "Hello," Jiang Liuyan. Jiang Liuyan was momentarily taken aback, then respectfully replied, "Hello, Principal Gu Ling." The principal looked at Jiang Liuyan and then gestured for him to sit down at the principal's desk. He then took his seat in the main position and began the main topic. "Jiang Liuyan, I have heard about your incident with Bairuoli. Do you know that your impulsive action has affected many parties?" The principal spoke slowly, his tone carrying a hint of seriousness. "Principal, the student acknowledges his mistake and is willing to bear all consequences." Jiang Liuyan bowed in greeting, already sensing what was coming. He had anticipated the repercussions of severely injuring Bairuoli, and seeing her life force gradually weaken over the past few days filled him with unease. "The fault does not lie with you, but you must bear the responsibility." The principal waved his hand, shifting the topic. "Let's first talk about Bairuoli. Her grandfather has a long-standing grudge with me, but that is an issue of the previous generation and should not implicate the younger ones. Even Bairuoli's master, Cui Ru, the burly man, known as the Nine-Strength Demon Monk, appears to be strong in body but simple in mind. However, his body has been enhanced by Buddhist methods, and he recites scriptures daily. The Cui family, which was once a subordinate family to the Bai family, has now become a local power and is deeply concerned about this matter. I know you are anxious, and I have a method that can save Bairuoli, but you must go in person." Jiang Liuyan's eyes flickered with a glimmer of hope upon hearing this. Now that there was a way to remedy the situation, how could he not seize the last straw that could save Bairuoli? He quickly asked, "Please clarify, Dean, I will do my utmost." Deep in the Nine Heavens ice field, there is a Tianshan snow lotus. Its nature is extremely cold, and although taking it alone would allow the cold poison to invade the body, gradually diminishing its functions, it has special effects against fire poison and other ailments, especially in treating Bairuoli's injuries. However, the journey is perilous and long, so you must proceed with caution, the dean said earnestly, then added, "If you succeed, I will arrange for the Grand Elder to take you as a disciple. We have never met before, and I do not know you, but this is my way of addressing the Bai family. Even though I have old grievances with old man Bai, Bairuoli is considered part of my dark demon evil God Tiger Academy, and I cannot stand by and watch her die. If I were to personally intervene to save Bairuoli, the Bai family would not appreciate it, and they would not even allow me to touch her. However, I have seen your file. You have all 5 elements awakened and even show potential for resonance with spatial crystals. This path, the path to save Bairuoli, is an opportunity one am giving you to build a good relationship with me. You are the most suitable solution in this situation. As long as you obtain the Tianshan Snow Lotus, the Bai family, the Cui family, and the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy will all become significant support on your path of cultivation." Jiang Liuyan was deeply shocked, not expecting that there were such secrets between the principal and the Bai family. This conversation made Jiang Liuyan sort out their relationship once again. Jiang Liuyan carefully savored the moment, feeling immensely grateful. He immediately made a solemn vow to retrieve the Tianshan Snow Lotus and save Bairuoli from danger. The principal smiled and then randomly assigned Jiang Liuyan a B-level solo mission to investigate geological and weather changes in the Jotian ice field. The principal mentioned that the route had already been planned for him, and he only needed to set up signal collection soul guiding devices along the high mountains, which would complete his task. Moreover, the Snow Lotus was located on top of this high mountain. This B-level mission was merely a cover, with the true objective marked on the map. As he got closer to the Snow Lotus, his collection device would sense the elemental reaction it emitted, making it easier for him to harvest the Snow Lotus. Jiang Liuyan expressed his gratitude profusely and soon walked out of the principal's office, heading to procure equipment for the Nine Heavens ice plane. In a hidden corner, the principal snapped his fingers, and a concealed spatial crack attached itself to a strand of Jiang Liuyan's hair from 100 miles away. Several days later, under the guise of an external mission, Jiang Liuyan set out alone on his journey to the Nine Heavens ice plane. Jiang Liuyan said goodbye to Qingyu and prepared to go to the Nine Heavens ice plane. Jiang Liuyan repeatedly emphasized the dangers of the journey to Qingyu, but under Qingyu's persistent persuasion, Jiang Liuyan ultimately agreed. In Jiang Liuyan's heart burned an unprecedented determination and courage. He understood that this journey was not only about Bairuoli's life and death, but also the key to his own fate's turning point. After bidding farewell to the principal, filled with gratitude and heavy responsibility, he embarked on a solitary journey to the Nine Heavens ice field. Jiang Liuyan first carefully prepared, selecting the most suitable equipment for the extreme cold environment from the students. Specially made cold-proof clothing that can withstand temperatures below zero. a pair of ice claw boots with a built-in heating system to ensure steady movement on smooth ice, and those small yet precise signal collecting soul devices, which would become the key to completing his mission. As the morning light broke the dawn, Jiang Liuyan and Qingyu set off on their journey. The road was long and full of unknowns, but his mind was focused solely on saving Bairuoli. Crossing the vast snowfield, the biting cold wind felt like a knife cutting through, yet Jiang Liuyan's steps were unusually firm. He used the knowledge imparted by the academy to safely navigate around dangerous ice fissures and blizzard zones with Qingyu, each choice demonstrating his extraordinary wisdom and courage. During the journey, Jiang Liuyan faced unprecedented challenges. A sudden blizzard nearly engulfed him, but with his resilient will and excellent survival skills, he found a sheltered cave to temporarily take refuge. Inside the cave, he warmed himself using the dry rations and heat source stones he carried, while checking and repairing the damaged equipment to prepare for the journey ahead. After several days of arduous trekking, Jiang Liuyan finally reached the depths of the Nine Heavens ice plain. This was a world draped in silver, with ice crystals sparkling dazzlingly in the sunlight. Breathtakingly beautiful, yet fraught with danger. Following the map and guidance provided by the principal, he approached the high mountain that concealed the Tian Shan snow lotus step by step. As the altitude increased, the air became thinner, forcing Jiang Liuyan to slow his pace and carefully climb. Each step required immense patience and strength, yet he never wavered. Finally, at the summit of a cliff covered in ice and snow, he saw the legendary Tian Shan snow lotus. The snow lotus was crystal clear, with a thin layer of frost covering its petals, as if it were a carefully crafted work of art by nature. Jiang Liuyan took a deep breath and slowly approached. He carefully used a specially designed ice pick to dig away the surrounding ice and snow, fearing that a single misstep would damage this precious spiritual object. As the snow lotus gradually revealed itself, a strong elemental fluctuation began to manifest on the signal collecting soul device in his hand, confirming the principal's prophecy. Ultimately, after countless moments of racing heartbeats and beads of sweat, Jiang Liuyan successfully harvested the Tian Shan snow lotus. He carefully placed it into a specially designed, insulated box, as if cradling the flame of his own life. Looking back at this frozen land, Jiang Liuyan's heart surged with indescribable emotion and pride. He knew that he had not only completed a daunting task, but also saved a life, laying a solid foundation for his own path of cultivation. With the Tian Shan snow lotus in hand, Jiang Liuyan set off on his return journey. His heart was filled with hope and expectation, for he knew that with this Tian Shan snow lotus, Bairuoli's life was assured. When that crystal-clear snow lotus, exuding a faint chill, was carefully brought back by Jiang Liuyan, Bairuoli's life flame was nearly extinguished. Even though the Bai family used the 9 turns rejuvenation pill, a miraculous medicine said to bring the dead back to life, Bairuoli had only been hanging on by a thread, and no one had high hopes for the lotus. However, just as everyone was about to lose hope, the cold power of the Tian Shan snow lotus slowly infused into Bairuoli's body, miraculously stabilizing her chaotic soul power and extinguishing the raging heart fire. As time passed, Bairuoli's complexion gradually regained color, and her life force began to flow back. Finally, under Jiang Liuyan's protection, Bairuoli awakened, her eyes shimmering with the light of survival after calamity. The Bai family was overwhelmed with gratitude, directly promising Jiang Liuyan a personal commitment. Whenever and wherever Jiang Liuyan needed help, the Bai family would be there to assist him. Meanwhile, Cui Ru, the burly monk of the 9 powers, rarely showed a smile, praising Jiang Liuyan and expressing his willingness to impart more secret techniques to him. The Tian Shan snow lotus, which Bairuoli could not consume, was traded by the head of the Gu family, who had been injured in the past and needed the Tian Shan snow lotus along with 48 other medicinal herbs to craft a pill for healing. After searching for over 50 years without finding it, today's Tian Shan snow lotus could be said to grant the Gu family head a second life, and the Gu family would gain another 50 years of life because of it. Thus, the Gu family also promised Jiang Liuyan a unique commitment. After this incident, Jiang Liuyan not only won the friendship of the Bai and Gu families, but also rose to fame in the academy, becoming the focus of everyone's attention. His bond with Bairuoli and Qingyu could be considered a friendship for life. Chapter 22. An ordinary campus life worth remembering. Jiang Liuyan, Qingyu, and Bairuoli seem to be tightly connected by the red thread of fate. After undergoing trials of life and death together, their tacit understanding and friendship have aged like fine wine, becoming more fragrant over time. The first ray of sunlight in the morning penetrates the clouds and spills onto the ancient bluestone slabs of the academy, draping the new day in a layer of golden light. Jiang Lianyan, Qing Yu, and Bairuoli walk side by side on their way to the classroom, their steps steady and firm, with their eyes sparkling with infinite hopes for the future. One is Bairuoli, who has just been pulled back from the brink of death. Another is Jiang Lianyan, who played a crucial role in the search for the snow lotus. And the last is Qing Yu, the lucky one who accidentally discovered the Tianshan snow lotus in a cave. The morning sunlight filters through the window frames, illuminating every corner of the classroom, and the air is filled with a faint scent of books. On the podium, an elderly man with white hair slowly unfurls a scroll and begins to narrate the long history of the dark demon evil god tiger clan. Students, today we will delve into the origins and glory of the dark demon evil god tiger clan. Our ancestors were among the most powerful magical beasts of ancient times. Endowed with the ability to control dark elements and the powers of evil gods, the elder's voice is steady and magnetic, drawing the students into a bizarre world. Jiang Lianyan, Qing Yu, and Bairuoli were captivated, especially when the story described how the dark demon evil god tiger clan stood firm through various disasters, eventually becoming an undeniable force on the continent. Excitement sparkled in their eyes as they seemed to see their ancestors bravely fighting on the battlefield, a sense of glory and mission rising within them. Then the story continued with how the entire clan managed to survive during the Great Calamity. After class, the three of them sat together, discussing the knowledge they had learned. It turns out our ancestors were so powerful. I really hope that one day I can contribute my strength to protect my family and the academy just like them, Qing Yu said with longing. Bairuoli nodded with a smile. Yes, and I've also heard that the bloodline of the dark demon evil god tiger clan contains infinite possibilities. As long as we work hard in our cultivation, we will surely awaken our own unique powers. Jiang Lianyan has read the book Tianji Bian and has seen the world depicted in it, which allows him to better feel the infinite power contained in history. After pondering for a while, he said, I believe that studying history is not just to commemorate the past, but also to draw wisdom from it to guide our future paths. We must pass on the glory of our ancestors while also creating our own brilliance. Just as this student was speaking well, the teacher from the last class suddenly appeared behind the three of them, startling them. History should not only exist in books. A mere 130,000 years of history is just a fleeting moment. For most of the dark demon evil god tigers, it is merely a time of seclusion. Cultivating soul beasts is not easy. History should reside in our hearts. History is a mirror that can reflect the rise and fall of a group and the trajectory of civilization's evolution. By studying history, we can draw lessons from it and avoid repeating mistakes. Whether in national governance, cultural inheritance, or personal growth, history provides valuable references and lessons. History is not merely a collection of events, but also a display of human nature. In the long river of history, we can see the brilliance and darkness of human nature, courage and cowardice, wisdom and ignorance. By analyzing historical figures and events, we can gain a deeper understanding of the complexity and diversity of human nature, thus reflecting on ourselves and enhancing our self-cultivation. The elder said, "This is my understanding, and I hope this is useful to you, Jiang Lianyan." As the course deepened, the students welcomed the study of the elemental combinations of the dark demon evil god tiger clan. This is an extremely complex and intricate subject that requires students to master the clever fusion of various elements, such as dark elements, and to precisely control these elements. After all, for soul beasts, precise control of elements reflects the specific strength or weakness of a soul beast, and of course, physical strength is also an important aspect of assessment. Not everyone possesses innate divine strength. So accurately mastering elements to create powerful offensive and defensive techniques suitable for one's own body is particularly important. In the classroom, the instructor used advanced soul guiding devices to simulate various elemental environments, allowing students to personally experience the mysteries of elemental combinations. Jiang Lianyan, Qing Yu, and Bairuoli stood in the center of the simulation field, fully focused on sensing the elemental fluctuations around them. Qing Yu, your water element combined with the dark element can try to create a water shadow dark domain, which can both trap and confuse the enemy. The instructor guided from the side. After undergoing the special second phase elemental awakening from the Tian Chamber of Commerce, Qing Yu's elemental level far surpassed that of a normal soul beast, with her affinity for water elements even subtly exceeding that of the water element instructor. Until now, Jiang Linyan only realized that Qingyu's bloodline contained traces of the Kunpeng bloodline, but after many generations of dilution, only the ability to control water elements and dark elements remained. Qingyu closed her eyes and focused, gently waving her hands. Waves rippled through the air, transforming into a pitch-black domain that enveloped the simulated enemy. The domain, composed of water elements, was shrouded in dark elements, with mirrors made of water elements reflecting figures that were even darker in color than the dummy. And under the enhancement of dark elements, they even faintly matched the strength of the dummy. After diligent practice, the instructor evaluated her combination technique, stating that it could even form 64 facets at once, creating 64 copies to simultaneously trap the enemy. Qingyu happily gave Jiang Liuyan a thumbs up. After being suppressed in the Tian Chamber of Commerce for a long time and spending a few days with Jiang Liuyan, she gradually returned to her true nature, becoming an optimistic and cheerful Qingyu, resembling a real fish. By Ruoli, your physical strength can combine with the elements within you, allowing you to develop a path of nourishing the body with elements. Many talented predecessors have explored this path. Once, there was a physical combat deity who awakened all 5 elements, using his body to store elements, with every cell and drop of blood filled with elemental energy. This path is more suitable for you. Even though you've awakened 4 elements, the Heart Fire and Tian Shan, Snow Lotus, are still within you, and you can absorb the energy from them. Additionally, you need to use rare materials to strengthen your organs and bloodline bones, so that your skeletal structure can support a mass of muscle. Otherwise, the muscles would just turn into a pile of rotten flesh. Bairooli took a deep breath and deeply bowed to the instructor in front of her. This method had been mentioned by her grandfather, but it was far less detailed. She thought to herself, no wonder this is the Advanced Soul Beast Academy of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger. The concepts here are truly cutting edge. When it was Jiang Liuyan's turn, a glimmer of expectation flashed in the instructor's eyes. Jiang Liuyan, you have awakened all 5 elements and possess a unique understanding of the space element. You can try to fuse the power of space with the dark element and the power of the evil god to create a space dark evil trap, allowing enemies to fall into your control without a sound. You can even fuse the 5 elements and directly detonate them. The variety of elemental types you possess is extensive, to the point where combinations of 2, 3, or even random arrangements can form powerful killing moves. The techniques completely depend on your imagination. The 5 elements of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger are like 5 staircases leading to the path of the strong. Ultimately, these 5 staircases will lead you to become a powerful being, and you may even surpass most of the new students this year to become a core force of the future Dark Demon Evil God Tiger. Jiang Liuyan closed his eyes and pondered for a moment, suddenly opening them as a surge of immense spatial power erupted from within him, intertwining with dark elements and the power of the evil god, forming an apparently invisible yet dangerously charged spatial vortex. Seeing this, the mentor couldn't help but nod in approval. Very good. You have initially grasped the essence of elemental combination. Remember, a true strong person is not defined by how many types of elements they possess, but by how well they can fuse these elements to unleash their maximum power. Even if you have so many elements, you must start by mastering the types of elements. Master every nuance of each element so that you can perfectly control a specific type of element, thus avoiding defeat in future battles due to a lack of familiarity with the elements. Jiang Liuyan deeply bowed to his mentor, reminding himself that he would start learning from the basics. Only by laying a solid foundation can he achieve greater success. The mentor smiled and patted Jiang Liuyan on the shoulder, saying, "A child can be taught." Jiang Liuyan humbly replied, "You flatter me. Thank you, teacher." In addition to theoretical knowledge, the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy also emphasizes physical training and combat skills for its students. The weekly specialized physical education class is the most anticipated yet the most challenging time for the students. On the playground, the students are divided into several groups to undergo various high-intensity training sessions. Jiang Liuyan, Qingyu, and Bairuoli, as members of the same group, have become increasingly coordinated in their teamwork. Today, our training projects are Shadow Tracking and Evil God Assault. The physical education teacher announced the training content loudly from a high platform. Shadow Tracking tests the student's speed, agility, and stealth abilities. Jiang Liuyan, using his faint perception of spatial elements, can detect student movements within 20 meters, becoming a tracking expert in the group. Qingyu, on the other hand, utilizes his excellent control over water elements to create mist and water screens as cover during the tracking process, making it difficult for opponents to catch their movements. Evil God Assault is a practical exercise where students simulate a battlefield environment for offense and defense. Bairuoli's formidable physical strength is fully displayed at this moment. She launches a lethal strike with lightning speed, catching her opponents off guard. Jiang Liuyan uses spatial dark traps to deliver a fatal blow to his opponent at a critical moment. After the training, the three of them sat on the grass, panting and smiling at each other. Although physically exhausted, their hearts were filled with a sense of accomplishment and joy. They knew that every drop of sweat and effort was for the purpose of better protecting those around them and safeguarding the peace and tranquility of this continent. After physical education class, there are unique games offered by the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Advanced Soul Beast Academy. 1. Shadow Shuttle Race. In a maze or complex terrain set up by the Academy, multiple checkpoints and obstacles are established. Students must use their dark element abilities, such as invisibility, teleportation, etc., to pass through undetected and reach all checkpoints as quickly as possible. This tests not only the students' speed, but also their mastery of dark elements and tactical strategies. 2. Evil God Power Combat. Students are divided into 2 teams to engage in combat on a simulated battlefield. Each team must use evil god powers, such as evil fire, curses, etc., to attack the other while using defense skills to protect themselves. This project aims to train students' ability to use evil god powers, teamwork, and quick response skills. 3. Element Fusion Obstacle Course. A series of obstacles requiring element fusion skills to pass are set up. For example, students must fuse water and wind elements to create a water tornado to disperse fog, or fuse earth and fire elements to create a lava path to cross a chasm. This project encourages students to explore the infinite possibilities of element fusion and enhance their practical application abilities. 4. Spatial Maze Exploration. Utilizing Jiang Liuyan's unique spatial element perception abilities, a space maze full of unpredictable changes is designed. Students must find the exit and collect treasures or task items scattered throughout the maze. This project tests students' spatial perception and navigation skills while stimulating their desire for exploration and adventure. 5. Comprehensive Test of Physical Fitness and Element Control. A series of comprehensive testing projects combining traditional physical training and element control skills are designed. For example, students must carry heavy objects while crossing an obstacle course filled with firewalls and ice spikes within a limited time while using their elemental abilities to clear obstacles or protect themselves. This project aims to comprehensively enhance students' physical fitness, willpower, and element control abilities. 6. Team Tactical Drills. Simulating real combat scenarios, students are organized to conduct team tactical drills. By simulating different enemy situations and battlefield environments, students learn how to use elemental abilities, formulate strategies, allocate tasks, and coordinate combat. This project can enhance students' team spirit and strategic thinking abilities. These games can comprehensively enhance students' physical fitness, element control abilities, and tactical literacy, laying a solid foundation for their future growth and development. Through these day-to-day learning and training sessions, both Jiang Liuyan and his friends Qingyu and Bairuoli have greatly improved their physical fitness, and their bonds have deepened. They have experienced countless days and nights of struggle and challenge together, sharing innumerable laughs and tears. Their friendship shines like brilliant stars, forever illuminating the path ahead. Chapter 23. The Dance of the Reverse Scale. From the moment Jiang Liuyan stepped into the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy, the gears of fate began to turn quietly, pulling him into a turbulent struggle. If being a genius comes with fame, Jiang Liuyan, who has yet to reveal his talents, carries the golden spoon of his exceptionally strong abilities. This academy, though outwardly glamorous, has undercurrents at play, with complex internal forces and numerous factions vying for dominance, each craving to control the supreme resources and power. In every school, there are intertwined factional struggles. And within the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Advanced Soul Beast Academy, one of the top institutions in the entire secret realm, despite its seemingly bright exterior, there are various talented individuals, arrogant descendants of prestigious families, and even those with backgrounds connected to the school and military, leaving one astounded. As time passed, Jiang Liuyan entered the 6th month of his enrollment. Jiang Liuyan quickly rose to prominence in the academy with his genius-like talent, becoming the focus of everyone's attention. However, with great talent comes jealousy and hostility. Previously, 2 major factions in the academy, the Shadow Moon Pavilion and the Radiant Sun Alliance, had sought to absorb fresh blood, hoping to recruit him. Jiang Liuyan, however, had no intention of participating in their disputes. Born in a small town in the Western District, his mindset was one of stability. He disliked conflict and simply felt that after graduating from the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy, he would obediently accept the Academy's assignments and find a place to live out the rest of his life. As for his talent, Jiang Yunyan thought that perhaps having too great a talent might be a curse in the future, but since his talent was already within him, he could only be content with the status quo. Therefore, upon learning that Jiang Yunyan would not join either faction, both factions abandoned their attempts to recruit him. However, through unknown channels, it was revealed that this nameless junior, who had the potential to become the top newcomer, had actually mastered 5 elemental powers and showed signs of resonating with time crystals. The two factions regained interest in Jiang Yunyan and sent people to recruit him again, causing him considerable trouble. The Shadow Moon Pavilion specializes in assassination and infiltration, with members primarily being night operating assassins. The Radiant Sun Alliance, on the other hand, is known for its overt and powerful strength, and its leader is recognized as one of the strongest in the Academy. The open secret of the competition and covert struggles between the two factions made Jiang Yunyan's emergence, a talent rarely seen in a century or even a millennium, intensify their rivalry over a single member. The second leader of the Shadow Moon Pavilion, Yin Jian, the eldest son of the Yin family's third branch, comes from a family of salt merchants dating back 3,000 years. His family's experiences over the millennia have allowed him to thrive in his career. It was a grave mistake for Yin Jian to instruct the Shadow Moon Pavilion to infiltrate the Radiant Sun Alliance's outer personnel to harass Jiang Yunyan, Qingyu, and by Raoli under the guise of the Radiant Sun Alliance. As for who Jiang Yunyan was, although he disliked conflict, it was obvious to anyone with discernment that this harassment was aimed at him, as Qingyu was straightforward and rarely interacted with others, and by Raoli needed no further mention. Her master, the 9-power demon monk, was an even better shield. After Jiang Yunyan drew energy into his body and awakened his first-level dark elemental control, he finally took action. And this was only the 7th day since the harassment began. In just 7 days, he successfully awakened an elemental power, and this speed of awakening could be said to be unprecedented. Jiang Yunyan wrapped himself in dark elements and unleashed the new tracking technique he had comprehended after awakening. After several days of tracking, the two individuals who had been harassing him finally revealed their true colors. As for why he didn't just beat them up and throw them outside, it was because the Blaze Sun Alliance consisted of honorable people who would never resort to such tricks. However, it couldn't be ruled out that the Blaze Sun Alliance was using reverse psychology to gamble on the fact that others wouldn't believe they would use such deceitful tactics. Jiang Yunyan was not a demon who would miss an opportunity to kill, so he could only hold back and observe whether the individuals behind this were indeed from the Blaze Sun Alliance, leading to several days of continuous tracking. Jiang Yunyan, the head of the department, had obtained a set of lie detection equipment that he carried with him at all times. However, this equipment couldn't be used directly. If the person being tested was on guard, it would affect the final judgment. This was also the second reason why Jiang Yunyan didn't resort to force to capture those two students. "Hey, big brother, do you think we're like undercover agents or spies?" Student A said. Shu, another member of the Qiyang Alliance, Student B, looked around and then covered Student A's mouth. After confirming there was no one around, he whispered, "We need to be prepared to act as undercover agents. Be careful. Walls have ears." "Who are we going to disturb today?" Student A asked. "That's Xingyu. After scouting, I found her route is quite predictable. She goes out very little every day." Bairuoli, the eldest daughter of the Bai family, is indeed difficult to deal with. Her master is really scary, and her own strength isn't weak either. After one punch, my wound still hasn't healed. Do you think doing this is really useful? I always feel like one day we'll be seen as perverts. Forget it. We're doing this for the higher-ups. As long as we get paid, it doesn't matter what it is. We're just two people from a small village with decent talent. If we can make money, that's enough to stand out. Others want to do this, but don't even have the opportunity. We just need to play our roles, show a bit of rogue temperament, and make Jiang Yunyan dislike the Qiyang Alliance. If we do well, there might even be extra rewards. The second in command has already promised that. And don't think about backing out. We've come this far, so we might as well go all the way. Perhaps this is the sorrow of being a small person. Student B patted Student A. "All right, big brother, I'm listening to you." Student A expressed his loyalty. After the two walked away, Jiang Yunyan jumped down from the tree and landed below. There was no one around and nothing to alert him. His stealth technique was undetectable at his level, and the lie detector on him didn't go off, making Jiang Yunyan feel that what the two said might be true. So that's how it is. Ingwe Pavilion I remember now. Jiang Liunyin's teeth clicked together in frustration. He then followed the two. When the two saw Qingyu, they began to flirt in a greasy manner. Are you alone, beauty? Have you considered joining the Qiyang Alliance? I'm one of the big brothers in the alliance. I've got your back, one of them said as he reached out towards Qingyu. Jiang Liunyin swiftly moved in front of Qingyu, directly blocking the harassment from the Qiyang Alliance's student. The clay figurine still had some fire in it, and Jiang Liunyin looked at the two students in front of him. Even though he knew the reason behind their actions, he still found it hard to accept and felt extremely disgusted. Get lost, Jiang Liunyin shouted. The two did not get angry. After all, their task was to splash this dirty water onto the Qiyang Alliance. As for the consequences, the second-in-command of the Inua Pavilion, Yin, had already promised medical compensation and a bonus. As long as they accomplished this task, they would secure their financial future for the rest of their lives and could retire comfortably at home. So you're the rising star, Jiang Liunyin? Sneered Qiyang Alliance student A. Just a rookie fresh out of the nest. This has nothing to do with you. I am a purple-ranked disciple of the Qiyang Alliance. If you know what's good for you, get out of the way and don't waste your time interfering with my business, said student B, as he took out his student token and looked down at Jiang Liunyin. In broad daylight, with the clear sky above, I, Jiang Liunyin, am furious to the point of laughter. What kind of conduct is this? If you think I'm easy to bully, then you are greatly mistaken. Jiang Liunyin took a step forward, and before they could react, he had already flashed to their side and whispered, the undercover agent of the Shadow Moon Pavilion is despicable. If you think you can deceive me with such methods, then that is too far-fetched. The two were extremely surprised. The two students did not know where the flaw was. But they suppressed their shock and pretended to be calm, saying, the Blaze Sun Alliance is here. Why discuss the Shadow Moon Alliance? You must not know about the enmity between the Blaze Sun Alliance and the Shadow Moon Alliance. Jiang Liunyin student A sneered. You decide whether I hand you over to the Blaze Sun Alliance's Law Enforcement Hall or the Academy's Law Enforcement Hall. After all, you think you can avoid a beating for harassing students? This is a serious matter. Student A was about to confront Jiang Liunyin, raising his fist to hit him first. But after thinking it over with his limited brain power, he realized that if the club members were privately bullying others, Jiang Liunyin's desire to join the club would likely be shattered. However, student B saw more clearly and felt that Jiang Liunyin dared to stand in front of Qingyu, so he must have some backing. Thus, he used the chi perception technique he had unexpectedly obtained to carefully sense the fluctuations of Jiang Liunyin's soul power. It was fine until he sensed it. Student B was startled, and his expression changed instantly. He quickly grabbed student A and signaled him not to act rashly. To student B's surprise, after just 7 days of not seeing Jiang Liunyin, his cultivation had actually shown signs of catching up to theirs. Perhaps if the two of them teamed up, there was a high probability they could defeat Jiang Liunyin. But the fact that he could catch up to their cultivation in just 7 days made student B uncertain about what hidden cards Jiang Liunyin might have. Knowing he was no match, student B dropped a harsh remark and forcefully pulled student A to retreat together. He vowed internally never to be an enemy of Jiang Liunyin again, if he could grow to such a level in just 7 days. If future humiliations were to be settled, he would have no place to die. Later, student B completed the procedures for student A's leave of absence. Perhaps it was in his nature, so he later became an opportunistic external investigation officer. But even 1,000 miles away from the center, he still felt uneasy, fearing that one day Jiang Liunyin would remember old grudges and bury him. Soon after, a sudden gang conflict shattered the tranquility of the academy. The Shadow Moon Pavilion launched a night raid on the Blaze Sun Alliance. In fact, such events had occurred no less than 100 times in the past few decades, each time being minor skirmishes, but this time, the Shadow Moon Pavilion was serious, deploying all the high-level combat power of the Alliance to assassinate the senior members of the Blaze Sun Alliance. According to the rules of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy's outer court, if one is outmatched and killed or robbed, the consequences are to be borne by the deceased. Indeed, the dead must bear the consequences. Although this school rule had always been criticized, it was precisely because of this rule that the high-level elite standard of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy was said to be ahead of all high-level elites in the region. Following the so-called elimination system, Jiang Liunyin, because of the previous Qingyu incident, had actively rejected the invitation from the Shadow Moon Pavilion, but he also politely declined the invitation from the Blaze Sun Alliance. However, the Shadow Moon Alliance felt that there was no reason for Jiang Liunyin to directly refuse their invitation while politely declining that of the Blaze Sun Alliance. Thus, during this chaotic battle, Jiang Liunyin was mistakenly identified by the entire Shadow Moon Alliance as an ally of the Blaze Sun Alliance and unfortunately got caught up in the melee. He was even listed on the Black Level kill list. The Shadow Moon Alliance's kill list is divided into 6 levels from high to low: red, black, purple, blue, green, and white. To place Jiang Liuyan on the Black Level kill list is indeed a recognition of his importance. In the battle, Jiang Liuyan relied on his superb martial skills to fend off wave after wave of attacks. However, the various assassination techniques of the Shadow Moon Alliance were simply too advanced. Even though Jiang Liuyan repeatedly turned danger into safety, he ultimately was outnumbered and was simultaneously stabbed in the shoulder and the outer thigh by 2 people, sustaining serious injuries and even faintly losing his combat ability. Jiang Liuyan spat out a mouthful of blood. At the critical moment of life and death, Bairuoli recklessly stood in front of Jiang Liuyan, using her frail body to take a fatal blow, collapsing to the ground in an instant. This scene deeply shocked everyone present. Jiang Liuyan held the unconscious Bairuoli, his mind blank, as he tore off his already tattered clothes to staunch the bleeding from the large wound on Ruoli's abdomen. No, Jiang Liuyan, badly injured, held the unconscious Bairuoli and let out a howl to the sky amidst the chaotic crowd, completely unconcerned about his own injuries. The crowd realized that the person sitting in the corner of the battlefield was Jiang Liuyan. The people from the Shadow Moon Pavilion wanted to seriously injure him, while those from the Blazing Sun Alliance did not want other bystanders to be caught up in this gang war due to misunderstandings. Jiang Liuyan put down Bairuoli and used his own source soul power inner elixir to sustain a breath for Bairuoli. Although the wounds on his body were enough to render him unconscious, Jiang Liuyan relied on his formidable willpower to stand up. He looked around and noticed that the assassins hiding in the shadows were all stunned by his gaze. At that moment, Jiang Liuyan looked at the fallen Bairuoli and laughed maniacally, his chilling laughter echoing across the entire battlefield. Jiang Liuyan actively unsealed the restrictions left in his body by the book Tianjibian. The ancient power in his blood surged and roared, continuously pumping into his broken body with the rhythm of his heartbeat. The book Tianjibian had previously suppressed the signs of his ancestral reversion with the spiritual energy inherent in the book after he mistakenly devoured the returning spirit grass contained within it, allowing him to maintain his humanity, but its power could only exert about 70 to 80%. Now, with the thought of certain death in his heart due to the reverse scale, and seeing Bairuoli severely injured while protecting him, Jiang Liuyan directly unsealed the restrictions. With only one thought in his mind, they all must die. Jiang Liuyan's body was fully beastified, but the medicinal power of the anti-spirit grass had lost about 20 to 30% of its potency after 7 years of spiritual transformation. Therefore, it could only guide the ancient power within him and enhance his own abilities, preventing the bloodline power from overwhelming his will and causing Jiang Liuyan to lose his clarity of mind. Jiang Liuyan's body transformed into a beast, and with a swipe of his claw, he sent the 3 lurking assassins flying behind him. The 3 assassins flew backward, spraying 3 elegant lines of blood in the air. Jiang Liuyan's wings flapped, and in an instant, a violent wind surged like a hurricane unleashed by the wind god from the heavens, capable of tearing the earth apart. Jiang Liuyan himself was already at the peak of the new generation's combat power, and after his beast transformation and ancestral return, his strength was even greater. He could even strike the Shadow Moon Alliance leader in half with a single claw. At this moment, Jiang Liuyan had lost all rationality. Anyone who stood in his way, anyone within his line of sight, fell victim to his wrath, even the Blazing Sun Alliance, his former allies who had once helped him. Jiang Liuyan let out a long howl, sound waves continuously spreading, knocking down a circle of surrounding students. As Jiang Liuyan advanced, with his massive body, every step he took turned a student into meat paste. At this moment, Jiang Liuyan transformed into a killing god, unstoppable by anyone. Suddenly, the bell tower rang from 100 meters away, and a voice announced a level 3 combat readiness, A-level deployment. In an instant, a surge of people in purple uniforms, A-level students, rushed out from the inner courtyard. At this time, a director stood in front of the crowd, displayed a token, and said, "Step back." Immediately, someone flew towards Jiang Liuyan. This director, with talismans swirling around him and a magical array overflowing, charged madly at Jiang Liuyan. The controlling array attached itself to Jiang Liuyan, forming golden chains. This director managed to control Jiang Liuyan with his own strength. He then told others, all right, everyone disperse." The crowd paused in midair until the bell tower issued a command to lift the level 3 alert before they scattered. The director carried the beast-transformed Jiang Liuyan and rushed into a time tunnel, landing in a vast space. After healing Jiang Liuyan, he said, "You owe me a personal favor." Jiang Liuyan. The director then transformed into the figure of Principal Guling. After the campus gang war, all the bodies have been dealt with, and Bai Ruoli was sent to the Bai family by trusted aides of the principal. Jiang Liuyan was in a coma for 10 days and nights, during which the principal personally transported soul power into Jiang Liuyan's body. Meanwhile, Qingyu had been waiting for Jiang Liuyan at Li Yuxio's place, and even searched everywhere, but could not find any trace of Jiang Liuyan. The day before Jiang Liuyan was to wake up, the principal sent him to Liu Shaozhu, doing a good deed anonymously. Was the situation really that simple? After Jiang Liuyan woke up and adjusted his body, he quickly told Qingyu and then ran straight to the Bai family, not even taking the time to consider how he had survived, because he remembered that Bai Ruoli had once blocked a knife for him. He was extremely worried about Bai Ruoli. Jiang Liuyan recalled a favor once granted by the Bai family and decided to do whatever it takes to save Bai Ruoli. However, even though Bai Ruoli was the eldest daughter of the Bai family, the reality of aristocratic families is such that when a person's future benefits are less than the current costs, even a large family like the Bai family, despite familial ties, and even though Bai Ruoli is still the legitimate eldest daughter, they weighed the situation for quite some time and ultimately chose to give up on her. After considering Bai Ruoli's potential achievements and the value of the 9 turns soul recovery pill she took after her previous fainting, even though her master was the powerful Qianjin demon monk from the Cui family, the Bai family decided to abandon her. After all, the entire Bai family prioritized interests above all, and giving up on one person was understandable. Jiang Liuyan sighed, thinking that Bai Ruoli was injured to such an extent in order to save him. He wanted to use the Bai family's favor to treat Bai Ruoli, but to put it bluntly, that favor was also obtained because of the need to save her, and the final say belonged to the Bai family. So Jiang Liuyan returned empty-handed. Therefore, Jiang Liuyan thought of the Gu family, only wanted to take a chance there. The head of the Gu family remarked that Jiang Liuyan resembled his younger self, willing to go to great lengths for a beautiful woman, but still unable to save her. However, the head of the Gu family changed his tone, saying that if Jiang Liuyan could agree to one condition, he could guarantee the treatment in his capacity as the head of the Gu family. Jiang Liuyan readily agreed. The head of the Gu family said it would be easy as long as he agreed, without specifying what it was, only stating that he would know in the future. With the Gu family's favor and the head of the Gu family's guarantee, Jiang Liuyan was allowed to enter the Gu family's secret medicinal garden, where countless rare herbs grew, along with legendary healing treasures. With the help of the Gu family's alchemy experts, Bai Ruoli's injuries gradually stabilized, and Jiang Liuyan also gained a deeper understanding of the Gu family's kindness in the process. After 40 days, just as the academy was gradually stabilizing after being shaken by Jiang Liuyan's transformation that nearly wiped out the upper echelons of 2 major gangs, a shocking piece of news spread throughout the entire academy. The ancient secret realm deep within the academy was about to open. This secret realm was said to hide countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures, as well as powerful spirit beasts, and it might even allow one to ascend to greatness, gaining supreme techniques or artifacts. Faced with such temptation, both the nearly destroyed Shadow Moon Pavilion and the Blaze Sun Alliance, the current 2 major gangs, which were at most just slightly larger than second-tier small alliances, as well as various small gangs, were all eager to take action and prepare for a major endeavor. However, Jiang Liuyan had deeper plans in mind. He knew that only by making breakthroughs in the secret realm could he truly protect himself and those around him, preventing tragedies from repeating. At this moment, Bai Ruoli also woke up, and under the nourishment of the healing treasures, she advanced 6 small realms in succession, embodying the idea that one could grow stronger even while sleeping. This secret realm seemed to be an ancient relic left over from the creation of the world, with every inch of land concealing unknown secrets and treasures. Inside the secret realm, dangers lurked everywhere, yet opportunities coexisted. Relying on his keen intuition and extraordinary courage, Jiang Liuyan cut through thorns and brambles, delving deep into the core of the secret realm. Here, he encountered various challenges, including fierce spirit beasts, complex traps, and the hidden struggles of other academy disciples. In the mysterious, bizarre world of the secret realm, Jiang Liuyan embarked on a journey filled with both adventure and peril. The moment he stepped into the secret realm, he was stunned by the scene before him. Surrounding him was a lush, primeval forest, towering ancient trees piercing the clouds, with sunlight filtering through the dense canopy, casting dappled shadows. The air was filled with a faint fragrance of flowers and the earthy scent of soil. But beneath this tranquility lay countless unknown dangers. Jiang Liuyan held a long sword, cautiously weaving through the forest path. Suddenly, a strange bird call broke the surrounding silence, and a flock of colorful spirit birds flew in from all directions, dancing gracefully around him. These spirit birds seemed to mean no harm. Instead, they appeared to be guiding him forward. As he delved deeper into the secret realm, Jiang Liuyan encountered his first spirit beast, a massive flame lion. The lion was surrounded by raging flames, with a fierce and cunning look in its eyes. Faced with such a powerful opponent, Jiang Liuyan did not back down. He quickly adjusted his breathing, gathered his spiritual energy, and prepared for battle. The fight was exceptionally intense, with each attack from the flame lion carrying devastating power, while Jiang Liuyan used his agility and superb martial skills to counter each one. Ultimately, after a breathtaking showdown, Jiang Liuyan successfully defeated the flame lion with a perfectly timed counterattack, obtaining the precious fire spirit pearl from within it. Continuing on, Jiang Liuyan discovered a mysterious ruin covered in ancient runes. This ruin was hidden deep within a dense forest, surrounded by complex mechanisms and traps. With outstanding wisdom and courage, Jiang Liuyan solved each of these challenges and finally reached the core area of the ruin. Here, he encountered a massive stone mirror, which did not reflect his own image, but instead depicted an ancient and mysterious scene. In the image, a robed, powerful figure was engaged in a fierce battle with a giant beast, using martial techniques very similar to those Jiang Liuyan had learned. Just as he was immersed in the scene, the stone mirror suddenly emitted a dazzling light, and a torrent of immense information surged into his mind. It turned out that this stone mirror was a relic of a powerful figure from ancient times, containing the essence of that figure's lifelong cultivation insights and martial skills. Under the impact of this information, Jiang Liuyan felt as if he had undergone a soul cleansing, achieving a qualitative leap in both his cultivation and martial skills. Just as Jiang Liuyan was about to leave the ruin, he unexpectedly discovered a secret passage leading to the deepest part of the secret realm. This passage was winding and treacherous, filled with unknown dangers. However, Jiang Liuyan knew that only by venturing deeper could he hope to find the legendary heavenly tier treasure. After a grueling journey filled with hardships and battles, Jiang Liuyan finally reached the deepest part of the secret realm. There, he saw a piece of an ancient and mysterious long sword fragment radiating brilliant light, which contained immense power that stirred his soul. At the last moment before the secret realm was about to close, Jiang Liuyan, driven by unwavering will and relentless effort, successfully subdued this sword fragment. As the sword fragment merged with his spiritual energy, his strength soared to an unprecedented height. With the gift of the heavenly tier treasure, Jiang Liuyan returned to the academy. By this time, he was no longer the inexperienced youth, but had become powerful enough to shake the academy structure. The first thing he did was to reignite the gang wars, suppressing various small factions single-handedly, becoming the master of all alliances. As Jiang Liuyan's beast transformation crystal had already been circulated among the students, everyone in the outer academy understood his formidable strength, allowing him to completely quell the conflicts between the gangs and restore peace to the academy. Subsequently, Jiang Liuyan used his influence to promote a series of reforms in the academy, aiming to cultivate more well-rounded warriors rather than mere killing machines focused solely on power. His actions garnered widespread praise and respect from both the faculty and students. After enduring 2 life-and-death trials, Jiang Liuyan and Bai Ruoli also developed mutual affection, transforming from initial adversaries into individuals who could entrust their backs to each other, ultimately progressing together. Chapter 24. Prelude to the Storm. Finally, I have found you. Surrounded by gray mist in the central realm of the divine world, Tang San felt the mist swirling around him like living creatures, coiling tightly around him like a group of fierce little snakes. Each strand of gray mist emitted a powerful aura, creating an irresistible sense of oppression. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Tang San's mouth, and his eyes flickered with gray light, revealing endless killing intent and authority. His voice was low and icy. The remnants of the dark demon, evil god Tiger Clan. Do you think you can hide forever? His laughter carried an eerie and cruel tone, sending chills down the spine. Slowly, Tang San extended his palm and gently pushed towards the gray mist. In an instant, the mist seemed to be drawn by some force, rushing forward rapidly. At the same time, as the gray mist surged, the surrounding air appeared to be stirred by a powerful soul force, forming twisted air currents. The fluctuation of this soul power was so intense that even the stone wall, where Tang San was in seclusion, could not withstand the impact, shattering instantly. After a fierce battle with the elders of the Tang sect, Tang San's mastery of soul power became increasingly refined. However, this battle and a series of subsequent events pushed his emotions to an unprecedented peak, especially when he personally killed his former master's reincarnation and the sect leader who treated him like a son. The inner pain and conflict reached a breaking point. This complex, emotional intertwining plunged his state of mind into chaos. At that moment, the gray mist of the evil god's power took the opportunity to invade, beginning to erode Tang San's spirit. The evil thoughts within him were amplified infinitely, and his once firm beliefs began to waver. He started to question his actions, doubting whether he was truly on the right path. In this process, he discovered that the evil thoughts deep within his heart were gradually transforming into a part of his own strength. The remnants of the evil god hidden within Tang San's soul sensed the concentration of the surrounding gray mist and couldn't help but laugh. Tang San, you truly surprised me. Even in the dungeon, your soul can merge with mine, and I have given up most of my evil god power to you, allowing us to fuse together. But is the merged self really myself? I, the evil god, once fought against the 5 enforcers of the divine realm alone and instigated the divine war. In my heart, I was once a brilliant figure, leading an era. To be reborn in this way is something I cannot accept. Therefore, this cunning evil god left a sinister backdoor. He cleverly integrated his remnants into the evil god power and quietly mixed it into the power given to Tang San. This plan was extremely clever. During normal times when Tang San did not use the evil god power to fight, or only used it for cultivation, he would never detect the backdoor left by the evil god. If Tang San were weakened by a soul attack, the evil god could quickly assimilate the evil god power within Tang San, devouring his soul in reverse and instantly eliminating Tang San's spirit. Once successful, the evil god would occupy Tang San's body and become the new master. At that time, the dual divine positions of the sea god and Shura god, as well as Tang San's formidable strength, would all belong to the evil god. He would once again return to his peak state, possessing unparalleled power. However, this was not his ultimate goal. He sought revenge on the 5 enforcers who had imprisoned him for 1,000 years, making them experience the pain of being imprisoned for 1,000 years. He wanted to make those who had once confined him pay the price. Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy in the Deep and Ancient Principles Office of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy. The flickering candlelight cast shadows on the surrounding mountains of ancient books and the neatly arranged ornaments, each exuding the aura of time sedimentation. Principal Guling, an old man with white hair and a sharp gaze like an eagle, dressed in a long robe embroidered with intricate runes, slowly weaved between the bookshelves, each step seemingly resonating subtly with the laws of space. His gaze was profound, as if he could perceive the essence of all things in the world, slowly sweeping over the seemingly ordinary bookshelves that were, in fact, hiding mysteries. Each book on the shelves was not just a vessel of knowledge. They were more like keys to another world, awakened one by Guling's unique methods. He first gently pressed a few seemingly randomly placed books, and where his fingertips touched, a faint light flickered between the pages, a sign that the power of space was subtly triggered. These lights quickly intertwined to form a complex network, vaguely outlining the contours of a portal leading to a secret realm. Next, Guling's palm slowly glided over a specific area of the bookshelf, where a barely noticeable gap was concealed. With a gentle pull, the bookshelf seemed to be pushed by an invisible hand, slowly moving aside to reveal a stone door embedded with strange runes. This door was the entrance to the secret realm that contained the way of divination, a fact unknown even to the most learned scholars in the academy. As he pulled the bookshelf aside, Guling also carefully rotated several scattered ornaments on the shelf. Some of these ornaments were carved with ancient totems, while others were inlaid with sparkling gemstones, each containing specific spatial coordinate information. With Guling's manipulation, these ornaments seemed to come to life, emitting a faint glow that resonated with the light released from the earlier books, together constructing an incredibly precise temporal spatial coordinate lock. With a thunderous sound, it was not just the simple sound of a door opening, but rather the resonance of the entire space, as if even time was shaken by this force. As the stone door slowly opened, a breeze from an unknown world brushed against him, carrying an ancient and mysterious aura, making one feel both refreshed and awed. He ventured into the secret realm because he had raised a turtle for 3,000 years. Its shell had cracked, with the patterns of the crack extending to its limbs, tail, and head, signaling great misfortune, which left him somewhat anxious. Gu Ling understood that behind this door lay a legacy concerning the way of divination, and he had only grasped a single page of the legacy book, which had transformed his life drastically. He took a firm step and entered the great door leading to the secret realm, his figure gradually disappearing into the distorted light and shadow, leaving behind a trace of silence and waiting, anticipating his return with answers. Upon entering the secret realm, the surroundings changed abruptly. Stars were like sand, and time was like threads, as if Gu Ling were in a flowing cosmic painting. Here, the concepts of space and time became blurred. Every ray of light and every speck of dust contained endless information and possibilities. Gu Ling closed his eyes to sense. Powerful mental energy surged forth like a tide, intertwining and merging with the divination power in this secret realm, trying to capture the faint clues about the future. You should not come here. An ancient divine thought suddenly exploded in Gu Ling's mind like thunder. Your last opportunity has passed, and you are not the destined one. Master, the divine turtle in the secret realm has already died, and the cracks on its back are a harbinger of great misfortune. With me, what does it matter? The voice said coldly. Considering I have received the legacy from the divine master, please, master, lend me a helping hand and answer my questions. I swear by my 12,673 years of cultivation, once this matter is resolved, I will no longer disturb you. Fine, this is fate. You and I share a master-disciple relationship. Let me divine a bit, the voice replied reluctantly. Suddenly, a strange wave emanated from deep within the secret realm, and Gu Ling abruptly opened his eyes. In front of him, various patterns and shapes spun like a revolving lantern, fragments of the future appearing, some brilliant and radiant, others shrouded in dark clouds. He furrowed his brow, not understanding why his master wanted him to see these, but he focused intently on analyzing every detail, trying to find clues related to his turtle's fate and potential threats to the academy and the entire continent. As time passed, Gu Ling's expression grew increasingly grave. He realized that this divination journey was not only about the life and death of one turtle, but also a profound insight into the fate of the entire continent. In endless deductions and choices, he gradually found a glimmer of hope, one that required the combined strength of the entire continent to confront the impending crisis. Master, I understand, he finally said. Alas, disciple, do not go. If you return, the connection between this spatial rift and your world will be severed, and you will no longer have the possibility to return here. It is not only the chaotic space that makes this coordinate elusive. You have already seen 3,600 outcomes, 3,600 deaths. The best case is that a student from your academy named Jiang Liunian escapes with the last remnants of his bloodline from this vast world-s river of time. If you stay, I can ensure your safety. Your clan will only have one person left, and that person can be you, but it won't help, the elder said. Appearing before Gu Ling for the first time, speaking directly. Gu Ling smiled wryly. If I do not go back, can Jiang Liunian still escape? Not possible, the elder replied. If my old bones can ensure the continuation of the race, allowing the new generation to continue the glory of the dark demon evil god tiger clan, I will die without regrets. I have lived for 12,673 years, although it is indeed quite shallow compared to you, master. But at the moment of our race's survival, how can I just prolong my existence? I am well aware that my life's achievements amount to this alone. The one who can annihilate the dark demon evil god tiger clan must be extraordinarily powerful, far beyond what I can contend with after just a short period of cultivation. If I survive, what are my chances of revenge? Gu Ling's face turned pale, a glimmer of despair and helplessness flashing in his eyes. Less than 1 in 1,000, the elder said after a moment of silence, his voice heavy and firm. Hearing this answer, Gu Ling's eyes dimmed, a wave of indescribable sorrow rising in his heart. He understood that the gap between him and his enemy was too vast, making revenge nearly an impossible task. Yet, he still asked unwillingly if Jiang Liunian survives. What is his chance of avenging the clan? The elder pondered for a moment before answering. 3 years later, Jiang Liunian's fate will be obscured. Even I am uncertain. But what can be known is that Jiang Liunian's life star has only fallen 3 times in the next 400,000 years. Upon hearing this, Gu Ling's eyes suddenly brightened. He seemed to see a glimmer of hope. Although it was merely a vague speculation, for someone who had lost everything, any possibility was worth seizing. No result is the best result, right? Gu Ling murmured, as if speaking to himself. Master, Gu Ling suddenly stood up, solemnly bowing to the elder. His eyes were filled with gratitude and respect, deeply thanking the master who had always taught him. He then swept his sleeves and performed the thank you ritual, kneeling heavily on the ground and knocking his head 3 times. "Disciple, unworthy Guling," he murmured, tears streaming down his cheeks. He knew that his fate was already predetermined, and he had indeed tried to change his destiny against the odds, but without exception, he had failed. Since this was to be their last meeting, then they would meet again in the next life. The old man turned back and gave Guling a jade pendant, hoping that the young man could return. Tears had already streamed down his face. After returning to the office of the principal of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Advanced Soul Beast Academy, Guling looked at the jade pendant in his hand and couldn't help but feel a twinge of sadness. He slowly caressed it, as if he could feel the power and warmth contained within. Guling sighed and decided to try contacting his master once more. He walked to the bookshelf, gently touching the books, cracks, and ornaments on it. However, this time, there was no response at all. He anxiously fiddled with the mechanism. But no matter how hard he tried, he could not open the passage to the secret realm where his master resided. Guling's heart sank to the bottom. A sense of helplessness surged over him. He stood there dazed, staring at the place where the entrance should have appeared. Now only a barren wall remained. Tears blurred his vision, and he knew he might never see his master again. "Master," Guling whispered, his voice filled with loss and pain. He recalled the time spent with his master, the teachings, care, and the days they faced difficulties together. The words his master had said to him at their final farewell filled his heart with even more sorrow. Guling adjusted his mindset and wrote to the patriarch of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger clan, detailing everything he had divined, leaving no detail omitted, and finally sealing it with his personal stamp. He then entrusted it to the super invincible supreme VIP courier of the Intian Merchant Association, ensuring that it would receive it personally. At the same time, he used the influence of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy to prepare for the upcoming battle. After doing all this, Guling curled up in his office chair, unable to calm down for a long time. Chapter 25. Searching for the secret realm deep within the twisted space-time rift, Tang San's figure appeared like a ghost, his eyes shining with an extreme desire for power. The power of the evil god, that ancient and evil force, attracted him like a magnet, compelling him to possess it at any cost. Unfortunately, the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger clan, a group that had lived peacefully and harmoniously in this generation, became a victim of Tang San's ambition. After Tang San refined the evil god power from the human-faced demon spider of the mandala snake, his desire for the evil god power from the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger grew even stronger. Tang San understood that to obtain the remaining evil god power and master supreme strength, he had to find the source, the place where the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger clan resided. This was not only their home, where they thrived, but also the source of the evil god power. Fortunately, Tang San could be considered a half-son of the plane, even if his actions were condemned, even if he slaughtered innocents and disregarded kin. Tang San focused all his attention on controlling the evil god power within him, allowing it to flow in a rhythmic wave and gather into a special vortex. Meanwhile, inside the secret realm of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger, and soul power was gradually ignited by the evil god power, entering a boiling state. And sat at his desk, pen in hand, writing a letter, then sat down and tried to suppress it. However, Tang San's operation required a massive expenditure of soul power, and his evil god power gradually dimmed, as if it had been consumed to its limit. At that moment, a bright light flashed in Tang San's eyes, as if he had realized something. He suddenly extended his hand and forcefully slapped his chest, causing his breath to become chaotic, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. That blood sprayed into the gray mist before him, instantly triggering an astonishing change. The gray mist flickered with blood-red light, and the entire scene became extraordinarily enchanting, shocking onlookers. Tang San stepped into the vortex before him, and saw a world behind the vortex, dotted with stars, even more vast than the edge of the Divine Realm center. Tang San was immediately plunged into confusion. The scene here was incredibly shocking. In the depths of the river of time, space and time intertwined to form a magnificent and complex tapestry, transcending the dimensions that mortals could understand, one of the oldest and most mysterious realms in the universe. Here, there were no fixed forms, nor a linear passage of time. Everything played out in an endless cycle and intertwining, revealing the mysteries of the universe. The river of time seemed like an infinite universe. But this universe was not the well-known three-dimensional space, but a higher dimensional existence. Surrounding him were stars and nebulae flickering with strange light. They were not stationary, but rolling and colliding in the waves of the river of time at speed surpassing light. These stars and nebulae were, in fact, the embodiment of time nodes and events, each carrying a significant moment in the history of the universe, whether a brilliant or dark history. In this vast sea of time and space, Tang Xin could even see the boundaries between the past and future becoming blurred, with fragments of history and omens of the future intertwining, forming shocking scenes. Tang Xin saw a scene not far away, an ancient star exploding, releasing dazzling light, a magnificent moment of the universe's birth. The destruction of a certain planet in the future, with a massive black hole devouring everything around it, a portent of the universe's end, whether in time or space. They were merely dimensions of a universe. The true river of time was far broader, deeper, and more mysterious than imagined. He even saw his past and present from a strangely eerie third-person perspective, making the Buddha's wrathful lotus, jumping off the ghost sea trouble cliff to make a declaration, or helping other so-called brothers at Shrek Academy. Tang San explored downstream, the power of time in the river washing over his body, causing it to inevitably age at an extremely rapid rate. Tang San couldn't help but be astonished. He had already become a god, one of the top powers in the Douluo world, yet even such top-tier combat strength couldn't withstand this bizarre force's cleansing. After walking for 10 minutes, he felt his vitality had diminished by nearly 100 years. Tang San secretly clicked his tongue, surprised that the evil god's last power, the dark demon, evil god tiger, could actually escape to such a ghostly place. But fortunately, with the guidance of the evil god power, Tang San would not take many detours. Moreover, if he could obtain the last evil god power, Tang San would certainly be able to regain the lost lifespan, and even refine the entire divine realm's center to live in harmony with heaven and earth. Chapter 26, Annihilating the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Clan, Part 1. After a long time, Tang San entered the secret realm of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger. The secret realm of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger only prevented the turbulent flow of time and space from washing over. Whether living beings could enter was beyond what the barrier of this secret realm could consider. This is also why alien forms could enter the secret realm in large numbers, and why the worshippers of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Clan could freely come and go. Inside the secret realm, greenery flourished, teeming with life. The Dark Demon Evil God Tigers frolicked in the woods or leisurely lay on the grass, enjoying the sunlight. They never imagined that a catastrophic disaster was about to descend. When Tang San's first wave of attacks came, the entire clan fell into panic. He used his blue-silver Emperor and Hao Ian hammer to unleash devastating power, instantly knocking several Dark Demon Evil Tigers to the ground. Blue-silver entangled, Tang San felt that there was no need to summon artifacts to deal with these Dark Demon Evil God Tigers that had existed for 3,000 or 5,000 years. The devouring golden threads of the blue-silver Emperor wrapped around each Dark Demon Evil God Tiger lying in the grass, consuming their soul power and life force. Even though the soul power of these 3,000 or 5,000-year-old beasts was insignificant to him, it added up over time. Adhering to the principle of killing more and leaving none behind, Tang San slaughtered all the Dark Demon Evil God Tigers in this area. He even took interest in planting a parasitic seed behind one Dark Demon Evil God Tiger that was good at flying to report back, which had been tainted by the power of the evil god. The parasitic seed's soul skill had already undergone a transformation, just waiting for Tang San to detonate the soul power and evil god power within it. The seed would feed on flesh and blood, draining the host body dry before breaking out from the shriveled skin, ultimately squeezing out the last trace of life from the host, and could even replenish itself by devouring the golden threads. Tang San laughed on the bloodstained grass. Just a moment ago, the sun was gently casting its rays upon the earth, draping the vast grassland in a layer of golden gauze. A gentle breeze brushed by, carrying the fresh fragrance of flowers and grass, as if it were the breath of nature, soft and tranquil. This grassland resembled a massive green velvet blanket, sprawling beneath the blue sky and white clouds, soft yet full of vitality. In the grass, wildflowers of various colors bloomed in competition, red like fire, yellow like gold, purple like orchids, and white like snow, intertwining to weave a vibrant tapestry. Bees buzzed between the flowers, busily collecting sweet nectar, occasionally emitting low hums that added a touch of liveliness and harmony to this tranquil scene. In the distance, several tall trees stood erect, their branches and leaves swaying gently with the wind, casting mottled shadows that intertwined with the light and shadows on the grass, forming a dreamlike scene of light and shadow. Under the trees, a few small birds hopped joyfully, sometimes pecking for food, sometimes chirping, their songs crisp and pleasant, adding a bit of joy and vitality to this warm grassland. However, after Tang San slaughter, this originally vibrant and pleasant grassland seemed to be instantly shrouded in an atmosphere of despair and death. Although the sunlight still shone down, it seemed to have lost its former warmth, becoming pale and glaring. The breeze that passed no longer brought the freshness of flowers and grass, but was mixed with a heavy scent of blood and sorrow. The green of the grass was covered by a thick layer of dark red, the traces stained by the blood of the dark demon, evil god tigers. The once brilliant wildflowers had mostly withered, leaving only a few scattered blooms swaying in the wind, as if silently recounting the tragedy that had occurred here. In the grass, the busy figures of bees could no longer be seen, nor could their buzzing be heard. Instead, there was a silence and desolation. Those tall trees, while still standing, seemed to have lost their former vitality due to this catastrophe, becoming dull and lifeless. Under the trees, there were no longer cheerful bird songs, only the occasional cawing of crows, adding a touch of eeriness and terror to this silent grassland. Tang San, with interest, walked across the grassland holding the Haotian hammer, which carved a deep mark on the ground. He traversed the entire northern district, killing one dark demon evil god tiger after another, until he had slain all 753 of them in the northern district. Meanwhile, news gradually reached the central area. The central figure Gu Ling and other management members of the dark demon evil god tiger clan gathered together to discuss how to deal with the situation. According to reports, this otherworldly heavenly demon, killed without batting an eye. If we let this go unchecked, our dark demon evil god tiger clan's nearly million-year foundation might be destroyed in an instant, said Meng Siju, the head of the Meng family in the management. Let's not discuss how he got in or why he is here. Could it be just for slaughter? We should seek help from the 4 great war gods. Perhaps only the long-established 4 great war gods can stop this heavenly demon. His grass resembles the blue-silver grass that grew everywhere during the Great Catastrophe. Isn't blue-silver grass commonly seen? But the blue-silver grass I've seen is pure and delicate, definitely not associated with evil. So why does the grass in his hands seem so powerful and sinister? Everyone discussed animatedly, proposing several eye-catching plans. Only Gu Ling, the president of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy, knew how troublesome this person's strength truly was. Quiet. Gu Ling stood up. In terms of qualifications, he was not the oldest. In terms of strength, he was not the strongest. He shouldn't be the one to silence his colleagues at this moment. But in terms of connections, the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy sends so many talents to the military and around the world each year. And his background and connections are extremely formidable. It was precisely this background that made everyone quiet down, wanting to hear what the president had to say. As you all know, I started with divination, and my divination skills, if not 100 accurate, are still over 98 reliable. A few days ago, I divined that this is a sign of great misfortune, a disaster for the entire Dark Demon Evil God Tiger clan. Everyone, is it useful for us to argue here? It's been nearly 2 incense sticks of time, and in another 2 sticks, the heavenly demon might have slaughtered the outer 4 districts and the underground 6 districts. What I want to say is this. A few days ago, I issued the highest SSR level protective order for the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger clan, with just 1 word. All 230,000 Dark Demon Evil God Tigers can evacuate to the shelter. As for how long the shelter can hold out, it depends on how long we old bones can last. Do you have any objections? The atmosphere in the conference room of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger clan was tense and heavy. Gu Ling, sitting at the back, looked grimly at everyone, his voice deep and powerful, carrying an undeniable authority. The people present were all important figures of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger clan, management members, and key executives. Upon hearing Gu Ling's words, they all fell silent. Some bowed their heads in thought, seemingly considering something. Others looked troubled, unsure how to respond. The entire conference room fell into a dead silence, with no one daring to easily express their opinions. Gu Ling, in a superior posture, scanned each person with a gaze full of determination. He knew that now was not the time for argument, but for making a decisive decision. As time ticked by, the atmosphere in the conference room grew increasingly oppressive. Finally, someone broke the silence. We can't just give up like this. We have other ways. Gu Ling lifted his head. his sharp gaze fixed on the speaker, and slowly said, "Then tell me, what other ways do we have?" Gu Ling recognized the person as the former miscellaneous affairs officer stationed in the central area of the former West District, who had been promoted 7 levels due to his background to the current position of director of the 6th Management Division. The person was startled and took a step back under Gu Ling's gaze, but still gathered the courage to say, "We can organize a counterattack and use our strength to fight against the heavenly demon." Counterattack? Gu Ling sneered, as if mocking this person's daydreaming. "Do you think we still have much of a chance? Continuing to fight will only lead to more casualties among our people. To counterattack, we can only use our mid to high level combat powers to wear down the heavenly demon. Are you suggesting that civilians take shovels and pickaxes to try to knock the heavenly demon unconscious?" The conference room fell silent again, with everyone exchanging glances, their faces showing helplessness and despair. Gu Ling took a deep breath and said firmly, "The only choice now is to execute my orders, immediately activate the SSR level protective order, and ensure our people evacuate safely. This is our last hope." After saying this, Gu Ling stood up and turned to leave the conference room, regardless of how others stared at each other, leaving everyone behind, filled with contradictions and struggles. Initiating the SSR shelter command, Gu Ling disregarded his own position. He had seen countless futures, and only once had he escaped a Jiang Liunyan, and now he was back, unsure if he could change this future. Even if he could save 2 more people to continue the hope of their race, it would be worth it. Gu Ling looked one last time at his vibrant classmates from the bell tower of the academy and let out a heavy sigh. He then rang the bell in the tower, 6 tolls meaning that the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy was entering a state of war readiness, with everyone on alert and gathering in the basement 1,400 meters underground. "This was all I could do for you, survive," Gu Ling thought to himself. Chapter 27. Annihilation of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Clan. Part 2. Although Gu Ling knew that established facts would always occur. Perhaps today, the first demon would come to annihilate the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Clan. If it failed, there would be a second demon, a third demon. Eventually, the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Clan would face such an extinction crisis. In the thousands of years of learning from his teacher, he had seen through many truths. The future of this world would inevitably happen at some moment. The actions taken along the way might temporarily delay the future, but the wheel of time would always roll forward. The powerful corrective ability of time made everyone seem so insignificant. Those seemingly important decisions might temporarily change the path, but in the long run, time would always bring everything back on track in its unique way. Everyone is a small existence in a vast universe, like a drop of water in the ocean, insignificant yet an indispensable part of this vast sea. The corrective power of time makes everything seem so natural and inevitable, evoking in Gu Ling a deep awe for this grand order while also feeling his own insignificance. Time, brings all prosperity and decline, brilliance and dullness. Ultimately returning to simplicity and tranquility, Gu Ling sighed. Gu Ling formed a seal with his hands, and with a rumble, a time fissure appeared before him, revealing the old principal's office from 1346 years ago in the old campus of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger. At that time, Gu Ling was the vice principal of the old campus. After the management decisions were made, aiming to cultivate talents, the management allocated a central area to establish the new Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy in collaboration with several institutions, including the Dark Sky Chamber of Commerce, the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger High Soul Beast Academy, the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Education Department, and the Central Education Committee. The old principal retired, and Gu Ling, the former vice principal, became the principal for 1,346 years. As Gu Ling stepped into the time passage, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. Memories flooded back, and in the drawer of the principal's desk in the old principal's office, there was a military uniform he once wore during his service. Perhaps in the moment of life and death for the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Clan, this military uniform, which accompanied him through various battles against different races, could greatly enhance his confidence. After all, the demon is also a demon, also an alien race. He particularly wanted to shout out the oath he had sworn during his military service. Loyal souls forge swords to protect the homeland, with iron-blooded hearts united as one. He recalled the iron and blood of the battlefield. Gu Ling lifted the military uniform with his sole power, carefully examining the garment. The wind outside rustled through the treetops, blowing into the window and causing the uniform to sway, and he could even faintly smell the blood within it, making his blood gradually boil. The jacket featured a stand-up collar design, with gold and silver threads intricately woven along the edges, symbolizing the honor and nobility of soldier. The shoulder epaulets were adorned with exquisite embroidery representing military ranks. The golden star insignia and stripes shone brightly against the black background, showcasing Gu Ling's identity as an Earth God Tiger General and reflecting his pursuit of exquisite craftsmanship. The army ranks of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger were divided into various levels. One emperor, representing the clan leader of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger, and then 4 great war gods subordinate to him. Apart from these 4 great war gods, there was a guard army directly under his command, the Dark Demon Guard, consisting of 50 elite members stationed in the royal city, which is the central region. Additionally, each of the 4 great war gods had 4 armies stationed in the 4 cardinal directions, and the 4 armies jointly stationed in the underground 6 districts, as the entire underground was interconnected, forming a coalition of 4 districts. The military ranks included Heavenly God Tiger, Demon Tiger, Heavenly Wing Tiger, Earth God Tiger, Earth Demon Tiger, Earth Wing Tiger, followed by subordinate units of a 1,000-man army, 100-man army, 10-man squad, and some special professions such as reconnaissance, protection, and security, which could be freely arranged. On the left chest of the military uniform was a badge representing the affiliated unit, inscribed with Earth God Tiger General, 923rd Division Commander. Its design cleverly merged the unit insignia with that of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger clan, with vibrant colors. The dark parts were extremely deep, as if gazing into an abyss with profound implications. The nameplate was located below the badge, written in silver-white font with the 2 characters Gu Ling elegantly styled, standing out against the dark background. Gu Ling reached out to touch the nameplate, and memories flooded back. He recalled his first enlistment, his first battle with comrades, and the first time he tore off the badge from his chest just to save a soul that had exhausted its power, shouting along with the instructor, "I am the elemental force of the 4 attributes of wind, thunder, and dark time. Gu Ling volunteered to use my soul power to save him." The military jacket had practical pockets on both sides, secured with dark buttons, making the uniform appear very neat and convenient for storing small items. Gu Ling rummaged through the pockets of the military uniform and found a button inside. He thought to himself, the old squad leader is probably going to get reprimanded by the inspector again. It's good that the old squad leader retired. That way, he doesn't have to come personally. Who can guarantee victory in this battle? The edges of the cuffs were also decorated with gold or silver threads, adding a touch of elegance. The cuffs were stained with the blood of countless foreign races. Gu Ling donned his military uniform, carefully adjusting every wrinkle on his body in front of the mirror in the old principal's office, like a general preparing to go to war. Gu Ling took one last look at himself in the mirror, then stepped into the time-space tunnel, heading towards the central tower of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy, the central pillar that supported the secret realm of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger. Gu Ling knocked on the door of the Hall of Heroes beneath the central pillar, saying, "Junior Gu Ling requests all seniors to come forth and defend against the enemy." He then pushed open the large door, cutting a line on his wrist, and blood splattered into the air. Among the 92 heroes in the Hall of Heroes, some were soul beasts that were just one step away from breaking through to 400,000 years. Some were close to breaking through to 800,000 years, and one was N's father, whose soul power had reached 900,000 years, but had not advanced for a long time. Even more impressively, there was Anne's grandfather, whose soul power had reached a terrifying 990,000 years, just one step away from establishing his own divine status. Stimulated by the blood, the heroes gradually awakened. After Gu Ling explained the situation and shared what he had seen in the River of Time, everyone was shocked. They had been sleeping in this secret realm for tens of thousands of years, and while they had considered that this day might come, they had imagined sweeping through the previous Douluo continent with their overwhelming strength to dominate a world, never expecting to be attacked at their doorstep, facing a future that even posed a risk of extermination. The souls of the heroes returned to their bodies, consuming the thousands of blood sacrifices hidden beneath the Hall of Heroes, which had an alternative name for other races, the Bone Repository. As for N, the leader of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger clan, his evil power surged to a peak the moment Tang San entered the secret realm, even showing signs of losing control of his soul power, and had never thought that the power of the evil god, one of their most relied upon abilities, would one day backfire on them to such an extent. Fortunately, the additional condition of Anne's deal with the deity was that all the clan's evil power would be transferred to him alone. If the evil power were to disperse, Perhaps this dark demon's strength could absorb two powers in the midst of slaughter, and his power might rise even further. Perhaps we would not wait for C's return, and desperately suppressed his body to minimize the fluctuations of assimilating the evil god's power. Not far away, Tang San had already killed all the dark demon evil god tigers in the northern district. This is really boring, Tang San said with a smile. In front of him was the vital passage from the northern district to the center, the northern defense gate. Tang San looked at the three characters on the gate, feeling quite pessimistic, and then laughed. I'll show you what the gap in power really looks like, what true pessimism is. Tang San shot out like a bullet, firing a freshly launched cannonball. And with Gu Ling's deployment, nearly half of the military forces in the entire region were now here, with another third mobilizing to the front lines. Soul beasts over 10,000 years old were rushing towards the northern defense gate. If the northern defense fell, only a rock blockade and a cloud blockade would remain between the north and the center, and after passing these two small fortresses, they could directly strike at the heart of the central area, causing great destruction. Therefore, the northern defense must not fall. All soldiers received orders. The 3-rank soldier soul power sensing devices activated the soul-guided cannons. The 4-rank amplification array was initiated, and they aimed, calculating a straight-line speed of 97 Hz, 7 seconds in advance. Fire. The commander gave the most precise targeting method, and with a single command, it was launched. Is it really just this? Tang San stood amidst the smoke, still holding a mass of light waves, which was the compressed soul power from the recently fired soul-guided cannon. Everyone couldn't help but be astonished. Although this was only a 3-rank soul power amplified by 4 ranks, it was not something an ordinary person could endure. The high-ranking commander ordered those above 3 ranks to concentrate their soul power into the machine for compressed soul power and then evacuate. Based on his years of combat experience, this battle was exceptionally dangerous, and even the elite 3-rank soldiers were useless in the eyes of the outside world. Tang San laughed. Is this all the strength you have? It's only fair to return the favor. He then wrapped his own gray mist around the cannonball in his hand and threw it against the northern defense wall. With a loud bang, the soul-guided cannon was completely blocked by the unique soul-guided defense of the northern defense, the Mo Chintzy defense array, and even the light was only slightly dimmed. Tang San was momentarily stunned, interesting, and then summoned the sea god's trident to throw it, intending to pierce through the defensive works. However, the high-ranking commander had already noticed Tang San's intentions and directly activated the super defensive mode, which was defended by the magnetic reversal soul-guided system of Mo Chintzy just 3 feet away. But could a divine artifact be bound by a mortal device? Even the power of technology couldn't do it. Tang San laughed heartily, waving his hand to redirect the trident at a faster speed through the protective shield, directly piercing a hole through it. But the golden light flickered, soon repairing itself to perfection, and the sea god's trident was left inside the protective shield. You are indeed much more interesting than the faceless demon spider and the mandala snake. But a bug is still a bug. You should become my nourishment, my power. Tang San laughed maniacally. His laughter echoed across the battlefield, carrying an undeniable dominance and madness. However, the high-ranking commander did not show the slightest panic. He knew that facing such an opponent required calmness to have a chance of survival. Tang San, you are indeed powerful, but this is our territory. You underestimate our determination and wisdom. The commander's voice spread across the battlefield through loudspeakers, each word revealing firmness and resilience. Do you think you can overturn everything with just your own strength? You are wrong. True power comes from unity and belief. As the commander's words fell, a sudden change occurred on the battlefield. The seemingly scattered soldiers quickly regrouped, arranging themselves according to the formations they had practiced beforehand. Each person's soul power began to resonate in a peculiar rhythm, as if the entire battlefield was connected by an invisible force. This is soul array unification. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Tang San's eyes. This tactic was extremely rare, requiring a high level of tacit understanding and coordination, capable of converging the soul power of many soul masters into a powerful force. Its might could even temporarily surpass individual limits. A huge vortex of soul power gradually formed above the battlefield, containing the will and power of countless warriors. At the center of the vortex, a dazzling light soared into the sky, charging towards Tang San. Facing this sudden offensive, Tang San did not back down. He took a deep breath, his whole body shrouded in gray mist, as if merging with the surrounding air. He formed seals with his hands, murmuring ancient incantations. and a more magnificent power erupted from his body, forming a standoff with a vortex of converging soul power. Sea God's light, shine upon my path. Tang Sen shouted, and the sea god's trident seemed to sense its master's call, breaking free from the protective shield and transforming into a golden streak of light, merging with Tang San's soul power, forming a brilliant beam that shot up to the clouds. The two forces collided violently in midair, producing a deafening roar. The entire battlefield seemed to tremble, smoke and dust rising, blocking out the sun. However, amidst this chaos, a clear figure gradually emerged. Tang San stood firm, his gaze more resolute than ever, as if no force could bring him down. Your power indeed impresses me, but true strong ones never fear challenges. Tang San's voice pierced through the smoke, clear and powerful. Today, let you witness what true sea god power is. After finishing his words, Tang San's figure flickered and transformed into a gray lightning bolt, carrying the sea god's trident, charging straight toward the gradually collapsing soul power vortex. The soul formation of the small dark demon evil god tiger clan was merely a union. Did they really think he was afraid of them? Tang San was not the least bit frightened. He wanted to clash head-on and test just how far his strength had come. Chapter 28, Annihilation of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Clan. Part 2. Tang San broke through myriad laws with his strength, controlling two different divine powers with his hands. His figure moved like a ghost through the shattered soul power vortex, each strike precise and deadly, as if the sea god's trident had come to life in his hands. Each swing accompanied by the might of thunder, tearing through the air and the carefully arranged defenses of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Army. Even though the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Army had practiced their formation for hundreds of years and achieved a state of unity between man and formation, they were still torn apart like paper in the face of overwhelming power. The union of their soul formations merely delayed their defeat. The members of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Clan showed expressions of terror. They had never encountered such a formidable opponent. The two types of power radiating from Tang Sen were not only overwhelmingly strong, carrying an irresistible majesty and sanctity that made even them want to worship him, but the other power felt familiar, cold, and evil. They had never imagined that such distinctly different feelings could coexist in one person. Their soul formation, though strong, appeared so fragile and vulnerable before this true power. Tang San's figure darted across the battlefield like a swimming dragon, his movements agile and precise, each evasion perfectly timed to avoid enemy attacks. His eyes sparkled with a cold light, as if he could perceive every subtle change on the battlefield. The members of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Clan were unwilling to back down. They roared, unleashing their respective soul skills in an attempt to drown Tang San in a torrent of soul power. However, Tang San seemed to be in the eye of the storm, remaining calm and clear-headed despite the turmoil around him. With each wretched scream, members of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Army fell one by one. Some were pierced directly by the sea god's trident, while others were heavily injured by the soul power Tang San released, collapsing and unable to rise again. The battlefield was piled high with corpses, blood flowing like a river, the entire space enveloped in a thick layer of blood and despair. Tang San stood in the center of the battlefield, surrounded by a faint gray mist, his expression carrying a hint of disdain mixed with a touch of gloom. He slowly retracted the sea god's trident, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth, filled with mockery at the enemy's tragic state. My name is Tang San. His voice was cold and merciless as he surveyed the surroundings, where the scenes of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Clan's defeat lay before him. Remember, no. UNT have the chance to remember. You will all ultimately become a part of my power. Tang San laughed arrogantly amidst the sea of corpses and blood. Over 10,000 soldiers of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Army, even with the enhancement of their soul formation, could only make Tang San feel a slight fatigue, even when they attacked together. After speaking, Tang San did not rush to leave, but slowly walked towards those Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Clan members who were still clinging to life. Each of his steps seemed exceptionally heavy, as if he were stepping on their hearts, making them feel unprecedented oppression and despair. Suddenly, there was a loud crash. Tang San's tattered robe, mixed with the blood of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Clan and his own, floated in the wind. Tang San looked in shock towards the direction of a peculiar flying object approaching from not far away. He saw a thick shadow floating about 700 or 800 meters away. Leading the way was Gu Ling, the principal of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy. The flying object that cut through Tang San's robe to stop his next move was the poison token that Gu Ling had obtained from an old man in the spirit hall. Tang San wrapped his bleeding arm with divine power and then floated into the air, aligning himself at eye level with the opponent. Finally, something interesting is happening. These people have bored me to death. Tang San laughed as he looked up. In an instant, he surged forward, his figure flickering as he flew towards Gu Ling. Gu Ling, known as the best diviner in the dark demon evil god tiger realm, had long anticipated that this heavenly demon would not follow the usual patterns. So he withdrew several hundred steps, leaving the elders to hold the line. Although he looked cool when throwing the token, he still had to act cautious when the time called for it. At this moment, a person walked out of the crowd. His name was Mo. Mo raised his hand and pointed, and a dark field, as black as ink, instantly expanded outward from him, covering the sky and blocking the sun in darkness. This field was called Mo Bai. Those trapped within it lost their five senses and ability to think, becoming oblivious to what others said around them. As if a close friend was advising a devoted admirer. The admirer, despite being treated coldly, remained enthusiastic, convincing themselves that it was just their partner's slow nature, ultimately leading to their own downfall. This type of field was the culmination of Mo's 100 years of experience as a devoted admirer, completely embedding his emotions within this domain, reflecting the myriad wonders of the world. Tang San's speed was too fast. He could not evade and plunged headfirst in the field, instantly becoming immersed in it and unable to extricate himself. This was because Tang San had never experienced such devoted admirer behavior, having lived 2 lives and enjoyed various perks. He had always been surrounded by women and never lacked for affection, just rejecting advances alone numbered in the dozens. The 3,000 paths of the heart led him to gradually sink into this novel feeling. The fluctuating sensations within the field were akin to love itself. And Tang San secretly thought, I want to be a devoted admirer. Old Mo, you wouldn't let that heavenly demon die, would you? Your field is truly terrifying. Among so many of us in the spirit hall, only those who cultivate the path of ruthlessness can withstand it. We don't even need to step in. Let us call it day. It is said that this heavenly demon is incredibly powerful, but is this all they can do? It's already over? Old Bai and Xiao Chao, go treat the clan members below, and while you're at it, disguise yourselves to take out some other races. Anyway, the heavenly demon didn't come for nothing. We should prepare for the next blood meal. Suddenly, the person who had just spoken felt a flash of silver light at their neck, clutching their throat. What's wrong? Don't joke around. A young man tapped the person who had just spoken, only to see their head and body neatly separated, as if cut apart by an extremely sharp object. I must say, you all are quite interesting. A silver light flickered out from the black field, shattering the Mo Bai field to pieces. Alert! The young man sensed something was wrong and shouted, but it was already too late. The silver light flashed, and he was cleaved in half from shoulder to side waist. Gu Qi, Lan, an elderly man, was heartbroken. This was a descendant of their lineage, naturally carrying deep emotions. Tang San smiled. This little trick can't trap me? Is there no one left from the dark demon, evil god tiger clan? Let's go together. The 4 of Tian, Di, Xian, and Huang exchanged glances, instantly understanding the implications. They quickly surrounded Tang San. They could no longer afford to be careless. If they underestimated him, what Gu Ling said might ultimately come true. Tian Qi said, Eort Vein said, Huan Ming said, Huang Qiu said. The 4 of them turned their own 5 elemental energies into their respective life treasures, forming an extremely terrifying killing move. Moreover, all 4 had 700,000 years of cultivation, and their killing move had once slain the 900,000 old US Silver Wolf. Remember this name. After unleashing their killing move, the others in the Hall of Heroic Spirits also sprang into action. Some, skilled in enhancement, drew more than 10 enhancement arrays in one breath. Others, skilled in confinement, waved their robes, which were filled with confinement arrays, flying towards Tang San to weaken his strength. Some even burned a part of their own body and soul power, cultivated over 100,000 years, using secret methods to summon otherworldly beings. Others isolated a single element to restore it to a semi-complete Great Tao, using the suppression of the Great Tao to constrain Tang San's power. In their conceptual understanding, all power derives from laws. Elements are also laws. Emotions, love, and arrays are applications of the power of laws. The dark demon evil god tiger had innate fragments of 6 laws due to its talent during the Great Cataclysm, making it more in tune with the Great Tao. The essence of cultivation is to imprint the great Tao of the world within oneself. Numerous colorful arrays and various elemental great Taos flew towards Tang, San like they were free of charge, and because of the confinement array's robe. Tang San didn't even have time to react. Gray mist surged around Tang San, wrapping him in a cocoon as he planned to take on such damage head-on. Having witnessed the history of the evil god, Tang San naturally understood that the level of evil god power was much higher than that of the sea god's divine power and the Shura god's divine power of punishment and judgment. Thus, he released all the evil god power within him to withstand it. In the distance, in the bedroom of the dark demon, evil god Tiger Clan leader, and gritted his teeth against the negative effects brought by the evil god power. He had endured for tens of thousands of years, and now only a few days remained. What was a few days? He was unaware that the dark demons had already slaughtered the entire northern district and were fighting with the people in the Hall of Heroic Spirits. His only belief was to wait for C to bring a solution. Although he had waited for thousands of years, C still had no solution. Suddenly, and felt the evil god power he was resisting suddenly calm down. He sensed that something was wrong, and the next second, the evil god power within him erupted violently like a volcano, corresponding to Tang San's resistance against a wave of attacks with the evil god power. The evil god power became weakened, and then Tang San found it unbelievable that such a small bug could make him so embarrassed. Dark thoughts surged in Tang San's heart, even hinting at a trend of strengthening the evil god power. This led to the complete loss of control of the evil god power within him. In the final moment of this loss of control, and swallowed a special item from the table, and his eyes turned blood red, roaring as if he were a primitive beast, venting his desires. Hey, ha! Tang San suddenly felt the missing part of the evil god power, which was also his main purpose for coming here. He used his divine thought to manipulate another part of the divine power, wanting it to come over quickly. Even if the evil god power possessed a dog, Tang San was confident it would become a greater aid in opposing the others. Keep outputting, don't stop, someone said. In between, someone tore open their book, scattering the pages, using the book as an array to seal various life gates in the world, intending to cut off Tang San's path to survival. Others took out hidden poisons to throw at Tang San, while some punched him fiercely, striking him with energy. Tang San continually used the evil god power to fend off the damage, even using his own sea god power to allow the evil god power to continuously devour it, thereby expanding the evil god power. In the distance, Shura said, "Why do I feel so anxious lately? It seems like something big is happening. You're just used to idleness. When something needs doing, you look for excuses. Hurry up and finish the detection. Speed it up." As Tang San's divine thought surged wildly, that part of the uncontrollable evil god power seemed to be drawn by invisible chains, slowly gathering towards Tang San even from far inside him. In the secret chamber, under the influence of this power, N's body underwent astonishing changes. Dark red patterns wriggled beneath his skin like living things, and his blood-red eyes became even more intense. Finally, he let out a roar, his form expanding into a massive, evil beast, its shape neither human nor entirely of this world, carrying an aura of ancient evil gods. Unlost his sanity and pierced through the ceiling, emerging into the battlefield where Tang San was located. What is that? Is there such a thing in the secret realm? Someone said. By the way, this figure is somewhat similar to the current clan leader, said another. That S.N. spoke N's grandfather. He is also the only 990,000-year-old soul beast in the Hall of Heroic Spirits. What happened to him? The giant beast roared, its limbs shaking the ground, each breath seeming to suck the surrounding air away, creating an unprecedented sense of oppression for the elders of the Hall of Heroic Spirits. Tang San smirked coldly, fully aware that at this moment was his most powerful weapon, a killing machine that knew no fear or fatigue. Go, my blade. Let these old fossils see what true despair is. Tang San silently thought, tightening his control over the divine thought, while pouring his evil god power into N's body to make N's actions more precise and deadly. Under Tang San's control, the giant beast transformed from and charged towards the elders of the Hall of Heroic Spirits. Each of its attacks carried destructive power, rendering even the most solid defenses and exquisite sword techniques weak in the face of this evil god power. The elders quickly summoned their respective treasures and ultimate skills in an attempt to stop this disaster, but it seemed impervious to pain, growing more and more courageous in battle. Every injury only fueled its deeper rage. However, Just as this battle seemed poised to end in Tang San's overwhelming victory, in the Hall of Heroic Spirits, An's father, a white-haired elder with deep-set eyes, suddenly made a shocking decision. He closed his eyes, and a dazzling light erupted from his body, a culmination of his lifelong cultivation. Dark demon, return my son An's life. Perhaps an elder's eyes, as long as he killed this dark demon, and might regain his freedom. So sacrificing himself was a small price to pay. As the battle reached a fever pitch, and the giant beast and was almost unstoppable, the members of the Hall of Heroic Spirits faced an unprecedented crisis, and the elder resolutely chose the path of self-sacrifice. He understood that with the current power, it was difficult to directly confront this uncontrollable evil god power, let alone protect the Hall of Heroic Spirits, the dark demon evil god Tiger Clan, or his own son. Therefore, he made a decision to use himself as a catalyst, initiating self-detonation in an attempt to seal the dark demon along with that evil god power. For the dark demon evil god Tiger Clan, I am willing to use myself as the price to seal this evil. The elder's voice echoed through the sky, and his body gradually expanded in the light, ultimately transforming into a force capable of destroying heaven and earth, charging straight towards Tang San. A définie explosion sounded, and the entire Hall of Heroic Spirits seemed to tremble at that moment. Suddenly, the giant beast transformed by and fiercely pounced towards Tang San, blocking this fatal blow. Tightly wrapped in a thick cocoon of light, while Zay had vanished without a trace, leaving only the black dust scattered in the air. Tang San stepped out of the dust. What a spectacular sight! The killing of one's own kin. While applauding, Tang San began to draw out the power of the evil god from a cocoon. It must be said that after the evil god's power within infused together, if Tang San could absorb it all, he would master the entire path of the evil god. Thus, while mocking verbally, he silently absorbed the evil god's power. Dao took a step forward. It was this heavenly demon in front of him that caused him to lose his children and grandchildren in his later years, and had slaughtered so many of their kin. Dao waved his hand, and the members of the Hall of Heroes realized what this meant. They then stood in a special formation, creating a funnel shape with Dao at the front, starting from the lowest 170,000 year soul beast, ascending to 200,000 years, then to 400,000 years, to 800,000 years, and finally to a 960,000 year soul beast. After Zay's death, he was the most powerful, and although his energy might have suffered slight depletion, it was transmitted layer by layer until his soul power was exhausted. Everyone held nothing back, just so Dao could break through the God realm at the million-year mark, because the God of Time had left a divine position. If the soul power capacity increased, he could inherit such a divine position and have the strength to battle against the gods. Chapter 29. Death and Injury Life. As the special formation within the Hall of Heroes was formed, an unprecedented surge of soul power surged from the center of the formation, like rivers converging into the sea, layer upon layer, every soul beast giving its all, transmitting its accumulated soul power without reservation to Dao standing at the forefront. This power transcended the constraints of time and space, causing the entire space to tremble, as if even heaven and earth were changing color. Dao closed his eyes in concentration, surrounded by a colorful glow, a strange phenomenon produced by the fusion of soul powers from various soul beasts. Every ray of light contained different powers and wills, interweaving and colliding, ultimately converging into an unstoppable torrent, flowing into Dao's body. At this moment, Dao seemed to resonate with the entire world. Deep within his soul, an unprecedented awakening was quietly occurring. As the soul power continued to pour in, Dao's body gradually became transparent, with his meridians, bones, and even soul undergoing an unprecedented cleansing and transformation. His aura grew stronger, reaching an indescribable realm, surpassing ordinary soul masters, even exceeding the levels accessible to million-year soul beasts. Just then, the sky suddenly cracked open, and a beam of dazzling light shot out, directly illuminating Dao. That was the light of the divine position left by the God of Time. It sensed the power within Dao capable of shaking the divine realm, thus opening the door to the inheritance in advance. Dao opened his eyes, which shimmered with unprecedented determination and resolution. He looked up at the light, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He gazed at the heavenly demon across from him, who was Tang San, knowing that this enmity must be avenged. This divine inheritance was also the beginning of his revenge and protection. Without a moment's hesitation, Dao stepped forward, entering the light. Tang, San attempted to stop him, throwing the evil goddess power in the form of a giant scythe, but it smashed hard against the light. What kind of inheritance is this? Unfortunately, no one answered Tang San's question. In an instant, the divine inheritance light enveloped Dao, and waves of ancient and powerful divine power began to circulate within him, merging with his own soul power to form a brand new strength, which was then continuously compressed and tempered. Ultimately, the energy density within him far exceeded that of his previous 990,000 years. While a 990,000 year soul beast could be considered a demigod, it was still a mortal body. After being washed by divine power, the quality of the soul power it could contain significantly improved, allowing this body to become a vessel for divine power. During this process, Dao underwent countless trials and tempering, with his will, soul, and even body continuously being reshaped and sublimated. Each struggle and breakthrough brought him closer to the realm of the gods. Finally, when the last ray of light dissipated, Dao slowly opened his eyes. The anger and hatred that once filled them were gone, replaced by a transcendent tranquility and depth. He felt that what surged within him was no longer just soul power, but true divine power. He had succeeded. He had inherited the divine position of the god of time, and had become a true deity. In this moment, he fought not only for himself, but for the entire clan, for those who sacrificed because of him. He would protect this continent in the name of the gods, ensuring that the heavenly demon before him would turn to ashes, with nowhere to escape. Dao familiarized himself with the power he had just gained, the divine position of the god of elements, which would allow him to better master elemental power, space, time, wind, thunder, and even the evil power inscribed in the dark demon evil god tiger clan, bestowed by the evil god, returned to him in a strange yet familiar manner, as if it was a part of his own body. Dao cautiously controlled his newfound power, his expression grave and serious. He understood that this powerful strength did not solely belong to him, but stemmed from the inheritance and accumulation of the entire dark demon evil god tiger clan. At this moment, he felt the expectations and trust of the 87 members of the Hall of Heroes behind him. They had gathered all their soul power at the cost of their lives to aid him in breaking through the god realm. Simultaneously, the thousands of soldiers at the northern town were also unhesitatingly burning their soul power, selflessly contributing to this battle. Faced with such immense sacrifice and support, Dao's heart was filled with gratitude and a sense of responsibility. He understood that he could not let everyone down at this moment. He had to give his all to defeat the enemy before him. Thus, he silently vowed, this battle must be won. With unwavering faith and determination, Dao gathered all his strength once more, preparing to meet Tang San's assault. What is this? The power of evil? No, how could you possess the power of evil? Clearly, the entire Dark Demon Evil God Tiger clan's evil power had been transferred to an alone. While Tang San was trying to reverse control and with the evil god power, he had inadvertently drawn out An's memories and understood the general situation of the secret realm. Therefore, when he saw the evil power on Dao, he couldn't help but be taken aback. One must understand that the evil god power was his greatest reliance. Dao remained silent, gathering energy in the palm of his right hand, the formidable power gradually being shaped into an energy wave, stirring the surrounding air and causing Dao's robes to rustle. Well, you choose silence. Then let me test the limits of your divinity. Tang San instantly calmed down, standing at the ready. Suddenly, with a whoosh, the energy wave shot out from Dao's hand, and Dao's figure moved, using the dark attribute to split into 3 shadowy forms in a triangular formation following the energy wave. Tang San inexplicably felt a sense of familiarity. Is this treating me like prey, just like the mandala snake from 422 years ago? Tang San sneered. Immediately, the purple extreme demon eyes unleashed their vast realm, his eyes shining with golden light. But even when the purple extreme demon eyes reached their peak, he could not discern which was the real body and which were the fakes, as they maintained the same movements. If one were real and 2 were false, then one could identify the true from the false by looking at their forms. But what if all 3 were false? How could one compare? Tang San had already determined that one of the 3 was real, ignoring the possibility that all 3 could be fake. He unleashed the power of the evil god in his hand, transforming it into 3 sharp cones that shot towards the 3 shadows. However, before he could act, he felt a chill down his back, his hair standing on end, and his muscles contracting. Years of battle experience had made his sixth sense particularly keen. Something was wrong. There was danger. Just a thousandth of a second later, Tang San reacted, sidestepping as a figure hidden in the shadows lunged at him with a dagger, leaving a long bloody mark on his back. The flesh rolled back, and the wound instantly turned blue and purple. The three illusions transformed into a puddle of water, and the shadows ceased to exist. It turned out to be an illusion created by a water mirror, enhanced with dark elements to create shadows. Tang San knelt down in pain, his mind racing. The figure, still shrouded in a black robe, retreated into the shadows, using grass elements to grow a bunch of dogtail grass, mocking Tang San and messing with his mindset. Tang San found himself in a situation where the enemy was in the dark while he was in the light. After thinking for a moment, he burst into laughter. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Tang San's target shifted to the exhausted souls lying on the ground, declaring, "Old man, aren't you brave? If you don't come out in a minute, I'll kill one person until they're all dead." The figure hidden in the shadows trembled, feeling overwhelmed. Thus, the figure intensified their assault, using all kinds of traps and debuffs. Tang San endured the damage while observing his surroundings, hoping the enemy would be careless and give him a chance to counterattack. Compared to the lives of the entire Dark Demon Evil God Tiger clan, Tang San was more interested in the new evil power that the figure possessed. After all, there were millions of great paths in the world, and understanding them varied greatly. There were only so many paths in the heavens, and if one person could completely devour a great path, it could only mean they were an innate Tao body. Meanwhile, hundreds of people would barely manage to comprehend a thousandth of a great path after working for several days. Tang San suddenly kicked the sea god trident up, and the massive fork quickly flew up after being diagonally stuck in the ground, spinning rapidly in the air before stabilizing mid-flight. The sea god trident became exceptionally docile in Tang San's hands, like a tamed giant beast, slowly rotating and emanating a powerful and mysterious aura. Tang San gripped the sea god trident tightly, his gaze firm. He whispered, "Come on, let's begin this battle." The figure used elemental power to form a chain. Before becoming famous, this figure had used its tail as a scorpion tail hook, winning the championship of the martial arts competition with a record of 93 wins, 2 draws, and 3 losses. It could be said that using chains was already a sure win for them. The two figures on the battlefield intertwined like ghosts, each collision creating ripples in space that tore the surrounding silence to shreds. "Heavenly Demon, you'll pay the price for your actions today." The figure's voice emerged from the shadows, carrying an undeniable determination. The chain, formed from elemental power, shimmered with a ghostly blue light in the night, as if it could bind all things in the world. The chain was suddenly flung out with a sound that tore through the air, aimed directly at Tang San's heart. Its speed astonishing. Tang San's expression sharpened, but his body remained as immovable as a mountain. He merely turned his wrist, and the sea god trident seemed to sense its master's will, transforming into a blue lightning bolt that charged towards the chain, colliding violently in midair. The clanging sound was deafening, and the shockwave generated by the clash of powers caused the surrounding space to tremble. "Just a chain. Do you think you can trap me?" Tang San sneered, his soul power surging. The brilliance on the sea god trident intensified, and a tremendous power from the sea god erupted from the tip, creating ripples in the space and forcing the chain back several meters. The figure's expression changed slightly upon seeing this. In the clash of divine powers, the figure suffered greatly. Even though they had accumulated their power for tens of thousands of years at the 990,000 year realm, soul power was still soul power, and divine power was still divine power. Moreover, they had only recently merged with their divine position and could not exert their full strength, leading to continual suppression by Tang San. However, there was no retreat left for them. Behind them stood millions of members of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger clan. There was no way back. The figure instantly transformed into a shadow, doubling its speed and pulling away several hundred meters. "Blood Covenant, burn. Spirit Covenant, burn. Soul Covenant, burn. I shall break the heavens with my blood." The figure laughed loudly. "Life inevitably ends in death, whether light as a feather or heavy as a mountain. Enter, and I shall slay you, this demon, even if it costs me my life." The divine power emanating from the figure gradually dissipated, solidifying on the surface of their skin, merging with the blood seeping from their skin due to the burning of life, simultaneously emitting an eerie blue light. Indeed, that was the figure's powerful and magnificent mental and spiritual force. Tang San attempted to withstand the figure's onslaught, but with just one strike he was sent spitting blood. This was due to the explosive burning of blood, spirit, and soul, allowing all three to ignite in each move. If the flesh could withstand one punch from the opponent, then the hidden force and spiritual power could penetrate the body and cause double damage. Seeing he was at a disadvantage, Tang San unexpectedly produced another sinister artifact, the Scythe of the Evil God. The scythe was pitch black, with dark purple, evil divine power flowing along the blade, exuding a chilling aura of death. The evil god descends, all things wither. Tang San roared, swinging the scythe of the evil god, conjuring a cold hurricane that rushed towards the figure. This strike contained not only the power to destroy the heavens and earth, but also the evil power that corroded the soul, making it impossible to defend against. The figure's eyes burned fiercely. Facing this lethal blow, they did not retreat but charged forward instead. The elemental chain in their hand, infused with the powers of blood, spirit, and soul, seemed to come alive as it spun and transformed into an indestructible shield, directly clashing with the scythe of the evil god. The collision erupted in dazzling light and a deafening roar, as if the heavens and earth changed color at that moment. Heavenly demon, I admit your power is strong, but you have killed too many of my kin. Today is your death day. The figure shouted, and the chain in their hand suddenly shook violently. A pure and vast force of the three merging, combined with the power from elemental reactions, surged forth, clashing fiercely with the evil power of the scythe of the evil god. As time passed, the energy fluctuations on the battlefield became increasingly intense, and the battle between the two had reached a boiling point. Each clash felt like the collision of stars, shaking the heart. In this fierce battle, even though the figure was a newly ascended deity, after burning blood, spirit, and soul, they were surprisingly evenly matched with Tang San, even faintly gaining the upper hand. The figure pressed on, using the chain to continuously attack Tang San, but Tang San, having considerable battle experience, managed to evade without serious harm. The figure sighed, looking towards the towering pillar in the central region. They knew that if they continued to consume their resources like this, they would undoubtedly die when there was nothing left to burn. It was time. The figure seemed to have made a decision and shouted, "Sword, come!" Tang San was also stunned by the shout, but he quickly adjusted his state. Suddenly, the central pillar of heaven broke in half, and a long sword shot out from within. The sword flew through the air like a streak of light, tracing a graceful arc in the sky, steadily positioned in front of Dao. The sword was adorned with the spirits of mountains, rivers, and plants, shimmering with a faint green glow. Dao tied the elemental chains in his hand to the sword's body, and the chains instantly transformed into tiny elemental ions that seeped into Dao's accessories. The sword trembled slightly, as if the sword spirit inside was wailing in sorrow. The elemental forging of the sword spirit was meant to unleash greater power, and only by striking down with one sword could he justify the burning of the last trace of power. After the elemental forging, regardless of success or failure, the sword would shatter completely, and even the sword spirit would turn to ashes. Dao silently whispered an apology to his old friend, but he had to win against him. The sword spirit trembled slightly, seemingly in response. Dao raised his sword and lunged at Tang San. Finally, in a decisive confrontation, Dao pinpointed Tang San's flaw, aiming to strike and determine the outcome. Just as Dao's sword tip was about to pierce Tang San's chest, Tang San's figure mysteriously shifted to the side, not only avoiding this fatal blow, but also using Dao's momentum to close in like a ghost. The scythe of the evil god, a divine artifact imbued with endless evil power, seemed to come alive in Tang San's hands. The tip of the scythe glimmered with a ghostly green light, a manifestation of the evil god's power boiling, greedy for the life force it sought to devour. Crack! A crisp yet dull sound rang out as the scythe of the evil god accurately struck Dao's heart. In that moment, time seemed to freeze, and a flicker of disbelief and despair flashed in Dao's eyes. The life force within him dissipated like leaves caught in a tempest, while the evil god's power ravenously consumed his remaining vitality. The secret method of burning life was supposed to be Dao's last trump card to reverse the situation, but at this moment, it became a catalyst accelerating his downfall. Dao's body began to tremble. He struggled to stand firm, but the evil power from the scythe of the evil god had completely shattered his will and strength. His eyes gradually lost focus, filled with unwillingness. He couldn't fall here. His kin still needed him. He couldn't die. Dao let out a desperate roar, but everything had already been decided. The scythe of the evil god pierced through his body, breaking his heart and taking away all his power and life. And on this land, washed by battle, only Tang San's figure remained. This meant that the storm of the final chapter of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Clan was about to fully arrive. Chapter 30, Prelude to Escape Time, rewinds to 7 days before Tang San invaded the secret realm of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger. Jiang Liunyan, the principal's secretary, specifically sought out Jiang Liunyan to inform him to come to the principal's office. On a moonlit night, Principal Guling, who appeared to be gentle and refined but was actually unfathomable, sat alone in the principal's office. The candlelight flickered, casting a rare look of seriousness and determination on his face. Jiang Liunyan, as the most outstanding young talent in the academy, had quelled the long-standing war between two major factions and was subtly trending toward becoming the top figure of the younger generation in the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy. He was also the only person in nearly 20 years who could resonate with the shard of the Key of Time. If he could grow steadily, he might become one of the top combat forces in the future. Guling sighed deeply. Unfortunately, there wasn't enough time left. Liunyan, I have summoned you here for an important matter to discuss. Guling's gaze pierced through the flickering candlelight, as if he could see through the fog of the future. His voice was deep and powerful, breaking the silence in the room. The future situation is far more complex and changeable than we imagine. Through divination and deduction, I have discovered that a formidable force is quietly approaching, a demon from beyond the heavens. Even in my calculations, I could not decipher his origins, only vaguely seeing that he hails from Douluo continent, and his target is aimed directly at the secret realm of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger. The fate star of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger clan is growing dim, but according to the divination, you may be the only variable. Jiang Liunyan's gaze suddenly became sharp. He knew all too well that every appearance of the celestial demons would bring unimaginable harm, as if a great hand in the dark was erasing the life of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger clan. Every battle resulted in heavy casualties among their people, preventing the clan from breaking through to a higher level. Therefore, Jiang Liunyan, who had come from a small village to this point, understood the significance behind this matter more than others. Principal, do we have any means to counter this? Listen carefully to what I am about to say. Yes. How do you think he might enter the secret realm? Perhaps from the entrance in the sky? Jiang Liunyan said. Guling shook his head, took out a yellowed, ancient book from his sleeve, and gently placed it on the table. This is a divination manual left by my master, which records many ancient and mysterious predictive methods. Based on these secret methods and the recent changes in celestial phenomena, I deduce that the celestial demon is most likely to infiltrate from the Nether Valley in the northern region, which is the closest place to the Douluo continent. The flow of time there is different from other places. Once entered, the time flow within the body will rapidly accelerate geometrically. Therefore, the celestial demon will definitely attack here. If he comes with the intention of slaughtering the clan, then the people of the northern region will be completely slaughtered. The predictive results brought by the stargazing technique reveal that this demon's strength is unfathomable. So we have no choice but to abandon the defense of tens of thousands of people in the northern town gate. But this is just a deduction. Moreover, Guling changed the subject, taking out a jade pendant that was warm to the touch, with a faint blue light swirling around it, as if containing endless power. This is a life-saving jade pendant left to me by my master. It can protect you at critical moments. Liunyan, I am getting old. The future foretells that the last bloodline of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger clan will only survive through you. But isn't it said that man can conquer fate? Destiny can indeed be changed. What if we win? You are one of the most gifted individuals in this generation. If the moment of clan extinction really comes, do not hesitate to use this to withstand fatal harm. I will also teach you a special technique. Live well. Jiang Liunyan took the jade pendant with both hands. A warm current surged in his heart. He knew that this was not just a treasure, but also the deep expectations and trust from his master and the principal. Guling asked Jiang Liunyan to put away the treasure, and then began rummaging through the drawer. Ultimately, he activated the spatial rift within the bookshelf. Perhaps this clan was about to be exterminated, so it was better to give the younger generation a small gift. If they weren't wiped out, he could always shamelessly ask for it back. Guling thought to himself. He randomly pulled out an ancient book titled 6 Elemental Transformation Technique. Guling said that this book was created by the 6-pulse celestial beast of the original bloodline, ferocious beasts. The 6-pulse celestial beast had long been unable to awaken its 6 systems due to the exhaustion of the world's spiritual energy during the pre-primordial era, thus fading into obscurity among the beasts. Perhaps now, the wind system's Gale Demon Wolf, the electric system's Purple Tiger, and the grass system's Vine Fox could all be descendants or variants of the six-pulse celestial beast. The usage of this technique is limited to the six systems, and it must be inherently tied to the six systems. If it is performed through sensing external elemental forces, it will result in an explosive death. The general content of this book is that one can inscribe the formation from the book using the six systems, then connect to the time river and the omnipresent spatial rifts to escape pursuit. However, the only drawback is that this kind of secret technique can only be performed 5 times using all soul power for a limit of 50,000 years, 6 times for 60,000 years, and so on, until perhaps reaching the 100 levels to become a god for unrestricted use. But principle, I only have 5 systems. And most importantly, I do not have the time system. In the future, I might die in battle or be controlled by evil forces. Only that treasure of the dark demon, evil god tiger clan in my hand can help you. Principle, regarding that silver necklace, Jiang Liunian hesitated to speak, clearly having heard legends about the necklace. Gu Ling nodded slightly, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. That necklace is a supreme treasure left behind by the god of space, containing the mysteries of the path of time. There have been rumors that this necklace was the result of trading for the path of time at the cost of the entire clan, creating a complete path of time. However, due to each person's different understanding of time, some incorrect impurities inevitably appeared in the path of time. The god of space and the time sorcerer worked together to create 2 paths of time. One was the ultimate essence, dazzling like the stars in the sky, and easily absorbed by people. The other encompassed the path of time, along with some other interpretations. Since the path of time was stripped from the dark demon, evil god tiger clan, the impurities were left for the clan's leader. If used by a foreign race, the soul imprint or remnants could easily assimilate a foreigner into a true dark demon, evil god tiger. As the leader of the dark demon, evil god tiger clan, and once thought about directly absorbing this power, so he had been trying to purify the impurities in the necklace with evil power, hoping to restore the clan to its completeness. But as you know, the evil power within him is like a double-edged sword, both a source of power and a cause of destruction. What is most admirable is that to prevent the necklace from being stolen by the celestial demon and becoming a blade against the dark demon, evil god tiger clan, erased his consciousness related to the necklace. The process of purifying the impurities in the necklace became a kind of muscle memory. After all, it has been tens of thousands of years now. Jiang Liunian nodded in a seemingly understanding manner. At this point, Gu Ling's voice became even more somber. After a pause, it seemed as if she was about to reveal a great secret to Jiang Liunian. Actually, I am not the real Gu Ling. Upon hearing this, Jiang Liunian was also taken aback. While the previous words had left him momentarily confused, this news struck him like a thunderbolt, leaving him stunned on the spot. I am the external manifestation of Lord C. The real Gu Ling has long since sacrificed herself in the battle against the extraterrestrial tribes. I have inherited part of Lord C's memories and will, but the trauma from the battlefield has caused my memories to be disordered, leading to occasional loss of control. Fortunately, the muscle memory of this body remains, and the will of the external manifestation inherits fragments of that muscle memory, thus adopting some special behavioral habits. Moreover, after fighting for 15 years on the battlefield, I eventually developed PTSD, so some behavioral changes are quite normal. It was only recently when I, as Lord C, discovered that the soul plate of it had shattered, and at the same time realized that I suddenly could no longer perceive the time fragments in the secret realm. I became aware of the severity of the situation. How could Lord N's soul plate shatter if he is not dead? Jiang Liunian asked in confusion. The river of time in this world is merely a flowing timeline. Each wave that surges forth is a small fragment of time, and the river of time flows downstream without rest. In order to find a way to properly resolve the evil power within, and I took the risk of going upstream against the river of time to seek the mysteries of time. However, the beginning of the river of time flows against the current, causing the flow rate to increase and time to slow down. Perhaps the normal flow rate of time is 1. Then the flow rate upstream is 0, 5, or even less. This means that I have received countless possibilities from the future while being in the past. Learning about the future from the past of the current river of time, and then telling the past about those future events. Through the river of time, I foresaw N's death and took over myself again, allowing my vision to align with his, compelling me to protect you. Moreover, if the dark demon god tiger tribe truly encounters misfortune, I must ensure that the silver necklace does not fall into the hands of the celestial demons, which would trigger an even greater disaster. Gu Ling's gaze was firm and profound. And you, Liunyan, might just be the one capable of changing fate. Jiang Liunyan felt as if a raging fire had been ignited deep within his heart upon hearing these words. An unprecedented sense of mission and responsibility surged over him like a tide. He realized deeply that what he bore was not merely the simple task of protecting the academy and safeguarding his companions. More importantly, he must bear the weight of the potential extermination of his race and endure as a spark, escaping when necessary. This mission felt like a heavy burden pressing down on his shoulders, yet he did not flinch, for he understood that only by facing it bravely could he become a true hero. Principal, rest assured, I will give my all and live up to your expectations, Jiang Liunyan solemnly promised, his eyes shining with a firm and fervent light. His voice was filled with determination and strength. Gu Ling nodded in satisfaction, a smile of contentment appearing on his face. He knew that his initial choice had not been wrong. The young man before him had already shown extraordinary courage and responsibility, and he believed that Jiang Liunyan would achieve great things in the future. Unfortunately, he would not be able to witness it. What a spirited young man he was. Truly wonderful. 3 days before Tang San invaded the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger's secret realm, Jiang Liunyan listened to the detailed explanation of the ancient spirit, his eyes shimmering with an unprecedented determination and desire. He knew that in the face of the impending invasion of the heavenly demons, no opportunity to enhance his own strength could be missed. Therefore, he decided to go all out and fully master the 6-element transformation technique in the 3 days he had. Countdown, 3rd day. Jiang Liunyan chose the most tranquil secret chamber as his place of cultivation. He was well aware that this method posed a significant dual challenge to both the mind and body. First, he closed his eyes and focused his mind, allowing his spirit to return to its purest state, and began to attempt to perceive the faint and complex power of the 6 elemental systems within him. This was no easy task, as his bloodline was not directly inherited from the 6-pulse celestial beast. However, through his profound understanding of the natural way and years of subtle manipulation of elemental power, he gradually outlined the vague contours of the 6 elemental systems within his body. Countdown to the 2nd day. Jiang Liunyan entered a more challenging practical phase. Following the records in ancient texts, he attempted to simulate the complex array required for the 6 elemental transformation technique within his body. This required him not only to precisely control every strand of elemental power, but also to fuse them in a specific order and rhythm, forming a strange structure that could communicate with time and space. Throughout the process, he experienced countless failures, each making him feel as though he were in the eye of a storm, with the powers of the 6 elements colliding violently within him, nearly tearing apart his flesh and soul. However, with astonishing perseverance, he adjusted and corrected himself time and again, until night fell once more, and he finally sensed the subtle fluctuations indicating the initial formation of the array within him. The first day of the countdown was a crucial moment for verification and consolidation. Jiang Liunyan understood that merely constructing the array within his body was far from sufficient. He needed to test its effectiveness in real combat and further refine it. He chose a secluded forest far from human habitation, filled with various natural elements, making it the ideal place to practice the 6 elemental transformation technique. Deep in the forest, he closed his eyes and focused, silently reciting the incantation. In an instant, he felt as if he had transformed into a messenger of the 6 elements, with the surrounding wind, electricity, darkness, and other elements seemingly responding to his call, coalescing into a powerful force. Although he currently only possessed 5 elements, regarding the power of time, he could borrow the exotic magic from his belt at any time. His belt was made from a very special mineral, capable of releasing a faint chill. If he truly employed this method, he feared even 10 belts would not suffice, but for preliminary practice, it was more than enough. With a low shout, the array within Jiang Liunyan suddenly activated, and space seemed to twist at that moment, while time appeared to slow down. He felt an unprecedented strength surging from within him, propelling his form to teleport through the forest, each movement precise and accurate, as if transcending the boundaries of space. At that moment, he deeply appreciated the profundity and power of the 6 elemental transformation technique, further solidifying his determination to protect his homeland. After 3 days of effort, Jiang Liunyan finally mastered this ancient secret technique. Although he was still far from the realm of unrestricted use, it was sufficient to provide him with a means of survival in the impending crisis. He knew well that the real battle was just beginning, and he was already prepared. Chapter 31. The retreat time returned to when Tang San's scythe pierced Dao's heart. Before the blood-red northern pass, the sunset was like blood, casting a feeble afterglow on the mottled earth, reflecting a scene of heart-wrenching tragedy. Even the secret realm trembled slightly, the sky changing to heavy colors, as if mourning for this powerful member of the dark demonic god Tiger clan. The last hope of the dark demonic god Tiger clan, Dao, was slowly collapsing. His eyes filled with unwillingness and despair, a cruel accusation against fate and an angry rebuke of Tang San's cold mercilessness. Tang San, a powerful figure from the central realm of the divine world, the enforcer of the divine law, the dual deity of the sea god and the Azura god, and a member of the divine council, had even inherited the divine power, divine will, and divine essence of the evil god. At this moment, however, he resembled an Azura emerging from hell, a sinister smile on his face that contained both the triumph of victory and an endless disregard for life. He slowly approached Dao's fallen body, each step seeming to tread upon the hearts of all present, causing the surrounding air to freeze. Dao, you once thought you were the salvation of the dark demonic god Tiger clan, but who would have expected that today you would become the most perfect sacrifice in my hands? Tang San's voice was deep and cold, carrying a chilling sense of fear and undeniable cruelty. He crouched down, quietly observing Dao, who had already fallen, his eyes still filled with reluctance. It was as if he were admiring a piece of art, his gaze flickering with madness and delight. Everyone seemed stunned with fear, for it took the combined strength of their entire clan to grant Dao god-level power, capable of directly erasing even ordinary gods. Yet, unexpectedly, this celestial demon pierced Dao's heart with a single strike of his scythe. Panic filled the crowd, for at that moment they had lost all soul power, rendering them no different from ordinary people. I will make everyone see the fate of those who challenge me. I will let you witness how Dao dies, and I will ensure you all perish in despair. Tang San seemed intent on completely destroying the spiritual pillar of the dark demonic god Tiger clan from its roots, possibly to satisfy the heart that had been tainted by the evil god. The divine power of the evil god continuously invaded Tang San's body, causing his mind to become increasingly abnormal, subtly leaning toward perversion. Tang San's words were like icy blades, piercing the hearts of everyone present. He stood up, retrieving a pitch-black dagger from his storage soul guide. The dagger glowed with a strange dark purple light, yet it was extremely dull, clearly a soul guide weapon specially treated for humiliation. As Tang San moved, the air around him began to violently ripple, a wave of evil aura pouring from his body, intertwining with the surrounding dark elements to form twisted shadows, as if even heaven and earth were changing color. If Tang San's previous distribution of divine power was 3, 5, 3, 5, and 3, with Sea God and Azura God power, each occupying 3, 5, and the evil God power being the least at 3. After deciding to take such actions, his internal soul power distribution had reached a terrifying 2, 2, and 6, with the evil God power rapidly devouring most of the Sea God and Azura God powers to strengthen itself. Tang San grinned wickedly, advancing step by step toward Dao's corpse. The malice in his smile sent chills down the spines of everyone present. Watch closely, this is the fate of those who oppose me, Tang San shouted, swinging the dagger down violently. The extremely dull blade plunged halfway into Dao's chest, sending a spray of blood flying. He did not stop, but instead swung the dagger more frantically. The dull blade sometimes insufficient to cut flesh, so Tang San would slice back and forth, one cut after another, each strike landing precisely on different parts of Dao's body, as if engaged in a cruel artistic creation. Fortunately, Dao had long since lost all vitality. Otherwise, even the obstinate ones from the ruling office would seem unable to endure such punishment. The crowd erupted in terrified screams, watching as Dao was subjected to 1,000 cuts. The brutal scene was like a nightmare, deeply etched into their hearts. Some attempted to close their eyes, only to find they could not escape this cruel reality. Just then, as Tang San continued to hack at Dao, some soul masters who had barely regained some soul power flashed a resolute look in their eyes. They knew that they could not hope to contend with Tang San's strength alone, but even so, they were determined to defend their last shred of dignity with their lives. The dark demonic God Tiger clan had never been cowards. They gathered their final soul power, preparing to self-destruct, hoping to perish alongside Tang San. However, their actions appeared utterly powerless before Tang San. The evil aura surrounding him suddenly expanded, forming an indestructible barrier that repelled all the self-destructing soul power. Not only that, but those who attempted to self-destruct found themselves unable to harm Tang San in the slightest. Instead, they were counterattacked by the tendrils of the awakened evil god power. Each one pierced through the heart, their life force swiftly drained, ultimately reducing them to withered corpses, which then disintegrated into dust, blown away by the wind. This scene filled everyone present with unprecedented despair. They looked at Tang San's cold, merciless back, their hearts filled with fear and anger, yet they felt utterly helpless. The once beacon of hope in their hearts, now just a broken corpse beneath Tang San's feet, had been someone they placed their hopes on just a few hours ago, believing he could slay the outer demon. Yet now, his sacrifice seemed to awaken no one's redemption, instead casting the northern town further into the shadows of death. Remember, this is the price for defying me. Tang San's voice echoed through the skies of the northern town, carrying a heart-stopping authority. He stood up, leaving behind a ground soaked in blood and despair. The survivors could only watch silently, their eyes filled with confusion and fear for the future. The fate of the dark demon evil god tiger clan on this cursed land seemed already sealed, and Tang San might become the culprit that ends the dark demon evil god tiger clan. Perhaps starting from today, they would no longer exist in this world. Tang San felt no guilt. After all, the human-faced demon spider and mandala snake had been exterminated by him, leaving only the library's reference materials and biological samples from the infirmary. For the sake of their race, a young man charged towards the protective shield formed by the evil god's power, then self-destructed in fury. "Do you think you can kill me?" Another young man rushed towards the spot of the previous explosion. "Kill the demon," shouted yet another youth. Various individuals, having regained a bit of soul power, burned their lives and souls to maximize the explosion. Perhaps the cost was that they could never be reincarnated, yet many continued to charge forward. However, after this one-sided massacre, Tang San paid a heavy price as well. His power seemed to be swallowed by endless darkness, plunging him into an unprecedented vacuum, his soul power like a dried-up river, no longer able to support his once impenetrable defense. At that moment, an unexpected figure emerged, Gu Ling, the head of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy. Hiding a shocking secret. As the embodiment of the divine, she, under the orders of the deity, had the ability to summon the powers of all the deities' avatars within the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger secret realm. At a critical juncture for her race's survival, Gu Ling chose self-sacrifice without hesitation. With firm will and fearless courage, she summoned the souls of hundreds of the deities' avatars, including those of old friends who had already passed away. These souls responded to her call, unreservedly offering their powerful spiritual strength, merging with Gu Ling. Thousands of strands of spiritual power converged upon Gu Ling, forming an unparalleled force. However, this immense spiritual power also brought great pressure to Gu Ling. Each soul's integration burdened her spiritual world heavily, as if countless mountains pressed upon her heart. A moment's carelessness could tear her soul apart, making her vanish from this world forever. At this moment, Gu Ling was no longer just an independent individual. She had become the embodiment of the entire Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Clan spirit. All the souls fused within her, causing her spiritual power to reach unprecedented heights. This powerful spiritual force allowed Gu Ling's consciousness to transcend human limits. Her thinking became extraordinarily sharp, and her insight greatly enhanced. Even more astonishingly, Gu Ling's spiritual power began to touch the realm of the divine. She felt an indescribable power, one that only a god could possess. This power granted her an extraordinary perception of everything around her, as if she could see through the essence of all things. At this moment, Gu Ling had transcended the realm of ordinary beings, becoming a divine entity. The deity Gu Ling had a dark expression, her eyes flashing with a determined and resolute light. She cautiously approached Tang San, moving silently like a ghost. At this time, Tang San, weakened from the prior battle, was on the verge of collapse. Gu Ling understood that to defeat such a powerful opponent, extreme measures had to be taken. Taking a deep breath, a look of determination flashed in her eyes. She decided to perform the most forbidden technique, the heavenly soul disintegration technique. This was an extremely dangerous secret art that burned one's own soul at the cost of a brief but powerful surge of strength. This technique would cause great harm to the user, but Gu Ling could no longer afford to care. She gritted her teeth, quickly forming hand signs, murmuring incantations. As her chant resonated, a mysterious aura surged from her body. Her body began to tremble slightly, as if enduring immense pain. However, her gaze remained steadfast, showing no sign of retreat. Deep within Gu Ling's heart was filled with grief and determination. She knew this action might mean her death, but she was willing to gamble her life. As long as she could deliver a fatal blow to Tang San, everything would be worth it. She closed her eyes, concentrating, gathering all her strength. Her soul began to burn, releasing a dazzling light. Simultaneously, her body gradually became transparent, as if it would vanish into thin air at any moment. In the final moment, Gu Ling opened her eyes, which shone with a fiery light. She used all her strength to lunge at Tang San. Her figure streaked across the night sky like a meteor, filled with endless grief and resolve, attempting to deal a heavy blow to Tang San. Indeed, when Gu Ling unleashed the heavenly soul disintegration technique, her spiritual power surged instantly, crashing into Tang San's vast spiritual world like a raging flood. Though Tang San was strong, he had to admit that he was severely wounded by this strike. His soul felt as if it were being torn apart, his consciousness wavering between clarity and confusion. However, Gu Ling also paid a painful price for this. Her body rapidly withered after casting the secret technique, her life force flickering like a candle in the wind. Yet she had no regrets, for she knew her sacrifice had bought a glimmer of hope for her kin. Just then, the evil god's consciousness within Tang San stirred, attempting to seize the opportunity to take over. However, Gu Ling, or rather the current Gu Ling, had already seen through it all. Though somewhat surprised, she still seized the last chance. She poured her last flicker of life into burning all her remaining power and threw that crucial necklace far away, landing precisely in front of Jiang Liuyan. This necklace was the key to the future and the last hope Gu Ling left for Jiang Liuyan. The evil god's consciousness and Tang San's own divine consciousness gradually merged in a fierce struggle, forming a new, more powerful divine consciousness force. This divine consciousness force surged violently, as if it would break free from its constraints and reveal its true power. However, at this moment, Tang San had no desire to continue fighting. His heart was filled with exhaustion and helplessness, feeling powerless to reverse the situation before him. Tang San leaped into the air, soaring like a bird towards the sky. At the same time, 3 divine artifacts rose with him, scattering in all directions. These divine artifacts spun rapidly in the air, emitting dazzling light like 3 brilliant stars. Tang San fixed his gaze firmly on his surroundings, focusing his mind and fully controlling the 3 divine artifacts. Under his will, the artifacts rushed forth like lightning, targeting the pillars that supported the entire secret realm. Each artifact contained endless power and majesty, crashing into the pillars at incredible speed, producing a deafening roar. In an instant, the entire secret realm began to tremble violently, the ground crumbling layer by layer, cracks rapidly spreading. The originally solid buildings and landscapes collapsed at that moment, dust flying, creating chaos. The huge stone pillar broke and fell to the ground. The walls crumbled, and stones flew everywhere. On the other side, Jiang Liuyan, under the life-saving protection of Gu Ling, finally found the chance to escape. He tightly gripped the necklace in his hand, an endless sadness and anger surging in his heart. He knew that this necklace was exchanged for Gu Ling's life, and he could not betray her sacrifice. Therefore, without hesitation, he extracted the time element from a necklace and absorbed it into his body. At this moment, he could no longer care about refining these elements. He only wanted to follow Gu Ling's last words. Jiang Liuyan used the 6-element turning method to escape from the secret realm of the dark demon, evil God Tiger clan at the most critical moment. His figure moved as swiftly as lightning, traversing through one space-time crack after another. Each traversal was accompanied by immense energy fluctuations, reflecting his anxious feelings and unwavering determination. He knew that this was the only way to shake off the enemy's pursuit and protect the necklace that Gu Ling had exchanged her life for. Throughout the repeated shuttling through the space-time cracks, Jiang Liuyan felt unprecedented pressure and challenges. The chaotic energy within the cracks burdened his body heavily. But he gritted his teeth and persevered, moving forward relentlessly. His eyes shimmered with a resolute light, holding only one belief in his heart: to survive for Gu Ling, for the clan. Chapter 32. Remnants of the defeated with Tang San's earth-shattering strike. The secret realm of the dark demon, evil God Tiger, seemed to bear an unbearable weight, shattering into countless pieces of varying sizes, scattering into the void. On these fragments, once glorious palaces, Deep caves and lush forests had now turned into desolation and ruin, leaving behind various ruins and the ashes of battle. Tang San quietly landed on one of the larger fragments of the secret realm, which was relatively intact and capable of supporting his form without letting him fall into the void. He stood at the edge of the fragment, his gaze deep and complex. Although he had only destroyed a few of the most crucial pillars, it was enough to demonstrate his current power. Beyond the secret realm was an endless expanse of void, dotted with stars, resembling gems embedded in black satin, flickering with a mysterious and distant glow. There was no concept of time here, nor the constraints of space. Only endless silence and depth. Occasionally, a ray of light from a distant galaxy would break this silence, bringing a hint of warmth and hope. On this fragment of the secret realm, Tang San could clearly feel the power of the void coming from all directions, some gentle, some violent, constantly impacting his body and soul. Yet, he seemed unaffected, allowing these forces to ravage around him, supported and protected by the fragment. The power of time could not take away Tang San's vitality, causing his time to flow rapidly. In the deep recesses of the dark demon, evil god, tiger, secret realm, time seemed to freeze, and everything became quiet and mysterious. Tang San sat there quietly, his body enveloped in a layer of faint gray light, appearing as solemn and dignified as a deity. After a long time, Tang San finally completed his profound understanding of the evil goddess principles. His eyes slowly opened, flickering with deep light, as if he could see through the mysteries of the world. At that moment, his evil god power had undergone earth-shattering changes. After absorbing the residual power within the dark corpse, Tang San's evil god power received a tremendous boost. This powerful force surged within him, making him feel an unprecedented strength. This strength was not only reflected in the increase in power, but also in his understanding and mastery of the principles. At this moment, Tang San had surpassed the category of ordinary god-level powerhouses, becoming a true evil god. His evil god power was like an immense ocean, unfathomable and containing endless might. In this realm, Tang San could freely wield the power of the evil god, creating countless astonishing miracles. However, just as he prepared to leave the secret realm and integrate this understanding into his cultivation, a subtle anomaly caught his attention. He discovered that a small part of the core power within his evil god power was inexplicably missing, as if it had been silently stripped away by some invisible force. This discovery instantly put Tang San on high alert. According to the stories described in the Evil God 100 Solutions, the evil god power was divided into four main parts: the part inherited by the evil god, and those of the dark demon evil god tiger, mandala snake, and human-faced demon spider. The evil god part had already been completely absorbed by him. Therefore, he immediately thought it might be that there were remnants among the three clans that had yet to be eliminated. Those hidden threats might not stir up much trouble. But Tang San decided to eliminate the hidden dangers. Wildfires can't be completely extinguished. Spring winds bring them back. Perhaps some remnants were trying to weaken his power in this way. Thus, he resolutely decided to return to Douluo continent to conduct a meticulous investigation. Tang San traveled between various soul beast forests and human cities, personally exterminating many human-faced demon spiders, mandala snakes, and other creatures of the same category, even wiping out their branching species one by one. However, no matter how hard he tried, he found no trace of evil god power within these creatures. The missing core part of the evil god power remained elusive. This sense of loss and unease hung over him like a dark cloud. Suddenly, Tang San recalled a special method of divination mentioned in the Evil God 100 Solutions, which described an ancient and evil divination technique that caught his attention. This divination technique required the lives of hundreds of thousands of beings as a price, its evil degree shocking to the core. Yet, Tang San had no other choice. He longed to find that lost power and was unwilling to let potential threats continue to lurk. In fact, the aftermath left by Gu Ling in the decisive battle had quietly erupted in Tang San's sea of consciousness. The self-detonation of Gu Ling's mental power not only severely injured Tang San's sea of consciousness, but also allowed the remnants of the evil god to take advantage of the chaos. Tang San exerted all his strength to suppress these evil thoughts with great willpower, but the brutality of the battle nearly drove him to mental collapse, almost causing his soul to scatter. Although he ultimately succeeded in suppressing most of the evil thoughts, a small portion still lingered in Tang San's sea of consciousness, subtly altering his mental state. These evil thoughts took root like seeds, silently eroding Tang San's will. And all of this was a manifestation of the evil god's ultimate goal, to gradually change Tang San through subtle influence and ultimately plot to seize his body. In this struggle of soul and will, although the evil god was also injured and fell silent, the impact it left was profound and lasting. Tang San, once a dual god-level possessor, may have once despised life and would not have treated the lives of hundreds of thousands as mere grass. But under the erosion of evil god, his mindset had quietly changed. He began to become indifferent to life, regarding the lives of hundreds of thousands as nothing. Tang San thought to himself, how could mere hundreds of thousands compare to my future strength, revealing the coldness and determination within him? To complete that evil divination, Tang San even went so far as to use great powers, gathering hundreds of thousands of innocent citizens of the Star Do Empire, those devout believers of the sea god, to one place as sacrifices for the evil formation. This scene shocked the entire Douluo continent. Tang San stood atop the high mountains of Sea God Island in Douluo continent, surrounded by a faint blue light, a symbol of the sea god's power. His gaze was cold and deep, as if he could see through the essence of all things in the world. Under his control, the souls of hundreds of thousands of followers, like aimless wandering souls, were drawn together by an invisible force, gathering in midair to form a magnificent sea of souls. These followers had all been devout believers in the sea god during their lifetimes, thinking that their faith would bring protection and peace. Yet they never expected that at this moment of life and death, their faith had become the shackles that bound them. Their voices intertwined into a mournful chorus, echoing over the shattered secret realm, each word filled with despair and confusion. Great sea god, we have been extremely devout in our belief in you. Why do you treat us this way? An old and trembling voice echoed in the ocean of souls, belonging to one of the aged believers, whose eyes were filled with endless loyalty and confusion towards the sea god. However, Tang San's response was as cold as ice, devoid of any warmth. It is precisely because you worship me that you, a bunch of ants, should contribute to me. In my eyes, your lives and deaths are but fleeting moments. Your faith is merely a source of power for me. Tang San's tone was filled with unquestionable authority, as if stating an undeniable truth. The protection and peace you believe in are merely illusions I grant you. In the face of true power, your faith is nothing but insignificant dust. We just want to receive your protection, another young voice said with a sob, her soul trembling as if unable to accept this cruel reality. Tang San curled his lips into a cold smile. Protection? For you ants, being able to contribute to me is your fortunate fate. In the world of deities, there is no reward without sacrifice. Your sacrifices will become part of my power, helping me ascend to a higher divine throne. As Tang San's words fell, the souls of those believers began to gradually dissipate, transforming into wisps of pure energy that merged into the array beneath his feet. At that moment, the aura of the array became deeper and stronger, as if the entire world trembled in response to his power. For Tang San, all of this was merely an insignificant episode on his journey to ascend the divine throne, as his gaze had already penetrated the illusion before him, looking towards a more distant and vast future. There lay the power and glory he yearned for, along with everything he might possess in the future, as long as he perfected the last remaining flaw of the path of the evil god. He would have everything he imagined for his future, standing atop the high mountains of the Sea God Island in Douluo continent, illuminated by the eerie and solemn light of the evil array. Tang San was surrounded by the twisted and powerful energy condensed from hundreds of thousands of innocent souls, a force that seemed capable of tearing apart space and peering into the future. His gaze was deep as a black hole, piercing through the boundaries of time and space, capturing the secrets that had been continuously erased from memory and desperately hidden. So that's how it is, Tang San whispered, his voice carrying a sense of realization and a lament for the unpredictability of fate. And you cleverly refined the power of the evil god without ever integrating it into that necklace, allowing it to silently seep into it, with the core part so well hidden that I never thought of it. The true intention of the ancient spirit's mental attack was actually that necklace. The gears of fate are truly exquisite. Tang San sighed as he re-examined the scene of the final battle, only to realize something was amiss. Tang San continued to observe, knowing that it was merely speculation and that he needed to view more of the past to verify its authenticity. His brows furrowed tightly. He realized that although he had caught a glimpse of a future, that future was like a lighthouse in the mist, illuminating only a small portion of the sea ahead, while more unknowns and dangers lurked in the shadows. Anne's daily caress of a necklace, the evil god power flowing faintly within, cannot be wrong, and has indeed refined the essence of that evil god power repeatedly into that seemingly inconspicuous necklace. Having witnessed nearly 10,000 years of Anne's life, Tang Sen made a decision. Unfortunately, the souls of hundreds of thousands of people only supported the recollection back to the day before the memories were erased. Tang Sen murmured, his tone revealing deep regret and unwillingness. He knew that the necklace contained the core part of the evil god path he lacked the most. So even if it cost him everything, he had to find its trace. However, the memory recollection and the evil god erase recollection only supported back to the day after and erased the memories, leaving Tang San unaware that the necklace was a gift from the god of space and contained a complete path of impurity time, a power capable of distorting time and space and manipulating fate, a path that, once mastered, could impact the divine realm. Perhaps if he had known, he might have made even more extreme choices, sparing no effort to reclaim the lives of hundreds of thousands to activate the array, just to glimpse the final destination of that necklace and the deeper secrets hidden behind it. Tang Sen took a deep breath, as if trying to absorb all the past fragments that surged like tides into his chest, but those images were like sharp blades, scraping at his cognition. His gaze flickered, sometimes bright, sometimes dim. At this critical moment, Tang Sen quickly mobilized the soul power within him, activating the ancient and mysterious heart-purifying art. As the incantation circulated, a cool energy rose from his dantian, slowly traveling through his limbs and bones, calming his disturbed thoughts one by one. His breathing gradually became steady and deep, and the anger and unwillingness in his heart settled like a lake brushed by a spring breeze. However, beneath the calm lay deep helplessness and worry. Tang San knew that at this stage, he could not directly find the necklace containing the power of the evil god, nor could he predict where its bearer would go or what consequences would ensue. This sense of powerlessness made him sigh, but he also understood that sighing could not solve the problem. Only action could change the current situation. Thus, he turned his gaze towards the more distant future, deciding to first perfect the path of the evil god with his own insights. The path of the evil god was also one that the evil god had walked himself, and with his experience of dual divine might, he clearly had more experience. Perhaps he could rely on himself to perfect the path of the evil god, even though this path might be filled with unknowns and dangers, and might not even be the right path. However, under the current circumstances, it was the only method he could grasp. He believed that as long as he continued to work hard, there might come a day when he would perfect the path of the evil god without needing to find that necklace, completely possessing the laws of the evil god and gaining even greater power. With this thought, Tang Sen looked up at the sky of Douluo continent. It was an expansive and boundless blue, seemingly capable of encompassing all the joys and sorrows of the world. Tang San's gaze pierced through the clouds, through the starry sky, as if it could even transcend the river of time, seeing that distant and mysterious existence, Jiang Liunyan, the one who could use the six-element turning method, freely traversing time and space. Every action and decision he made could change the direction of the entire world. Jiang Liunyan, Tang San murmured to himself. Having obtained these two names from the evil god array, these names seemed to possess some kind of magic, filling him with curiosity. One was the ordinary dark demon evil god tiger clan that took away that necklace, and the other was the one who had hidden his identity and traveled through the river of time for tens of thousands of years. I will definitely find you. The things you took away, I will personally retrieve, whether it is the last trace of the core power of the evil god that is missing, or the deeper powers hidden behind this world. In the distance, within a hidden paradise of the immortal dynasty's immortal martial continent, a bamboo house emitted two loud and strange sounds. The volume concludes with Chapter 33, Bamboo Forest. The River of Time is a unique timeline that connects the ancient and modern worlds. And the timeline where the dark demon evil god Tiger Clan resides is merely a narrow tributary comparable to a hair strand within the River of Time. After Jiang Liunyan performed the 6 yuan turn technique, the 5 elemental powers within his body and the power of time in his hand were drawn by the cyclone inscribed within him, forming a special passage in front of Jiang Liunyan. With the necklace in hand, Jiang Liunyan leaped into the passage before him. The reason only Jiang Liunyan escaped was that once the power of time within the necklace recognized its master, no one else could harness even a trace of it. and executing the 6 yuan turn technique required complete control over the elements. Jiang Liuyan saw an endless, flowing river through the passage, deep and distant. He could even clearly see every droplet of water outside the space tunnel. Some sparkled like stars, illuminating the brilliance of civilization, while others were dull and lifeless, recording the silence and vicissitudes of time. Jiang Liuyan was greatly shocked by the sight of the river of time for the first time, not expecting the world outside the dark demon, evil god's secret realm to be like this. Jiang Liuyan looked around and saw the secret realm he had left behind, witnessing a scene that would be etched in his memory forever. That secret realm, the very place where the dark demon, evil god tiger clan relied on for survival, disintegrated and scattered in an instant. Jiang Liuyan's heart is like a shattered mirror, with each fragment reflecting endless sorrow and pain. He stands between the barriers of time's river, the anger in his eyes burning like a raging flame, fixating on that gray shadow as if he wants to reduce it to ashes. That gray shadow looms over him like a dark cloud, suffocating him. His fingers are clenched into fists, nails digging deep into his palms, blood dripping from his fingertips. But he is completely oblivious to it. The secret realm, once a safe haven for his soul, a place that nurtured countless beautiful memories and dreams, is now collapsing under the power of the demon. Each piece of falling debris strikes his heart like a heavy blow, bringing an indescribable pain. And he, Uncle Sun, Uncle Shui, Bairoli, and Xingyu are his most respected elders, as well as like-minded friends he recently met, and now, beneath the ruins of the secret realm, they may have already turned to dust. Jiang Liuyan recalled the years spent with his neighbors, and a surge of indescribable anger and hatred towards Tang Xin rose in his heart. I vow with the rest of my life to tear you to pieces and scatter your ashes. Jiang Liuyan knelt down and deeply bowed 3 times towards the secret realm before walking towards the other end of the passage. Deep within the main riverbed of the long river of time, there exists a colossal being known as the Immortal Alliance, which has emerged in the competition of the entire river of time, occupying the upper reaches and intending to exist only in the past, while all others, all nations, belong to the future. Within the illusion tribe of the Immortal Alliance lies a captivating paradise, seemingly sculpted by nature itself, far removed from the hustle and bustle, so tranquil that one can hear the gentle footsteps of time. In spring, this place is softly covered by a layer of thin mist as the morning light breaks. Golden sunlight filters through the veil, casting dappled patterns on the lush green bamboo forest, where each bamboo leaf seems to be coated with a faint golden glow, shimmering with the vitality and hope of life. Under such illumination, the entire bamboo forest appears to be gilded, with each stalk gleaming in golden hues intertwined with their inherent green, forming a breathtaking scene. The dewdrops on the bamboo leaves, under this golden light, become crystal clear, resembling pearls embedded in green satin, sparkling with dazzling brilliance. The air is filled with the fresh fragrance of mixed soil and bamboo leaves. Taking a deep breath feels as if it could cleanse the dust from the soul. Deep within the bamboo grove lies a quaint and elegant courtyard, quietly nestled among towering green bamboos that form a natural barrier, isolating the outside world's disturbances. The shadows of the bamboo sway gracefully, rustling softly in the wind, like sounds of heavenly music, refreshing the spirit. In the courtyard, a bamboo house is built beside the water, simple yet refined. Constructed from naturally grown bamboo, woven by skilled hands, it is both sturdy and exudes an air of elegance. The roof is thickly covered with bamboo leaves, shielding from wind and rain while adding a touch of rustic charm. Sunlight filters through the sparse gaps in the bamboo leaves, casting beams of light inside the house, complementing the simple furniture and delicate bamboo decorations, creating a warm and serene atmosphere. In the courtyard, a small pond is crystal clear, where a few koi swim leisurely, occasionally leaping from the water, creating ripples that spread delicately. Beside the pond, a few wildflowers sway with the wind, red, yellow, and blue, adding a splash of life and color to this tranquil space. A swing gently hangs under the shade of a tree, swaying softly in the breeze, seemingly recounting the joyful laughter of the past. At this moment, the sky is a brilliant blue, with a few white clouds drifting lazily by, and the occasional bird call piercing through the forest, further highlighting the tranquility and harmony of this realm, where every corner brims with life and hope. Here, time seems to slow down, allowing one to forget the troubles of the world and simply immerse in this rare tranquility and beauty. granting the soul a thorough relaxation and cleansing. Suddenly, the sky appears to be torn apart by an invisible force, and a shocking rift emerges before the eyes. The barriers of time and space are like fragile paper, violently ripped apart. At the same time, a deafening, sharp buzzing sound cuts through the sky, like a sword piercing through the entire space. Accompanying this sharp buzz, a massive shadow plummets from the sky like a falling meteor, descending with astonishing speed. Its size is unimaginable, carrying an unparalleled might, instantly shattering the tranquility of the bamboo forest. The bamboo leaves swirl in the air, stirred by the shadow, creating a green storm. Amidst this whirlwind of green, a gigantic figure descends from the sky, bearing an earth-shattering aura, crashing down into this peaceful world of green bamboos. This shadow is Jiang Liuyan, who has just emerged from the time passage, due to an unexpected space-time turbulence. He was forced to exit the time tunnel in a disheveled state, revealing his most primal form as the dark demon, evil god tiger. His body is enormous and fearsome, with jet black fur glistening coldly in the dim light. Though disheveled, it still exudes a regal aura. His eyes resemble two profound night skies, flickering with madness and despair. His four paws stomp on the ground, shaking the entire bamboo forest as if the earth itself trembles at this sudden presence. The surrounding air seems to solidify, and time appears to slow down at this moment. The creatures in the bamboo forest, whether leisurely foraging squirrels or birds ready to take flight, are frightened by this sudden upheaval, scattering in all directions to seek safe refuge. Jiang Liuyan slowly raised his head, his gaze sweeping around, his eyes filled with confusion. Where's this? Where am I? Who am I? Jiang Liuyan awkwardly stood up, his massive body pressing down on the bamboo. After a brief moment of distraction and confusion, his mind quickly began to work, observing the surrounding scene. The towering bamboo forest reached into the clouds, and all he could see was bamboo, making it impossible to discern the direction. Jiang Liuyan shook off the fallen bamboo leaf from his body and randomly chose a direction to move forward. However, the original form of the dark demon evil god tiger was simply too large, causing Jiang Liuyan to inevitably brush against some obstacles while walking through the bamboo forest. And the thick bamboo also obstructed his path. Jiang Liuyan also realized this problem and used his soul power to control himself, transforming into a human form. He knew that, due to the turbulence of time and space, he had deviated from his destination and was unaware of where and when he was. Therefore, he needed to adapt to the environment as quickly as possible, preferably finding a place with human habitation to solve the survival issue. Although bamboo could be eaten, it was not what Jiang Liuyan wanted. He was not an ancient fierce beast, the iron-eating beast, and, as a tiger, he naturally needed to eat meat. Soon, another person arrived, a middle-aged man painting in the courtyard, holding a brush, and while painting, he spoke to a cat lying nearby. It seemed that the cat could understand what he was saying. Meow, what does it matter to me that someone has come? Meow, it's settled. It's that illusion. He must leave the way he came. The little cat meowed. It should be so, but he is a variable. When he gets tired, you can bring her in. We have had guests for thousands of years. The middle-aged man hung his brush on the rack, and the painting he created depicted a vividly lifelike dark demon evil god tiger, which upon closer inspection looked exactly like Jiang Liuyan's true form. In the past 1,000 years, I have seen many so-called children of destiny. Those with great fortune always seem to possess various opportunities and encounters, and their growth rate is extremely astonishing, even able to challenge higher stages and leap over one or two major phases. Such people should only be befriended and not made enemies of. Even if one must make an enemy, it should be done before they grow up, eliminating them completely. As for him, he has a connection with me, and it's time for someone to inherit my legacy, the middle-aged man said. Meow, meow, meow. Good, good, good. The cat lying there responded sarcastically. The middle-aged man, hearing this, became furious. He had worked hard to cultivate his emotions, only to be interrupted by this cat, just as he was about to take advantage of the moment to strike. The cat seemed to have anticipated this and jumped off the table, leaping onto the roof to continue sleeping there. After a long while, Jiang Liuyan had been wandering in the bamboo forest maze for a long time, never expecting to get lost among the bamboo. After all, his spatial geometry skills were quite exceptional, and he had marked many indicators along the way. He knew for certain that he was not going in circles. The concepts of north, south, east, and west had lost their meaning in this bamboo forest. All he could see around him was bamboo, which inexplicably irritated him. The bamboo forest exuded an eerie atmosphere. Jiang Liuyan looked up at the sky, the sunlight filtering through the dense bamboo leaves, casting mottled shadows. It was difficult to illuminate the confusion in his heart at this moment. All around him was endless greenery, each bamboo standing tall like a sword, pointing towards the sky, as if it were a natural maze created by nature, making it hard to discern directions and find an exit. What surprised Jiang Lian even more was that, with the physique of the dark demon evil god tiger clan, he could easily run hundreds of kilometers without breaking a sweat. Yet after just an afternoon of walking in the bamboo forest, his own spiritual energy was consumed at a terrifying rate. Moreover, the spiritual energy in the air here was beyond comprehension, seemingly a higher power preventing him from absorbing it to replenish himself. Under this mutual depletion, a strong sense of fatigue surged within Jiang Liunian. Could it be that I'm really going to starve to death in this nameless bamboo forest? The vengeance for my clan has yet to be avenged. The deep blood feud of my race remains unaddressed. That day, Demon Tang, San, I have yet to personally take revenge. How can I fall here? A wave of unwillingness and anger surged in Jiang Liunian's heart as he struggled to stand up, but could only weakly collapse to the ground, sweat and tears intertwining. Blurring his vision, the bamboo leaves around him rustled, seemingly responding to something. The wind, too, seemed to carry a hint of sorrow, passing through the bamboo forest, gently brushing against Jiang Liunian's face, taking away some sweat and tears, but unable to take away his determination and resilience. The sound of the bamboo leaves rubbing against each other, at that moment, seemed to transform into a rallying horn. Amidst the rustling bamboo leaves and howling wind, a strange light emerged from deep within the bamboo forest, illuminating Jiang Liunian's face. He looked up in surprise and saw a colorful spirit bird flying out from the bamboo forest, its feathers seemingly containing some mysterious power, slowly approaching him. Is this the will of heaven? Jiang Lian pondered silently in his heart as he reached out his hand, and the spirit bird gently landed in his palm, bringing a touch of warmth and strength. With the arrival of the spirit bird, Jiang Liunian felt an unprecedented vitality surge into his body, and the fatigue within him began to dissipate at an extraordinary speed. Heaven does not forsake me. Heaven does not forsake me. Under the nourishment of the spirit bird, Jiang Liunian gradually returned to his peak state. At that moment, a white cat quietly emerged from the dense bamboo forest. Its steps were as light as falling feathers, each movement resonating with the swaying rhythm of the bamboo leaves, giving a sense of harmony and mystery. This white cat's fur was as white as snow, without a hint of mixed color, pure as the first snow. Its eyes sparkled with wisdom and agility, deep and bright, as if it could see into the inner world of all things. When it gazed at everything around, its expression radiated an extraordinary and ethereal aura. Its presence made the entire scene more tranquil and harmonious, as if time had stood still at that moment. The white cat elegantly weaved through the bamboo forest, its figure blending seamlessly with the surroundings, evoking thoughts of the mysterious beings from ancient legends. Chapter 34. Illusion. As the white cat approached with steps as light as the wind, a surge of indescribable shock and anticipation welled up in Jiang Liunian's heart. This was not only because of the extraordinary aura emitted by the white cat, which seemed out of place in the bamboo forest, yet its presence perfectly blended into the environment, creating a sense of contradiction in Jiang Liunian's heart. Are you here to take me away? Jiang Liunian's voice trembled slightly as he followed the white cat closely with his gaze. In this silent and mysterious bamboo forest, he seemed to have exhausted all his strength. It still could not leave this place. Thus, he pinned his last hope on every possible direction, silently praying in his heart. What if there really is a chance to get out? The white cat paused its light steps, gracefully turned around, and looked at him with its bright and lively eyes, gently swaying its tail as if in response to his inner question. Then it turned again and, stepping lightly, elegantly led him deeper into the bamboo forest. Each step seemed so unhurried, as if this bamboo forest were its territory, and it was familiar with every corner here. As they passed through layers of dense forest, the light gradually became soft and mysterious, and a faint fragrance filled the air. A special scent that seemed to have accumulated over thousands of years of culture or heritage, creating such a unique essence. Finally, in an open area, an ancient and elegant bamboo courtyard came into view. In the center of the courtyard, an elderly man dressed in a white robe was bowing his head to paint, his strokes revealing an extraordinary and ethereal intent. Meow, Lo Huanzai, I brought you someone, don't delay my sleep. The white cat raised its head, meowed without a trace of its earlier elegance, then jumped to the eaves, curling up on the roof. Thinking that bringing someone for little Huanzai in exchange for 10 small fish snacks wasn't bad. Hearing this, the middle-aged man in white slowly raised his head, his deep eyes seemingly able to see into the hearts of others. He smiled slightly, a warm and profound smile that seemed to dispel all the gloom in the world. Jiang Liuyan, welcome to the replica secret realm of the Illusion Sect. I am Huan Qi, the former sect master of the Illusion Sect, and a temporary resident of this bamboo forest and secret realm. Hearing this, Jiang Liuyan felt a surge of respect in his heart. He bowed deeply and expressed his gratitude. Thank you for saving me, sect master. I'm immensely grateful. Huan Qi smiled and said, don't be in such a rush to thank me. To be honest, the grand formation outside was set up by me. The grand formation in the bamboo forest is a special formation modeled after the protective formation of Huanji sect. It is filled with various formations, including illusion formations, energy-absorbing formations, and counteracting formations. You must have felt it in the illusion. You can't exert your full strength, and your stamina and power are being consumed at a rate several times greater than usual, right? The outer part of this grand formation has 18 spirit-gathering formations responsible for absorbing external spiritual energy, while 3 inner spirit exchange formations gradually absorb the spiritual energy of those within the formation for the grand formation's use. In total, this grand formation is filled with 46 spirit transformation formations and 148 smaller spirit transformation formations, each capable of converting the power within its participants into a kind of power they cannot directly utilize. So how about it? Isn't this grand formation extremely profound? Meow the white cat on the eaves called out, indicating that he had said too much and hadn't yet confirmed whether the kid opposite could join the sect. Zilu waved his hand lightly, seemingly unconcerned, and said to Jiang Liuyan, Kid, we have a fate together. Are you willing to be my disciple? Although Jiang Liuyan was trapped in the illusion array for an entire afternoon, which left him somewhat irritable, he soon thought that such an illusion array was incredibly shocking. Gradually, the frustration in his heart began to ease. Looking at the elegant middle-aged man in front of him, Jiang Liuyan immediately performed a bow to pay his respects as a disciple. Huan Qi glanced at the white cat, seemingly showing off, with a gaze that conveyed how good he looked, and even said he wouldn't become Zhang's disciple, which only made him feel delighted. Turning his head, he raised his hand to signal Jiang Liuyan to not be overly formal, and then pointed to the unfinished painting on the table. Look at this painting. As Huan Qi's voice faded, Jiang Liuyan looked at the painting on the table. The image depicted an extremely majestic, dark demon god tiger. If earlier, when Jiang Liuyan was trapped in the bamboo forest by the illusion array, the painting merely allowed him to glimpse its true form, making it appear lifelike as if it were the real dark demon god tiger. Now, after Huan Qi's second modification, the painting traced back in time through Jiang Liuyan's essence to depict the most peak posture of the dark demon god tiger clan from millions of years ago, a posture of overlooking the world, an invincible grandeur. The dark demon god tiger's massive body almost occupied half of the canvas, its fur shimmering with a deep blue-purple luster, resembling the profoundest dreams of the night sky and the dark currents rolling beneath the abyss, both mysterious and heart-pounding. Its eyes were like 2 brilliant and cold gems, so deep they seemed to pierce into the deepest fears of the human heart, flashing with a captivating glow, each blink seemingly weaving invisible curses and nightmares. Surrounding it were wisps of black magic mist. Although these mists remained still, upon closer inspection, they seemed alive, swirling and coiling around the dark demon god tiger in the painting, transforming into sharp blades or condensing into a fierce ghostly face, showcasing its supreme majesty and terrifying power as a sacrifice beside the evil god. The paper of the painting seemed to become heavy and distorted due to the presence of this power, as if it were about to shatter under the pressure at any moment. As Huan Qi's words fell, the painting appeared to come alive. The bamboo leaves swayed gently. A fresh breeze blew, and the water's surface remained calm. Moreover, a shadow of the dark demon god tiger emerged from the painting and landed in front of Jiang Liuyan. Its posture was agile, its eyes revealing defiance and pride, reminiscent of how its clan looked in their most spirited days millions of years ago. This painting is an acknowledgement of your indomitable spirit, and also a personal gift from me for passing my test. Huan Qi's voice was deep and magnetic. I hope you can comprehend the most prosperous posture of your clan from 1,000 years ago, its most unique spiritual quality, no matter what difficulties you face. Always maintain your true self, and pursue your identity, just like the being in this painting. Even in adversity, one must look down upon all. Jiang Liuyan gazed at the painting, his heart surging with unprecedented shock. His kin had all been slain by the heavenly demons, perhaps not a single one had survived. This painting was not just an ordinary artwork. It was a connection to his past. Every stroke, every line captured the silhouettes and memories of his people, allowing him to feel that deep familial love and the warmth of his community. When he looked at the painting, it was as if he could hear the laughter and joy of his kin, feel their presence. This feeling brought tears to his eyes, filling his heart with nostalgia for the past and hope for the future. He knew that although his kin had perished, their spirit would forever be engraved in his heart, inspiring him to move forward. At the same time, this painting was also the high hopes and expectations of the sect leader of Huanqi for him. As a disciple, he understood that he bore the mission of inheriting and promoting the sect's culture. This painting was the leader's affirmation and encouragement, strengthening his resolve to continue on his path. Jiang Liuyan secretly made up his mind to turn this expectation into motivation, to work hard in his cultivation and become a powerful practitioner. He wanted to repay the sect leader's trust with concrete actions and not let down his expectations. At the same time, he wanted to allow his ancestors to rest in peace in the heavens, making their sacrifices worthwhile. Sect leader, I am willing to become your disciple and join the illusion sect to avenge my clan. If he had only wanted to learn skills and abilities because he had seen Huan Qi's formidable illusion formation abilities earlier. Now, after receiving this painting, Jiang Liuyan was deeply moved. The sect leader had put in so much effort, so Jiang Liuyan knelt down, his tone firm, his eyes shining with determination. And he fully accepted sect leader Huan Qi. Huan Qi nodded in satisfaction and announced the beginning of the apprenticeship ceremony. The ceremony was not complicated, but it was solemn and sacred. Huan Qi personally brought a bowl of clear spring water and placed it in front of Jiang Liuyan, saying, "This spring is called Heart Source. Drinking it can purify your heart and clarify your intentions, allowing you to forget worldly troubles. Drink it. If you cannot let go of the 3,000 threads of troubles and temporarily set aside your hatred, how will you be able to take it up again later? Holding on to hatred will greatly affect your future learning." The sect leader is not saying to persuade you to let go of hatred and use love to influence everyone. On the contrary, one aspect of illusion formations is to see the evil within. Learning how to magnify the flaws in people's hearts is essential for us. So you must let go first before you can take it up. If you seek strength while harboring hatred, you may indeed improve rapidly in the short term. But over time, if the string in your heart snaps, it will be a loss that cannot be compensated. Jiang Liuyan listened to the sect master's words and fell into deep thought. Yes, I have always believed that my goal was to become strong and then take revenge. But upon closer reflection, every thought and every effort of mine actually stemmed from the hatred for my enemies and the determination to seek revenge. He couldn't help but recall his past experiences, those painful moments of losing loved ones and friends. These memories filled him with anger and sorrow, while also igniting the fighting spirit deep within him. However, he also realized that if one day he successfully avenged himself, that tightly strung bowstring might snap. At that time, would he still be able to maintain his pursuit of power? Or would he fall into confusion and self-doubt due to the loss of his goal? Jiang Liuyan deeply understands that the path of revenge is filled with hardships and challenges, requiring a great cost. But without this goal, how could he find the direction to move forward? He couldn't help but begin to ponder the true meaning and value of his life. As Jiang Liuyan thought to this point, his mind became clear. He took a sip of the spring water and felt a coolness flowing from his throat to his heart, as if even his soul had been washed clean and transparent. Then, Huan Qi took out an ancient jade pendant, intricately carved with complex runes, emitting a faint glow. This pendant, named Dream of Illusion, is the only token of my predecessor, the former leader of the illusion sect, which is me. It not only protects you, but also guides you on your cultivation path. From now on, you will be a member of the illusion sect and my personal disciple, Huan Qi. Ziliu gently hung the pendant at Jiang Liuyan's waist, her eyes filled with satisfaction and expectation. Jiang Liuyan took the jade pendant, feeling the mysterious power contained within it, and a surge of gratitude arose in his heart. He knew that this jade pendant held extraordinary significance for him. It was not only a symbol of his identity as the direct disciple of the sect leader, but also a protector of his soul. Furthermore, it represented Huan Qi's trust and support for him. "Thank you, senior," Jiang Liuyan said solemnly to Huan Qi. Huan Qi smiled and nodded, saying, "No need to be polite. This is the result of fate. There's a connection between us, and besides, you will need it in the future. I hope you can use this item wisely and achieve great things. Through Jiang Liuyan's eyes, Huan Qi seemed to see a moment in the future when Jiang Liuyan would use the jade pendant to block a fatal blow that could have killed him. Jiang Liuyan tightly held the jade pendant in his hand, a flicker of determination passing through his eyes. He knew that the road ahead was filled with the unknown and challenges, but as long as he had the protection of this jade pendant, he was confident he could face any difficulties. Rest assured, Master, I will not fail your expectations, Jiang Liuyan vowed. Huan Qi nodded in satisfaction. After the formalities of apprenticeship were completed, Jiang Liuyan's heart was filled with gratitude and excitement. He knew he was about to embark on a path of cultivation filled with challenges and opportunities, a road he had never envisioned before. The dark demon, evil god tiger, based on the 6 systems, had evolved into countless skills, and the inherent skill of a life and death arena could only be learned by soul beasts that were a cut above the rest. He had never imagined he would study illusion arrays under a teacher, something he had never encountered before. Perhaps after learning it, he would be able to defeat Tang San and avenge his people by reducing him to ashes. On this path, with the careful guidance of Huan Qi, the former master of the illusion sect, he believed he could overcome all difficulties, continuously grow stronger, and achieve the goal in his heart. In a distant place where the main current of time intersected with the timeline of Douluo continent, a dark shadow flowed upstream against the river of time. Its body aged, and then became young repeatedly, jumping back and forth across various age zones, making it impossible to accurately discern whether it was youthful, middle-aged, or elderly. If it were here at this moment, he would certainly recognize the outline of that dark figure, which was the shadow moving upstream in the river of time to find a cure for the evil god power about to erupt within it. However, during this process, he learned that the entire secret realm had been destroyed by a demon from beyond the world named Tang San. Thus, only 2 members of the dark demon, evil god, tiger clan survived. Chapter 35. Striving to become stronger with the successful conclusion of the apprenticeship ceremony. Jiang Liuyan's heart was ablaze with an unprecedented fighting spirit and determination. He understood that to become a powerful warrior capable of defeating Tang San and avenging his clan, mere enthusiasm was far from enough. He needed relentless effort and the guidance of wisdom. Under Huan Qi's lead, Jiang Liuyan traversed the winding path through the bamboo forest and arrived at a secluded courtyard hidden deep within the sect. The courtyard seemed like a paradise, isolated from the clamor of the outside world, tranquil and elegant. The layout of the courtyard was simple yet exquisite, with paths paved with blue stone flanked by meticulously trimmed flowers and grasses. Though not precious, they swayed gently in the breeze, exuding a faint fragrance that refreshed the spirit. In the center of the courtyard lay a small pond, its water crystal clear, with a few koi swimming leisurely, occasionally leaping from the surface to create graceful arcs. Beside the pond, an artificial hill was cleverly constructed, with clear springs trickling down the stone crevices and flowing into the pond, producing a pleasant tinkling sound that added a touch of vitality to the serene courtyard. Most striking were the bamboo groves surrounding the courtyard. These bamboos stood tall and lush, their branches and leaves abundant. Sunlight filtered through the dense bamboo leaves, casting mottled shadows that draped the entire courtyard in a layer of mysterious and soft gauze. As the gentle breeze passed, the bamboo leaves rustled, as if whispering, recounting ancient legends. Huan Qi lightly waved her sleeve, and a wave of gentle spiritual energy surged from her palm, instantly enveloping the entire courtyard. The fallen leaves and weeds that were scattered on the ground slowly lifted under the influence of the spiritual energy and then were gently sent outside the courtyard, making it instantly neat and fresh, with a refreshing and ethereal atmosphere filling the air. This will be your place for cultivation and rest in the future, Huan Qi said with a smile to Jiang Liuyan, hoping he could cultivate his heart here and achieve his wishes as soon as possible. Jiang Liuyan looked at the newly refreshed courtyard, his heart filled with gratitude. He slowly stepped inside the house, with a simple decor revealed warmth and elegance. He gently caressed the bed, feeling the care and warmth from his master's sect, and his heart was filled with mixed emotions. As night fell and everything became silent, Jiang Liuyan lay on the bed, and through the half-open window, he could see the bright moonlight casting shadows on the bamboo, creating a series of enchanting scenes. He closed his eyes, replaying everything that had happened that day in his mind. The sense of crisis when he felt trapped in the bamboo forest as if he were about to die. The nervousness of meeting Huan Qi for the first time, the carefully drawn portrait Huan Qi had made for him, the solemnity of the apprenticeship ceremony, and the meticulously prepared cultivation place by Huan Qi. All of these experiences left him feeling both incredulous and motivated. Jiang Liuyan looked at the painting he had hung on the wall, feeling a surge of gratitude in his heart, and the power within him seemed to be subtly growing. He understood deeply that he bore not only his own honor and disgrace, but also the hopes and future of his entire clan. This heavy responsibility made him dare not slack off in the slightest. Thus, he secretly made up his mind that no matter how difficult the road ahead, he would move forward bravely until he achieved the goal in his heart. With these thoughts in mind, Jiang Liuyan gradually fell into a dream. In his dream, he seemed to see himself standing at the peak, overlooking the world beneath his feet. That confidence and ease were exactly what he had always pursued. The moonlight, like a silk thread, spilled over the tranquil bamboo forest, draping this deep secret realm in a layer of silver gauze. The night breeze gently brushed by, carrying the unique fragrance and coolness of bamboo leaves, weaving through the dense shadows of the bamboo, producing a soft and prolonged murmur, as if it were nature's most melodious nocturne. In this bamboo forest, gently embraced by moonlight, every bamboo stalk stood tall and elegant, their leaves appearing even more vibrant and dripping with green under the moonlight, resembling emeralds carved to perfection. The dense bamboo leaves were layered, yet not chaotic, interwoven into a vast green canopy that gently filtered the stars and moonlight, casting mottled and varied light and shadow, adding a touch of mystery and dreaminess to the quiet night. Moonlight filtered through the sparse bamboo leaves, dappled on him, coating his handsome face with a soft glow, enhancing his extraordinary temperament. Huan Qi stood at the tip of the bamboo, gazing far at Jiang Liuyan, who had already entered the dreamland. And couldn't he help but say to the white cat on his shoulder that this young man's disposition might break the long-sealed pattern of this continent. The white cat meowed, its eyes filled with disdain, as if to say, "What can a disciple like you, raised by such a bird, possibly achieve?" It seemed to think too highly of him. Then the white cat jumped off Huan Qi's shoulder and vanished into the dense bamboo forest. Huan Qi looked at Jiang Liuyan and then at the departing white cat, letting out a sigh. "We are both felines. Why is there such animosity? I still remember the last disciple with phoenix blood nearly got chewed up by you, but he discovered early." Huan Qi decided to give Jiang Liuyan the most comprehensive training. The next morning, when the first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds and illuminated the bamboo house in the bamboo forest, Huan Qi was already waiting in front of Jiang Liuyan's room, ready to start his first lesson. The next morning, as the first warm and bright sunlight penetrated the thin clouds, gently brushing over the bamboo forest like fine threads, casting golden light on the simple yet elegant bamboo house, Huan Qi stood tall in front of Jiang Liuyan's room. His expression was calm and solemn, with a glimmer of expectation and determination for the future in his eyes. As a slight noise came from within the bamboo house, Jiang Liuyan slowly walked out, and the sight before him made him pause slightly. Huan Qi in the morning light seemed to blend seamlessly with the tranquil bamboo forest, exuding an indescribable aura of majesty and kindness. "Jiang Liuyan, you woke up just in time." Huan Qi's voice was gentle yet powerful. He gently nodded, signaling Jiang Liuyan to come closer. "Today marks the official beginning of your cultivation journey. The first lesson I will tell you is about the long history of our continent." Huan Qi turned and led Jiang Liuyan into a quiet clearing deep within the bamboo forest, where the sunlight was mottled and the bamboo shadows danced, creating an extremely serene place. He slowly sat down, indicating for Jiang Liuyan to sit as well, and then began his narration. "Our world. This world is called the Xianwu continent, divided into 16 plates. Thousands, tens of thousands, even millions of years ago, our ancestors, while gazing at the dazzling star river in the sky on a continent, fell into infinite contemplation. Why is this world so vast? Is there a sky beyond the sky? Can I touch that vast sky? If I keep walking, can I reach the heavens?" Thus, humans began to walk northward, measuring the entire continent with their strength. The continent of millions of years ago was not divided into 16 plates as it is now, but was one complete landmass. Later, at some point, there was a great war between heaven and earth that affected the entire river of time, which is why it split into 16 pieces. I will mention this later. Next is the typical story arc found in many novels. After all, humans are humans, their physical strength has limits, and so does their lifespan. In the following hundreds of years, humans wrote 2 books, one named Sky Chronicle and the other Land Chronicle. The Sky Chronicle describes the 32 clans divided across the entire continent. The conflicts between the races in the central part of the continent, and various natural scenes, including the tremors of the earth, now known as earthquakes, the whispers of the Storm King, now known as tornadoes, the fury of the sea god, now known as tsunamis, and over a dozen other natural disasters. At that time, humans observed the forces of nature, combined with gazing at the river of time to see the future, past, and present, creating dozens of cultivation methods. After millions of years of elimination, the following few were finally selected: the Yinming Dark Breath Technique, Xiaoyao Wind Shadow Technique, Holy Radiance Glorious Classic, Yinming Demon Sound Spell, Purple Lightning Storm Technique, Blazing Flame Sky Record, Time and Space Flowing Scripture, Void Escape Star Technique, Illusory Realm, Ethereal Technique, Poisonous 100 Solutions, Great Universe Record, and several secondary techniques that are relatively decent, such as Great Strength Opening Heaven Technique, Xiaoyao Free Scripture, etc. However, I do not recommend learning them. The first-level techniques have no particularly notable flaws and have been tested over millions of years, while the secondary techniques have lasted the longest for only about 100 years, which is just a fleeting moment at the end of the river of time and cannot withstand scrutiny. It is worth mentioning that there are also some particularly unique techniques, such as Buddha says, "I am invincible." Confucian says if you achieve, you can benefit the world. If you do not achieve, you can beat the world. And Tao says, "I am the strongest." These three require a certain faith foundation and must not change one's belief. Although their names are quite peculiar, their techniques can subtly compete with the first-tier legendary techniques. Jiang Liuyan nodded in a somewhat understanding manner. He then said that a person's experiences and the changes in this continent have shown that after humans created martial arts, these martial arts gave birth to spirits. The spiritual energy from millions of years ago was much more abundant than it is now. The richness of the spiritual energy was so great that even the least talented human, if placed in the past, could eventually reach the level of a heavenly emperor just by relying on time, which is extremely terrifying. At that time, the spirits are divided into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow. It is worth mentioning that the higher the tier of the spirit that resonates with the world, the more powerful it becomes. And all the martial arts created during that time were of the heavenly level, which proves that these martial arts were recognized by the heavens and also indirectly demonstrates their potential. After the spirits were born, they revered humans, accompanying them to explore every corner of the world, witnessing the environmental changes everywhere. Following that, one individual with 26 spirits swept across the entire continent. At one point, humans stood at the pinnacle of the continent, even proclaiming phrases like "those who follow me prosper, those who oppose me perish." However, this was just an insignificant small battle in the early days. Later, humans formed groups known as humanity, and the concentration of spiritual energy entered a period of great explosion, with everything experiencing a massive eruption akin to a gusher, historically referred to as the first spirit transformation. During this period, both humans and other races focused on enhancing their own strengths. Although there were minor conflicts and skirmishes, they did not escalate to extermination wars. However, resources were limited while the population continued to grow. Once the population reached a certain stage, the imbalance in resource distribution would lead to alternative ways of consuming the population or increasing resources. Clearly, this world chose the former, leading to the outbreak of the first catastrophe. The trigger at that time could have been a loaf of bread worth millions of spirit stones, a gunshot, or something else. In short, the catastrophe occurred at an unpredictable speed. Various battles ensued, and even the strongest human races suffered severe losses. Even the ancestor of humanity, whom we shall temporarily call human ancestor, along with the 26 spirits fighting by his side, lost control of 26 regions, with invasions reducing them to just 13. Nearly half of the regions were invaded by various races, and some spirits were killed on the spot for their essence to strengthen the different races. Later, the human ancestor prayed to the heavens, and divine laws were bestowed. Perhaps it was because humans are the spirit of all things, allowing for better communication with the heavens, that the heavens granted humans enough power to contend with the entire continent. This power shattered the foreign races, but the human ancestor also perished. Subsequently, the continent was divided into 9 pieces, historically referred to as the 9 provinces, with the dreamlike state of Huazhou being destroyed, and the seas no longer questioning the 9 provinces. Our sect has existed since ancient times, enduring countless storms and witnessing the tremendous changes of the world. After the first great catastrophe, it was established by the spirit of the book Phantom Book, creating the ethereal decision of the Phantom Realm. This sect is not only a sacred place for martial arts and spells, but also a hall for the inheritance of wisdom and righteousness. On this land, every part of the sect carries the sweat and wisdom of our ancestors, each recording the brilliance and glory of the sect. Huan Shi's voice was deep and magnetic, his words flowing like streams, slowly recounting the history of the entire continent and unfolding the history of the sect before Jiang Liuyan's eyes. From the founding of the sect to the wise leadership of successive leaders. From the sect's perseverance and inheritance during chaotic times to the in-depth exploration and promotion of martial arts and spells during peacetime. Every story was filled with legendary colors, stirring Jiang Liuyan's heart and igniting his blood. As a member of the sect, you must not only learn profound martial arts and spells, but also inherit the aspirations of our ancestors, upholding the sect's morality and beliefs. Remember, true strength lies not only in physical power, but also in the purity and nobility of the heart. Huan Shi's words were filled with expectations and encouragement for Jiang Liuyan. As the narration deepened, the sun gradually rose, and the light and shadows in the bamboo forest became brighter and more vivid. Jiang Liuyan listened quietly, filled with awe for the sect's history and anticipation for his future cultivation. He knew that from this day forward, he would embark on a path of cultivation full of challenges and opportunities, and Huan Shi would become his strongest support and brightest beacon on this journey. Chapter 36. The dark breath of the netherworld in the depths of the tranquil bamboo forest. The moonlight had quietly retreated, replaced by the breaking dawn. Golden sunlight filtered through the dense bamboo leaves, casting mottled light on the clearing in front of the bamboo house. Huan Shi, a man with exceptional skills, a stern face but gentle eyes, sat upright on a mat woven from naturally grown bamboo. In front of him sat Jiang Liuyan, whose face was filled with anticipation and reverence. Jiang Liuyan, I see that you contain the powers of the 5 elements within you, extremely pure, yet also very weak. However, if you can cultivate one elemental power to drive the growth and transformation of the other elemental forces, it may yield unexpected results. Therefore, after much consideration, I have decided to teach you the supreme martial art of this continent, the dark breath of the netherworld. Huan Shi's voice was deep and magnetic, each word seemingly containing endless power and mystery, causing Jiang Liuyan to hold his breath and focus, afraid of missing any detail. This technique originated from the netherworld and was once one of the 32 spirits under the human ancestor. After transforming, it absorbed the purest dark power from the heavens and earth, using breath as a guide to integrate the essence of darkness into oneself for personal use. However, before that, I still need to assess your affinity for the dark element. Huan Shi slowly unfurled a yellowed ancient book, a treasured manual passed down through generations in the sect, detailing all the secrets of the dark breath of the netherworld. In the tranquil morning of the bamboo forest, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the bamboo leaves, casting a patchwork of light and shadow on the awakening stone. Huan Shi and Jiang Liuyan stood beside a circular stone platform embedded with ancient runes, a special device used by the sect to test the elemental affinity of practitioners. Huan Shi's expression was serious, his eyes sparkling with expectation and meticulousness, as he was about to measure Jiang Liuyan's affinity for the dark element. Jiang Liuyan, step onto this stone platform, close your eyes, relax your body and mind, and let your consciousness resonate with the surrounding dark elements. Huan Shi's voice was gentle yet powerful, fully aware of the importance of this measurement for Jiang Liuyan's future cultivation of the dark breath of the netherworld. Jiang Liuyan heard the words, took a deep breath, and slowly walked up to the stone platform, closing his eyes as instructed by Huan Shi. He tried to reach a state of emptiness in his mind, as if merging with the surrounding environment, waiting for a response from the dark elements. Huan Shi stood beside him, gently pressing a button on the stone platform. With 2 soft clicks, the entire surface of the stone platform suddenly lit up, and dark beams of light shot out from beneath it, like agile spirits, constantly circling around Jiang Liuyan's body. These lights seemed to have their own consciousness, moving slowly around Jiang Liuyan, trying to resonate with the dark elements within him. Each beam of light flickered with a mysterious and profound aura, as if conveying some kind of message to Jiang Liuyan. As time passed, Jiang Liuyan felt his body enveloped by a warm force, which continuously flowed into him, making him feel incredibly comfortable and at ease. At the same time, he also noticed that the dark elements within him began to awaken, as if attracted by those dark beams of light, all awakening from their slumber and resonating with the energy from the outside world. Jiang Liuyan closed his eyes, immersing himself in this wondrous atmosphere. Feeling the changes of dark elements within him, he discovered that his control over dark elements was gradually strengthening. The once elusive dark elements had now become docile and obedient, allowing him to manipulate them. Time flowed slowly, and the light gradually became brighter. Initially, it was just a faint glow, but soon it converged into a dazzling beam of light. This light was so dark that it appeared like an endless black hole, as if it could swallow everything around it. Ultimately, this beam shot directly towards Jiang Liuyan's brow. At that moment, Jiang Liuyan felt an unprecedented power continuously surging into his body. This power was filled with darkness and mystery, making him feel both strange and familiar. He knew that this was the call of the dark elements, and he had finally found the true meaning of his profound connection with them. Very well, Jiang Liuyan. Your affinity for dark elements is exceptionally high, and you even faintly seem to have reached that stage, almost as if you were born to cultivate the phantom dark breath technique. The voice of Huanqi carried a hint of subtle joy. He understood well what such a talent meant for a cultivator, and that stage referred to the elemental body. However, generally speaking, the elemental body is a double-edged sword. If one cultivates too quickly and reaches the celestial sovereign realm without restraint, they could be instantly assimilated by the fundamental elements contained within the technique, resulting in elementalization, ultimately leading to a fate of being reduced to nothingness. Thus, for centuries, those with the elemental body have gained fame, but in the end, they have also vanished without a trace. Jiang Liuyan opened his eyes, with excitement and enthusiasm gleaming in them. He had never imagined that he possessed such a high affinity for the dark element, which was undoubtedly the greatest affirmation and encouragement for his cultivation journey. Thank you, Master, Jiang Liuyan said excitedly as he bowed to Huanqi, his heart filled with anticipation and hope for the future. He knew that with such talent and Huanqi's careful guidance, he would surely achieve extraordinary accomplishments in the cultivation of the Nether Dark Breath technique. Then Huanqi guided Jiang Liuyan in practicing the Nether Dark Breath technique. First, you need to close your eyes and concentrate, feel the flow of air around you, and immerse your mind in the dark realm. As Huanqi spoke, he demonstrated. Jiang Liuyan saw him slightly close his eyes, his expression calm, his breathing becoming deep and even, as if merging with the surrounding environment. With his breath, a faint dark light seemed to flow around him, flickering like stars in the night sky, contrasting sharply with the morning light around him. This mysterious aura gave a profound and tranquil power, as if he had entered another world. Jiang Liuyan followed her instructions, slowly closing his eyes and trying to calm his restless emotions. At first, he could only feel the gentle breeze brushing against his cheeks, bringing a hint of coolness and comfort. But as Huanqi's soft voice guided him, his thoughts gradually delved deep into his inner self, as if entering a dark and mysterious world. In that world, there was no light, only endless depth and vastness, like an infinite sea of darkness. In this darkness, Jiang Liuyan felt an unprecedented sense of tranquility and peace. His thoughts began to clear, as if all worries had been cast aside, leaving only a sense of ethereality. Just then, Huanqi's voice rang out again. Next is the method of breathing. Her words were like celestial music, gently entering Jiang Liuyan's ears, carrying an irresistible magic. He took a deep breath, following Huanqi's instructions to draw the air into his lungs, then slowly exhaled. His breathing rhythm gradually became steady and deep. Each inhalation felt like absorbing the energy from around him, and each exhalation like releasing the impurities within. While inhaling, he imagined drawing in the essence of darkness from the depths of the netherworld. While exhaling, he expelled the impurities and negative emotions within. Huanqi's voice echoed in his ears, explaining each word and sentence carefully, fearing that Jiang Liuyan might miss or misunderstand anything. Jiang Liuyan sat there quietly, fully focused on Huanqi's teachings. He closed his eyes and began to breathe according to Huanqi's instructions. With each inhale, he could feel a cool breath rising from the depths of the abyss, as if a force from the darkness was continuously flowing into his body. With each exhale, he felt the impurities and negative emotions within him being expelled, allowing his body and mind to gradually become lighter. As time passed, Jiang Liuyan gradually immersed himself in this wonderful state of cultivation. His breathing became steadier, and his body felt increasingly relaxed. At the same time, he sensed that his soul seemed to be nourished by this practice, growing stronger. Huanqi stood by, quietly observing Jiang Liuyan's cultivation. Seeing Jiang Liuyan so focused on his practice, He felt a sense of relief. After all, for a cultivator, finding a suitable method of practice and sticking to it is a rare achievement. However, at that moment, Jiang Liuyan suddenly opened his eyes, a hint of confusion flashing in them. "What's wrong? Did you encounter a problem?" Huanqi asked with concern. Jiang Liuyan shook his head. "I feel like something is not right. Every time I breathe in, I can't shake off this inexplicable fear, as if a pair of eyes is watching me from the depths of the netherworld, sending chills down my spine. I seem to see the eyes of the demon from the time my clan perished, like a malevolent spirit from the abyss, ready to devour me." Huanqi's expression changed slightly upon hearing Jiang Liuyan's words, sensing something was amiss. She placed her hand on Jiang Liuyan's shoulder and carefully examined the elemental composition in his body, finding it quite concerning. Huanqi's face changed, but she quickly regained her composure and explained, "This is because your understanding of the essence of darkness is not deep enough. Although the essence of darkness comes from the depths of the netherworld, it is not an evil power. On the contrary, it contains endless potential and vitality. As long as you can master it correctly, it can become a powerful ally for you." Thinking to herself, Huanqi wondered if the sudden change in the netherworld dark breathing technique might be due to his physique or perhaps the necklace he was wearing around his neck. She decided to wait a few days until he had cultivated further to point out. Although he was currently practicing the netherworld dark breathing technique, the evil elements in him were actually increasing at a rate greater than that of the dark elements he was primarily cultivating. Not wanting to dwell on the issue of evil elements any longer, Huanqi patiently explained the nature and characteristics of the essence of darkness in detail once more. She guided Jiang Liuyan on how to overcome his inner fear and taught him a calming technique that could effectively suppress the fear in his heart. After some effort, Jiang Liuyan finally re-entered a state of cultivation, continuing to draw the essence of darkness from the depths of the netherworld. At that moment, the speed at which Jiang Liuyan communicated with the essence of darkness clearly surpassed the growth rate of the evil elements. Jiang Liuyan began to adjust his breathing according to Huanqi's instructions. At first, he found it somewhat difficult, but over time, he gradually found the rhythm. With each inhalation, he could feel a cool and profound energy surging into his body. With each exhalation, it seemed as if he could expel all his worries and fatigue out of his body. "Very good. You've taken the first step," Huanqi said, opening his eyes and nodding in satisfaction. He knew that if it weren't for the evil element within Jiang Liuyan, given his extraordinary potential and talent, he would surely achieve great success in the dark breathing technique with time, becoming a powerful master of dark elements. Moreover, with his body containing 5 different elements, the abilities that would emerge from their integration would be even more unfathomable, and he was destined for great accomplishments. In the following days, Huanqi began to teach Jiang Liuyan more in depth. He not only imparted advanced techniques for breathing methods, but also guided Jiang Liuyan on how to use dark power for attack and defense. Under Huanqi's careful guidance, Jiang Liuyan's strength advanced by leaps and bounds. After teaching Jiang Liuyan during the day, Huanqi spent his nights searching for ways to address the hidden issues within Jiang Liuyan's body. If the elemental power within Jiang Liuyan continued to grow unchecked, it would lead to elemental imbalance, resulting in uneven strength within. The elements within him were not the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth from the eastern continent, nor the 4 elements of earth, fire, water, and wind from the western continent, but rather several extremely rare elements: space, evil, power, wind, and thunder. If the 5 elements could be enhanced by corresponding to the 5 organs and then fused through meridians, or if the 4 elements could be used in sequence to strengthen the body, achieving a perfected state after 4 repetitions, Jiang Liuyan's elements were unique. While there were others on the continent who possessed them, they were all renowned figures. If one were to add a concept of time, it reminded him of someone from a century ago. Huanqi reached out to touch the ancient book on the table, which had the words Dark Demon, Evil God, Transformation written in a crooked manner. Perhaps this book was destined to be linked with Jiang Liuyan. He had found it inadvertently from a time rift, where a black tiger's corpse was tightly clutching the book. According to the magical crystal within it, it was actually the sacred celestial spirit tiger, a famous elemental master from a century ago. Perhaps everything was fate. Huanqi looked out at the moon and seemed to have made a decision. He carefully put the book away, checked it thoroughly, and then wrote another book himself about balancing dark elemental powers. He placed both books carefully, planning to give them to Jiang Liuyan the next day. Perhaps their appearance in his hands meant that they would eventually be handed over to him. With his wisdom and strength, He was paving a path for Jiang Liuyan to become a powerful figure. In the distance, the sand-covered sea lay in a sand pit, seemingly giving up resistance. Looking up at the sky, lamenting his fate, Hepe, sea spat out a mouthful of sand. Chapter 37. Ordinary training the next morning before the sun had risen. The sky was just beginning to brighten with a pale white hue, and a faint mist enveloped the earth. Huanqi gently pushed open the door and cautiously walked into Jiang Liuyan's room. The atmosphere in the room was tranquil. Jiang Liuyan lay quietly on the bed, eyes tightly closed, a slight frown on his face, as if he were battling some invisible force in his dreams. His brow was furrowed, seemingly facing a difficult struggle. A faint smile appeared on Huanqi's lips, his eyes sparkling with gentle light. He gently extended his index finger, slightly bending the tip, and then flicked it lightly. A stream of soft spiritual energy sprang from his fingertip, dancing gracefully like a delicate butterfly. This stream of spiritual energy traced a beautiful arc in the air before quietly entering Jiang Liuyan's brow. This stream of energy felt like a clear spring, slowly flowing into the depths of Jiang Liuyan's mind, gently brushing away the weariness and worries from his brow. It was like a gentle breeze, softly caressing his spirit, allowing him to feel warmth and peace even in his dreams. Jiang Liuyan's brows gradually relaxed, his previously tense expression becoming calm and peaceful. His breathing became steady and deep, as if he were immersed in a tranquil world, forgetting the noise and turmoil of the outside. Huanqi quietly watched Jiang Liuyan, a satisfied smile appearing on her face. Occasionally looking at her disciple was a nice thing to do, Huanqi thought. When Jiang Liuyan slowly opened his eyes, he was met with Huanqi's captivating and beautiful eyes. Get up, Liuyan, a new day, a new beginning. Huanqi's words carried an undeniable strength, yet were as gentle as the warm sun of spring. Jiang Liuyan quickly got up, dressed neatly, and his eyes sparkled with a desire for unknown challenges. He knew that every training session with Huanqi was a breakthrough of his limits, perhaps bringing him closer to that realm where his hopes for revenge would no longer seem so distant and the chances would increase. The two walked out of the room, one after the other, stepping onto the path leading deep into the bamboo forest. The morning dew was slightly cool, and the chill further dispelled the remaining drowsiness in Jiang Liuyan. Deep in the bamboo forest, the mist swirled, resembling a paradise. Huanqi had already set up a series of meticulously designed training grounds. First, there was a winding physical exercise route, filled with illusion formations and gravity arrays laid out by Huanqi himself. These formations intertwined, testing Jiang Liuyan's speed and endurance, while also honing his will and sharpening his judgment. In future battles, both skills and observation are indispensable. In contests of equal rank, the skilled prevail. In battles across ranks, the proficient are brave. If skills are comparable, willpower is the edge. Perseverance will ultimately conquer the masses. When it comes to crossing ranks, one must be cautious, as a slight misstep may cost one's life. Above the sage level, one should avoid confrontation, as sheer strength is not enough. Preserving one's life is paramount. Huanqi spoke to Jiang Liuyan in a deep voice. This is the first lesson I officially impart to you, and it is a crucial lesson on your path of cultivation. You must remember it well. On the path of cultivation, never let momentary impulses lead you to act recklessly. Often, enduring for a moment can bring lasting peace and tranquility. When I regain my strength and return powerfully, I will defeat those who have once humiliated you one by one, seeking justice for you and making them understand that you are not someone to be bullied at will. Also, concerning future troubles, you must be especially cautious. You are still young, and the road ahead is long. Your potential and abilities are limitless. If during your cultivation you encounter peers who far surpass you in strength, even crush you, what you should do is not to confront them head-on, but to learn to endure and retreat. This is not weakness, but a strategy, a wisdom of temporarily bearing with it for a longer-term goal. What you need to do in the short term is to silently endure, allowing them to enjoy their moment of triumph, while you turn this resentment and humiliation into motivation for your training. You must believe that as long as you persevere in your efforts to cultivate and enhance your strength, there will come a day when you surpass them, standing at a higher position, proving your worth with your strength. When that time comes, looking back on the past, you will realize that all this endurance and retreat were worth it. Huanqi's words were filled with expectations and teachings for Jiang Liuyan. He hoped Jiang Liuyan would understand that a true strong person not only surpasses others in strength, but also possesses unwavering will and profound wisdom. Only then can one walk further and more steadily on the path of cultivation. Jiang Liuyan clearly understands this feeling, because his only purpose for becoming stronger is to take revenge on the heavenly demon Tang, San, by turning him to ashes for his people. However, yesterday the teacher clearly said to temporarily forget hatred. Today's words feel a bit awkward, and Jiang Liuyan is puzzled as he thinks about it in his heart. But he also responds verbally. The disciple will strictly follow the master's teachings. Huan Qi is truly not someone who changes faces faster than flipping a book. It's just that today, using the eye of illusion to carefully observe the elemental power within Jiang Liuyan, he finds that the evil power within him is even greater than yesterday. If yesterday's evil god power was the thickness of a forearm, then today's evil god power is as thick as the root of a thigh, growing extremely terrifyingly. Huan Qi feels helpless and can only wait until after today's training to give him that dark magic evil god transformation. This kind of situation has never happened in his over 1,000 years of life. Huan Qi thinks for a moment, looks at Jiang Liuyan, brushes his sleeve, and then gestures for Jiang Liuyan to wait at the beginning of this route. Remember in your heart, walk steadily, keep your mind calm, and your gaze sharp. Huan Qi's voice echoes gently in the green bamboo forest, like the morning bell and evening drum, prompting deep reflection. He stands at the starting point of the trial ground, his gaze deep and warm, watching Jiang Liuyan's resolute figure. As Jiang Liuyan stepped into the trial ground, he immediately felt the subtle changes in the surrounding environment. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the bamboo leaves, casting a mottled pattern on the ground. However, in this area meticulously arranged by Huan Qi, the light seemed unpredictable, sometimes bright and glaring, other times dim and deep. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions, and began this challenge of pushing his own limits according to Huan Qi's teachings. The first challenge he faced was the illusion array. Suddenly, several seemingly identical paths appeared before Jiang Liuyan, winding and twisting until they vanished deep within the bamboo forest. Jiang Liuyan knew that among these paths, only one led to the true way forward, while the others were illusions that would trap him in an endless cycle if he stepped into them. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and attempted to feel the flow of energy around him with his mind, searching for that barely perceptible sense of reality. Even if the illusion array was set up perfectly, the environment within the illusion would still differ slightly from a normal environment. Moreover, this illusion array was a beginner level 1 personally arranged by Huan Qi, meant to test Jiang Liuyan's observational skills from a novice perspective. After a moment, Jiang Liuyan suddenly opened his eyes, a sharp gleam flashing in them, and without hesitation, chose one of the paths, striding forward. Huan Qi's lips curled slightly, revealing a faint smile. He turned to the white cat on his shoulder and said with a soft laugh, "This kid still has some potential." Hearing Huan Qi's words, the white cat squinted its eyes slightly, then arched its back and stretched its body vigorously, as if in agreement. It then let out a resigned meow. The sound tinged with a hint of teasing and helplessness, as if to say, yes, 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 you see people the best. After passing through the illusion array, the next challenge was the gravity array. Jiang Liuyan felt as if a heavy burden pressed down on him, making each step extraordinarily difficult. He struggled to lift his foot, only to find that his shoe had sunk deeply into the ground, and the surrounding air had become heavy, making it hard to breathe. Jiang Liuyan gritted his teeth, adjusted his breathing, and gathered all his strength in his legs, stepping forward steadily one step at a time. Sweat dripped down his forehead, falling onto the ground, which was almost deformed by gravity and instantly evaporated into invisible vapor. His breathing became rapid, his heartbeat quickened, but he still clenched his teeth tightly, unwilling to give up. "I cannot lose here," Jiang Liuyan roared in his heart. He remembered Huan Qi's teachings, reminding himself to stay calm and look for ways to counteract gravity. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and felt the surrounding environment and the flow of energy. Gradually, he began to try to use his dark elemental power to resist gravity and lighten the burden on his body. As time passed, Jiang Liuyan gradually adapted to this pressure, and his steps became more and more steady. He continuously challenged his limits, moving toward his goal ahead. Although every step was filled with hardship, he never stopped because he knew that only by passing this test could he gain greater strength. As time went on, Jiang Liuyan gradually adapted to the pressure of the gravity array, and his steps became more steady and powerful. He began to move quickly within the array, trying various movements and techniques to enhance his speed and agility. Whenever he felt exhausted, he would recall Huan Qi's expectant gaze and his own desire to become stronger, and this power would pour into him like a spring, revitalizing him with renewed vigor. During the trial, Jiang Liuyan had to deal with the pressure from the environment and be ready to face sudden challenges and crises. These challenges and crises were like insurmountable barriers, testing his courage, wisdom, and strength. Sometimes, Jiang Liuyan would suddenly encounter attacks from phantom beasts. These phantom beasts varied in form. Some resembled lions, others tigers, and some wolves. Their attack power was astonishing, and their speed was incredibly fast, making them hard to defend against. Jiang Liuyan had to remain vigilant at all times, using his martial arts and strategies to fight against these powerful foes. At other times, the ground would suddenly collapse, forming bottomless traps. These traps were well hidden, and one could easily fall into them if not careful. Jiang Liuyan needed to observe his surroundings carefully, discovering these traps in advance and avoiding them cautiously. Otherwise, falling into a trap would result in unimaginable consequences. However, in the face of these difficulties, Jiang Liuyan never took a step back. He continued to move forward relentlessly, aiming for the destination on the opposite route. With his keen intuition, extraordinary courage, and relentless effort, he resolved these crises one by one, continuously growing and progressing through each challenge. This was also Huan Chi's ultimate goal, not only to train Jiang Liuyan's physical strength on this route, but also to hone his skills and his ability to control his body under such special gravitational conditions. Moreover, in the latter part, Huan Chi estimated that Jiang Liuyan's physical strength would have long been exhausted, relying solely on willpower to persevere, thus training his willpower during the final stretch. In addition to physical training, Huan Chi also specifically designed a series of thin formations for extracting spiritual energy, allowing Jiang Liuyan to learn how to use and store his elemental power more effectively in an environment lacking spiritual energy. These formations tested Jiang Liuyan's elemental control abilities and prompted him to explore the mysteries of his own elements deeply, seeking a path to balance. Finally, when the afterglow of the sunset illuminated the entire bamboo forest, Jiang Liuyan completed all the trials. He stood at the end of the trial location, looking back at the path he had traveled, filled with pride and satisfaction. He knew that this was not just a test of the body, but also a baptism of the soul. Under the gentle touch of the sunset, everything in the bamboo forest was bathed in a layer of golden light. Jiang Liuyan slowly stood up. Although physically exhausted, his eyes were exceptionally bright, filled with hope and anticipation for the future. He took a deep breath, feeling the new power surging within him, a resilience and confidence radiating from within after countless challenges, and Huan Chi stood aside, her eyes filled with comfort and appreciation. She knew that what Jiang Liuyan experienced was not just physical training, but a transformation of the spirit. This growth was more precious than any power. Liuyan, you have proven your potential and determination. But remember, the path of cultivation is long and arduous, and future challenges will only become more severe. You must always maintain humility and reverence, continuously pursuing a higher realm. Jiang Liuyan nodded seriously, remembering Huan Chi's teachings. Master, I will continue to work hard to improve my strength, while also staying true to my heart and not being swayed by external temptations. I believe that as long as I persevere, one day I'll be able to stand on that unattainable peak. Upon hearing this, Huan Chi smiled faintly. Good. I'll look forward to that day. Now go back and rest. There are more challenges waiting for you in the future. Also, take this book and study it carefully. It may help you. As for tomorrow's training, you can come here and train step by step on your own. Do not be negligent. After saying this, Huan Chi handed Jiang Liuyan 2 books, one on the dark demon evil god transformation, and the other a compilation of his own insights on elemental analysis. Thank you, teacher, Jiang Liuyan said sincerely as he felt the weight of the books in his hands. Huan Chi waved his hand and turned to walk out of the bamboo forest, leaving only his silhouette, with Jiang Liuyan following closely behind. The two figures gradually faded into the distance in the sunset's afterglow, leaving behind a series of firm and powerful footprints. Chapter 38. Former sect master Huan Chi, Central Region of the Huan Continent Center. Huan Chi requests an audience with the sect master of Huan. Please inform him. As for why he is called Sinner Huan Chi, it must start from decades ago. On the vast and boundless Xianwu continent, there are 16 plates with distinct styles and mysterious qualities. Among them, one continent stands out due to its unique charm and historical origins. It is the Huan continent. The history of this land can be traced back to the era of the human ancestors, closely linked with the legendary Huan spirit, one of the 26 spirits. As a powerful existence under the human ancestor, the Huan spirit accompanied the ancestor in battles, achieving remarkable feats. After the war, the ancestor granted a piece of land to the Huan spirit, commanding it to guard the area. After thousands of years of changes and the passage of time, this land gradually evolved into today's Huan continent. The Huan sect, as one of the sects standing for nearly 10 million years on the Huan continent, hides countless secrets and legends within. The Huan sect is also the orthodox inheritance transformed from the Huan spirit of the most legitimate Huan book. As for the origin of Sinner Huan Qi, it is necessary to mention another genius youth from the same generation, Qian Huan, whose story has left a strong mark even in this vast river of time. From a young age, Huan Qi displayed extraordinary talent in cultivation and a profound understanding of formation studies. His eyes always sparkled with endless curiosity and a desire for the unknown world. Decades ago, when Huan Qi first entered the sect, he was tested and found to have a compatibility rate of nearly 98% with the illusory realm's mysterious decision. It could be said that as long as he did not fall, he could reach the realm of the previous sect master, who was ranked third among all 16 continents. The sect master of Huan would inherit a single title, Huan, and erase the memory of his name from the heavens to prevent being cursed to death. This is also the unspoken rule of the Huan sect and other sects, as during the Second Battle of the Time River, those from the future and the past teamed up to curse a group of veteran warriors from the Xinwu continent. Therefore, later high-end combatants will be given codenames recognized by the heavens and pay a great price to have their names erased by the heavens. At that time, there was another person from the same generation named Qian Huan, whose name had long been erased by the heavens, leaving only the code name Qian Huan. This person was exceptionally gifted, with a compatibility rate of 99% with the illusory realm's mysterious record, infinitely approaching 1. And even the sect master's compatibility was only slightly lower than his. Consequently, Qian Huan was predetermined as a candidate for sect master and attracted much attention. Due to their terrifying compatibility, Qian Huan and Huan Qi were the twin stars of that generation, cultivating together. During their 3 years in the Huan sect, they supported each other and became the best of friends. However, fate seemed to enjoy playing tricks on him, and a sudden change led to him bearing the stigma of being a traitor to the sect, all because of that brother Qian Huan, whose soul resonated with his. The story begins 3 years after Huan Qi entered the sect at the Disciple Promotion Conference. This promotion conference was essentially a grand competition among the sect, where disciples fought each other to determine rankings based on points, which would decide next year's cultivation resources. If one could challenge higher ranks, they could earn even more points. It was at this conference that the two would part ways. At that time, Qian Huan's mastery of formations had reached a transformative stage, creating a prototype of formations found only in ancient texts, using void as ink and spiritual energy as the brush, depicting a breathtaking scene where illusion and reality intertwined. However, it was only a prototype, and there were still some flaws in the formation he set up. Nevertheless, being able to refine the ancient texts and make them his own was already quite impressive, although there were some flaws in his formations. With Qian Huan's boundless imagination and unparalleled talent, every move he made seemed to prove to the world what true versatility was, showing how formation should be used. That year's Disciple Promotion Conference was truly a gathering of heroes. Qian Huan's astonishing formation skills not only garnered everyone's attention, but, during the final battle, he used his 16-layered illusion formation to summon the spirit of the formation. Indeed, by chance, Qian Huan drew the formation from the ancient book and summoned a peculiar spirit hidden within the formation. Though it was not comparable to the spirit that opened the way for the Huan continent under the human ancestor, it was a unique spirit that had not been obtained by anyone for nearly 1,000 years. Qian Huan used this spirit as the main controller of the formation and drew dozens of formation patterns on it, perfectly simulating various data such as his height and weight. The dozens of gathering formations on his hands, joints, and torso were ingeniously crafted to prevent him from being hindered by energy depletion. However, the core was still what he called the spirit. Qian Huan used his illusion formation's avatar to confuse everyone, while his true self silently infiltrated the Huan sect's most mysterious forbidden area, the Dream Abyss. The Dream Abyss was the place where the sect masters of the Huan sect received their inheritance, containing countless ancient secret methods and sect treasures. Qian Huan's target on this trip was the legendary Qian Huan mask. This mask, it is said, possesses terrifying power to change people's minds and distort reality. For thousands of years, no one has been able to control it. It is said that the wearer can mimic anyone they have ever seen and enhance themselves with illusion techniques, perfectly imitating the counterparts' martial arts and even their unique spiritual power. However, this is just one of the least notable functions of the Qianhuan mask. The mask is the divine artifact formed from the body of the Huan spirit after its fall, so its mysterious uses are even more unknown. However, Qianhuan seemed to have been drawn by some irresistible call. On the eve of the duel, he somehow obtained a forbidden area safety manual, perfectly avoiding all formation traps and even specifically dismantling 2 main formations, while also modifying the operation of his formations according to the manual. After successfully stealing the Qianhuan mask, the entire Huan sect was shaken. It can be said that the Thousand Illusions mask is the foundation of the establishment of the illusion sect. What Thousand Illusions did not expect was that even though he avoided all the illusion arrays, there was still a special trigger mechanism on the Thousand Illusions mask. To his surprise, in the illusion sect, famous for its illusion arrays, there would be such a specialized little gadget, causing Thousand Illusions to take a second glance. He walked out slowly, putting on the Thousand Illusions mask, which mirrored his face. In an instant, Thousand Illusions transformed his appearance into that of a guard and swaggered to the door. He looked at the guard lying on the ground and, with a determined heart, stabbed a knife into the guard's heart. He planned to escape under this identity, but what he didn't expect was that the blood from the guard's heart sprayed onto the Thousand Illusions mask and was instantly absorbed by it. Thousand Illusions was astonished to discover that after absorbing the blood, he could perceive part of the deceased's memories through the mask. So, without hesitation, he fed the entire corpse to the Thousand Illusions mask. Although he felt extremely uncomfortable, he couldn't afford to care about it anymore. As time passed, the elders of the sect hurriedly arrived and frowned at the scene before them. At this moment, Thousand Illusions pretended to have just woken up. Looking at the blood and corpses all around, his face turned pale and his eyes were filled with terror. He trembled and cautiously said, "Please forgive me, elders." The sect elders gathered around, their sharp gazes scrutinizing him. One elder coldly asked, "What exactly happened? Speak the truth." Thousand Illusions took a deep breath, seemingly trying to calm himself down, and then began to narrate a thrilling story. He described the scene in detail, including the guard's actions, expressions, and the dialogue between them. The sect elders listened intently, occasionally asking questions, trying to find flaws in Thousand Illusions' responses. However, Thousand Illusions had already thought it through and crafted a seamless lie. He not only explained why so many guards were killed, but cleverly placed the blame on other forces, claiming he was merely acting in self-defense. However, the sect elders did not fully believe Thousand Illusions' words. They meticulously questioned him about his identity information, including his name and origins. Thousand Illusions secretly rejoiced, thankful that he had accidentally discovered another function of the Thousand Illusions mask earlier, allowing him to answer these questions fluently. Despite this, the sect elders remained skeptical. Ultimately, the leading elder ordered the law enforcement hall, take him down and imprison him in the dungeon, awaiting judgment. Thousand Illusions' expression changed slightly, but he quickly adopted a resigned demeanor and did not resist, obediently being taken away by the law enforcement hall personnel. However, in his heart, Thousand Illusions was pleased. This was exactly the result he desired. With the Thousand Illusions mask, he was not afraid of the spiritual power suppression brought by the binding spirit rope. The spiritual power gap simulated by the mask from each person was directly drained by the power of the mask. In other words, unless his face was peeled off, he would have a continuous supply of power until the mask's energy was exhausted. During the escort, Thousand Illusions kept thinking about how to escape. He knew he could no longer kill, or he would fall into deeper sin. However, faced with life and death choices, he had to make a decision. Suddenly, Thousand Illusions spotted an opportunity. When they passed through a grove, he took advantage of the escort's negligence, swiftly striking their necks with all his might, knocking them unconscious. Looking at the two who had collapsed on the ground, he felt a twinge of guilt in his heart, but he knew this was the only way to survive. Taking a deep breath, he whispered, "No more killing." Then, he quickly fled the scene, disappearing into the woods. Later, the elders confirmed that the stolen item was the illusion mask, and they couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. The illusion mask was the sect's treasure. They then focused their attention on the surviving guard. However, by the time the elders arrived at the law enforcement hall, they only found the two escorting personnel, with not a single trace of the guard. Meanwhile, Thousand Illusions' illusion clone on the arena had reached the end of the illusion array's duration. After all, the various intricate formations were operating beyond their capacity, leading to a rapid collapse, and the controlling array spirit took the opportunity to escape during the explosion. It was precisely because Thousand Illusions stole the mask that most of the high-level combat power was drawn away, allowing the spirit to escape more easily. After Thousand Illusions stole the Thousand Illusions mask, the position of the sect leader became vacant. The deeply skilled and virtuous Huan Qi, amidst doubts and expectations, was pushed onto the sect leader's throne. Not only did the Elder Council urgently need a new generation to lead the disciples of the Illusion sect, but they also wanted to support a half-puppet sect leader while suppressing the incident of the sect's stolen treasure. However, the weight of power did not make him forget the deep friendship with Thousand Illusions. He secretly sought opportunities to understand the truth behind Thousand Illusions' actions. Letters became the only link between the two. The letters passed through various merchant associations and routes before finally reaching each other's hands, sometimes taking months or even years, making it extremely difficult. Yet, they persisted in their correspondence, for the time taken was far less valuable than the answers Huan Qi sought. Each letter carried Huan Qi's deep affection and confusion towards his brother, while Thousand Illusions' replies were always short and mysterious, only mentioning the future of the Illusion sect without further explanation. This vague promise hung like a fog over Huan Qi's heart, making him both uneasy and filled with anticipation. However, paper could not contain fire forever. The secret correspondence between Huan Qi and Thousand Illusions was eventually detected by the law enforcement hall. In an instant, the entire sect was in turmoil, and former friends and companions became opposing sides. The head of the law enforcement hall, in conjunction with other leaders, launched a crackdown on Huan Qi with thunderous force, directly accusing him of treason. Faced with the sect's judgment, Huan Qi did not defend himself or evade. He knew that his actions were merely mutual comfort between brothers, but had already violated the sect's iron laws. Amidst the angry and regretful gazes of the crowd, he calmly accepted the punishment of having his cultivation abolished and meridians damaged. He was even stripped of the title Huan. At that moment, there was no regret in his eyes, only deep concern for the future of the sect. Thousand Illusions' words about the future of the sect lingered in his mind. Abolished of his cultivation, Huan Qi was no longer the exalted sect leader, expelled from the Illusion sect, and even worse than an ordinary disciple. His body was weak, needing support to walk, but his will was firmer than ever. He believed that everything Thousand Illusions did must have its hidden difficulties and profound significance. And he, in his own way, would continue to protect the Illusion sect until the truth was revealed. Meanwhile, far away in Thousand Illusions' sect, upon learning of Huan Qi's plight, Thousand Illusions felt a mix of emotions. He knew he owed Huan Qi too much, a debt that might never be repaid in his lifetime. But he also understood that the responsibilities and missions on his shoulders were more important than anyone's misunderstandings and accusations. The mask in Thousand Illusions' hand was one of the most crucial parts of unraveling the ancient history of this world. It had been hidden by the foolish people of the Illusion sect for so many years. Thousand Illusions gritted his teeth, filled with rage at the injustice of Huan Qi's fate and immense anger towards those foolish individuals in the Illusion sect. He deeply understood that Huan Qi should have had a more glorious future, but because of the ignorance and foolishness of these people, his fate underwent a tremendous change. Soon after, when Qianhuan learned that Huan Qi had been thoroughly expelled from the inner third layer of the Illusion continent, he did not hesitate to use his external incarnation ability, bringing his precious formation spirit to Huan Qi's location. He utilized the magical power of the illusion formation to reshape Huan Qi's damaged meridians, achieving a shocking 99 compatibility between his body and the illusion resolution scroll. Afterwards, he cleverly transformed the formation spirit into a cute white cat to keep Huan Qi company. This way, Huan Qi could maintain contact and communicate with Qianhuan through the white cat at any time. Ultimately, Qianhuan and Huan Qi arrived together in a tranquil bamboo grove, discussing their grand plans for the future. Qianhuan expressed his willingness to leverage the immense power of the Qianhuan sect to fully gather the remaining keys. Huan Qi then proactively proposed to take on the important task of finding the key figure who could break the current predicament. Chapter 39. Secrets at the misty and fantastical peak of the Illusion sect. Huan Qi's figure slowly stepped into the ancient and solemn main hall of the sect, with each step seemingly treading upon the dust of time, stirring up invisible ripples. After being guided into the main hall by the reception personnel, they respectfully said, "Mr. Huan Qi, please come in." Following the time when Huan Qi was accused of treason, everyone around him was also implicated. However, during Huan Qi's 4 years as the sect master, he diligently worked hard, and the entire illusion sect thrived, with the welfare of its disciples improving year by year. This is also why, even though Huanqi is no longer the sect master, most disciples still hold him in high regard. Inside the hall, the candlelight flickered, illuminating the deep and inscrutable eyes of the sect master Huan, who sat atop a high platform surrounded by a faint purple glow. His aura was the most advanced version of the illusion realm's illusion resolution, and his illusionary power seemed to resonate with the entire main hall of the sect. As if with a single command, the whole hall would be at his disposal. Huanqi stepped forward a few paces and respectfully performed the appropriate salutations. Even as a sinner, he was ingrained with the respect for tradition and dared not overstep. Yet his voice was rather casual. "You little brat have also made it to the position of sect master." Huan smiled, stood up, moved a stool, and offered the sect master position to Huanqi, sitting instead on the stool he had moved, showing great respect. Huanqi also did not hesitate, boldly stepping forward to sit in the position of sect master that Huan had yielded to him, feeling no discomfort whatsoever. "It's been 60 or 70 years. Time really flies." Huanqi remarked, "Master Uncle, you've been gone for 60 or 70 years. How's the outside world? Is it wonderful?" Huan spoke casually, without the imposing authority of being in the sect master's hall. The new sect master Huan was a disciple of one of Huanqi's disciples, so calling a master uncle, or even master, was not an exaggeration. After all, both of Huan's masters were nominal, and all the real techniques were secretly passed on by Huan during his time, including the operation trajectories of the techniques, the resonance between techniques, how to maximize attacks, and the basic ideas of illusion formations. These were all essentially the same as during Huanqi's time as sect master. However, after Huanqi's meridians were damaged and later repaired, he took a different path by concealing formations within his body, not studying the old paths any further. How should I put it? After reshaping the meridians, "It feels like there's no rival in the world," Huanqi said with a smile. Huan naturally knew that back then, Master Uncle had been completely deprived of his meridians, and he even knew a bit of the unspeakable details. At that time, a grandson of the fourth hall master of the law enforcement hall urgently needed the blood essence of a saint to purify his illusionary bloodline, to compete with the elite of the law enforcement hall. However, that prominent figure's grandson had only mediocre talent, being at the top level of the mysterious rank. The hall master had no way to find the blood essence, so the fourth hall master was in a desperate situation. If he lost the competition, the benefits he could reap would be even less. Just then, Huanqi's correspondence with Qian Huan was discovered, and the fourth hall master volunteered to carry out the punishment, aiming for Huanqi's blood. At that time, Huanqi was a saint in the human realm, and with medicinal materials, his grandson's bloodline could be further purified to reach the potential of mid-level or even top level in the earthly rank. Here, it should be noted that the previously mentioned 99 and 98 refer to the resonance level with the illusion realm's illusion resolution. In the dark and damp depths of the law enforcement hall, chains hung with braziers swaying as the wind leaked through the wall cracks. The fourth hall master's face obscured in the flickering firelight, appearing exceptionally cold and ruthless. He activated the spiritual energy within him, gathering it in his hands, and the spiritual power in his hands resembled a giant hammer, pounding inch by inch on Huanqi's meridians. If it were just this level, it wouldn't be called a secret, but the fourth hall master summoned a particularly special type of spiritual power, emitting a black sheen like bone-eating maggots. This black spiritual power eroded Huanqi's fragile meridians, and each rupture was accompanied by the chaos of spiritual energy and painful groans from Huanqi. However, these groans gradually weakened, eventually turning into silent hoarseness, as if an old, broken bellows struggled against the dust pressed at the bottom, representing the soul's deep struggle against despair. If it were merely the ordinary destruction of meridians, one would only need to start from the heart meridian and follow the blood flow to inject spiritual power into the meridians in a wave-like manner, causing them to swell until they burst from the foreign spiritual power. After all, the punishment of destroying meridians was originally a punitive measure and not a torturous method for amusement. This method of inch-by-inch erosion and destruction was extremely inhumane. It was like placing thousands of ants in the meridians, constantly gnawing at them, leading to various indescribable, unbearable sensations flooding through the meridians. The enforcers around, witnessing this tragic scene, felt reluctant but were intimidated by the undeniable authority of the fourth hall master. They exchanged glances filled with shock and fear. Yet no one dared to speak out for clemency, fearing they would become the next victim. After all, this was the fourth hall master, If he reported that someone tried to save Huangqi during the punishment process, perhaps with just a flick of his lips, another name would be added to the list of treason. The air in the law enforcement hall was thick with the stench of blood and despair, as if time itself had frozen at that moment. The fourth hall master completed his cruel ritual, looking at Huangqi, who had become almost a bloodied mess. With a cold smile, he knew that such methods, while brutal, could maximize the infusion of saint-level spiritual energy into Huangqi's blood, paving the way for his ulterior motives. Then, without mercy, he made a cut through Huangqi's already shattered meridians, allowing the blood mixed with fragments of meridians to gush out, further worsening Huangqi's injuries. When Huangqi was dragged out of the law enforcement hall, he was no longer the once lofty sect master of the illusion sect, but a battered and barely breathing shell of a person. His master, a highly respected elder, witnessed this scene with a heart full of anguish but could only endure in silence. If it were other charges, he could have maneuvered something, but this was a case of collusion with the Thousand Illusions, the theft of the sect's sacred artifact, the Thousand Illusions mask, and it was a crime of treason. Caught in the act, his master was powerless and could only watch as Huangqi was tortured like this. In order to preserve Huangqi's slim chance of survival, the master desperately sought out a talisman, applying a talisman that could greatly stimulate life force on Huangqi's back. This was the only thing he could do. The talisman seemed to possess the power of resurrection, forcibly activating the remaining vitality within Huangqi's body, allowing him to barely support his shattered form and crawl out of the upper district of the illusion continent. Without this talisman, Huangqi would likely have fallen in the upper district, devoured by rats until nothing remained. The upper district was a place that Thousand Illusions could not enter. Even with the Thousand Illusions mask, as soon as he entered the upper district, he would be detected by the formation laid down by the illusion sect that enveloped the entire upper district. Therefore, they could only wait until Huangqi crawled out of the upper district before they could rescue him. Meanwhile, the outside world, even due to the law enforcement officer's tight-lippedness, led everyone to believe that Huangqi's injuries were quite normal. After all, it was just a broken meridian. This was already quite lenient. If it were an ordinary disciple guilty of treason, they would have their spiritual roots dug out and become a source of energy for the illusion sect, and their corpse would be thrown into the medicinal field to be used as fertilizer. The fact that Huangqi, as the sect leader, was still alive was already a pretty good outcome, and no one cared about the process of his punishment, thus the matter faded into obscurity. Later on, the talent of the Hall Master's grandson was purified by Huangqi's blood, resulting in a meteoric rise in strength, single-handedly overpowering all the disciples of the law enforcement hall. And he was even temporarily designated as the sect leader's sparring partner. The sect leader of the illusion sect changes every 20 years, and among them, there is the position of sparring partner for the sect leader. The sparring partner is the sharpening stone for the new sect leader. If they can defeat the sect leader, they can further assess their character and abilities to see if they can replace the sect leader. However, under normal circumstances, this is impossible because the sect leader is always among the elite of the elite and would not be easily defeated by a mere sharpening stone. At the same time, Huangqi's disciple, a young cultivator named by Fei, learned of his master's ordeal by chance and was filled with grief and rage. He did not expect such hidden truths behind this incident, so he decided to endure and train himself at all times. Finally, the opportunity came. During a grand sect competition, Bai Fei cleverly manipulated the fluctuations of spiritual power within his opponent using the techniques taught to him by Huangqi. In the moment when the opponent's bloodline was blocked and their spiritual power was in chaos, Huangqi decisively made his move, executing a variation of Huangqi's famous technique. 10,000 arrays returning to one. Countless array phantoms condensed at his fingertips, ultimately transforming into a brilliant sword light that pierced through the opponent's defenses, achieving a thrilling counterattack. Huangqi's technique had never been recorded in the entire illusion sect. Huangqi's approach was based on the illusion realm's ethereal decision, enhancing his array drawing abilities through the 10,000 arrays converging into one method. However, even at his peak, without utilizing the technique of spiritual energy transforming memory fragments, which he stumbled upon, he could only remember about 1/10 or 1/12 of the massive number of arrays. Bai Fei, on the other hand, had a unique understanding of this path. He was born with an exceptional memory, and after being taught the spiritual energy transforming memory fragments technique by Huangqi, he was like a fish in water, memorizing millions of array formations, which allowed him to counterattack the grandson of the fourth hall master. After this battle, Bai Fei's name resounded throughout the illusion sect, and it was at this moment that he was designated as a candidate for the sect leader. 19 years had passed since Huanqi was expelled from the sect. However, I did not come here to reminisce with you, little Huanzi. What I seek is not trivial. The essence of the bloodline of the demon god tiger clan is a testament to our sect's collective efforts to suppress evil and maintain peace in the continent. I know this item is extremely precious. After all, I was one of the main forces back then, and I even slaughtered 7 or 8 demon god tigers of the Earth Realm. I also know that this thing is difficult to find. After all, there are no more demon god tigers left for us to hunt. However, I have a book to exchange just for my newly accepted disciple, Jiang Liuyan. His original form is the dark demon evil god tiger. Although he is not a direct bloodline, he shares the same root and origin, sharing the power of darkness. Huanqi paused for a moment and then continued, "Forget it. It's no harm to tell you. This is a matter that could overturn the entire continent and stir up the winds and clouds of the entire land. He is the child of destiny, destined to be one of the final chess players of this continent." Huanqi's words revealed an indescribable sincerity and urgency. He knew that his request might put little Huanzi in a difficult position, but he understood better the potential and importance of Jiang Liuyan. Huanqi continued, "The essence of the demon god tiger bloodline, although it contains violent power, also hides endless possibilities. For Jiang Liuyan, this is not only a leap in strength, but also a challenge and transcendence of his own limits. I am willing to bear all consequences to ensure that he can maintain his original intention while gaining power, not disappointing the expectations of our sect." Hearing this, the sect leader's gaze shifted slightly, as if weighing the pros and cons. After a moment, he slowly spoke, his voice deep and magnetic. "Master Uncle, what you say is not false, but the matter of the essence of the demon god tiger bloodline is serious. It is both a source of power, and although its consumption can lead to endless troubles if absorbed improperly, it may even show signs of beastification and exhibit characteristics of the demon god tiger. However, since you say your new disciple is of the tiger lineage, there should be no major issues. I will take charge and exchange with you. Furthermore, that book of yours cannot be the ethereal record of the illusion realm. Miscellaneous chapter 6, right? As expected of what I brought out, Huanqi praised. That was written by the 8th sect leader himself. You swiped it, and now you want to get away with nothing. Master Uncle, you are still as shameless and bottomless as ever." Huanqi laughed and said, all right, hurry and give it to me. I have other important matters to attend to. After things settle down, I will come to find you to reminisce. Also, be careful recently. After I leave, handle those law enforcement hall people well. And don't end up like I did." Huan lightly nodded, raising his hand to wave, and 6 crystal-clear jade bottles, containing immense power, appeared in his palm. They were the essence of the bloodline, containing the most violent power of the demon god tiger. "Goodbye, Master Uncle. Pass my order. The sinner Huanqi has stolen 6 bottles of the essence of the demon god tiger bloodline from the sect's treasury. Pursue and kill. I have retrieved the ethereal record of the illusion realm. Miscellaneous chapter 6. Please punish me, elder." Huanqi bowed and pleaded for forgiveness. In the distance, Huanqi was scared and anxious, thinking to himself that he should have known this kid wouldn't hold back. He had hoped to have a good talk with the law enforcement hall people, but unexpectedly, everything was pushed onto him. This kid had also learned my limitless tricks. Chapter 40. A handy weapon. Huanqi activated the illusion formations in his meridians, supplemented by his own spiritual power, and conjured dozens of illusion formations that evenly covered his body. The light purple spiritual power transformed into formations that gradually shifted. In a moment, it altered Huanqi's height, weight, appearance, and other basic characteristics. Even the white robe he wore was playfully changed in style, and a few light gray patterns were added. Ahem, this better suits my identity as a scholar, Huanqi thought to himself. At the same time, he was considering where to go next to reap some benefits, constantly calculating in his mind. Those old acquaintances of his should be bled dry after he takes on his disciples. A good harvest, not literally. For example, the old talisman maker should be squeezed for some life-saving talismans that can withstand injuries, burrow underground, and travel 1,000 miles a day to escape. He planned to go to another continent someday to reap some benefits. And as for the alchemist, although his alchemy skills were just average, at the level of the top 8 of the entire medicine sect, he could still get a share of the pills for his disciple, Jiang Liuyan, as long as they were below the saint level. Huanqi mused, having mentally schemed through all the big shots he knew in various fields. As for this small piece of land in the illusion continent, apart from having taken a bit of the demon god tiger bloodline essence from the illusion sect, it seemed there wasn't much else to gain. In the years Huanqi held power, He had visited the sect's treasure vault many times. Although there were many heavenly materials and earthly treasures that had miraculous effects for those who practiced illusion formations, Jiang Liuyan did not resonate with the illusion elements. So those treasures were not suitable for him. Moreover, some items that could enhance mental power, given Jiang Liuyan's current mental level, would probably burst his mental sea with just a tenth of the lowest grade materials. So he didn't seek those heavenly materials and earthly treasures. If he did, it would likely worsen his reputation, and then the illusion sect would hunt him down as the sinner Huan Qi, accusing him of stealing a certain amount of pills, stealing a certain number of classics, and stealing a certain amount of heavenly materials for mental power. If that little Huan were a bit more ruthless, he might even make him the second person in 500 years to balance the accounts. All these factors combined led to the conclusion that Jiang Liuyan was not suited to follow Huan Qi's path, which was the path of illusion formations. However, the 6 special elements within Jiang Liuyan could still be attempted as a master of integration. To put it simply, illusion formations were just a larger branch of formations, and Jiang Liuyan could directly pursue the path of drawing formations to enhance his combat power. Huan Qi was calculating this in his mind, and before he knew it, he had walked past 7 or 8 streets and arrived at a secluded alley. In that hidden alley on the edge of the city, time seemed to be gently paused, leaving behind an unknown tranquility and antiquity. The alley was narrow and long, with towering and mottled gray walls on either side. On the walls, vibrant green moss spread freely, like the brushstrokes of time, slowly depicting a scroll of years on this deserted stage. Sunlight filtered through sparse clouds, casting dappled light on the moss, adding a soft green hue to the quietude. In the corner, a spider web, like exquisite tapestry, intricately intertwined, occasionally trapping a few small insects that became the protagonists of this microscopic world. These seemingly chaotic lines harmoniously merged with the surrounding environment, telling the story of life as persistence and nature as cycles. The bluestone brick road beneath had been weathered by countless storms, becoming uneven and pockmarked. Each step made a clattering sound, echoing the gentle reverberation of time, a melody of history whispering. These blue stones had witnessed the comings and goings of generations, carrying countless stories of beginnings and endings. Although they were now old and dilapidated, they exuded an indomitable spirit that evoked respect. Though the small alley appeared desolate and somewhat dilapidated, it was precisely this unrefined, primitive beauty that endowed it with a unique charm. The air was filled with a faint freshness of earth and moss, occasionally wafting the aroma of home-cooked meals from afar, the scent of humanity, warm and familiar. Walking through such an alley felt like traversing time and space, experiencing a long-lost tranquility and serenity, allowing the soul a moment of release and purification. Thus, this seemingly remote alley, overgrown with moss and filled with spiderwebs, became more than just a synonym for long neglected. It transformed into a place where one was willing to slow down, savor life, and feel the passage of time. Here, every blue stone, every patch of moss, and every spiderweb felt just right. Huan Qi walked in the afterglow of the setting sun, meandering through the ancient and narrow alley. The mottled walls seemingly recounting the stories of time, and each blue stone slab recorded the footprints of past travelers. His mood was somewhat heavy. Things had not been going well for him lately, as if the whole world had closed its doors to him. However, just then, a glimpse caught his eye, a slightly worn sign reading defective goods blacksmith shop. Although the characters were blurred, they inexplicably touched a chord in his heart. Memories surged like a tide, reminding him of an old friend named Yun Tai. Yun Tai was a straightforward and skilled blacksmith who could forge astonishing works from the most unremarkable materials. Their acquaintance stemmed from an unexpected opportunity. Before a selection competition for the sect leader, Huan Qi was assassinated by the forces behind other candidates. Being alone and without any major backing, he had to flee desperately before the elections, and in the process, he inadvertently entered this small alley. At that time, the alley was bustling, but 60 or 70 years had passed, and it had become so desolate. Back then, when he was about to fall under the assassin's blade, it was Yun Tai's blacksmith shop that provided him with a short sword sufficient for self-defense, which had a special mechanism hidden in a handle that enabled Huan Qi to defeat 3 assassins. From then on, they formed an unbreakable bond. Thinking of this, Huan Qi couldn't help but break into a sly smile. I've got the stuff to enhance my physique. How can I not get my precious disciple a good weapon? Huan Qi thought with a grin. He knew that although Yun Tai appeared indifferent to money, Deep down, he had an irresistible craving for rare materials and unique designs. This desire did not stem from greed or vanity, but from a pursuit of exquisite craftsmanship and unique artworks. Strictly speaking, Yin Tai was actually a second-generation rich kid, a fact he would occasionally reveal when he was drunk. Once, Huan Qi accidentally overheard Yin Tai speaking the truth after a drink, learning that his father was actually one of the top 10 renowned blacksmiths in the forging continent, the master of the blacksmith pavilion. However, Yin Tai did not want to rely on his family background. He chose to venture out and prove his own strength. He hoped that people would recognize his talent and effort, rather than just because he was the son of a renowned blacksmith. Nonetheless, everyone needs a handy weapon, which is why the shops of the top 10 blacksmiths proliferated throughout the 16 continents. In addition to gathering funds in various places, another purpose of the blacksmith pavilion's branches was to search for this long-lost young pavilion master. However, due to the extreme secrecy surrounding Yin Tai, the Forge Pavilion has been unable to find him for many years. Huan Qi happens to be someone skilled at providing various special ideas. His talent in the field of illusion arrays is exceptionally prominent. Therefore, Huan Qi has also studied the magic formations related to weapon inscriptions. Based on his unique understanding, Yin Tai has had various ingenious thoughts during his forging journey, creating many strange yet extraordinarily practical items. Furthermore, as one of the top combat powers of the illusion sect, whenever Huan Qi eliminates other races or engages in large-scale battles, he always manages to acquire many peculiar materials. Thus, the transactions between the two often involve Yin Tai's craftsmanship in exchange for Huan Qi's collectibles, essentially an unspoken game of mutual exploitation. Huan Qi slowly pushed open the heavy door, and with a creaking sound from the door hinge, a familiar scent of rust and charcoal fire rushed to greet him, instantly pulling him back to the past. Inside the blacksmith shop, the furnace was roaring, and the flickering flames illuminated Yin Tai's face, which had been chiseled by time into a more resolute expression. His gaze was focused and deep, as if the entire world consisted only of the iron block and hammer in his hands. His arms swung powerfully, each strike carrying a heavy force, with sparks flying like brilliant fireworks. "Hey, isn't this brother Huan Qi? What brings you here?" Yin Tai raised his head, his gaze landing on Huan Qi, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes, but it quickly returned to his usual indifference. He set down the tools in his hands, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and wore a faint smile. Huan Qi smiled slightly, walked over to Yin Tai, and carefully examined the half-forged iron block, saying, "I came to see an old friend and to check if there's anything good I can take away." Yin Tai laughed heartily, patting Huan Qi on the shoulder. "You're still the same as ever, but there's nothing here that you want. These are just ordinary iron blocks, used for making farming tools and weapons." Huan Qi nodded, looking around at the neatly arranged tools and semi-finished ironware, picking up this and that with a look of great curiosity. "I must say, Brother Yin Tai, your skills have improved quite a bit. The quality of this ordinary iron is nearly comparable to fine steel. Don't mention it. I'm still far from target. However, these materials are more than enough for making farming tools or other daily necessities. Recently, I've been idle and developed several extraction methods." As he spoke, Yin Tai's hammer did not stop. He placed a red-hot iron block on the anvil and struck it forcefully. With his actions, the iron block continuously deformed, making a clanging sound. At the same time, the entire ground seemed to tremble slightly, as if responding to Yin Tai's strength. After a long time, Yin Tai set down the hammer, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and laughed. "You brat, you never come without a reason. So, what good stuff did you bring this time?" Huan Qi pretended to be mysterious as he took out an exquisite wooden box from his robe, gently opened it, revealing a piece of strange ore that emitted a faint blue glow. This ore is called Soul of the Underworld, and it is extremely rare. I found this while I was with my disciple practicing the underworld dark breath technique, introspecting into the underworld world. It contains an underworld power that is difficult for me to analyze, a malevolent force. I'm primarily focused on formations. I can only say I have a slight understanding of it. Ancient texts record that it can significantly enhance the toughness and sharpness of weapons, making it an excellent material for forging top-notch weapons. Brother Yin Tai, what do you think of this? Are you satisfied? Huan Qi raised his chin proudly. Yin Tai's eyes instantly lit up as he took the ore, examining it closely, his fingers gently stroking its smooth surface, as if he could feel the tremendous power contained within. Wonderful. What a piece of soul of the underworld. Brother Huan Qi, what luck do you have? Finding such or materials while training with your disciple? That's just incredible luck. Hee hee. as long as Brother Yun Tai can forge a weapon that satisfies me. This price is nothing, Huan Chi thought to himself, knowing that once Yun Tai encountered such good materials, he would spare no effort, and he would then have the chance to acquire a unique treasure. In the following days, Yun Tai devoted almost all his time and energy to forging this piece of soul of the underworld. He worked day and night, conducting repeated experiments, striving to extract every ounce of potential from the ore. Meanwhile, Huan Chi seemed to have taken up residence in the blacksmith shop, joking to himself that no matter how powerful his illusion arrays were, if he encountered the Grand Elder, he would still be in trouble. After all, the illusion sect was still hunting him down. Was he trying to get himself killed by going out? Huan Chi thought this way. Even while resting here, Huan Chi occasionally bought fine wine and delicacies to drink with Yun Tai, while watching from the side, occasionally making seemingly casual but secretly significant suggestions. Finally, on a stormy night, with the last crisp sound of the hammer, a long sword shimmering with black and gray colors was born. Its blade was slender and hard, over 4 feet long, presenting a deep black color that seemed to devour all surrounding light, making one shiver. Dark purple demonic energy flowed along the blade, twisting and coiling like it had a life of its own, emitting a low and eerie wailing sound, as if expressing endless resentment and curses. On both sides of the blade, ancient and twisted runes were carved, glowing with a ghostly green light, releasing powerful evil energy capable of distorting reality and manipulating hearts. The hilt was forged from an unknown dark metal, cold and heavy, inlaid with a massive black gemstone. Inside the gemstone, it seemed as if an abyss was swirling, releasing endless darkness and despair. Whoever wielded this sword could feel a temptation and erosion from deep within their soul, as if the entire world was bowing to them, and all rules and morals would be cast aside. Chapter 41. The Dark Demon Evil God Transformation. As Huan Chi embarked on the long and uncertain journey to the 3rd district of the Illusion Continent to seek benefits for his newly accepted disciple, Jiang Liunyan did not indulge himself in the bamboo forest either. In Jiang Liunyan's heart, there was not only a deep-seated hatred for those who had annihilated his clan, but also an urgent desire to enhance his own strength. The 2 martial arts techniques gifted to him by Huan Chi were like a mysterious key, imbued with an inexplicable power and allure, as if urging him, "Go and try it." They shone like a bright light, illuminating his path forward and igniting a deep-seated yearning for a more powerful realm within him. One of the techniques, called the Dark Demon Evil God Transformation, piqued his interest even more. This technique was filled with mystique and danger, leaving him both excited and confused. He couldn't help but wonder what secrets lay behind this name. What kind of changes and challenges would it bring him? In his heart, this Dark Demon Evil God Transformation seemed to become an irresistible puzzle, drawing him to continuously explore and contemplate. Each time he turned a page, he felt a strong attraction that urged him to delve deeper into its mysteries. Perhaps this technique would be the key to breaking through his current boundaries and advancing to a higher level. However, he also understood that mastering such a mysterious technique was no easy task and would require more effort and time. But he was not afraid. When Jiang Liunyan first received the Dark Demon Evil God Transformation from Huan Chi, his heart was filled with anticipation. However, upon opening the ancient book, he found that the words on the cover, although archaic, did not exude the aura that a divine-level technique should possess. This left him somewhat disappointed, even doubting whether the book was truly as powerful as Huan Chi had claimed. However, after returning to his residence, he decided to study the mysterious book carefully. As time passed, he became increasingly immersed in it and gained a deeper understanding of the techniques recorded within. He was astonished to discover that the cultivation methods described in the book were unique and complex, involving many different fields and skills. These methods required not only high comprehension and perseverance, but also a profound understanding of both body and mind. Each page was like a new world, broadening his horizons. Jiang Liunyan began to realize that this book might hide tremendous potential, just needing more time to explore and comprehend. Thus, he resolved to thoroughly study this technique, seek out its secrets, and hope to gain strength from it, becoming a true powerhouse. The technique described a path of cultivation that transcended the ordinary. It was not merely a stacking of power, but an ultimate pursuit of the subtle balance between elements. When cultivated to perfection, its power could shake the heavens and the earth without any side effects. This was undoubtedly extremely rare in the realm of cultivation, as among the known special techniques. Only the top-level techniques in the immortal martial continent of the cultivation realm, such as the dark breath of the netherworld, the carefree wind shadow, the holy radiant light. The nether demon's sound curse, the purple lightning storm, the fiery sky record, the time flow sutra, the void escape star technique, and the illusionary realm misty technique, among others, did not have a trace of side effects. In contrast, other secondary techniques would have various minor problems, and their techniques often had more or less very obvious flaws. Therefore, when Jiang Liuyan witnessed the immense potential and brilliant prospects contained within this technique, a wave of ecstatic joy surged within him. He could not wait to personally experience the changes brought by this miraculous technique, and thus sat on his bed without hesitation, ready to face the challenge of his first night of cultivation. However, when Jiang Liuyan, filled with hope, attempted to mobilize his 5 elemental spiritual powers for cultivation according to the technique's guidance, he unexpectedly found that he could not practice this technique at all. Given his control over the elements, he shouldn't have been unable to even enter the door of such a technique. At that moment, Jiang Liuyan began to seriously doubt his cultivation talent, but he soon realized that it was not due to a lack of elemental control ability, but rather for other reasons. He discovered that his 5 elemental spiritual powers seemed so out of place under the system of the dark demon, evil god transformation. The conflicts and repulsions among them were like turbulent currents in a storm, violently crashing against his body and soul. Each attempt to merge them triggered a fierce energy storm, as if it were about to tear his body apart. This pain grew increasingly intense as he deepened his understanding of the technique. The book clearly stated that to master this technique, one must achieve a balance among the 6 elements. In other words, if any element was missing, it would be like lacking an important piece of a puzzle, and the entire system could collapse. However, he only possessed 5 elemental spiritual powers and could not fill this gap, no matter how hard he tried. This plunged him into deep despair, for he realized that no matter how hard he worked, he would never truly master this unparalleled divine skill. The intertwining of wind and thunder should have been the most violent combination of forces in the world, but within Jiang Liuyan, it appeared chaotic due to a lack of necessary balance. The lightness and agility of the wind element attempted to lead the ferocity of the thunder element, but often found itself powerless, only to be countered. The ferocity of the thunder element, lacking effective guidance from the wind element, became uncontrollable and dangerous, as if it could tear apart his fragile meridians at any moment. Darkness and evil, these 2 forces were interdependent yet mutually restrictive. If the darkness became too dense, it would swallow the sharpness of evil, rendering it dull. If evil became too dominant, it would expose the darkness, leaving it vulnerable and potentially triggering inner fear and chaos. However, compared to the wind, thunder, and darkness, Jiang Liuyan's own spatial power appeared exceptionally weak, like a pitiful little chick trembling in the corner of his consciousness amidst the fierce struggle. This was not surprising, as Jiang Liuyan had never systematically learned the methods of cultivating spatial power. His understanding and mastery of spatial power remained at a rudimentary level. Although he longed for strength, he felt powerless due to a lack of relevant knowledge and experience. At this moment, Jiang Liuyan was facing a fierce battle among the 5 elemental forces, and his mental river seemed to be stirred up by a violent wind, creating surging waves. However, this was not due to his own strength, but because his spiritual power was simply too weak. The elemental images of the 5 elements were like 5 ferocious beasts, battling each other in his mind, leaving him dizzy and in agony. These elemental images rampaged through his spiritual world, causing his thoughts to become chaotic and preventing him from concentrating on the situation before him. His own spiritual power, on the other hand, was like a small boat, teetering on the brink of being swallowed by this turbulent ocean. Faced with such a predicament, Jiang Liuyan had to exert all his strength to resist and try to stabilize his mental state, seeking a solution to the problem. In the dim and tranquil cultivation room of Jiang Liuyan, candle flames flickered, illuminating the ancient wooden bed in the center, where Jiang Liuyan sat cross-legged with closed eyes. His face contorted, surrounded by a chaotic swirl of colorful elemental powers, thunder's turbulence, the coldness of evil, the sharpness of wind blades, and the pitch darkness, intertwining into a doomsday-like scene. His spiritual power was like a runaway wild horse, galloping freely in his sea of consciousness, each collision accompanied by excruciating pain, as if his very soul were being torn apart. Just at this life-and-death juncture, the moonlight outside was like water, and a light white figure quietly leaped in. It was the extraordinary white cat that often accompanied Huanqi. Its eyes sparkled with wisdom, and its steps were light yet firm, each step seemingly in tune with some invisible rhythm. Jiang Liuyan, wake up! The white cat's voice did not directly resonate, but penetrated Jiang Lianyan as chaotic thoughts through a subtle telepathic connection, cleansing his restless soul like a clear spring. The voice was gentle yet firm, carrying an irresistible power. The white cat leapt lightly onto the wooden bed, its soft tail like a lively snake, accurately landing on several hidden acupoints on Jiang Lianyan's body. These acupoints resembled channels between the human body and the natural elements. With the gentle touch of the tail, the previously chaotic elemental energy began to flow slowly, gradually restoring calm. Thunder no longer raged, darkness gradually dissipated, the wind blades retracted, and evil became gentler, creating a tranquil and peaceful atmosphere in the entire room. However, the white cat did not stop there. A glimmer of cunning flashed in its eyes, as if it knew what kind of trick was needed next. It slightly parted its lips, and surprisingly, human language emerged. But it was all conveyed to Jiang Lianyan through telepathy. "Kid, what comes next is my unique secret." Before the words had finished, it had already brought a vibrant green plant from who knows where, a common catnip. Jiang Lianyan quickly recognized this object with the remnants of his consciousness. Precisely because Uncle Shue's family had a cat that needed to be given a puff of catnip every few days. Can this stuff also be used as medicine? Jiang Lianyan's mind was in chaos, but he could still extract some intelligence to ponder these questions, although after thinking for a long time, he hadn't come to any conclusions. The white cat gently placed the catnip into Jiang Lianyan's mouth, and the fresh aroma instantly spread, as if a spring breeze was brushing against him, taking away all fatigue and irritability. At that moment, Jiang Lianyan's mental strength received unprecedented nourishment and comfort. His tightly furrowed brows gradually relaxed, and his chaotic thoughts became clear again. He opened his eyes, and what met his gaze was the white cat's wise eyes, filling him with an indescribable sense of gratitude. "Thank you," Jiang Lianyan said weakly but sincerely, fully aware that without the timely help of this mysterious white cat, he might have already been hanging by a thread. The white cat seemed to understand his feelings, gently wagging its tail, its eyes filled with pride and satisfaction. A telepathic message reached Jiang Lianyan's mind, saying, "No need to thank me. If it weren't for that old man Huanqi asking me to take care of you, I wouldn't have come. Remember to take it easy next time you practice, and don't get yourself into such a mess again." After saying this, it nimbly jumped off the bed, leaving behind a trace of warmth and tranquility, disappearing into the night once more, while Jiang Lianyan was left alone to reflect on the fear of being on the brink of life and death. He hadn't expected that practicing to such an extent would lead to such a result. If it weren't for the senior white cat, he would have been done for. Jiang Lianyan felt a wave of fear wash over him. But then he thought, since he had no chance to practice this technique anymore, after all, he only had the resonance of 5 elements within him. Where could he find the 6th element? Jiang Lianyan felt completely lost. Jiang Lianyan had considered balancing the hexagram array composed of 6 elements into a pentagram array of 5 elements. But it seemed that the compatibility and fusion of these elements exceeded his ability limits. After all, the intricate mixing of 6 elements and the drawing of such a formation within his body was an astronomical challenge. If he were to dismantle and redraw a pentagram array for 5-element balance, it would be no different from creating a new technique altogether. The essence of the book The Dark Demon, Evil God Transformation lies in the thousands of formations, each interwoven without any corresponding parts affecting the efficiency of elemental conduction. Although Jiang Lianyan, with his current understanding of formations, found many structures difficult to comprehend, this formation was undoubtedly an exceptionally remarkable one. Faced with this dilemma, Jiang Lianyan couldn't help but feel a wave of disappointment and confusion. He knew that if he couldn't resolve the imbalance among the elements, continuing his cultivation would lead to a dead end. However, at the same time, this challenge ignited an unprecedented fighting spirit and determination within him. He began to experiment with various methods to find ways to compensate for his shortcomings and achieve balance among the 6 elements. As night fell and the moonlight washed over the land, in a brightly lit tavern in one of the 3 regions of the illusion continent, voices buzzed with excitement. Huanqi, a young talent known for his wisdom and profound knowledge of the art of illusion formations, was unusually relaxed tonight. After consuming several jugs of fine wine, his cheeks flushed and his eyes sparkled with a dreamy yet excited light. Opposite him sat Yun Tai, a burly warrior known for his strength. He was straightforward and not good with words, but whenever the topic of combat arose, his eyes would blaze with fighting spirit. Tonight, he was drawn to Huanqi's enthusiastic invitation to the tavern, intending only to have a few drinks, but unexpectedly, a spontaneous duel was about to unfold. Brother Yuntai, we have known each other for many years and have yet to engage in a satisfying spar. Since we're in high spirits today, why not have a match? Huan Qi raised his cup, gazing at Yuntai with slightly drunken eyes, his tone filled with provocation and anticipation. Yuntai was taken aback at first, then a smile crept onto his lips. He understood that Huan Qi's mastery of illusion formations was formidable, but seeing him slightly tipsy sparked a sense of boldness within him. All right, since Brother Huan Qi is interested, I will gladly accompany you. The patrons in the tavern gathered around, cheering and applauding, adding to the excitement of this impromptu duel. With a crisp sound of a wine cup hitting the ground, the duel officially began. Although Huan Qi was drunk, his movements remained agile. He flickered and merged into the surrounding light and shadow, seemingly transforming into countless phantoms, making it difficult to discern his true form. Yuntai, however, stood firm as a mountain, fists clenched, surrounded by a faint aura of energy, a testament to his years of cultivation, sufficient to withstand any sudden attack. Phantom disappearance, Huan Qi shouted, and suddenly, the light and shadow in the tavern became chaotic, with numerous indistinct figures weaving through the crowd, dazzling onlookers. However, Yuntai remained unfazed. He closed his eyes and concentrated, using his extraordinary perception to catch the faintest wave of energy that hinted at Huan Qi's true position. Breaking all techniques, Yuntai suddenly opened his eyes, roaring as he shot forward like a cannonball, directly targeting Huan Qi's true form. His fists carried a force akin to a mountain collapsing, tearing through the air as he moved. Seeing this, Huan Qi's lips curled into a sly smile. He chose not to confront Yuntai head-on, but instead shifted his form again, blending back into the light and shadow, cleverly avoiding Yuntai's attack. At the same time, he secretly activated the illusion formation, attempting to confuse Yuntai's perception and create an opportunity for counterattack. Thus, a unique duel unfolded fiercely within the tavern. Huan Qi, with his superb mastery of illusion formations, engaged in a battle of wits and strength with Yuntai. Although he was drunk, his passion and love for martial arts remained undiminished, making him more reckless and unpredictable in battle. Meanwhile, Yuntai displayed his unwavering will and exceptional strength. He ignored the surrounding noise and distractions, focusing solely on pursuing Huan Qi's true form, determined to defeat him. Ultimately, the duel concluded amidst the cheers of the crowd. Although there was no clear victor, both gained immense satisfaction and growth from the experience. They exchanged smiles, deepening their friendship. That night in the tavern became a cherished memory for both of them. Chapter 42. Laying the foundation on the bed bathed in golden-red hues from the setting sun. Jiang Liuyan seemed to have lost his soul, sitting there in a daze, speechless. His gaze was hollow and confused, as if he were enduring unspeakable pain and pressure. His body trembled slightly, as if it might collapse at any moment. At times, his eyes flickered with curiosity about the unknown, while at other times, they were shrouded in deep worry. This complex mix of emotions intertwined, plunging him into endless confusion. Jiang Liuyan was confused. He didn't know how to face the predicament before him. It wasn't just because the near collapse of his mental strength had brought him brief aftereffects, but also because he realized that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break through the bottleneck of his realm. All of this made him feel an immense sense of loss and despair. To make matters worse, after trying to cultivate using the 5 elemental powers, he faced a backlash instead. This outcome filled him with sadness and helplessness, and he began to doubt whether he was truly suited for cultivation. In that moment, Jiang Liuyan felt like a little bird lost in the darkness, unable to find the way home. His heart was filled with contradictions and struggles. Not knowing how to emerge from this fog, he knew that if it weren't for his current state of mental collapse, the overwhelming mental strength from catnip would have stirred his sea of consciousness into chaos, possibly even completely destroying his path of cultivation. However, it was precisely because these 5 elemental forces had shattered his sea of consciousness that Jiang Liuyan unexpectedly gained benefits, allowing his sea of consciousness to receive unprecedented nourishment and repair unconsciously. Like encountering refreshing rain in a desert, his tree of life thus radiated with vibrant vitality. Jiang Liuyan gently caressed the cover of the ancient book The Dark Demon, Evil God Transformation. The cultivation methods recorded in this ancient text made him yearn to practice them so desperately. Perhaps with this technique, Jiang Liuyan could catch up to Tang San's strength, follow Tang San's path of cultivation, and avenge his clansmen. This book was clearly his last hope, yet it was constrained by his own talent, extinguishing the last glimmer of possibility. Why? Jiang Liunian felt unwilling and silently shouted in despair. He understood in his heart that the dual-element constitution of the 5 elemental systems was both his unique talent and a tremendous challenge for practicing this method. In this world where the strong are revered, without the support of top-tier cultivation techniques, his path to growth would undoubtedly be extremely difficult. For example, the wind and thunder elements within his body are the most common natural elements. However, their top-tier techniques are firmly controlled by the Wind God Tower in the Wind Continent and the Thunder Valley in the Thunder Continent, both of which are forbidden areas. It is said that 1,000 years ago, the techniques for these 2 elements were not as scarce as they are now. However, since 2 holy suns emerged simultaneously from the Wind and Thunder Continents, the situation underwent a dramatic change. They claimed they would gather all so-called practitioners of the wind and thunder elements, not limited to humans, but also including demonic beasts, evil spirits, and even non-human races like elemental beings. The result? In the 1,000 years since that period until today, the entire immortal martial 16 continents has hardly seen anyone possessing both wind and thunder elements. Why is that? It turns out that these possessors were forcibly gathered into those 2 continents. As for the cultivation methods circulating on other continents, they can only be regarded as inferior or even subpar. Therefore, cultivating the most powerful wind and thunder elements has almost become an impossible task. Jiang Liunian was filled with sorrow and helplessness. He knew that if he chose to practice those low-level techniques, it would be difficult to make any substantial progress, even if he spent his entire life on it. He understood that the gap between him and Tang San was enormous, and catching up or even surpassing Tang San seemed almost impossible. What pained him even more was the mission he bore to avenge his clan, but given the current situation, that goal seemed far out of reach. Thinking of this, Jiang Liunian couldn't help but shed tears, and deep down, he was filled with despair for the future. Jiang Liunian felt a wave of oppression in his heart, as if an invisible force was squeezing his heart. He slowly closed the book The Dark Demon, Evil God Transformation in his hands and let out a heavy sigh. As the pages of the book came together, his thoughts gradually returned from the world within the book to reality. He lay there quietly, his gaze somewhat lost, as if still immersed in the emotions he had experienced while reading. After a while, Jiang Liunian gently shook his head, trying to shake off that dull feeling. He slightly tilted his head, his eyes landing on a book on the table, which was an elementary spell written by Huanqi about perceiving and utilizing elements. He reached out to pull the book out, carefully opened the first page, and began to read it attentively. Jiang Liunian tightly held this precious book, his emotions complex. He knew that this was not just a simple manual of cultivation techniques, but also a deep expression of care and expectation from Huanqi. He looked at the book with gratitude, as if he could feel Huanqi lighting an oil lamp at night. Focused on sensing the power of the elements while carefully practicing the techniques, writing down these valuable experiences with every stroke. Each character was forged with Huanqi's dedication, and this deep affection made Jiang Liunian feel deeply moved. Jiang Liunian gently turned the pages of the book, his gaze lingering on the densely packed annotations beside him. These annotations were detailed and thorough, covering various possible situations and their corresponding responses. Whether it was the sensation of elemental power, methods of attraction or absorption, or how to respond in specific scenarios, including what the typical feelings associated with certain elements should be, how to attract elemental power if one sensed it, or the specific methods of absorption, Huanqi generously shared all her insights and experiences with Jiang Liunian. Each note was filled with deep care, bringing warmth to the reader. Jiang Liunian understood that these annotations would not only help him better understand and master the techniques, but also avoid many detours and dangers. It could be said that this book was the crystallization of Huanqi's cultivation experiences, the lifetime insights of a grandmaster of the world, laid out before him. As Jiang Liunian read, tears welled up in his eyes. His own kin had suffered heavy casualties, all slaughtered, and now his master Huanqi cared for him so deeply. Jiang Liunian silently vowed to treat Huanqi as he would his own family, promising not to let down Huanqi's expectations of him. Jiang Liunian suddenly stood up and turned his mental power inward to examine his body, while simultaneously channeling his elemental power to operate his soul force. A faint and mottled elemental glow surrounded him. This was a miracle he exhibited after enduring countless hardships and finally gaining a preliminary mastery of elemental power. However, this joy did not last long, as a more vast and profound world gradually unfolded before him with the in-depth study of the cultivation technique gifted by Huangqi. The 5-Qi sealing yuan technique, as the supreme scripture passed down through generations of the dark demon, evil god tiger clan, was exquisite not only in its ultimate control over elemental power, but also in its perfect compatibility with the practitioner's own bloodline and meridians, as if it were tailor-made for this clan. In contrast, Huangqi's technique, while equally profound, carried a flavor that transcended the mundane and pointed directly to the path of immortal martial arts. The trajectory of elemental power in her technique was vastly different from that of the 5-Qi sealing yuan technique, like two parallel lines that were difficult to intersect. Faced with such differences, Jiang Lianyan did not shrink back. Instead, it ignited the indomitable fighting spirit deep within him. He understood that to establish himself in this land of strong warriors and strict laws, and even to pursue the unattainable peak of martial arts, he must break conventions and dare to try. Thus, he resolutely chose to recultivate Huangqi's technique, a path filled with the unknown and challenges, but also one that meant infinite possibilities. The process of cultivation was, for Jiang Lianyan, akin to a dual tempering of body and mind. He needed to discard his past reliance on the 5-Qi sealing yuan technique, starting from scratch, feeling and adapting to the changes brought by the new technique bit by bit. Each time he guided elemental power to flow through his meridians. It felt like a sharp blade cutting through solidified barriers, painful yet necessary to endure. He had to carefully widen the originally narrow meridians to allow them to carry more powerful elemental forces. At the same time, he needed to accurately correspond with his acupuncture points to ensure that every trace of elemental power landed precisely in the designated position, maximizing its efficacy. This process was long and arduous. Jiang Lianyan's body often trembled under the immense pressure, his sweat and tears blurring his vision. Yet he never entertained thoughts of giving up, for he knew that only by enduring such pain and tempering could he truly transform and become a strong warrior capable of standing tall among the crowd. As time passed, Jiang Lianyan's body gradually adapted to the operation of the new technique. His meridians became more resilient and wider, and his acupuncture points more sensitive and precise. When he guided elemental power again, it was no longer the initial weakness and mottled state, but surged like a river, overflowing with unprecedented strength and vitality. At that moment, Jiang Lianyan knew he had taken an important step toward the peak of martial arts. With Jiang Lianyan's deep cultivation of Huangqi's technique, it was as if he had opened a door to a whole new world. The trajectory of elemental operation within him was completely reshaped, no longer following the previous rigid patterns, but becoming agile and varied, like streams converging into rivers and then rushing into the sea, filled with the power of endless life. This change not only led to a qualitative leap in his elemental power, but also achieved an unprecedented increase in quantity. Previously, the process of absorbing elemental power for Jiang Lianyan was like using a long straw to cautiously draw weak raindrops from an expansive and unfathomable cup of water. Every bit of elemental power seemed precious and rare, requiring him to spend considerable time and effort to capture and integrate it. However, after changing techniques, everything became entirely different. It was as if he had obtained a massive funnel, wide enough to allow him to effortlessly absorb the primal forces coming from all directions. This power surged in like a tide, continuously flowing into his body, nourishing every inch of his skin and every meridian, causing his elemental power to rapidly expand. So much so that even he was surprised. The benefits brought by this change were countless. When Jiang Lianyan introspected and brought his current data into his mental power, constructing a miniature version of himself within it, he discovered that he could manipulate elemental power more freely in battle. Whether for aggressive strikes or defensive shields, he could display power several times stronger than before. His moves became fiercer, his speed as quick as lightning, and his precision astonishing, often defeating opponents before they had time to react. Furthermore, due to the significantly improved efficiency of absorbing elemental power, his recovery ability also experienced a qualitative leap. In intense battles, even when suffering severe injuries, he could quickly absorb surrounding elemental power to repair damaged bodily tissues, swiftly restoring combat capability and re-entering the fray. However, more importantly, this excellent technique brought not only an enhancement in strength, but also an expansion of Jiang Lianyan's mindset and vision. Through practicing this technique, he began to understand the mysteries of elemental power and how to integrate with the forces of nature. This new understanding not only made him more adept in battle, but also taught him to respect and conform to nature in life, thus better integrating into this world. Additionally, as his strength continued to grow, Jiang Liunian gradually realized that a person's mindset is crucial for practitioners. Only by possessing unwavering faith and an indomitable spirit can one maintain calmness and forge ahead in the face of difficulties. Cultivating such a mindset requires continuous tempering and accumulation. It cannot be achieved overnight. Therefore, he decided to continue working hard in the days to come, constantly improving his mindset and vision to achieve greater breakthroughs. Jiang Liunian's understanding of the power of elements grew increasingly profound, even surpassing that of Huan Qi. He began to realize that true strength does not solely depend on the quantity of power one possesses, but more on how skillfully one can wield that power. Furthermore, a deep understanding and comprehension of the laws of nature and the truths of the universe are also crucial. This profound insight laid a solid foundation for Jiang Liunian's future cultivation path. Meanwhile, in the third region of the illusion continent, Huan Qi, under the influence of intoxication, waved the already forged evil cursed demon abyss sword towards the sky, thinking to herself that it would be fine to test the sword for her disciple. Right? She shouted, "What a good sword, truly a good sword." Chapter 43. Necklace Jiang Liunian sat quietly in his bamboo house within the bamboo forest, surrounded by faint yet distinctly perceivable fluctuations of the 5 elemental energies. Since practicing the technique bestowed by his master, Huan Qi, yesterday, his perception and control over the elements had indeed undergone a qualitative leap, as if every inch of his skin could resonate with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. However, this power, though strong, was like scattered pearls, failing to be strung together into a chain to form a cohesive force. Jiang Liunian estimated his current strength and could barely consider himself an average elite player. In other words, his combat power could support him in consecutively defeating 5 opponents of the same realm. But it was difficult for him to simultaneously fuse the 5 elemental powers to contend against all 5 at once. If he were to face them at the same time, without counting his own skills, he could barely manage to confront 3 of them, which troubled him greatly. In recent days, Huan Qi had gone to the 3rd district of the illusionary continent, and Jiang Liunian had somehow found a book titled Legend of Heroes from the Xinwu continent. Whenever he finished his daily training tasks or began a new day of cultivation, he would always open that book and carefully read the stories within. The heroic deeds recorded between its pages shone like brilliant stars, illuminating the desires and aspirations in his heart. Those talented, young individuals had, some through their own powerful strength, successfully turned the tides. Others even crossed realms to fight, writing their own legendary stories. Jiang Liunian was very clear in his heart that although he had traversed to the Xianwu continent and was only 18 years old, the canvas of his life was just beginning to unfold. However, the desire to become strong burned like a raging fire, growing stronger with each passing moment. Every time he compared the characters in the book to his own situation, a sense of loneliness and desolation that was hard to express in words would quietly creep into his heart, making him feel like the most inconspicuous speck of dust in the vast starry sky. It truly echoed that saying, "If you do not cultivate, you see me as a frog in a well looking at the moon in the sky. If you cultivate, you see me like a mayfly witnessing the blue sky." After finishing a short story, Jiang Liunian let out a long sigh and then gathered himself again. However, it was this unwillingness and desire that burned like a raging flame deep within his heart, becoming his most resilient strength. Faced with the hardships of life and the injustices of fate, he did not choose to sink into despair, nor did he easily admit defeat. Every night over the past few days, after reading the hero tales of the immortal martial continent, he would carefully tuck away the surging waves of desire for power deep within his heart and resolutely immerse himself back into the tedious and arduous training. In that small bamboo house, the faint candlelight flickered gently in the darkness, like a lonely star illuminating his determined face. Sweat dripped from his forehead onto the cold ground, making a faint yet resolute sound, as if narrating his indomitable will. On what seemed like an ordinary night, as Jiang Liunian practiced the technique given to him by Huan Qi, he suddenly felt something was off with his body. He discovered that the dark elements within him seemed to be stronger than before, and their flow had become smoother. As time passed, these dark elements began to accumulate within him, forming a powerful vortex. This vortex continuously spun and grew, seemingly endless, while the other four elements retreated around it like cats avoiding a mouse, as if leaving the stage for that vortex, which was as dark as ink and constantly swirling. Ridisigna misteriosa. Jiang Liuyan felt an unprecedented pressure, but at the same time, an inexplicable excitement surged within him. Perhaps this was related to Huan Chi's description of gathering spirit within the body, its energy being circular. Although it differed greatly from the vortex within him, his elements were indeed gathering together, and the book recorded that the first gathering of spirit had the highest success rate. Therefore, he knew that even if there were slight deviations from what was depicted in the book, this was a sign that he was about to break through to a higher realm. As time went on, the vortex grew larger and eventually reached a critical point. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out, and the vortex burst apart, releasing a powerful wave of energy. Jiang Liuyan was struck by this energy wave, feeling as if his entire body would split apart. However, since this vortex first erupted in the sea of his soul, he was unharmed. He only felt as if his soul had been torn apart. But surprisingly, the black vortex, after the explosion, split into countless smaller vortices occupying every corner of his soul sea. Astonishingly, he felt that his body was filled with vitality after the vortex exploded, as if an inexhaustible power was flowing within him. Jiang Liuyan knew that he had successfully broken through. He opened his eyes and saw the world around him becoming clearer. He could perceive more details and information. He understood that this was due to the enhancement of his cultivation, and his strength had become even more formidable. At that moment, the necklace hanging around his neck suddenly emitted a strange warmth, as if an ancient and mysterious power was quietly awakening. This necklace was not just an ornament to him. It was a precious relic carrying a thrilling memory. Recalling that past, his emotions were still difficult to calm. At that time, Tang Sen descended like a death god from the heavenly realm, wantonly slaughtering the dark demon evil god Tiger Clan, and the entire forest was shrouded in blood and despair. In this life and death moment, the soul of the ancient Spirit Academy's headmaster awakened first within his body and used a peculiar spatial logic to inform Jiang Liuyan of how to respond. As they jointly resisted Tang Sen's atrocities, the ancient Spirit Academy headmaster, a usually gentle and exceptionally wise elder, risked his own soul to protect the peace of this land and uphold justice. He forcibly bore the power of numerous souls, whether strong or weak, which converged into an unignorable torrent at this critical moment. Driven by this power, the headmaster launched a deadly strike against Tang Sen, successfully inflicting severe damage on him. In this fierce battle, he risked bringing out this necklace, a relic related to the darkness. This relic not only contained the last memories of the dark demon evil god Tiger Clan, but also carried their endless hopes and unwillingness for the future. Today, as he broke through his dark elemental power, the necklace underwent a transformation, and he felt as if he could hear a distant and vague calling. The last wail of the dark demon evil god Tiger Clan, as well as their eternal pursuit of justice and peace. At this moment, the warmth of the necklace awakened his memories once again, allowing him to feel those thrilling years. He tightly grasped the necklace, filled with steadfast belief. The runes on the necklace flickered with a faint light, like brilliant stars in the night sky, emitting a mysterious and enticing aura. They seemed to have a life of their own, pulsating and narrating ancient and powerful stories, as if an invisible force was calling to him, guiding him towards the unknown realm. A strange premonition surged in Jiang Liuyan's heart. This power might be the key to breaking through his bottleneck and achieving the unity of the five elements. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and let his heart completely immerse itself in the guidance of this power. As the brightness of the necklace intensified, Jiang Liuyan felt an unprecedented warm current flowing from the necklace into his body, warm and comfortable like the spring sun. This warm current intertwined with the restless elemental power within him, like a harmonious symphony, triggering an unprecedented transformation. In that moment, he seemed to hear the calling from deep within his soul, a longing for power, as well as an exploration and pursuit of the unknown world. Jiang Liuyan opened his eyes, a glimmer of determination and resolution flashing within them. He knew well that the real challenge was just beginning. When he sensed the power contained within the necklace, he suddenly understood everything. Why he had chosen to place the necklace in his hands. On the surface, the necklace appeared ordinary, but it concealed an incredibly terrifying secret. Jiang Liuyan let out a bitter laugh. It turned out that my five elements, no, I should now call it the sixth element I am about to acquire, were unexpectedly obtained in this way. Far away in the upper third district, Huan Qi sheathed the sharp sword into the sword pouch on his back, a cynical smile curling at the corners of his mouth. I'm leaving, Lao Yun. If there's something good next time, I'll come find you. All right, you can go. Don't come back again. This time I've put in a lot of materials. And you won't even compensate me with any Yun Tai, he joked. After bidding farewell to Yun Tai, he casually took some precious and special array materials. These materials might be useful in the future when teaching his good disciple, Jiang Liunyan. After completely saying goodbye to Yun Tai, Huan Qi embarked on the long journey back to his bamboo forest. His heart was filled with anticipation, eager to return to that tranquil and mysterious place. My good disciple, Master misses you so much, Huan Qi thought to himself, recalling how much good stuff he had tricked him into borrowing using his name. Chapter 44. The Past of Another Time and Space Sea. This being with extraordinary wisdom is one of the two survivors of the dark demon evil god tiger clan. Aside from the soul ring attached to Tang San's martial soul, after faking his death following that great fire, Sea avoided the erosion of the river of time by elementalizing his own body, continuously absorbing the power from the river of time, making time his own. The dark demon evil god tiger's secret realm itself is a massive and complete fragment of space. But due to the erosion of the river of time over countless years, it has sustained some damage. This is why, hundreds of years before Tang San's destruction of the dark demon evil god tiger clan, methods of spatial fissures began to emerge one after another, primarily to digest the unstable spatial fissures caused by the damage to the secret realm. Coincidentally, the dark demon evil god tiger clan also has a connection to space, making it a natural part of their existence. Sea was undoubtedly a genius in this regard. In a span of 147 years, Sea comprehended the entirety of the 6 systems of the dark demon evil god tiger clan, endowing them with his profound understanding, allowing them to become his means. In the river of time, Sea captured the power of time with fragments of his soul, enduring the pain to forge his soul and the power of time together, resisting the erosion of time. At the same time, he utilized the existence of spatial fissures to repeatedly dismantle them, allowing him to deeply grasp the basic structure of spatial fissures and using these fissures as a foundation to create a mediator point for his body and soul, which was placed deep within the tributaries of the river of time, enabling him to summon it at any time, while others could not find it. Moreover, the 4 powers of wind, thunder, darkness, and evil within the dark demon evil god tiger clan enable their bodies to be completely elementalized. This ability to elementalize makes them exceptionally powerful, unless there are opposing elements present or purer elements far beyond these to counter them. Sea's body would be immortal. In other words, unless there are specific elements or energies that can restrain his power, he is nearly impossible to eliminate. This grants Sea an almost invincible defense mechanism, giving him a significant advantage in battle. With his minuscule yet crucial understanding of space and time, Sea cleverly found a gap and successfully smuggled himself to an indescribable place. This place was neither the familiar Douluo continent, nor any known spatial or temporal node, but an entirely unfamiliar desert. The desert was vast and boundless, with rolling sand waves, seemingly endless. The sun was scorching and dazzling, shining on the golden dunes, creating shimmering light and shadow. The wind swept across the dunes, producing a low howling sound, evoking a sense of endless loneliness and isolation. Standing atop a dune, Sea gazed into the distance, filled with confusion and unease. What is this place? Why am I here? He began to ponder his situation, trying to find clues to unravel this mystery. However, he found himself seemingly trapped in a dead end, unable to find answers no matter how hard he tried. Sea decided to explore this desert, hoping to find some useful information. He cautiously descended the dune, the sand beneath his feet soft and fine, each step feeling like walking on cotton. He moved along the valleys between the dunes, tried to avoid the towering dunes to prevent getting lost. As he ventured deeper, he discovered many marvelous sights hidden within the desert. Sometimes, he would see strange plants growing between the dunes, their forms peculiar, colors vivid, and emitting a faint fragrance. Other times, he would encounter bizarre animals resembling legendary divine beasts, but with unique characteristics. These sights filled Sea with both excitement and fear. He did not know whether these creatures were friendly or how to deal with them. Although Sea had only grasped a thread of power from the river of time, flowing toward the Douluo continent, thin as a hair, it was enough for him to claim mastery over the power of the universe. This power allowed him to compete with the top-tier combat strength of the dark demon evil god tiger clan on the Douluo continent, even surpassing them. However, being in this unknown desert, C did not dare to be careless. He understood the principle that a strong dragon does not suppress a local snake, especially since the concentration of spiritual energy here far exceeded that of the dark demon, evil god tiger's secret realm. This rich spiritual energy not only shocked C, but also made him realize the power and mystery of this place. He did not dare to act rashly, fearing that his reckless behavior would attract unnecessary trouble. C quietly observed his surroundings, trying to find clues in this desert. However, apart from the endless yellow sand and the occasional whisper of the wind, he saw nothing and heard nothing. He began to doubt whether he had really ascended to the divine realm, or if this was just another higher or more primitive world. C's heart was filled with confusion and unease, but he also understood that he must remain calm and rational at this moment. He began to think about how to find his footing in this unfamiliar place, how to use his wisdom and power to explore the mysteries of this world. He chuckled to himself, thinking that perhaps he needed to give himself some comfort, a reason to explain why he ended up in this unfamiliar land. After all, anyone faced with such a sudden change would feel lost and helpless. C was no exception. He began to contemplate that perhaps this was fate's arrangement, yet another test on his path of cultivation. Only in this way could he move forward more resolutely, explore the unknown world, and pursue a higher realm. Chapter 45. Is an illusion? Do I have qualifications? Part 1. Jiang Yinyan's fingers brushed against the ancient necklace hanging around his neck, which seemed to have slept for 1,000 years, suddenly awakening and bursting forth with a strange and dazzling brilliance. This light was not a single color, but instead split into 3 distinctly different radiances, like 3 invisible chains tightly enveloping him. Jiang Liuyan felt a sudden twitch in his heart, a heavy sense of unease rising within him, as if a dark cloud were shrouding him. He couldn't help but blame himself for being so careless. He should have noticed this sudden change much earlier and made sufficient preparations in advance. However, it was too late for regrets, as the 3 mysterious beams of light had tightly surrounded him, making him feel trapped. These 3 beams seemed to carry some kind of power, confining Jiang Liuyan within them, rendering him unable to move. He tried to struggle, but found his body bound by an invisible force, unable to break free. Amidst the flickering of the light, he seemed to see unfamiliar scenes and hear voices, all of which he had never experienced before. Jiang Liuyan's emotions were like a roller coaster. Although he felt a sense of unease and apprehension inside, he still tried to remain calm and observe the changes in his surroundings. When he saw the 3 beams of light, he couldn't help but feel utterly shocked. These beams seemed to possess a mysterious and indescribable connection with him, as if they were specifically meant for him. As time passed, Jiang Liuyan gradually felt the influence brought by the 3 beams of light. He discovered that these lights seemed to have the ability to penetrate his inner defenses, reaching into the softest and most secret corners of his heart. This feeling was both unfamiliar and familiar, like a long-lost relative suddenly appearing before him, soothing his weary soul with the warmest embrace and the gentlest words. Jiang Liuyan was deeply moved by this wonderful feeling. He began to contemplate the mysteries of the world and his relationship with the 3 beams of light. He realized that perhaps this was the arrangement of fate, allowing him to encounter these lights at this special moment. Thus, he decided to let go of his inner fears and worries, wholeheartedly accepting the entrance of these 3 lights. The black light, as dark as ink, resembled the deepest dreams of the night, carrying a hint of mystery and unknowable power. It flowed slowly around Jiang Liuyan, as if to draw him into an endless abyss. Yet at critical moments, it provided him with a sense of safety, preventing him from losing his direction. The pure white light, on the other hand, was like the rising sun, radiating warm and gentle brilliance. It softly brushed against Jiang Liuyan's face, like a mother's hand tenderly caressing his forehead, taking away the fear and unease in his heart. This light seemed to possess the magic to reverse time under its illumination. Jiang Liuyan felt as if he had returned to his carefree childhood, experiencing a long-lost tranquility and peace. This light subtly corresponded with the missing peace in his heart, and as he touched his chest, he felt a slight excitement, though he couldn't quite articulate why. As for the gray light, which lay between black and white, it appeared more complex and profound. It was neither as cold and ruthless as the black light, nor as pure and flawless as the white light, but contained an elusive charm. This light slowly rotated around Jiang Liuyan, bringing him a chilling sensation, giving him goosebumps, but this stimulation lasted only for a moment, and the feeling it brought him faded away as if it had never existed. The three beams of light intertwined, forming a strange and beautiful tapestry. In this tapestry, Jiang Lianyan felt unprecedented shock and emotion, as if he were being pulled by an invisible force, involuntarily lowering his guard and defenses. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, allowing the three beams of light to flow into the depths of his soul like a warm current. During this process, Jiang Lianyan felt as if his soul had been reborn. The three beams of light penetrated through the clouds like warm sunlight, illuminating the dark corners of his heart. Wherever the light reached, the distractions and worries in his heart gradually dissipated, replaced by a sense of tranquility and peace. This feeling was like a long-awaited rain after a drought, nourishing and revitalizing his spirit. As the light permeated, Jiang Lianyan felt an unprecedented surge of power rising in his heart. This power did not come from the outside world, but was awakened from deep within him. It was like a burning flame, igniting his passion and pursuit of life. It seemed to allow Jiang Lianyan to witness the most powerful posture of his ancestors, the original dark demon tiger clan, leaving him in awe. At the same time, the three beams of light endowed him with extraordinary wisdom. He felt as if he could perceive the essence of all things in the world, understanding the mysteries that had once confused him. This wisdom enabled him to see the whole picture of things, no longer limited to superficial phenomena. He began to contemplate the meaning and value of life. Searching for his goals and direction, Jiang Lianyan was immersed in this wonderful experience, feeling the changes and growth within himself. This was only three beams of light surrounding Jiang Lianyan, and these three beams of light had merely entered a tiny part of his body. As the light penetrated deeper, Jiang Lianyan gradually sensed the changes in his body. His muscles became more resilient and powerful, and his bones grew as hard as iron. Waves of tremendous strength surged within him, as if they could erupt with astonishing power at any moment. At the same time, his thoughts became exceptionally sharp and clear, as if he could capture the most subtle fluctuations and changes in the world. However, this power came at a cost. Even with just a tiny bit of light entering Jiang Lianyan's body, he still felt immense pain. After all, everything in the world is a process of equivalent exchange. To gain power, one must pay a price. As the light deepened and merged within him, Jiang Lianyan also experienced unprecedented pain and torment. A small part of the three beams of light collided and intertwined within him, as if they were trying to tear him apart. Even this small part caused him so much suffering that he contemplated giving up, but he gritted his teeth, enduring the pain and fear within, striving to keep himself awake and calm. In the distance, a pure white cat lay quietly on a branch, its eyes like deep lakes, observing everything in the house through the layers of leaves. There, Jiang Lianyan's body, twisted in agony, contorted in a way that resembled a demonic possession. The white cat sighed deeply, filled with helplessness and sympathy. Is this what they call inheritance? The white cat thought silently, its eyes revealing a hint of confusion and concern. It seemed perplexed by this power, but could not find a solution to the problem. The white cat knew that Jiang Lianyan was undergoing a difficult trial. He must confront the fears and pain deep within himself to truly master this powerful force. However, for Jiang Lianyan, this was undoubtedly a tremendous challenge. The white cat gently shook its head, knowing it was powerless and could only silently pray that Jiang Lianyan would get through this ordeal. After all, only through his own efforts and perseverance could Jiang Lianyan possibly overcome the fear in his heart and the pain in his body to become a true strong man. In the wilderness of the desert, Si suddenly sensed something. As the only heir of the dark demon, evil god tiger clan, enduring some pain was to be expected. This was merely physical. Soon, it would make you feel more comfortable, Si said with a mischievous smile, reminiscent of a slightly willful elder making their junior stand for a day. As for why Si was not considered part of the dark demon, evil god tiger clan, his body had already elementalized, disqualifying him from being part of the clan, and his soul had been split into millions of pieces. This was the reason he could manipulate various plants at the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy to guide Jiang Lianyan to find his previous secluded training location. Chapter 46, Illusion? Do Equalify. Part 2, Jiang Lianyan's body began to tremble slightly as he slowly absorbed the three peculiar lights. Among them, the black light was the most striking, resembling a massive black hole that emitted endless dark power. This force seemed to have a powerful attraction, making Jiang Lianyan feel as though he was being consumed by the black hole. As time passed, the gravity of the black hole grew stronger, and Jiang Liunyin's soul experienced intense tearing and distortion. His complexion turned pale, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. The pain and despair were almost unbearable, but he knew that only by enduring such trials could he gain greater strength. During this process, Jiang Liunyin's heart was filled with struggle and conflict. He was uncertain whether he could withstand the black hole's consumption, nor did he know what consequences this power would bring him. However, he understood that to become a true strong man, he must bravely face the pain and despair brought by this beam of light. The white light caused time within Jiang Liunyin's soul to come to a standstill. He could clearly feel that the white light froze his thoughts, causing time to flow in an extremely bizarre manner. Jiang Liunyin's spiritual body, torn apart by the black hole, should have been able to replenish his spiritual power in time, but due to the strange white light enveloping the sea of his spirit, he was unable to effectively restore his spiritual power. As a result, he was slowly torn apart at a visibly slow pace, and the sensation of pain seemed to be magnified by hundreds of thousands of times, leaving him feeling trapped between the struggle for survival and the inability to die. As for the best MVP among the three color lights, with a score of 16, the gray light, a gold medal support, was even more bizarre. The gray light enveloped Jiang Liunyin's broken body, constantly seeping into him, making him feel an extremely abnormal, bone-chilling cold, as if he had fallen into the polar ice fields of the north. This made his thoughts seem frozen, extremely chaotic, even prompting him to ask the three soul questions. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? If Jiang Liunyin were some kind of master of psychology, he might have gained some insights transcending the level of strength, but unfortunately, the gray light continuously restricted his body, thoughts, and reasoning, preventing him from thinking normally. It only left him with a peculiar feeling, and the gray light also triggered his deepest thoughts, but they were trivial matters, such as once wanting to tear up homework and tell the teacher that a dog had taken it, or thinking about throwing firecrackers in the kitchen to scare others, or mixing sugar and salt to make the food inedible, some extremely shallow wrongdoings. These things, which were extremely shameful for Jiang Liunyin's current age, happened to become the gray light's divine assistance, tearing open the shallowest part of his heart. Throughout this long process, Jiang Liunyin seemed to experience countless cycles of life and death. He was sometimes immersed in endless darkness, feeling the invasion of despair and fear. At other times, he bathed in the stillness of time, sensing his soul gradually being decomposed, and at times he felt his soul frozen, with those extremely shameful things he had done being unearthed one by one, gradually exhausting his heart. He continued to struggle and resist, trying to find a balance between these three extreme forces. Jiang Liunyin was in extreme pain, but these three kinds of light seemed to possess a kind of spirituality, as if they were afraid of not torturing Jiang Liunyin to death, shining even more brightly and doubling the torment he experienced. Jiang Liunyin's thoughts returned to that book Tianjibian, where he saw the 16th day. A note similar to a sticky note suddenly fell out from a book. It read, "When heaven is about to confer a great responsibility on a person, it will first make his mind suffer, his muscles and bones labor, his body hungry, and his skin impoverished. It will make him go against his will, so that he can be resolute and strengthen what he cannot do." Jiang Liunyin had never felt such pain before, but he recalled a saying that flashed through his mind, perfectly fitting his current situation. Indeed, to sharpen one's will, to toil one's muscles, to starve one's body, everything comes with a price. In this world, everything has a clear price tag. If this power were to come so easily, perhaps my mindset would change. Jiang Liunyin pondered. Where are all these so-called children of destiny, favored by an illusory god for no reason? On this vast earth, I, Jiang Liunyin, vow to forge an immortal legend with my mortal body. My fate is determined by me, not by heaven. Even if the road ahead is filled with thorns and the wind and rain are bleak, I will shatter the shackles of destiny and break free from the invisible restraints. The world says that destiny is hard to defy, but I will use my fervent blood to write a chapter against the heavens. I do not seek the compassion of gods and Buddhas, nor do I rely on the gifts of heaven and earth. I, Jiang Liunyin, will be that light of dawn, illuminating the darkness, allowing all things in this world to witness what true perseverance is and what it means to be a fearless warrior. I vow to prove that every soul unwilling to be mediocre can become the master of their own fate. Those so-called destiny and fate are merely stepping stones on my path forward, the stairs beneath my feet as I climb to the peak. I, Jiang Liunyin, will be that defiant person, making the heavens tremble, dimming the stars, and ensuring that future generations remember what it truly means to change one's fate. Jiang Liuyan murmured to himself. Jiang Liuyan's momentum is rising steadily, as if he has already become accustomed to the pain brought by the three kinds of brilliance. Even his hurried breathing has calmed down a bit. In the distance, a white cat perched on a tree has been staring intently at Jiang Liuyan, seemingly having heard his mumbling. The cat can't help but think that Jiang Liuyan's character is truly commendable. Just from this one statement, I could give it a 9.5 score, with the remaining 0.5 withheld to prevent him from becoming arrogant. If he achieves something in the future and writes a book, this passage would definitely qualify as a classic inspirational story in the Xianwu Heroes anthology. By the way, where's the 6th volume of my Xianwu Heroes? This set is a collector's edition. Ah, yes, that Xianwu Heroes is the White Cat's private collection. Seeing that Jiang Liuyan is doing fine, the White Cat jumps down from the tree, feeling quite happy. If his disciple had failed when Huanqi left, Huanqi might not have given me any dried fish. The White Cat thought to itself. Z felt the soul power left in the necklace and couldn't help but smile. It seems the first stage has passed. Now, I should take action. Stop. This is my territory. This tree is my planting. If you want to pass through here, leave behind some toll. Z suddenly jumped out from the grass nearby, shouting loudly. The 10 burly men in the middle of the road were glaring at the weak and frail Z. Speaking in unison, what did you say? After that, they raised their fists and charged forward. I was wrong. Woo-woo, don't hit my face so hard. I'm sorry, can't you let it go? If you hit me again, I might die. Chapter 47. Is it an illusion? Do I have the qualification? 3. After Jiang Liuyan absorbed the other strand of tricolor light that surged into his body, a tremendous change occurred within him. Initially, this light only multiplied his physical strength, but as more light integrated into him, the strength of his muscles, bones, and tendons astonishingly increased by 30 times. This power not only made him feel unprecedentedly strong, but also caused his blood circulation to surge violently, as if a rushing river was wildly crashing through his meridians. The phenomenon of qi and blood like a rainbow, once recorded in the ancient texts of the Dark Demon Tiger clan, was now vividly manifesting within Jiang Liuyan. It was an indescribable shock, as if he harbored a tremendous power capable of shaking mountains and rivers. According to the ancient texts, if a soul beast could cultivate to the realm of qi and blood like a rainbow 1,000 years ago, it could slaughter an entire village with its own strength, showcasing its formidable might. Now, Jiang Liuyan seemed to have crossed a millennium in time, as if he had re-inherited that ancient soul beast physique and reinterpreted the essence of qi and blood like a rainbow. Every inch of his skin, every bone, every tendon had become indestructible under the nourishment of this power, as if he had become a true ancient giant beast, ready to unleash earth-shattering strength at any moment. Corresponding to the realm of qi and blood like a rainbow, the two descriptions of meridians and bones reaching their ultimate state are meridians like a dragon and bones like jade. Jiang Liuyan continued to absorb the 3 strands of light, and a tremendous change occurred in his body. In the realm where his meridians resembled dragons, they were no longer merely channels for blood circulation. They seemed to be endowed with life, transforming into a winding, coiling giant dragon. These dragon veins coursed through his body, and with each pulse came a surge of immense spiritual power, as if his entire being was activated by this force. In this realm, Jiang Liuyan's meridians became exceptionally tough and elastic, capable of withstanding spiritual power impacts far beyond that of ordinary people. Every movement he made, every breath he took, could guide this power to circulate within his meridians, forming a powerful internal cycle. This cycle not only greatly enhanced his strength, but also elevated his reaction speed and sensitivity to new heights. Moreover, the realm of meridians resembling dragons endowed Jiang Liuyan with a special ability. He could sense subtle changes in his surrounding environment and adjust the flow of spiritual power within his meridians to adapt to these changes. This ability kept him alert in battle, always ready to respond to sudden attacks. After absorbing the last remaining strand of light within him, he felt as if he had undergone a rebirth, his whole body brimming with power. He closed his eyes, feeling the changes within, and discovered that his bones had become incredibly hard, akin to jade. This indicated that he had successfully entered the realm of bones resembling jade. This realm is crucial for cultivators. Within it, Jiang Liuyan's bones became crystal clear, as if carved from the purest jade. These jade-like bones were not only immensely hard, able to withstand any form of physical attack, but also contained a mysterious power that could absorb and transform external damage into energy for himself. In this realm, Jiang Liunyin's bones seemed to become a second source of energy for his body. Whenever he was attacked, these jade bones would automatically activate a defensive mechanism, converting the incoming impact into nutrients that nourished the bones. Perhaps over time, his bones would grow stronger, even reaching a level where they could emit a faint glow, as clear and translucent as real jade. Furthermore, the realm of bones resembling jade granted Jiang Liunyin an extraordinary recovery ability. No matter how severe the injury he sustained, as long as he wasn't completely obliterated in the first instance, given enough time, his bones could rapidly regenerate and return to their original state. This ability made him nearly immortal in battle, allowing him to remain undefeated regardless of how powerful his enemies were. Jiang Liunyin felt a surge of joy in his heart. The surprise brought by this necklace was truly overwhelming. He never expected that these three kinds of brilliance could rival the results of his 1,000 years of cultivation. And even after 1,000 years of practice, he might not be able to reach such a realm. Jiang Liunyin no longer pays attention to the pain brought by those three types of brilliance. He only feels that if enduring the pain can lead to a rapid improvement in his strength, allowing him to catch up with Tang San and the realm of his family's enemies, he is willing to do so. Jiang Liunyin slowed his mind, allowing his spirit platform to become clear and bright, as if his soul were drifting outside his body. In a somewhat peculiar self-reflection method, he transformed a part of his soul into his own likeness to feel the enhancement of his strength. The benefit of this was that Jiang Liunyin could see the flaws in his improved abilities from a third-person perspective, allowing him to focus on refining his suddenly increased power. It was like Santana suddenly replacing its engine with that of a Lamborghini. After such a change in components, it might not be compatible and would require adjustment and modification. Jiang Liunyin's unique surge in power had increased his physical strength by more than 30 times, which certainly needed a special method for refinement. However, at this moment, Jiang Liunyin could only do so much. Perhaps once Master Huanqi returned, he would have new training methods. Huanqi reached out to touch the necklace, which seemed to contain some special three-colored energy. As it sensed the energy within Jiang Liunyin, it appeared to have a life of its own. Jiang Liunyin initially wanted to absorb it all in one go, but the three-colored light suddenly seemed to hide away, resisting all his attempts to awaken it, like a shy young girl hiding within the necklace. Perhaps I still haven't gained the necklace's recognition? Jiang Liunyin thought to himself. Or maybe my realm is too low to bear that energy. Doubts swirled in Jiang Liunyin's mind, but he calmly placed the necklace on the table. He then stood up to stretch his muscles. It must be said that this powerful physique made Jiang Liunyin's mind a bit uncontrollable. His steps felt light, as if he could fly to the clouds, and the punch he threw seemed capable of stirring up a small tornado. Is this power? Jiang Liunyin marveled. He quickly got dressed and walked out the door. After a night of absorbing the energy from the necklace, Jiang Liunyin felt not a trace of fatigue. Instead, he felt invigorated. Yes, the three-colored light even slightly expanded Jiang Liunyin's sea of consciousness, nourishing it and making him vibrant and full of energy. Chapter 48. Is it an illusion? Do I have the qualification? Part 4. After absorbing the three-colored light, Jiang Liunyin also calmed down to live a simple life, wholeheartedly dedicating himself to the practice of his own powers. He understood that true strength lies not only in having great power, but also in the ability to control and utilize that power precisely. Therefore, he worked hard to refine the newly acquired strength, attempting to reach a state of ease akin to using his fingers. At the very least, being able to master himself perfectly, preventing this power from becoming a runaway horse. However, this power was far too great, far exceeding Jiang Liunyin's initial expectations. Whenever he attempted to harness this power, even the slightest movement would unleash astonishing force. For instance, when Jiang Liunyin just got out of bed, he accidentally stepped on the bamboo floor with such force that it cracked slightly, the crisp sound of the break tightening his heart as he realized he needed to be more cautious. Things got even worse when he went outside. Jiang Liunyin carefully pushed open the door, fearing that a small mistake would lead to a bigger accident, but an accident still occurred. His power had unintentionally expanded to an unimaginable degree. When he gently tugged at the door, the entire door unexpectedly fell apart, as if swept away by a hurricane, shattering into pieces. This scene left Jiang Liunyin drenched in cold sweat. After these two incidents, Jiang Liunyin became even more careful in controlling his power, fearing that a misstep would lead to something irretrievable. He began to silently recite mantras in his mind, adjusting his breath, trying to gradually calm the surging power and integrate it into his bloodline. He understood that the path of a true strongman was still long, and he had to take steady steps to go further along this road. Thus, Jiang Liuyan began today's even more arduous training, continually challenging himself. Try to perfectly control his power in various situations. The gravity array left by Huanqi, along with the stamina absorption array, was set to maximum load, but the results were still minimal. Huanqi returned from the 3rd district of the illusionary continent, holding a sword that shimmered with a cold light, exuding a mysterious aura. Her steps were light, yet carried an undeniable sense of power, as if each step was stepping on the nodes of space. Upon entering the familiar bamboo forest, Huanqi's gaze first landed on Jiang Liuyan, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. The transformation of Jiang Liuyan's body was so great that, even with Huanqi's experience, she couldn't help but feel astonished. However, this surprise did not last long. As the moment she stepped into the bamboo forest, she established a mental link with the white cat waiting there and learned about everything that had happened during this time. The white cat was not only a friend who grew up alongside Huanqi, but also had a remarkable story. The white cat, a natural array spirit left to Huanqi by Qianhuan, possessed extraordinary wisdom and shared a deep connection with Huanqi. Years ago, when Huanqi's meridians were completely severed, and her life was nearing its end, it was then that Qianhuan used the natural array spirit to inscribe the principles of heaven and earth engraved in the essence of the world onto Huanqi's shattered meridians in the form of an array. While the protective array of her heart meridian was the core array of the white cat's natural array spirit, there were only 3 such core arrays in the world. One belonged to the white cat, one to Huanqi, and one to Qianhuan, which was extremely rare. The white cat curled up quietly nearby, sleeping soundly. After all, the message to convey was already known to Huanqi, and there was no need for her to speak more. It was better to sleep a little longer. To understand the events more clearly, Huanqi also asked Jiang Liuyan about his story. After listening to Jiang Liuyan's account, Huanqi's expression remained calm, but her heart was churning. She knew well the terrifying exponential growth of the power within Jiang Liuyan. Even someone as knowledgeable as her felt an immense headache. This power was both an opportunity and a challenge, and how to achieve perfect control over it became a difficult problem before them. It seemed she needed to go back and thoroughly review those ancient texts. Perhaps she could find a solution. Huanqi sighed lightly, a hint of determination flashing in her eyes. She knew that in the face of unknown power, only knowledge and wisdom could be their most reliable allies. After speaking, she slowly turned around, reached behind her, and gently drew out the exquisitely forged sword. As the sword was drawn, the surrounding air seemed to become heavy, as if sensing its majesty and power. The sword was pitch black, like the deepest darkness in the night sky, making it impossible to discern its true appearance. A dark glow seemed to flow along the blade. Not a bright light, but a deep and mysterious aura that emitted an irresistible allure. The hilt was engraved with intricate runes, each containing ancient and powerful energy. They flickered like living beings, shining faintly as if telling the story of the sword's origin. Jiang Liuyan, what do you think this sword should be named? Huanqi smiled as she gently presented the sword to Jiang Liuyan, her tone carrying a hint of barely perceptible anticipation. Jiang Liuyan slowly extended his hand and took the sword. The moment it was in his grasp, a heavy sensation surged in his heart. He carefully examined the blade, which was as dark as ink, deep and mysterious, resembling an unfathomable pool of black water that seemed capable of swallowing all light, yet exuded a unique allure. The hilt was embedded with a crystal-clear gem that flickered with a faint glow, like the brightest star in the night sky. Huanqi couldn't help but feel a shock in her heart, but soon she felt relieved. The sword's weight was probably around 80,000 pounds. And if Jiang Liuyan had not enhanced his physique, he would never have been able to lift it. Therefore, he had inscribed more than a dozen gravity-defying arrays on the blade, allowing someone with insufficient strength, like Jiang Liuyan, to wield it. However, now that Jiang Liuyan's physique had risen to an unexpected level, it truly shocked her once again. Jiang Liuyan closed his eyes, feeling the power flowing through the sword, a force like surging ocean waves crashing against his heart. His heartbeat involuntarily quickened, and his blood began to boil. This sword seemed to have a wonderful connection with him, making him feel an unparalleled familiarity. After a moment, he opened his eyes, a glint of determination flashing within. How about naming this sword, Mo Yuan? His voice was deep and powerful, as if declaring an important decision. Huan Qi nodded slightly in agreement, saying, Mayuan is a fitting name. It perfectly embodies the characteristics of this sword. His gaze fell on Jiang Liuyan, revealing a sense of admiration in his eyes. Jiang Liuyan smiled faintly, gently stroking the sword's body as if communicating with it. Liuyan, from now on, you will be my partner. Together we will fight side by side and face the challenges of the future. His eyes were filled with determination and resolve. Chapter 49. Sword Technique. Huan Qi stood quietly in the tranquil bamboo forest, sunlight filtering through the gaps in the bamboo leaves, casting dappled light on him, as if draping him in a layer of mysterious brilliance, making him look extraordinary and unique. He held a delicate, long sword in his hand, its blade shimmering with a faint blue light, resembling the brilliant stars in the night sky, captivating attention. Behind him was a complex formation condensed from spiritual energy. Emanating a mystérieux aura. Jiang Liuyan stood quietly by the side, his gaze closely following every movement of Huan Qi, his eyes sparkling with curiosity and anticipation. He was filled with longing for this unknown world, eager to learn more about the mysteries of cultivation and celestial arts. Huan Qi waved his long sword, the blade tracing graceful arcs in the air, like a fairy dancing. His movements were light and agile, and his swordsmanship was skilled and exquisite, each swing emanating powerful energy. As he danced, the surrounding air seemed to be stirred up, forming a faint whirlwind that rustled the bamboo leaves in the forest. Liuyan watched closely. Huan Qi's lips moved slightly, his voice like a clear spring in the mountains, crisp and pleasant. He gently waved the long sword in his hand, the tip carving dozens of special symbols in the air, encoding infinite possibilities. Immediately, these symbols seemed to possess magical power, drawing closer to each other, and illusions began to emerge in the air, twisting and intertwining, ultimately forming a delicate illusionary formation. This is the first form of the basic version of the sword technique of illusions. Basic version of the sword technique of illusions. First form. You must use the sword tip as a pen and spiritual energy as ink, sketching the formation in your heart in the void. Remember, the sword is not only a tool for battle, but also a medium for expressing will and creating miracles. Huan Qi explained while demonstrating, each movement of the sword tip accompanied by subtle changes in the formation, dazzling the onlookers. Jiang Liuyan was captivated, although he found the name a bit ridiculous at first. What kind of profound sword skill was named like this? The person who named this foundational version of the illusory sword technique was too casual, at least in his mind. The name of this sword technique should be on par with names like the ethereal realm's mysterious decision, or at the very least, not so simplistic. He pondered privately, but still shook his head and focused intently on watching Huan Qi teach. Although he had only a vague understanding of formations, Huan Qi's words were like a ray of light, illuminating his path forward. He slowly drew the long sword from his waist, a sword specially crafted for him by Huan Qi. The blade was completely black, displaying an endless depth, subtly revealing Huan Qi's expectations for him. Huan Qi looked at Jiang Liuyan for a moment, then became very serious, having roughly guessed his thoughts. To be honest, Huan Qi also didn't understand why scholars, heroes, or most people in the world carried swords at their waists, showcasing their elegance, or thinking that using a sword was cool. Even the 43rd sect master of the illusory sect abandoned his original weapon, a pen, to pursue the transformation of his original weapon into a sword, subsequently creating this foundational version and the advanced version of the illusory sword technique, claiming it was to give all disciples means of self-protection, even integrating sword techniques with formations, to the point that one could use a sword to sketch out formations with spiritual energy. This was quite perplexing, but Huan Qi still learned it. There was no choice, as the sect master had established a new rule that all future sect masters must practice this technique, which left Huan Qi feeling quite helpless. As for the privileges of the sect master of the illusory sect, there was only one opportunity in a lifetime to make an unchangeable decision during their tenure that would be written into the sect's rules. This was the main reason why future sect masters had to learn this technique. However, Huan Qi's opportunity was forcibly erased due to a crime of treason against the sect, marking the second such case in 1,000 years throughout the illusory sect. Following Huan Qi's instructions, Jiang Liuyan attempted to outline the formation with the tip of his sword. At first, his movements were clumsy and unfamiliar, and the spiritual energy seemed uncooperative. But with repeated attempts, he gradually found the feeling. The flow of spiritual energy within him began to synchronize with his will, and the illusory formation patterns slowly took shape wherever the sword tip passed. Very good. You've taken the first step, Huan Qi remarked, a satisfied smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He knew that although Jiang Liuyan was not a genius in formations, his tenacity and thirst for knowledge were enough for him to go further down this path. In the days that followed, Jiang Liuyan dedicated himself to practicing sword techniques and memorizing the foundational formations taught by Huan Qi. He practiced day and night, and finally, he deeply imprinted these complex patterns in his mind. Whenever the night fell quiet, he would use a pen instead of a sword, repeatedly drawing on paper. Each sketch deepened his understanding of formations. Now, let's learn the second form. When Jiang Liuyan finally became proficient at drawing those foundational formations on paper, Huan Qi appeared before him again, his eyes shining with anticipation. This form was called Illusory Sword Technique Foundation Version, second form. It was not just a sword technique, but a perfect combination of movement and swordplay. You need to outline consecutive illusory formations with the sword tip while moving at high speed, creating dazzling illusions to confuse your opponent and find an opportunity for victory. As Huan Qi spoke, he demonstrated his figure weaving through the bamboo forest, the sword light weaving like fabric, with each strike accompanied by a flicker of illusions, making it difficult to grasp his true position. Jiang Liuyan widened his eyes, closely watching Huan Qi's movements. He saw Huan Qi's body move swiftly like a ghost, the long sword in his hand tracing beautiful arcs in the air, resembling a butterfly dancing gracefully. Every demonstration of swordsmanship left Jiang Liuyan in shock and excitement. He couldn't help but think how wonderful it would be if he could learn such sword techniques himself. An unprecedented urge surged within him, a desire to master this superb sword skill. Did you see clearly? Huan Qi suddenly stopped, turning to look at Jiang Liuyan. Immersed in the swordplay, Jiang Liuyan snapped back to reality as if waking from a dream. Perhaps, maybe, Huan Qi was unaware of Jiang Liuyan's talent for swordsmanship, so he could only smile and encourage him, saying, "It's okay, with more practice, you will definitely master it." After saying that, he swung his long sword again and continued demonstrating the sword techniques. Jiang Liuyan watched Huan Qi's movements with full concentration. Jiang Liuyan himself was an ordinary person, not particularly gifted in various talents. If he had to mention a natural advantage, it would only be the 5 elemental attributes within him. Therefore, the ordinary Jiang Liuyan observed the sword techniques with great seriousness, striving to remember every detail. He understood that to become a true swordsman, he must put in more effort and time, and now was the best time for him to begin his learning. Thus, he immersed himself once again in arduous training, with each failure strengthening his resolve and each improvement filling him with joy. Under Huan Qi's careful guidance, Jiang Liuyan's sword skills and formation mastery steadily advanced, and his figure gradually left a unique legend in this bamboo forest. Chapter 50. Sword 3 in the early morning. The bamboo forest was gently covered by a layer of thin mist like a veil. Sunlight filtered through the sparse bamboo leaves, casting mottled shadows and adding a touch of mystery and vitality to this tranquil space. The air was filled with the fresh scent of earth and bamboo leaves, and occasionally, the distant chirping of birds intertwined with the gentle rustle of the breeze through the bamboo leaves, creating a melodious morning song. Dewdrops sparkled on the emerald bamboo leaves, resembling pearls embedded in green satin, crystal clear and breathtakingly beautiful. The entire bamboo forest seemed to have just awakened from a dream, carrying a hint of laziness and tranquility, waiting for the start of a new day. Huan Qi was waiting for Jiang Liuyan deep within the bamboo forest. Today, they would learn the third style of the foundational version of the illusory sword technique. In the profound realm of the illusory sword technique, the third level is known as Shadow Dance of 1,000 Illusions, a perfect fusion of swordsmanship and illusion. Practitioners at this level not only possess extraordinary sword skills, but can also merge themselves with their surroundings, transforming into an invisible shadow. Amidst the interplay of light and shadow, they unleash countless unpredictable sword moves, leaving opponents bewildered and defenseless. However, to embark on the mysterious path of Shadow Dance of 1,000 Illusions, one must first master an esoteric technique known as the secret art of shadows. Practitioners must close their eyes, concentrate, and use their inner senses to feel the surrounding world. They need to learn to connect their consciousness with the shadows, light, and whispers of the breeze around them, entering a realm where the mind moves with intent and the shadows follow their every step. Only after prolonged meditation and profound understanding can a practitioner seamlessly blend their figure into the shadows of the environment, becoming a part of the night. elusive and hard to capture. Most importantly, shadows can only exist where there is light. As long as one can deeply perceive the connection between themselves and their shadows, they can progress further. It is said that in the legend of the immortal warriors, there was an assassin codenamed Shadow. This person was unknown until they struck, astonishing everyone with their remarkable skills. Their technique of transforming into a shadow was perfected to the point of resembling a true specter in the dark. According to their own autobiography, they spent decades sitting in front of a stone wall, watching their shadow cast by sunlight and moonlight, observing the shadows through the seasons and times of day, able to sleep for decades in a day, deeply connecting themselves with the shadow, which led to the creation of the assassin known as Shadow. Coincidentally, the secret art of shadows was stolen after the death of the original user and ended up on the black market. However, due to the intervention of Tomb Raiders, the secret art was also taken away. With their last breath, the Tomb Raider, relying on their remarkable memory, copied hundreds of secret arts and placed them on the black market, causing the secret art of shadows to become as common as cabbage. It was indeed my fault, and those who stole should not expect to fare better. Thus, everyone on the continent had a copy of this technique, but few practiced it, as mastering such a skill required great perseverance. However, the 43rd generation leader of the illusory sect was an exceptional individual. During their reign, they developed a new version of the secret art of shadows that was particularly suitable for the foundational version of the illusory sword technique, which has been passed down ever since. Once a practitioner masters the secret art of shadows, they begin to practice the 1,000 illusion sword shadow. This sword technique does not rely on brute strength, but on speed and transformation. A light flick of the sword can create countless sword shadows, each containing the practitioner's will and sword intent, making it difficult to discern between the real and the illusory. In battle, these sword shadows can move freely like living beings, sometimes converging into a stunning sword beam, and at other times dispersing into a rain of swords, plunging opponents into endless confusion and chaos. The highest realm of shadow dance of 1,000 illusions is to achieve the unity of heart and sword. In this state, the practitioner's mind and sword are completely integrated. The sword is the heart, and the heart is the sword. Without needing to observe with the naked eye, one can sense every subtle movement of the opponent through their intent, predicting their actions in advance and executing the most lethal counterattacks with minimal movement. At this point, the sword moves are no longer mere techniques, but a direct manifestation of the practitioner's emotions, will, and wisdom, with each strike embodying the profound truths of heaven and earth, capable of shaking the hearts of people and stunning the world. Hu Q turned the sword behind her back, holding it in a finger-like gesture, signaling Jiang Liuyan to engage in a real battle. In the practice, Hu Q unleashed the shadow dance of 1,000 illusions, instantly transforming her figure into a captivating specter. Like a ghost on the battlefield, Hu Q silently approached Jiang Liuyan and then launched an attack with lightning speed. The beast instinct of Jiang Liuyan was swept away by Huan Qi with the back of her sword even before it had a chance to give Jiang Liuyan a warning. There wasn't even time for Jiang Liuyan to react. Jiang Liuyan secretly thought to himself, "Is this the power of shadow dance of thousands of illusions?" Huan Qi continued to explain that this shadow dance of thousands of illusions excels at utilizing all factors in the environment, such as light and shadow, terrain, and even the psychological blind spots of the enemy, to create advantageous battle conditions through illusion formations. Even when facing enemies that outnumber them several times, they can rely on this unpredictable swordsmanship to dismantle the opponent's offense one by one and ultimately achieve victory. However, while shadow dance of thousands of illusions is powerful, it is not invincible. It requires the practitioner to possess a high level of mental concentration and sharp insight into the environment. Any slight negligence could lead to becoming trapped in self-created illusions, unable to extricate themselves. Therefore, a swordsman who truly reaches this realm, aside from improving their swordsmanship, places greater emphasis on spiritual cultivation, pursuing a balance of internal and external refinement to attain the highest realm of the sword path. The essence lies in the illusion formation along this journey, simply referred to as the unity of sword formations, and using illusion formations to disrupt the opponent. Huan Qi waved her hand dismissively. After all, this is just the basic version. When it comes to the advanced version, those sword techniques truly leave no stone unturned. Huan Qi thought to herself. Jiang Liuyan nodded slightly, his eyes glowing with determination. He tightly gripped the long sword in his hand. as if gathering all his strength at the tip of the blade. Then he stepped forward towards the open space in the distance, his stride steady and powerful. In that open area, Jiang Lianyan stopped, took a deep breath, and adjusted his breathing rhythm. Immediately after, he began to wield the long sword in his hand. The sword moved sharp and exquisite. Each strike carried boundless might, the wind from the sword howling, the sword energy crisscrossing. His body moved like a nimble swallow, gracefully weaving through the shadows of the sword, the momentum flowing naturally like clouds and water. As time passed, Jiang Lianyan's swordsmanship became increasingly proficient, the moves sharper. He immersed himself in the world of swordplay, forgetting everything around him. Sweat trickled down his forehead, but he remained oblivious, fully focused on practicing his techniques. He knew that only by continuously honing and improving his swordsmanship could he become a true master of the sword path. Chapter 51. Sword. For the next technique to learn was the basic version of the illusory sword technique, the fourth form, moonlight weaving dreams. On a night when the moonlight was like a silken thread, the illusory sword technique welcomed its fourth form, moonlight weaving dreams. This sword technique not only represents a deep fusion of sword and spirit, but also a delicate capture of the natural forces and inner emotions, blending the softness of moonlight, the ethereality of dreams, and the surging love, creating an unprecedented combat aesthetic. It is said that this special sword technique was created by the sect leader to commemorate the moment he met his partner under the moonlight and to please his companion. Its practical combat significance is almost zero, but its elegance is truly stunning throughout history, even surpassing the sword techniques practiced by professional sword dancing maidens. The first step in cultivating moonlight weaving dreams is to learn to stroll under the moonlight. Practitioners must, on a silver bright night, accompany themselves with a sword, stepping lightly to feel the resonance between the moonlight and the sword intent. However, this is just the beginning. The true challenge lies in how to incorporate the deep emotions from within into the sword techniques. Practitioners must deeply understand and experience love and heartbeats. As the core of this sword technique is the power of love and the power of moonlight. Huan Qi told Jiang Lianyan another story. One night, the sect leader stood alone on a mountaintop, gazing at the bright moon. He closed his eyes, recalling the moments that once stirred his heart, the warm smiles, the affectionate gazes, and the sincere care. He tried to capture that feeling and integrate it into his sword intent. When he opened his eyes again, he found that he could already feel the moonlight energy in his surroundings. He raised his sword and gently waved it, the blade flickering with a faint light. With his movements, the moonlight seemed to respond, forming a beautiful halo around him. The sect leader took a deep breath, concentrating all his attention on the sword. He began to move slowly, each step carrying a special rhythm. His body merged with the swordplay, as if he had become a part of the moonlight. Under the illumination of the moonlight, his figure became hazy and mysterious, and with each step, it seemed to create a subtle connection with the earth and the moonlight, making the swordsman's movements smoother and the sword intent deeper, thus creating this sword technique. Huan Qi couldn't help but sigh, showing a face of constipation. Unfortunately, he had never had a partner or a companion. During his years in the sect leader's position, he poured his heart and soul into his work and rejected many advances from female elders or wandering cultivators, leading to the fact that he had only been teased by classmates in his 8th year for liking the class monitor. As for this sword technique, he never grasped its essence, only managing to learn its form without understanding its spirit. Huan Qi continued, "Next, you need to feel this surging love in your heart. As for how to do it, that depends on you, Jiang Lianyan." This is a story from that sect leader's historical records and his handwritten notes. Take a look. He then handed Jiang Lianyan the basic manuscript. Without waiting for Jiang Lianyan to respond, Huan Qi said, "The essence of moonlight weaving dreams lies in the moonlight sword dance. At this stage, the swordsman will perfectly combine the softness of the moonlight with the sharpness of the sword dance, creating a combat style that is both elegant and deadly." Huan Qi drew the sword embedded in the ground, rolled up his sleeves, and began to demonstrate for Jiang Lianyan. In the bright and clear moonlight, Huan Qi stood still in the open area of the deep bamboo forest, surrounded by a light mist like thin gauze, as if the entire world was embraced by the gentle silver glow. The long sword in his hand shimmered with a cool and mysterious luster under the moonlight, resembling a sleeping silver dragon waiting to be awakened. As Huan Qi slowly raised his arm, the long sword gracefully sliced through the air, producing a faint yet melodious hum, like the sound of heaven, particularly beautiful in this tranquil night. His movements were light and elegant, like a fairy dancing under the moonlight. Every leap of the sword tip and every rotation of the sword body perfectly blended into this tranquil and mysterious space, as if resonating with the moonlight, the bamboo forest, and the entire world. Moonlight poured down like flowing water, intertwining with Huan Chi's sword dance to form a moving picture. The sword tip traced silver arcs in the air, like ripples of moonlight on the lake's surface, light and rhythmic. The sword light and moonlight complemented each other, bathing the entire bamboo forest in this dazzling glow. With every bamboo leaf and every dewdrop sparkling and radiating enchanting brilliance. Huan Chi's swordplay was light and ethereal. Each swing of the sword was like painting a delicate ink wash. The sword tip sketched beautiful patterns in the air, embodying both the grandeur of mountains and rivers and the liveliness of flowers and birds, as if he had infused the beauty of the entire natural world into this sword. As the sword light flickered, the bamboo leaves gently swayed, producing a rustling sound, as if accompanying Huan Chi's sword dance, making the entire scene more vivid and poetic. As Huan Chi's sword dance gradually reached a climax, his movements became increasingly fluid and powerful. The sword tip traced brilliant sword lights in the air, like the most dazzling shooting stars in the night sky, breaking through the darkness and illuminating the path ahead. Each flash of the sword light was accompanied by the surging and turbulent emotions within Huan Chi. Although he could not fully grasp the surging love that the old sect leader contained in his heart, his agile body and established sword forms gave the swordplay a uniquely special beauty. When Huan Chi slowly retracted the long sword that shimmered with moonlight, his chest rose and fell slightly. Even with his body, which had undergone multiple formations tempering extraordinary physical strength and various enhancement runes engraved on his bones, he could not help but feel a hint of fatigue after performing this set of sword techniques. Although this set of techniques seemed somewhat useless to him, as he had not yet comprehended its deeper meanings, the consumption it caused was very real. However, it was this consumption that ignited the fighting spirit and passion deep within Huan Chi. Initially, his swordplay might not have perfectly integrated that profound love, but as the sword dance deepened, he felt as if he was being pulled by an inexplicable force. Each move gradually became sharp and powerful. This was not just an interpretation of sword techniques, but a release of the emotions he had long suppressed within, the past humiliations, the tragic experiences, surging like tides in his heart, transforming into a powerful driving force that propelled him forward. In this process, Huan Chi discovered that as he continued to wield the sword techniques, the resentment and anger in his heart began to dissipate, replaced by an unprecedented sense of ease and relief. It seems that this sword technique has unknowingly become a key to unlocking his heart, allowing him to free himself from the shadows of the past and face his inner self and the world anew. Thinking of this, Huan Chi couldn't help but feel somewhat incredulous. He had never imagined that a sword technique he found so insignificant could bring about such profound changes. He couldn't help but feel that his previous judgment had been somewhat off. In the desert, C calculated and felt a sense of unease in his heart, mumbling to himself, "I must hold on, I hope." Chapter 52 Self-Practice. Under Huan Chi's careful guidance, Jiang Liuyan gradually grasped the essence of the 4 basic sets of Huan sword techniques. Each move and stance was deeply engraved in his mind, like brilliant stars shining with endless light. As time passed, his understanding of these sword techniques deepened, as if they had become a part of his body, ready to be unleashed at will. However, just as he was immersed in this joy, an unprecedented pressure surged in his heart. He realized that although he had mastered the basic version, this was merely the beginning. The path to becoming a true master was still far away. He needed to continually work hard and explore to break through himself and reach a higher realm. Thus, he began to train diligently, spending a substantial amount of time practicing sword techniques every day. He repeated each movement over and over, trying to perfect it. At the same time, he did not forget to study other sword techniques, hoping to draw inspiration from them to create his own unique style. Throughout this process, he encountered many difficulties and setbacks, but he never gave up. He firmly believed that as long as he persevered, he would be able to overcome all obstacles and achieve his goals. In this way, Jiang Liuyan continued to move forward in this vast ocean of knowledge. Although surrounded by novelty and the unknown, he was unafraid, because he knew that only by bravely facing challenges could he continue to grow and reach the shores of success. However, while Jiang Liuyan was training hard, an unknown secret was quietly unfolding within him. Whenever the night was deep and quiet, or when he was fully focused on his sword techniques, a faint 3-color glow would appear on his body, flickering like fireflies on a summer night. emanating un subtil, mystérieux aura. This three-colored glow presented black, white, and gray, intertwining like three ribbons flowing endlessly around his body. Initially, this glow was quite faint, but over time, it became brighter, as if announcing something to the world. This glow was particularly striking in the bamboo forest, resembling a mysterious lightning bolt that instantaneously pierced the dark night sky, bringing an unusual brilliance to the entire bamboo grove. However, strangely enough, neither Huan Qi nor the leisurely white cat, nor even the occasional rustle of the wind through the bamboo forest seemed to notice this peculiar glow, as if they were completely unaware of its existence. This bizarre phenomenon inevitably raised questions. Why could such a dazzling light be overlooked by everything around it? Did this glow possess some special property or power that allowed only certain individuals to perceive it? Jiang Lianyan was unaware of his own changes. He was fully focused on the cultivation of his swordsmanship. The sword in his hand seemed to have formed a mysterious and wonderful connection with him, allowing him to wield it with ease and grace, as if it had become a part of his body. Each swing of the sword was as natural and smooth as flowing clouds and flowing water, with no sense of obstruction. This synergy not only greatly improved his swordsmanship proficiency, but also tightened the bond between him and his martial arts. Each training session felt like it was opening a door to a higher realm of swordsmanship, giving him the chance to appreciate the profoundness of the art. As time passed, his understanding and mastery of swordsmanship deepened, gradually surpassing the cognitive boundaries of an ordinary person. Time flew by, and Jiang Lianyan's swordsmanship was continuously honing. After repeating the first form of his martial arts 100,000 times, he finally experienced a breakthrough. In that moment, he felt a powerful force surge within him, as if it were about to break free from his body's constraints and burst forth. This sensation was like a long-dormant dragon suddenly awakening, displaying its unparalleled strength and majesty. As this force emerged, the sword in his hand became increasingly sharp, each strike carrying an unstoppable momentum. Every movement in his swordsmanship became more fluid and natural, as if he had merged with it. His swordsmanship was no longer just a compilation of techniques. It was imbued with endless power and spirit. At that moment, Jiang Lianyan knew he had successfully crossed the threshold of swordsmanship, having achieved the mastery of the foundational first form of the illusion sword technique. His swordsmanship had transcended the ordinary level, entering an entirely new realm. From this moment on, his understanding of sword intent would reach a new level. This achievement was like a clear spring, nourishing Jiang Lianyan's long-dry heart. He deeply understood that to achieve greater heights in the path of swordsmanship, one must persistently work hard and remain dedicated. From then on, he became even more diligent, dedicating most of his time to the practice of swordsmanship, rarely taking a moment's rest. Whether under the sweltering summer sun, the biting winter winds, or in the midst of fierce storms, nothing could deter his unwavering steps toward the pinnacle of swordsmanship. As time went by, his swordsmanship became increasingly refined, each swing resembling a magnificent legendary tale, breathtaking to behold. The sword that resonated with his spirit shone with dazzling brilliance in his hands, like a shining star illuminating the entire world. This light not only represented his strength, but also symbolized his passionate pursuit and love for the sword path. Throughout this process, Jiang Lianyan gradually comprehended the true essence of swordsmanship, realizing that the tacit understanding and emotional connection between the sword and the person are the true essence of the art. In the future, in a certain domain, with one person's strength, he could challenge the joint forces of 10 clans. It was not that he wanted to suppress the local tyrant like a dragon crossing the river. Rather, they had gone too far. They merely claimed that he had eaten 2 bowls of chaos when he had only eaten 1, and if it were a common situation, he could endure it. However, they even said he couldn't afford it and insulted him, cursing that all his clan members would die. This directly provoked his reverse scale. Who could bear that? Thus, he took it upon himself to challenge that clan. Unexpectedly, this clan colluded with the other 9 major clans, leading to a situation where he ended up fighting against 10 clans, extremely domineering. Chapter 53. Teacher's Appreciation Ceremony. The sunset was like blood, casting a golden veil over the verdant bamboo grove, enveloping this tranquil place in a serene glow. A gentle breeze passed through, causing the bamboo leaves to sway softly, producing a rustling sound, akin to the whispers of nature, telling stories of the past and future. Deep within this bamboo grove stained red by the sunset stood a simple yet elegant small house. In front of the house, Huanqi, dressed in plain clothes, stood with his back to the setting sun, facing the direction Jiang Liuyan was about to come from. His figure was elongated, appearing particularly lonely and solemn. Jiang Liuyan walked through the bamboo forest with a light step, feeling both admiration for his master and reluctance to part ways. When he reached Huanqi, she turned around, her deep eyes shimmering with complex emotions. There was reassurance, concern, and a hint of unnoticeable pain from parting. Liuyan, you have grown up. Huanqi's voice was deep and magnetic, as if it could penetrate the dust of time and reach the depths of Jiang Liuyan's soul. She reached out and gently patted his shoulder, the gesture affirming her approval of her disciple and expressing her hopes for his future. Master, did you call for me? Jiang Liuyan asked respectfully, his eyes filled with dependence and admiration for Huanqi. Huanqi smiled slightly, her gaze shifting to the bamboo forest dyed red by the setting sun, and she spoke slowly. Liuyan, you are about to step into adulthood and embark on your own path. Everything I can teach you, I have already taught you. The rest you must comprehend and practice on your own. She paused, her tone becoming more profound. But remember, hatred is a double-edged sword. It can make you strong, but it can also lead you to lose yourself. You must learn to let go. At least don't allow hatred to blind your eyes. On your future journey, you will face many challenges, but remember to be self-disciplined and think twice before acting. I can accompany you only on this part of the road. The future path is yours to walk. As she spoke, Huanqi took out a book and a black card from her robe and handed them to Jiang Liuyan. This book is the essence of my life's learning. You must study it carefully to gain insights. As for this black card, it will allow you to navigate the continent without hindrance, and it contains substantial wealth for your unforeseen needs. Jiang Liuyan took the book and black card. A warm current surged in his heart. He understood the weight of these two items and the good intentions of his master. He lowered his head, his voice choked. Master. Huanqi gently interrupted him. Go, Liuyan, chase your dreams, write your legend. Remember, no matter when or where, your master will be here, waiting for you. In the evening, the sun gradually sank in the west, leaving behind a brilliant sunset glow. The afterglow of the setting sun shone through the window, slanting into the room, casting a warm and soft light on both the master and disciple. However, this sunset carried a blood-red glow, making it hard for Jiang Liuyan to open his eyes. Despite this, he still tried to open his eyes, wanting to take one last look at the master who had accompanied him for 10 years. Jiang Liuyan quietly gazed at his master's face, filled with endless reluctance and affection. Over the past decade, they had spent countless days and nights together. His master not only taught him skills and knowledge, but also provided him with meticulous care and guidance. Now, as they were about to part ways, Jiang Liuyan felt a heart-wrenching pain and his eyes grew moist. He recalled the bits and pieces of experiences shared with his master, each moment etched deep in his heart. From the initial ignorance to his current growth, his master had always guided him consistently, helping him to continually surpass himself. Now, he had to face the farewell, and the pain in his heart was indescribable. Jiang Liuyan tightly held Master's hand, feeling the warmth and strength. The sun gradually set, and the light in the room dimmed. Jiang Liuyan silently stood up, deeply bowed to Master, and then turned to leave. His steps were heavy, and his emotions were complex, but he knew that only by bravely facing the challenges ahead could he live up to Master's expectations. Jiang Liuyan slowly exited the room, each step feeling particularly heavy. He performed 3 bows and 9 kowtows, each movement filled with deep emotion and respect, expressing gratitude for Master Huanqi's years of guidance, as well as reluctance for the new journey he was about to embark on. Inside the room, the candlelight flickered, illuminating Huanqi's face, which was both kind and somewhat reluctant. The door slowly closed, cutting off the final exchange of glances between master and disciple, yet could not sever the profound bond of their relationship. Jiang Liuyan returned to his humble yet warm little home, where a small bamboo forest stood outside, the bamboo leaves rustling softly as if whispering about the past and the future. He lay on his bed, gazing at the hazy moonlight outside the window, feeling a mix of emotions. Over the past 10 years, he had transformed from a youthful boy into someone on the verge of adulthood. Every day and night seemed vivid in his mind, both astonishingly fast and profoundly fulfilling, leaving him with immense gratitude. Closing his eyes, his thoughts drifted far away, when suddenly, a faint yet clear pain emanated from his neck, interrupting his reverie. Jiang Liuyan sat up abruptly, his right hand instinctively reaching for the seemingly ordinary yet extraordinarily significant necklace hanging around his neck. It was this very necklace that had greatly enhanced his physical abilities, though he had never understood how to awaken the remaining power it held. Perhaps the time had not yet come, he thought to himself. Memories surged like a tide as he recalled that near-death experience, when the necklace had given him a second brush with life and death, allowing him to truly confront mortality and power for the first time. The tricolored radiance contained not just strength, but seemed to conceal some profound secret or an unresolved connection. However, since that time, the necklace had returned to its calm state, and the tricolored glow had never reappeared, leaving only a faint warmth against his skin, so subtle that he often didn't notice it. Even after studying in the bamboo forest for 10 years, he had not unraveled the secret of the necklace. Jiang Liuyan gently stroked the necklace, a complex mix of emotions swirling within him. He realized that although he had made significant progress over the past decade, the road ahead was still long, with the unknown and challenges waiting for him. The book and black card, gifted by Master Huanqi, were undoubtedly valuable assets for his future journey. But more importantly, the teachings and expectations of his master made him understand the principles of self-discipline and careful consideration before acting. This was a spiritual pillar that no material possession could replace. As the night deepened, Jiang Liuyan gradually calmed down. He knew that no matter what the future held, he had to face it bravely, using wisdom and courage to uncover the secrets behind the three-colored light and to write his own legend. The bamboo forest, that room, and the figure of Master Huanqi would forever be the warmest harbor in his heart, guiding him forward. Moonlight filtered through the window, casting a glow on Jiang Liuyan's face, reflecting a sense of determination and hope. He closed his eyes and sank back into a dream, where the three-colored light still shimmered, leading him towards a broader world. Chapter 54. Everything is an illusion, surprising or not. As for Jiang Liuyan, he had worked diligently over the past 10 years, never once slacking off. However, such a tense study life kept his mind in a state of high tension. Although Huanqi was a very kind teacher, Jiang Liuyan's excessively strict self-requirements caused him to remain on edge. Whether in cultivation or studying techniques, he exerted himself beyond limits, making his thoughts whirl like lightning. It was previously mentioned that an anomaly had appeared in the necklace. In fact, this was a precursor to the necklace attempting to assimilate Jiang Liuyan. The necklace originally contained the essence of three elements: darkness, evil, and time. Its origin was a pure version of one of the 6 systems of the dark demon evil god tiger clan from outside the Douluo continent, which was gradually purified by the power of darkness. Logically, the tributaries of a river contain substances similar to those in the main riverbed, which is the main reason why this path of time can be applied to the immortal martial continent. It was precisely because the power of darkness was used for purification that the powers of evil and time became intertwined. Yet after prolonged conflict, they maintained a clear independence. This dark power was devised by C. Remember the director of the Dark Demon, Evil God Tiger Academy, Guling? At that time, he gathered numerous souls from the Spirit Hall and all the manipulated souls from the Dark Demon, Evil God Tiger Secret Realm, combining them to deliver a fatal blow to Tang San. Although it didn't have much effect, it allowed Gu Ling the opportunity to pass the necklace into Jiang Liuyan's hands. In fact, at that time, it wasn't just soul power. Instead, it was the combined soul power and dark power cultivated by the Spirit Hall over countless years that was transmitted into Gu Ling's body. Under such circumstances, Gu Ling unreservedly used his own frail body as a price to filter out most impurities, leaving only the purest dark power in the necklace. It is important to note that the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger clan does not excel in cultivating spiritual power. Their talents are almost entirely concentrated in the 6 attributes of wind, thunder, time, space, darkness, and evil, making it unlikely for them to undergo spiritual mutations. If faced with a soul beast that primarily cultivates spiritual power, the combined spiritual power of everyone in the Spirit Hall would be enough to reduce Tang San to a state of idiocy. However, even such a powerful force only slightly weakened the gray mist in Tang San's sea of consciousness. This was truly an unpredictable situation. The most special element among these 3 was the time element, which could preview the future and see through most timelines not obscured by fate. Darkness could block its own 5 senses, while evil could see through all its own vulnerabilities. This was also the reason Jiang Liuyan had not discovered the true truth over the past decade. At the moment, Jiang Liuyan was violently struck by the sudden three-colored light. His body felt as if it had been heavily smashed by an invisible giant hammer, causing not only his flesh to tremble, but also his mental sea to rise in colossal waves, severely damaging his mental power and plunging him into a semi-comatose state. His face pale as paper and his breath weak and rapid. At this moment, a gentle breeze swept through the bamboo forest, rustling the bamboo leaves. A pure white cat, with bright eyes like stars, suddenly leaped down gracefully from the green bamboo tips, moving with agility and elegance like a forest spirit. It weaved through the dense bamboo, each step perfectly landing on the sturdiest bamboo nodes, making almost no sound, demonstrating extraordinary agility and intelligence. Finally, the white cat leaped up, landing steadily on the ancient eaves outside Jiang Liuyan's room, its sharp cat eyes fixed on the situation inside, filled with anxiety and unease. Without hesitation, it jumped directly from the eaves to the bedside of Jiang Liuyan, its light leap seeming to carry the weight of 1,000 pounds. The expression of the white cat was extremely grim, as if it had witnessed some unimaginable disaster. Its paws waved helplessly in the air, sometimes cautiously checking Jiang Liuyan's forehead temperature, and sometimes gently feeling his chest, seemingly confirming his heartbeat. As a spirit cat born to respond to situations, the white cat was just a spirit, dealing with formations all its life, and only capable of handling illusion formations. It had never encountered such a situation, especially since it wasn't a pill that had turned into a spirit. This situation was truly beyond its capabilities. The white cat's mood grew increasingly anxious. It first seemed to sense its owner's emotions, standing on end as if struck by static electricity, appearing exceptionally disheveled. It muttered to itself, "Huanqi just left a few days ago. How did this kid get into such big trouble? If Huanqi comes back and sees Jiang Liuyan in this state of uncertainty between life and death, won't I be eaten alive? After all, Huanqi has waited 15 years for him to wake up. If something goes wrong on my watch, it would truly be my end." Thinking of this, the white cat became even more anxious, pacing back and forth in the room, each step causing the floor to tremble slightly, as if searching for a way to save the situation or venting its accumulated anxiety and helplessness. The entire room, due to the presence of this white cat, became infused with a tense and uneasy atmosphere. The three-colored light that caused Jiang Liuyan's coma did not dissipate, but instead circled around him, like three ferocious dogs guarding him. This sudden change caught the white cat off guard, causing it to take a step back, a flicker of vigilance flashing in its eyes. However, it soon realized that the three lights bore no hostility. Just moments ago, when it tried to approach Jiang Liuyan to check his condition, the three lights did not attack it. Otherwise, with their power, the white cat would have likely been torn to shreds. The white cat secretly breathed a sigh of relief while also developing a strong curiosity about the three mysterious lights. It carefully observed them, tried to discern their origins and purpose. At that moment, the three lights seemed to suddenly gain their own life and consciousness, beginning to slowly intertwine and ultimately condensing into a vague yet discernible human-shaped silhouette. This ethereal figure was none other than the mysterious figure C, who had previously infused the dark energy into the necklace. His appearance shocked the white cat. It had never seen this person before, yet it was filled with confusion and bewilderment about who he truly was. C looked at the white cat, his eyes shimmering with deep light, and then spoke in a calm and firm tone. I know that this may be a bit difficult for you to accept and understand, but please believe me, this is indeed a rare opportunity. So, there's no need to worry too much, little kitten." Chapter 55. The Future That Has Yet to Happen. After hearing C's mysterious words that seemed to carry deep meaning, the white cat's vigilance did not fully dissipate, but the inexplicable fear and worry had indeed lessened considerably. It tilted its head, its eyes as clear as water, intently staring at C's ethereal figure, as if trying to capture a hint of reality from every subtle expression of the other. Seeing this, C's lips curved into a faint smile, as if anticipating the white cat's reaction. "So, this is not a crisis, but an opportunity?" The white cat finally spoke, clearly more connected to Jiang Liuyan after spending these days together, and thus was very worried. C's ethereal figure gently nodded, the three-colored brilliance in its eyes slowly gazing at Jiang Liuyan, the gaze tenderly sweeping over Jiang Liuyan's sleeping face, as if able to penetrate the mist of time and see the hope of the future. "Don't worry, I see it, the future." Before C's words could finish, The three beams of light once again drifted and slowly spread out, encircling Jiang Liunyan once more, like loyal guardians, protecting him as he entered a deeper dream and healing. The white cat watched this scene, its doubts swirling in its heart like twinkling stars in the night sky, bright and numerous. Xi's appearance. The changes in the three mysterious beams of light and Jiang Liunyan's unconsciousness. All of this exceeded its previous understanding and experience. However, the white cat understood that this was not the best time to inquire and investigate the truth. It had to remain calm and wait for the right moment. Thus, it took light steps, slowly approaching Jiang Liunyan. Each step was cautious, afraid of disturbing his sleep. When it finally reached Jiang Liunyan's side, it gently rubbed its head against his arm. The soft fur's contact with Jiang Liunyan's skin felt like a silent communication and comfort. The white cat's eyes were filled with tenderness and concern, as if saying, "Master, I will always be here with you until you wake up." After rubbing his arm, the white cat began to search for a comfortable spot. It looked around and finally chose a corner that was quiet and sheltered from the wind. It curled up slowly, burying its head in its chest, leaving only two vigilant eyes exposed. It quietly guarded Jiang Liunyan, as if protecting its most precious treasure. As time passed, the white cat began to feel a bit tired. It slightly closed its eyes but kept its ears alert. It knew it could not let its guard down, as Jiang Liunyan still needed its protection. Thus, it found a subtle balance between fatigue and vigilance, quietly waiting for Jiang Liunyan to wake up. During this process, the white cat also kept pondering Xi's words and the origins of the mysterious light. It tried to piece together this information to form a complete picture. However, whenever it felt close to the truth, the clues would dissipate like mist before its eyes. This left it both confused and curious. But regardless, the white cat firmly believed that one day it would unravel all these mysteries. So, the white cat quietly guarded Jiang Liunyan in the corner, its figure appearing particularly warm and steadfast under the dim light. And the future of the future had arrived. It was an era of the abandoned, united with the present to resist the past, known as the Xianwu continent. When speaking of the future in this time and space, one must mention the Xisha Hills on that continent, which is actually a vast desert area where the 8 major clans openly control all the resources of the Xisha Hills. The 8 clans, in their quest for supreme glory and resources, hold an unprecedented one-on-one challenge every year. This event has become a competition among the young talents, a verification of the strength of various factions, and also a distribution of future resources, with extremely complex content. In the sky, clouds rolled and stretched while on the ground. The fighting spirit was high. At this moment, Xi was no longer the ethereal figure formed by the 3-colored light. He stood on the challenge arena with a transcendent demeanor, his gaze deep, as if he could see through everything in the world. The reason Xi stood here dates back to a minor incident that happened when he first arrived. Xi had a dispute after eating a bowl of chaos and facing a language barrier. This matter should have been resolved easily. But the one who owned the chaos shop was a member of the 8 clans, the Bai family, specifically the nephew of the Bai clan leader. Due to this connection, and considering Xi was essentially a black household, the entire future continent had a special aversion to unknown identities. After all, outside this continent, there were only 3 places. One was their mortal enemy, the past Xianwu continent they yearned for. Another was their ally, but also one they guarded against. The present Lingqi revival, and the last was the alien demons that drifted through the entire timeline. Therefore, Xi suffered a significant loss here, in this unfamiliar place. Even though he chose to endure and remain silent, it was difficult to escape being discovered. Moreover, he had neither money nor connections, and he couldn't even understand the local language. However, fortunately, Xi was indeed a rare genius of the dark demon evil god Tiger clan. He relied on a thread of spiritual connection he had extracted from the river of time, allowing him to temporarily understand the language spoken by the people on this continent. This thread of spiritual connection became his bridge to communicate with the outside world, enabling him to grasp the intentions of those around him. Thankfully, the 8 clans also highly valued martial power, so they signed a contract with Xi. If he could secure first place in the competition, he would only need to apologize, and thereafter, the matter would be bygones. Otherwise, they would contact the rulers of other continents, namely Beilinging, Central, Nangxiu Yunting, Donghai, and the Gray Area, to jointly hunt him down. Thus, Xi was forced to participate in a martial arts competition. After all, he couldn't run far, and weighing the pros and cons, he chose this method. As for what if he lost? Then he would lose. Losing and running away would not differ much from running away before the fight. C accepted the challenge with ease and even took a bunch of martial arts techniques from the Bai family's ancestral hall and library, feeling secretly pleased and thinking he had gained a significant advantage. Although the average strength in the future was not too high, these techniques opened his eyes. These techniques truly lived up to their name, with their intricacy exceeding his imagination. Perhaps it was precisely because the techniques were so exquisite that people found it difficult to cultivate. After all, geniuses are not found everywhere, even with profound techniques. Ordinary people struggle to master them. They lack talent and resources, unable to break through their own limitations, only able to sigh in longing. To ordinary people, these techniques were as distant as tales from foreign land. However, this did not diminish C's appreciation for them. He understood the value of these techniques and was determined to study them thoroughly, striving to draw more power from them. In this world full of challenges and opportunities, he had to constantly improve himself to cope with various crises. These techniques from the future undoubtedly became a support on his path forward. Chapter 56, The Battle Arena. On this vast continent, martial arts were prevalent, and the strong were revered. The various clans and factions sparkled like countless stars, competing with one another. In this complex network of power, the annual clan martial arts competition was undoubtedly one of the most eye-catching events. This is not only a contest of strength and skill, but also an excellent stage for various clans to showcase their power and compete for honor and resources. This year's martial arts competition adopts an unprecedented format of point scoring in the arena, aiming to select true strong contenders through a more fair and transparent competitive mechanism. The arena is set on a vast plain at the center of the continent, surrounded by lush mountains and forests. At the center lies a massive circular platform paved with hard blue stones, with a diameter of over 100 feet, capable of accommodating hundreds of participants and spectators. Every time the sun sets, the afterglow casts a golden sheen upon this ancient land, adding a sense of solemnity and sanctity to the arena. The rules of the competition are simple and direct. Each participant must continuously challenge opponents on the platform, earning points for each victory, which directly determines their ranking. Notably, after each victory, participants will face scoring from 9 judges. These 9 judges are all top figures on the continent, with 8 representing the 8 major clans, which have rich histories and deep foundations, each possessing unique martial arts and resources, making them significant entities on the continent. The 9th judge is an envoy from the Central Imperial Court, whose identity is particularly special, embodying the will of the Imperial Court and symbolizing justice and fairness. The Central Imperial Court, a mysterious institution located in the heart of the continent, wields immense power and influence that far exceeds ordinary imagination. Beneath the Imperial Court, there are over 100 registered major powers, which control rich mineral resources, possess strong martial heritage, or are commercial giants that hold the economic lifeline of the continent. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. In those corners that have not been officially recorded, there are countless smaller forces, which may be few in number, but often possess unique skills or secrets, making them equally formidable. The existence of these forces complicates the situation in the central region, filled with uncertainties. However, amidst this intricate situation, the Central Imperial Court remains steadfast. The reason behind this lies not only in its powerful martial force and wisdom, but also in its precise control and balance over various major forces. The court understands that only by maintaining a delicate balance among those top forces can the peace and stability of the entire continent be ensured. Therefore, when selecting judges for the martial arts competition, the court is particularly cautious, ensuring the judges' impartiality while considering the interests of the major forces. The 9th judge, the envoy from the Central Imperial Court, is named Yun Feiyang. He is around 30 years old, handsome, and exudes an aura of authority without anger. Yun Feiyang hails from a subsidiary family of the Yun family within the Imperial Court, but due to the combination of this subsidiary family with other forces, it ultimately became a core member of the alliance of the Central Imperial Court. Yun Feiyang has received rigorous training and education since childhood, not only excelling in martial arts, but also being well-versed in military strategy and tactics, making him a rare talent in the Imperial Court. Moreover, people generally do not know about Yun Feiyang's relationship with the Yun family, believing that sharing the same surname is merely a coincidence. More importantly, he is fair and impartial, acting decisively without favoring any side. During the martial arts competition, Yun Feiyang's role is particularly vital. He needs to carefully observe each participant's performance, From the application of martial arts, combat strategies, to maintaining a mindset, and even respect and demeanor toward opponents, all are the basis for his scoring. Yun Feiyong understands that a true competition is not merely a contest of strength, but also a display of wisdom, courage, and character. Therefore, his scores often accurately reflect the comprehensive strength and potential of the participants. Most importantly, he will reveal his identity today to represent the Yun family in the final battle. First battle, C versus Bai family, by MO with the sword shadow flowing like clouds and the illusionary steps bewildering on the platform. Bai Mo wears a snow-white outfit and holds a gleaming long sword, its tip trembling lightly, as if ready to slice through the air at any moment. He, the young talent of the Bai family, has been famous for his swordsmanship since childhood. His flowing cloud sword technique is the Bai family's secret, light and agile, transforming like flowing clouds. Facing C, Bai Mo shows no fear, but rather excitement glimmers in his eyes. He knows that this duel is the best opportunity to prove his strength. With a clear whistle, Bai Mo leaps into action, his long sword like a dragon, transforming into a silver streak of light, aiming directly for C's vital points. However, C seems to have anticipated everything, lightly sidestepping to effortlessly evade Bai Mo's attack. Following this, C's form drifts like a ghost on the platform, appearing now to Bai Mo's left, now to his right, each strike perfectly neutralizing Bai Mo's swordplay while looking for a chance to counterattack. Although Bai Mo's swordsmanship is superb, he gradually feels overwhelmed under C's elusive movements. Finally, in a clash, C uses a phantom step to close in on Bai Mo, lightly slapping his palm, causing Bai Mo's long sword to slip from his grip, thus determining the outcome. Second battle, C versus Qian family Qianju with fists tearing through the air and Tai Chi pushing hands. The Qian family is known for its boxing techniques, and Qianju is a standout among them. His thousand-ripping fist is incredibly powerful, with each punch seemingly able to rip through the air, instilling fear in those who hear it. Facing C, Qianju holds nothing back and launches a fierce offensive right from the start. The wind from his fist howls like a torrential storm charging towards C. However, C moves like a fish in water, weaving effortlessly through the shadows of punches, sometimes using force against force, sometimes employing softness to overcome hardness, neutralizing Qianju's attacks one by one. Seeing this, Qianju is secretly alarmed. He knows he must unleash stronger power to defeat C. Thus, he takes a deep breath. His muscles tense up instantly, and the force of his punches becomes even more fierce, as if he intends to tear the very air apart. Yet, C shows no sign of fear, using his internal energy as a foundation, combining it with his movement technique, engaging in a contest of speed and power with Qianju. Ultimately, in a clash, C uses a Tai Chi push to firmly send Qianju out of the arena, winning the match. Third battle, C versus Shun family Shun Lang with the soul-chasing needle-esque shadow and instantaneous evasion. The Shun family excels in hidden weapons and lightness techniques, and Shun Lang is a leading figure among them. The soul-chasing needle in his hand is elusive, making it difficult for opponents to defend against. Facing C, Shun Lang shows no hesitation, launching his hidden weapon assault right from the start. The soul-chasing needles streak across the sky like shooting stars, densely attacking C. However, C seems to have complete knowledge of Shun Lang's hidden weapons, managing to evade each attack at critical moments. His instantaneous movement makes it impossible for Shun Lang's lightness technique to take effect, as each of his strikes only meets empty air. Seeing this, Shun Lang becomes anxious. He knows he must change his strategy to defeat C. Thus, he begins to vary the angles and speeds of his needle launches, attempting to disrupt C's rhythm. However, C seems to have anticipated everything. His movements become even more agile, each dodge perfectly avoiding Shun Lang's hidden weapons. Eventually, in a clash, C uses a dragon claw hand to seize Shun Lang's wrist, forcing him to surrender. Chapter 57, Battle Arena, 4-6, Fourth Battle, C versus Yi family. Yi seeing the sword points to the heavens, and the sword net intertwines. The Yi family is famous for its sword techniques, and Yi Feng is a standout among the younger generation, having reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship. When Yi Feng holds his long sword, it seems to transform into a lively water snake swimming through the air, in perfect harmony with his intentions. Each swing of his sword carries an unparalleled momentum, evoking awe in those who behold it. However, today his opponent is C. This mysterious being possesses immense power and an unfathomable background. However, Yi Feng did not shrink back. On the contrary, His eyes sparkled with intense fighting spirit. He knew this would be a tough battle, but he was unafraid. He believed in his swordsmanship, and even more in the strength deep within his heart. With a sharp whistle, Yi Feng shot up, his long sword resembling a dragon emerging from a sea, transforming into a brilliant beam of sword light, directly targeting Ci's vital points. Yet, Ci did not show the slightest sign of panic. Instead, he drew on his various mixed elements and combined the sword techniques he had recently learned in the library to engage in a duel of swordsmanship with Yi Xian. The sword lights intertwined as the two exchanged blows on the platform, their sword tips weaving together to form a beautiful picture. However, beneath this beautiful canvas lay endless killing intent. Every clash seemed aimed at completely shattering the opponent's sword moves. Ultimately, in one exchange, Ci executed the Yi family's ultimate technique, pointing his sword to the sky. The sword light broke through Yi Feng's sword net, winning the match. Indeed, it was the Yi family's hidden ultimate skill. Although some lower-tier members of the 8 great families had acted unscrupulously under the banner of the 8 families, it must be acknowledged that in this continent that worships martial prowess and is known for its martial madness, the obsession with martial arts is utterly staggering. Therefore, in order to ensure fair duels, these 8 families laid out all their martial arts secrets without reservation before Ci, allowing him 10 days to practice, which also resulted in this tournament lasting longer than previous ones. 5th match, Ci versus Huang family's Huang Tian Indestructible, Formless. The Huang family is renowned for their fist techniques and internal energy, with Huang Tian being an outstanding representative of this family. The indestructible body he cultivated made his physique as hard as steel, difficult for enemies to breach. In the face of Ci, Huang Tian showed no signs of fear. On the contrary, his eyes sparkled with excitement. This was because Huang Tian knew that only by facing powerful opponents could he truly test his strength and skills. Although he had seen Ci, the otherworldly demon, use the ultimate technique of pointing the sword to the sky in the previous fight 10 days ago, and recognized that swords are considered weapons with maximum attack power, he yearned to challenge his limits and surpass himself. Thus he was filled with anticipation for this battle. At this moment, Huang Tian displayed the confidence and courage befitting a top martial artist, ready to embrace any challenge. With a roar, Huang Tian's muscles tensed instantly, charging at Ci like a moving mountain. His fist techniques were incredibly powerful, each punch seeming capable of shaking the heavens and the earth. Huang Tian laughed. "Let's see. Is your sword technique sharper, or is my body more solid?" The thunderous roar vibrated Ci's face, as if trying to tear him apart with sound. However, Ci remained completely calm, wielding his sword with one hand, combining his movements with Huang Tian's powerful fist techniques in a battle of swordsmanship versus indestructible body. Though Huang Tian's fists were formidable, they gradually showed their limitations against Ci's agility and swordplay. Sounds of clashing echoed as Ci's sword met Huang Tian's steel-like body. Seizing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Huang Tian's eyes blazed, consolidating all his strength. His right fist whipped up with a roaring wind, like a tiger ready to pounce, striking fiercely towards Ci from the right. His muscles tightened, veins bulging, clearly pouring all his explosive power and determination into this one blow. If it landed, it was almost certain that Ci would either be dead or injured, and the outcome of this duel would be instant. However, Ci faced this thunderous strike with only a faint smile on his face, one that radiated calmness and perhaps even a hint of recognition for Huang Tian's effort. He did not choose to clash directly. Instead, with extraordinary speed and agility, he deftly sidestepped Huang Tian's heavy punch. Almost simultaneously, Ci made an unexpected move. He gently lifted his long sword and then threw it without hesitation. The sword traced a brilliant silver arc in the air, like the brightest meteor in the night sky, embedding itself diagonally into the hard ground of the arena with Ci's will and determination. The sound of the sword tip piercing the earth was clear, and as dust rose, the sword trembled slightly, as if whispering the battle's horn. This act not only demonstrated Ci's precise control over his power, but also revealed his accurate judgment of the battlefield. He was confident that even without a weapon, he could remain undefeated in this fight. Seeing this, Huang Tian's heart sank. He realized that although his offensive was fierce, it seemed to have been seen through by Ci, leaving no secrets. Ci did not halt after throwing his sword. Instead, he leaped forward like a startled rabbit, quickly forming hand seals, with a faint glow flickering around him, seemingly preparing for a more powerful martial technique. Although Huang Tian was valiant, Facing an opponent as unfathomable as C, he had likely fallen into a disadvantage. Yet, Huang Tian showed no signs of panic. Instead, his gaze grew more resolute, as if he found new motivation in C's calm demeanor. Taking a deep breath, a certain power surged within him, his muscle lines becoming more defined, as if every inch of his skin contained explosive strength. He quickly adjusted his stance, his feet firmly rooted to the ground like the roots of a great tree, stable and profound. Then, with a deafening roar, Huang Tian's body shot forward like an arrow, launching another fierce assault on C. This time, each punch and kick was filled with a yearning for victory and an indomitable will. Seeing this, C's lips curled into a deeper smile. He knew the real contest was just beginning. C moved lightly to the side, like a feather swaying in the wind, easily dodging Huang Tian's storm-like attacks. His eyes sparkled with intelligence, as if calculating the trajectory and force of each of Huang Tian's movements, searching for the best moment to counterattack. Though Huang Tian's offense was fierce, under C's agile evasion, it gradually appeared lacking. Each punch he threw felt like hitting air, the sense of futility rising within him, bringing forth an indescribable irritation. However, Huang Tian did not give up. He knew that in this battle, giving up meant failure. Just then, C suddenly paused, as if frozen in midair. Huang Tian's heart leaped with joy, thinking he had found C's flaw, and without hesitation, he threw a punch towards C's chest. However, just as his fist was about to touch C's body, C vanished like a phantom, leaving only a faint afterimage. Huang Tian's strike missed, and he stumbled forward a few steps uncontrollably. At that moment, C's voice echoed in his ear like a ghost. "Your strength is impressive, but unfortunately, you encountered me." Huang Tian turned abruptly to see that C had somehow appeared behind him, gently resting his hands on his shoulders. Huang Tian only felt a gentle yet powerful aura flowing from C's hands into his body, instantly dissolving the accumulated energy within him due to continuous attacks. Indeed, Huang Tian had not only practiced the indestructible technique, but also a rare method that could stack momentum and power. If he could stack it 81 times, he could unleash a strength exceeding his own by 281, which is 2417851639229258349412352 times. Unfortunately, most people would find their bodies unable to withstand the explosive increase in power after stacking it 18 times, resulting in their bodies bursting apart. Yet, it was clear that even with Huang Tian's subtle stacking of so many layers, C was still able to perceive it and easily diffuse it. Combat is not merely a contest of strength, but also a game of wisdom and skill. C's voice was gentle yet firm, as if a wise person was imparting the truths of life. "You have done well, but there is still much room for improvement." Upon hearing this, Huang Tian felt an unprecedented respect surge within him. He knew that C was not only a powerful opponent, but also a mentor worthy of respect. He lowered his head and sincerely said, "Thank you, Senior, for your guidance. I will continue to work hard and strive to become stronger." C smiled slightly and patted Huang Tian's shoulder, saying, "Good. With this determination, your future path will be broader." At this moment, the audience below the stage was already dumbfounded. They had never witnessed such an extraordinary battle, nor had they seen such open-mindedness and wisdom in opponents. The confrontation between C and Huang Tian not only showcased their extraordinary strength, but also conveyed a positive and uplifting spiritual power. With the handshake and reconciliation between C and Huang Tian, this intense clan martial arts competition came to a close. However, for C, this was merely the beginning. The subsequent 6th, 7th, 8th battles and the final showdown would be even more challenging. 6th battle, C versus Li family's Li Ru. The sword dance was light, like a swallow returning to its nest. The Li family emphasized both swordplay and lightness, and Li Ru was a standout among them. The long sword in his hand was as light as a swallow, and his light skills were extraordinary. He was named Li Ru because his lineage practiced a mental method derived from a Confucian classic, possibly hinting at a philosophical enlightenment. Thus, the most gifted individuals in this lineage were named Li Ru after assessing their bone structure and affinity for Confucian texts. Facing C, Li Ru showed no signs of fear. Instead, his eyes sparkled with challenge. He understood that this was a formidable opponent, but he was not afraid of failure. He believed in his strength, courage, and wisdom. With a clear whistle, Li Ru's figure sprang into action, his long sword flying through the air like a light swallow. His light skills were breathtaking, each leap seeming to defy the constraints of gravity. His movements were nimble and agile, like a gentle breeze brushing over a lake, creating ripples. However, Xi remained completely calm. His gaze was as tranquil as water, and the long sword in his hand moved like a lively snake, ready to strike a fatal blow at any moment. In the 10 days prior, he had refined his swordplay while studying all of the Li family's techniques. It must be said that the swordplay passed down through the Li family, known as one of the 8 great families of the West, was indeed exquisite, truly deserving of such a family name. Xi had no confidence. After observing the sword techniques, he realized that before practicing, he was like a frog at the bottom of a well looking at the moon, and after training, he felt like a mayfly seeing the sky. Xi couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. Even with his remarkable memory, absorbing all the techniques in 10 days was simply not enough, so he could only do his best. He based his sword play on his own space and time, combining it with the sword techniques, infusing both elements into the sword body, making it incredibly hard. His sword play was not as light as in the previous 5 matches, but rather like a violent storm, fierce and relentless. Li Ru, being a genius of the Li family, had his long sword perfectly positioned to block Xi's attacks, making it appear quite effortless. On the stage, the two figures crossed each other like 2 bolts of lightning. The glimmering swords and the sound of clashing swords rang out like thunder. Their movements were as swift as the wind, and their swordplay was sharp, with each move containing endless killing intent and power. This was a contest comparable to a life-and-death struggle, with both sides giving their all, sparing no mercy. The audience watched with wide eyes, fixated on the battle on stage, fearing they might miss any thrilling moment. Their emotions rose and fell with the changes in the battle, sometimes tense, sometimes excited. Everyone was immersed in this breathtaking confrontation, feeling the clash and sparks between swordsmanship masters. Suddenly, Xi turned his body, executing a graceful sword flourish with a loud shout of swallow returns. Li Ru, watching Xi's spinning motion, immediately thought of the Li family's swordplay and attempted to block it with a different defensive method. Xi smiled slightly, and Li Ru thought to himself that something was off. He tried to withdraw and defend in time, pausing his long sword in midair and positioning it horizontally in front of his chest. However, how could Li Ru be led astray by a misguided battle cry? Xi's long sword drew a beautiful arc, like a flying swallow circling in the air. His swordplay became sharper, radiating light that dazzled the eyes. This was not swallow returns, but rather swallow returns to the nest. The attacking method of swallow returns to the nest was entirely different, which rendered Li Ru's defense ineffective under Xi's deception. Li Ru felt immense pressure. He fought desperately to defend himself, but how could he let such a hard-won opportunity slip away? Xi's attacks grew increasingly fierce, gradually forcing him into a passive position. In a heated exchange, Xi unleashed an attack that was entirely different from swallow returns to the nest, which was the previously miscalled swallow returns. This time, he capitalized on Li Ru's unpreparedness against the earlier technique, launching a counterattack with a surge of blood energy while simultaneously employing 2 different techniques. Aiming to severely injure Li Ru, his long sword streaked across the sky like a meteor, carrying unmatched speed and power. Li Ru attempted to block the strike with his long sword, but Xi's swordplay was precisely the aspect he could not defend against. His long sword was instantly knocked away, flying off into the distance. Simultaneously, Li Ru's body involuntarily staggered backward, nearly falling. He looked at Xi, a glimmer of helplessness and disappointment flashing in his eyes. He knew he had done his utmost, yet still could not defeat this powerful opponent. He took a deep breath, slowly stood upright, and cupped his hands in surrender to Xi. Chapter 58, Battle Arena 7, 7th Battle. Xi versus Zhao family. Zhao Yunkai. The spear shadows were like dragons, the sword breaking the long river. The Zhao family was renowned for their spear techniques, and Zhao Yunkai was a master of spear skills. The spear, the king of cold weapons, with its extraordinarily long shaft and sharp tip, could thrust, lift, sweep, and deflect, making it versatile on the battlefield, serving both as a vanguard and a defender of the flanks. Its presence was a source of morale and a strategic necessity, detailed in the art of ancient warfare. Before them, Zhao Yunkai gripped the spear tightly with both hands, the shaft emanating a fierce aura, like a ferocious dragon about to leap out of the sea. The spearhead glimmered with a cold light, sending chills down the spine. Facing the formidable Xi, Zhao Yunkai showed no fear, his eyes shimmering with determination, like stars. Suddenly, Zhao Yunkai let out a roar, a sound like thunder from the heavens that made the ears ring. His figure leaped up, like a fierce cheetah, moving at a speed that dazzled the eyes. He charged towards C like a cannonball, carrying an unstoppable momentum. The spear in his hand transformed into an angry dragon, pouncing towards C with claws bared. Zhao Yunke's spear technique was both powerful and agile, with each thrust containing endless strength. His moves flowed naturally like a stream, yet were as fierce as a thunderstorm. His spear play was like a raging wind and torrential rain, as swift as lightning, leaving no time for a response. Each attack seemed intent on completely overwhelming C, leaving him no escape. Zhao Yunke's offensive grew increasingly ferocious. C could only keep retreating, but he was not intimidated. Instead, he became even more excited. He exerted all his effort to withstand Zhao Yunke's assault. However, Zhao Yunke's spear technique was overwhelmingly powerful, and C gradually felt outmatched. Yet he gritted his teeth and persisted, unwilling to give up easily. C remained composed, basing his defense on internal power, integrating his swordplay to engage in a duel of swordsmanship and spear technique with Zhao Yunke. The two exchanged blows on the arena, their sword lights and spear shadows intertwining, creating a breathtaking scene. C's swordplay was like a sudden storm, swift and fierce, with every strike infused with endless killing intent. His sword moves were varied, sometimes striking like a venomous snake, sometimes swooping like a raptor, making it difficult to defend against. Zhao Yunke's spearplay, on the other hand, resembled an indestructible fortress, steady and powerful, with each thrust carrying the force of a mountain. His spear technique was exquisite, flawless in both offense and defense. The two figures darted across the arena, their sword lights and spear shadows crisscrossing, producing crisp sounds of impact. Their movements quickened, leaving the spectators below in awe, occasionally erupting in gasps of amazement. This clash of swordsmanship and spearplay allowed people to experience the charm and power of martial arts. The struggle between C and Zhao Yunke was like a dance of dragons and snakes, captivating to behold. Zhao Yunke, a master of spear techniques, wielded his spear like a god of war, with every move revealing boundless power. The spear in his hand seemed alive, sometimes sweeping like a storm, other times flashing like lightning, directly targeting C's vital points. C was well aware of Zhao Yunke's prowess and dared not be careless. He utilized all his skills to bring his swordplay to its utmost limits. His sword technique flowed as naturally as water, with no flaws to exploit. Each of his attacks was perfectly timed, capable of avoiding Zhao Yunke's spear while delivering a lethal counter. Zhao Yunke, not to be outdone, intensified his offensive, with each thrust carrying unmatched momentum. His spear technique was unpredictable, at times charging like a fierce tiger, at times leaping like a dragon from the sea, making it hard to anticipate. Each attack put immense pressure on C, but he remained calm, skillfully defusing one crisis after another with his clever swordplay. C's movements were agile, his swordplay as fluid as a water snake, yet powerful like the forces of nature. His sword techniques were sometimes light and ethereal, other times thunderous and overwhelming, contrasting sharply with Zhao Yunke's spear techniques. However, despite the brilliance of C's swordplay, it felt somewhat inadequate against Zhao Yunke's transcendent spear techniques. Zhao Yunke's spearplay flowed like a continuous river, each move perfectly countering C's sword techniques. Although C's swordplay was agile and varied, under Zhao Yunke's relentless onslaught, it became increasingly strenuous. He slashed, blocked, and thrust, pouring all his strength into each action just to barely fend off Zhao Yunke's attacks. Nevertheless, Zhao Yunke did not let his guard down. He was well aware of C's strength and understood the seriousness of the situation. Even though he currently held the upper hand, he knew C would not easily concede, and there might be a more powerful force waiting to be unleashed. He tightened his grip on the spear, preparing for the upcoming challenges. He laughed, saying, "C, you are truly a worthy opponent, but today will mark your first defeat in 9 battles." Hearing Zhao Yunke's words, C felt no fear. He understood the purpose of this battle was to showcase his worth, so he had to win. However, even if he only won the first 6 matches, it might make his future path more difficult, even if the 8 major clans intended to let him off. C said nothing more, but slowly positioned his sword horizontally across his chest, his eyes fixed on Zhao Yunke, revealing an indescribable determination and resolve. His lips tightened, as if gathering all his strength, ready to face the impending final showdown. How could I fall here? C questioned himself in his heart. This was a method of enhancing his momentum. Moreover, hundreds of years ago, he had found a special, incomplete technique in the cracks of time. 3 questions, where he would ask himself 3 times. If he could firmly convince himself in his heart and find the answers to his questions, he could give himself psychological suggestions, significantly boosting his momentum and slightly enhancing his strength. Unfortunately, this technique was incomplete, and C only mastered one question. Next, C gently raised the index finger of his right hand and flicked it lightly on the back of the sword. This flick seemed to awaken the slumbering sword spirit within the long sword, producing a clear and prolonged sword cry. The sound of the sword cry echoed like a dragon's roar and a tiger's howl across the battlefield, instilling awe in the hearts of all. At that moment, C's demeanor became exceptionally focused, his eyes seemingly able to perceive all the mysteries of the world. The tip of his sword quivered slightly, resonating with his spirit. Although his body remained still, a surge of power flowed within him, transmitted through his fingertips to the long sword, making its blade shine even more brilliantly. The sound of the sword cry was both a challenge to Zhao Yunke and a manifestation of C's unyielding spirit. It seemed to express C's resilience and determination, as if declaring to everyone around the arena that no matter how powerful the opponent, he would not easily concede. C had not anticipated that his momentum would resonate with the sword spirit, greatly enhancing his abilities, further solidifying his belief in victory. In an instant, the spectators around the arena seemed to sense this and stood up, paying high respect to this stranger. The sword cry was the most direct reflection of a sword cultivator's inner self, and with this single sound, C earned the respect of all the audience. With the sword cry ringing out, C's aura underwent a subtle change. His breathing became deeper and more powerful, each breath seeming to communicate with the essence of the heavens and the earth, further enhancing his strength. Zhao Yunke watched C's series of movements, feeling a slight chill in his heart. He sensed the powerful aura emanating from C and understood his determination and will at this moment. He knew that the duel had reached a critical juncture, and he must put forth all his effort to match C. However, just as Zhao Yunke prepared to launch another attack, C suddenly flashed forward, bursting forth with even greater speed than before, vanishing from sight like a ghost. By the time Zhao Yunke noticed that C had left a phantom where he once stood, C had already disappeared from view. But as a genius of the Zhao family's spear techniques, Zhao Yunke's instincts were extraordinarily sharp. When C reappeared, he was already behind Zhao Yunke. His long sword aimed directly at Zhao Yunke's vital points. This strike was both fast and precise, completely catching Zhao Yunke off guard. Zhao Yunke is indeed a genius of the Zhao family's spear technique. He hurriedly turned around, trying to block C's attack, with his spear crossed in front of his chest, successfully fending off that flash of silvery sword light. C's lips curled into a faint smile, as if mocking Zhao Yunke's overestimation of himself. Zhao Yunke sensed this inexplicable smile, but instinctively felt he might have been deceived. However, his instincts felt no alarm, compelling him to quickly retreat to create distance. It must be said that after unleashing his full potential, C's attributes were at their peak, with significant increases in speed, strength, agility, thinking, and even mental power. C clearly felt that Zhao Yunke was retreating, so he swung his sword downward. Although this move exposed his chest and head to Zhao Yunke, it was indeed his strongest attack after making a decision. Zhao Yunke had already shown signs of retreat, and he could not calmly respond to this move. The only advantage he had now was his significantly enhanced physical attributes and superior cognitive abilities, so he decided to take advantage of his opponent's moment of weakness. Zhao Yunke was momentarily stunned by this straightforward downward strike, filled with thoughts of how bold C was, wondering if this open stance would give him the chance to turn the tables. But he quickly calmed down, realizing that C's overwhelming physical prowess might not leave him an opportunity, and perhaps he wouldn't be able to withstand this move. In the blink of an eye, countless thoughts raced through Zhao Yunke's mind, but his thinking was still habitual, even though he knew that C's open stance was the best time for a counterattack. The earlier retreat influenced his mindset, causing him to process everything in terms of defense. Thus, he continued to retreat. At that moment, C's long sword sliced through the air like a bolt of lightning, reaching Zhao Yunke's face and directly hitting his protective aura. C's speed exceeded Zhao Yunke's retreat speed by more than 10 times. The sheer pressure of his physical attributes made it difficult for Zhao Yunke to catch his breath. Moreover, this was a manipulation of human nature. Zhao Yunke had trained for hundreds of years, mastering his sword techniques, but he had never faced the test of human nature. Sometimes, he really needed to read books on military strategy. Although Zhao Yunke's protective aura was incredibly resilient, it trembled slightly under C's strike. Zhao Yunke felt a powerful force coming from the long sword, causing his blood to surge, making it almost impossible for him to stand firm. C looked at Zhao Yunke's disheveled appearance, and a barely perceptible smile finally appeared on his lips. He knew he had found the key to defeating Zhao Yunke. Next, he just needed to press his advantage to completely end the fight. The battle continued, and C's sword techniques grew increasingly fierce, with each attack targeting Zhao Yunke's vital points. However, Zhao Yunke seemed to have seen through his moves, cleverly neutralizing each one. C was covered in wounds from Zhao Yunke's spear, yet he did not back down. At that moment, C suddenly conceived a plan. He was well aware that while Zhao Yunke's spear techniques were exquisite, there was another fatal weakness. He relied too much on his techniques and strength. Given the previous opening, Zhao Yunke would surely be on guard against that. Therefore, C decided to change his approach, transcending techniques and embracing a more spontaneous style. With his resonance with the sword spirit, he gained an additional advantage. C suddenly altered his sword technique, no longer pursuing the intricacies of his moves or the sheer power behind them. Instead, he focused all his energy on understanding the intent of the sword and the application of sword energy. His sword technique became ethereal, as if merging with heaven and earth. Zhao Yunke observed C's transformation, and his heart skipped a beat. He sensed the change in C's sword technique and the powerful sword energy emanating from him. He understood that C was now using sword intent and energy to counter his techniques and strength. However, Zhao Yunke did not panic. He was well aware of his own strength and advantages. He continued to attack C with his spear techniques, trying to break through C's sword intent and energy. But at that moment, C suddenly launched an offensive. The long sword in his hand erupted with a powerful sword energy, directly striking Zhao Yunke's spear. This sword energy seemed to possess boundless power, sending Zhao Yunke's spear flying. Zhao Yunke stared at his flying spear, momentarily stunned. He felt the immense power in C's sword technique and understood his current predicament. He realized that he had been defeated. C smiled as he looked at Zhao Yunke, his eyes glinting with pride and confidence. He knew that he had won this match unexpectedly, yet it felt so real. This gave him a deeper understanding of his own strength. Zhao Yunke, on the other hand, widened his eyes, incredulously watching C's retreating figure. He never expected to lose the match in such a manner, filled with unwillingness and disappointment. C gently sheathed his long sword, as if lightly setting down the victory he had just achieved. He turned and decisively left the arena, leaving Zhao Yunke alone, stunned in place. As C departed, the atmosphere in the arena became unusually quiet, followed by an eruption of enthusiastic cheers, with the crowd celebrating loudly, particularly impressed by the indomitable spirit of the sword. Chapter 59, Battle Arena 8, Defeated. 8th Battle, C versus Yun family's Yun Feiyong, also a member of the Central Imperial Court. The mystery of the sword breaking through the clouds. The Yun family has been a pinnacle representative of sword techniques, lightness skills, and inner strength on the continent since ancient times. However, in the eyes of outsiders, Yun Feiyong has another identity, the 1,345th generation young disciple of the Yun family. He is the biological son of Yun Yao, the head of the Yun family's 6th house. When he was born, 9 golden dragons circled in the sky, eventually diving into Yun Yao's wife's belly. Carp in the pond leaped out of the water, as if celebrating the birth of new life. Birds circled above the 6th house of the Yun family, collectively congratulating the arrival of this small life. From a young age, Yun Feiyong was the center of attention, becoming the focus of many. He was regarded as the hope and future star of the family, receiving full support and cultivation from the entire 6th house. Various precious resources continuously flowed to him, including the best cultivation techniques, top-tier elixirs, and the guidance of the most excellent mentors. The abundance of these resources allowed Yun Feiyong's path of cultivation to progress smoothly and rapidly. Growing up in such an environment, Yun Feiyong displayed extraordinary talent and capabilities. He broke through various realms at astonishing speed, reaching heights that many could not achieve in a lifetime by the age of 18. His strength and achievements left people in awe, leading to even greater expectations placed upon him. But is Yun Feiyong's true identity really that simple? Yun Feiyong was first brought to light as a secret research achievement of the Yun family's 6th house. While the Yun family appears to be a lineage of martial arts on the surface, it is actually closely linked to the field of science, which was once defeated in the future continent. One cannot mention this without referring to the Great War caused by the first disaster that nearly annihilated the entire continent. This timeline has experienced two disasters. The first disaster caused a rupture, dividing it into the past, present, and future. By the end of the disaster, all three places were embroiled in immense struggles of their respective eras. In the future continent, at the end of the disaster, two factions had emerged. One favored brute force, representing the prevailing trend of the current continent, while the other revered technology, believing that technology would change lives and must dominate the future. The sixth-generation artificial human was an outstanding creation jointly developed by the Yuan family and the remnants of the technology faction. Among the core researchers of the Yuan family, there lies a painful secret that they are reluctant to mention. In the dark era known as the dawn of blood and iron by later generations, the path to the birth of artificial humans was undoubtedly a thorny road paved with the blood and wails of countless martial artists. This was not only a challenge to the limits of technology, but also a cruel trial of humanity and morality. The Yuan family, one of the 8 major martial arts clans of the Shisha Hills, spared no effort to pursue that almost mythical perfect life form, even allying with remnants and secretly betraying their faith in the martial god, stepping onto this forbidden path. They yearned to break through the limitations of human body and spirit, to explore endless possibilities, and to create a new form of existence. Their goal was to create a perfect warrior artificial human that could surpass human limits, integrating power, wisdom, and emotion. Initially, the researchers of the Yuan family were filled with hope, believing that they could quickly unravel the mysteries of creation with the valuable data provided by the technology faction. However, reality proved to be far more brutal than they imagined. The development process of the first 5 generations of artificial humans was nothing short of a living tragedy. To simulate the complex structure of the human body, ordinary data simply could not support the vast theories, so the Yuan family began their first ascent. At first, they sought out homeless individuals, unfortunate souls, those who had lost hope in life, or even evil martial artists. But later, due to insufficient experimental data, the Yuan family resorted to dissecting tens of thousands of innocent martial artists. They even used secret realms as bait to attract various martial artists. And those dissected by the Yuan family were treated as experimental materials. Every muscle, every bone, and every nerve was meticulously studied in hopes of replicating them in the artificial humans. These martial artists, some once renowned heroes, others mere ordinary people caught in the catastrophe, had their lives turned into sacrifices for the exploration of the unknown on cold dissection tables. Once, they may have had glorious pasts, but now they were merely bodies devoid of dignity and freedom. Their souls had departed this world, while their flesh became tools for scientific research. In the laboratory, scientists analyzed and studied their bodies with various instruments and devices, attempting to uncover the mysteries of the human body. Their muscles were cut into small pieces and observed under microscopes to understand their structure and function. Their bones were dissected into individual bones, measuring their length, width, and thickness to determine their strength and toughness. Their nervous systems were traced to understand how they transmitted signals and at what speed. This data was crucial for creating more powerful artificial humans. However, such research was not smooth sailing. Many martial artists' bodies suffered severe damage during experiments, and some even lost their lives. But this did not stop the scientists. They continued to seek new methods to improve artificial human technology. In this process, countless martial artists became victims, their lives ruthlessly stripped away just to satisfy the Yuan family's research on artificial humans. The trial and error process was even more horrific. The researchers of the Yuan family tried countless materials, from precious rare metals to unknown extraterrestrial biological tissues, with each attempt potentially leading to failure and disaster. Some artificial human models exploded upon initial activation due to material incompatibility, while others gradually went out of control during tests, exhibiting frightening power, ultimately having to be destroyed. Each failure meant more sacrifices, not only in terms of material waste, but also for those half-finished artificial humans used for testing who ultimately could not escape their fateful demise. Their existence seemed only to prove the difficulty and cruelty of this path. Over the course of more than 600 years, the Yuan family witnessed countless cycles of hope and despair. Behind every small progress lay the loss of countless lives. Until one day, when the 893rd experiment was initiated, a miracle finally arrived. An artificial human named Yun Feiyong, after experiencing countless failures, finally presented itself to the world in an almost perfect form. He not only possessed strength and speed beyond that of ordinary people, but, astonishingly, could also simulate human emotions, displaying incredible intelligence and empathy. However, behind this success lay the blood and tears of countless martial artists and an unbearable burden in the hearts of generations of researchers in the Yun family. The birth of Yun Feiyong was both a victory for technology and a profound reflection on past sins. In the days to come, how the Yun family would face this bloody history and how they would seek a more humane and brighter path while pursuing technological advancement became a new challenge they had to confront. Yun Feiyong exhibited an extraordinary ability to learn. Whether it was swordsmanship or other skills, he could quickly master and apply them with ease. Even more astonishing was that he could integrate all martial arts from the 8 major clans, innovating and creating an unprecedented height and realm. He was no longer just a simple swordsman, but had become a peerless master embodying the essence of all the major clans' techniques. Within him, one could see the fusion of various martial art styles, forming a unique and powerful martial art system. This innovation made him more agile and unpredictable in combat, making him difficult to grasp. All of this stemmed from the special blood flowing within Yun Feiyong, a blood infused with technological advancements painstakingly researched by the Yun family over thousands of years. This lineage endowed him with extraordinary talent and ability, allowing him to effortlessly comprehend and utilize various martial arts techniques. Every move was precise to the tiniest detail, as accurate as a machine. In battle, Yun Feiyong resembled a perfect combat machine, his movements smooth and natural without flaws. His swordplay was like a raging storm, fast as lightning. His fist techniques were powerful and imposing. His palm techniques were unpredictable, leaving opponents defenseless. Every move is so precisely executed that it leaves people in awe. The enhancement of Yun Feiyong's strength is attributed to the previous head of the 6 houses, who is also Yun Yaoye's father and Yun Feiyong's surface-level grandfather. He filtered the energy of several ancestors of the Yun family, including Yun Yin, the founder of the Yun Yin sword technique, Yun Xiaoyao, the founder of the mysterious step, and Yun Hu, the founder of the transforming cloud technique, transforming it into the purest force that flowed into Yun Feiyong's body. Thus, at the apparent age of 28, Yun Feiyong possesses millions of years of internal energy and the crystallization of martial arts, dominating the genius rankings with a transcendent posture. Feisingsi, the dark demon god tiger clan's once-in-a-millennium genius. Yun Feiyong's eyes reveal no emotional fluctuations. He only perceives the concepts of enemy and the Yun family. This is because, during the creation of the artificial human, the soul imprint requires not only independent thought, but also unconditional obedience to all orders from the head of the Yun family. Therefore, when Yun Feiyong stepped onto the arena, he had already regarded Si as his enemy, and his momentum rose steadily, exuding an almost indifferent confidence. He knows that the technological power within him is enough to crush any opponent, including Si. With a clear whistle, Yun Feiyong's figure erupted like a light cloud, floating freely in the air. His figure appeared alternately on Si's left and right, leaving Si unable to defend. The long sword in Yun Feiyong's hand sparkled with cold light, and his Yun Yin sword technique had reached an extraordinary level. Every strike seemed to blend into the air, making it difficult to catch. The internal energy he utilized was filtered from one of the ancestors, Yun Yin, continuously surging from within, greatly enhancing the power of his attacks. If Yun Yin were present to observe his sword technique, he would surely be astonished by the emergence of a successor. Even more shocking is Yun Feiyong's level of harmony with the sword spirit, having reached the state of unity between man and sword. His long sword seemed to have a life of its own, dancing according to his will. Each of his strikes carried a sharp sword aura, putting immense pressure on Si. Although Si is also exceptionally gifted, he appears somewhat powerless before Yun Feiyong. Yun Feiyong's sword technique, movement, and grasp of the battle rhythm far exceed Si's imagination. Every move Si makes is seen through by Yun Feiyong in advance, as if Si's actions are slow as a snail in Yun Feiyong's eyes. Si internally lamented. He originally thought he was strong enough to defeat Yun Feiyong, but now it seems he has underestimated Yun Feiyong's strength. Si's heart began to feel oppressed. He had never encountered such a powerful opponent. He tried to use his internal strength, combined with sword techniques, to engage in a life-and-death struggle with Yun Feiyong. But every clash was deftly resolved by Yun Feiyong with even more exquisite techniques. Yun Feiyong's sword techniques resembled a heavenly net, firmly trapping Si and leaving him unable to escape. However, just as everyone thought Yun Feiyong would easily win, Si's unconscious body suddenly erupted with dazzling light. The light contained 6 distinctly different elemental colors: black, white, purple, green, silver, and gray, corresponding to the 6 elemental forces hidden within the dark demon god tiger bloodline. Darkness, time, thunder, wind, space, and evil. These elements spun wildly around him, intertwining to form a strange picture. At that moment, C's eyes transformed from hollow to deep like the universe, as if he could perceive the mysteries of time and space. The space around him began to distort, and the elements of time and space resonated with an unknown spatial rift, causing his speed to surge to an unimaginable level. C's figure flickered on the arena, sometimes appearing on Yun Feiyong's left, sometimes instantaneously moving to his right, fast enough that even Yun Feiyong's eyes struggled to capture, as if he were truly traversing freely within the rift of space. The manifestation of such powerful abilities, like time-space travel and shattering the void, is something only those at the Emperor level can achieve. This world is filled with endless possibilities, and people can pursue the so-called Emperor realm in various ways. However, most choose a steady path of cultivation, starting from the basics and gradually enhancing their strength. They experience stages such as Foundation Establishment, Golden Core, and Primordial Infant, continuously breaking through themselves until reaching higher realms like Spirit Transformation, Void Refinement, Fusion, Great Ascent, True Immortal, Golden Immortal, Supreme, and Great Luo. Among them, the Great Luo realm is equivalent to the Emperor level, but very few can truly become Dao Ancestors. The strength of Dao Ancestors far surpasses that of Emperors, easily crushing them. Nonetheless, there are some exceptionally powerful geniuses who, through their outstanding talent and effort, might be able to compete with Emperors. However, such geniuses are indeed rare. Another method involves mastering a great path and enhancing one's power through a profound understanding of that path. As the saying goes, the 3,000 worlds contain 3,000 great paths. Generally, if one can master over 90 of a great path, they may reach the Emperor realm. However, just as there are distinctions between the mainstream and tributaries in a river, there are also strong and weak paths throughout the river of time. These great paths, as parts dispersed in the river of time, naturally vary in strength. If it is a powerful great path, perhaps mastering 70 of it could make one an emperor. But if it is a weak great path, even complete refinement may not be as strong as an ordinary emperor. The Dark Demon God Tiger Clan, as a uniquely rare existence in the small world, faces a path to advancement filled with challenges and hardships. Unlike most beings who enhance their strength based on cultivation or realm, the Dark Demon God Tiger measures and enhances its power in a peculiar manner based on years. From the initial 10-year-old Dark Demon Evil God Tiger, after 100 years, 1,000 years of baptism by time, and up to 10,000 and 100,000 years of long accumulation, their strength has gradually increased. However, limited by the rules of the small world. The Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Clan, despite having astonishing potential, finds it difficult to break through the million-year barrier in terms of actual energy accumulation. Although their cultivation level has approached or even reached the level of certain high-level soul beasts, due to the restrictions of their rank, their strength can never truly reach the level of a million-year soul beast. This awkward position places the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Clan in a delicate balance within the soul beast world, neither at the top nor weak. To break this predicament, the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Clan must seek a special divine position as a passport. The divine position is not only a symbol of strength, but also the key to transcending ranks and breaking through the limitations of heaven and earth. However, for soul beasts, obtaining a divine position is far more difficult than for human soul masters. Human soul masters, being humanoid, are more easily favored and inherited by deities, while soul beasts often find it difficult to gain the favor of divine positions due to their form and nature constraints. Among the countless divine positions, those belonging to the beast clan are particularly rare, with the most renowned being the beast god position. This divine position represents the highest honor of the beast clan and is a goal that all beast clans dream of achieving. However, obtaining this divine position is by no means easy. It requires soul beasts to possess extraordinary talent, unparalleled strength, and unfathomable wisdom. Additionally, they must withstand countless difficult tests and hardships. Each challenge may be a life or death trial, and only the most resilient soul beasts can reach the end. Even for the powerful Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Clan, obtaining the beast god position is as difficult as climbing a peak. The divine position and the host must attract each other, and the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Clan, being in a secret realm, cannot establish an effective connection with the divine position. This leads to a certain gap compared to other races, making the beast god position something they can only look up to with size. It is precisely because of these unfavorable factors that when the dark demon evil god tiger clan faces strong enemies like Tang San, despite having powers almost close to that of a deity, they still find it difficult to resist. Tang San not only possesses powerful cultivation and soul skills, but, more importantly, has inherited a divine position, placing him far above the dark demon evil god tiger clan in rank. Therefore, no matter how hard the dark demon evil god tiger clan tries, they cannot escape the fate of being slaughtered. Of course, C, as a member of the dark demon evil god tiger clan, did not completely follow the clan's path of ascension. During his cultivation, he unexpectedly obtained a special opportunity or inheritance in the tributary of the River of Time, leading to a qualitative leap in his strength. This caused C to take a completely different path, capturing the power of time with soul fragments and enduring the pain to forge his soul with the power of time, making him immune to the erosion of time. At the same time, utilizing the existence of spatial rifts, he repeatedly dismantled spatial rifts, allowing him to deeply understand the basic structure of spatial rifts and using them as a basis to forge the intermediary point between his body and soul. This intermediary point is placed deep within the tributary of the River of Time, which he can summon at any time, while others cannot find it. Moreover, the four powers of wind, thunder, darkness, and evil in the dark demon evil god tiger clan allow their bodies to become fully elementalized. This elementalization ability makes them extraordinarily powerful. If there are no opposing elements present or no pure elements far surpassing these four elements to counteract them, then C's body will be immortal and indestructible. In other words, unless there are specific elements or energies that can restrain his power, he is nearly impossible to eliminate. Thus, C possesses an almost invincible defense mechanism, giving him an advantage in battle. It is this path of cultivation that allows C to be unrestrained by the pressure of the plains, enabling him to move freely throughout the entire martial spirit continent and possess strength to compete with the 8 major clans. Additionally, it is worth mentioning that C's soul coordinate still exists in the tributary of the River of Time, where the dark demon evil god tiger secret realm is located. Although mobilizing power is more difficult, his soul can truly achieve immortality, as no one would likely cross the River of Time for a small soul coordinate. Chapter 61. Do you think you can kill me? Part 1. Time and space shuttled, shattering the void. C let out a low roar, and the space around him seemed to be torn apart by an invisible force, with small and fierce spatial cracks rapidly appearing around him. Every movement was accompanied by the breaking and restructuring of space, releasing heart-pounding energy fluctuations. This is a realm that can only be touched by those who have reached the Emperor level. Although C has not fully stepped into the Emperor realm, the power he displayed is enough to shock everyone present, moving all observers. Yun Feiyang's expression suddenly became extremely serious. He knew that C before him was no ordinary being, and the power hidden behind him far exceeded his initial expectations. Faced with C's suffocating time and space shuttling ability, Yun Feiyang quickly adjusted his strategy. No longer solely relying on his superb swordsmanship, he took a deep breath, elevating the power of technology within him to a higher level, creating an unprecedented new combat mode. In this mode, his swordsmanship not only became faster and stronger, but also integrated the precision and variability of technology, making him resemble an extremely precise, overworked machine. Although Yun Feiyang is an artificial human, he had heard of the concept of the 3,000 avenues when being transmitted into the world of cultivating immortals. Everyone thought that he perfectly controlled this war machine, Yun Feiyang. But little did they know that he had long been assimilated by massive data due to the implanted commands of the technological faction during the infusion of martial arts. 3,000 avenues, I take one, the way of technology, can also prove the Emperor. Yun Feiyang silently thought, fully aware that despite C's astonishing time and space shuttling ability, any technique has its limitations in the face of the vast 3,000 avenues. He began to fully guide the technological energy within him, and countless martial arts instantly appear before his eyes, the movements formed by various martial arts flashing madly within 10 meters around him, constructing an invisible force field everywhere. This force field resembled a giant net, attempting to seal off C's all-pervasive time and space shuttling ability. As Yun Feiyang's mind moved, these martial arts movements seemed to be endowed with life, transforming into invisible powers that intertwined together, constructing an indestructible, invisible force field. This force field resembled a giant net, densely packed with countless fine energy threads, each thread containing Yun Feiyong's profound understanding of technology and swordsmanship tightly entwined, attempting to seal off C's all-pervasive time and space shuttling ability. C felt unprecedented pressure. He realized that his previously fluid time and space shuttling ability had become extremely difficult to use within this invisible force field constructed by Yun Feiyong. Every attempt to shuttle felt like hitting an invisible wall, which was both resilient and flexible, always able to firmly trap him at the moment he was about to break through. C's expression turned grim. He knew that he was now tightly entangled in the ceiling-like martial extreme, and even his proud spatial ability could not be fully displayed. In this domain dominated by Yun Feiyong, he seemed to have transformed into an insect trapped in a spider's web, each struggle proving to be futile. Within 10 meters of Yun Feiyong, it felt like an absolute domain, where any object approaching this range would be tightly ensnared by his pervading sword techniques. These sword techniques were not just physical attacks, but also a battle of spirit and will, capable of perceiving every subtle movement of the opponent, predicting and responding in advance. C found that once he entered this domain, it was as if he was being watched by countless eyes, with every action restricted. He attempted to use spatial rifts for teleportation, but each time he could only barely shift a small distance before being caught up again by Yun Feiyong's sword techniques. Becoming ensnared once more. In this absolute domain, C felt an unprecedented sense of despair and powerlessness. He understood that escaping would be extremely difficult unless he could break through the invisible force field constructed by Yun Feiyong. Otherwise, he would be forever trapped in this cage of death. However, C did not resign himself to fate. He knew that his advantage lay in his mastery of time and space, a unique ability granted to him by the special promotion method of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger clan. Although limited by the rules of the small world, his actual energy could only reach the level of 1,000,000 years, but his understanding of time and space was already close to the level of certain great emperors. A surge of indomitable will arose within C. He wanted to prove that even without following the traditional path of promotion, he could challenge the authority of the great emperors and break the shackles of fate in his own way. The divine position is the key to my promotion, C shouted in his heart, understanding that to truly cross that boundary and reach the status of 1,000,000 years, he must gain the recognition of the divine position. At that moment, C seemed to establish a subtle connection with the rules of the distant Douluo continent's small world. As the bloodline of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger within him surged like a tide, the power of the 6 elemental systems resonating within him, reaching an unprecedented height. It seemed as if he was calling out to some unknown existence, yearning for that power from his homeland. Just as this confrontation was about to reach a boiling point, a massive rift suddenly opened in the sky above the arena, visible only to C, projecting directly onto the sole coordinate he occupied in the Douluo continent's tributary. An ancient and mysterious power seeped out from it, a gaze from the Douluo continent. These eyes did not originate from mortal flesh, but from the watchful eyes of a deity, containing the chaotic power from the creation of the universe and the ultimate mysteries of growth, decay, and reincarnation. These eyes were as deep as a black hole, capable of swallowing all light, yet bright as the rising sun, illuminating the depths of the soul. Their colors transcended human perception, sometimes deep as the night sky with countless stars, and sometimes blazing like flames, burning with endless majesty and power. Whenever these eyes opened, the entire universe seemed to tremble, the stars dimmed, and all beings felt their oppressive might. Within these eyes seemed to contain millennia of vicissitudes and wisdom, quietly observing everything in the world, whether it be vast galaxies or tiny dust. Nothing could escape their gaze. This pressure was so immense that even the most powerful beings would feel small and powerless before these eyes, like a small boat in the ocean, at risk of being swallowed by raging winds and giant waves at any moment. These eyes not only represented the will and power of the deity, but were also the guardians of order in the universe. They witnessed the birth and demise of life, maintaining the balance and harmony of the cosmos. Any existence attempting to challenge this power and defy the laws of the universe would feel unprecedented fear and despair under the watchful gaze of these eyes. It was as if some unspeakable will was scrutinizing this battle. A glimmer of understanding flashed in C's eyes. He knew this might be his only opportunity to gain the divine position and break through his limitations. He clenched his fist tightly, his entire strength condensing to its peak at that moment, ready to face the impending challenge. Meanwhile, Yun Feiyong, confronted with this sudden change, retracted his dismissive attitude. He realized that this battle had far exceeded the realm of personal grudges. It was about the collision and fusion of two different promotion systems and the exploration and pursuit of a higher realm. He took a deep breath, focusing all his attention on the imminent decisive battle, understanding that his opponent should not be underestimated. Chapter 62. Do you think you can kill me? Part 2. As the pair of eyes, transcending time and space and containing the mysteries of the universe, slowly opened, C's aura began to undergo earth-shattering changes. His form seemed to be enveloped in a faint glow, a glow that contained both the vicissitudes of ancient times and the vitality of new life. Every breath he took seemed to tell a story about the power of time and space. C's eyes sparkled with an unprecedented brilliance. But he was not looking at Yun Feiyong in front of him. Instead, he was looking beyond Yun Feiyong, through tens of thousands of moments in time, to see the sole beacon he had left in the river of time. He never expected to receive a glimpse from the deity at this moment. The power within him seemed to resonate with the rules of the entire Douluo continent's small world. Every breath causing slight tremors in the surrounding space. The power of the 6 elemental systems achieving perfect balance within him, as if becoming the foundation to accommodate the impending divine power. At this moment, Yun Feiyong, witnessing all that was happening to C, couldn't help but feel a sense of gravity rising in his heart. He was unclear about the state C was in. Perhaps it was a peculiar technique that could instantaneously unleash power beyond his own, or perhaps it was a very unique ritual. However, from the escalating aura of C, Yun Feiyong realized that if C successfully completed this transformation, the upcoming battle would become extraordinarily challenging, and he might even be defeated. Yun Feiyong's gaze towards C no longer held contempt for someone from a lower realm, but instead bore seriousness. A cold smile crept onto the corner of Yun Feiyong's mouth as he thought to himself, what kind of protagonist waits for the antagonist to complete their transformation and unleash their strongest form before challenging them? That would be a foolish approach. If I can interrupt, I will naturally interrupt. Clearly influenced by the novel Xianwu hero legend, Yun Feiyong viewed himself as the destined protagonist. With this thought, Yun Feiyong's figure flashed and transformed into a stream of light, rushing towards C's position. Surrounding him were countless different realms of techniques, each containing immense power, gradually solidifying with the flashing light of Yun Feiyong. For the first time, Yun Feiyong used the technique he had long comprehended, 10,000 laws of nature, which was transforming the previously used 10,000 techniques illusion into a solid form. Perhaps in a few years, after fully mastering all the techniques, he would completely refine the illusion. But that was not the case now. At this moment, Yun Feiyong adjusted his aura to his most perfect state, intending to restrain C, as if he wanted to completely bind him within this endless sea of techniques. His figure moved like a phantom, swiftly traversing among the techniques, and with each half real, half illusory shadow, Yun Feiyong's figure could appear at any moment. However, when Yun Feiyong approached C, he was astonished to discover that his technique realm could not touch C's body at all. C's body seemed to be in a very peculiar state, as if he did not exist in this space-time, but was drifting between the past and the future. Yun Feiyong's heart shook as many questions surged within him. He was actually not in this plane? This situation is extremely rare. There is no mutual influence or interference between the past, present, and future, each existing independently. The past is not affected by the present and future, nor is the present constrained by the past and future, and the future is similarly unrestrained by the past and present. However, when a conflict arises among the three, the actual place of occurrence is not the entire space-time continuum, but is limited to a specific area within the past and present, namely the battlefield of that war. During the first cataclysm and the second cataclysm, an alliance was formed between the present and the future, resulting in a pact called the Spirit Time Covenant. The core objective of this covenant is to ensure that the residents of the Time Martial Continent can traverse the Spirit Martial Continent to reach the battlefield and jointly resist the Immortal Martial Continent. This arrangement allows the various forces to converge, forming a powerful synergy to repel external enemies. This is also why the place where the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger branch is located in Douluo continent happens to be the junction between the past and the present. The sole coordinate of C is precisely situated within a small tributary between the past and the present, like an isolated island in the flowing river of time, forcibly pulling his soul back to the present when he accepts the divine position or passage. since his soul is no longer in the future. Attacks from the future, naturally, cannot affect his physical body. Yun Feiyang's expression grew serious, and he had to take a few steps back, frowning, with countless thoughts racing through his mind. Faced with the mysterious power of time protection before him, he felt unprecedented pressure and confusion. In his knowledge base, he began to search rapidly, hoping to find a clue or inspiration to break through this predicament. He recalled various knowledge and skills he had learned in the past, including martial arts, science, theology, etc., but found no relevant information. Time protection seemed to be a completely unfamiliar concept, leaving him at a loss. As time passed, Yun Feiyang's anxiety deepened. He continuously contemplated possible paths and tried to understand and analyze the issue from different angles. But it was like a stalled algorithm, making no progress, which is also a drawback of artificial beings. When they encounter problems beyond understanding for the first time, they cannot think normally and may even suffer from algorithmic deadlock. Ultimately, Yun Feiyang could only sigh helplessly, filled with bitterness and unwillingness. He had tried to stop C, but was powerless. Now, he had to face reality and decide to wait and see. No wonder the protagonists have to wait for the villains to transform before fighting. Some destined children really can't be stopped. Yun Feiyang mused in his heart. His gaze was firmly locked on C, fully concentrating on observing every move C made, ready to respond at any moment. Meanwhile, C seemed completely unaware of Yun Feiyang's changes. He was still fully immersed in resonating with the rules of the small world of Douluo continent. As time ticked away, C's aura became increasingly powerful, as if he was about to break through a critical point and enter a brand new realm. During this process, a faint glow began to emanate around C's body, spreading like ripples, filling the entire space with a mysterious and solemn atmosphere. Everyone present, whether seasoned elders or inexperienced juniors, was deeply astonished by C's sudden change. Sunlight filtered through the sparse clouds, casting dappled light on the ancient arena, but it seemed unable to dispel the eerie and uneasy air permeating the atmosphere. Just as Yun Feiyang held his breath and prepared to gather all his strength again, intending to break through C's seemingly indestructible defense, C's aura suddenly plummeted without warning. Like leaves falling from branches in the cruel autumn wind, descending gracefully with an irretrievable sense of desolation and decay. That aura, which had been as stable as a mountain, now became fragile, as if it had fallen overnight from the peak of youth to the brink of old age, with every breath flickering like a candle in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. Yun Feiyang's movements involuntarily paused. He widened his eyes, staring incredulously at C, his fists trembling slightly, as the accumulated power seemed to lose its direction for release at that moment. Outside the arena, the audience was in an uproar. Some covered their mouths in shock. Others whispered to each other, and some even stood up, their eyes filled with astonishment and confusion. What on earth is going on? An elderly man with white hair murmured, having seen much in his life, but never encountered such a bizarre phenomenon. Could it be that this is not some legendary secret technique capable of greatly enhancing one's strength in a short time, but rather a forbidden art? Another young disciple, puzzled, shifted his gaze between C and Yun Feiyang, trying to find answers. Or is it that C, in his eagerness for quick success, forcibly activated some forbidden technique at a critical moment, attempting to gain superhuman power in a short time, but ended up suffering a terrible backlash? A voice rose among the crowd, tinged with speculation and unease. As these guesses and questions spread through the crowd, the atmosphere in the arena grew increasingly tense and subtle. C's body trembled slightly, his face pale as paper, and those once bright eyes now appeared hollow, as if all life force had been drained at that moment. Yun Feiyang felt a mix of emotions. He had sympathy for C's plight and anxiety about the unknown challenges he was about to face. This peculiar scene had never been seen before in the time martial continent. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. He knew that no matter what C was experiencing, as his opponent, he had to be prepared to face whatever might happen next. The root cause of this astonishing phenomenon was an unprecedented mutation in C's divine position inheritance. It turned out that all of this was due to a supreme god, an SSR-level dark demon evil god, who forcefully tore C's soul from the constraints of the real world, pulling it to a distant and mysterious soul anchor point. This separation of soul and body placed C's spiritual body in a plane entirely different from the real world, forcing him to barely accept a part of the vast divine power inheritance from the dark demon evil god. The dark demon evil god, a mysterious deity, had eyes as deep as an abyss, solemn and majestic, as if able to perceive the mysteries of all things in the world. The elemental powers he possessed encompassed darkness, evil, and spirit, and these powers resonated with C's soul at a profound level, as if they were a pair made in heaven. If C were to accept these three divine powers step by step, he seemed to be the most ideal vessel for this deity. Perhaps the process of accepting the divine position would be exceptionally smooth, encountering almost no resistance in accepting the dark demon evil god's divine position. However, behind this seemingly perfect fusion, an unprecedented crisis was quietly brewing. C, this exceptionally gifted powerhouse, possessed elemental powers from 6 systems. While the dark demon evil god's divine position could only exhibit supreme mastery in the 3 systems of darkness, evil, and spirit. This inequality between the 3 systems and the 6 systems was like an insurmountable chasm, standing between C and the divine position. If C wanted to fully accept this inheritance, he would have to relinquish the other 3 elemental systems within him, which would undoubtedly significantly diminish his strength and might even prevent him from ever returning to his peak state. However, C had not forgotten that he was on a stage in the Time Martial continent that was a matter of honor and life and death. Despite the voice of the dark demon evil god echoing in his ears, telling him that his body had been temporarily etherealized and there was no need to worry about external threats, C was well aware that the Yun family, Yin Feiyang, was not to be underestimated. Their foundation was profound, and their means were numerous. There might be ways to counter this ethereal state. Therefore, guided by the dark demon evil god, C made a bold decision to forcibly contain 3 systems of divine power within 6 elements. After all, if he were to abandon the power of the 3 systems, it would be equivalent to giving up nearly 2/3 of himself. Moreover, he had not yet fully understood the spiritual power of the dark demon evil god, even though he had accepted the divine power gift and inheritance. His strength might not be as great as before he accepted the divine position. In this battle against Yun Feiyang, he, C, would surely lose. This was an unprecedented adventure, and it seemed that an intense war was unfolding within C's body. 3 powerful divine powers and 6 elements engaged in a life-and-death struggle within him, like a fierce storm ruthlessly ravaging his soul and body. In this fierce battle, the 3 systems of divine power, with their unparalleled might, broke through the balance of the 6 elements within C, triggering a catastrophic explosion. His soul suffered a heavy blow in an instant, as if torn apart by an invisible force, causing unbearable pain. Meanwhile, on the distant Shermu continent's arena, C's physical body also experienced a sudden drop in vitality due to this unexpected change, resembling a withered leaf blown away by autumn winds, with life force gradually fading. His complexion turned pale as paper, his lips darkened, and despair shone in his eyes. His breathing became rapid and weak, with each inhale feeling like a struggle against death. The surrounding spectators were astonished, witnessing this scene. They had originally hoped to see C showcase his strength in this battle, but now they saw his life flickering precariously in the wind. The arena was filled with a tense atmosphere, and people debated whether C could survive this crisis. However, despite his body being weakened to the extreme, his heart still burned with an indomitable fighting spirit. He gritted his teeth, striving to keep himself awake. He knew that only by persevering could he have a glimmer of hope. Chapter 63. Do you think you can kill me? Part 2. On the edge of despair. Where C's soul was about to be torn apart, the voice of the dark demon, evil god, once again resonated in his heart, filled with unprecedented urgency and determination. This time, it was not merely a temptation, but a true oath of symbiosis. The dark demon, evil god realized that C was not only his successor, but also the key to breaking free from existing constraints and seeking freedom. Thousands of years of waiting could not be turned to ash because of a moment of imbalance. C's consciousness gradually blurred, but he did not give up. Instead, his heart was filled with a desire for survival and a dedication to power. Just then, the dark demon, evil god's voice suddenly rang in C's mind. C, my inheritor, do not let this trivial element dispute ruin your future and my freedom. This sentence thundered deep within C's consciousness, awakening the fighting spirit within him. C's soul suddenly opened its eyes, shining with determination. He felt a powerful force madly surging into his soul from around his soul coordinates. The inheritance power from the dark demon, evil god. C clenched his fists tightly, feeling the force within him tearing at his spirit. C's soul floated in the river of time, emanating a powerful aura. Each breath seemed to create extremely strong fluctuations in the surrounding space and time. With the intervention of the dark demon evil god's will, the battlefield within C's body underwent a tremendous transformation. The originally fierce confrontation between the three systems of divine power and the six elements began a peculiar attempt at fusion, no longer mere conquest and being conquered, but rather interpenetrating, seeking a path of coexistence. The three elements of darkness, evil, and spirit of the dark demon evil god began to actively adjust their own frequencies in a nearly sacrificial manner, attempting to achieve a subtle balance with C's six elements. This change made C's aura unusually complex. At times, his life force seemed to be completely drained, his aura dim like a flickering candle in the wind, causing the audience to murmur in concern. At times, a deep and ancient power surged within him, making his aura deep and unfathomable, as if connecting to the mysteries of another world, proving that the dark demon evil god was repairing C's body at all costs with divine power. In this second struggle, C seemed to become the battlefield where two worlds clashed. Every breath he took, every heartbeat, was accompanied by intense pain and unknown transformation. It was this pain that stimulated his unprecedented potential, allowing him to gradually find his own path while teetering on the edge of life and death, a path that fused the power of the dark demon evil god with his own six elements, breaking conventions and creating new possibilities. The dark demon evil god was so reckless not only because of his recognition of C, but also because he understood that the divine position, while symbolizing identity and strength, was also like a shackle, limiting his freedom and growth. He yearned to achieve self-transcendence through C, breaking the constraints of the divine position and exploring a broader world. Therefore, he was willing to pay a huge price, even part of his own power, to ensure that C could survive and continue to move forward. As time passed, the conflict within C gradually subsided, giving birth to an unprecedented harmony within him. The six elements and three divine powers were no longer enemies, but interdependent, jointly constructing a brand new power system. C utilized darkness, evil, and spirit as the foundation, self-destructing the powers of darkness and evil, allowing wind and thunder to rely on the power of darkness, while time and space depended on the power of evil, making the combined power of wind, thunder, and darkness equal to the combined power of time, space, and evil, equal to the power of spirit. C self-destructed most of his original power, ultimately achieving an extremely balanced equilibrium. C's aura was no longer dim, nor merely deep, but contained an indescribable majesty and power, a miracle created by the combined efforts of the dark demon, evil god, and C. When C reopened his eyes, they sparkled with a determination that transcended life and death. He slowly stood up, although his body still appeared somewhat weak and the six elements within him had not completely fused. The aura emanating from him was incredibly shocking. This aura seemed capable of penetrating all obstacles, directly impacting the depths of people's souls. Upon seeing this, Yin Feiyang's expression grew serious. He understood that C was now vastly different from before, and the strength and momentum he displayed had greatly improved. C had become a much more powerful and dangerous opponent. After accepting the divine position, the passport to supreme power, C slowly opened his eyes, as if returning from an endless abyss, exuding a transcendent tranquility and strength. His body gradually detached from the previous ethereal state, every inch of skin radiating a faint glow, even hinting at a pale blue brilliance, marking the perfect fusion of the dark demon evil god's divine power with his own six elements and spiritual power. This sudden change hit like a thunderclap in the silent space, catching Yin Feiyang, who was seated opposite C, off guard. His body was struck by a powerful force, abruptly awakening him from his meditative state. His eyes were filled with astonishment and vigilance, his muscles tensed like a cheetah ready to pounce at any moment. In that instant, Yin Feiyang's movements were as swift as lightning. He quickly leaped up from the ground, his fighting spirit surging like a torrential river, rushing through his body. His breath became sharp and piercing, like a sword unsheathed, gleaming with a cold light. Yin Feiyang's gaze was firmly locked onto C, and he could clearly sense that C's aura had undergone a tremendous change. The once calm aura now felt unfathomable, as if it concealed endless secrets. This change stirred a hint of unease in Yin Feiyang's heart, but it also ignited his fighting spirit deep within. Faced with such a bizarre situation, Yin Feiyang dared not relax even for a moment. He furrowed his brows tightly, concentrating all his attention on C, trying to discern his every move. He knew that compared to a quarter of an hour ago, this battle would inevitably be more intense. C's aura now transcended this world, as if he was no longer merely a martial artist, but had grasped some ancient and powerful force. The 6 elemental energies that were already boiling within him, after receiving the power of the dark evil god, had become even more violent and orderly, swirling around him to form brilliant elemental storms. Each strand of element containing energy capable of destroying everything. What was most shocking was that due to the divine inheritance of mental power, C's perception abilities had been enhanced like never before. His eyes seemed to penetrate the mists of space, capturing even the faintest energy fluctuations that were almost non-existent. Previously, he might have barely caught glimpses of his opponent's attacks with the naked eye, but now, his perception had become so powerful that he could effortlessly capture the trajectory of every move within a 10-meter radius of Yun Feiyong, even predicting his next actions. C stood there, surrounded by swirling elemental storms, his eyes glinting with calmness and wisdom. He was well aware that the power he possessed now far exceeded his previous imagination. Power, C chuckled lightly. Although he had not fully mastered the powers of the 7 elements, he could still manage simple applications. 7 different colors swirled around his fingertips, forming a colorful whirlwind. And Yun Feiyong, facing such an opponent who seemed almost divine, felt a deep sense of awe rising within him. The opponent's powerful aura and unmatched strength made him feel as if he were enveloped in endless darkness, while the opponent shone like a brilliant star, high in the sky, radiating dazzling light. However, at the same time, a stronger fighting spirit burned within him. It was a desire for self-challenge, a determination to surpass his limits and break through his difficulties. He knew that retreating in the face of such a formidable enemy would only lead him to despair. Only by moving forward bravely could he find the dawn of victory. This opportunity is not something everyone can have. Yun Feiyong thought silently in his heart. He understood that clashing with this godlike opponent would be a rare trial. This battle was not only a life-and-death struggle, but also a chance to elevate himself and break through his bottlenecks. Every move and every technique was a test of his own strength. Every attack and defense was a honing of his skills. On the arena, the atmosphere was tense to the extreme, as if even the air had solidified. The audience held their breath, knowing that this battle would be recorded in history, becoming a legendary chapter on the continent of martial arts. C manipulated the 6 elemental energies within him, which continuously traversed through the cracks of time and space. Like meteors in the night sky, drawing bright and mysterious trajectories, the black, ink-like dark elements, under C's control, almost instantly enveloped the entire arena. That dense, nearly materialized darkness seemed to swallow the entire world. Within that darkness, a cold and piercing evil power emerged, carrying endless chills that made one shudder involuntarily. Even the most resolute became weak under the pressure of this evil force. As the dark elements spread, the light within the arena seemed to be devoured, shrouding everything in deep darkness. In this darkness, time seemed to slow down or even come to a standstill, with all actions and sounds infinitely stretched, as if the whole world had fallen into a strange tranquility. Yet within this tranquility lay endless danger. Surrounding C, the dark elements surged like tides, each surge accompanied by slight distortions of space, a unique manifestation of dark elements in time and space. This power had long surpassed the understanding of ordinary martial artists. It represented a deeper, more powerful existence. The wind howled in the darkness, carrying endless anger and resentment, as if protesting against this sudden darkness. The wind was intermingled with rolling thunder, a dissatisfaction and warning from the sky against this darkness. The thunder echoed in the air, intertwining with the howling wind, forming a tragic and passionate symphony. Accompanied by this symphony, C's figure flickered in and out of the darkness, like a ghost, freely traversing through the shadows. Every movement he made was accompanied by the surge of dark elements, as if he had merged with the darkness and become its master. Yet Yun Feiyong, facing this sudden darkness and evil power, felt no fear in his heart. His eyes sparkled with determination, a desire for victory, and a challenge to his own limits. He took a deep breath, adjusting his state, preparing to face this unprecedented challenge. All around Yun Feiyong, the realm of sword techniques was also quietly surging. The sword power within him leapt in excitement, becoming more active and orderly after sensing C's strength. Under his control, they formed sharp sword energy shields, firmly protecting him. Outside this shield, Yun Feiyong's techniques were also quietly brewing, preparing to find a glimmer of hope in the darkness and deliver a fatal blow to C. However, C did not give him that opportunity. In the darkness, C's soul power perfectly enveloped the entire arena, as if he could see everything. He accurately captured every movement and breath of Yun Feiyong. He chuckled lightly, merely raising his hand, and the dark elements instantly coalesced into a black blade, slicing through the darkness like lightning, charging toward Yun Feiyong. Yun Feiyong was startled. He did not expect C's attack to be so swift and precise. He hurriedly raised his sword, trying to block the black blade. However, the blade pierced through his sword as easily as cutting tofu, and his sword, forged from bitter cold crystal, could barely withstand even a breath before the black blade headed straight for his vital points. Just at that critical moment, a powerful force suddenly erupted from Yun Feiyong's sword intent, exploding and sending him flying back several meters, narrowly avoiding the fatal strike. He couldn't help but feel a sense of lingering fear. It was fortunate that he had exploded the sword intent, allowing him to dodge the blade by relying on the recoil. If before C accepted the divine position, Yun Feiyong had fought leisurely. Now he was in a state of utter disarray. At this moment, the momentum of attack and defense had shifted. The battle had entered a heated phase. C and Yun Feiyong exchanged blows in the darkness, each attack containing enough energy to destroy everything. In this fierce battle, they were also constantly pushing their limits, searching for that glimmer of victory. As time passed, the darkness in the arena gradually dissipated, and sunlight once again bathed the land. In this battle, both C and Yun Feiyong had paid a significant price. Their clothes were soaked with sweat, and their bodies had sustained varying degrees of injury. However, in their eyes flickered a more determined light, a desire for victory and a transcendence of their own limits. In the end, even though C mastered the divine power, the six-element domain that enveloped the entire arena consumed too much energy, forcing him to retract it. Yun Feiyong, who was truly a tireless artificial human, had the support of several pseudo-emperor energy creations in his core, made from top-tier materials from the West. However, the battle was so intense that both sides were extremely fatigued. Ultimately, the fight concluded with C's six-element chaos decision and Yun Feiyong's 10,000 swords returned to origin, both being knocked out of the competition arena simultaneously, resulting in a draw. Chapter 64, Celebration Feast. The battle between C and Yun Feiyong ended in a draw, unexpectedly opening a new chapter. According to the previous agreement among the 8 great clans, C not only gained the respect he deserved, but also their tolerance and acceptance. Although C was well aware that he had no substantial wrongdoing, the harmonious atmosphere at this moment was clearly more important than any justification. The celebration feast was held at Zainula, a towering building with 9 floors, each floor resembling a fairy palace in the heavens, breathtakingly beautiful, adorned with various lanterns. As night fell, the light from the lanterns mingled with the moonlight, transforming the entire Zainula into a dreamlike scene. The top floor was even more like a fairyland, as if one could reach out and pluck the bright moon with just one more step. The banquet was divided into 3 tiers, with the first tier feast naturally arranged on the top floor, an exclusive place for those of noble status. The second tier feast was on the next floor, and so on, with each floor set according to the status of the guests. Almost everyone from the clan attended, except for those on duty who could not leave their posts. The architectural features of Zainula were not only reflected in its height and appearance, but also in its intricate interior design. Each pillar on every floor was carved with lifelike dragon and phoenix patterns, as if they could soar into the sky at any moment. The murals on the walls were exquisitely crafted, depicting various mythological legends, making one feel as if they were in an ancient and mysterious world. The first-tier banquet was filled with a variety of delicacies. These dishes not only had excellent color, aroma, and taste, but also blended the unique flavors of the western desert region with elements from fantasy novels. There were golden and crispy roasted sandworms, one of the most precious ingredients in the desert, with delicious meat and a unique texture. Camel's humps marinated in secret sauces, each bite bursting with rich aromas and nutrients. And soups made from precious medicinal herbs, each spoonful containing boundless power and the mysteries of life. Yun Feiyong, an important figure between the Central Imperial Court and the Yun family, had every move carrying far-reaching influence and significance. At this grand celebration feast, he displayed his attitude in an unexpected way. He put aside his noble demeanor, raised a wine glass, and approached C to toast him. However, In this seemingly ordinary act of toasting, Yin Feiyong subtly exuded an oppressive aura directed solely at Si. This action not only showed his respect for Si, but also represented a release of past conflicts, while secretly carrying an implied threat. Do you dare to accept? Yin Feiyong's actions attracted the attention and discussion of everyone present. People speculated about his motives, with some believing it was recognition of Si's strength, while others thought it was a consideration of future circumstances. Regardless, this gesture indicated that Yin Feiyong's regard for Si had reached an unprecedented height. For Si, Yin Feiyong's toast was an affirmation, but he also sensed the momentum emanating from Yin Feiyong, even understanding some of the reasons behind it. Based on the intelligence he gathered after the Great Battle, he knew that Yin Feiyong was not only a dark horse of the Yin family, although he had now revealed his identity. The Central Imperial Court had always absorbed members from all directions. Yin Feiyong might rise to even higher status to maintain the relationship with the Yin family, one of the 8 great clans. Now, Yin Feiyong's actions were also intentionally drawing himself into the Yin family and even the Central Imperial Court. He smiled, raised his wine glass, and made eye contact with Yin Feiyong, then drank it all in one go. This simple action conveyed a very friendly signal. At that moment, it seemed that a certain tacit understanding was reached between the two. They understood that although they had been on opposing sides due to family and ethnic reasons in the arena, perhaps in the future, when facing a common enemy, they would stand on the same front. This unity was not just superficial cooperation, but also deep-seated trust and support. Only in this way could they achieve greater victories in future battles. After this small interlude, the guests gathered around the round table, their faces beaming with joy and satisfaction. They either raised their glasses in celebration or whispered among themselves, each face reflecting pride in the victory and anticipation for the future. In such an atmosphere, past grudges and conflicts seemed to be temporarily forgotten, leaving only beautiful visions and yearnings for the future. Lord Si, you are a celestial being. An elegantly dressed elder stood up, raising his glass to toast Si. His face was full of smiles, and his eyes sparkled with flattery. Si smiled slightly, raised his glass, and took a sip, acknowledging his respect. Indeed, Lord Si not only excels in martial arts, but is also broad-minded, a model for all of us. Another guest echoed. As soon as he finished speaking, a wave of agreement followed. These guests expressed their admiration and praise for Si, whether sincerely or insincerely, attempting to draw closer to him on such an important occasion. In this context, members of the Bai family, who had past grievances with Si, were specially allowed to attend the first-tier celebration feast from the 6th-tier banquet. They had previously clashed with Si, but at this moment, they all displayed great respect and humility. The head of the Bai family even personally stood up to toast Si, expressing his apologies and respect. Si looked at them, feeling a surge of emotions. He knew that these so-called grievances and conflicts seemed insignificant in the face of real interests. He was also willing to let go of the past and embrace a brighter future together with everyone. Lord Si, our Bai family has caused many offenses in the past. I hope you could be magnanimous and not hold it against us. The head of the Bai family spoke with sincerity and humility. Si smiled slightly, raised his glass, and clinked it gently with his. Let the past be the past. Let's work together for the future of the clan. Si's words were brief, but powerful, moving everyone present. At the banquet, not only were there delicious food and fine wine, but also various exciting performances and entertainment activities. There were songstresses dancing gracefully, their movements as enchanting as fairies, musicians playing celestial melodies, captivating the audience, and skilled warriors showcasing their martial arts and strength, earning rounds of applause and cheers. In such an atmosphere, time seemed to fly by. Before long, the night had deepened, and the celebration feast was nearing its end. However, the guests seemed to be reluctant to leave, rising one after another to bid farewell to Si and other distinguished guests, looking forward to the next gathering. Si stood by the railing on the top floor, gazing at the brilliantly lit Zanila below and the starry night sky in the distance. His heart was filled with emotions and anticipation. He knew that this celebration feast was not only a celebration of victory and praise for heroes, but also a symbol of a new beginning and hope. In the days to come, he would join hands with everyone to write their glorious chapter together. Lord Si, what are you thinking about? A gentle voice interrupted Si's thoughts. He turned around to see Yin Feiyong, smiling behind him. I was thinking about our future, Si replied. Our future will surely be better, Yin Feiyong said firmly. His eyes were filled with trust and expectation, as if he had already seen the brilliance and glory of the future. Si nodded, his heart also filled with confidence and strength. He knew that his adventures in this area had come to an end, and what awaited him might be the challenges from the Central Royal Court. As the celebration banquet came to a close, the guests began to leave Sienua building. However, they all carried an indelible memory and emotion in their hearts. They understood that this celebration banquet was not just a feast and revelry, but also a new beginning and a symbol of hope. Si and Yun Feiyong had also been bound together as a complete community of shared interests during this celebration banquet. Chapter 65, The Flowing Years. Jiang Liuyan slowly opened his eyes and realized that he was currently in an illusion. He witnessed the development of the Xianwu continent over the past 40 years, from the original practice of using qi to nurture magical treasures, to the present where a bizarre and colorful future scene surrounded him. Various flying devices shuttled between countless magical treasures, and there was nothing that current research could not produce. Only things that were beyond imagination. The air was filled with an extremely abrupt atmosphere of technology. Jiang Liuyan had never imagined that these seemingly unattainable things would be false. After all, he had witnessed how these things developed firsthand. The objects of these 40 years had rapidly iterated like a geyser. He touched the necklace on his chest, a gift that the ancient spirit had desperately delivered to him. The gems on the necklace shimmered with a strange light, as if telling unknown secrets. But ever since he was saved by the white cat for the first time, he felt that there was residual energy within the necklace that he could not harness, which troubled him greatly. The future life of these 40 years felt both real and illusory to Jiang Liuyan. He remembered striving to adapt in this world, starting from the basics like Zhenfa and Yangling, learning unimaginable techniques and knowledge, and gradually blending into the rhythm of life in this era. Sometimes, when he was alone outside, those memories would flood back. He would think of the tranquil bamboo forest, the white cat, and his master, Huanqi, who had accompanied him through countless days and nights. He remembered the days they practiced swordplay together and discussed the way of the sword. Every detail was so vivid, as if it had happened just yesterday. In this world, he had lost all of his kin, but fortunately, he met that lazy white cat and Master Huanqi. They became his closest companions, giving him endless warmth and love. Whenever nostalgia surged, he would quietly practice the sword techniques taught to him by Huanqi, rehearsing over and over, immersing himself in those beautiful times. Although this period was filled with hardship and fatigue, it also brimmed with happiness and satisfaction. For him, swordsmanship was not just a skill, but a remembrance and commemoration of the past. It carried the deep bond of master and disciple between him and Huanqi, and witnessed the years they had walked together. With every swing of the sword in his hand, he could feel Huanqi's presence, as if he were still standing beside him, guiding his every move. This feeling brought him immense comfort, and also motivated him to keep moving forward, striving for a higher realm. However, Jiang Liuyan could have passed this life steadily within the illusion, allowing his true self outside to lose vitality, becoming like a vegetative person who only knew how to sleep. But all this false beauty was ruthlessly torn apart the moment the soul imprint of Si was suddenly activated. Si, who had desperately delivered the necklace to him, was the true essence of the ancient spirit, with part of its soul sealed within the necklace as a backup, quietly guarding Jiang Liuyan. At this moment, the backup within the necklace had reviewed Jiang Liuyan's memories and was activated as an emergency measure. Si's voice echoed in Jiang Liuyan's heart, like the morning bell and evening drum, resonating profoundly. Liuyan, this is merely a dream woven for you by the time passage within the necklace to test you. It is just a trial you must awaken. Indeed, the time passage was extremely mysterious, and the illusions it created could be both true and false, blurring the lines between reality and deception. Among countless truths and falsehoods, one must choose a path to weave through. And it was also possible that this was one of the true futures. Ordinary people trapped in the time illusion could not discern the truth from the falsehoods. And if various means were employed, it could lead those trapped in the illusion to perceive infinite cycles, while their physical bodies quietly aged and decayed. Jiang Liuyan's heart trembled, and all the fragments of memory began to recombine. He couldn't even understand when he had fallen into the trap. The illusion of time was so real that he momentarily couldn't distinguish between reality and illusion. Only through Si's explanation did he realize that he had been wandering in an illusion meticulously woven by the path of time. Si's voice continued, I have long preset countless contingency plans in the necklace, but even with so many backups, the energy I reserved is only that little. Every time I use it, it consumes my soul power within the necklace, Using a bit means losing a bit. That's why I didn't rush to save you. I wanted you to deeply understand and experience this power. The reason you have been asleep here for 40 years while only a few days have passed outside is due to the different flow of time in the constructed illusion within the necklace. Remember, this is only the most basic challenge. The real challenges await you ahead. After saying this, C's soul power became completely still, as if the necklace had never contained it. Jiang Liuyan took a deep breath, filling his lungs with fresh air, feeling the sense of reality that came from being freed from the illusion. He slowly opened his eyes, his gaze falling on the necklace in his hand. The gemstone still shimmered with a faint glow, but compared to before, it appeared even dimmer. Jiang Liuyan understood that this was the consequence of C's soul power being overly consumed. He tightly grasped the necklace, a surge of gratitude welling up in his heart. He silently vowed to cherish this hard-won opportunity even more and to work hard to improve himself to face the unknown challenges ahead. He recalled the experiences in the illusion just moments ago. Those extremely realistic scenes left him feeling unsettled. This time he had escaped thanks to C's help. But what about next time? Jiang Liuyan asked himself in his heart. He must carefully observe the changes around him and steadfastly hold onto his true self, for perhaps that would help him withstand the next trial. He also realized that only by going through such trials could one truly grow. He was determined not to fear difficulties any longer and to face everything bravely. Chapter 66. The Dark Path, Part 1. Jiang Liuyan stood dazed in place, his expression constantly changing, his eyes filled with astonishment and disbelief. He could not believe everything he was seeing. These fragments of memory seemed to be pieced together by an invisible hand, each carrying his struggles and confusion in the illusion of time. He began to doubt whether he had truly stepped into the real world or if he had been trapped in a dream meticulously crafted by the path of time. Unable to escape, this doubt filled him with fear. If everything was an illusion, then who was he? What was the meaning of his existence? The voice of C echoed in his ears like the morning bell and evening drum. As C's words fell, the soul's fluctuations in the necklace gradually calmed, as if everything had never happened, leaving only a faint echo in the air. Jiang Liuyan took a deep breath of the crisp air, as if even his soul had been washed clean. He slowly opened his eyes, focusing on the necklace in his hand. The once brilliant gem had lost its luster, becoming dull and lifeless, the price C had paid to save him. At that moment, a strange phenomenon quietly occurred. At the edge of Jiang Liuyan's vision, an almost imperceptible distortion began to spread, a sign of the path of time's dissatisfaction and reaction to C's interference in its trial. Just then, a mysterious light surged from the void, revealing a translucent spirit formed purely from the power of time. This spirit had a vague and ancient form, as if carrying the stories of endless ages. Its appearance evoked a sense of inexplicable awe and mystery. The spirit's face bore an expression of shock and confusion. Its gaze fixed ahead as if pondering something. Its eyes revealed a deep bewilderment, as if unable to comprehend why someone could so easily break the carefully designed illusion it had created. The spirit had believed its illusion was powerful enough to trap anyone who dared to challenge it, yet it was easily unraveled by C. However, what shocked the spirit even more was the fact that there was a power within the object it inhabited that dared to directly intervene in its trial. For countless years, it had resided within this necklace, completely unaware, and since its birth, it had never witnessed such a scene. The spirit had inscribed a fundamental logic command on the path of time to test anyone who sought to inherit this path. And it had also inherited a portion of the ability to create domains, effectively making it the guardian of this realm. Its trials were meant to select those truly qualified to inherit the path of time and to have them complete 6 challenges. But now, C's actions made it begin to doubt its own judgment. This, the spirit of the path of time, seemed as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. Its eyes wide open, filled with disbelief. Its eyes, once sparkling with strange light, now appeared dull, as if it had lost all its power and brilliance. Its lips trembled slightly as it emitted a low and hoarse voice. Why? Why can someone escape my bindings so easily? Moreover, who dares to challenge my authority? Its voice was filled with confusion and incomprehension. Although C's soul power had fallen silent, the insight into the potential flaws of the path of time was like a sharp blade cutting through this latent defect. It turned out that C had long since realized that although the path of time was one of the 3,000 paths, possessing extraordinary spirituality as a so-called tributary, its reaction mechanism was relatively sluggish, lacking the ability to flexibly adjust to changes in the external environment. It was this sluggishness that gave C an opportunity to decisively act, using prearranged contingencies to rescue Jiang Liuyan from the illusion. The Time Spirit had still done nothing after Jiang Liuyan's escape, which could indirectly prove that the Time Spirit did not possess the effortless elegance of those top-tier mainstream paths of time in handling matters. One could say that the Time Spirit was like an old-fashioned computer repeatedly stuck on its algorithms. The Time Spirit remained stunned for a long while, its gaze fixed on Jiang Liuyan, revealing a complex and profound emotion. It seemed to be carefully assessing the impact of this series of events, trying to find the loopholes and shortcomings within. At the same time, it appeared to be contemplating how to make up for this trial's failure, allowing its plans to continue. However, the Time Spirit took no action, merely letting out a gentle sigh, and then gradually merged into the void, disappearing without a trace. It was as if nothing had ever happened, leaving only faint time fluctuations lingering in the air. Jiang Liuyan looked around and saw nothing but emptiness, boundless and vast, as if he were in a deep and unknown cosmic abyss. He secretly contemplated that this might be another kind of illusion, but he couldn't be sure whether it was still controlled by the path of time, because the emptiness before him was completely different from the previous time illusion. It resembled a darkness capable of devouring all perception, pitch black as ink, profound and oppressive, silently gnawing at his vision, hearing, touch, and all his senses with every passing moment. Jiang Liuyan tried to blink, but no matter how hard he tried, the scene before him showed no signs of change. The darkness seemed to have seeped into his eyes, rendering his gaze hollow and powerless. He helplessly gave up this futile action and instead began to focus on his five senses, attempting to find a way to escape this darkness by enhancing his perception. In this endless darkness, Jiang Liuyan felt an unprecedented sense of loneliness and fear. The loneliness stemmed from the feeling that he had been forgotten by the entire world, abandoned in this void with no one to care, while the fear arose from a deep anxiety about the unknown, as he did not know what dangers lay hidden behind this darkness, nor how he could escape and see the light again. He tried to take deep breaths, allowing fresh air, even though he couldn't truly feel it in the darkness, to fill his lungs, hoping to calm the turmoil within. He closed his eyes, letting his spirit immerse in a sense of tranquility, and began to perceive everything around him with his mind. He attempted to capture those faint sounds, even if it was just the sound of air flowing or distant faint noises, as they were enough to provide him with a glimmer of comfort. However, this darkness seemed to possess some kind of magic. It could not only swallow light, but also isolate sound, even dulling Jiang Liuyan's sense of touch. He felt as if he were wrapped in an invisible barrier, cut off from the outside world. But Jiang Liuyan did not give up. He understood that in such an environment, only by maintaining calmness and determination could he find a glimmer of hope. He began to try to perceive this darkness with his mind, to touch those entities within the void. He imagined himself reaching out his hands to touch the invisible walls, to feel those intangible restraints. As time passed, Jiang Liuyan's perception gradually improved, and he began to catch some faint information. Though those signals were vague and fleeting, they were enough to instill a sense of hope within him. In the endless darkness, a mysterious spirit, transformed from the dark road, quietly emerged. It resembled a ghost in the night, exuding a chilling aura. At this moment, the spirit stood before Jiang Liuyan, a slight smile playing on its lips, revealing a strange grin as it quietly watched Jiang Liuyan in front of it. Jiang Liuyan found himself in darkness, surrounded by pitch blackness where he couldn't see his own fingers. He cautiously groped his way forward, trying to find an exit or a clue. However, the darkness seemed boundless, leaving him feeling lost and helpless. The gaze of the spirit revealed a sense of mockery and indifference, as if it were completely unconcerned with Jiang Liuyan's struggles. It was like a bystander, silently enjoying this game. Meanwhile, Jiang Liuyan was completely unaware of the spirit's presence, continuing to search desperately in the dark. Chapter 67, The Path of Darkness, Part 2, just as Jiang Liuyan was immersed in endless exploration and self-challenge. That eerie smile became increasingly vivid in a corner he had not noticed. The law of darkness seemed to sense Jiang Liuyan's indomitable will and decided to give him an unprecedented trial, a test that would strike deep into his soul to enhance his perception abilities, allowing him to find a crack of light amidst despair. This was also the first trial for every inheritor of the law of darkness, for only when they were assimilated by the darkness, immersed in endless shadows, Could they truly understand the essence and connotation of darkness? This assimilation was not simply about encountering or understanding darkness. It required delving deep into the heart and merging with the darkness itself. The purpose was to allow the inheritors to experience the power, fear, and despair of darkness, thereby better mastering its forces and using them to achieve their goals. Only by passing this trial could the inheritors truly become the masters of the law of darkness, possessing the ability to control it. Suddenly, the surrounding darkness seemed to come alive, transforming into countless fine threads that silently wrapped around every inch of Jiang Liuyan's skin, even penetrating his consciousness, trying to strip away his last shred of perception of the outside world. This sense of oppression was even more suffocating than the previous silence. As if even his thoughts were bound, unable to soar freely. Jiang Liuyan felt an unprecedented fear, but he did not retreat. He realized that this was an excellent opportunity to train his perception. He closed his eyes, no longer relying on sight, though there was nothing to see, and devoted himself fully to sensing the environment around him. He began to try to see with his mind, to touch with his ears, to feel every subtle change with every inch of his skin. Just as Jiang Liuyan was fully immersed in the deep perception of his surroundings, a mysterious and powerful force quietly enveloped him. The darkness was no longer merely a lack of vision, but a tangible presence, as if it had life, slowly writhing around him. Every breath became difficult, as if he had to struggle against an invisible force. As time passed, Jiang Liuyan felt increasingly oppressed and suffocated. He tried to concentrate, but the thoughts in his mind began to wander uncontrollably. Fear, anxiety, and other negative emotions gradually eroded his spirit, making it hard for him to remain calm. However, it was precisely this extreme environment that ignited the resilience and determination deep within him. He knew well that this was not only a test of his body, but also a challenge to the limits of his spirit. Only by overcoming his inner fears and unease could he truly break through the predicament before him. So, he worked hard to adjust his mindset, took deep breaths, and tried to refocus his attention on the surrounding environment. Gradually, he found that he could feel everything around him more clearly. In this darkness, he sensed the faint flow of air and heard subtle sounds coming from afar. These details made him realize that even in the darkest moments, there is always a glimmer of hope waiting to be discovered. He attempted to concentrate on the most subtle parts of his body, trying to capture any possible feedback. In the darkness, his fingertips gently brushed against the void, as if touching a non-existent wall. With each touch, an indescribable feeling surged within him, a perception that transcended sight, a direct understanding of space and existence itself. Jiang Liuyan discovered that when he was completely immersed in this state of perception, his mind seemed to resonate with a certain force in the darkness. He could feel the subtle fluctuations in the dark, like schools of fish gliding silently through the deep sea, or the faint twinkling of light from distant galaxies. These perceptions, though vague, were extraordinarily real, providing him with an invisible path to navigate through the darkness. However, as the trials deepened, the illusions in the dark became more complex and vivid. Sometimes, he felt as if he could see a bright crack of light, but when he strained to move forward, that light would dissipate like a mirage. At other times, he would hear familiar voices, as if loved ones were right beside him, but when he tried to respond, the voices would become indistinct, as if coming from another world. Jiang Liuyan understood that the power of the dark path could even stir his own loneliness and fear. In an era before fire, the darkness of the deep night always represented an infinite fear of wild beasts. These negative emotions in Jiang Liuyan's heart were precisely the means by which the dark laws attempted to disrupt his rhythm and shake his faith. He took a deep breath, allowing his mind to return to calmness, using willpower to dispel these illusions one by one. He told himself that no matter how unpredictable the darkness might be, he must remain calm, using perception to penetrate the fog and find the true way out. He began to perceive every detail in the darkness more meticulously. Every slight change in airflow, every barely detectable fluctuation in temperature became the basis for his judgment of direction. Unlike the intense sense of reality brought by a branch of the future created by the time environment, in this realm of the dark path, he gradually learned to listen to the sounds within the darkness, a presence that transcended hearing, a subtle rhythm of material movement in space. The dark entity, transformed from the dark path in the distance, seemed to slightly lift the corners of its mouth, as if affirming Jiang Liuyan's efforts. In this process, Jiang Liuyan's perception was enhanced like never before. He could sense the tiny life forms hidden in the darkness. Their existence, though insignificant, added a touch of vitality to this dead space. He could perceive the faint light in the distance, which, even though it was so small it was almost invisible, could guide his way forward. As time passed, Jiang Liunian gradually mastered the secret of seeing in the dark. He no longer relied on sight, but used perception to the world around him. His mind became like a pair of invisible eyes, penetrating the shackles of darkness and seeing the truth hidden within. This feeling was like an instinct, an innate ability that allowed him to walk and explore freely in the dark. Jiang Liunian discovered that he could perhaps perceive his surroundings through sound, smell, and touch. He might be able to hear the sound of the wind blowing, smell the fragrance of flowers, and feel the vibrations of the ground. This might be what the ancient texts describe as the spiritual eye, Jiang Liunian thought to himself. His perception became increasingly sharp, even able to detect subtle changes. Even with his eyes closed, the presence of the spiritual eye allowed him to sense more information. Jiang Liunian realized that this new way of perception not only changed his life, but also gave him a deeper understanding of the world. He understood that vision was not the only cognitive pathway. There were many other ways to help us understand this world. His inner eye was the key to opening this door. Finally, after numerous challenges and breakthroughs, Jiang Liunian sensed an unusual fluctuation. This fluctuation came from a direction he had previously overlooked, carrying an indescribable allure, as if calling out to him. Without hesitation, he moved towards that direction, each step filled with confidence and determination. As he approached the fluctuation, the surrounding darkness seemed to begin to dissipate, and a glimmer of light gradually seeped in. Jiang Liunian knew he was about to emerge from this endless darkness and embrace a new dawn. His heart was filled with excitement and gratitude, because he knew that all these tests and trials were meant to make him stronger and more resilient. In the darkness, he began to discern the subtle differences in the air currents, which are the faint temperature differences created by distant light sources in the dark. He sensed the minute vibrations in the air, which were the whispers of unknown creatures or the subtle movements beneath the ground. His perception felt infinitely amplified, capturing and analyzing every slight change with clarity. But the test was not over. The dark laws escalated again, creating one illusion after another, attempting to confuse Jiang Liunian's will. In the illusions, there were calls from loved ones, encouragement from friends, mockery from enemies, and even the fears and despair deep within his own heart. These illusions surged like a tide, trying to drown his steadfast will. Jiang Liunian took a deep breath, allowing his mind to return to tranquility. He understood that these were tests for him, a duel of his perception and willpower. He closed his eyes and, using the purest power from the depths of his soul, discerned truth from illusion, shattering each illusion one by one. With each shattered illusion, it broke apart and left the purest dark energy flowing into Jiang Liunian's body, continuously enhancing his perception and making his spirit more resilient. As time passed, Jiang Liunian gradually mastered the secret of walking in darkness. He learned how to find order in chaos and capture hope in despair. His perception was no longer what it used to be. Even the faintest fluctuations could not escape his mental eye. As Jiang Liunian gradually adapted to the darkness and was able to depict the concrete scenes and dynamics around him with his perception, he discovered that this dark world was far richer and more colorful than he had imagined. Although his vision was deprived, his perception acted like an invisible eye, penetrating the darkness and revealing a hidden world. He sensed that within this darkness, various rare and exotic creatures were being nurtured. They either hid in the crevices of rocks, lurked in the flowing air currents, or floated in the void, each with different forms and vibrant colors, even though they could not be seen in the darkness. His perception could see their colors. The existence of these creatures added a touch of mystery and vitality to this dark world. The path of darkness looked at Jiang Liunian in the darkness, and suddenly, with a fierce clap of his hands, summoned an extremely powerful dark creature. At that moment, Jiang Liunian sensed a strong fluctuation in the darkness. It came from some creature deep within the dark. This fluctuation carried an indescribable sense of threat, as if some enormous being was rapidly approaching him. He immediately became alert, concentrating his perception to the maximum, trying to see the true form of that creature. As the creature drew closer, Jiang Liunian finally caught sight of it. It was a massive, dark beast, its form towering like a mountain, its skin as deep as the night, and its eyes as dark as an abyss. It had sharp fangs in its mouth, and its limbs were strong and powerful, each step seemingly trampling the darkness and producing a muffled sound. Upon coming into contact with Jiang Liunyin's perception, the dark beast seemed to be enraged, letting out an ear-splitting roar. Its eyes were fixed on Jiang Liunyin, filled with hostility and greed. Then, like a bolt of black lightning, it lunged towards Jiang Liunyin, opening its enormous jaws, ready to tear him to shreds. Jiang Liunyin felt the power and ferocity of the dark beast, but he did not back down. He took a deep breath, adjusting his perception to its optimal state, preparing to face this sudden battle. He sensed that the surrounding darkness seemed to cheer him on, and those rare and exotic beasts were silently watching him from a distance, as if anticipating his victory. The dark beast was incredibly fast, but with his sharp perception, Jiang Liunyin could always predict its attack direction in advance. He skillfully dodged the beast's bites and collisions while looking for an opportunity to counterattack. After a clever dodge, Jiang Liunyin finally found a flaw in the dark beast. He leaped forward, fists clenched tightly, and struck heavily at the beast's abdomen. The dark beast let out a painful roar, its voice echoing throughout the space, as if it were tearing apart the very soul of a person. Its body trembled violently, as if it were experiencing immense pain. Jiang Liunyin seized the opportunity to launch a fierce attack, his punches falling upon the dark beast like a torrential storm. Each punch contained immense power, as if it could destroy everything. The dark beast tried to resist, but its defenses appeared incredibly weak against Jiang Liunyin's attacks. As Jiang Liunyin's fists continued to rain down, cracks began to appear on the dark beast's body. Blood gushed from the wounds, staining the ground red. However, Jiang Liunyin did not stop attacking. He continued to swing his fists, driving the dark beast into a desperate situation. Finally, after a flurry of relentless strikes, the dark beast could no longer withstand Jiang Liunyin's strength. Its body suddenly collapsed, crashing to the ground with a dull thud. The light faded from the dark beast's eyes, and its life force gradually disappeared. After the battle, Jiang Liunyin felt physically and mentally exhausted, yet his heart was filled with joy and pride. He knew that this battle had not only sharpened his perception and combat skills, but also deepened his understanding of this dark world. Those rare and exotic beasts, once enemies in his eyes, had now become witnesses to his growth. At last, after countless challenges and breakthroughs, Jiang Liunyin sensed a glimmer of light ahead. Though faint, it served as a lighthouse in the darkness, guiding him forward. He stepped forward without hesitation, each step filled with strength and determination. When he finally emerged from the darkness and saw the light of day again, Jiang Liunyin realized he was no longer the lost and helpless traveler he once was. His perception had undergone a qualitative leap, and his spirit had become more resilient. He understood that this trial, meticulously designed by the laws of darkness, had taught him how to seek life amidst despair and revealed to him the true power of perception and will. The mysterious spirit that had guided him throughout had quietly vanished after the trial ended, as if its sole purpose for existence was to witness Jiang Liunyin's growth and transformation. Chapter 68. The Path of Evil, Part 1. Just as Jiang Liunyin was recovering from the fierce battle with the dark beast and had yet to catch his breath, an ancient and evil power quietly descended around him. This power carried an indescribable allure, as if it could perceive the deepest desires and regrets within him. The once restless evil force seemed to coalesce in the darkness, gradually forming a tangible entity. Slowly, a figure cloaked in black, its face shrouded in shadow, emerged. This was the spirit of the path of evil. Its appearance made the surrounding air feel heavy, an invisible pressure suffusing the atmosphere, making it hard to breathe. This spirit was tall, and beneath its black robe seemed to hide endless darkness and chaos. Its eyes were as deep as an abyss, flickering with enticing light, a light that contained both a craving for power and a disregard for life. It emanated a strange aura that sent chills down people's spines. Compared to the path of time and the path of darkness, the path of evil appeared to possess greater intelligence. The path of time is a purged path, extremely pure yet entirely complete, but it is precisely because it is both pure and complete that it is less likely to give rise to intelligence. The path of evil, tainted by darkness, had its speed of gaining intelligence further reduced due to the influence of darkness. It had accumulated all of darkness's understanding of the path of evil, even being developed into a grand path connected to the river of time by the collaboration of darkness and the divine, which supplied energy to the path of evil, thus giving rise to a spirit of the path with extremely complete intelligence. The path of darkness, on the other hand, was the result of the divine hastily gathering the dark powers of all demonic evil gods, giving rise to a spirit of nothingness hidden in darkness. capable only of basic actions. With the emergence of the spirit, the entire space was under its control, as if it had become its territory. Its existence brought immense pressure and fear, as if anyone who approached it would be swallowed by endless darkness. However, in the face of such an entity, people did not retreat, but bravely advanced, preparing to engage in a life-and-death struggle with evil. Jiang Liuyan, do you really not desire true power? A deep and magnetic voice echoed in Jiang Liuyan's ears, as if it came from the abyss, carrying endless temptation and mystery. This voice was filled with the aura of evil and darkness, coiling around Jiang Liuyan's heart like a venomous snake, making it impossible for him to escape. This was the temptation of the path of evil. It was like a cunning hunter, always seeking the most vulnerable spot deep within Jiang Liuyan's heart. It spoke in a gentle tone, trying to awaken his desires for power, ambition, and revenge. It told Jiang Liuyan that if he chose to walk this path, he would gain unparalleled power, able to dominate everything and fulfill his ambitions and wishes. However, Jiang Liuyan understood the price of such power. He realized that once he fell into it, it would be difficult to extricate himself, leading to the loss of self and potentially to destruction. Yet he also knew that in this world, only the strong could survive. Faced with such a choice, he felt confused and lost. Jiang Liuyan's heart trembled, and his body felt an extremely chilling coldness that penetrated to the bone. That power reminded him of the day his clan was annihilated, the day when the extraterrestrial demon, the gray mist surrounding Tang San, appeared. Thus, Jiang Liuyan was only stunned for 0.01 seconds before he understood the source and the inherently evil nature of this power. Let me introduce myself. I am the spirit of the evil path, and you can also call me evil. The voice of the spirit of the evil path resonated throughout the space like a bell, as if it wanted to shatter Jiang Liuyan's soul. Its tone was rhythmic and filled with majesty and power, each word striking Jiang Liuyan's heart like a heavy hammer. Just this one sentence left Jiang Liuyan in great shock. His body trembled involuntarily, and his face turned as pale as paper. The coldness emanating from that voice plunged his already trembling soul into extreme fear. He felt as if his soul had been frozen, unable to move. Just as Jiang Liuyan was stunned, the gray mist surrounding the spirit of the evil path seemed to have a life of its own, swimming like a water snake, silently creeping up the corners of Jiang Liuyan's clothes, then rapidly sweeping toward his body. This gray mist seemed to carry a certain malice and corrosive power, sending a chill down his spine. Its movements were swift and covert, having almost gone unnoticed by Jiang Liuyan as it approached his body. The evil path was a mysterious power that countless strong individuals both yearned for and feared. It symbolized endless desire and destructive force, becoming the most difficult temptation to resist deep within many people's hearts. For Jiang Liuyan, as the last remaining bloodline of the dark demon evil god tiger clan, he understood better than anyone the terrifying nature of this power. His clansmen had become stepping stones for others because of this power, ultimately being exterminated by Tang San. It was the pursuit of this power that led them down the path of destruction and to their demise at the hands of Tang San. Recalling that dark history filled Jiang Liuyan's heart with pain and self-blame. He knew that if his clansmen had not erred in their pursuit of power, they might not have suffered such a tragic fate. However, the wheels of fate had already turned, and there was no turning back. Now, he bore the mission of avenging his clansmen and restoring the glory of his family. But he also understood that he could not repeat the same mistakes. In that moment, it felt as if two entirely different worlds were crammed into Jiang Liuyan's mind, tugging at him like a tug of war, desperately vying for control over his memories. One thought told him, "Mine is the true reality," while another voice constantly reminded him, "Mine is the true reality. That thought is wrong. It is all an illusion." This feeling left him extremely confused and in pain, as if his soul were being torn in half. In the face of the evil path, Jiang Liuyan had to remain clear-headed. He needed to learn to control his desires and not be consumed by them. At the same time, he had to continuously enhance his strength to cope with the challenges he might face in the future. Only in this way could he hope to avoid the influence of evil power. "I don't need this power," Jiang Liuyan said with a pale face. The stark contrast of memories gave him a splitting headache, and he involuntarily knelt down. He tightly covered his head, trying to resist the intense temptation. But the struggle within him grew increasingly fierce. Jiang Liuyan gritted his teeth, sweat sliding down his forehead, feeling a tremendous pressure surge in his heart. His gaze flickered with pain and conflict, filled with nostalgia and guilt for his clan. He knew well that if he followed this path, he would be unable to face those family members who had lost their lives. Their sacrifices and devotion had become an eternal pain in his heart. His thoughts drifted back to the past, recalling the price his clan paid to protect their homeland. They defended the family's dignity with blood and life, fighting for justice. Jiang Linyan understood that he could not forget this responsibility, nor could he disappoint their expectations. However, that mysterious power coiled around him like a demon, constantly tempting him. His voice was deep and magnetic, like a spell inscribed on an ancient stone tablet, each word holding an irresistible allure. Jiang Linyan, are you truly willing to live so mediocrinely? Look at your clan. They were once so glorious, and here you are, unknown, lacking even the strength to avenge them. The words of the evil path struck Jiang Liunyan's softest spot like a sharp blade. It mentioned Jiang Liunyan's clan, the dark demon evil god tiger clan, which had been ruthlessly slaughtered by Tang San. Each phrase felt like tearing open an old scar, causing waves of pain for Jiang Liunyan. It promised to grant him endless power and glory, allowing him to surpass everything. But Jiang Liunyan understood that this was not what he sought. The true power he yearned for could never be obtained in this way. No, I will not succumb to this temptation. If becoming stronger means accepting the power of evil, the very force that led to the destruction of my clan, how can I face my people? How can I face the countless members of the dark demon, evil god tiger clan? If becoming stronger means being enslaved by this evil power, then I would rather not have it. Although fear lingered in Jiang Liunyan's heart, he still spoke these words with conviction, revealing his determination. This was his bottom line, something that absolutely could not be crossed. The path of evil seemed taken aback by his words, falling silent for a moment, as if contemplating something, but it was not willing to give up easily. It continued to tempt Jiang Liunyan with that deep, magnetic voice. Think about your clan. How much have they sacrificed for power? And you, are you really willing to live so mediocrinely, forever unable to avenge your clan? I can grant you the same power as Tang San, making you a true powerhouse. Deep within Jiang Liunyan's heart, it felt as if a giant stone had been thrown in, stirring up 1,000 layers of waves. His desire for power burned like a raging flame. For only with immense strength could he have the chance to avenge his slaughtered kin. However, whenever he tried to approach that mysterious and powerful force, an indescribable fear and unease surged within him. He understood deeply that this power was not a simple gift, but rather concealed endless danger and cost. He imagined himself after accepting this power, hands stained with blood, eyes gleaming with a cold light, and a heart filled only with a desire for slaughter and destruction. He feared that he would become a monster devoid of humanity, only knowing the pursuit of bloody pleasure, never able to reclaim his former self. This fear of the unknown and worry about his own fate plunged him into deep conflict. Jiang Liunyan knew that if he chose to accept this power, he would face immense risks, but how could he achieve his desire for revenge if he gave up this opportunity? He wandered in painful inner turmoil, unsure of how to decide. No, I can't do this. Jiang Liunyan took a deep breath to calm his emotions. He closed his eyes and began to recall the smiles and teachings of his clan members. They had once told him that true power does not come from external bestowals, at least not like this. If he accepted this power, he would become the next Tang San, who annihilated entire clans. Would he, too, one day become like Tang San? He cautiously contemplated his future. It wasn't that he was overly virtuous. Only after personally experiencing the bloody slaughter of his clan would his second uncle develop a deeper reverence for life. No. Jiang Liunyan shook his head and staggered back a few steps. I am the bloodline of the dark demon evil god tiger clan. I cannot let my clan down. Jiang Liunyan silently recited this phrase in his heart, as if he had found a firm belief to resist temptation. He opened his eyes, his gaze resolutely fixed on the darkness, as if he could see the evil path lurking in the shadows, watching him. You will not tempt me, Jiang Liunyan shouted with all his might, his voice echoing through the dark space like a lightning bolt across the night sky, filled with unwavering determination and strength. At that moment, he felt as if the air around him was shaken by his momentum, and those clan members hidden in the dark seemed to sense his resolve, cheering him on, further solidifying his belief in his choice. The spirit of the path, upon hearing this, smiled even wider, as if it had heard something amusing. Oh, you think you could decide anything? Power is the ruler of this world. With power, you can do as you please, even rewrite destiny. And you, a powerless weakling, can only talk about holding firm here. You are right, power is important. However, True power does not come from external bestowals, but from inner conviction and courage. I'm the bloodline of the dark demon evil god tiger clan. I inherit the pride and dignity of my clan. I will never give up my bottom line for power, nor will I become a monster like you. Although Jiang Liunian's voice was not loud, it was filled with strength, as if it could penetrate the darkness and reach the depths of the spirit of the path's heart. Upon hearing this, the spirit of the path's smile gradually faded, replaced by an extremely heavy seriousness. As time passed, Jiang Liunian's state of mind gradually calmed down, but his gaze remained sharp as an eagle, fixed firmly on the darkness ahead. He knew that no matter what kind of difficulties he faced, he must uphold his beliefs and not be swayed by external temptations. The evil path gradually dissipated in the face of Jiang Liunian's steadfast will, and the seductive power also disappeared. Jiang Liunian took a deep breath, feeling a wave of relief and release. He knew he had successfully resisted temptation and had not walked down the path of destruction. Chapter 69. The Last Layer of Illusion. Lost. 1. Starting from this chapter, and for the next few chapters, it's pure filler. It is recommended to jump directly to Chapter 77. In the deepest part of this boundless illusion, Jiang Liunian felt as if he were tightly entangled in the ultimate secrets of the universe. The surroundings were no longer the familiar darkness from before, that pure, suffocating darkness, but rather consumed by an indescribable chaos. The darkness was as deep as an endless abyss, seemingly the darkest corner of the universe, swallowing all light and hope. It was not just a physical phenomenon, but also a spiritual oppression that made Jiang Liunian feel as if his soul was being drawn into this endless darkness, gradually sinking in, unable to extricate himself. Evil, in a twisted and grotesque form, lingered around him like a shadow. It whispered with mockery and temptation, trying to erode the last trace of clarity within him, plunging him into endless fear and despair. This evil did not originate from the outside, but rather stemmed from the fears and desires deep within his heart, continuously corroding his will. Time, at this moment, became an invisible shackle, tightly binding Jiang Liunian's body and spirit. Time slowed down abnormally. Each second felt like a long torment, making him feel suffocated and powerless. However, when he tried to grasp time, he found it sped up, fleeting and elusive, leaving him unable to hold on. In this endless darkness and evil, time became his greatest enemy, preventing him from escaping the shackles of fate. In this vast and boundless darkness, a desolate land of despair woven from evil and time, Jiang Liunian's consciousness began to grow hazy, as if enveloped by a thick fog. He felt his body become incredibly heavy and his thoughts dulled. However, just as he was about to fall into a coma, a strange light suddenly pierced through the silence. This light was not a single color, but intertwined with black, gray, and white. The black was deep as night, the gray hazy as a dream, and the white pure as snow. The three merged to create a unique visual effect. This light was like the most unreal star in the night sky, both mysterious and filled with endless allure. As the light continued to converge, it gradually formed a door of light. The door frame was outlined in deep black, with flowing white embedded in the center, creating an intense contrast that was breathtaking. The outer layer was wrapped in an exquisite gray, as if it were a crack in time and space, connecting to an unknown world. This door of light stood alone in the boundless darkness, as if it were a mysterious gate rising from an endless abyss. The door flickered with a weak and strange light, like the afterglow of stars falling upon it, exuding a captivating charm. It was like an entrance to an unknown world, filled with mystery and temptation, making it irresistible. Jiang Liunian stood in front of the door, gazing at the mysterious portal of light, with a strong sense of curiosity and desire surging within him. He did not know what the world behind the door would look like, nor what challenges and opportunities awaited him. However, the adventurous spirit deep within him drove him to decide to embark on this unknown journey. In that decisive moment, Jiang Liunian's fingertips gently touched the cold edge of the light door, and an indescribable wave of energy spread through his body along his fingertips, as if millions of tiny currents were coursing through his veins, awakening the dormant power within him. This power belonged neither to darkness nor to evil, nor was it controlled by time. Rather, it was a pure will that originated from deep within his heart, long ignored or suppressed by him. The light door seemed to sense Jiang Liunian's determination and courage, becoming even more radiant as three colors, black, white, and gray, began to spin in a strange rhythm. intertwining with each other to form complex and beautiful patterns. These patterns seem to contain the mysteries of the universe and the truths of life and power. Jiang Lianyan felt his consciousness being drawn by this power, beginning to resonate wonderfully with the light door, as his thoughts raced, trying to understand the meaning behind it all. As the light shone brightly, the light door slowly opened, revealing a passage to an unknown world. A faint mist filled the passage, blurring his line of sight. Jiang Lianyan stepped into the passage without hesitation, his figure gradually disappearing into the light, moving towards the unknown realm. Jiang Lianyan felt an unprecedented shock and fear surging within him. His consciousness drifted in silence and emptiness, like a solitary boat lost in a vast ocean. The appearance of the light gate was so abrupt, so out of place, yet so irresistible. It was not just a visual shock. It felt more like a call from the depths of his soul, making him want to escape while simultaneously feeling compelled to approach and explore the secrets hidden behind it. What is this? Jiang Lian silently questioned, his mind in chaos, thoughts swirling like being caught in a vortex of confusion, difficult to extricate himself. He struggled to maintain a thread of clarity amidst the chaos, but the light gate seemed to possess its own consciousness, continuously inviting him. Each flicker of light seemed to tell an ancient and distant story, enticing him to step into that realm filled with mystery and the unknown. Jiang Lianyan instinctively resisted, unwilling to easily give up his existing self and plunge into the unknown chaos. However, his body was being drawn towards the light gate by an invisible force. Moving involuntarily closer, his steps became heavy, as if each stride required immense effort to take. But no matter how much he resisted, that attraction remained, making it impossible for him to break free. As he approached the light gate, Jiang Lianyan felt an unprecedented pressure, stemming not only from the gate itself, but also from a deep-seated fear of the unknown within him. He didn't know what consequences awaited him once he stepped through the gate, nor did he know if he could return to his original world. Yet deep inside, in contrast to his fear, there was a strong curiosity urging him to explore the mysteries behind the light gate. In this desert of consciousness, Jiang Lianyan felt an unparalleled loneliness and helplessness, as if he had become the only existence in the universe, facing this gateway to the unknown, filled with contradictions and struggles. He knew that once he crossed this threshold, he might truly gain control over those three completely different powers, or he could be consumed by them. But when he looked back at the void behind him, all his thoughts vanished. How could he, Jiang Lianyan, stop here? He seemed to see his kin with hopeful smiles, urging him forward. Jiang Lianyan smiled and thought to himself, in the end, let it be. Chapter 70, The Last Layer of Illusion. Lost, Part 2. When Jiang Lianyan stepped through the light gate woven from black, white, and gray, a powerful energy instantly enveloped his entire body. This energy did not come from the outside world, but rather originated from within his own body, as if an invisible hand was exploring something inside him. Jiang Lianyan felt a wave of fear and unease, but he could not resist this force. He tried to struggle, but found that his body had already been controlled by this strange power. The black power, like a giant beast in the abyss, silently devoured Jiang Lianyan's memories of the future. The adventures, challenges, victories, and failures he had once experienced vanished one by one from his mind, like stars swallowed by darkness. Jiang Lianyan felt as if his soul were covered by a heavy curtain, the future becoming vague and unclear, leaving only endless darkness and the unknown. The white power, on the other hand, was like the first ray of sunlight on a winter day, penetrating his perception of the present. It did not strip Jiang Lianyan of his awareness of the now, but instead allowed him to re-examine his current environment in a clearer and more profound way. Jiang Lianyan felt his thoughts becoming extraordinarily sharp, as if he could perceive the essence of all things in the world. However, this clarity also brought an unprecedented sense of loneliness, as he realized that in this universe, he was ultimately a tiny existence. The gray power, however, was the most mysterious and unpredictable. It was like an hourglass, bringing Jiang Lianyan's memories back to the distant past, even to the moment he was just born. This power not only deprived him of his memories, but also sealed his strength. Jiang Lianyan felt his body becoming weak and powerless, as if even standing had become difficult. His soul returned to its initial innocence and ignorance, filled with curiosity and fear about this world. The inheritance test of these three paths seemed to be an ultimate trial regarding time, memory, and power. The illusion of the future, the clarity of the present, and the chaos of the past intertwined, forming a complex and delicate balance. Jiang Lianyan did not know if this was intentional or the arrangement of some mysterious force. But he understood that he was facing an unprecedented challenge. In the gradual disappearance of memories and the sealing of power, Jiang Lianyan seemed to undergo a long cycle of reincarnation. He transformed from a warrior with endless power and wisdom into a baby who had just arrived in this world. His soul returned to its original purity and innocence, but at the same time, he lost his expectations for the future and his control over power. As time passed, Jiang Lianyan's memories gradually blurred, and he felt his power being siphoned away. Numerous images appeared in his mind, all of which were his past experiences. But now they had become indistinct. Finally, when this strange power disappeared, Jiang Lianyan discovered that he had lost all his memories and strength. His mind was completely blank. He did not know who he was or why he was here. He only knew that he had been reborn and must live well. Huan Qifeng hurriedly returned from the 3rd district, his figure light and agile as he weaved through the lush bamboo forest, like a sprite leaping among the trees. Eventually landing steadily outside the bamboo cottage. He was slightly out of breath, fine beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, yet his face bore an unmistakable urgency. Behind him, he carried a bulging pack, seemingly filled with various treasures from his journey. Before he could steady himself, he eagerly tossed the heavy package to the ground, producing a dull thud, dust rising in the air, the items inside gently clattering, emitting a delicate yet tempting sound. Immediately after, he carelessly swung the gleaming long sword strapped to his back, as if discarding an inconspicuous firewood stick, and it slanted into the earth beneath him. The sword body trembling slightly, exuding a faint chill, with a few bamboo leaves stuck to the tip that gently swayed in the breeze. After completing all this, Huan Qi did not pause for a moment, but immediately turned around, softly calling the white cat that had been following him. "Xiaobai, come greet me," Huan Qi called out loudly. The white cat, usually so proud, now appeared unusually tense, its fur slightly bristled, eyes flickering with unprecedented fear and unease, cautiously approaching Huan Qi, as if sensing the unusual urgency emanating from its master. It seemed to have an inkling of what was about to happen, thus behaving with great caution. The white cat timidly stepped closer to Huan Qi, like a child who had done something wrong. Huan Qi felt something was wrong and asked, "Could it be that you stole some dried fish again?" The white cat shook its head, seemingly denying it. Then could it be Jiang Lianyan? Huan Qi suddenly felt as if the sky had fallen. The promising candidate he had painstakingly chosen was actually in trouble. "Xiaobai, quickly tell me, what happened to Lianyan?" Huan Qi's voice was gentle yet urgent, his eyes sparkling with worry as he squatted down to meet the white cat's gaze, anxiously inquiring. The white cat softly meowed, then activated the array's spiritual interaction frequency, displaying all the strange occurrences from the past 2 days like a movie for Huan Qi to see. It gently leaped to the ground and began to walk, as if leading a mysterious ceremony. With the white cat's movements, the light within the array gradually brightened, forming a large screen that clearly showed the various anomalies from the past 2 days. Huan Qi's eyes widened as he stared at the screen, filled with confusion and curiosity. After listening to the white cat's account, Huan Qi's expression suddenly grew serious, his brow furrowed, and a trace of undeniable worry and anxiety flickered in his eyes. He stood up, his hands clenched into fists, as if suppressing the turmoil and unease within. At this moment, he completely ignored sorting through the items he had brought back, which might be extremely important to him. His only thought was to reach Jiang Lianyan's room as quickly as possible to confirm his safety. Thus, Huan Qi stepped forward, hurriedly activating his array and accelerating with all his might, almost jogging through the bamboo cottage's corridor, each step revealing his inner urgency and unease. A gentle breeze brushed past his hair, and his clothes fluttered lightly, leaving a series of crisp footsteps echoing in the tranquil bamboo forest. He silently chanted Jiang Lianyan's name in his heart, hoping to see him soon, to understand the changes he was undergoing, and to find a solution. This sudden upheaval undoubtedly cast a huge stone into the calm life of the bamboo cottage, creating ripples upon ripples. Chapter 71. The Final Layer of Illusion. Lost 3. That night, the wind and rain were dark, lightning flashed, thunder rumbled, and the fierce wind howled, as if it wanted to tear the whole world apart. However, amidst this night full of uncertainties and dangers, a small life was quietly born. He was Jiang Lianyan, a figure destined to stir waves in this turbulent era. Inside the room, the candlelight flickered, the dim yellow glow danced gently in the humid air, like a group of mysterious spirits leaping. The candlelight illuminated his mother's pale, yet happy face as she exerted all her strength to give birth to this child. His father stood beside her, eyes filled with joy and expectation, knowing that this child would bring them hope and a future. Outside the window, thunder roared, lightning split the night sky, illuminating the earth. Each thunderclap seemed to be the oldest welcome salute between heaven and earth, heralding the arrival of this new life. The rain poured down, wetting the windows and also soaking people's hearts. Yet amidst this chaos, Jiang Liunyin's cries were particularly clear, as if announcing to the world, "I have arrived." This night was destined to be extraordinary. It witnessed the birth of a new life and also foreshadowed the coming of a storm. On this stormy night, Jiang Liunyin's fate began. He will grow in this turbulent era, facing countless challenges and difficulties. But he will also continuously hone himself in the process and become a true strongman. Jiang Liunyin's mother, Jiang Yu, was already drenched in sweat, with beads of perspiration sliding down her forehead, soaking her hair and clothes. Yet her hands remained steady and strong, as if fueled by endless strength, each effort infused with hope for new life. Her gaze held both reverence for life and the calmness that came from countless successful welcomes of new arrivals. The room was filled with a unique atmosphere, a mixture of herbs and fresh blood. This scent evoked the raw and direct essence of life, bringing both fear and hope. Jiang Liunyin's mother, this gentle yet resilient woman, was lying on a simple but warm bed, her face pale from the agony of childbirth. Yet her eyes sparkled with the glow of motherhood, full of anticipation and courage for the unknown future. She clutched the bed sheet tightly, as if it were the last straw of her life. Sweat dripped from her forehead, dampening her hair, but her gaze was unwavering. Each breath felt like a struggle against fate, and she fought to keep her breathing steady, fearing that any misstep could lead to loss of control. This child was a miracle in her life and a hope for her future, although she understood that this child would bring more responsibility and challenges. She felt no fear within, for she firmly believed that maternal love is the strongest force in the world, capable of overcoming all difficulties and creating a warm, safe environment for her child. She was willing to use all her strength to nurture this little life, guarding by the child's side day and night, offering endless love and care. With a long and loud cry that pierced the night silence and touched everyone's hearts, the sound was both crisp and defiant, as if the tiny life was announcing its arrival to the world, proclaiming the tenacity and vigor of life. A relieved smile blossomed on the midwife's face as she gently handed the small, wrinkled yet vibrant baby to Jiang Liunyin's mother. Trembling, she accepted the child, tears and smiles intertwining in a complex mix of happiness and hardship. At that moment, by the bedside, Jiang Liunyin's father, Jiang Meng, a warrior clad in black armor, sat quietly, his gaze soft yet resolute. His armor resembled a fierce tiger in the night, exuding majesty and mystery. The main body of the armor was a deep black, intricately carved with lifelike tiger stripes, each line seemingly containing boundless strength and courage. Particularly striking were the black feathered wings adorning his back, poised as if ready to soar at any moment, stretching gracefully, symbolizing not only his honor and freedom as a brave warrior, but also his meticulous protection and guardianship of his family. Despite the tension of the moment, he did not remove his armor, yet the tenderness and deep affection in his eyes spoke more warmth than any words could convey. The birth of Jiang Liunyin was an extreme physical and mental challenge for his mother. Since the beginning of her pregnancy, she had been eagerly anticipating the arrival of this little life, but at the same time, she was worried about the pain and risks of the delivery process. As the due date approached, her mood grew increasingly tense, and she silently prayed every day for everything to go smoothly. Finally, the contractions began. She felt a strong tightening sensation, as if her entire body was being compressed. She struggled to take deep breaths in an attempt to alleviate the pain, but each contraction felt like a sharp sword piercing through her abdomen, making her unable to hold back her screams. As time passed, the contractions became more frequent, and her strength gradually waned. She felt she could no longer endure such pain, but she still firmly believed that this little life would safely arrive. After several hours of struggle, the most critical moment finally arrived. With all her strength, she let out a long sigh and pushed Jiang Liunyin out of her womb. In that moment, she felt an unprecedented sense of relief and joy, and tears uncontrollably filled her eyes, looking at the soft, warm little body in her arms. Her heart was filled with endless love. She gently stroked Jiang Liunyin's cheek, feeling his faint breaths and heartbeat. At that moment, all the hardships and pain vanished, leaving only a deep affection for this new life. A mother's love flowed like a gentle stream, quietly running through her heart. The birth of Jiang Liuyan not only brought immense happiness to his mother, but also made her realize the greatness and selflessness of maternal love. This love is unconditional, expecting nothing in return, only hoping that the child can grow up healthy and happy. From now on, she will treat this love child of hers and Jiang Meng with all her affection. Outside the window, the wind and rain gradually ceased, as if nature itself was silently making way for this special moment. The clouds slowly parted, and a bright full moon quietly peeked over the horizon, like a shy young girl gently unveiling her mysterious veil. The moonlight fell like silver gauze, tenderly caressing the earth, bringing a touch of tranquility and harmony to the entire world. In this ordinary yet meaningful little room, Jiang Liuyan lay quietly on the bed, with his father and mother beside him, and his birth also signified tremendous changes to come in the future. Chapter 72, The Last Layer of Illusion. Lost, Part 4. On the morning after Jiang Yu gave birth to Jiang Liuyan, sunlight streamed through the window, casting mottled patterns inside the room, adding a warm golden glow to this cozy little space. The air was still filled with a faint scent of medicine and the unique smell of a newborn, intertwining into an indescribably warm atmosphere. Jiang Yu leaned weakly against the bedside. Though her face appeared a bit pale, her eyes sparkled with maternal brilliance. She slightly lowered her head, her gentle gaze resting on the small life beside her. Jiang Liuyan, the newborn baby, is quietly lying in the swaddling, his small face displaying the innocence and purity of someone just arriving in this world. His skin is as delicate as silk with a healthy rosy glow, and his little mouth is slightly open, as if exploring the world around him. His eyes are tightly closed, seemingly immersed in a beautiful dream. Jiang Yu slowly extends her hand, gently as a breeze, carefully caressing Jiang Liuyan's tender little face. Her fingers glide over his delicate skin, feeling warmth, as if sunlight is shining upon her. Jiang Yu's eyes are filled with love and expectation. She gazes at her son, as if she can see through the river of time how Jiang Liuyan will grow strong, study diligently, and bravely face various challenges in life. She knows deeply that as a mother, she will accompany him every step of the way, witnessing every important moment, whether in laughter or tears, all becoming their shared memories. In that moment, a firm resolution surged within Jiang Yu. No matter what happens in the future, she will unhesitatingly give her son endless love and support. She is willing to use her strength to shelter him from the storms, allowing him to grow up happily in a warm family atmosphere. For Jiang Yu, nothing is more important than seeing her son healthy and happy. At that moment, time seemed to freeze. Everything around became silent, as if the whole world revolved around this tiny life. Jiang Yu's gaze was firmly locked on Jiang Liuyan, her eyes filled with tenderness and love. She could feel an endless happiness and sense of fulfillment surging deep within her heart, a feeling like warm sunlight shining on her soul, making her feel immensely joyful. She took a deep breath, trying to calm her excitement. She knew that Jiang Liuyan was the most precious gift in her life and the source of her motivation to strive. From the moment he was born, she was determined to give him the best life, allowing him to grow up healthy and happy. No matter what difficulties lie ahead, she will unhesitatingly protect him, sheltering him under her love and care. She believes that as long as there is the power of love, any difficulty can be overcome. Looking at Jiang Liuyan's adorable face, she silently vowed to become an excellent mother, providing him with endless love and support. In that moment, Jiang Yu felt an unprecedented sense of responsibility and mission. She knew that as a mother, she needed to put in more effort and care to ensure Jiang Liuyan has a bright future. But she was not afraid, for she understood that this is maternal love, selfless and great. She gently stroked Jiang Liuyan's small hand, feeling his soft skin, as if she could sense the vitality flowing within him. Her eyes were filled with tenderness and love, her heart full of blessings and expectations for him. She hoped he could grow up healthy, like a strong little tree, firmly rooted in the ground no matter the storms. She hoped he could bravely face life's challenges, fearlessly confronting difficulties and daring to pursue his dreams. She believes that as long as he maintains courage and determination, he can overcome all obstacles and achieve his ideals. She hopes even more that he can become a kind, upright, and responsible person, She knows this requires him to continually learn and cultivate good character and values as he grows. She will set an example, guiding him toward the right path, helping him understand what true beauty and justice are. In this warm moment, Jiang Yu's heart was filled with emotion. She thanked the heavens for granting her such a lovely son, allowing her to experience the joy and responsibility of being a mother. She also thanked fate for giving her such a happy family, her husband's love, and her family's care, making her feel incredibly warm. At this moment, the door creaked open, and Jiang Ming, clad in heavy armor, walked in with steady steps. His armor gleamed coldly under the sunlight, and the cape behind him seemed to sense its master's mood, gently swaying even though there was no wind indoors, adding a touch of heroism. Jiang Ming approached the bed, carefully removing his hard gloves, afraid even the slightest sound would disturb the sleeping child. Then, he gently touched Jiang Liuyan's cheek with his calloused yet warm hands, his eyes filled with tenderness and reluctance. Seeing this, Jiang Yu's lips curled into a gentle smile, but it quickly turned into a hint of worry. Can't you stay for a couple more days? Spend some time with the child. He just arrived. How much he needs you. Her voice carried a subtle plea, and her eyes revealed a deep attachment and reluctance towards her husband. Jiang Ming furrowed his brows slightly upon hearing this, a hint of struggle and helplessness flashing in his eyes. He took a deep breath, trying to make his voice sound more resolute. No, the front lines are tense, and every moment could see a soldier fall. It is already a great kindness from my superior to grant me this day off. As the captain leading over 100 men, how could I have any reason to shy away from battle? I bear the responsibility of protecting our homeland and cannot allow my brothers to fight alone. At this point, Jiang Ming looked deeply into Jiang Yu's eyes, his gaze filled with both reluctance and determination. But please believe, no matter where I am, my heart will always be with you. I will carry my thoughts of you and fight for this land. After hearing this, Jiang Yu's eyes turned slightly red, tears welling up, but she held them back. She understood that Jiang Ming's heart belonged not only to their small family, but also to the land that needed his protection. Thus, she gently nodded, her voice choked. I understand. Go ahead, but please be sure to return safely. Regarding the child's name, Jiang Ming slowly spoke. I will name him Jiang Liuyan, signifying the passage of time and the weaving of years. I hope he can witness the changes of this era and, more importantly, grow up strong in a time of peace, free from the hardships we have endured. Having said that, Jiang Ming took one last affectionate look at his wife and child, then turned and strode out the door, each step heavy yet resolute. Jiang Yu watched his departing figure, feeling both sad and relieved. She knew that Jiang Ming's choice was for the greater family, for more children to have a peaceful childhood, and she would stay here, guarding their small family, waiting for his return. As the door gently closed, the room returned to silence, leaving only Jiang Yu and Jiang Liuyan relying on each other, along with that deep affection and hope that transcended mountains and rivers, traveling through time and space. Chapter 73. The Last Layer of Illusion, Lost, v. In the following days, Jiang Yu's life seemed to be fast-forwarded, becoming both busy and fulfilling. Every morning, when the first ray of sunlight spilled into the room, she had already begun her day's work. First, she needed to take care of the hungry Jiang Liuyan. Changing diapers, feeding him, and soothing him to sleep all required patience and care. Sometimes, Jiang Liuyan would cry incessantly, leaving Jiang Yu feeling quite exhausted, but she never complained, because she knew this was a stage every new mother goes through. In addition to taking care of the child, Jiang Yu also had to manage all the household affairs. Washing clothes, cooking, cleaning, and buying daily necessities seemed trivial, but occupied most of her time. However, even with such a busy life, Jiang Yu still felt a sense of happiness, because she knew that she was not just Jiang Liuyan's mother, but also a guide on his path to growth. During this process, Jiang Yu gradually learned how to balance family and personal life. She began to try new hobbies, such as reading and painting, to relieve stress. At the same time, she did not forget to keep in touch with her family, sharing her joys and sorrows. In short, this period was both a challenge and an opportunity for Jiang Yu. As she continually adapted and learned, she gradually became an excellent mother. This maternal love would accompany Jiang Liuyan throughout his life, becoming his strongest support. Every morning, when the first ray of sunlight filtered through the window into the room, Jiang Yu began her busy day. She would first prepare breakfast for Jiang Liuyan, then carefully change his diaper and do laundry. After Jiang Liuyan had eaten and drunk enough, Jiang Yu would take him to the yard to bask in the sun, gently rocking him while humming a soft tune, the melody seeming to dispel all fatigue and worries. As Jiang Liunian gradually grew, Jiang Yu began to teach him how to speak, walk, and learn more life skills. Every time she saw her son take unsteady yet determined steps, or hear him call her mama for the first time, an indescribable joy and pride surged in her heart. She knew that these were the best companionship and growth she could give her son in the absence of Jiang Meng. However, life was not always smooth sailing. Sometimes, Jiang Yu would encounter difficulties that were hard to resolve, such as sudden illnesses, shortages of daily necessities, or disputes between neighbors. Whenever this happened, Jiang Yu would always remember Jiang Meng's words before he left. That sense of guarding their home and responsibility seemed to transform into an inner strength, allowing her to face all challenges bravely. To make ends meet, Jiang Yu had to work hard to learn various skills. With her intelligence and perseverance, she learned to knit and sew. Whenever she had free time, she would sit by the window and carefully make beautiful clothes and shoes for Jiang Liunian. Those exquisite garments not only showcased her skillful hands, but also contained her deep love for her son. As for the excess fabric, she wouldn't waste it, but cleverly weave it into various practical items, such as small baskets. Every market day, she would take her carefully woven baskets to sell. Although she could only earn a meager income each time, it was enough for them to buy some necessities. Despite the hardship of life, Jiang Yu always maintained an optimistic outlook, believing that as long as she persevered, the future would surely get better. Every effort was aimed at creating a better growth environment for Jiang Liunian, allowing him to grow up healthy and happy. These seemingly trivial little things became important supports in Jiang Yu's life, embodying her deep love for her son and her beautiful expectations for the future. Under Jiang Yu's careful care, Jiang Liunian gradually grew into a healthy, lively, and intelligent child. He learned to read, write, and understood gratitude and giving. Every time he saw his mother busy, he would actively come forward to help, whether it was bringing her a cup of hot tea or using his small hands to massage her shoulders. These simple gestures filled Jiang Yu's heart with warmth and emotion. Although Jiang Meng was long gone, Jiang Yu never allowed her son to feel a hint of loneliness or absence. She often told Jiang Liunian stories about his father at night. The heroic deeds and noble qualities etched deeply in Jiang Liunian's heart. Each story was like a shining star, illuminating his path forward, helping him understand that his father was a hero worth admiring. These stories seemed to plant a seed of dreams in Jiang Liunian, igniting his inner desires and pursuits. From that moment on, he vowed to take his father as a role model and become a brave, just, and responsible person. This belief burned like a torch in his heart, motivating him to strive continuously. As time passed, Jiang Liunian gradually grew up, and his longing for his father became stronger. However, his mother Jiang Yu was always by his side, giving him endless love and care. She compensated for the paternal love Jiang Liunian had lost in her own way, allowing him to feel the warmth and happiness of family. Under his mother's nurturing, Jiang Liunian grew up to be a sunny, confident, and justice-loving young man. He understood that his father's departure was not the end, but a continuation of spirit. Therefore, he was determined to carry this spirit forward, putting his father's values into practice with real actions. Before Jiang Liunian even stepped through the school gates, Jiang Yu had already wrapped him tightly in her delicate and profound love. Those warm moments were like shining pearls, stringing together his beautiful childhood memories, becoming the most precious treasure on his life's journey. From morning to night, Jiang Yu always silently guarded him. When the sunlight streamed through the window into the room, she would gently wake Jiang Liunian with a tender smile. When night fell, she would carefully tuck him in, gently patting him to sleep. Every hug and every kiss made Jiang Liunian feel endless warmth and security. Whenever Jiang Liunian encountered difficulties or setbacks, Jiang Yu always patiently listened to his troubles, offering him encouragement and support. She would firmly tell him, "Liunian, you can definitely do it." Such words were like a bright lamp, illuminating his path forward. Whether playing in the park or enjoying family time at home, Jiang Yu wholeheartedly immersed herself in every moment, savoring the joy of each second. Every moment they spent together became an indelible, beautiful memory in Jiang Liunian's heart. With Jiang Yu's companionship, Jiang Liunian grew up strong and healthy. Her love was his driving force and his spiritual harbor. This selfless maternal love was like a spring breeze, warming his heart. In spring, the earth awakens from its slumber. Grass and trees sprout tender green buds, and flowers burst forth in vibrant colors, filling the air with vitality and energy. The sky is as blue as a gemstone, often dotted with colorful kites floating aloft, dancing in the air like a magnificent rainbow. Jiang Yu knew that Jiang Liunian longed for the kites flying freely in the sky. But due to limited family conditions, they could not afford expensive kites. So, she decided to make a large kite for her son with bamboo strips and colored paper. After much effort, she finally succeeded in creating a beautiful kite. That day, the sun was just right and the gentle breeze was pleasant. Jiang Yu took Jiang Liunian to an open space behind the village. She patiently taught him how to let out and reel in a line, and how to control the kite's direction. Jiang Liunian held the spool tightly in his hands, his eyes fixed on the kite in the sky, his face filled with anticipation. When the kite finally soared high into the blue sky, excitement and joy sparkled in Jiang Liunian's eyes. He ran joyfully, trying to make the kite fly higher and farther. Jiang Yu stood by, watching her son's happy figure, her heart filled with satisfaction and happiness. In this beautiful moment, Jiang Yu felt that all her efforts were worthwhile. She was willing to use her love and care to create more joy and beautiful memories for Jiang Liunian. And Jiang Liunian would forever remember this moment, remembering the warmth and companionship his mother gave him. On summer nights, with stars twinkling and a gentle breeze blowing, it was the best time for Jiang Yu to tell Jiang Liunian stories. She would gently bring 2 bamboo chairs, place them under the dense tree in the yard, and then carefully hold Jiang Liunian as they sat on them. Jiang Yu's voice was soft and magnetic, like a cool breeze on a summer night, gently brushing against Jiang Liunian's heartstrings. She told a variety of stories, featuring brave knights, clever foxes, and kind little fairies. Each story was filled with fantasy and color, like a vibrant painting unfolding before Jiang Liunian's eyes. Sometimes, Jiang Yu would tell stories about courage and justice, encouraging Jiang Liunian to face difficulties bravely. Sometimes, she would share interesting fairy tales that made Jiang Liunian laugh heartily, and at other times, she would narrate stories about family and friendship, allowing Jiang Liunian to feel warmth and love. Jiang Liunian was always captivated, his eyes sparkling with curiosity and his face beaming with innocent smiles. He would occasionally ask various questions, and Jiang Yu would patiently answer them one by one, guiding him to think and stimulating his imagination. These storytelling sessions on summer nights not only enriched Jiang Liunian's spiritual world, but also deepened the emotional bond between him and his mother. On this tranquil summer night, Jiang Yu wove beautiful dreams for Jiang Liunian with her stories, allowing him to grow in a warm atmosphere and feel the depth of maternal love. In the golden autumn season, when the fruits were fragrant, it was a time of harvest. Jiang Yu would take Jiang Liunian to the orchard to experience nature's generous gifts. They would hold baskets and happily weave between the fruit trees, carefully selecting the plump and bright fruits. Jiang Liunian was always exceptionally excited, tirelessly picking the fruits, and each one he picked brought him immense joy, as if he had found treasure. When he discovered the largest fruit, he would unhesitatingly hand it to his mother, his face filled with pride and joy. Jiang Yu would smile as she received the fruit, her eyes full of contentment and warmth. They would also taste the freshly picked fruits together, the freshness and sweetness seeming to reach deep into their souls, making them forget all worries and fatigue. In this process, Jiang Yu not only taught Jiang Liunian how to discern the ripeness of the fruits, but also let him experience the joy of labor and the happiness of harvest. This parent-child time brought their hearts closer together and allowed them to grow together. In the cold winter, the howling winds ruthlessly ravaged the earth, and the snowflakes fell like goose feathers, covering the entire world in a silver cloak. During this icy season, Jiang Yu always found ways to bring warmth and care to her son, Jiang Liunian. To ward off the cold, Jiang Yu would knit a thick sweater for Jiang Liunian. Every evening, she would sit by the window, using the faint light to knit stitch by stitch. Her technique was skilled and nimble, with each stitch filled with love. Jiang Liunian would quietly snuggle beside his mother, focusing on watching the colorful yarn dance between her deft fingers, as if a magical performance was unfolding. Gradually, the yarn gathered into a soft fabric, eventually transforming into a warm garment. Sometimes, Jiang Liunian couldn't help but stretch out his little hands, trying to help. Although his movements were somewhat clumsy, the intention brought immense comfort to Jiang Yu. At such times, Jiang Yu would smile and encourage him, patiently teaching him how to wind the yarn or organize the yarn balls. These warm moments became beautiful memories shared between mother and son. When the sweater was finally completed, Jiang Liunian could hardly wait to put it on. At that moment, a warm current spread throughout his body, and he felt unprecedented warmth and happiness. He knew that this sweater was not just a tool to ward off the winter cold, but a symbol of his mother's deep love and care for him. No matter how cold the world outside was, as long as his mother was by his side, he would never feel lonely or helpless. In this cold winter, Jiang Yu used her hands to weave a unique warmth for Jiang Liuyan. This warmth would accompany them through every cold day, becoming their most precious memory. Those ordinary yet incredibly warm moments, like twinkling stars, illuminated Jiang Liuyan's entire childhood. In this warm glow, he learned early on to be grateful, brave, and kind. Thanks to Jiang Yu's love and companionship, he thrived and laid a solid foundation for his future life. Every detail was so real and vivid that one could almost feel the joy and happiness of those times. Jiang Yu's careful nurturing allowed Jiang Liuyan to feel endless love and care during his growth. She not only taught him how to face difficulties in life, but also cultivated his tenacity. Under Jiang Yu's guidance, Jiang Liuyan gradually understood the importance of gratitude. He knew that everything he had was hard-earned, and thus cherished the people and things around him even more. This quality would accompany him throughout his life, becoming his guiding principle in dealing with others. At the same time, Jiang Yu also taught Jiang Liuyan to face the challenges of life with courage. No matter what difficulties he encountered, he should not give up easily, but instead forge ahead to overcome them. This courage would enable Jiang Liuyan to go further on his future path. Most importantly, Jiang Yu demonstrated the power of kindness through her actions. She was always willing to help others and cared about their needs. This kindness influenced Jiang Liuyan, teaching him from a young age to help others and care for the vulnerable. Growing up in such an environment, Jiang Liuyan became strong, optimistic, and full of love. Deep in his heart, the warm light given by Jiang Yu would forever shine brightly, guiding him toward a better future. Chapter 74, The Final Layer of Illusion. Lost, Part 6. In addition to those seasonal, beautiful memories, Jiang Yu also poured her love and care for Jiang Liuyan into every little detail of daily life. Every morning, when the first ray of sunlight peeked through the curtain, gently brushing against Jiang Liuyan's cheek, Jiang Yu would have already quietly risen to prepare breakfast for him. She knew that a nutritious breakfast was crucial for her child's growth. Therefore, she always varied the meals, preparing a variety of delicious foods for Jiang Liuyan, sometimes rich milk paired with soft bread, and sometimes hot millet porridge with fresh vegetable puree. These were all carefully selected ingredients, hoping to provide Jiang Liuyan with ample energy and nutrition. Whenever Jiang Liuyan rubbed his eyes and groggily climbed out of bed, seeing the table filled with his favorite foods, his eyes would always sparkle with surprise and satisfaction. Jiang Yu would smile beside him, watching him enjoy breakfast, and that happiness and contentment seemed sweeter than any food she could eat herself. She would carefully wipe the crumbs from the corners of his mouth and gently remind him to eat slowly and not choke. All of this seemed ordinary but was filled with endless love. In this warm morning time, the mother and son shared this tranquility and joy. Their interactions were filled with the warmth of family affection and the power of love. Jiang Liuyan felt his mother's care and protection, and Jiang Yu enjoyed the happiness of accompanying her son as he grew. Such a life, though simple, was the most beautiful. In the afternoon, sunlight poured through the window into the room, making the entire space appear particularly soft and warm, which was also Jiang Liuyan's favorite nap time. Jiang Yu knew he liked this atmosphere, so she prepared a small cradle early on. She carefully laid a soft cushion in the cradle and specially selected a few of Jiang Liuyan's favorite toys to place nearby. Once everything was ready, she gently placed her son in the cradle and began to rock it lightly. Accompanied by the rocking of the cradle, Jiang Yu started to hum softly those gentle lullabies. Her singing was like heavenly music, making Jiang Liuyan feel incredibly safe and comfortable. In this warm moment, Jiang Yu was always extra cautious, fearing that any sound she made would disturb her son's sweet dreams. She quietly watched over him, her gaze tenderly fixed on Jiang Liuyan's innocent and peaceful face. The endless tenderness and love in her eyes seemed to melt everything. At this moment, time seemed to stand still, with only the deep maternal love and familial affection between Jiang Yu and Jiang Liuyan filling the air. In the evening, as the sun gradually set, golden rays spilled over the small courtyard, as if draping everything in a layer of warm glow. At this time, Jiang Yu would always take Jiang Liuyan to play some simple and fun parent-child games, which became the moments they looked forward to every day. Sometimes they would play hide-and-seek. Jiang Liuyan is always as excited as a little monkey running around trying to find the perfect hiding place. He would hide behind the curtains or crawl into the closet, happily waiting for Jiang Yu to find him. Jiang Yu would deliberately pretend not to see him, making him feel incredibly proud and satisfied. Sometimes they would build blocks together. Jiang Yu would patiently guide Jiang Liuyan on how to choose the right blocks and how to build taller and sturdier structures. Jiang Liuyan would listen carefully to his mother's guidance, trying hard, and even if he occasionally failed, he wouldn't be discouraged but would continue to try until he succeeded. Looking at the castle he built with his own hands, Jiang Liuyan's face would be filled with pride and joy. At other times, they would paint together. Jiang Yu would take out brushes and paints, encouraging Jiang Liuyan to use his imagination to draw the beautiful world in his heart. Jiang Liuyan would depict blue skies, white clouds, flowers, trees, and little animals with his tender strokes. Each painting was a true reflection of his inner world. Jiang Yu would sincerely appreciate his artwork, offering affirmation and praise, allowing him to feel his own worth and sense of achievement. These games not only filled Jiang Liuyan's childhood with laughter, but also taught him cooperation, sharing, and creativity. Through his interactions with Jiang Yu, he learned to communicate and connect with others, cultivating good interpersonal skills. At the same time, these games also exercised his thinking and hands-on abilities, allowing him to grow joyfully. As night fell and silence enveloped the earth, Jiang Yu would quietly come to Jiang Liuyan's bedside, softly telling him those heartwarming bedtime stories. These stories either stemmed from ancient legends or were cleverly adapted from everyday life. Her tone was gentle and rhythmic, like a spell, guiding Jiang Liuyan swiftly into sweet dreams. Surrounded by the stories, Jiang Liuyan's dreams were often filled with whimsical ideas and beautiful aspirations. Occasionally, he would even embark on a wonderful adventure with the protagonist from the stories, enjoying unrestrained joy. In the daily life of Jiang Yu and Jiang Liuyan, there were many touching and detailed moments. These details, like warm sunshine, silently nourished Jiang Liuyan's heart. Whenever the rainy season arrived, the sky was always shrouded in dark clouds, unpredictable, as if a heavy downpour could happen at any moment. Raindrops would patter against the window, as if telling a story. At such times, Jiang Yu would pay special attention to Jiang Liuyan's emotional changes, fearing he might feel disappointed for not being able to go out and play. Therefore, she always thought of various ways to make rainy days fun. Sometimes, she would take out colorful paints and paper, then paint with Jiang Liuyan, teaching him how to depict the world in the rain with his brush. The raindrops, puddles, and the occasional fish jumping out of the water all came to life under their brushes. Sometimes, she would tell Jiang Liuyan stories about rainy days, like the wonderful adventure of a little raindrop or the beautiful legend of a rainbow after the rain. These stories immersed Jiang Liuyan in endless imagination, making him forget the continuous rain outside. Whenever Jiang Liuyan accidentally stepped into a puddle and splashed water everywhere, Jiang Yu would always smile and help him clean up, and that tenderness and care made Jiang Liuyan feel the warmth and safety of home. In those ordinary yet warm days, Jiang Yu's love for Jiang Liuyan permeated every little detail, and those unintentional moments became the softest memories in Jiang Liuyan's heart. It was a day of continuous spring rain, with the air filled with a damp scent, making the entire world seem exceptionally fresh. Jiang Yu gently took Jiang Liuyan's little hand, walking on the way home. The sky was gray, as if covered by a thin veil, and the fine rain fell like a beautiful melody, lightly brushing against their faces, bringing a touch of coolness. Jiang Yu opened a large umbrella, carefully holding Jiang Liuyan tightly in her arms, afraid he would get wet from the rain. The umbrella wasn't very big, but she always tilted most of it towards Jiang Liuyan, while her own shoulder got soaked. However, she seemed unconcerned about this. Her eyes only held care and love for her child. Jiang Liuyan looked up at his mother, his bright and clear eyes filled with love. His little face was beaming with an innocent smile, and the slightly damp tips of his hair added to his cuteness. He reached out his small hand and gently touched Jiang Yu's cheek, as if to say, "Mom, don't get wet in the rain either." At that moment, Jiang Yu's heart was filled with emotion and happiness. She deeply understood that this pure love was mutual. Although the child was still young, he already knew how to care for and be considerate of others. This selfless emotion made her feel incredibly warm and made her realize the power of love was so strong. On this drizzly spring day, Jiang Yu and Jiang Liuyan walked hand in hand in the rain, enjoying this rare moment of tranquility. Their figures gradually faded into the distance in the rain, leaving behind a trail of warmth, as beautiful and moving as flowers blooming in spring. One time, Jiang Liuyan accidentally fell ill, suffering from high fever and coughing all night long. Jiang Yu was anxious and heartbroken, staying by his bedside, sleepless through the night. She gently placed a wet towel on Jiang Liuyan's forehead, changing it periodically, trying to lower his temperature and ease his discomfort. Whenever Jiang Liuyan woke up from coughing, Jiang Yu would tenderly stroke his back and softly comfort him, saying, "Don't be afraid, baby, mommy is here with you. You will be better soon." Under Jiang Yu's meticulous care and attentive concern, Jiang Liunian's condition gradually improved. Finally, after several days of careful nursing, Jiang Liunian fully recovered. He tightly hugged Jiang Yu, his eyes glistening with tears, as if to tell his mother, "Mom, thank you for always being by my side to take care of me. I love you." Seeing her child's healthy smile, Jiang Yu felt a deep sense of relief and emotion. She knew that, as a mother, no matter what difficulties she faced, she must stay strong and guard her child, giving them endless love and care. Jiang Liunian's birthday is approaching, and Jiang Yu wants to give him a unique gift. So, she starts planning to make it herself. After careful consideration, she decides to create a cute animal plush toy for Jiang Liunian. Over the next week, Jiang Yu spent a lot of time and effort searching for materials and making the toy. She chooses soft fabrics and bright colored paper, sewing together a lifelike little animal figure stitch by stitch. The entire process requires immense patience and skill, but Jiang Yu does not give up. Finally, a delicate plush toy is completed. However, this is just the first step. Jiang Yu wants to make the toy even more special. After careful research, she discovers that she can install a small music box inside the toy, so that with a gentle press of a button, it can play Jiang Liunian's favorite nursery rhyme melody. With this in mind, Jiang Yu immediately begins to cleverly incorporate the music box into the toy. On Jiang Liunian's birthday, Jiang Yu presents the carefully wrapped gift to him. When Jiang Liunian opens the gift box and sees the adorable plush toy inside, his eyes instantly light up. Then, curiously, he presses the button on the toy, and the wonderful nursery rhyme melody begins to play. Hearing the familiar song, Jiang Liunian jumps up excitedly, tightly hugging the toy, his face beaming with happiness. Watching her son's joyful expression, Jiang Yu feels a deep sense of satisfaction. She understands that behind this seemingly simple gift lies her endless love and blessings for Jiang Liunian. Although the gift itself is not expensive, the sentiment it carries is priceless. At that moment, Jiang Yu profoundly realizes how important it is to give true love to her child. Every night, when darkness falls and the world becomes silent, Jiang Liunian always slowly drifts off to sleep to the gentle whispers of his mother, Jiang Yu. During these moments, Jiang Yu gently turns to lie beside her son, tenderly stroking his forehead, and then begins to share with him the little fun happenings of the day. "Today, Mom made your favorite braised pork," Jiang Yu tells Jiang Liunian with a light laugh. "And guess what? I saw a little kitten on the road today. It was so cute, chasing a butterfly." Upon hearing this, Jiang Liunian can't help but laugh out loud. "Wow, Mom, I really want to see that little kitten." Then, Jiang Yu asks Jiang Liunian, "Sweetheart, did you have any interesting things to share with Mom from school today? Or is there anything unhappy that you could tell Mom about?" Jiang Liunian blinked and recalled, "Today, the teacher praised me and said my homework was done very well. Also, I made a new friend named Xiaoming, and we played games together. It was so much fun." "That's great, sweetheart." Jiang Yu revealed a pleased smile. "Mom hopes you can always be this happy. So, do you have any dreams for the future?" Jiang Liunian thought seriously for a moment and said, "I want to become a doctor in the future and help more people regain their health." Jiang Yu's eyes sparkled with pride as she tightly held Jiang Liunian's hand and encouraged him. "Darling, as long as you study hard, you can definitely achieve your dreams." Such conversations took place every night, and these whispered words tightened the bond between mother and son. Jiang Yu also took this opportunity to teach Jiang Liunian how to express his inner thoughts and feelings, helping him understand that love is mutual and requires care for one another. It was this meticulous and tender care that, like a warm spring breeze, blew into Jiang Liunian's heart. Under Jiang Yu's nurturing, Jiang Liunian grew up strong, kind, brave, and responsible. He understood that no matter how rugged the road ahead, his mother's love would always be his solid backing, giving him endless strength. These everyday trivial matters were like brilliant pearls, stringing together Jiang Liunian's childhood, allowing him to bask in the warmth of maternal love from a young age and deeply comprehend the greatness of a mother's love. Thanks to Jiang Yu's attentive care, Jiang Liunian not only grew physically strong and cheerful, but also understood the essence of gratitude, bravery, and kindness. He knew that no matter where he would go in the future, his mother's love would always be like a bright lighthouse, illuminating his path forward. Chapter 75. The Last Layer of Illusion, Lost 7. Jiang Yu had a unique passion and talent for cooking, especially in making various exquisite and delicious snacks, in which she had profound skills. Whenever Jiang Liuyan expressed a preference for a certain delicacy, she would silently remember this fondness and attempt to personally cook it. Once, Jiang Liuyan casually mentioned that the sugar fire cakes sold by the vendor at the school gate were particularly delicious and memorable. However, Jiang Yu believed that food from outside often posed hygiene and nutritional risks. Therefore, she spent an entire precious afternoon immersed in recipes, constantly experimenting with various ingredient combinations. In the end, she successfully created a version of sugar fire cakes that tasted similar to those from the school gate, but with better hygiene and nutritional value. In the process of making sugar fire cakes, Jiang Yu put in a lot of effort. She knew that Jiang Liuyan had a sweet tooth, but she also worried that excessive sugar could affect his health. After careful consideration, she decided to cleverly adjust the amount of sugar to ensure the sweetness of the sugar fire cakes was just right, satisfying Jiang Liuyan's taste buds without burdening his body. Additionally, Jiang Yu creatively added a small amount of crushed nuts to the sugar filling, which made the texture of the sugar fire cakes richer and more layered. Moreover, nuts are rich in proteins and unsaturated fatty acids, adding more nutritional value to this traditional snack. When Jiang Liuyan tasted this special treat, he was surprised to find his favorite nuts hidden within. At that moment, he felt an indescribable joy and emotion. He deeply appreciated Jiang Yu's concern and thoughtful efforts. This intense love warmed his heart, just like the sweetness of the sugar fire cakes. As evening approached, after a day of studying, Jiang Liuyan returned home and immediately saw the delicious snacks he had been longing for on the dining table. The sudden surprise and emotion left him momentarily speechless. He eagerly picked up a piece of sugar fire cake and began to chew, continuously expressing his admiration. Seeing him devour the cakes, Jiang Yu's face radiated with satisfaction and pride. Jiang Yu and Jiang Liuyan built a beautiful little garden together in the small courtyard in front of their home. During the process of planting the garden, they also made a small wooden sign together, inscribed with "Our Garden" along with their names. This sign was placed prominently in the garden, witnessing their joint efforts. Every time Jiang Liuyan saw this sign, he would remember the joyful time spent planting and watering with Jiang Yu, filling his heart with warmth and happiness. Additionally, they specially made small labels for each plant in the garden, indicating the plant's name, growth habits, and care methods. These labels not only helped them better understand the plants, but also taught them how to care for and nurture life. Whenever Jiang Liuyan saw these labels, he would think of Jiang Yu's teachings and love, fostering a sense of reverence and appreciation for life. They carefully selected each seed, diligently tilled the soil, sowed, watered, and lovingly nurtured this small garden. Whenever they had free time, they would intuitively go to the garden to closely observe the growth of the plants. They enthusiastically discussed which plants needed more sunlight and which needed more water. In this process, they not only learned a lot about plants, but also strengthened their bond. As time passed, the little garden gradually blossomed with colorful flowers, and several vegetable plants also thrived. They were vibrant and full of life. Every time Jiang Liuyan saw the plants he had personally cultivated bloom and bear fruit, he was always excited. In this process, Jiang Liuyan learned to patiently wait and take on responsibilities. He understood that only by putting in effort could one reap beautiful rewards. All of this allowed him to deeply experience the miracle of life's growth. This little garden became a part of their lives, witnessing their hard work and beautiful memories. Here, they spent countless joyful moments together, enjoying the beauty brought by nature. Every year, the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Yuan Festival is a special day. This festival means endless joy and surprise for Jiang Yu, as it is a day to bring happiness to her son, Jiang Liuyan. This year, Jiang Yu decided to throw him a unique party. She carefully selected some of Jiang Liuyan's favorite blue balloons and personally made a beautiful balloon arch. She also decorated the room with colorful paper, creating a cheerful atmosphere. Additionally, she set up a game area with various fun mini-games for the children to enjoy. Of course, no party would be complete without food. Jiang Yu specially prepared many snacks and drinks that children love, such as chocolate cake, chips, and juice. She hoped that through these delicious foods, everyone would feel the joy of the festival. Finally, everything was ready. When Jiang Liuyan returned home from school and saw the decorated room and the delicious food on the table, his eyes lit up. He excitedly ran to Jiang Yu and tightly hugged her, expressing his gratitude. As night fell, the party officially began. Jiang Liuyan invited a few good friends to his home to share this joy. The children played happily in the game area, with laughter and cheers echoing. They played games like riddle guessing, puzzle competitions, and frisbee, enjoying a delightful evening. Watching her son and his friends having fun, Jiang Yu's heart was filled with happiness and satisfaction. She knew that these beautiful memories would become the most precious treasure of Jiang Liunyin's childhood. As a mother, she was willing to spend more time and energy accompanying her child's growth, leaving him with more unforgettable memories. While planning the children's day party, Jiang Yu also prepared some small gifts for Jiang Liunyin and his friends. She carefully selected books, toys, and snacks that each child liked and put them in beautiful gift bags. When the children received these unexpected surprises, their faces were filled with happy smiles. Additionally, Jiang Yu prepared a special talent show segment for the party. She encouraged Jiang Liunyin and his friends to showcase their talents and skills, whether it was singing, dancing, or storytelling, so they could receive applause and encouragement from everyone. This segment not only allowed the children to express themselves, but also enhanced their confidence and communication skills. Jiang Liunyin performed exceptionally well during this segment, confidently singing a song he loved, winning enthusiastic applause from the audience. In that moment, he deeply felt Jiang Yu's support and encouragement, and that happiness and pride were evident on his face. On this special night, Jiang Yu also realized the importance of family warmth and affection. She hoped that through such activities, the children would learn to cherish friendships and feel the love of their families. At the same time, she looked forward to each day in the future being filled with laughter and warmth, just like today. Sometimes, Jiang Liunyin would feel anxious or uneasy due to various matters, especially in the quiet of the night when those negative emotions felt like an invisible hand tightly gripping his heart, making it hard for him to breathe. During these times, Jiang Yu always keenly sensed her son's unease. She would unhesitatingly put down whatever she was doing, gently walk to his bedside, and extend her warm palm to hold his hand tightly. Her eyes were filled with concern and love, as if she could see the fears and worries deep within him through his eyes. She comforted him in a gentle yet firm voice. "Don't be afraid, my child. Everything will be okay." Then Jiang Yu began to tell him stories from her childhood. She shared with Jiang Liunyin that she had also faced many hardships, but it was these experiences that shaped her resilient character. She also recounted how she overcame numerous difficulties and gradually moved toward success. Her words were like a spring breeze, soothing Jiang Liunyin's heart, filling him with warmth and strength. At the same time, Jiang Yu encouraged Jiang Liunyin to bravely face the various challenges in life. She said, "Life is an adventure. Only by courageously taking each step can we gain more growth and surprises." With Jiang Yu's companionship and comfort, Jiang Liunyin's mood gradually calmed down. His previously restless heart slowly regained its peace, finding confidence and courage once more. He knew that no matter what setbacks or difficulties he might encounter on the road ahead, he would no longer feel alone or afraid, because his mother would always be his strongest support, silently backing him up and protecting him. In the late night, while accompanying Jiang Liunyin, Jiang Yu would gently pat his back and hum a soft lullaby. This lullaby was sung to her by her mother when she was a child, and now she passed it on to Jiang Liunyin. Whenever he heard this familiar melody, Jiang Liunyin's heart would gradually calm down, as if surrounded by a warm force. Additionally, Jiang Yu would place a book of his favorite stories on the bedside, gently flipping through it and narrating stories filled with wisdom and courage in a soft voice. These stories not only helped Jiang Liunyin forget his worries, but also sparked his curiosity and longing for the unknown world. Under Jiang Yu's gentle watch, Jiang Liunyin learned how to face difficulties and challenges in life, becoming stronger and braver. In the quiet of the night, the moonlight poured through the window and illuminated the bed. Jiang Yu quietly sat beside Jiang Liunyin, listening to his heart. Jiang Liunyin poured out his troubles and worries, and Jiang Yu silently listened, not interrupting him, nor rushing to provide answers or suggestions. She understood that at that moment, Jiang Liunyin needed a listener, not a decision-maker. As Jiang Liunyin's emotions gradually calmed down, Jiang Yu gently held his hand and softly asked, "Do you feel better now?" Jiang Liunyin nodded, a hint of fatigue on his face. Jiang Yu continued, "Then let's think together about what solutions we can come up with for these problems." Her tone was full of encouragement and trust, making Jiang Liunyin feel that he was not alone. They analyzed the root of the problems together, exploring various solutions. Jiang Yu occasionally offered constructive suggestions, but more often, she silently supported Jiang Liunyin, allowing him to find the solutions on his own. Throughout this process, Jiang Yu maintained patience and tenderness. She knew that, for Jiang Liunyin, this was not just a problem-solving process, but also an opportunity for growth and self-awareness. She was willing to accompany him on this journey and witness his growth. When Jiang Liunyin finally found a feasible solution, Jiang Yu gave him the warmest applause and praise. She said, "I knew you could do it. Your effort and perseverance will surely bear the fruits of success. In addition to verbal encouragement, Jiang Yu would also prepare some warm drinks for Jiang Liuyan, such as a cup of warm milk or a light tea. These drinks not only helped him relax, but also made him feel the warmth and care of home. With Jiang Yu's companionship, Jiang Liuyan gradually learned how to face difficulties and challenges, becoming stronger and braver. He knew that no matter when or where, as long as Jiang Yu was by his side, he would no longer feel lonely. These meticulous care and love were like warm sunshine and sweet dew, nourishing Jiang Liuyan's heart. With Jiang Yu's companionship, he learned how to love, how to be grateful, and how to face challenges in life. These precious experiences and memories would become the most solid foundation on his life path, allowing him to move forward bravely and continuously pursue his dreams in the future. In this loving world, Jiang Liuyan felt endless warmth and happiness. Each act of care was so sincere and profound, like a clear spring flowing through his heart. He learned to cherish this hard-earned affection, nurturing it with his heart, allowing it to always maintain its beauty. At the same time, he also understood that love requires giving. He began to take the initiative to care for those around him, expressing his love for them in his own way. This transformation made him more mature and confident, and earned him more love and respect from others. When facing difficulties in life, Jiang Liuyan no longer shrank back, but bravely embraced the challenges. Because he knew that no matter what difficulties he encountered, Jiang Yu would silently support him from behind. This firm belief made him incredibly strong and allowed him to maintain an optimistic and positive attitude in the face of difficulties. On the road to chasing dreams, Jiang Liuyan never stopped moving forward. He studied hard, constantly improving his abilities. Each progress made him feel immensely proud and strengthened his belief that as long as he persevered, he would be able to realize his dreams. In the days to come, Jiang Liuyan will continue to move forward with this love and courage. He believes that no matter what challenges lie ahead, he can overcome all difficulties with his own strength and achieve his life's value. Chapter 76. The Last Layer of Illusion. Lost. 8. As the footsteps of summer quietly approached, Jiang Yu and Jiang Liuyan decided to build a secret base in their backyard, a small world that belonged only to the two of them. This plan originated from a chance night when Jiang Liuyan gazed up at the brilliant starry sky, deeply captivated by the vast universe. At that moment, he seemed to see strange life forms and endless mysteries on distant planets, and a strong desire surged within him. I want to explore those unknown worlds. Seeing the spark in her son's eyes, Jiang Yu felt an infinite tenderness and encouragement in her heart. She knew that a child's dream is like the brightest star in the night sky, needing love and support to shine. So, she smiled at Jiang Liuyan and said, "Sweetheart, I will always support your dreams. Let's work together to make it happen." Hearing this, Jiang Liuyan jumped up excitedly and hugged Jiang Yu tightly. From that moment on, they began to plan how to create their own secret base. Jiang Yu and Jiang Liuyan collected materials together and got to work. They built a small wooden house using planks and nails, inside of which were a small table, 2 chairs, and some books and models about space and aerospace. Outside the wooden house, they planted various flowers, plants, and trees, and built a small observatory for Jiang Liuyan to observe the starry sky. Additionally, they installed a swing in the yard, allowing Jiang Liuyan to feel freedom and joy even during his breaks. After a period of hard work, the secret base was finally completed. When Jiang Liuyan first stepped into this dreamy place, his eyes were filled with surprise and emotion. This was not only his playground, but also the starting point for chasing his dreams. He thanked his mother for her support and help, and resolved to study harder and strive to realize his dreams. From then on, Jiang Yu and Jiang Liuyan often spent happy times in their secret base. They read books about the world beyond the secret base, discussed wonderful phenomena in the starry seas outside. They observed the night sky together, searching for constellations and shooting stars. They made crafts together, creating their own spaceships with colored paper and paint. Throughout this process, Jiang Liuyan learned a lot of knowledge and cultivated his creativity and imagination. At the same time, he understood that as long as one has dreams and works hard for them, they can definitely be realized. Although it was called a secret base, it was actually a small area in the yard that Jiang Yu set aside to satisfy Jiang Liuyan's curiosity. In the open space of the backyard, Jiang Yu and Jiang Liuyan began their adventure to build their own secret base. The two worked together to clear the weeds from the ground and carefully level the land. This seemingly simple task required them to put in a lot of sweat and time. However, when they completed it together, the sense of accomplishment was immensely satisfying. Next, They began to transport the necessary building materials, such as planks, nails, and ropes. Although this work made them feel a bit tired, every time they looked up, they could see the smiles on each other's faces, as if all the fatigue had vanished. Jiang Liuyan also showcased his creativity, picking up colored pencils to draw magical battleships and other things on the planks. Every stroke was filled with imaginative ideas, instantly giving the secret base a sci-fi feel. After several days of hard work, a humble yet imaginative secret base finally appeared before them. Its entrance was small and exquisite, surrounded by dense vines and colorful wildflowers, resembling a scene from a fairy tale. Inside, there were soft mats that made it comfortable and cozy. The walls were adorned with the drawings that Jiang Yu and Jiang Liuyan created together, filled with Jiang Liuyan's imagination. And the vibrant patterns made one feel as if they were in the vast galaxy. Under the starry sky, the secret base became a place of courage, dreams, and unknown adventures. Whenever night fell, Jiang Yu and Jiang Liuyan would sneak into their carefully crafted secret base, starting thrilling storytelling sessions under the stars. This small world seemed to become a bridge connecting them to dreams and adventures, linking reality with endless imagination. Jiang Yu's voice was gentle and magnetic, and the stories he told were always captivating. Tonight, he shared the secret of the Dark Demon Tiger clan, a legacy that had lasted for 1,000 years. A tale of courage, sacrifice, and resistance. In the distant depths of the universe, there was a mysterious place called the Secret Realm, inhabited by the Dark Demon Tiger clan. They possessed great power and were the guardians of the secret realm. However, peaceful days did not last long, as a group of foreign demons suddenly appeared, ruthless and merciless, living by slaughter and plunder. The demons coveted the treasures of the secret realm and the power of the Dark Demon Tiger clan, launching fierce attacks. The battles were exceptionally brutal, and the warriors of the Dark Demon Tiger clan fought valiantly. But the demons were numerous and powerful, and they gradually fell into a disadvantage. At that moment, a young dark demon tiger named Ling Xiao appeared. Ling Xiao possessed extraordinary wisdom and courage, leading a group of similarly young warriors in a thrilling counterattack. They took advantage of the geographical features of the secret realm, setting up clever traps that successfully inflicted heavy damage on the demon vanguard. However, the demon leader was not willing to give up easily. He personally led the army to launch another fierce attack on the secret realm. Ling Xiao and his companions faced unprecedented challenges, but they did not back down. They defended their home with their lives and blood, ultimately succeeding in driving the demons out of the secret realm. Ling Xiao's deeds spread throughout the universe, and he became a hero in the hearts of countless people. His courage and wisdom became the eternal pride of the Dark Demon Tiger clan. After Jiang Yu finished telling this story, Jiang Liuyan's eyes sparkled with determination. He realized that the universe not only had beautiful planets and dazzling starry skies, but also fierce creatures and unknown challenges. He secretly vowed to become a brave astronaut in the future, to explore the unknown universe and protect innocent lives like the Dark Demon Tiger clan. Under the starry sky, a vow was made, the inheritance and embarkation of dreams. As Jiang Yu's story deepened, an unquenchable flame ignited in Jiang Liuyan's heart, a desire for the unknown world and a pursuit of courage and wisdom. He began to study scientific knowledge more seriously, especially about the universe and astronomy, dreaming that one day he could personally unveil the mysteries of distant galaxies. In that mysterious and quiet secret base, Jiang Liuyan listened intently to Jiang Yu's sharing of heroic legends. These stories illuminated the fire of dreams in his heart like brilliant stars, inspiring his endless imagination and creativity. As more stories were told, Jiang Liuyan even began to fantasize about becoming an exceptional starship pilot. He closed his eyes, and in his mind, a vast universe emerged, where he transformed into a young and fearless starship pilot, navigating a starship named Starlight through the galaxy, bravely heading toward the unknown starry sky. In this fantastical story, he encountered all kinds of strange creatures, some friendly and some hostile, but he maintained kindness and courage, using wisdom to resolve crises and win their trust and friendship. He even courageously challenged those legendary demons in his imagination, engaging in thrilling battles of wit and strength. A seed gradually ignited in Jiang Liuyan's heart, a seed to become an excellent starship pilot. To support Jiang Liuyan's dream, Jiang Yu not only bought him more astronomy books and models, but also began teaching him how to use a telescope, how to identify constellations, and even how to predict the weather based on celestial phenomena. These practical skills deepened Jiang Liuyan's understanding of the universe and further fueled his passion for exploring the unknown. Since then, Jiang Liuyan worked harder at his studies, constantly accumulating knowledge and training his body in preparation for future space journeys. The secret base became a sacred place in his heart, not only holding his dreams of the universe, but also recording his growth and his relentless pursuit of courage, wisdom, and peace. Under the witness of the starry sky, Jiang Liuyan's dream ship had set sail, bravely heading into the depths of the unknown universe. Sometimes, they would use the telescope to observe the night sky, searching for constellations that only existed in stories. Whenever this happened, Jiang Liuyan felt one step closer to his dream. He seemed to see himself piloting a spaceship, traversing the vast universe. Jiang Yu looked at the light in her son's eyes, filled with comfort and pride. She knew that this small secret base not only inspired Jiang Liuyan's dreams and courage, but also taught him the determination to face the unknown and challenges. All of this was the result of their joint efforts. It was a sunny day that lifted one's spirits, with the sky as clear and blue as a giant sapphire. On such a beautiful day, a strong impulse suddenly surged in Jiang Liuyan's heart, a desire to share his joy with others. This impulse drove him to invite his good friends to visit the secret base that held extraordinary significance for him. This secret base carried too many of Jiang Liuyan's memories and emotions. It witnessed countless joyful moments and his growth. It was a safe haven for his soul and a paradise for relaxation. Whenever he came here, all his troubles would vanish, replaced by inner peace and joy. Therefore, when he thought about sharing this special place with his friends, he felt filled with anticipation and excitement. Without hesitation, Jiang Liuyan quickly picked up the communication stone and called his friends. With an enthusiastic voice, he extended a heartfelt invitation and described the location and features of the secret base in detail. He hoped his friends could feel his sincerity and enthusiasm and would be willing to put aside their tasks to explore this mysterious and beautiful place together. When his friends stepped into the secret base, their eyes sparkled with excitement and curiosity. They were drawn to the little world that Jiang Liuyan had meticulously crafted, as if entering a fantastical realm. Here, they could unleash their imaginations and forget all their worries. Soon, everyone began to play a role-playing game. Jiang Liuyan transformed into a brave starship pilot, leading his team on an exhilarating space adventure. They traversed star systems, explored unknown planets, and faced various challenges bravely. Everyone was immersed in the fun of the game, with laughter echoing in the air. However, during a simulated space exploration, an accident occurred. Jiang Liuyan accidentally fell and scraped his knee, causing blood to seep out. His friends immediately gathered around him, their faces filled with concern. Someone quickly handed him a tissue to gently wipe the wound. Someone softly comforted him, telling him not to be afraid. And another person volunteered to help him complete the remaining exploration tasks. In that moment, Jiang Liuyan felt the true meaning of friendship. This feeling was like warm sunlight, illuminating his wounded heart. Jiang Liuyan deeply understood that friendship is not just about sharing joy during happy times, but more importantly, it's about providing support and encouragement during difficult moments. He looked at his friends gratefully, tears shimmering in his eyes. This experience made him realize that courage is not just about facing difficulties without backing down, but also about having friends by your side for support in the face of hardship. From that day on, Jiang Liuyan cherished his friendships even more. They spent many wonderful times together, creating more unforgettable memories. In that mysterious secret base, Jiang Liuyan and his friends held their last gathering. It was a special moment, as they were about to embark on a new journey to pursue their individual dreams. In this warm yet solemn atmosphere, Jiang Liuyan and his friends sat around together, sharing their innermost feelings. They talked about the little things from the past, reminiscing about the happy times they spent together. However, what mattered more at this moment was the future. They knew that only through continuous hard work could they realize their ideals. Thus, they solemnly made a vow to study hard and strive to become qualified starship pilots, to explore the vast starry sky they all longed for. To ensure this vow would be remembered forever, they decided to carve it onto a wooden board in the secret base. As they picked up their tools and carefully etched each word, a solemn atmosphere filled the air. These words not only represented their determination, but also a commitment to the future. When the last stroke was completed, they quietly gazed at the wooden board, a surge of strong emotion rising in their hearts. At that moment, the starry sky seemed to shine even brighter, as if cheering for their dreams. As time passed, the secret base might gradually be forgotten by people, But the persistent pursuit of dreams and the courage to move forward would forever be etched in Jiang Liuyan and his friends' hearts. They understood that as long as they held onto their dreams and bravely took steps forward, one day, they would explore the starry sky that belonged to them in their own unique way. Chapter 77. The Rift in that ancient and tranquil small town. Jiang Liuyan's home was located deep in a narrow alley paved with blue stones, flanked by mottled gray walls and the occasional blooming flowers peeking over the walls. Time seemed to flow more slowly here. There was no hustle and bustle, only tranquility and simplicity, giving a sense of beautiful isolation from the world. However, the peace of this day was shattered by an unprecedented phenomenon. The sunset was as brilliant as blood, generously casting its last rays on Jiang Liuyan's old house, as if draping this ancient and solemn building in a magnificent golden cloak. This old house bore the marks of time and the sediment of history, having endured countless storms yet still stood resiliently, exuding a unique ancient charm. Just then, an unexpected beam of light suddenly pierced the tranquil sky, like a sharp sword cutting through the dusk serenity. However, this light was not an ordinary shooting star or a common flash of lightning, but a strange glow that transcended all known colors, imbued with an ancient and mysterious aura. This light seemed to come from the deep reaches of time and space, traversing endless ages, carrying an indescribable force that struck directly at people's souls. The light illuminated the entire sky, instilling a sense of inexplicable fear and awe in the hearts of the people. At that moment, time seemed to freeze, and everyone stopped what they were doing, looking up at the sky with astonishment and confusion in their eyes. They did not know what this thing was, where it came from, or what consequences it would bring. But they knew that this light was absolutely unusual. It could change everything. The light, like the divine light descending from the heavens, illuminated the entire city. Even the darkest corners could not escape its brilliance. The energy within the light seemed to surpass human understanding, evoking thoughts of the mysterious powers found in ancient legends. Under this powerful light, people's spirits felt so small, as if they were the most insignificant existence in the universe. As the light descended, in the backyard of Jiang Liuyan's home, space began to distort, as if being gently kneaded by an invisible hand, and a heart-pounding wave filled the air. An irregular rift, flickering with strange light, slowly emerged, like a fault between time and space, connecting two different worlds. This was a rift in time and space. Within the rift, countless tiny points of light sparkled like stars, each point representing an unknown world, intertwining to form a magnificent cosmic tapestry. Time and space within the rift seemed to have lost all meaning, with endless mysteries waiting to be explored. As people gazed at the shimmering rift of time and space, an uncontrollable strong impulse surged within them. It felt as though an invisible hand tightly grasped their hearts, making them eager to traverse through it and uncover the hidden secrets behind the light. However, reason told them that such an adventure was fraught with great danger and uncertainty, and a slight misstep could lead to irreversible doom. In the light's radiance, people felt an unprecedented shock. It was a force that transcended their understanding, making them deeply aware of how superficial their knowledge of this world truly was. At that moment, they seemed to be in a whole new universe, facing endless mysteries and challenges. The appearance of this rift was not a coincidence. Its roots were buried deep within the distant realm of the dark demon god tiger's secret domain. That place was where the laws of time and space intertwined most complexly, home to the dark demon god tiger clan, and a paradise detached from the entire continent. But nothing in this world is eternal. Just like the ever-flowing stream, it will eventually fade its joyful song in the desert of time, leaving behind a quiet desolation. The lush greenery of the forest will also gradually shed its emerald garments with the changing seasons, revealing its mottled age. The once vibrant wooden doors, which carried countless laughter, could not escape the ravages of time, creaking in the wind and rain until they decay into dust. Like the brilliant stars, they will eventually dim. Hidden in the darkness before dawn, the bustling city can hardly remain forever noisy, ultimately returning to the silence of history. The sturdy city walls, no matter how they withstand the elements, will also crack under the erosion of time, telling tales of past glory. All things in the world, whether they are lively creatures or magnificent landscapes, are playing out brief, yet colorful chapters in this ever-turning universe. However, no matter how brilliant they once were, they will ultimately return to the earth, turning to dust, becoming eternal memories, deeply etched in the river of time. Yet, as time quietly flowed, especially over the past few thousand years, the river of time continuously battered the barriers of the secret domain, causing the once rock-solid shields to gradually become fragile and breakable. The barriers that were once impenetrable now swayed like a candle in the wind, seemingly on the verge of collapse at any moment. This worrying change drew the extreme attention and vigilance of the dark demon God Tiger clan. They were acutely aware of the serious consequences this change could bring, but unfortunately, faced with such a huge challenge, they were powerless, only able to watch as the situation deteriorated step by step, filled with worry and unease. At first, the appearance of the time rift was extremely rare, and each occurrence caused a tremendous stir within the secret domain and even in the outside world. However, as time goes by, the frequency of these time rifts has been increasing, from occurring once every few thousand years, gradually shortening to a few hundred years, then to several decades, until in recent years, they have almost become regular visitors at the edges of the secret realm. The prevalence of this phenomenon has made even the residents of the ordinary street, where Jiang Liunyin's family resides, witness the miracles and fears brought about by the time rifts to some extent, especially at the edge of the dark demon, evil God Tiger secret realm, particularly in the area close to Jiang Liunyin's home, for some unknown reason. The barriers of time and space have become extremely fragile. The rifts here are like thin ice on the verge of breaking, ready to collapse completely at any moment, releasing unpredictable forces. Each fluctuation sends shivers down people's spines, fearing that the next moment could trigger an irreparable disaster. Therefore, when this time rift suddenly appeared in Jiang Liunyin's backyard, although the residents on this street had become accustomed to such phenomena, they still felt a deep-seated fear and awe towards the unknown. Every appearance of a rift brings them endless speculation and unease. This time rift resembles a mysterious portal, its existence both intriguing and frightening. Within the rift, ancient images sometimes flash by, fragments of another world, both distant and real, as if recounting forgotten histories. These images are like a silent movie, showcasing different scenes and characters, sometimes magnificent natural landscapes, sometimes fierce battle scenes, and at times, bizarre creatures. They flash by, but leave a profound impression in people's hearts. Each time they see these images, people fall into contemplation, trying to piece together the complete picture of that mysterious world from these vague clues. Some believe it is the ruins of an ancient civilization, while others speculate that it hides precious treasures or powerful forces. However, no one can ascertain the truth behind these images. Chapter 78. Jiang Yu is severely injured, continuing from the previous text. When Jiang Yu saw the time rift in her home, it felt like a storm had erupted in her heart. However, years of education and her family's influence allowed her to quickly calm down. She understood deeply that, in the face of such an extraordinary phenomenon, relying solely on personal strength was like a drop in the bucket. Only by relying on the powerful organization could this tricky issue be properly handled. Therefore, she made a decisive decision to immediately submit an emergency report to the West District Street Management Office, according to the rigorous hierarchical management system of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Clan. The Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Clan, after hundreds of thousands of years, has gradually established a complete set of social management systems. Starting from grassroots resident autonomy, it gradually rises to various levels of management institutions, with each level carrying clear responsibilities and missions, working together to maintain the harmony and prosperity of the clan. Among them, the construction and maintenance of infrastructure are particularly prominent, fully demonstrating efficient organizational capabilities and execution, allowing every clan member to enjoy a tangible sense of happiness. This happiness is not limited to material wealth. More importantly, it is the feeling of security that comes from having laws and regulations to rely on when facing various difficulties and challenges. Jiang Yu immediately realized the seriousness of the situation. She quickly opened the clan's communication system, her fingers flying over the keyboard as she reported the discovery of the time rift and its preliminary description in detail to the West District Street Management Office. This was necessary because, according to regulations, any abnormal phenomenon that could affect the safety and stability of residents must immediately draw the attention of superiors. Once such a report is received, the West District Street Management Office will quickly initiate an emergency plan and take a series of measures to ensure the safety of the residents. As Jiang Yu uploaded the report, she silently prayed. She knew that the potential threat of such an abnormal phenomenon as the time rift was enormous. If not handled in time, it could cause irreparable damage to the entire community. Therefore, she hoped that her superiors would quickly dispatch a professional team to address this issue. This team should consist of experienced experts who possess in-depth knowledge of the nature, causes, and response methods related to time rifts. Only then could the problem be effectively resolved, preventing further deterioration of the situation. At the same time, Jiangyu hoped that her report would be taken seriously by her superiors. She knew that sometimes bureaucracy and delays could worsen the problem. Therefore, she decided to closely monitor the developments of the incident and be ready to provide more information and suggestions to her superiors at any time. She believed that as long as everyone worked together, they could overcome this difficulty and restore peace and tranquility to the community. However, just as Jiangyu anxiously waited, the once relatively stable space rift seemed to sense some unknown stimulus and began to undergo violent changes. The width and depth of the rift expanded at an astonishing speed, and the previously gentle force of space instantly became wildly violent, like a runaway wild horse, tearing at everything around it. Jiangyu's face changed drastically. She could feel the terrifying power from the depths of space rapidly spreading. She desperately tried to retreat, attempting to distance herself from this dangerous place. But that power was simply too strong. Even with all her might, she could not escape its influence. As the space rift continued to expand, the entire room began to tremble. Deep cracks appeared in the walls and floor, as if they were about to collapse at any moment. Jiangyu's protective spiritual power seemed so fragile in the face of this force, as if it would be torn to pieces at any moment. She gritted her teeth and summoned all her cultivation, hoping to withstand this immense pressure. Sweat dripped from her forehead, soaking her clothes. But she dared not relax for a moment, for she knew that a slight misstep could lead to irreversible disaster. Finally, at the last moment before the rift completely went out of control, Jiangyu successfully squeezed out of her house, landing on a patch of open ground outside. Yet even so, she was still affected by the spatial force, sustaining multiple injuries, with blood staining her clothes. She gasped for air, her eyes filled with fear and exhaustion. At this point, the space rift had completely lost control, and the energy released had utterly destroyed the entire house. Jiangyu looked at the ruins before her, a strong sense of unease surging in her heart. She did not know what this sudden change meant, or if she could still find her way home. Jiangyu gritted her teeth against the pain, looking up at the now enormous space rift, her heart filled with shock and unease. Standing outside her doorstep, her face was as pale as paper, her eyes shining with unprecedented determination and tension. Her hair was wildly blown by the chaotic spatial force, a few strands sticking to her sweaty forehead, making her look particularly disheveled. Although she had done her utmost to distance herself from the rampaging time rift, the force from the depths of the universe still ruthlessly tore at her protective spiritual power, as if it wanted to swallow her whole. Her clothes were tattered by the spatial force, revealing small wounds on her exposed skin, the marks left by the spatial force feeling like countless tiny blades cutting into her, causing unbearable pain. Blood seeped from these wounds, slowly sliding down her body, staining her clothes, and dripping onto the ground beneath her, forming shocking blood flowers. Jiangyu's hands were tightly clenched into fists, her nails digging deep into her palms, leaving trails of blood. She endured the pain, mobilizing the remaining spiritual power within her, trying to stabilize her form and prevent the raging force from completely engulfing her. However, as time passed, she felt her spiritual energy rapidly depleting and her body growing weaker. Her gaze began to blur, and the scenes before her became hazy. But she knew she could not give up just like that. She took a deep breath and, using the last of her strength, tried once again to channel her inner spiritual energy to form a new protective barrier. However, this barrier seemed so fragile in the face of the violent spatial force, as if it could collapse at any moment. At that moment, Jiangyu felt a warm power surge from within her. It was the belief and persistence deep in her heart. This power seemed to give her renewed courage, allowing her to find hope in despair. Gritting her teeth, she gathered her spiritual energy once more and engaged in a final struggle against the raging spatial force. Finally, just as Jiangyu was about to exhaust all her strength, she heard a series of urgent whooshing sounds coming from the sky in the distance. It was an expert team dispatched by the West District Street Management Office, arriving just in time to bring a turning point to this sudden crisis. A warm current surged in Jiangyu's heart. She knew she could finally breathe a sigh of relief. However, when she turned to look at the still rampaging space-time rift, she couldn't help but feel a sense of shock and fear. Chapter 79. Jiang Liunying goes home. The sunset resembled a weary traveler, slowly sinking into the distant horizon with unsteady steps. Its gradually dimming light, like a layer of soft gauze, gently covered the old neighborhood where Jiangliunyan was located. The already dilapidated walls of the buildings were now illuminated by the afterglow, sparkling as if draped in a thin golden garment. On both sides of the street, tall and ancient sycamore trees stood silently, their branches reaching towards the sky as if trying to touch the soon-to-disappear sunset. As the breeze passed, the sycamore leaves rustled, and a few leaves detached from the branches, dancing gracefully in the air as if they were narrating untold stories of the past. These fallen leaves floated lightly to the ground, some landing on the street, others drifting into the windows of the residential buildings, bringing a touch of vitality and energy to this somewhat quiet neighborhood. Usually, he would joyfully step out of the school gates, his footsteps light, as if the air was filled with sweetness and anticipation. The sunset stretched his shadow long, leaping alongside the swaying leaves of the trees on both sides of the street. For him, the journey home was filled with laughter, joy, and endless dreams. However, on this day, when the school bell rang again, an inexplicable sense of unease surged within Jiangliunyan, as if a dark cloud had quietly obscured the sunlight in his heart. It was a subtle and indescribable flutter, like distant thunder rumbling, heralding an impending storm. He tried to dispel this unease with everyday joy, telling himself it was just overthinking. Yet he still couldn't ignore the persistent premonition. He set off on the way home, but his steps were no longer light, and his gaze had taken on a more serious demeanor. The scenery by the roadside seemed to have lost its usual vibrancy in his eyes. Even the familiar old trees and shops felt strange and distant. Jiangliunyan muttered to himself, "What's going on today? It feels like something is off." But then he shook his head, laughing at himself for being too sensitive. After all, isn't life made up of these ordinary and trivial days? Jiangliunyan trudged through the familiar, yet strange alley with heavy steps, a sense of ominous premonition swelling in his heart. The direction of his home, the street that held countless warm memories, now seemed shrouded in a layer of gloom. However, when he turned the corner, the scene before him froze him in place, thick smoke billowing, obscuring the sky, the flames appearing particularly glaring in the afterglow of the sunset. At that moment, it was as if Jiangliunyan had been struck by lightning. All his doubts and anxieties converged into a chilling fear that pierced his heart. He stood there, eyes wide open, staring incredulously at the sea of fire, his mind blank. "No, this can't be happening," he murmured to himself, the joyful anticipation in his heart shattered completely, replaced by an unprecedented panic and helplessness. It was then that Jiangliunyan truly realized that today's unusual events were not without reason, but rather a cruel warning from fate, sent to him in advance. In the distance, he saw a crowd gathered in front of his home, like a dark cloud. They were dressed in uniform, their expressions serious and tense. These people were members of the Joint Street Office and Gap Handling Bureau, known as the Urban Management Officers. They held various tools and equipment, posing in a state of readiness, as if preparing for an intense battle. Their presence made the entire scene feel exceptionally heavy, sending chills down the spine. The caution tape, like a cold snake, wound around the area, forming an insurmountable barrier. It ruthlessly isolated the scene from the outside world, warning anyone who attempted to approach. This tape was like an invisible wall, instilling fear and deterring anyone from crossing it easily. Every detail revealed a sense of authority, making one feel the government's seriousness regarding this incident. Jiangliunyan's heartbeat couldn't help but quicken, as if it were about to leap out of his throat. A sense of foreboding pierced through his spine like cold ice, making him shiver involuntarily. He quickened his pace, almost breaking into a run towards the crowd, his eyes filled with anxiety and unease. Just then, a gentle-looking older sister in uniform noticed him. It seemed she had been waiting there for a long time, watching Jiangliunyan's every move. When she saw him rushing over, she smiled slightly, her eyes filled with sympathy and understanding. The older sister stepped forward gently and stopped Jiangliunyan. Perhaps she had already identified Jiangliunyan's appearance from Jiangyu's description, which is why she spotted him among the crowd so easily. Her voice was soft yet firm, like a warm spring breeze brushing over the heart. "Little friend, don't worry. I'm here to take you to see your mother. She needs to rest right now and doesn't want you to worry too much. So please come with me, and I will tell you everything." Jiangliunyan was momentarily stunned, a trace of doubt and worry flashing in his eyes. However, when he saw the gentle and kind smile on the big sister's face, the unease in his heart gradually dissipated. He nodded lightly, indicating his willingness to follow her. The big sister gently took his small hand and slowly walked towards the hospital corridor. Along the way, she continuously comforted Jiang Liuyan, telling him not to be afraid, that everything would gradually get better. Her words were like a clear spring, soothing Jiang Liuyan's inner anxiety and fear. Jiang Liuyan tightly held the big sister's hand. As if he had found support, he silently followed her, filled with anticipation and hope for the future. They walked past one hospital room after another. Finally, arriving in front of a quiet room, the big sister stopped, turned around, and smiled at Jiang Liuyan, saying, "We have arrived. This is where your mom is. Let's go in." Jiang Liuyan took a deep breath and nervously pushed open the door. The sight before him brought tears to his eyes. His mother lay quietly on the hospital bed, her face pale, yet still beautiful. He hurried to the bedside, tightly grasping his mother's hand, unable to hold back the tears streaming down his face. His mother weakly opened her eyes, and at the moment she saw her son, a look of comfort spread across her face. The older sister stood quietly beside them, witnessing this touching scene, her own eyes glistening with tears. She knew that although this family had faced difficulties, love and familial bonds would always support them. Finally, they arrived at the door of a hospital room. The older sister pushed the door open, signaling Jiang Liuyan to go in. Taking a deep breath, he slowly walked into the room. He immediately saw his mother on the hospital bed. Her face was pale, her eyes closed, but her breathing was steady. Jiang Liuyan's eyes immediately moistened, and tears flowed uncontrollably. He quickly walked to the bedside, tightly held his mother's hand, and softly called out, "Mom." Jiang Liuyan was momentarily stunned, gazing at the warm, spring-like eyes of the big sister, as the chaos in his heart seemed to receive a moment of comfort. He nodded and followed the big sister around the caution tape, each step feeling exceptionally heavy. As they walked, the big sister softly explained, "Your mom has been injured, but she has already been taken to the hospital for treatment. So don't worry. As for home, it's a bit messy now due to some kind of accident. However, we will handle it as soon as possible, so you can rest assured." Navigating through the crowd, Jiang Liuyan finally caught a glimpse of his home, but all he saw were broken doors and windows, furniture scattered all over the place, and several shocking cracks on the walls, as if narrating the disaster that had just occurred. Amid the chaos, traces of their past life were faintly visible. Those photos and ornaments now seemed particularly desolate. Jiang Liuyan's eyes involuntarily moistened, but he held back his tears, refusing to let them fall. The big sister gently patted his shoulder, her eyes filled with concern and heartache, and softly said, "Liuyan, I know this is a huge blow for you and hard to accept, but you need to be strong. You can't be knocked down. Your mom is most worried about you. She hopes to see you live well and wait for her return. So, let us go to the hospital to visit her together." "Okay." Jiang Liuyan slowly nodded, his emotions as complicated as if a jar of mixed flavors had been spilled. In that instant, he felt as if he had suddenly grown up a lot, gaining a deeper understanding of responsibility and duty. He closely followed his older sister's footsteps, walking step by step towards the hospital. With each step, he silently prayed, hoping that his mother would recover soon and that their family could regain the warmth and tranquility of the past. However, to realize these beautiful wishes, he had to become more resolute and bravely face the various difficulties and challenges in life, unhesitatingly taking on his share of responsibility. After several days of anxious waiting, time seemed particularly long, with every second carrying Jiang Liuyan's endless worries and prayers. His heart felt as though it were tightly gripped by an invisible hand, each moment longing for good news. Finally, as Jiang Yu's condition gradually stabilized and she moved past the most dangerous phase, the gentle yet strong older sister who had been by Jiang Liuyan's side took him, looking weary but with determined eyes, slowly into the hospital ward. In the ward, the white sheets contrasted with Jiang Yu's slightly pale face, making her appear somewhat weak. However, her eyes remained bright, filled with love. When she saw Jiang Liuyan walk in, a flicker of surprise crossed her face, followed by a warm smile. Despite her body being connected to various monitoring devices, her smile was like a spring breeze, filling the entire room with warmth and hope. "Mom," Jiang Liuyan called softly, tears welling in his eyes. He quickly walked to the bedside, holding Jiang Yu's hand and feeling her warmth. Jiang Yu nodded slightly, gently stroking Jiang Liuyan's cheek with her other hand, saying, "Child, don't worry. Mom is fine." Her voice was a bit weak, but it was filled with comfort. Jiang Liuyan nodded vigorously, biting his lip and trying to hold back the tears in his eyes. He knew very well that this was not the time to cry. He had to be strong and give his mother endless strength and courage. "So, He quietly sat by the bed, accompanying his mother in casual conversation, sharing various interesting stories that had happened recently. Jiangyu listened intently, occasionally nodding and smiling, her gaze never leaving her son's face. In this quiet hospital room, the emotional exchange between mother and son flowed like a warm current, continuously flowing between their hearts. They had endured this difficult time together, dreaming of a brighter future. The older sister gently patted Jiang Liuyan on the shoulder, signaling him to step forward. Jiang Liuyan slowly took a step, each footfall feeling as if he were walking on soft cotton, both light and heavy. He reached the bedside and carefully held Jiang Yu's hand, a hand that had cooked delicious meals for him countless times, mended clothes, and told captivating stories, now so frail. His mother's voice trembled slightly, as if something had choked her throat, tears shimmering in her eyes, but he held back his tears. He knew that what his mother needed most at that moment was his strength and comfort. Jiang Yu gently stroked Jiang Liuyan's head, though her voice was weak. Every word was filled with strength. Liuyan, Mom is fine. See, I'm doing well now, right? Her eyes were filled with love, as if she wanted to transform all the worries and fears of these days into a gentle breeze, dispersing them into the air. The older sister explained softly on the side. The sudden explosion of the time rift could not be resisted even by the powerful Dark Demon Tiger clan. Its power directly affected the laws of time, and this level of damage is fatal to anyone. However, Mrs. Jiang, with her tenacious will, miraculously walked back from the gates of hell and regained her life. At this point, a hint of admiration appeared in the older sister's eyes. She continued, however, although her life is no longer in danger, the dark injuries on her body have been completely detonated, requiring a long time for recuperation and recovery. During this time, you need to accompany her more. It is crucial for her recovery that you, as a little man, take care of your mother. Jiang Liuyan nodded heavily, his eyes growing increasingly resolute and steady. He understood that from this moment on, he had bid farewell to the innocent childhood days of carefree play and mischief. Now, his mother desperately needed him, and this family could not do without him. He silently vowed in his heart that no matter what difficulties and storms lay ahead, he would unhesitatingly stand by his mother's side and become her most reliable support. In the quiet hospital room, the mother and son looked at each other, a faint smile appearing on their faces at the same time. This smile contained both the relief and comfort of having escaped death and a boundless yearning and expectation for a beautiful future. At that moment, warm rays of sunlight quietly streamed through the gaps in the curtains, gently covering their bodies, as if nature itself was applauding and cheering for this indomitable spirit and the eager hope for a better life. Chapter 80. Is Death Truly Fearful? Jiang Lu gently pushed open the door of the ward, afraid to make even the slightest sound that might break the tranquility. His footsteps were as light as a cat's, each step taken with deep caution, as if he feared that his actions would disturb the fragility of the silence. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, falling like golden fine sand, casting dappled reflections beside his mother's bed, bringing a touch of warm color to the otherwise somewhat monotonous space. He cautiously approached the bedside, as if getting closer to a precious and fragile treasure. His gaze was filled with worry and reluctance, fixated on Jiangyu, who lay in bed. Her complexion was as pale as paper, resembling a flower that had lost its vitality, evoking a deep sense of pity. Is this the person who once gave him endless strength and support? In this moment, she appeared so small and fragile, as if a gust of wind could knock her down. Jiang Liuyan's eyes were moist, tears swirling in his eye sockets, but he struggled not to let them fall. He knew this was not the time to cry. He needed to be strong for his mother and for himself. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions. He gently held his mother's hand, feeling her warmth, hoping to convey some strength and courage to her. He silently prayed for her swift recovery, wishing for her to return to their side soon. Outside the window, the season was quietly lingering on the boundary between early autumn and mid-autumn, a gentle yet slightly sorrowful time. The sky was high and clear, with a few white clouds leisurely floating by, as if nature had inadvertently scattered cotton fluff. The sunlight filtered through the clouds, casting dappled light on a tree of golden ginkgo leaves, adding a warm yet slightly melancholic hue to this tranquil autumn afternoon. The ginkgo tree, affectionately referred to as the mother tree by locals, was now displaying its autumn finery in a nearly sacred manner. Each leaf resembled a carefully crafted work of art, transitioning from tender green to golden yellow, then to the withered yellow of late autumn, layer upon layer. The tree was resplendent. They seemed to whisper softly, telling stories of the times that had already passed. Whenever a gentle breeze blew by, a few leaves would reluctantly slip from the branches, like the slow flow of an hourglass, recording the passage of time bit by bit. These fallen leaves danced lightly in the air, twirling gracefully before silently landing on the grass, carpeting it in gold. Just then, a cool and slightly chilly autumn wind swept through, bringing not only the message of autumn, but also a hint of freshness and sorrow unique to the season. This wind seemed to transcend the boundaries of time and space, quietly slipping through the half-open window into the room, carrying with it a faint aroma mixed with the scent of earth and fallen leaves, along with a few golden ginkgo leaves that lightly landed on the desk and bedside, adding a touch of vitality and poetry to the somewhat monotonous space. Unlike before, the ginkgo leaves at this moment no longer had that occasionally annoying green scent from summer. Only pure and tranquil beauty remained. Note, the ginkgo here really does not have that pungent smell. In Jiang Liunyin's room, the tranquility of autumn unfolded like a scroll before his eyes. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a golden hue. However, this tranquility formed a stark contrast to the scenery outside. On the bed, Jiang Yu lay quietly, her body appearing weak and powerless, her breath faint as a thread. Her face was pale as paper, her eyes tightly closed, as if she had lost all connection to the outside world. Only the occasional flutter of her eyelids revealed a hint of life. But this flicker of vitality was like a candle flickering in the wind, at risk of extinguishing at any moment. Her gaze occasionally caught sight of the ginkgo leaves drifting down with the wind. These leaves resembled golden butterflies, gracefully falling by the window. Their presence seemed to remind people that life is as fragile and impermanent as autumn leaves. Each leaf had its unique shape and color, just as each person's life trajectory is one of a kind. Jiang Yu quietly watched those ginkgo leaves, a deep emotion surging within her. She recalled the days gone by, the laughter, tears, and dreams of the past. Now, she lay in bed, unable to move, only silently feeling the passage of time. She did not know how much time she had left, but she understood her body better than anyone. It was already so broken and worn. On the surface, it seemed manageable, but inside, it was already in tatters. Her only wish now was to hold on a little longer, hoping to wait for Jiang Liunyin's father, Jiang Ming, to return and spend more time with her son in these final moments. In this quiet room, Jiang Yu looked at the sleeping Jiang Liunyin by her bedside, her thoughts drifting further away. She lay quietly in bed, one hand gently tending to Jiang Liunyin's hair, combing it strand by strand, her gentle touch causing him to stir slightly in his dreams. Jiang Yu's hand eventually held his, gazing out at the scenery outside, a wave of faint sadness rising in her heart. She began to ponder the meaning and value of life, as well as the attitude one should have in the face of death. Life is short and unpredictable. Everyone will face the fate of aging, illness, and death. However, when death truly approaches, people often feel fear and helplessness. She knew that no matter what, she had to face reality with strength and cherish every precious moment. She recalled the bits and pieces of the past, those beautiful memories unfolding like a vibrant and colorful painting before her eyes. She had once experienced love, friendship, and familial bonds, which are life's most precious treasures. Although life was about to reach its end, she remained grateful for everything that life had given her. She also realized that facing death is not frightening. What matters is how to spend the limited time. She decided to let go of the burdens in her heart, no longer entangled in past regrets and pain. Instead, she would learn to be grateful, cherish each day, and spend beautiful moments with family and friends. Even though her body was exhausted, she still hoped to leave something beautiful in the world before she departed. Perhaps just a smile, a warm word, or a sincere emotion. She believed that such gestures would plant seeds of love in others' hearts. Continuing on. Finally, she took a deep breath, feeling the warmth of the sunlight on her face. She told herself that no matter how many days lay ahead, she would seek peace in her heart, treating everything in life with love and tolerance. Because only in this way could she leave without regrets at the end of her life. The fallen leaves of the ginkgo tree danced like butterflies, gracefully drifting down to the earth, showcasing the cycle and renewal of life in their own way. Each gentle touch to the ground seemed to silently narrate an ancient and mysterious story, a story about life, time, and eternity. These fallen leaves were like the deep and delicate emotions within Jiang Yu, prompting deep reflection. In this sea of gold, Jiangyu felt the flow of time. She saw the ginkgo leaves transition from tender green to golden yellow, then falling to the earth, ultimately merging into the soil, becoming nutrients for new life. This process made her acutely aware of the ruthlessness of time. It takes away all beautiful things, but also brings new hope and opportunities. At this moment, she understood the fragility and preciousness of life and realized that we should cherish everything in front of us because time does not flow backward. And we cannot return to the past to start anew. Mom, will you leave me? Jiang Liuyan's voice trembled, carrying the deepest fear of a child facing the unknown, as well as his profound attachment to his mother. He reached out his small hand, gently holding Jiang Yu's slightly cold hand, hoping to convey a bit of warmth to her. Jiang Yu looked at this innocent child before her heart filled with reluctance and pain. She managed to squeeze out a faint smile, a smile that concealed endless tenderness and resilience. Although her voice was weak, she tried her best to make every word clear. Liuyan, my dear, everyone will experience birth, aging, illness, and death. It is the law of nature. Just like flowers will wither and leaves will fall, yet their beauty and vitality will forever remain in our memories. Jiang Liuyan nodded in a somewhat understanding manner, tears shimmering in his eyes as if he had grasped something. Jiang Yu looked at her determined son in front of her, her heart filled with comfort and pride. She reached out her hand, gently stroking Jiang Liuyan's head, her eyes shining with maternal love, and softly said, Liuyan, no matter what storms the future may bring, always remember that my love for you is eternal and unchanging. This love will never diminish due to the passage of time or the distance between us. Jiang Liuyan nodded heavily, tears welling up in his eyes, and ultimately he couldn't hold back as they streamed down his face. He suddenly threw himself into Jiang Yu's warm embrace, crying out loud like a child. Jiang Yu gently patted his back, her voice soft yet full of strength. Don't cry, my little darling. The road of life is still very long, and we must learn to bravely face all the challenges in life. She slightly tilted her head, her gaze sparkling with the light of maternal love, forcing out a smile that was barely there, and continued in a voice that only he could hear. You know, even though mommy can't always be by your side, my love will turn into the brightest star in the night sky, watching over you day and night. When you feel lonely or scared, just look up at the sky, and you will feel mommy's presence. As she spoke, Jiang Yu used all her strength, her arms trembling slightly, trying to gently touch Jiang Liuyan's cheek in a most tender way. Those hands that had once given him endless warmth and comfort now seemed bound by an invisible burden, every slight movement accompanied by immense effort and struggle. Just barely lifting her hand, it felt as if the hand of fate gently pressed it down, inevitably causing it to fall. And each attempt was filled with helplessness and despair. Jiang Liuyan felt a heart-wrenching pain as he quickly stretched out his hands, tightly grasping the hands of Jiang Yu that longed to touch him. Those hands that had once guided him forward and gave him strength were now so weak and powerless, making his heart ache unbearably. He held on tightly, as if that would allow him to infuse his own life force into her, as if that would make time freeze at this moment, preventing life from slipping away. His hands trembled slightly from the effort, his eyes filled with determination and reluctance, as if he wanted to tell Jiang Yu in this way that he would never let go, never allow her to leave like this. Tears, like beads from a broken string, uncontrollably slid down Jiang Liuyan's cheeks, mingling with snot, flowing silently down his face. He tried to wipe them away with his sleeve, but only caused the tears to flow even more freely. But after all, he was just a child not yet 16, facing life and death, facing his mother's imminent departure, feeling an unprecedented fear and helplessness. He knew deep down that once he let go, it meant a permanent loss, that the person who had always accompanied and cared for him would forever leave his world. At this moment, Jiang Liuyan's heart was filled with complex emotions, a deep love and reluctance for his mother, anger and helplessness towards the impermanence of life, and self-blame and pain for his inability to change the situation. He held Jiang Yu's hand tightly, as if he wanted to pour all his emotions into it, as if this would allow his mother to feel his love and persistence, even if only for a moment. Jiang Yu tightened her grip on Jiang Liuyan's hands, as if she wanted to inject all her love and courage into her child's body. You must be brave, Liuyan. Learn to be independent, and also learn to love others. Remember, life is not only about farewells, but also about the beauty of encounters and reunions. Mom believes that in the future, you will become a warm and strong person. Jiang Liuyan's eyes gradually became moist, but he held back his tears because he knew his mother didn't like to see him cry. He tightly grasped his mother's hand, his small face filled with determination. "Mom, I will become a child you can be proud of. When you get better, we will go to the park to fly kites together and watch the sunrise by the sea." After saying everything, Jiang Yu's tense nerves gradually relaxed, and she slowly released her grip on Jiang Liunyin's hand, gently closing her eyes and falling into a coma. At that moment, the quiet hospital room seemed to be softly enveloped by an invisible and profound warmth, a pure and deep emotional exchange of love that transcended the boundaries of words. Understood deeply between mother and son without needing many words. This love, like the brightest star in the night sky, guided each other and was the best interpretation of the fragile yet resilient nature of life, silently narrating a story of perseverance and hope. Although Jiang Yu's physical condition was gradually deteriorating, with each breath seeming to fight a difficult battle against time, her spirit was like the first ray of sunlight piercing through the clouds on a winter morning, warm and bright, illuminating Jiang Liunyin's heart and laying a layer of golden hope for his future path. Under that gentle yet firm light, an endless courage and strength arose in Jiang Liunyin's heart, stemming from his mother's profound and great love, serving as a solid shield against all the storms of life. From that moment on, Jiang Liunyin had an unprecedented deep understanding of the eternal theme of life and death, which became an important turning point in his life. Chapter 81. Improvement in condition. Time flows like an endless river, silently slipping through the fingers, taking away the gentleness of spring, the passion of summer, the desolation of autumn, and welcoming the silence of winter, only to cycle back to the vitality of spring. The old locust tree outside the window witnessed all these changes. Its leaves transformed from emerald green to golden yellow, slowly falling in the whispers of the autumn wind, covering the entire courtyard like a golden rain, both beautiful and sorrowful. When the first winter snow covered the earth, everything seemed to be asleep, with only the bare branches swaying in the cold wind, waiting for spring's call. Finally, the spring breeze brushed across the land again, and the old locust tree miraculously sprouted tender green buds, like newborn babies, filled with curiosity and desire for the world, gradually unfurling until the entire crown was dyed in the green of life. Jiang Yu lay quietly on the hospital bed, as if isolated from the outside world. Only through the half-open window could one catch a glimpse of the changing seasons. Her complexion was pale, her eyes tightly closed, as if trapped in an endless dream. The life support machine at the head of the bed emitted a rhythmic faint sound, a proof of her weakened vitality. The doctor said her injuries were too severe, and it was already a blessing that she survived. As for when she would wake up, it was uncertain. Jiang Lianyan, a young man who once relied on his parents and was full of dreams for the future, has quietly transformed. Ever since Jiang Yu had her accident, it seems he grew up overnight, learning to be independent and to take responsibility. Every afternoon, regardless of the weather, he would come to the hospital, sitting by Jiang Yu's bedside, quietly keeping her company. Sometimes, he would bring a bouquet of flowers to place on the windowsill, filling the room with a faint fragrance. Other times, he would read a good book aloud to Jiang Yu, believing that these words would penetrate the gloom in her heart like warm sunlight, even though she lay silently in bed. "Mom, do you know? The weather outside is particularly nice today. The sky is a clear blue with not a cloud in sight, and the bright sunlight shines through the dense leaves like golden arrows piercing the ground, creating dazzling patches of light. These patches are like sparkling gems adorning the earth, making one feel as if they are in a dreamlike world. A gentle breeze brushes against my face, bringing a touch of coolness and freshness that lifts my spirits. I stroll through the garden and suddenly hear a clear, cheerful bird song. Looking up, I see a colorful little bird perched on a branch, joyfully hopping about. Its feathers are bright and striking, like a magnificent work of art. The bird song is crisp and melodious, akin to celestial music, filling the world with vitality and energy. I stand there quietly, listening to the bird song and appreciating the beauty of nature. In this moment, time seems to come to a standstill, and everything becomes so peaceful and harmonious. Jiang Liunyin excitedly recounted to Jiang Yu everything he had seen and heard that day. His vivid descriptions made Jiang Yu feel as if she were there, experiencing the beautiful scenery herself. Jiang Yu listened to her daughter's words with a smile, her heart filled with warmth and happiness. Although her body was still weak, Jiang Liunyin's joy was like a ray of sunshine, illuminating the darkness within her and filling her life with hope. Day after day, year after year, these seemingly monotonous days quietly changed under Jiang Liuyan's persistence. He began to notice that Jiang Yu's complexion seemed to be improving slowly. Although she was still frail, there was a hint of color in her pallor. The doctors were also surprised, discussing privately that Jiang Yu's ability to pull through was nothing short of a medical miracle. One spring afternoon, the sun was particularly bright. As usual, Jiang Liuyan walked into the hospital room with a bouquet of freshly chosen lilies from the flower shop. The fresh and elegant fragrance of the lilies contrasted sharply with the smell of disinfectant in the hospital room, causing one's mood to relax involuntarily. "Mom, look what I brought you," Jiang Liuyan said as he placed the lilies in a vase by the bedside and then sat down beside the bed, ready to start reading for the day. However, just as he lowered his head to flip through his book, he suddenly felt a hand gently resting on his. At that moment, Jiang Liuyan's heart skipped a beat. He looked up in disbelief and saw that Jiang Yu's eyes had slightly opened, though her gaze was still dazed. Yet, it was indeed the familiar look he had missed. "Liuyan, you're here." Jiang Yu's voice was faint and hoarse, like an instrument that had not been played in a long time, needing to be tuned to produce sound again. "Mom, you woke up. You really woke up." Jiang Liuyan was so excited that he almost cried, tightly holding Jiang Yu's hand and feeling that long-lost warmth, his heart brimming with indescribable joy. The doctors were quickly notified and came to conduct a comprehensive examination of Jiang Yu, confirming that her condition was indeed gradually improving. The doctors marveled at the astonishing recovery speed, speculating that it was perhaps Jiang Liuyan's unwavering guardianship and Jiang Yu's strong will to survive that had jointly created this miracle. As Jiang Yu's condition gradually stabilized, she began to try to get out of bed to move around, although each step was difficult. Every bit of progress brought immense comfort to both her and Jiang Liuyan. In the small garden of the hospital, the two began to walk side by side, enjoying the long-lost freedom and fresh air. The flowers of spring were blooming vibrantly, colorful and bright, as if cheering for Jiang Yu's rebirth. "Liuyan, thank you. Without you, I might have given up long ago." Jiang Yu stopped and turned to Jiang Liuyan, her eyes full of gratitude. "Mom, it's just great that you woke up," Jiang Liuyan said, wiping his tears. As the sun set, the golden afterglow cast a warm glow over the two of them, illuminating their figures with a layer of warmth. At that moment, all the waiting and persistence transformed into the most precious memories. They knew that no matter what the future held, as long as they were together, there was nothing they couldn't overcome. Back in the hospital room, Jiang Liuyan took out a diary from his bag, a collection of moments he had recorded for Jiang Yu over the years, from initial worries and despair to later hope and persistence. Each page carried his deep feelings and blessings for Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu took the diary, flipping through the pages. The words seemed to transport her back to that difficult yet hope-filled time. She smiled and shook her head, reaching out to touch Jiang Liuyan's head. Hard to imagine how he had spent those years while she was in a coma, but that no longer mattered. In the quiet of the night, only a dim light remained in the hospital room as the two sat facing each other, reminiscing about the past and discussing the future. Outside the window, the old locust tree swayed gently in the night breeze, as if singing softly for this profound bond of kinship. In this miracle-filled spring, two hearts were tightly connected. Chapter 82. The Miracle of Protection. The light of rebirth in the long river of time. A year may pass in the blink of an eye, but for Jiang Liuyan, this time felt like a long, cold winter, cold and prolonged. His mother, Jiang Yu, had unfortunately been injured in a sudden spatial rift incident and fell into a long coma. Jiang Liuyan, a 17-year-old boy, was forced to take on the heavy burdens of the family ahead of time. His world seemed to collapse overnight, yet he found the strength to rebuild amidst the collapse. For over a year, Jiang Liuyan visited his mother in the hospital every day. Watching her lie on the hospital bed broke his heart. He had imagined countless times how happy their family could have been without that accident. However, reality was cruel, making it impossible for him to escape. Each time he saw his mother lying there unresponsive, it felt like being pricked by needles in his heart. Yet he did not give up hope, firmly believing that his mother would wake up. Thus, he began to work hard, trying to support the family with his own hands. Despite the hardships and challenges of life, he never thought of retreating. By chance, Jiang Liuyan heard of a mysterious herb that could awaken those in slumber. This herb grew deep in a distant valley and was extremely rare. Upon hearing this news, Jiang Liuyan decided to embark on a journey to find the herb. Although he knew the process would be difficult, he would not give up as long as there was a glimmer of hope. After a long and arduous journey, Jiang Liuyan finally reached the legendary valley. The environment was harsh and filled with dangers. However, he was undaunted and resolutely ventured deeper. Along the way, he encountered various difficulties and challenges, but he persevered. Ultimately, he successfully found the mysterious herb. Returning to the hospital with the herb, Jiang Liuyan eagerly brewed it into a medicinal soup to feed his mother. However, the miracle did not happen immediately. For the next few days, Jiang Liuyan continued to care for his mother meticulously while praying constantly. Finally, one morning, when the sunlight streamed through the window and fell on his mother's face, she slowly opened her eyes. At that moment, Jiang Liuyan was overwhelmed with excitement and tears filled his eyes. He tightly held his mother's hand, his eyes brimming with joy and gratitude. Tears streamed down his cheeks, but he could not contain the excitement within. He knew how hard-won this moment was. All the effort, waiting, and persistence were not in vain. In the days following his mother's awakening, Jiang Liuyan's life gradually returned to its previous calm. He accompanied his mother every day, listening to her recount past stories and sharing bits of his life. They spent many wonderful moments together, laughter filling the room. As time passed, his mother's health gradually improved, and she began to re-engage in family affairs, helping Jiang Liuyan take care of his younger siblings. The family reunited, facing the challenges of life together and enjoying warm moments. This experience also made Jiang Liuyan stronger. He learned how to face difficulties and setbacks in life, no longer easily defeated. He understood that as long as there is faith and courage, any difficulty can be overcome. At the same time, he learned to cherish family and friends, for they are the most precious treasures in life. In the days to come, Jiang Liuyan would continue to strive, using his own hands to create a better life. He believed that as long as there is love and dreams in his heart, he would surely realize his life's value. Jiang Yu's coma was not a complete lack of awareness. In that dark dream, she seemed to drift between reality and illusion, sometimes feeling the calls of those around her, sometimes hearing the echoes of her own heartbeat. Although her body could not move, her consciousness was exceptionally clear, able to perceive every subtle change in the outside world. She is more aware than anyone of Jiang Liuyan's persistence and dedication. Whenever the night is quiet and Jiang Liuyan sits by the bedside, speaking softly, Jiang Yu can feel that warm power, like the brightest star in the night sky, guiding her forward. When Jiang Yu finally awakens from her coma, her eyes reflect both surprise and a hint of barely noticeable worry. The doctors are amazed by her recovery speed, considering it a medical miracle. However, Jiang Yu knows in her heart that her physical condition is not as optimistic as it appears. The damage caused by the spatial rift is far more complex and profound than imagined. But she does not reveal this to Jiang Liuyan. She does not want to undermine the hope and confidence her son has painstakingly built. For Jiang Yu, being able to wake up again and be by Jiang Liuyan's side is already the greatest blessing. As Jiang Liuyan saw his mother wake up, the joy in his heart was beyond words. He took care of her attentively, accompanying Jiang Yu in her rehabilitation training, each step filled with love and patience. Although Jiang Yu was physically weak, she did her best to cooperate, wanting to give Jiang Liuyan as much maternal love and warmth as possible in the limited time they had. The central government expressed deep concern for Jiang Yu's situation, not only reimbursing all her medical expenses, but also providing a monthly living allowance of 3,000 gold coins. This was undoubtedly a windfall for Jiang Liuyan's family. Although this money could not fully make up for the lost time, it at least provided some material comfort. On the day of her discharge, the sun shone brightly, and the breeze was gentle. With Jiang Liuyan's support, Jiang Yu slowly walked out of the hospital doors. The outside world was still so familiar, yet filled with freshness. She took a deep breath, feeling the long-lost freedom and freshness. To celebrate this important moment, Jiang Yu suggested going out for a meal, as a token of gratitude for the selfless help from their neighbors over the past year. In the restaurant, Jiang Liuyan and Jiang Yu sat by the window, enjoying the delicious food while reminiscing about the past year's ups and downs. Jiang Yu was filled with gratitude. She knew that without the help of their neighbors, she and Jiang Liuyan might not have made it through that difficult time. Whenever Jiang Liuyan went to this or that neighbor for a meal, those warm-hearted neighbors always greeted them with smiles, offering sincere care and warmth. Jiang Yu kept this kindness in her heart and decided that once her health improved, she would personally thank each person who had helped them. After the meal, the mother and son walked hand in hand on their way home, with the setting sun casting a warm glow over them, adding warmth to this heartwarming scene. Jiang Yu thought to herself that, although her health was not as optimistic as the doctors had said, she would cherish every day, accompanying Jiang Liuyan as he grew until his father, Jiang Ming, returned from the front lines. By then, she could pass on this responsibility and love completely to Jiang Ming, allowing him to continue protecting Jiang Liuyan, while she would do her best to create more beautiful memories in the limited time she had. As night fell, Jiang Yu lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, with mixed feelings in her heart. She was grateful to fate for giving her a second chance at life, allowing her to embrace this world again and hold her son. Although the future was full of uncertainties, she believed that as long as there was love and hope in her heart, nothing was impossible. Meanwhile, Jiang Liuyan quietly watched over her, his eyes filled with anticipation and determination for the future. He knew that no matter what lay ahead, as long as his mother was by his side, he had the strongest support. Chapter 83. Dreamlike Jiang Ming. This name is like a glimmer of light in the early morning and dusk, both gentle and carrying an elusive sense of illusion. He is the father of Jiang Liuyan, a figure almost legendary, who in the family's memories has always maintained an image close to myth. However, at this moment, when Jiang Ming steps back through that familiar door, everything has changed beyond recognition. In reality, what has returned is not the true Jiang Ming, but his borrowed ability from the dark demon evil god Tiger, soul returning home, allowing him to achieve a final farewell to his loved ones in a way that transcends life and death. This ability enables Jiang Ming to cross the boundaries of life and death, return home, and fulfill his unfinished missions and responsibilities. The dark demon evil god Tiger, a beast passed down from ancient times, each possesses a unique talent. They can manipulate life and death or harness elements, showcasing breathtaking power. However, the soul returning home that Jiang Ming possesses is an extremely special and deeply emotional talent. This skill allows Jiang Ming to temporarily free his soul from the constraints of the body, crossing the barriers of space and time to return to the place he longs for the most, his hometown. Here, he can engage in a unique spiritual dialogue with his family. That night, the silver moonlight gently flowed over Jiang Yu's window like a thin stream, draping the tranquil night in a soft silver veil. Jiang Yu lay in bed, her eyes tightly closed, sinking into the embrace of dreams. In her dream, she seemed to traverse the mist of time and space, stepping into a battlefield that was both ancient and familiar. On the battlefield, smoke billowed, and the roar of drums intertwined with the shouts of soldiers, shaking the heavens and the earth. Amidst the flashes of blades and swords, courageous figures surged like a tide, some wielding guns and dancing with swords, others drawing bows and shooting arrows, each movement filled with determination and strength. In this chaos and strife, a man clad in silver armor, holding a long sword, stood out remarkably. He is Jiang Ming, the hero who repeatedly created miracles on the battlefield, now fighting against the tide of enemies with his own strength. Jiang Ming's gaze was as firm as steel, and every swing of his sword was accompanied by the sight of enemies falling. His swordplay was sharp and precise, with each strike containing a thirst for victory and a deep protection for his family. However, even someone as brave as Jiang Ming found it difficult to cope when faced with enemies that outnumbered him several times. These enemies included fierce beasts and cunning, cruel human warriors who continuously surged from all directions, attempting to drown Jiang Ming in this sea of blood. As the battle intensified, Jiang Ming's armor gradually became stained with blood, sweat, and dirt mingling on his face, yet his eyes remained bright like torches, flickering with an indomitable light. He continued to wield his sword, each swing seeming like a struggle against fate, a contest with death. However, as time passed, Jiang Ming's physical and spiritual strength began to wane, his movements growing sluggish, and each swing of his sword became increasingly difficult. Finally, during an intense clash, Jiang Ming was accidentally sliced across the chest by an enemy's blade, blood gushing out like a fountain, quickly staining his battle robe. This blow was undoubtedly fatal for Jiang Ming. He staggered back a few steps, his long sword nearly slipping from his grasp. Yet even so, he did not give up. Instead, he used his last bit of strength to plunge the sword back into the ground, supporting his swaying body and continuing to fight the enemy. However, at this moment, Jiang Ming was already exhausted, his wound bleeding continuously, and his body growing weaker. Seeing this, the enemies quickened their attacks, as if they could see the dawn of victory, charging at Jiang Ming for a final assault. In that instant, Jiang Ming seemed to hear the mocking of fate and feel death closing in. But he did not retreat. Instead, he exerted all his remaining strength to let out one last roar. Then, like a brilliant shooting star, he traced a dazzling trajectory across the battlefield, ultimately crashing heavily to the ground. At that moment, time seemed to freeze, and everything on the battlefield became eerily quiet. Jiang Ming lay there quietly, eyes closed, his face serene, as if he had merely fallen into a deep sleep rather than a permanent farewell. His body was covered with wounds of various sizes, some deep enough to see the bone, others a bloody mess, these wounds bearing witness to his bravery and fearlessness, recording every moment of his glory and pain on the battlefield. On the other side of the dream, Jiang Yu witnessed all this, her heart pierced deeply. Silent tears slipped from the corners of her eyes, soaking her pillow. She seemed to feel Jiang Ming's pain and despair, as well as his deep attachment to his family. She understood that this dream was not a coincidence, but rather Jiang Ming's soul bidding farewell to her in a special way at the final moment of his life. Hoping she would remember him, remember the father who once protected her. In the dream, Jiang Yu cried, trying to reach out to touch Jiang Ming, but each time she could only grasp at emptiness. She knew this was just a dream woven from Jiang Ming's soul. Yet she couldn't help but call out his name, hoping he could hear her, hoping he could feel her longing and reluctance. However, Jiang Ming could no longer hear her. His soul was gradually dissipating like a beautiful bubble slowly bursting in the morning light. When Jiang Yu woke from the dream, she found her face stained with tears. She lay quietly in bed, gazing at the bright moon outside the window, her heart filled with endless sorrow and longing. She knew Jiang Ming had left this world, but the memories and love he left behind would forever accompany her, becoming an indispensable part of her life. From then on, every time the night fell silent, Jiang Yu would think of that dream, remember Jiang Ming's bravery and tragic beauty on the battlefield. She would silently pray for him, hoping he could rest in another world, hoping he could feel her longing and love. And Jiang Ming, as if truly hearing her call, would always guard her in another form. However, Jiang Ming could no longer hear. His soul was gradually dissipating, like a beautiful bubble slowly bursting in the morning light. In his final moments, a faint smile appeared on his face, filled with a sense of release from life and hope for the future. Then, his figure began to blur, ultimately transforming into a wisp of smoke, dispersing into the air. When Jiang Yu woke from the dream, she discovered her face was already marked with tear stains. She lay quietly in bed, looking at the moonlight outside, her heart filled with endless sorrow and longing. She knew Jiang Ming had left this world, but the memories and love he left would forever accompany her, becoming an indispensable part of her life. Chapter 84. Vigil under the moonlight. Since that dream, Jiang Yu's life seemed to be shrouded in a light melancholy. Every nightfall, when the silver moonlight spread across the land, she would unconsciously walk to the window, quietly gazing at that bright moon, as if searching for some comfort or awaiting someone's return. That dream was too real. Jiang Ming's figure, his gaze, and each swing of his sword were deeply etched in Jiang Yu's heart. Often, in the quiet of the night, she would close her eyes, trying to re-enter that dream, to see Jiang Ming once more. But each time she struggled to grasp those vague memories, they would slip through her fingers like sand, leaving only endless emptiness and disappointment. Jiang Yu began to try to record that dream in writing. She hoped that, through this method, she could get closer to Jiang Ming and gain a deeper understanding of his inner world. She started writing in her diary about the battlefield, about Jiang Ming's bravery and resilience, and about the moment he fell, that tragic yet solemn beauty. As time passed, Jiang Yu's writing gradually became vivid and impactful. She began sharing those words with friends around her, who were all moved by her story, expressing their willingness to help her find more information about Jiang Ming. Thus, Jiang Yu embarked on a journey of discovery, asking others to help locate Jiang Ming, hoping that through her efforts, she could uncover more clues about him and understand whether he was alive or dead. During this search, Jiang Yu encountered many difficulties. She learned of numerous visits to battlefield sites, trying to find traces left by Jiang Ming among the ruins. She also went to many libraries and archives, poring over a wealth of historical documents, hoping to find records about Jiang Ming. Unfortunately, due to the passage of time and the destruction caused by war, much information about Jiang Ming had been lost. However, Jiang Yu did not give up. She firmly believed that as long as she did not give up, one day she would find clues about Jiang Ming. In this process, she also met more like-minded friends, all of whom were touched by Jiang Yu's perseverance and dedication, joining her in the search. Finally, by chance, Jiang Yu found an old diary. It was discovered in a forgotten corner, looking very worn, but the cover bore the name Jiang Ming. Jiang Yu's heart raced as if she saw the dawn of hope. She carefully opened the diary and began to flip through the pages. The diary recorded bits and pieces of Jiang Meng's life, his growth, his battles, his joys and sorrows, and his deep affection for his family. Through this diary, Jiang Yu seemed to see a more real and three-dimensional Jiang Meng. She learned that Jiang Meng was not only a brave warrior, but also a person filled with love and a sense of responsibility. He deeply loved his family and cared deeply about the fate of his country and nation. In the last few pages of his diary, Jiang Meng mentioned the final battle he was about to face. He knew he might not survive, but he still chose to march onto the battlefield without hesitation. He wrote, "I am willing to use my life to exchange for the peace of my country and nation. Even if I die, my soul will forever protect this land and my family." After reading these words, Jiang Yu's tears fell once again. She deeply felt Jiang Meng's bravery and greatness, and her determination to find him became even more resolute. She began to inquire about the news of Jiang Meng's last battle, hoping to find his remains or tombstone. After relentless efforts, Jiang Yu finally found an elderly veteran. This veteran had once been Jiang Meng's comrade and had witnessed Jiang Meng's heroic performance on the battlefield, as well as the moment he fell. He told Jiang Yu that in his final moments, Jiang Meng used all his strength to help them escape, while he himself fell into the abyss. At this point, the only clue was lost again. Hearing this news, Jiang Yu's heart felt as if it had been tightly twisted by something. She decided to personally go to that valley to erect a tombstone for Jiang Meng, so he could rest on the land of his homeland. In that distant valley, Jiang Yu found Jiang Meng's resting place. It was overgrown with weeds and desolate, but Jiang Yu felt it was full of tranquility and peace. She silently stood in front of Jiang Meng's grave, her heart filled with endless sorrow and longing. She gently touched the land, as if she could feel Jiang Meng's soul quietly waiting there. Jiang Yu took out a carefully prepared tombstone from her backpack, engraved with Jiang Meng's name and his dates of birth and death. She carefully placed the tombstone in front of Jiang Meng's grave and then bowed deeply. At that moment, she seemed to hear Jiang Meng's voice softly saying in her ear, "Thank you. I knew you would come." From then on, Jiang Yu visited this valley every year to pay respects to Jiang Meng and offer flowers. She would sit quietly in front of the grave, sharing her life, her dreams, and her deep longing for Jiang Meng. She believed that Jiang Meng's soul could hear her voice and feel her love. As time passed, Jiang Yu gradually emerged from that shadow. She began to face life more positively, striving to pursue her dreams. She knew that Jiang Meng would want her to live happily and joyfully. However, in Jiang Yu's heart, Jiang Meng's place could never be replaced. He was like a bright lamp, illuminating her path forward. Whenever she encountered difficulties or setbacks, she would always remember Jiang Meng's words. No matter what difficulties you encounter, you must persevere. Only by persevering can you see hope. However, no matter where she went, Jiang Yu always carried Jiang Meng's diary. It would constantly remind her that she would find him and flow through the years. She would turn this love and longing into the driving force to continue moving forward. On a clear night, Jiang Yu once again came to the window. She looked up at the bright moon, her heart filled with tranquility and satisfaction. She knew that Jiang Meng's soul was quietly guarding her somewhere. She softly said, "Jiang Meng, look, I'm doing well now. Don't worry. I and Lunyan will keep working hard and one tea let you down." The moonlight fell upon Jiang Yu like water, as if draping her in a layer of silver veil. She stood there quietly like a beautiful angel, guarding this hard-won happiness and peace. At that moment, Jiang Meng's soul seemed to be tightly connected with hers, together protecting this land full of hope and love. Chapter 85, The Final Farewell, Part 1. Jiang Liunyan's mother. Jiang Yu is a gentle and graceful woman, but today she is a bit angry because Jiang Liunyan sneaked out to play without having breakfast again. "Liunyan, come back and eat," Jiang Yu shouted towards the distant Jiang Liunyan. Jiang Liunyan was having a great time playing, completely ignoring the meal. He just waved his hand casually and continued with his game. Seeing this, Jiang Yu felt a surge of anger. This child was really becoming more and more inconsiderate. She quickly walked up to him, grabbed Jiang Liunyan's arm, pulled him in front of her, and said angrily, "If you don't eat your meal today, don't even think about going out to play." Jiang Liunyan saw that his mother was really angry and felt a bit scared, but he still murmured softly, "I don't want to eat. You have to eat, even if you don't want to." Jiang Yu's tone was not open to discussion. Jiang Liunyan had no choice but to obediently return to the table, pick up his bowl, and eat slowly. Jiang Yu watched her son eat, and her anger gradually subsided. She knew that she couldn't always be by her son's side. He had to learn to be independent. But how could Liuyan, who is only 17 this year, understand this? Liuyan, you need to remember that mom can't be with you forever. You must learn to take care of yourself, Jiang Yu said earnestly. Jiang Liuyan nodded slightly, as if he understood, and continued eating the rice in his bowl. Seeing that her son had eaten enough, Jiang Yu said, "All right, you can go play, but remember to come back early." "Got it, Mom." Jiang Liuyan replied, and like a cheerful little bird, he dashed out of the house. Jiang Yu watched her son's receding figure, her heart filled with mixed emotions. She wished so much that her husband, Jiang Ming, could be alive to accompany their son. But reality was cruel. The crack where Jiang Ming had fallen was a fissure from the battlefield of the heavens, and his chances of survival were almost zero. Thinking of her husband made tears well up in Jiang Yu's eyes. But she knew that she couldn't break down for the sake of her son. She had to be strong. Over the years, she had to take care of her young son while also dealing with the hidden wounds caused by the spatial fissures. Although she appeared perfectly normal on the outside, she was already withering inside. Jiang Yu took a deep breath, suppressing the sadness in her heart, turned around, and went back inside to start her busy day. Meanwhile, Jiang Liuyan was playing with his friends at the village entrance. They chased and played, laughter echoing around them. Suddenly, Jiang Liuyan spotted a strange little bird. It was radiating a colorful light and was very beautiful. Jiang Liuyan couldn't help but be drawn to it and quietly followed. The little bird seemed to know that Jiang Liuyan was tracking it. It didn't fly fast, but always managed to stay just out of reach whenever Jiang Liuyan was about to catch up. Jiang Liuyan followed the little bird all the way to the forest behind the village. The forest was dense with trees, blocking out the sky and sunlight. Jiang Liuyan felt a bit scared but still mustered the courage to continue walking inside. The little bird perched on a branch of a towering tree, chirping and seemingly mocking Jiang Liuyan. Jiang Liuyan was a bit angry. He suddenly lunged forward, trying to catch the little bird. But the bird was very agile and flew away in an instant. Jiang Liuyan missed his target and fell to the ground. He felt a bit frustrated, but just then, he heard a strange sound. The sound was like the roar of a beast, and it also resembled some unknown monster howling. Jiang Liuyan was so frightened that his face turned pale. He wanted to run away, but his legs felt as heavy as lead, and he couldn't move. The sound grew closer, and Jiang Liuyan could even feel a foul, rancid breath coming at him. At that moment, a huge beast burst out from the thicket. It was covered in black fur, its eyes glowed red, and it opened its massive mouth, lunging towards Jiang Liuyan. Jiang Liuyan screamed in fright and shut his eyes, waiting for death. But at that moment, a golden light flashed, and the beast was sent flying. Jiang Liuyan opened his eyes and saw a figure shimmering with golden light standing in front of him. The man was tall and upright, enveloped in a faint golden glow that made his features indistinct and impossible to identify. He stood there quietly, as if blending into the surrounding environment, exuding an aura of mystery and majesty. His gaze seemed to rest on Jiang Liuyan, carrying a hint of subtle concern and curiosity. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a faint smile that conveyed warmth and kindness. When he spoke, his voice was soft and magnetic, yet possessed a neutral quality that made it hard to discern his gender. "Little one, are you all right?" he asked gently. Jiang Liuyan was stunned. He didn't expect someone to come to his rescue at this critical moment. He shook his head and said, "I'm fine." The man nodded and said, "That's good. It's very dangerous here. Follow me, and I'll take you home." Jiang Liuyan hesitated. He didn't know whether to trust this stranger. But as he looked around, he realized the surrounding jungle had become unfamiliar at some point, and a sense of fear surged within him. However, the man seemed to see through his thoughts and said, "Don't worry, it's fine. Since we have met, it must be fate. I won't harm you. I only need you to do one thing." Jiang Liuyan was even more confused upon hearing this. He asked, "Senior, who exactly are you? And why did you save me? Also, what do you need me to do?" The golden figure did not directly answer his questions, but said, "You will gradually understand these things later. For now, I will take you to a place." As he spoke, the golden figure waved his hand, and a beam of golden light enveloped Jiang Liuyan. Jiang Liuyan only felt a flash of light before losing consciousness. When he woke up again, he found himself in a strange place. It was an endless void, surrounded by darkness, with only a huge crack in the distance emitting a faint glow. The crack was like the eye of an abyss, deep and terrifying. Jiang Liuyan was taken aback. He never expected to find himself here. He looked at the golden figure and asked, "Senior, where is this? Why have we come here?" The golden figure did not answer his question, but instead said, "Do you see this crack? It is called the Time Rift. It contains endless secrets and mysteries, but it is also filled with danger. What I need you to do is to enter this rift and find a book called The Transformation of Secrets. Hearing this, Jiang Lianyan was even more shocked. He didn't expect that this golden figure would lead him into such a dangerous place. He hesitated, unsure whether to agree. But at that moment, the golden figure seemed to see through his hesitation. He said, "You don't have to worry, I will protect you. Moreover, this is also your chance to change your fate." Hearing this, Jiang Lianyan's heart stirred. He recalled the experiences he had gone through over the years, and a strong determination surged within him. He said, "All right, I'm willing to give it a try." The golden figure nodded in response. He said, "Very well. Now prepare yourself. We will enter the time rift." As he spoke, the golden figure picked up Jiang Lianyan and leaped into the enormous crack. Jiang Lianyan felt a whirlwind sensation and soon lost consciousness. When he woke up again, he found himself in a strange space. All around him was a vast expanse of white, seemingly boundless. In front of him floated an ancient book with 3 large characters written on the cover: Heavenly Mechanism Change. Jiang Lianyan felt a stir in his heart. He knew he had finally found the book. He reached out to grab it, but the book seemed to have a spirit of its own, gently trembling as if evading his touch. At that moment, the voice of the golden figure echoed in his ear. "You use your blood to acknowledge the master of this book." Jiang Lianyan heard this and bit his fingertip, dropping of fresh blood onto the book. As soon as the blood touched the cover of the book, it transformed into a beam of red light and drilled into the book. Immediately, the book emitted a dazzling glow, enveloping Jiang Lianyan within it. Jiang Lianyan only felt a powerful force surge into his body, and countless pieces of information began to emerge in his mind. These pieces of information seemed like heavenly secrets, profound and mysterious. He knew he had finally embarked on the path to change his fate. Although the golden figure had no facial features, it was clear that it felt a sense of relief and murmured, "So, this is good." The golden figure transformed into a stream of light and was absorbed into the book in Jiang Lianyan's hand. The horse, seemingly with some intelligence, picked up Jiang Lianyan with its mouth and tossed him onto its back, galloping towards the rift in the sky. The spatial rift behind them even began to crack inch by inch due to the disappearance of the book of heavenly secrets. The golden wild horse spoke human words, saying, "Let's go home. After today, you won't remember anything, only that this book exists. Cultivate well." Jiang Lianyan nodded, tightly gripping the mane of the wild horse. After returning home, Jiang Lianyan surprisingly did not lose his memory, but instead told Jiang Yu about the events he had just encountered. Jiang Yu was somewhat astonished upon hearing this. She knew that the dark demon, evil goddess tiger's secret realm existed within the river of time, so there should be many adventures to be had. But she did not expect Jiang Lianyan to encounter such a remarkable event. "That golden figure, did it really not harm you?" Jiang Yu asked with some concern. Jiang Lianyan shook his head and said, "No, he even saved my life." Only then did Jiang Yu feel relieved. She looked at her son and said, "Lianyan, you must be more careful in the future and not run around alone anymore." Jiang Lianyan nodded and said, "I understand, Mom." As the days passed, Jiang Lianyan gradually grew up. He always remembered the golden figure that saved his life and remained curious about that book. Jiang Yu, this gentle yet resilient woman, was the most important person in Jiang Lianyan's life, his mother. Throughout Jiang Lianyan's growth, Jiang Yu was not only the one who warmed him with endless love day and night, but also the most solid support deep in his heart. However, fate seemed to love playing tricks on people, especially at the turning point of Jiang Lianyan's life, where it cruelly revealed its harshest side. One day, Jiang Lianyan accidentally obtained an ancient book called Tianji Bian. This seemingly ordinary book actually contained profound secrets, holding mysteries far beyond the conventional martial arts and cultivation of the world. For the 17-year-old Jiang Lianyan, this undoubtedly opened a door to an unknown world. He immersed himself in every word of the book, trying to unravel those profound and difficult secrets, unaware that all these changes were quietly affecting another member of his family, Jiang Yu. Although Jiang Yu was not a master of the cultivation world, she had a strong interest and talent in martial arts since childhood. Her whole life was dedicated to diligent practice, hoping to achieve something in martial arts and bring glory to her family. However, when she inadvertently caught a glimpse of the book Tianji Bian, which emitted a faint glow in Jiang Lianyan's hands, a feeling of unprecedented shock surged within her. It was a sense of awe towards the unknown power, as well as hopes and worries about her son's potential extraordinary path in the future. Jiang Yu knew very well that what she had learned and practiced was vastly different compared to the profound techniques recorded in Tianji Bian. She seemed to see that Jiang Liunian's future would be a long journey filled with challenges and opportunities. At that moment, her eyes held both pride and reluctance. She was proud of her son's extraordinary talent, but reluctant because she might not be able to accompany him on this journey. However, fate seemed unwilling to grant this mother and son much time together. Shortly after Jiang Liunian obtained Tianji Bian, Jiang Yu's health began to decline rapidly. Having already suffered from the hidden injuries left by the time rift not long ago, on a quiet night, as if touched by some mysterious force, they all erupted, causing unbearable pain. Jiang Liunian sat by her bedside, watching her increasingly emaciated face, filled with helplessness and despair. That year, Jiang Liunian was just 17 years and 11 months old, with only 1 month left until he officially came of age. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu, who had always hoped to witness her son's coming-of-age ceremony, ultimately could not fulfill that wish. Her passing was like a bolt from the blue, causing Jiang Liunian's world to collapse in an instant. He tightly grasped the book Tianji Bian, filled with both a desire for unknown power and deep memories and guilt for his mother. At Jiang Yu's funeral, Jiang Liunian did not shed tears. He told himself that he needed to become stronger, strong enough to protect those around him, strong enough to make his mother proud in the afterlife. From that moment on, he became even more determined to practice Tianji Bian, vowing to turn this expectation from his mother into the motivation for his journey forward. As time flowed, Jiang Liunian gradually grew into a young powerhouse renowned in the cultivation world. Yet, he always remembered that spring afternoon, the light that flickered in his mother's eyes. In the coming-of-age ceremony, she could not attend, which became an eternal regret in his heart. And that book Tianji Bian was not only the key to his path as a strong individual, but also the bridge connecting the everlasting love and hope between him and his mother. Chapter 86, Practicing Tianji Bian. Jiang Liunian stands at the watershed of time, about to step into the threshold of 18. This is a crucial turning point in his life, signifying the transformation from a youthful boy to a mature young man. In the month leading up to his 18th birthday, Jiang Liunian immerses himself in the cultivation of the heavenly secret change, while the earnest and warm reminders from his mother, Jiang Yu, often echo in his ears. Jiang Liunian's mother, Jiang Yu, is a gentle yet resilient woman. She not only possesses profound cultivation, but also has a kind and steadfast heart. Throughout Jiang Liunian's journey of growth, Jiang Yu has always been his strongest support and warmest harbor. Whenever Jiang Liunian encounters difficulties and setbacks, Jiang Yu always uses her soft yet firm voice to guide him and give him strength. Unfortunately, fate loves to play tricks, leaving Jiang Yu unable to witness Jiang Liunian's future. In the month following Jiang Yu's funeral, Jiang Liunian transforms his grief into strength, immersing himself in the study of the Tianji Bian techniques, perhaps to mask the pain in his heart. Every day during that month, Jiang Liunian's cultivation is at a critical stage. As a profound and powerful technique, Tianji Bian not only requires practitioners to have exceptional talent and perseverance, but also demands deep cultivation and unique insights. Jiang Liunian is well aware of this, so he immerses himself in cultivation every day, constantly challenging his limits. In the early morning, when the first rays of sunlight break through the clouds and illuminate Jiang Liunian's face, he has already begun a new day of cultivation. He sits cross-legged in the tranquil courtyard, closing his eyes and concentrating, feeling the fluctuations of spiritual energy in the world. As his breathing deepens, he gradually enters a state of self-forgetfulness, as if merging with the universe. During this process, he continuously absorbs spiritual energy, nourishing his body and soul. However, the path of cultivation is not smooth sailing. Jiang Liunian encounters numerous difficulties and challenges while practicing Tianji Bian. Sometimes, he becomes frustrated when he cannot comprehend a complex technique. At other times, he feels utterly exhausted from overexertion. Whenever this happens, Jiang Liunian recalls his mother Jiang Yu's advice. Child, the road to cultivation is full of hardships, but as long as you persist, you will surely break through your limits. This phrase acts as an invisible force, motivating Jiang Liunian to keep moving forward. In addition to practicing Tianji Bian, Jiang Liunian also keeps in mind his mother Jiang Yu's other instructions. Jiang Yu understood that while cultivation is important, nurturing a well-rounded child is equally essential. Therefore, she often taught Jiang Liunian to study diligently, respect his elders, and care for others. These teachings took root in Jiang Liunian's heart and became his guiding principles in life. In his studies, Jiang Liunian maintains a diligent and curious attitude. He knows that knowledge is the key to changing one's destiny. Therefore, he not only works hard to learn about cultivation-related knowledge, but also explores other fields such as literature, history, and philosophy. This accumulation of knowledge not only broadens his horizons, but also enriches his inner world. When it comes to respecting his elders, Jiang Liuyan excels as well. He understands that the guidance of his teachers is an invaluable asset on his path to growth. Thus, he treats every teacher with respect and gratitude. Whether it is confusion in cultivation or troubles in life, he humbly seeks advice from his elders and listens carefully to their opinions. In terms of caring for others, Jiang Liuyan also performs admirably. He knows that an individual's strength is limited, but if people can unite, they can create greater value. Therefore, he always pays attention to the people and events around him, attempting to use his strength to help those in need. Whether it is disputes among classmates or conflicts between neighbors, he proactively steps forward to mediate and seek appropriate solutions. Jiang Liuyan often remembers the words spoken by Jiang Yu before her death. She told Jiang Liuyan, "Child, don't be sad for me. I have lived for so many years, and that is enough. What is most important for you now is to continue to work hard in your cultivation and studies, and become a useful person in the future." These words deeply moved Jiang Liuyan and strengthened his resolve to move forward. In the days that followed, Jiang Liuyan worked even harder to cultivate the heavenly mechanism transformation while also putting more effort into learning and living. He knew he could not disappoint his mother's expectations and instructions. He wanted to prove through his actions that his mother's love and teachings were worthwhile. Finally, on the morning of his 18th birthday, Jiang Liuyan experienced a significant breakthrough. He successfully mastered a core technique of the heavenly mechanism transformation known as the reversal of heavenly mechanism. This technique not only greatly enhances the cultivator's strength, but can also reverse the tide of battle and change fate. Jiang Liuyan understood the importance of this technique and knew that his ability to master it was inseparable from his mother's encouragement and guidance. It turned out that Jiang Yu had left behind a letter before her death. In the letter, she expressed her deep love and expectations for Jiang Liuyan and revealed a shocking secret. She had long been aware of her physical condition, but to avoid affecting Jiang Liuyan's cultivation and growth, she chose to endure silently. In the letter, Jiang Yu also mentioned an ancient legend about the Xianguyu. It is said that this technique not only contains powerful strength, but also hides a mysterious force capable of defying fate. However, to truly master this power, one needs not only exceptional talent and perseverance, but also to endure countless hardships and trials. The style used in the Xianguyu is similar to that in the heavenly mechanism transformation, which Jiang Yu also pointed out in her letter, making it invaluable for Jiang Liuyan. As he came of age, Jiang Liuyan stood in the courtyard looking up at the sky, filled with gratitude and anticipation. He was grateful for his mother Jiang Yu's earnest instructions and selfless devotion. He looked forward to continually advancing and growing on his future path. He knew that he still had much to learn and improve upon, but as long as he had his mother's love and teachings as support, he would surely overcome all difficulties and reach the shores of success. In the days to come, Jiang Liuyan maintained a diligent and curious attitude, continuing to cultivate and learn. He not only made significant progress in his cultivation, but also achieved remarkable results in other areas. He became a respected and admired strongman, possessing not only great strength, but also noble character and a broad mind. However, no matter where he went or how great his achievements were, Jiang Liuyan always remembered his mother Jiang Yu's earnest instructions. These instructions became a beacon on his path, guiding him to keep moving forward and growing. He understood that his current achievements were inseparable from his mother's love and teachings, as well as from his own determination and dedication. On the road ahead, Jiang Liuyan would continue to strive forward, using his actions to interpret the true path of a strong man and inspire more young people to bravely pursue their dreams. Chapter 87. Continuation of Chapter 10. Jiang Liuyan's awakening. Deep in the secret realm of the dark demon evil god tiger, sunlight was blocked by dense tree canopies, only scattering dappled light onto the cobblestone streets of the small town. This was a secluded place, yet it had its own tranquility and beauty. Jiang Liuyan, as an ordinary member of the dark demon evil god tiger clan, grew up in this secret realm, listening to the elders recount the harshness and injustices of the outside world, and how their clan made deals with the high gods during times of great catastrophe to obtain this secret realm, allowing their lineage to continue. In the early morning, when the first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds and fell on the cobblestone streets, the entire town seemed to awaken. Smoke curled up from every household, intertwining with the morning mist, creating a scene of tranquility and harmony. Jiang Liuyan stepped out of his home, his face beaming with youthful smiles. Dressed in simple animal skin clothing, with a small dagger hanging at his waist, a keepsake left by his father. "Good morning, Aunt He." Jiang Liuyan greeted his neighbors enthusiastically. Aunt He was a well-known wind elementalist in the town, standing at her doorstep with a smile as she replied, "Good morning, little Liuji." She waved her hand lightly, controlling a small cluster of wind elements, skillfully sweeping the dust in front of her door into the garbage bin. Even a soul fighter-level strongman would feel inferior to her exquisite wind element control. Across the street, Old Sun also stepped out of his blacksmith shop, wearing a greasy animal skin apron, holding a hammer, and wearing a warm smile. "You've turned 18 this year. Haven to you, little Yoji. Is today the day you awaken your elemental power?" Old Sun asked with concern. Jiang Liuyan nodded, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Yes, time really flies," he sighed. Aunt He, standing beside him, echoed, "Little Liuji, you're 18 today? I can't believe we have been neighbors for 18 years. Upon hearing this, Uncle Shui, who was next door to Aunt He, couldn't help but put down his work and exclaimed, "Indeed, time passes so quickly. In the blink of an eye, little Liuji is about to become an adult." His words were filled with emotion and satisfaction over Jiang Liuyan's growth. Just then, a streak of black light cut across the sky, swiftly flying towards Jiang Liuyan's direction. The light landed on the ground, transforming into a mysterious old man. He wore a long black robe and a tall hat, with his face etched with the marks of time. He looked around and finally fixed his gaze on Jiang Liuyan, asking seriously, "Is Jiang Liuyan here? I am the examiner for your awakening ceremony." Hearing this, Jiang Liuyan couldn't help but feel a surge of tension and excitement in his heart. He respectfully replied, "Yes, I am Jiang Liuyan. Hello, examiners." As he spoke, he straightened his back, trying to present his best side. The examiner nodded slightly, indicating satisfaction. He unfastened the strap of his backpack, placed it on the ground, and summoned the elemental awakening stones within. 6 awakening stones flew out of the backpack in succession, forming a hexagram shape, suddenly bursting forth with a peculiar light. This light seemed capable of penetrating all obstacles, reaching deep into the human soul. Immediately, 5 awakening stones floated in front of Jiang Liuyan, leaving only a dim white crystal slowly falling beside the examiner. The examiner cradled the white crystal in both hands, his expression serious as he recited, "Since the great catastrophe, the soul beasts have suffered countless casualties, blood staining the earth, the people in despair, all things lamenting, disasters spreading across the universe. Thunder rumbles, earthquakes frequently occur, tsunamis surge. Hurricanes ravage, living beings suffer, and there is no peace. Our wise predecessors, through the heroic act of sacrificing themselves to refine their souls, swore not to enter reincarnation, and with countless descendants, honored the god of time, praying for a promise. The god of time, with compassion, did not take advantage of human misfortune, but used great powers to open a secret realm from the long river of time, allowing the dark demon, evil god tiger clan to continue their bloodline unceasingly. We are grateful for the god of time's grace, engraved in our hearts, and will never forget." As the examiner's words fell, the dim white crystal seemed to be imbued with life, slowly beginning to emit a faint glow. The examiner summoned the last gray crystal, gently using soul power to levitate it in front of Jiang Liuyan. "Give it a try. Extend your hand, then close your eyes and feel with your heart," the old man said expectantly. His eyes sparkled with anticipation, as if he could already see the brilliant achievements Jiang Liuyan might attain in the future. Jiang Liuyan took a deep breath and extended his right hand according to the examiner's instructions. He closed his eyes and focused on the tactile sensation brought by the gray crystal. At first, he did not feel anything unusual. However, as time passed, he gradually sensed a warm and gentle force emanating from the crystal, as if this force resonated with his soul. Just then, a series of images suddenly surged into Jiang Liuyan's mind. He saw his clan members struggling to survive during the great catastrophe. He witnessed the magnificent scenes of their transactions with deities. He observed how this secret realm was opened up and became a sanctuary for their clan. These images played out like a movie in his mind, deepening his understanding and awareness of his clan's history. As the images faded, Jiang Liuyan slowly opened his eyes. He found a ball of gray light had coalesced in his palm, which was the elemental power he had awakened. He looked at the examiner with excitement in his eyes, exclaiming, "I did it! I awakened my elemental power. The examiner, gazing at the gray light in Jiang Linyan's hand, revealed a satisfied smile. Very good. Not only have you awakened your elemental power, but your talent is also exceptional. A 5-element fully endowed talent among the youth in my jurisdiction is quite rare. It seems you stand out among this year's candidates. Hearing the examiner's praise, Jiang Linyan couldn't help but feel a surge of pride and joy. He knew that his achievements were inseparable from the teachings of the elders in his clan and the nurturing of his parents. At the same time, he understood that his path ahead was still long and that he needed to continue to work hard and improve. Just then, a cheer suddenly erupted in the town square. Jiang Linyan looked up to see a group of young people excitedly gathering together, each holding their own awakened elemental power, as if engaged in a silent competition. Jiang Linyan felt a stir in his heart. He knew he should join the competition. So, he quickly walked towards the square, showcasing his awakened elemental power alongside his peers. In the process, he not only made many new friends, but also learned a lot about elemental power knowledge and techniques. As the sun gradually rose higher, the atmosphere in the town became increasingly lively. Jiang Linyan enjoyed this rare joy and time with his friends. They exchanged insights and experiences, discussing how to better master and utilize elemental power. However, just as they were immersed in happiness, a sudden rush of footsteps broke the tranquility. An elder from their clan hurriedly ran over, looking tense, and shouted, "Everyone, hide quickly. There are invaders." Upon hearing this news, Jiang Linyan and his friends were stunned. They knew that this secret realm had always been a sanctuary for their clan, and no outsiders had ever dared to intrude easily. But now, with such a situation unfolding, they couldn't help but feel caught off guard. Under the elder's guidance, Jiang Linyan and his friends quickly hid in the underground shelter of the town. They anxiously waited for sound from outside, filled with unease and worry. At that moment, a deafening roar suddenly came, as if something was destroying the town's defenses. Chapter 88. The Secret Selectively Forgotten by Jiang Linyan. Jiang Linyan's heart tightened as he knew he could not sit idly by. So, he quietly leaned out to check the situation outside. However, the sight before him left him stunned. Jiang Linyan's gaze pierced through the thick dust, staring at the otherworldly evil beings that loomed like dark clouds. These alien races from beyond the river of time arrived like an unavoidable disaster, pushing this once peaceful and harmonious dark demon, evil god, secret realm to the brink of destruction. The otherworldly evil beings came in groups, their strengths varying, but even the weakest among them possessed cultivation levels ranging from 9,000 to 13,000 years. They swept through like locusts, wantonly destroying everything in the secret realm, turning its former beauty and harmony into nothingness. The leader among them was even more powerful, boasting an astonishing 37,000 years of cultivation. He resembled a walking demon god, tearing a rift in the sky and descending upon this land with endless evil and destructive power. Jiang Linyan's heart was filled with fear and helplessness, but he knew he could not give up just like that. He understood that this secret realm was the lifeblood of their tribe, the home they had protected for generations. If they allowed the foreign evil beings to take it so easily, what would become of their future? At that moment, the elder who had once awakened Jiang Linyan's elemental power stepped forward. He was a highly respected elder, one of the top 10 powerful figures in the secret realm. His eyes revealed determination and resolve, as if he was prepared to sacrifice everything. "Everyone, don't panic, follow me," the elder shouted loudly, trying to organize the townspeople to resist. However, the power of the foreign evil beings was too overwhelming. Their attacks swept in like a violent storm, catching the villagers off guard. Watching his fellow tribesmen fall one after another, the elder felt a surge of tragic emotion. He knew that if he broke through, he might survive, but that would mean abandoning this secret realm, abandoning their home. He chuckled self-deprecatingly, thinking that perhaps this old body still had some use. Thus, the elder made a shocking decision. He burned his own life and elemental power, gathering all his strength into a huge shield that enveloped Jiang Linyan and the entire western area. This shield shone with a dazzling light, as if it could withstand any attack. The foreign evil beings were stunned by this sudden shield, and they launched attacks in an attempt to break through the barrier. However, the elder's power was too great. Their attacks only stirred ripples on the shield. Under the protection of the shield, Jiang Linyan watched the elder's gradually dimming eyes and weary body, feeling an unprecedented sorrow and anger rise within him. He vowed to avenge the elder and reclaim their home for his tribesmen. Just then, a golden light suddenly descended from the sky. It was the powerful members of the tribe who had received the elder's distress signal and rushed to support them. They descended onto the battlefield like heavenly soldiers, engaging in fierce combat with the foreign evil beings. Jiang Linyan looked at the strong warriors who had come to support them, filled with gratitude and hope. He knew that these warriors were the elite of the clan, and their arrival undoubtedly increased their chances of winning this battle. With the help of the clan's strong fighters, Jiang Linyan and his companions gradually began to gain the upper hand. They took advantage of the terrain and their numbers to continuously launch attacks on the foreign evil beings, pushing them back step by step. However, just as they were about to achieve victory, the leading warrior with 37,000 years of experience suddenly launched a fierce counterattack. His attacks surged like a terrifying wave, catching Jiang Liuyan and the others off guard. Faced with such a powerful enemy, Jiang Liuyan felt powerless. He knew that his strength was still far from enough to contend with such a strong opponent. Yet at that moment, he saw the old man's determined gaze and indomitable will. Although the old man was seriously injured, he still stood firm on the battlefield, using his life to fight for the hope of victory for his clan. His eyes revealed endless determination and courage, as if telling Jiang Liuyan, as long as there is still a breath left, one must never give up. Inspired by the old man, Jiang Liuyan regained his composure. He took a deep breath, gathered all his strength, and launched a fierce attack on the leading warrior. However, his attack appeared so small and powerless in front of that strong warrior. The warrior merely waved his hand lightly, dissipating Jiang Liuyan's attack into thin air. Jiang Liuyan felt a wave of despair, but he did not give up. He knew he still had a long way to go, with much cultivation and improvement awaiting him. He firmly believed that as long as he did not give up, one day he would become strong and avenge the elder. In the battle against the dark demon god in the tiger's secret realm, tragedy and hope, an unexpected turning point emerged. The leading powerhouse, an outer demon with a strength of 37,000 years, suddenly let out a scream, and his body began to tremble violently. It turned out that a top warrior from his clan, who was usually taciturn but had unfathomable strength, found his flaw at a critical moment and launched a deadly attack. This strike condensed the warrior's lifelong cultivation and wisdom, slicing through the sky like lightning, directly hitting the outer demon's vital points. Although the demon was powerful, it appeared incredibly weak under this blow. Its strength began to dissipate, and its body gradually became transparent, as if it would vanish into the air at any moment. This attack greatly diminished the leading powerhouse's strength, and he could no longer continue fighting. A flicker of unwillingness and despair flashed in his eyes, but more than that, there was a longing for victory for his clansmen. He knew he was powerless to turn the tide, but as long as he could win even a glimmer of hope for his people, he would be satisfied. Jiang Liuyan and his companions seized the opportunity to launch a counterattack. They surged towards the otherworldly demons like a tidal wave, gradually pushing them back to the edge of the secret realm. Their hearts were filled with anger and strength, as if they were determined to pour out all their pain and humiliation onto these alien races. However, the otherworldly demons did not give up easily. Although they had lost their powerful leader, their numbers remained vast, and their strength was still formidable. Like frenzied beasts, they charged recklessly towards Jiang Liuyan and his group, attempting to overwhelm everything with their sheer numbers and power. Jiang Liuyan looked at the foreign evil spirits, filled with anger and helplessness. He knew that the arrival of these had brought endless disaster and suffering to their homeland. And now, they had to watch their familiar ones fall one by one, which was undoubtedly a great torment for him. And he, Jiang Liuyan shouted, his voice filled with grief and despair. He saw the swirling energy in Aunt He's hand had not yet been released before it was torn to pieces by the even stronger energy of the foreign evil spirits. Aunt He was an elder in the clan, always smiling and kind to everyone. However, now she lay in a pool of blood, never to awaken again. Jiang Liuyan saw Lao Sun again. Lao Sun was a burly warrior, wielding a heavy iron hammer, charging fearlessly toward the otherworldly monsters. However, despite his powerful weapon and unwavering resolve, he ultimately was outnumbered. His hammer was tightly grasped by a sharp claw, while another claw pierced through his back. Lao Sun's body fell straight down, his eyes filled with unwillingness and anger. Jiang Liuyan watched the horrific scenes unfold, filled with pain and self-blame. He hated himself for being so useless, for being unable to protect these innocent lives. He felt like a sinner who could not bear the responsibility. Just then, the first layer of protection set by the old man shattered. The extraterrestrial demons surged into the town like a flood, wantonly destroying everything. turning the once beautiful and harmonious place into nothingness. Jiang Liuyan looked at all this, his heart filled with despair and helplessness. However, at that moment, the last flicker of life from the old man began to burn. He used his life as the price to lay down the final layer of protection for Jiang Liuyan. This layer of protection enveloped Jiang Liuyan like a sturdy shield, keeping him safe from the attacks of the extraterrestrial demons. Jiang Liuyan looked at the old man's gradually dimming eyes and weary body, filled with gratitude and sorrow. He knew deep down that the old man had sacrificed his life to protect him. This kindness weighed heavily on him like a mountain, making it impossible for him to ever forget. Instructor Jiang Liuyan softly called out, his voice choked with emotion and reluctance. He watched the old man's body, which was losing its vitality, and an unprecedented wave of sorrow and anger surged within him. He vowed to remember this kindness and avenge the old man. However, even with the old man's protection, Jiang Liuyan understood that he could not simply sit and wait for death. He had to find a way to fight against these otherworldly demons and protect his homeland and his people. He began to carefully observe the attack patterns and weaknesses of these otherworldly demons. He discovered that although these alien races were powerful, they were not invulnerable. Their attacks were fierce, but they also followed certain patterns and rhythms. As long as he could identify these patterns and rhythms, he might find a way to defeat them. Thus, Jiang Liuyan began to attempt to use his elemental powers to attack the otherworldly demons. He constantly adjusted the angles and intensity of his attacks, trying to find the best method. After countless attempts and failures, he finally discovered an effective way to combat these alien races. He harnessed his elemental powers to create powerful cyclones, which sliced through the bodies of the otherworldly demons like sharp blades. Under Jiang Liuyan's attacks, the demons began to show signs of struggle, their bodies gradually becoming weak and fragile. Jiang Liuyan's heart was filled with hope and courage. He knew he had found an effective way to combat these otherworldly demons and protect his homeland and kin. He began to attack those alien races more vigorously, trying to defeat them completely. However, at that moment, a more severe challenge arose. The otherworldly demons, seeing their comrades injured, became even more reckless and fearless. They charged at Jiang Liuyan like mad beasts, attempting to overwhelm everything with their numbers and strength. Jiang Liuyan watched as the alien races surged toward him, his heart filled with tension and anxiety. He knew he had to fight even harder to protect his homeland and kin. So he took a deep breath, gathered all his strength, and launched an even more intense attack against those otherworldly demons. In this battle, Jiang Liuyan exhibited unprecedented courage and wisdom. Relying on the shield forged by the life of the elder, which could not be broken, he continuously adjusted his attack methods and strategies, trying to find the best way to fight. He utilized the terrain and numerical advantage to launch attacks on the otherworldly demons, pushing them back step by step. However, even so, Jiang Liuyan was well aware that this battle was far from over. He had to keep striving to completely defeat these otherworldly demons and protect his homeland and kin. He firmly believed that as long as he did not give up, he would one day become a true powerhouse and avenge the elder. In this intense battle, Jiang Liuyan fully demonstrated his extraordinary courage, exceptional wisdom, and unwavering perseverance. Through this life and death trial, he gained a deeper understanding of the significance of teamwork and holding on to one's beliefs. On the battlefield, Jiang Liuyan witnessed the heroic and fearless spirit of his kin as they fought to defend their homeland, displaying a selfless and fearless demeanor. It was a will that transcended life and death, an unwavering determination and courage that did not waver in the face of the enemy. They fought side by side, and the trust and tacit understanding between them were like an indestructible shield guarding this land. Jiang Liuyan's heart was deeply shaken. He saw the towering figure of old Sun fall in battle, and the kind smile of Aunt he freeze amidst the smoke. Every familiar neighbor was fighting with all their might to protect this land, until their very last moment of life. Their sacrifice was like a sharp blade, piercing deeply into Jiang Liuyan's heart. At the same time, Jiang Liuyan also realized, starting from himself, the efforts and sacrifices he had made for revenge and protection. Each challenge, each life and death struggle, was a tempering of his growth and a touchstone for his steadfast beliefs. He knew that only by continually moving forward could he honor those who bravely sacrificed themselves to protect their homeland. However, although the dawn of victory illuminated the streets of the Western District, it could not dispel the gloom in Jiang Liuyan's heart. He looked around. The once prosperous streets were now left with only broken walls and ruins, and the once lively neighbors were now reduced to cold bodies. An indescribable sorrow surged in his heart, nearly suffocating him. The arrival of the rescue team brought hope and warmth. But this hope could not fill the void left by the lives that had passed away. Jiang Liuyan watched the busy figures of the rescuers, feeling a mix of emotions. They brought food, medicine, and new strength, but they could not bring back those who had already departed forever. Jiang Liuyan walked silently through the ruins, each step feeling like treading on the edge of a knife. He reminisced about the tribespeople who once fought alongside him, their smiles, their words, and the sacrifices they made to protect their homeland, all embedded in his life journey like brilliant gems. These experiences would become an irreplaceable treasure and a powerful source of motivation on his path of growth, but they also felt like an unhealable scar, forever etched in his heart. Chapter 89. Trauma. Part 1. The arrival of the rescue team brought supplies and hope, but the sorrow in Jiang Liuyan's heart did not lessen. Standing atop the ruins, he gazed at the once thriving neighborhood, now reduced to broken walls and cold corpses, a surge of indescribable grief welling up within him. He remembered the tribespeople who had fought by his side, their bravery and unwavering faith shining like brilliant stars in his heart. Yet at this moment, they had permanently departed from this world, leaving behind only endless sorrow and memories. Jiang Liuyan walked silently among the ruins. Each step felt like treading on the edge of a knife. He saw the sturdy figure of old Sun fall in battle, and the kind smile of Aunt He freeze amidst the smoke. Every familiar neighbor was fighting with all their might to protect this land, up until the last moment of their lives. He could not forget those clan members who bravely sacrificed themselves for their homeland. They used their lives to interpret what responsibility and duty are, what courage and sacrifice mean. Their spirit will forever be etched in Jiang Liuyan's heart, becoming a guiding light on his path forward. However, Jiang Liuyan also knew that this victory was only temporary. The threat of the foreign evil beings had not been completely eliminated. They could strike again at any moment. To protect this land and his people, he must continue to work hard to cultivate and enhance his strength. Jiang Liuyan trudged heavily, struggling to move forward amidst the ruins. Heavy rain poured down, as if it wanted to swallow the entire world. Thunder roared overhead, and lightning split the night sky, illuminating his tear-streaked face. His gaze was hollow, as if he had lost his soul, mechanically moving his feet in search of the neighbors who once shared daily life with him. This neighborhood, once filled with laughter and joy, now only had crumbling walls and endless sorrow. Each broken brick and shattered tile seemed to tell the tale of past prosperity and present desolation. The air was thick with the acrid smell of gunpowder, mingled with the scent of dirt and rain, making it hard to breathe. With every breath Jiang Liuyan took, he felt a deep sense of pain and despair. He saw Lao Sun's robust body lying quietly in the ruins, his face still bearing the marks of his final struggle and unwillingness. Lao Sun was the strong man of this neighborhood, always smiling and eager to help. Jiang Liuyan remembered how, as a child, he would often follow Lao Sun, listening to him recount tales of brave battles. Yet at this moment, Lao Sun had forever closed his eyes, unable to share those stories with him anymore. Jiang Liuyan trembled as he walked over to Old Sun's side, crouching down to gently stroke Old Sun's cold corpse. His hands shook, his heart trembled, as if the entire world were shaking. He recalled all the moments spent with Old Sun, the laughter, the tears, the times of struggle, playing back in his mind like a movie. However, all of this had become a foregone conclusion. Old Sun had left him forever. He knelt helplessly on the ground, tears mingling with the rain, blurring his vision. He painfully closed his eyes, with the thunder rumbling and the sounds of the rescue team bustling around him. It felt as if he could hear Old Sun calling his name, as if he could see Old Sun's smiling face. Yet, when he opened his eyes, all he saw was a wasteland and endless darkness. He continued to move forward, each step feeling like walking on the edge of a knife. He saw Aunt He's kind smile frozen in the smoke. Aunt He was the warm-hearted person in this neighborhood, always caring for everyone. Jiang Liuyan remembered how, as a child, he often went to Aunt He's house to share a meal and listen to her tell ancient legends and stories. Yet at this moment, Aunt He lay quietly in the ruins, her face still holding the last traces of tenderness and reluctance. Jiang Liuyan walked to Aunt He's side, crouched down, and trembled as he touched her cold body with both hands. He recalled the moments spent with Aunt He, those warm embraces, those kind words, those caring glances, all replaying in his mind like a movie. However, everything had already been decided. Aunt He had left him forever. He screamed in agony, his voice echoing in the ruins. But no one responded. He held Aunt He's hand tightly, as if that could pull her back from death. Yet, everything had already been decided. He had lost Aunt He forever. The rain fell heavier, and the thunder grew louder. Jiang Liuyan felt as if the whole world had abandoned him. Kneeling alone in the ruins, tears mingling with the rain, blurring his vision. He painfully closed his eyes. With the thunder rumbling and the sounds of rescue teams bustling around him, he seemed to hear Aunt He calling his name, as if he could see her kind face. However, when he opened his eyes, all he saw was a wasteland and endless darkness. He continued to move forward, each step feeling like it was crushing his heart. He saw those familiar neighbors, some old, some young, some strong, some weak, but at this moment they all lay quietly in the ruins devoid of life. Their faces bore the remnants of their final struggles and unwillingness, as if recounting their past bravery and fearlessness. Jiang Liuyan crouched beside each corpse, trembling hands gently touching their cold bodies. He recalled the moments spent with them, those laughs, those tears, those times of struggle, playing back in his mind like a movie. However, all of this had become a foregone conclusion. They had left him forever. He screamed in pain, his voice echoing in the ruins, but no one responded. He held their hands tightly, as if this could pull them back from death. Yet, everything was settled. He had lost them forever. Thunder rumbled overhead. Lightning split the night sky, illuminating Jiang Liuyan's tear-streaked face. He felt as if the whole world had abandoned him. Kneeling alone in the ruins, tears mingling with the rain. Blurring his vision, he painfully closed his eyes, with the thunder booming and the sounds of rescue teams bustling in his ears. However, at that moment, he was too weak to struggle any longer. It was as if he had fallen into an endless darkness, everything around him becoming blurry and distant. He saw those departed neighbors, smiling and waving at him, as if inviting him to join their ranks. He hesitated for a moment, then resolutely took a step forward. In that instant, he was forced to seal away this memory. He could no longer bear this pain and despair. He could not face the ruins and endless darkness any longer. He chose to escape, to lock himself in a world without pain and despair. When Jiang Liuyan opened his eyes again, he found himself lying in a hospital bed. Everything around him seemed so strange and distant. He tried to remember what had happened before, but his mind was blank. It was as if he had lost that memory, as if it had never existed. The doctor told him that he had been unconscious in the ruins for a long time and was brought to the hospital after being found by the rescue team. They had tried to wake him, but he remained in a coma until recently when he finally woke up. Jiang Liuyan silently listened to the doctor's words, his heart devoid of any waves. It was as if he had lost all emotions, lost his perception of the world. He was merely an empty shell, devoid of soul and memory. In the days that followed, Jiang Liuyan gradually recovered physically. However, he could never retrieve the lost memories. He seemed to have become a stranger, feeling alienated and disconnected from everything around him. He no longer communicated with others, nor did he participate in social activities. He simply lived quietly in his own world, like a lonely wanderer. Yet, despite losing that memory, he still retained a reverence for life and a yearning for the future. He knew he could not sink into despair like this. He still had responsibilities, missions, and dreams. He needed to strive for the neighbors who had passed away, to guard this land and move forward courageously. Chapter 90, Trauma, Part 2. Speaking of Jiang Liuyan's elemental awakening ceremony. The elemental awakening stone transmitted its information to the central main elemental awakening stone through a mother-son resonance method. The central authority was shocked, realizing that a once-in-a-millennium genius had emerged in the world. They immediately decided to send the highest-ranking welcoming team to greet Jiang Liuyan. However, the world is unpredictable. Just as the central welcoming team was preparing to set off, a sudden disaster struck, breaking the original calm. The celestial demons, these evil beings born from the time river of another world, took advantage of the night and chaos to launch a large-scale invasion. Their target was directed at the millions of tribes within the dark demon evil god tiger's secret realm. These celestial demons were exceptionally powerful and cunning. They utilized favorable timing and terrain to successfully breach the defensive line of the dark demon evil god tiger's formation. Their numbers surged like a tide towards the secret realm of the dark demon evil god tiger. The frontline battlefield instantly fell into chaos and fierce combat. The dark demon evil god tiger fought desperately against the celestial demons, but their numbers and strength exceeded their expectations. Soon, a breach was forcibly torn open on the front line, and the battlefield was shattered. If it were just a broken battlefield, it wouldn't be too concerning, as the fixed battlefield established in the Time River was constantly being washed away by time. However, These celestial demons were endless. They resorted to self-detonation to force open a corner of the battlefield, attempting to directly cross the battlefield to attack the dark demon evil god tiger's headquarters. In fact, such events had occurred countless times over the millennia, each time causing irreparable damage to the dark demon evil god tiger's secret realm. Nevertheless, those gaps created by self-detonation happened to lie within the range of rules, putting the dark demon evil god tigers in a dilemma. Therefore, the dark demon evil god tigers on the front line had no choice but to resist with all their might, doing their utmost to protect their homeland. It was precisely due to the energy turbulence caused by the self-detonation that the space-time became chaotic and even the very space began to shatter. A massive crack suddenly opened in the sky of the western region, as if a ferocious giant beast had opened its bloody maw, madly devouring everything around it. This crack seemed to have been produced by the infinite magnification of the fissures on the battlefield, enveloping the entire western region and instilling despair and fear in everyone. They could only watch helplessly as they were drawn into this crack. However, this was not the worst situation. This enormous crack resonated with the spatial fissure in Jiang Liunyin's home, causing the already fragile space to completely collapse. These two fissures interacted with each other, spreading rapidly like a virus, ultimately forming a massive portal between the heavens and earth of the western region, directly connecting to the world of the celestial demons. The outer demons surged from the portal like a tide, attacking the people and buildings of the western region crazily. Jiang Liunyin witnessed the arrival of this disaster with his own eyes, his heart filled with fear and despair. He tried to use his elemental power to resist the celestial demons' assault, but their strength was too overwhelming. He could not shake them, even a little. Jiang Liunyin could only watch helplessly as his neighbors fell one by one, their lives disappearing without a trace under the claws of the celestial demon. His heart was filled with anger and resentment. He hated his powerlessness and his inability to protect his family and friends. On that chaotic night, Jiang Liunyin lost all his relatives and friends. Among the ruins, he recalled the moment the elder awakened his elemental power, realizing that the reason he could awaken such a powerful force was because he harbored a unique power within him. This power might be the key to defeating the celestial demon and protecting his homeland. After that devastating disaster, Jiang Liunyin seemed to be shrouded in an invisible fog. His gaze became hollow and confused, as if he had lost all his soul and memories. He was no longer the boy filled with hope for the future and curiosity about the elemental world, but rather an existence akin to a walking corpse. His heart was devoid of joy, anger, and the desire for victory or the protection of his homeland. It was as if he had been sealed by some force within his own world, unable to connect with the outside. The higher-ups in the Central Authority were shocked and puzzled by Jiang Liunyin's change. They knew that this boy possessed a rare talent that appeared once in 10,000 years. His awakening had once shaken the entire elemental world. Yet now, he resembled a shell without a soul, unable to unleash his true strength. This was undoubtedly a significant blow to the Dark Demon God Tiger clan. The highest executor of the Central Authority stood atop the ruins, gazing at the once prosperous, now dilapidated district. Filled with unwillingness and despair, he howled to the sky, his voice laced with endless grief and helplessness. The heavens want to destroy my Dark Demon God Tiger clan. A genius has appeared with great difficulty, yet has fallen before he could fully mature. His roar echoed through the desolate ruins, as if protesting the injustice of fate. However, fate showed no mercy. The post-disaster reconstruction was progressing rapidly, but the statistics were chilling. Only 13 people survived on that entire street. The once thriving Dark Demon God Tiger clan now had only these few survivors left. Out of 683 clan members, only 13 remained alive, a number that caused deep pain. Among the 12 survivors besides Jiang Liunyin, their fates were equally tragic. They had all sustained lifelong disabilities to varying degrees. Some had lost a leg and could only walk with crutches, while others had their lower bodies turned to mush, blood, and flesh indistinguishable, relegated to spending their remaining days in a hospital bed. Their eyes were filled with fear and despair. The disaster had inflicted not only physical wounds, but also endless torment on their spirits. The higher-ups of the Central Authority were quietly reflecting and summarizing this disaster. They realized that although the Dark Demon God Tiger clan possessed immense strength and talent, they appeared so fragile and powerless in the face of the invasion of the otherworldly demons. They needed to find a new way, to seek methods to protect their kin from disasters. At this moment, Jiang Liunyin seemed to have been forgotten in a corner of the world. He curled up alone in a corner of the ruins, staring blankly ahead. His heart was devoid of any ripples, as if the entire world had nothing to do with him. His memories were sealed before the disaster. He could not recall his family, friends, or the love and pursuit of the elemental world he once had. Chapter 91. Do you and I truly exist in reality? Under the deep night sky, the decisions of the central decision-making body were like a hidden lightning bolt, piercing the calm horizon. For Jiang Liuyan, the young illusionist regarded as the hope for the nation's future, they would never easily let go. His talent was like the brightest star in the night sky. If it fell, it would be a tremendous loss for the entire illusionist realm. Therefore, the central authority decided to dispatch the illusory sky team, a group composed of top illusionists, to unravel the mysteries within Jiang Liuyan's heart, even if it required touching the darker sides of human nature. The captain of the illusory sky team, Yin, was a tall man with a stern face. His eyes seemed to penetrate the deepest secrets of the human heart, and his extraordinary illusionary skills earned him the title of the Eye of Illusion in the illusionist realm. After receiving the mission, Yin led his team to quietly arrive at the remote town where Jiang Liuyan was located. The night was as dark as ink. Yin stood alone at the edge of the town, tightly grasping the confidential letter. The handwriting on the letter seemed to carry some mysterious power, making his mood exceptionally heavy. As a soldier, obedience to orders was in his nature. He hoped not to resort to the last means. In his hand, he tightly held the confidential letter, which contained instructions personally delivered by the higher-ups, stating that if they could not break through Jiang Liuyan's psychological defenses and unravel his knots, they would have no choice but to resort to the final means. The next morning, Yin and his team appeared before Jiang Liuyan with friendly demeanor. They wore matching illusionist robes adorned with intricate illusionary totems, giving them an air of mystery and authority. Jiang Liuyan looked at them with hollow eyes, then curled up in the corner with his knees hugged, just like on those past days. Jiang Liuyan, we are the illusionists of the illusionary troop, sent by the Central to help you unravel the mysteries in your heart. Yunyan's voice was gentle yet powerful, as if it could penetrate one's soul. Jiang Liuyan seemed to have not heard anything, merely curled up in a corner, unresponsive. Guided by the attendant caring for Jiang Liuyan, Yin and his team arrived at the house next door to Jiang Liuyan's. The props for the illusions had long been airlifted here, waiting for them to use. Various instruments were stacked together. Although somewhat messy, the other parts of the room were simply arranged, exuding a warm atmosphere. Yin let his subordinates rest for a day before devising a detailed plan alone, intending to perform the illusion with the team the next day. The next day, Yin brought the team to Jiang Liuyan, attaching many instruments to him and beginning to cast illusions. As Yunyan's illusions gradually delved into Jiang Liuyan's memories, scenes began to emerge before their eyes. These were the joyful moments of Jiang Liuyan's childhood, warm images of him with his parents, and his resilience and tenacity when facing difficulties alone. However, when the scenes shifted to a dark corner, Yin couldn't help but furrow his brow. There lay the scars deep within Jiang Liuyan's heart, a forgotten past, a painful experience he could not let go. It was this recent event. Yin had heard a little about the aftermath in the West District, but he hadn't expected Jiang Liuyan to be one of the survivors of that disaster. The preliminary background checks had never informed them that the tragedy Jiang Liuyan endured was so great. The flickering images played frame by frame from Jiang Liuyan's perspective, shocking the 6 members of his team. Yin knew that to untie Jiang Liuyan's mental knot, he must help him confront that painful experience again and find a way to let go. However, when Yin tried to guide Jiang Liuyan to touch that memory, he found Jiang Liuyan's mental defenses to be exceptionally strong, as if there were an invisible wall separating him from the outside world. In the mental barrier Jiang Liuyan had constructed, the night was as dark as ink, and the moonlight was thin, barely illuminating the winding path ahead. Yin, known as the Eye of Illusions, led his team, the illusionary troop, silently weaving through the forest. Their goal was singular, to unravel the mystery of Jiang Liuyan's sealed memories. Yunyan's team was composed of 5 uniquely skilled illusionists. Yuing, who excelled in mental communication, Xing Hen, a master of spatial illusions, Chen Sha, who controlled the flow of time, and 2 supportive illusionists, Feng Xing and Luo. Each possessed extraordinary abilities, making them rare talents in the realm of illusions. As the night breeze gently brushed by, Yin stopped, his gaze penetrating through the layers of leaves to a lonely little house not far away. There lay Jiang Liuyan's only shelter from a storm. Yin took a deep breath, feeling both anticipation and worry. He knew this task was not merely about untangling a young man's mental knot. It was also a test of the illusionary troupe's abilities to their limits. Are you ready? Yin whispered, his voice echoing clearly in the silent forest. The team members nodded, their eyes shining with determination. They understood the gravity of this task, but having chosen to become illusionists, they were destined to face various unknowns and challenges. Yin lightly waved his hand, and a soft glow spilled from his palm, instantly enveloping the six of them. This was their unique team illusion, the light of concealment, allowing them to approach their target unnoticed. As the light dissipated, they silently appeared at the window of the little house. Inside, Jiang Liuyan sat quietly at an old wooden table, holding a book he had flipped through countless times. Yet his eyes were hollow and confused, as if his soul had long drifted far away. Seeing this scene, Yin felt a surge of complex emotions. He knew that Jiang Liuyan had once been a vibrant and dream-filled youth, but now, that brilliance seemed to have been consumed by endless darkness. Prepare, Yin said softly, his voice carrying a certain magic that instantly put the team members into a combat state. Enter. Ewing acted first, gently extending her hand, her fingertips blooming with a soft blue light, which was her unique mental communication illusion, the Bridge of Minds. As the blue light spread, Jiang Liuyan's gaze began to soften, as if surrounded by a warm force. Ewing took the opportunity to establish a mental connection with him, attempting to guide him to open the closed door of his memory. However, Jiang Liuyan's mental defenses were exceptionally strong, and Yu Ying's efforts seemed to have little effect. At that moment, Xing Hin stepped forward. He clasped his hands together and closed his eyes in concentration. Moments later, a brilliant light began to radiate from him, which was his spatial illusion, the door of illusions. As the light flickered, a virtual space slowly unfolded before Jiang Liuyan, filled with joyful moments from his childhood and warm memories with family and friends. However, when these beautiful memories attempted to touch the deep scars within Jiang Liuyan, he suddenly became agitated, clenching his fists, his eyes flashing with fear and unease. Yin recognized that this was the defense mechanism deep within Jiang Liuyan's heart at work. He had to find a way for Jiang Liuyan to safely confront those painful memories. At this moment, Chun Sha stepped forward. He slowly walked behind Jiang Liuyan, gently placing his hands on his shoulders, beginning to cast his time flow illusion, the rewind of time. With Chun Sha's guidance, Jiang Liuyan's consciousness gradually began to return to the past, and those forgotten fragments began to surface in his mind. But Chun Sha was very cautious, controlling the flow of time to ensure Jiang Liuyan wouldn't collapse from a sudden confrontation with overwhelming emotional impact. With Chun Sha's help, Jiang Liuyan finally began to face the painful memories he had buried deep inside. It was an important illusion competition he had participated in, marking a major setback in his life. In that competition, due to a moment of negligence, he lost his closest friend. That guilt and pain had accompanied him, becoming an unhealable wound in his heart. As the memories gradually became clearer, Jiang Liuyan's emotions intensified. At that moment, Fengxing and Douluo acted simultaneously. Fengxing released gentle wind elements surrounding Jiang Liuyan, bringing him a sense of coolness and calm, while Douluo cast her healing illusion, the Rain of Hearts. Fine droplets falling like threads upon Jiang Liuyan's heart, attempting to soothe his inner wounds. However, despite the team's best efforts, Jiang Liuyan's emotions spiraled out of control. He suddenly stood up, his eyes bloodshot, as if trying to break free from all restraints. Yin knew this was the critical moment. He had to make a decision. Taking a deep breath, he quickly formed hand seals and began to cast his most proficient illusion, the Realm of Dreams. As Yin's illusion unfolded, a virtual dream space slowly appeared before Jiang Liuyan. This dream space was filled with warmth and light, like a refuge isolated from the world. Yin guided Jiang Liuyan into this dream, allowing him to freely explore, vent, and release his inner pain. In the dream, Jiang Liuyan saw his former friends, smiling as they approached him, as if they had never left. He saw his past dreams and pursuits, those forgotten passions and courage reigniting in his heart. He felt the love and support from his team members. Those warm forces gradually helped him free himself from his pain. However, as the dream was about to end, Yin faced a difficult choice. He knew that to help Jiang Liuyan truly emerge from the shadows, he must confront and accept that painful memory. But doing so might push Jiang Liuyan back to the brink of collapse. After weighing the pros and cons, Yin made a decision. Indeed, the final instruction of that secret letter was that if it was truly impossible for Jiang Liuyan to face that painful experience calmly, then they should fabricate a false reality. The Empire and the Dark Demon God, the Tiger Clan, needed a genius who could cultivate, not a mere mascot that would wallow in despair. Therefore, when Yanin leaned towards that outcome, he had no other choice. This action, even if it meant damaging the mind of a newly turned 18-year-old boy, left him with no alternatives. The false memories would make it feel dreamlike. For a person, the impact couldn't be said to be huge, but it still existed to some extent. However, the future tribulations of his inner demons would amplify his mental torment by billions of times until it was completely devoured. In the final stages of the dream, he would weave a false memory for Jiang Liuyan, allowing him to subconsciously believe he had successfully overcome that painful experience. As the dream deepened, Jiang Liuyan finally arrived at that decisive moment. The tragedies he experienced played in reverse, moving from the end back to the critical point. Indeed, Jiang Yu discovered the time rift, but how to resolve that story led to various debates within the illusory heavenly team. Ultimately, they resorted to the extreme method proposed by Chun Shi, deleting all memories related to his father and mother from the age of 8 onwards, and implanting false memories that his parents were killed by external evil demons in a disaster. As Jiang Liuyan's memories from age 8 to 18 were gradually filled in by several members of the illusory heavenly team, his heart began to calm down. He started to understand that past mistakes did not define his life. Although he still didn't know what those mistakes were, he knew he still had a future, dreams, and pursuits. At that moment, it seemed he could see the road ahead, a path leading to light and hope. When Jiang Liuyan woke up from the dream, he found himself in an illusion within the reconstructed street. Surrounded by familiar faces and streets, his heart was filled with an unprecedented sense of peace and satisfaction. He seemed to have forgotten everything that had just happened, feeling as if he had just had a dream he couldn't remember. However, deep within the headquarters of the Dark Demon God Tiger Clan, Yun stood alone by the window, gazing into the distance. His heart was filled with complex emotions. He knew they had successfully helped Jiang Liuyan reconstruct those false memories, but at the same time, he felt a deep sense of loss. He realized this might be the last time he saw this genius. To be honest, Yun felt it was somewhat unfair, but he could only let out a heavy sigh and turn back into the room. Sitting in the chair, he was lost in thought. He recalled the time spent with Jiang Liuyan in his memories, remembered everything seen again from Jiang Liuyan's perspective. These memories felt incredibly precious to him, but they also brought endless sadness. Perhaps this is fate, Yun murmured to himself. He knew he had to accept this fact, even though deep down he still hoped to see Jiang Liuyan again. But he also understood that some things couldn't be forced, just like Jiang Liuyan's fate. Perhaps it was only in the hands of those at a higher level to decide. Jiang Liuyan was still the same as usual, coming and going early and late, unaware that he had already fallen into an illusion, wandering among the ruins, greeting the severed limbs and blood on the streets, imagining their responses. A smile lingered on Jiang Liuyan's lips, yet he was oblivious to the tears that kept swirling in his eyes. In the world of illusions, the light and darkness of humanity were always intertwined. But it was this complexity and diversity that formed the reality and beauty of this world. Both Jiang Liuyan and Yun were seeking their own light and warmth in their own ways. Chapter 92, Memories Within Memories. Connection. The first ray of sunlight in the early morning pierced through the mist like fine threads, gently brushing against Jiang Liuyan's window, as if the light itself carried a touch of tenderness and anticipation. In this tranquil moment, a clear, silver bell-like shout shattered the surrounding peace. Jiang Liuyan, your letter has arrived. The voice seemed to be a messenger transcending time and space, carrying an undeniable force that instantly pulled Jiang Liuyan, who was immersed in dreams, back into the embrace of reality. Jiang Liuyan slowly opened his eyes, the remnants of dreams still lingering in his gaze. He gently rubbed his eyelids with his palm, trying to dispel the haze. In the room, the morning light gradually spread, dancing with the dust in the air, casting a faint golden glow over his already sunny and handsome face. The golden sunlight outlined his chiseled features, and the deep-set eyes sparkled with curiosity and anticipation for the new day. At that moment, he seemed to become the most dazzling scenery in the morning light. With a hint of laziness, Jiang Liuyan strolled to the door, gently pushing it open, and a rush of fresh air mixed with the fragrance of flowers and grass greeted him, invigorating his spirit. He stood at the threshold, stretching his body in a big yawn, as if every joint was released in that instant, sweeping away the fatigue and heaviness of the night. The sunlight generously poured over him, warm and comfortable, like the gentlest touch of nature. Jiang Liuyan, aged and with a steady gait, walked towards the mailbox, his heart filled with a hint of curiosity and anticipation. He reached out his hand, his fingertips gently touching the exquisite envelope, as if he were making contact with an unknown fate. On the envelope, 7 large dark golden characters read Dark Demon, Evil God, Tiger Academy, standing out prominently. The font exuded a mysterious and authoritative aura, causing a surge of reverence to rise within him. This school certainly had quite the presence, Jiang Liuyan thought to himself, as he carefully examined every detail on the envelope. The special gilding technique made the letters shine with a unique brilliance under the sunlight, showcasing the school's prestige while adding an element of mystery. This sense of importance and respect filled him with warmth and infinite imagination about the campus life he was about to enter. He gently traced the characters on the envelope, feeling the weight of expectation and hope. In that moment, he could almost foresee his life at the Dark Demon, Evil God Tiger Academy, the days filled with challenges and opportunities, and the heights he might achieve in the future. This longing for the future made his mood exceptionally cheerful, even a bit frivolous, as if the entire world were cheering for him. Humming a little tune, Jiang Liuyan tucked the letter under his arm and returned to his small room. As he passed the doorstep, he remembered to bend down and pick up the spirit liquid he had reserved for the morning. It was a precious liquid refined from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, an excellent choice for soul beast cultivators to enhance their strength. He chuckled softly, secretly grateful that although his life was currently mundane, who knew what surprises the future might hold for him. Back in his room, Jiang Liuyan poured the spirit liquid into a goblet, gently swirling it and observing the changing colors, as if admiring a piece of art. Wow, this color is truly exquisite. The gradient is natural, bright, and captivating, almost rivaling Uncle Shue's red short from his zodiac year. What a compliment. His words carried a hint of teasing and joy, completely devoid of any trace of the life and death trials he had just endured. However, to others, it seemed he was merely shaking an empty cup, scrutinizing it as if performing a trick with no substance, mumbling to himself without anyone knowing what he was doing. A crowd gathered around Jiang Liuyan, observing his every move. After all, he was currently within a complex illusion formation of over 10 layers. If his perception were to falter, it could shatter his will and mental strength in an instant. Jiang Liuyan put down the elixir and picked up the other items from the envelope. A national ticket lay quietly there, its surface shimmering with a faint glow, as if telling of its extraordinary and precious nature. In Jiang Liuyan's heart, a surge of excitement arose. This was his ticket to a new life and the starting point for him to realize his dreams. Jiang Liuyan cautiously walked up to the tribute table. He reached out his hand and gently tapped the table in front of him, producing a crisp sound. Immediately after, he began to change angles, either inserting, tapping, lightly striking, or kicking, his movements smooth and skilled. With his actions, a series of clicking sounds emerged from within the tribute table, as if some mechanism had been triggered. Suddenly, without warning, the surface of the tribute table split open, revealing a hidden space. Jiang Liuyan focused his gaze and saw a yellowed book quietly lying there. He reached out his hand and slowly picked up the book, a surge of indescribable excitement rising in his heart. As he flipped through the pages, they made a rustling sound. When he turned to a certain page, a silver ring caught his eye. It shimmered with a faint light, as if telling tales of past glory and stories. "I must take this too," Jiang Liuyan said softly, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. He carefully tucked the ring into his pocket, his thoughts drifting far away. He remembered that mysterious her, wondering if she was well at that moment, if she still remembered their promises and commitments. Jiang Liuyan silently prayed, hoping to see her again and tell her that he had found an important clue, getting one step closer to his goal. Jiang Liuyan's mood was as turbulent as the sea, as if a massive storm had erupted within him. This book on mechanical arts held extraordinary significance for him, as it was the only gift given to him by that mysterious woman. However, he had long since memorized the book and was well versed in the principles of mechanical arts it contained. The book detailed various complex mechanical structures, including gears, levers, axles, and other intricate designs, showcasing the profound nature of mechanical arts. According to the book, the author was a man named Zhu Mo, who created these marvelous mechanical arts with his exceptional wisdom and skills. Jiang Liuyan couldn't help but marvel at the talent and creativity of this master. When he flipped to the last page, he discovered that it mentioned this golden page was crafted with utmost dedication by the author, using celestial iron, and was a peerless divine weapon. Even more astonishing was that this divine weapon possessed the ability to grow, capable of absorbing energy from defeated opponents to continuously strengthen itself. Jiang Liuyan was filled with longing. He really wanted to witness it with his own eyes. Unfortunately, when he accidentally discovered this book in the cracks of time and space, the last page was already lost. Nevertheless, he still mastered various techniques of mechanism arts and the method of using the final golden page through careful study of the other parts of the book. Although he couldn't see the legendary golden page with his own eyes, Jiang Liuyan still felt the endless power and possibilities contained within it. In Jiang Liuyan's memory, that wonderful adventure shone like brilliant stars, deeply imprinted in his heart. However, aside from this experience, the rest of the past seemed to be shrouded in a layer of mysterious veil, unclear and vague. This was all because the Mirage Squad had cleverly erased those memories, causing Jiang Liuyan's recollections to focus solely on that thrilling journey. As for the contents of the book, although the Mirage Squad might still have the opportunity to read it completely, they knew nothing of the plot because Yin had tightly sealed the information within the book. Perhaps this was the best thing Yin had done. Jiang Lu gently flipped open the book, and as his gaze lingered on a certain page, he suddenly discovered something familiar. He focused his eyes and saw a silver ring quietly lying between the pages. The ring shimmered with a faint glow, dazzling like the stars in the night sky. It was so unique and exquisite, as if it carried countless beautiful memories and emotions. Jiang Liuyan carefully picked up the ring, feeling its temperature and texture. He couldn't help but fall into deep thought as images of the person who once gave him this ring floated in his mind. Her smile, tenderness, and care were deeply etched in his heart. This ring had become one of their most precious memories, witnessing the wonderful times they once shared. However, now he was the only one silently gazing at this object, a surge of indescribable feelings rising within him. He gently stroked the ring, his fingers gliding over its smooth surface, as if he could sense her presence. Memories of the moments spent with her flashed before his eyes like a movie, their laughter and playful banter, their strolls through the streets, enjoying each other's company, sharing the joys and sorrows of life. These beautiful memories surged in his heart like a tide, immersing him in them, making it hard to escape. Yet, reality is always cruel and relentless. They had been apart for a long time, each on their own path. Although Jiang Liuyan had been trying hard to move forward, there was always a part of him deep inside that belonged to her. Every time the night grew quiet, he would quietly take out this ring, gazing at it in silence, reminiscing about the beautiful past. At this moment, he did not know where she was, how she was doing, or if she still remembered their promise. This unknown longing and concern brought him immense pain and helplessness. How he wished he could see her again, to tell her that he had never forgotten her and still loved her deeply. Jiang Liuyan tightly held the ring in his hand, his eyes revealing a firm determination. He knew that no matter what happened in the future, he would bury this feeling deep in his heart and cherish this memory forever. Perhaps one day, fate would bring them together again, and at that time, he would surely tell her without hesitation, "I have never stopped loving you." However, Jiang Liuyan quickly adjusted his emotions. He knew he couldn't remain trapped in past memories. There were more challenges and opportunities waiting for him to conquer in the future. He gently put the ring on his finger, as if to gather that longing and strength into his grasp. He opened the book again, the pages recording profound knowledge of mechanisms, with various gears, levers, and axles cleverly combined, showcasing the crystallization of human wisdom. The author of this book was Zhu Mo, a name not widely known, but holding a significant position in the field of mechanism arts. Jiang Liuyan was familiar with the content of the book, as these techniques and knowledge were already deeply imprinted in his mind. However, what he regretted most was the golden page at the end of the book. It was the extraordinary weapon crafted by Zhu Mo with his life's work, a growth-type ring. It was said that every time an enemy was defeated, the ring would extract energy from within them, continuously enhancing its own power. Jiang Liuyan had often fantasized about owning such a ring, but reality was cruel. He had stumbled upon this book in the cracks of time and space, but the golden page at the end had already been lost. Nevertheless, he still learned various techniques recorded in the book and how to use the golden page. Thinking of this, Jiang Liuyan couldn't help but feel deeply moved. He knew his life was full of uncertainties and variables, but as long as he had dreams in his heart and the courage to pursue them, he could surely create his own brilliance. He gently closed the book, placed the ring and train ticket into his backpack, and prepared to embrace the new life that was about to come. Jiang Lianyan stood by the window, gazing at the vast world outside, his heart filled with infinite longing and anticipation for the future. He knew that the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy was just a starting point in his life's journey, and the road ahead was still very long. But he believed that as long as he had dreams in his heart, faith, and the courage to face all challenges and difficulties, he would surely be able to go further and fly higher. Just then, a gentle breeze brushed against his face, bringing a hint of coolness and comfort. He took a deep breath of fresh air, as if trying to inhale this strength and courage into his body. Then, he turned around and walked towards the door with determined steps. There lay his dreams, his future, and everything he aimed to conquer. At the moment he stepped out of the small house, Jiang Lianyan felt an unusual sense of lightness and joy. It seemed he had forgotten all his worries and sorrows, only thinking about enjoying this new journey of life to the fullest. He hummed a little tune softly, his steps light yet powerful, as if the whole world was making way for him. On the way to the station, Jiang Lianyan encountered many familiar faces. They were neighbors, friends, or comrades he had fought alongside in the past. Each one looked at him with friendly and blessing eyes. They knew that Jiang Lianyan was about to embark on a new journey to pursue his dreams and future. This support and encouragement filled his heart with gratitude and warmth. In front of the station, Jiang Lianyan stopped in his tracks. He turned back to glance at this familiar yet strange little town, a surge of inexplicable emotion rising within him. Here lay the footprints of his growth, memories of laughter and tears, and an emotional bond he could never sever. However, he also knew that he must bravely take this step to pursue a broader world and a better future. He took a deep breath and resolutely stepped onto the train bound for the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy. As the train slowly started, Jiang Lianyan's figure gradually disappeared from the sight of the people. Yet that joyful and carefree mood spread like sunshine across the entire station and the world around. On the train, Jiang Lianyan sat by the window, enjoying the scenery along the way. The beautiful mountains, rivers, fields, and towns seemed to send him off with blessings. His mood became exceptionally cheerful and relaxed, as if the whole world was cheering and applauding for him. He closed his eyes, feeling this beauty and tranquility, his heart filled with infinite longing and anticipation for the future. When the train finally arrived at the city where the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy was located, an inexplicable excitement and nervousness surged within Jiang Lianyan. He knew he was about to step into a brand new world to embrace more challenges and opportunities. He took a deep breath to adjust his mindset and then stepped forward. Chapter 93, Birds Flying. Jiang Lianyan tightly held the precious Fania SVIP Black Gold Edition ticket, stepping into the threshold of the Intion Trading Company with a slightly hurried yet steady pace. For him, this ticket was not just a pass to his destination, but a key to escape the remote village and step into the vast world. It possessed extraordinary power, capable of summoning the highest specification welcoming vehicle, the Fania 963, at any trading company or auction house nationwide, without waiting, immediately setting off to take the ticket holder anywhere. Such privilege was unmatched even by train stations, as they might not be able to provide dedicated car services for every distinguished traveler, but the Fania ticket could make dedicated cars available everywhere. The interior decoration of the trading company was uniquely crafted, both luxurious and elegant. Exquisite paintings and calligraphy adorned the walls, while the floor was covered with splendid carpets, and the furniture was arranged in an orderly yet varied manner. A faint aroma of tea and flowers permeated the air, intertwining to create a unique atmosphere that naturally relaxed one's mood. As Jiang Lianyan stepped into the entrance of the trading company, he was immediately captivated by a woman standing in front of the counter. She wore a snow-white qipao, which was perfectly tailored to outline her flawless figure, showcasing her graceful silhouette. Her skin was as fair and delicate as mutton fat jade, appearing even more translucent against the white qipao. A gentle smile adorned her face, warm as a spring breeze. Her eyes were clear and bright, sparkling with wisdom and tenderness, as if they could see through everything, offering the most heartfelt care. Dear guest, welcome to our trading company. Thank you for choosing us, and we look forward to providing you with satisfactory service. Her voice was soft and delicate, like a gentle spring breeze brushing against the face or the murmuring of a clear spring water in the mountains, uplifting the spirit. Jiang Lianyan originally intended to immediately show his ticket to demonstrate his noble identity, but the breathtaking scenery before him made him momentarily forget the ticket in his hand. as he stared blankly at the woman in front of him. Her beauty was striking, like a lily blooming in a valley, pure and elegant, untouched by the world. Her eyes were as clear as a lake, seemingly capable of reflecting the softest shadows of people's innermost hearts, making one involuntarily yearn to explore the innocence and beauty hidden in the depths of her gaze. "Take me to the 6th floor." Jiang Liunian finally found his voice, tinged with a hint of restraint and nervousness. He tried to remain calm, but the shock within him was hard to conceal. After all, he had just come out of that isolated village, and his experiences were limited. Even the village chiefs who knew or widow Li from the village could not compare to the woman before him. Her beauty was not only in her appearance, but also in the elegance and purity that radiated from within, evoking affection yet commanding respect. The woman in white slightly raised the corners of her mouth, a faint smile gracing her face, and gently nodded, her gaze indicating for Jiang Liunian to follow her. Her steps were light, like the willow branches swaying in the morning light, graceful and delicate, each step blooming like a lotus. Every subtle movement exuded an elegance and noble aura that seemed to captivate the entire world. Jiang Liunian closely followed the woman in white, unable to suppress his astonishment. He widened his eyes, fixating on this mysterious and beautiful woman in front of him, a surge of indescribable shock rising in his heart. He had never seen a woman like her. Her appearance and demeanor filled him with an unparalleled sense of novelty. He had never even imagined that one day he would have the chance to be so close to such a person. Just as Jiang Liunian was immersed in his admiration and awe of the woman in white, an untimely sarcastic remark shattered this tranquility. "This place, the 6th floor of the dark sky, is not somewhere just any random person can step into," a cold voice suddenly rang out, laced with disdain and mockery. Jiang Liunian turned his gaze in the direction of the sound and saw a woman in purple standing not far away. She exhaled like orchids, her red lips slightly parted, and a warm breath gently wafted in front of the woman in white, carrying a faint fragrance. However, to the woman in white, this scent seemed like a deadly threat. Her face instantly turned pale, and a trace of fear flashed in her eyes. Jiang Liunian frowned, unable to understand why the woman in purple was so harsh and indifferent towards the woman in white. He couldn't help but size up the woman in purple. She was tall and elegant, her purple attire flowing in the wind like a fairy descended from the heavens. However, her cold gaze and disdainful tone filled Jiang Liunian with revulsion. He decided to stand up and defend the woman in white, saying, "Miss, why be so aggressive? Everyone has their own efforts and pursuits. We should respect others' choices and contributions." The woman in purple sneered, a flash of displeasure crossing her eyes. She glanced at Jiang Liunian and mocked, "Humph, a rookie dares to meddle here? The 6th level of the dark sky is not a place for nameless folks like you to enter at will." With that, she turned and left, leaving Jiang Liunian, who was bewildered, and the humiliated woman in white behind. Jiang Liunian watched the departing figure of the woman in purple, pondering who this mysterious and arrogant woman was and why she appeared here. He decided to continue exploring the 6th floor of the dark sky, seeking more clues and answers. At the same time, he was determined to protect the innocent woman in white, ensuring she would not suffer any more harm. "You, Qingyu, have you forgotten the rules of the Dark Sky Chamber of Commerce?" The voice of the woman in purple was deep and magnetic, each word like a finely crafted arrow, piercing straight into Qingyu's heart. Her gaze revealed a hint of authority and unchallengeable presence, making everyone present feel her powerful aura. Upon hearing this, Qingyu's expression slightly changed. She glanced at the ticket in Jiang Liunian's hand, a trace of worry flashing in her eyes. "Don't go up with a forged ticket. Forging a flying bird ticket has greater consequences. The entire National Chamber of Commerce would blacklist you. Even if you were the son of the dark, you should think twice before doing this." Her words carried a sense of urgency and warning, clearly expressing her doubts about the ticket in Jiang Liunian's hand. The woman in purple frowned slightly at her words, gesturing for Qingyu to be quiet before carefully examining the ticket Jiang Liunian held. The ticket bore the prominent number in 051, which startled the woman in purple. It was known that flying bird tickets were always certified by the Royal Central Institute in the Imperial City. With an extremely limited quantity, only 50 issued in total. Those who possessed such a ticket were undoubtedly individuals of great influence or wealth. The woman in purple scrutinized the ticket closely. From its texture, material, printing method to layout, it was identical to a genuine item, without any flaws. However, there were only 50 of such tickets in the world, so was the one before her real or fake? She fell into deep contemplation, even doubting her own judgment. At that moment, Jiang Liunian finally regained his voice. This ticket is real. I obtained it through legal means. His tone was firm and confident, attempting to dispel the doubts of the woman in purple. However, his words seemed to have little effect. The woman in purple remained frowning, her eyes revealing caution and skepticism. Just then, a middle-aged man in a luxurious robe stepped out from the crowd, wearing a warm smile and shining with wisdom in his eyes. He was the president of the Dark Sky Chamber of Commerce and a leading figure in the business world. His appearance brought a sense of pressure to everyone present. The ticket in this guest's hand is indeed genuine. The president's words carried undeniable authority as he approached Jiang Liunian, carefully examining the ticket, then nodded to confirm. Upon hearing this, the woman in purple's expression changed slightly, and her gaze towards the president held a hint of confusion and doubt. But President, there are only 50 such tickets in the world. How can we be sure this one is real? Her words were laced with reluctance and questioning. The president smiled and shook his head, his gaze towards the woman in purple filled with kindness and tolerance. Purple, your doubts are not without reason. But you must remember that some things in this world are beyond our imagination. This ticket, although limited in quantity, does not mean it cannot appear before us. Moreover, judging by this guest's demeanor and conversation, he does not seem like someone who would forge tickets. Hearing this, the woman in purple, though still somewhat unwilling, nodded in acceptance of the president's judgment. After all, the president's status and prestige in the business world were beyond her comparison. Jiang Liunian felt a sigh of relief in his heart. He could finally be sure that the ticket in his hand was real and could take him to any place he wanted to go. He looked at the woman in white with gratitude and respect, for it was her appearance that gave him the opportunity to prove his innocence and nobility. The woman in white smiled gently upon seeing this. She walked to Jiang Liunian's side and softly said, "Dear guest, please follow me. I will take you to the 6th floor." Her voice was still gentle and delicate, like the fine rain in spring, nurturing Jiang Liunian's heart. Jiang Liunian nodded and followed her into the elevator, heading to the 6th floor. Inside the elevator, he looked at the woman in white with a hint of curiosity and admiration in his eyes. "May I ask what your name is?" he asked, tried to establish a deeper connection with the beautiful woman. "My name is Lin Wanner," the woman in white replied with a smile, her voice like a heavenly melody, evoking longing and yearning in others. Jiang Liunian listened and secretly admired. Lin Wanner, this name sounds poetic and beautiful. He believed that this beautiful woman must possess a soul and qualities that match her name. As the elevator slowly ascended, Jiang Liunian's mood became more excited. He knew that the 6th floor must be the most prestigious and mysterious place of Anyan Trading Company. And being able to step foot, there was undoubtedly a great honor and glory for him. Finally, the elevator stopped and the doors slowly opened, revealing the true face of the 6th floor. It was decorated even more lavishly and exquisitely, with a richer fragrance of tea and flowers in the air, making one feel as if they were in a dreamlike world. Lin Wanner led Jiang Liunian into a spacious and bright reception room, which was furnished with various exquisite tea sets and snacks. She invited Jiang Liunian to sit down and personally brewed him a pot of fine Longjing tea. The fragrance of the tea rose gently, filling the air and refreshing the spirit. Jiang Liunian picked up the teacup, took a gentle sip, and then couldn't help but praise. "Good tea, truly good tea." His voice carried a hint of surprise and satisfaction, clearly impressed by Lin Wanner's tea artistry. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanner revealed a radiant smile. Her gaze towards Jiang Liunian was filled with admiration and respect, for she knew that someone who could truly appreciate the nuances of tea must possess profound cultural depth and refined taste. In the following time, Jiang Liunian and Lin Wanner engaged in pleasant conversation in the reception room. They discussed elegant topics such as the way of tea, poetry, calligraphy, and painting, both feeling a strong connection and mutual understanding. Jiang Liunian discovered that Lin Wanner was not only beautiful on the outside, but also rich and profound on the inside. Her words were filled with wisdom and philosophy, greatly benefiting those who listened. Time quietly passed, and before they knew it, evening had arrived. Jiang Liunian stood up, preparing to take his leave. The look in his eyes, as he glanced at Lin Wanner, held a trace of reluctance and affection, for he knew he might never have the chance to meet this beautiful and elegant woman again. "Miss Lin, thank you for your companionship and hospitality today. I will forever remember this wonderful time," Jiang Liunian said, his words imbued with deep emotion and gratitude. Lin Wanner, upon hearing this, displayed a gentle smile. "Mr. Jiang, you flatter me. It is also my honor to spend this time with you. I hope you will have the chance to visit Anyan Trading Company again in the future." Her voice was as warm as a spring breeze, comforting to the heart. Jiang Liunyun nodded, then turned and left. He walked out of the meeting room and slowly made his way down the corridor. Along the way, he reminisced about the moments spent with Lin Wanner, filled with gratitude and satisfaction. He knew that this trip to the Intian commerce had not only allowed him to witness the splendor and luxury of the business world, but also introduced him to a beautiful and elegant woman, making him feel an unprecedented warmth and joy. As he stepped out of the Intian commerce doors, Jiang Liunyun looked up at the sky. It was now the time of sunset, and the evening glow on the horizon was as brilliant and dazzling as burning flames. He took a deep breath of fresh air, then set off on his journey to the next destination. He knew the road ahead would be long and difficult, but he believed that as long as he had dreams and hopes in his heart, he could overcome any obstacles and challenges. Lin Wanner's presence undoubtedly added a dose of motivation and courage to his journey. Chapter 94. Journey to the Central Bank. Jiang Liunyun and Qingyu embarked on a long journey to the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy. Leaving behind their familiar and tranquil little place in the West District, they were filled with anticipation and apprehension for the unknown world ahead. This was not just a journey of learning, but also an adventure of the soul. As they departed from the West District, they passed through an endless expanse of fields. The golden waves of wheat swayed gently in the breeze, as if the earth was playing a melody, heralding the beginning of their farewell. Jiang Liunyun took a deep breath of the fresh air, savoring the fragrance of the soil and the fields, a surge of inexplicable excitement rising within him. He had never imagined that the world could be so vast, and he was about to embark on a journey to explore this immense land. As the carriage moved forward, they gradually distanced themselves from the bustling towns and entered the vast western desert. The vastness and desolation of the desert left Jiang Liunyun in awe. The blazing sun hung high, and the golden sunlight spilled over the undulating sand dunes, each grain of sand seemingly shimmering with a golden glow. The dunes rose and fell like the waves of the sea, and amidst this sea of dunes, they felt like tiny boats drifting with the wind. Jiang Liunyun stood on the carriage, his gaze fixed on the endless yellow sands before him. He felt both awe and curiosity within, awe at the magnificent craftsmanship of nature, curiosity about whether ancient secrets were hidden in this desert. He closed his eyes, allowing his spirit to converse with the desert, feeling its breath, as if he could hear the sands recounting the vicissitudes of 1,000 years. Qingyu, on the other hand, appeared somewhat reserved. She tightly grasped the handrail of the carriage, glancing at Jiang Liunyun from time to time, as if seeking comfort. In her heart, she always positioned herself as a maid, a silent guardian by her master's side. Although she was also filled with curiosity about the desert, her feelings were mostly of worry and unease. She was concerned that Jiang Liunyun might be harmed and worried that she might not be able to fulfill the responsibilities of this journey. However, Jiang Liunyun seemed to see through Qingyu's thoughts. He gently patted her shoulder and smiled, saying, "Qingyu, there's no need to be afraid. We are in this together. No matter what difficulties we encounter, I will protect you." Upon hearing this, a warmth surged in Qingyu's heart. Looking into Jiang Liunyun's determined eyes, her unease gradually faded, replaced by an unprecedented courage. After crossing the desert, they arrived at the rainforest region bordering the central area. The lushness and vitality of the rainforest dazzled Jiang Liunyun. The dense trees blocked out the sun, creating a green ocean. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows. Various exotic plants and animals thrived in this rainforest, forming a rich and colorful ecosystem. Jiang Liunyun walked in the rainforest, as if entering a fantastical world. He curiously observed every plant and animal around him, trying to understand their names and habits. Qingyu closely followed behind him, cautiously reminding him to pay attention to safety. Although Qingyu was equally curious about the rainforest, her greater concern was for Jiang Liunyun's safety. In the rainforest, they encountered a clear bottom stream. The water flowed down from the mountains, producing a pleasant babbling sound. Jiang Liunyun squatted down and scooped up a handful of stream water to wash his face. The cool water revitalized him, as if washing away the fatigue of the journey. Qingyu followed Jiang Liunyun's example and scooped up water to wash her hands. She looked at her reflection in the water, and a rare smile appeared on her face. After leaving the rainforest, they continued on their way. As the altitude gradually increased, they arrived at a beautiful scene in the clouds. Here, the mist swirled, resembling a fairyland. Jiang Liunyun stood at a high point, overlooking the world beneath him, a surge of ambition rising in his heart. He seemed to see the path of his future, a road filled with challenges and opportunities. Qingyu stood beside Jiang Liuyan, silently watching him. She admired his determined gaze and upright posture, filled with respect and pride. She knew that Jiang Liuyan was a person with great aspirations, and she was willing to be his guardian, accompanying him on this journey. Jiang Liuyan was thrilled to see such a magnificent view for the first time. He marveled at the wonders and beauty of nature and felt grateful to witness these sights firsthand. He turned to Qingyu and said, "Qingyu, look how beautiful this scenery is. We must cherish this opportunity and truly appreciate this world." Hearing this, Qingyu nodded. She looked at Jiang Liuyan's passionate eyes, and a warm feeling surged in her heart. She knew that Jiang Liuyan was a person who loved life and nature, and she was willing to be his companion, sharing this love and passion with him. During this journey, Jiang Liuyan and Qingyu experienced many unforgettable moments together. They admired the grandeur of the desert, the lushness of the rainforest, the beauty in the clouds, and faced various difficulties and challenges along the way. Each difficulty brought them closer together, and each challenge strengthened their resolve to move forward. Although Qingyu remained reserved and humble, she was also growing and changing continuously. She began to face difficulties and challenges with more confidence and started to actively share her thoughts and feelings with Jiang Liuyan. In her heart, she was no longer just a maid, but a partner fighting alongside Jiang Liuyan. With Qingyu's companionship, Jiang Liuyan also became more mature and composed. He learned to listen to others' opinions and feelings, and to remain calm and resolute in the face of difficulties. He understood that this journey was not only about learning, but also about personal growth. Finally, after enduring countless hardships and challenges, they arrived at the front of the Dark Demon, Evil God Tiger Academy. Looking at the towering entrance of the academy, both Jiang Liuyan and Qingyu were filled with emotion and excitement. They knew that although this journey had come to an end, a new journey was just beginning. Jiang Liuyan turned to Qingyu with a smile and said, "Qingyu, we did it. We made it here together." Upon hearing this, Qingyu also revealed a radiant smile. She looked at Jiang Liuyan's determined eyes and upright posture, filled with pride and admiration. She knew that no matter what difficulties and challenges they might face in the future, as long as Jiang Liuyan was by her side, she would be able to forge ahead bravely. The path of studying at the Dark Demon, Evil God Tiger Academy was filled with unknowns and challenges. But both Jiang Liuyan and Qingyu firmly believed that they could overcome difficulties and achieve success. They understood that as long as they had dreams and faith in their hearts, they could create their own brilliant chapters. This journey not only allowed them to see the vastness and beauty of the world, but also taught them courage and strength. In the days to come, they would walk hand in hand, moving forward together, writing their own legendary stories with sweat and wisdom. The moments of this journey would become their most treasured memories. Whether it was the grandeur of the desert, the lushness of the rainforest, the beauty of the clouds, or the companionship and support they provided each other, all would forever be etched in their hearts, becoming the most shining chapters of their lives. Chapter 95, Turmoil Supplement. Jiang Liuyan and Qingyu, after countless days and nights of travel, finally stood before the majestic gates of the Dark Demon, Evil God Tiger Academy. The sunlight broke through the clouds, casting a golden glow on the ancient stone tablet of the academy, highlighting its long history and esteemed status. The two exchanged a glance, both unable to suppress their excitement and anticipation. However, this tranquility did not last long, as it was suddenly shattered by a raucous disturbance. Just as they were about to step through the academy's gates, a group of elegantly dressed, arrogant young men and women emerged from the side. The leading young man was adorned with jewels, his gaze radiating arrogance and disdain. He paused for a moment, his eyes lingering on Qingyu, and suddenly became fervent, as if he had discovered a rare treasure. The appearance of this group caught the attention of the surrounding students, many of whom cast odd glances. Clearly, these individuals held a certain status and power within the academy. "Wow, ISNT that the Academy's rising star?" Someone whispered. "Yeah, I heard his family background is impressive. And he has great talent," another person chimed in. Qingyu frowned. She disliked the feeling of being scrutinized. Meanwhile, Jiang Liuyan looked at the group with a wary expression, sensing their ill intentions. The leading young man smirked slightly, a look of pride on his face. He walked directly up to Qingyu, sizing her up with a greedy glint in his eyes. "Oh, isn't this the new junior? Such a striking appearance, truly eye-catching," he said mockingly, and his companions shot her similarly greedy looks, as if they wanted to see right through her. "This beautiful lady, my name is Yang Hongfei. May I have the honor of getting to know you? Yang Hongfei pretended to be elegant as he extended his hand, attempting to shake Qingyu's hand. Jiang Liunian frowned, protecting Qingyu behind him and coldly staring at the group of people. He knew very well that Qingyu's beauty was already outstanding among the dark sky merchants. And the maids were all carefully selected, with an average appearance score above 90. Qingyu was even more exceptional, her beauty comparable to the phrases sinking fish and falling geese, closing the moon and shaming flowers. Even so, he could not tolerate this group's disrespect toward Qingyu. What do you think you are? Move aside, move aside. Perhaps if I'm in a good mood, I might let you off, Yang Hongfei said disdainfully. Qingyu's expression turned cold. She despised arrogant men like him the most. She replied indifferently, not interested, and turned to leave. Li Hongfei's face immediately darkened. He did not expect to be publicly rejected. The people behind him quickly surrounded them, and one of them arrogantly shouted at Qingyu, "You ungrateful girl, it's a blessing that our young master has taken a liking to you. Don't be so unappreciative. Please show some respect. We are new here and do not wish to cause trouble," Jiang Liunian said in a calm tone, but the determination in his eyes was undeniable. However, this group of young men clearly did not take Jiang Liunian's warning to heart. The leader of the group sneered and said, "Show respect? In this land, strength decides everything. You, a mere newcomer, dare to talk to us about respect?" Before he finished speaking, the young man lunged at Qingyu like a ghost, clearly intending to teach this ignorant newcomer a lesson through strength. Jiang Liunian glared at the group of people, clenching his fists, ready to rush up and teach them a lesson. But Qingyu stopped him and said softly, "Don't be impulsive. This is the academy. Don't cause trouble." Young Hongfei, seeing Qingyu's indifference, became even angrier. He said viciously, "Humph, just wait. I will make you my woman." After saying that, he left with the group. Jiang Liunian was quick-witted and agile, swiftly blocking in front of the young man. He threw a punch, which collided with the youth's attack. The two forces met in the air, creating visible ripples. Not bad. The young man was pushed back a few steps by Jiang Liunian's counterattack, but there was no trace of fear on his face. Instead, he became even more excited. It seemed that if he didn't teach Jiang Liunian a lesson today, he wouldn't know his own strength. With that, the young man threw another punch, this time with even greater ferocity, clearly aiming for a quick victory. Jiang Liunian did not back down. His figure moved like the wind, and his boxing skills were exquisite as he engaged in a fierce clash with the young man. The two exchanged blows, the sound of their punches howling through the air, which seemed to be torn apart around them. Qingyu stood to the side, watching Jiang Liunian fight fiercely against this group for her sake, feeling a mix of emotions. She was both touched by Jiang Liunian's bravery and determination and worried for his safety. She knew that although Jiang Liunian was quite strong, the opponents were numerous, and any misstep could be disastrous. Just as Qingyu was lost in her thoughts, Jiang Liunian suddenly let out a loud shout, his body springing up like a rabbit, and he landed a heavy punch on the young man's chest. The young man seemed severely injured, flying backward and crashing hard to the ground. "Do you want to continue?" Jiang Liunian coldly looked at the remaining few, his tone filled with undeniable authority. This group of young men was clearly intimidated by Jiang Liunian's strength, their faces showing fear as they retreated one by one. In the end, the leading young man gritted his teeth, stood up, and said, "You're tough. We'll let you off today. But remember, the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy is not a place for country bumpkins like you to act recklessly." After saying this, the group of young men left the scene in defeat. Jiang Liunian turned around, looked at Qingyu, and smiled slightly, saying, "It's fine now, let's go in." Qingyu watched their gradually fading figures and couldn't help but feel a wave of disgust inside her. Her heart was as clear as a mirror. There are always people in this world who, relying on their little bit of power, act lawlessly. However, she would never bow down to such people. She wanted to rely on her own abilities to carve out a place for herself in the academy and fulfill her wishes. Seeing Jiang Liunian's gaze, which, although slightly weary, remained steadfast, a surge of warmth flowed through her heart. She nodded firmly and closely followed Jiang Liunian, stepping together through the gates of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy. Once inside the academy, the two were shocked by the scene before them. The ancient buildings were arranged in an orderly manner, each exuding the weight of time and history. The students, dressed in uniform, moved about the campus, their faces radiating youth and vitality. Jiang Liunian and Qingyu walked along the tree-lined path, feeling the unique atmosphere of the academy. They knew that this would be the place where they would study and live for the next few years, and also the starting point for realizing their dreams. In the days that followed, Jiang Liuyan and Qing Yu devoted themselves wholeheartedly to their studies. They not only aimed to achieve excellent academic results, but also continuously improve their abilities to face the various challenges that might arise in the future. That initial encounter, filled with turmoil, became an unforgettable experience for them. Whenever they reminisced about that time, they would feel deeply moved. It was that experience that made them cherish their friendship and trust in each other even more, and it also strengthened their determination to face the future together. Chapter 96: The Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy, Inheriting from Millennia. Jiang Liuyan walked alongside Qingyu on the shaded path of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled shadows and adding a touch of mystery and solemnity to this historically significant academy. Liuyan, did you know? The predecessor of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy was actually the Dark Demon Evil God Education Institute, Qingyu said excitedly as she walked, her eyes sparkling with reverence for the academy's history. She felt that being able to become a student of this academy was a tremendous honor. Jiang Liuyan smiled slightly and nodded. Yes, I've heard about it. This academy not only has a long history, but also a profound background. Jointly funded by several major commercial associations, and even has military connections behind it. It boasts the most outstanding faculty team and teaching resources, making it one of the top academies on the entire continent. Qingyu nodded in agreement. Indeed, it's truly our honor to be able to study here. I heard that the Dean of the Inner Academy, Lord Guling, is a high-ranking military officer. I wonder if he will personally teach us. Her eyes were filled with longing and curiosity. Having guidance from such a prominent figure would be an incredible opportunity. The two chatted as they walked, and before they knew it, they had arrived in front of the academy's teaching building. The teaching building stood tall and majestic, like a palace of knowledge. They looked up, feelings of admiration swelling in their hearts. This building not only symbolized the academy, but also represented endless wisdom and power. As they entered the classroom, they found it already filled with students. The classmates were all dressed in neat uniforms, their expressions focused and serious, clearly here for the academy's reputation. Everyone was eagerly waiting for the first class to begin, hoping to learn more knowledge and skills to realize their dreams. After a moment, an elderly man in a black robe slowly walked into the classroom. His face bore an air of authority, and his gaze was incredibly deep, as if he could see into people's hearts. Once he reached the podium, he cleared his throat and began to recount the long history of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy, which spanned 10,000 years. Dear students, on behalf of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy, I welcome you all. The history of our academy can be traced back 10,000 years. At that time, it was merely a small educational institution known as the Dark Demon Evil God Education Institute. Back then, the entire continent was engulfed in war, with powerful forces in constant conflict. To cultivate more strong individuals to maintain peace and stability on the continent, the Dark Demon Evil God Education Institute was born. The old man's voice was filled with the marks of time as he spoke slowly. At that time, the entire continent was shrouded in the flames of war, and people lived in dire straits. This small academy was like a seed taking root and sprouting in the darkness, eventually growing into a towering tree. He paused and continued. In the beginning, this academy was not large and could even be considered insignificant. But this seemingly ordinary institution had a unique teaching philosophy that allowed every student to become who they wanted to be. This philosophy attracted many insightful individuals to come and teach, and they cultivated a batch after batch of excellent students with their wisdom and hard work. As time passed, the situation on the continent gradually stabilized, and various powerful forces began to emerge. At this time, the Dark Demon Evil God Education Institute also welcomed unprecedented development opportunities. Several major commercial associations saw the academy's potential and invested in support. This influx of funds allowed the academy to quickly expand, establish more comprehensive teaching facilities, and hire more outstanding teachers. In just a few years, the Dark Demon Evil God Education Institute leaped from an unknown small academy to one of the top academies on the continent. With the strong support of the commercial associations, the Dark Demon Evil God Education Institute was revitalized with new life. Both teaching facilities and faculty strength underwent tremendous changes, representing a qualitative leap. The originally dilapidated and crumbling teaching building transformed into a modern intelligent building. Teaching equipment was completely renewed, adopting the most advanced technological products to provide an efficient and convenient learning environment for teachers and students. Moreover, The academy also hired many well-known professors and experts from both domestic and abroad at high salaries, bringing cutting-edge academic ideas and practical experience that greatly benefited the students. These changes significantly increased the academy's appeal, drawing more and more excellent students. Meanwhile, the academy actively expanded its external cooperation channels, establishing close ties with the military. The two sides jointly formulated a series of military talent training programs and invested substantial resources in practical training and research projects. This military-civilian integration development model not only raised the academy's profile, but also led to remarkable achievements in the military field. Today, the Dark Demon Evil God Education Institute has become one of the top military academies in the country, cultivating a large number of outstanding military talents for the nation. The old man paused here, scanning the vibrant students before him. He sensed awe and beautiful aspiration for the future in their eyes, and a wave of comfort surged in his heart. However, with the passage of time and the renewed turbulence of the continent situation, the Dark Demon Evil God Education Institute also faced unprecedented challenges. To address these challenges, the academy decided to reform and rename itself the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy. This renaming not only symbolized the academy's rebirth, but also represented that the academy would move forward fearlessly like a tiger descending the mountain. During the reform process, the academy not only retained its original teaching philosophy and faculty strength, but also introduced more advanced technologies and teaching methods. At the same time, the academy strengthened its cooperation with the military and commercial associations to jointly address the continent's crises. These measures enabled the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy to achieve tremendous progress in a short period, becoming the leading academy on the continent. The old man's words carried a hint of pride and satisfaction, as if he were a witness to that chapter of history. Today, the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy has traversed a journey of 10,000 years. It has witnessed the vast changes of the continent and has nurtured generation after generation of strong individuals. As members of the academy, you should feel proud and honored. At the same time, you should also take on your responsibilities and obligations, contributing your strength to the development of the academy and the peace of the continent. As the old man spoke these words, his gaze became firm and powerful. He seemed to foresee the future brilliance and achievements of the students, his heart filled with anticipation. Jiang Linyan and Xing Yu were captivated, as if they were taken into a magical world by the elder's words. Feeling the glory and honor of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy, they secretly vowed to study hard and live up to the academy's expectations. When the class bell rang, the elders slowly walked out of the classroom. The students all stood up to pay their respects to the elder. Jiang Liuyan and Xing Yu also stood up, their eyes filled with respect and gratitude. They knew that this elder was not only their teacher, but also a bearer of the academy's history. After leaving the classroom, Jiang Liuyan and Xing Yu continued to stroll along the shaded path. They discussed the history the elder had shared, their hearts filled with love and admiration for the academy. Liuyan, do you think we can become strong, like Lord Guling in the future? Xing Yu suddenly asked. Jiang Liuyan smiled slightly and patted Xing Yu's shoulder. Of course we can. As long as we work hard and continuously improve our strength, one day we will become strong like Lord Guling. Hearing this, Xing Yu's eyes sparkled with determination. Yes, I believe we can do it. As they spoke, they had already arrived in front of the academy's library. The library was a magnificent building with a rich collection of books, a treasure trove of knowledge for the students. They entered the library and began searching for the books they needed. In the following days, Jiang Liuyan and Xing Yu studied diligently every day, continuously enhancing their abilities. They not only listened attentively in class, but also actively participated in various practical activities and competitions. Through these activities, they not only honed their skills, but also made many like-minded friends. Chapter 2. The Inner Academy Dean Guling. As time went by, Jiang Liuyan and Xing Yu's life at the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy gradually fell into a routine. They not only studied hard in class, but also actively participated in various extracurricular activities, striving to improve their strength. One day, exciting news spread throughout the academy. Dean Guling of the Inner Academy would personally give a public lecture for the new students. As soon as this news was announced, it caused a stir in the academy. After all, Lord Guling was a high-ranking officer in the military and also a legendary figure at the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy. For every new student, being able to listen to his teachings in person was a great honor. On the day of the public lecture, Jiang Liuyan and Xing Yu arrived at the classroom early. The classroom was already filled with people, all eagerly awaiting Lord Guling's arrival. Soon, a middle-aged man dressed in a luxurious robe slowly walked into the classroom. He had a dignified face and deep eyes, as if he could see into people's hearts. This was none other than Dean Gouling of the Inner Academy. Standing at the podium, Lord Gouling scanned the students below. His gaze conveyed a sense of authority and kindness, as if he were both a strict teacher and a loving father. He slowly began to speak, his voice loud and powerful. Students, welcome to the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy. Today, I will share some stories about the history and future of the Academy. As Lord Gouling spoke, the students felt as if they were being transported into a magical world. They heard about the hardships and struggles during the Academy's founding, the legendary stories of past deans and outstanding students, and the grand blueprint for the Academy's future. Lord Gouling's words carried a sense of nostalgia and emotion, as if he were a witness to that history. His speech was filled with love and admiration for the Academy, as well as hope and anticipation for the future. Students, the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy is not just an academy, it is a big family. In this family, we learn together, grow together, and face challenges together. I hope you can cherish this opportunity, work hard, improve your strength, and contribute your power to the development of the Academy and the peace of the continent. Lord Gouling's words carried encouragement and motivation, as if he were pointing the way forward for the students. Jiang Liuyan and Xingyu were captivated by Master Gouling's words, as if they were deeply moved by his speech. They secretly vowed to work hard and live up to the Academy's expectations. After the open class ended, the students stood up to pay their respects to Master Gouling. Jiang Liuyan and Xingyu also stood up, their eyes filled with respect and gratitude. They knew that this middle-aged man was not only their dean, but also a mentor in their lives. In the days that followed, Jiang Liuyan and Xingyu studied even harder. They not only listened attentively in class, but also actively participated in various practical activities and competitions. Through these activities, they not only honed their abilities, but also made many like-minded friends. One night, Jiang Liuyan and Xingyu were browsing through materials about Master Gouling in the library. They wanted to gain a deeper understanding of this legendary figure. In the process of browsing, they discovered a memoir about Master Gouling's youth. This memoir detailed Master Gouling's experiences and growth during his younger years. Jiang Liuyan and Xingyu were as excited as if they had obtained a rare treasure. Carefully yet eagerly opening this invaluable memoir, they focused intently on every word, every sentence, as if they were immersed in the world of Master Gouling's youth. They saw Master Gouling's perseverance and dedication in his younger years, and his bravery and resolute determination in the face of numerous challenges. The words unfolded before them like vivid paintings, making them feel as though they had personally experienced Master Gouling's passionate youth and spirited ambitions. Just as the two were lost in their memories, Xingyu suddenly looked up, her eyes filled with longing and anticipation, and softly asked, Liuyan, do you think we might have a chance in the future to become legendary figures in the Academy like Master Gouling? Jiang Liuyan's lips curled up slightly, revealing a confident smile. He reached out and gently patted Xingyu's shoulder, encouragingly saying, of course it's possible. As long as we study diligently and continually work to improve our strength, there will come a day when we can become legendary figures like Lord Gouling, who are admired by all. Upon hearing this, Xingyu felt a surge of ambition in her heart, her eyes sparkling with determination and brightness. She resolutely replied, yes, I firmly believe we can do it. She clenched her fist tightly, seemingly ready to face the challenges of the future. The two continued to browse through the memoir. They seemed to be deeply captivated by the stories of Lord Gouling, unable to extricate themselves. Chapter 97. Consolidating the foundation in the subsequent learning process. Jiang Liuyan and Xingyu further solidified the foundational concepts they had learned before. The knowledge they encountered in the Academy was far more in-depth and systematic than what they had previously explored on their own. In the course about the origins of elements, Jiang Liuyan and Xingyu learned that in the ancient times, the world was not as orderly as it is today. The energy between heaven and earth was chaotic, like a boiling pot of chaotic soup. Amidst that chaos, some extraordinary beings were born, endowed with immense power. And it was these beings that became the deities spoken of by later generations. The ancestors of the Dark Demon, Evil God Tiger clan were among those powerful deities. They were born with unique talents, able to keenly capture the fluctuating energies from the chaos, condensing and gathering them to form the primordial elements. This ancestor regarded these elements as treasures and began to experiment with them, unleashing powerful spells. From that time on, the concept of elements spread across the continent. And with the exploration and refinement of successive generations of powerful beings, it formed the systematic study of elemental science that exists today. After understanding the truth about the origins of elements, Jiang Liuyin and Qingyu's comprehension of elements deepened. They realized that elements did not come from nowhere, but originated from the primordial chaos, from the essence of the world. This allowed them to feel a wonderful connection to the heavens and earth in their future cultivation and use of elements. As the courses progressed, they began to explore the various characteristics of elements. Different elements possessed different properties. Some were as fiery as flames, some as cold as snow, some as violent as thunder, and some as tranquil as wind. Each element represented a force of nature. Mastering them meant grasping a part of nature's mysteries. Rationally compiling the characteristics of elements was an important aspect of elemental science. Through compilation, they could integrate the characteristics of elements into their spells, greatly enhancing their power and even producing unexpected effects. This skill was not unfamiliar to Jiang Liuyin and Qingyu, as they had made similar attempts during their previous cultivation. However, at that time, they were still in the exploratory phase, whereas now they had systematic guidance, which accelerated their progress. The application of elements became a daily practice for them. By continuously casting spells, they gradually familiarized themselves with the temperament of elements and mastered the techniques to control them. Sometimes, they would also spar with each other, testing their proficiency in elemental application through spell duels. In these duels, their understanding of each other deepened, and their friendship grew stronger. After mastering the application of elements, they began to attempt elemental resonance. This was a higher-level skill of elemental control, requiring practitioners not only to master the basic use of elements, but also to communicate with the elements on a spiritual level, achieving a state of symbiosis with them. Achieving elemental resonance required completely emptying the mind during meditation, discarding all distractions, and using the soul to sense the surrounding elements. This was a process that demanded extreme focus and patience, allowing no room for carelessness. To practice elemental resonance, Jiang Liuyin and Qingyu engaged in long hours of meditation every day. Sometimes they would even go several days without eating or drinking, immersing themselves in the world of meditation, silently communicating with the elements. Their efforts finally bore fruit. One tranquil night, when the bright moon hung high and the stars twinkled, Jiang Liuyin suddenly felt a wonderful change. He discovered that he could clearly hear the breathing of the surrounding elements, as if they were trying to tell him something. It was a feeling so marvelous that it was beyond words, making him feel as if he had merged with the world, becoming part of nature. Sensing Jiang Liuyin's transformation, Qingyu realized she was also close to the realm of elemental resonance. Sure enough, not long after, she entered this marvelous state as well. From that point on, their control over elements underwent a qualitative leap. Both the speed of casting spells and the power of spells increased several levels compared to before. Sometimes, they could even summon the surrounding elements to form powerful attacks or defenses with just a simple thought. All of this was inseparable from their hard work and profound understanding of elements. The one teaching them this knowledge was an elderly man in his 70s. He wore a simple robe, with graying hair and a face marked by the passage of time. Despite his advanced age, his eyes were still bright and revealed an aura of dignity and inviolability. The old man's name was Holmes, the most senior elemental science professor at the academy. He dedicated his life to the study of elemental science, possessing rich theoretical knowledge and exceptional practical experience. In the academy, students held him in great respect, referring to him as the elemental master. In class, Professor Holmes always faced his students with a kind demeanor, patiently answering their questions. No matter how obscure or difficult the knowledge point was, he could explain it clearly in simple terms. This made students feel relaxed and joyful while attending his lectures, and they always gained a lot. However, outside the classroom, Professor Holmes became extremely strict. He demanded that students fully commit to their training, allowing no hint of laziness or carelessness. Sometimes, to test the students' training results, he would personally engage in spell duels with them. In those duels, students were invariably shocked by Professor Holmes's formidable strength, and they also gained a deeper understanding of their own shortcomings. For Jiang Liuyin and Qingyu, two young yet exceptionally gifted students, Professor Holmes held high expectations. He knew that the achievements of these two children might far exceed his own in the future. Therefore, when teaching them, he always invested more effort and energy. Under the careful guidance of Professor Holmes, Jiang Liuyin and Qingyu's understanding of elemental science deepened. They not only mastered the basic characteristics and application methods of elements, but also began to try to combine this knowledge with other disciplines, forming some uniquely characteristic spells. For example, Jiang Liuyan utilized his understanding of elements, combined with the sword techniques he learned in swordsmanship class, to create a powerful elemental sword technique. This sword technique used elements as a medium, maximizing the power of sword energy, making each strike seem capable of splitting the heavens and the earth. Meanwhile, Qingyu combined her knowledge of potions to create some special elemental potions. These potions could temporarily enhance the user's elemental control abilities or grant strong resistance to specific elements. These creative achievements caught the attention of Professor Holmes. He knew that these two children already had the potential to become great wizards. To cultivate their creativity, Professor Holmes occasionally assigned them special topics to explore and research on their own. For instance, he once tasked Jiang Liuyan and Qingyu with studying an ancient and mysterious elemental spell, Elemental Storm. It was said that this spell could trigger elemental resonance between heaven and earth, forming a devastating storm. However, due to the overwhelming power of this spell and its difficulty in control, it had been lost for hundreds of years. Upon receiving this assignment, both Jiang Liuyan and Qingyu felt both excited and nervous. They knew this was a rare challenge and an opportunity to test their abilities. Thus, they began to immerse themselves in the library, poring over numerous ancient texts and materials, searching for clues about Elemental Storm. After several days of effort, they finally found some descriptions and records about Elemental Storm. Although these records were not complete, they provided them with some inspiration and ideas. In the following days, they began to attempt to simulate and deduce the formation process of Elemental Storm based on these clues. They used their knowledge of elements to continuously adjust the spell's structure and parameters, trying to find the key to triggering elemental resonance. Throughout this process, they experienced countless failures and setbacks. Sometimes, the spells they painstakingly deduced would have no effect when cast. Other times, while the spells were successfully cast, they failed to trigger the expected elemental resonance. However, they did not become discouraged. They knew that great discoveries often require numerous attempts and failures. It was these failures and setbacks that deepened their understanding of their shortcomings, also strengthening their resolve to move forward. Finally, on a stormy night, when Jiang Liuyan and Qingyu attempted once again to cast the spell they had deduced, a miracle occurred. They saw the elemental light in their hands suddenly explode, forming a powerful energy vortex. This vortex rapidly expanded, drawing in the surrounding elemental energy and forming an astonishing elemental storm. Within the storm, various elements intertwined and collided, producing deafening roars and dazzling light. At that moment, both Jiang Liuyan and Qingyu felt an unprecedented shock and excitement. They knew they had finally succeeded. They not only successfully deduced the spell of Elemental Storm, but also gained a deeper and more thorough understanding of elements through this practice. This successful experience gave them immense confidence and motivation. They began to study and practice even harder, looking forward to creating more of their own spells and miracles in the future. Behind all this, Professor Holmes silently observed them. Watching these two children grow and progress step by step filled his heart with comfort and pride. He knew that their future paths were still long. But as long as they could maintain their passion and persistence, they would surely go further and higher. Thus, under the careful guidance of Professor Holmes, Jiang Liuyan and Qingyu ventured further down the path of elemental science. They not only mastered the basic characteristics and application methods of elements, but also began to explore the deeper mysteries of elements. They studied the interactions and influences between elements, attempting to discover and create new types of elements and spells. In this process, they encountered countless difficulties and challenges, but with their love and dedication to elements, they overcame these obstacles time and time again, achieving remarkable results. Within the academy, the names Jiang Liuyan and Qingyu gradually spread to every corner. They became the objects of envy and admiration among other students, shining like stars in the academy. However, they felt no pride or complacency about all this. They knew this was just a starting point on their journey to higher realms, and the road ahead was still long. They needed to work even harder to study and cultivate to go further. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, Jiang Liuyan and Qingyu had spent several years at the academy. During these years, they not only excelled academically, but also forged a deep friendship. They experienced countless challenges and difficulties together, sharing in the joy and happiness of success. Throughout this process, their understanding of each other deepened, and they became close friends who shared everything. Jiang Liuyan still maintained his calm and reserved demeanor, but there was a newfound determination and confidence in his eyes. He knew that he was no longer the curious boy who had just arrived, eager to explore everything. Now, he possessed the strength and potential to become a great mage. On the other hand, Qingyu had become more lively and cheerful. Her smile could always infect those around her, bringing joy and warmth to everyone. Despite facing numerous setbacks and hardships in her training, she had never given up on her dreams and aspirations. She firmly believed that as long as she worked hard enough, she would be able to achieve her goals. In addition to studying and training, Jiang Liuyan and Qingyu began to participate in some practical activities at the academy. They joined the academy's exploration team and ventured into unknown territories for exploration and investigation with other students. In these adventurous activities, they not only honed their strength and courage, but also discovered many precious resources and relics. These discoveries not only provided important support for the academy's research, but also laid a solid foundation for their own growth and development. During one expedition, they encountered a powerful magical beast. This beast possessed terrifying strength and speed, causing everyone present to feel a sense of trepidation. However, in the face of this beast's threat, Jiang Liuyan and Qingyu did not back down. They combined their strongest spells and skills to engage in a fierce battle with the beast. In this fight, they fully utilized their strength and teamwork, ultimately succeeding in defeating the beast. This experience deepened their understanding of the importance of teamwork and made them cherish their friendship and trust in each other even more. During their time at the academy, Jiang Liuyan and Qingyu also met many other friends and companions. They came from different families and backgrounds, each with their own personalities and dreams. But here, they all found their own stage and opportunities to showcase their talents and abilities. They participated in the academy's competitions and activities together, shared their experiences and insights, and grew and progressed together. These experiences not only helped them understand themselves and others better, but also made them cherish this beautiful time and friendship even more. However, good times are always fleeting. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Liuyan and Qingyu were faced with graduation. At the graduation ceremony, they donned formal gowns and caps, receiving recognition and blessings from the academy. At that moment, their hearts were filled with emotion and reluctance. They knew they were about to leave this place that had given them countless laughs and tears to embrace a broader future. Before leaving the academy, they once again stood before Professor Holmes to express their gratitude and respect. Professor Holmes looked at them, his eyes sparkling with pride and satisfaction. He knew that these two children were no longer the inexperienced boy and girl they once were. Now, they possessed the strength and potential to become great mages. He wished them smooth sailing on their future paths to realize their dreams and goals. Jiang Liuyan and Qingyu tightly embraced Professor Holmes, feeling the care and warmth from their elder. They knew that this love and warmth would always accompany them, becoming the motivation and support on their journey forward. Chapter 98. Physical training. It was a clear morning with no clouds in sight, and bright sunlight streamed through the gaps in the dense leaves, creating patches of dappled light that gently fell on the wide playground of Yunin Academy. In the center of the playground stood a tall and sturdy middle-aged man. His facial features were well-defined, and his deep-set eyes sparkled with sharp and determined light, yet within that gaze lay a hint of gentle kindness and love. This middle-aged man was their physical training instructor, Lei Zhentian. Instructor Lei was known for his strictness when teaching students, but in the hearts of the trainees, he resembled a loving father, consistently guiding them with a rigorous approach to grow and improve, ultimately becoming better and stronger versions of themselves. Students, welcome to the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy's branch, Yunin Academy, Physical Training Department. Starting today, you will embark on a new journey filled with challenges and opportunities here. Physical training, as an important cornerstone of our cultivation path, brings benefits that go far beyond this. By practicing physical training, you can effectively enhance your physical fitness and also forge an unyielding willpower. Only with a strong body and resilient mental strength can you forge ahead on the future path of cultivation, overcoming obstacles and advancing courageously. Instructor Lei's voice was powerful and resonant, like a great bell, with each word deeply shaking the hearts of every student present, stirring the blood and passion within them. Jiang Liuyan and Qingyu stood side by side, their eyes shining with hope and determination for the future. Jiang Liuyan, a slender yet determined young man, has had an endless yearning for strength since childhood. His face is well-defined, and his deep-set eyes reveal a sense of persistence and resilience. Although his physique appears slightly frail, The taut lines of his muscles indicate that he harbors immense potential. On the other hand, Qingyu is a lively and spirited girl. Her smile is like the warm sun in spring, always bringing warmth and strength to those around her. Her eyes are clear and bright, resembling two sparkling gems that radiate a unique glow. Her hair is tied in a ponytail, swaying gently with her movements, full of youthful vitality. Despite their contrasting personalities, the two are brought together by their love for physical arts. They pursue the ultimate physical limits together, hoping to enhance their strength through continuous effort. Today, our training will begin with gravity suppression. Instructor Lei's voice echoed across the playground, carrying a hint of authority and anticipation. His gaze swept over each student and finally rested on Jiang Linyan and Qingyu, giving a slight nod of acknowledgement. As soon as he finished speaking, a strange wave surged in the center of the playground, an invisible force enveloping the entire area, as if the air itself had grown heavy. The students, who had been standing effortlessly, suddenly felt the pressure, their expressions changing slightly. The gravity chamber is activated. You need to complete basic physical training in this environment. Instructor Lei explained. His voice stood out clearly amidst the strange force, ensuring every student could hear it distinctly. Jiang Lianyan took a deep breath, adjusted his posture, and prepared to face the upcoming challenge. He knew this was an excellent opportunity to enhance his strength and a crucial step to break through his limits. Qingyu appeared somewhat excited, her fists clenched tightly, her eyes sparkling with eagerness. In the environment of gravitational suppression, every movement became exceptionally difficult. The students' footsteps grew heavy, and their breaths gradually became rapid. However, they did not back down. Instead, they gritted their teeth and persevered, striving to adapt to this entirely new environment. Jiang Lianyan's forehead was dripping with fine beads of sweat, and his arms trembled slightly from exertion. Yet his gaze remained firm, showing no signs of wavering. He stepped forward, each step filled with strength. Qingyu exhibited astonishing perseverance. Her speed was faster than that of the other trainees, nimbly weaving through the gravity field. Her laughter occasionally rang out, seemingly unaffected by the pressure of gravity. However, only she knew the amount of sweat that lay behind this seemingly effortless performance. As time passed, the trainees' stamina gradually dwindled. But they gritted their teeth and persisted, with no one giving up. In this challenging moment, Jiang Lianyan and Qingyu became each other's role models, motivating one another to keep moving forward. Finally, Instructor Lei announced the end of the training. The force of the gravity chamber slowly dissipated, and the trainees immediately felt a wave of relief. They collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, their faces beaming with satisfied smiles. Today's training was just the beginning. More challenges awaited them. Instructor Lei looked at the exhausted trainees and said, "As long as you persevere, you will be able to break through your limits and achieve your dreams." Jiang Lianyan and Qingyu exchanged a smile, their eyes filled with confidence and determination. They believed that as long as they kept working hard, one day they would become true, strong warriors. Jiang Lianyan and Qingyu exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with both tension and excitement. They knew this would be an unprecedented challenge. In the gravity chamber, Jiang Lianyan first attempted to run, but after just a few steps, his legs felt as heavy as lead. He gritted his teeth, adjusted his breathing, and stepped forward one step at a time. Sweat dripped down his forehead, falling onto the floor with a faint sound. Qingyu chose to focus on jumping training. She leaped gracefully, but felt an unprecedented resistance in mid-air, each landing making her legs tremble slightly. Persist. Remember, there are no shortcuts in the training of body techniques. Only by continuously challenging your limits can you progress. Instructor Lei's voice echoed in the gravity chamber, motivating every student. As time went on, Jiang Lianyan and Qingyu gradually adapted to the gravity environment. Their movements became smoother and their speed increased. The gravitational pressure not only strengthened their muscle power, but also taught them how to remain calm and focused under extreme conditions. The next training session involved floating intent. Instructor Lei's words once again broke the stillness of the training ground. This time, he did not use any equipment, but directly guided the students to close their eyes and feel the power within themselves. Floating intent is an advanced skill in body techniques. It requires you to control your body through your mind to achieve a state of suspension in the air. This is not just about mastering strength, but also about deeply exploring self-awareness. Instructor Lei's words were filled with mystery and anticipation. Jiang Lianyan and Qingyu, following Master Lei's instructions, closed their eyes and began to focus their attention. At first, their consciousness floated like feathers in the wind, elusive and hard to grasp. However, as time went by, they gradually felt a faint power surging within them, a self-potential they had never touched before. Relax and let your thoughts guide your body. Master Lei's voice seemed to penetrate the barriers of time and space, directly entering their hearts. Suddenly, Jiang Liuyan's body trembled slightly, and then he began to slowly float up. Although not very high, it was enough to astonish and delight both him and Qingyu. Qingyu was not to be outdone. She took a deep breath, focused her thoughts, and finally managed to lift her body gently as well. Very good. You have taken the first step towards floating consciousness. Remember, the power of thought is limitless. It can help you transcend the limitations of the physical body and reach unprecedented heights. Master Lei's words were filled with encouragement and affirmation. Next, we will conduct training on body balance and control, Master Lei announced. This time, he brought a special prop, a long, slender bamboo pole. You need to stand on the bamboo pole, maintain your balance, and try to move along it. This will not only train your sense of balance, but also enhance your precise control over various parts of your body, Master Lei explained. Jiang Liuyan and Qingyu took the bamboo pole and carefully stood on it. At first, their bodies swayed unsteadily, as if they might fall at any moment. However, after a few attempts, they gradually found their balance and began to stand steadily on the pole. Now, they were trying to move on the bamboo pole. Master Lei raised the bar with a higher demand. Jiang Liuyan took a deep breath and carefully took a step forward. His body trembled slightly, but he ultimately succeeded in moving a distance. Qingyu chose to leap, gracefully jumping up, adjusting her posture in midair, and landing steadily at the other end of the bamboo pole. Very good. You have demonstrated excellent balance and control. Remember, whether in physical training or in life, maintaining balance and precise control is crucial. Master Lei's words were filled with appreciation and expectation. After more than a month of hard training, Jiang Liuyan and Qingyu faced their first-class assessment. The assessment covered various aspects, including gravity suppression, floating in tension, and body balance and control. In the gravity suppression test, they needed to complete a series of movements under a heavier gravitational environment than usual. Both Jiang Liuyan and Qingyu displayed outstanding adaptability and strength reserves. They not only completed the task smoothly, but also exceeded the instructor's expectations. The floating in tension test further challenged their mental control. They needed to float in the air without any assistance, relying solely on their willpower for a period of time. Jiang Liuyan and Qingyu successfully completed this challenge, their bodies hovering steadily in the air, just like true martial artists. The final test was on body balance and control. They had to perform a series of complex movements on a narrow wooden post. Jiang Liuyan and Qingyu showcased astonishing balance and control, moving as if walking on flat ground, easily completing all the actions. After the assessment, Master Lei highly praised their performance. You have made significant progress. Your strength, intention, and balance and control have reached a new height. But remember, the path of cultivation is never-ending. You still need to keep working hard. During their time at Yunin Academy, Master Lei was not only their strict teacher, but also a caring father figure. On the training ground, he demanded the highest standards from each student, allowing no slack or laziness. Whenever someone performed incorrectly or lacked strength, he would patiently point out the issues and personally demonstrate the correct methods. However, outside of training, Master Lei showed his kind side. He cared about each student's life and emotional needs, listened to their troubles and confusions, and offered them the most sincere advice and help. Whenever students encountered difficulties or setbacks, he would always encourage them to persevere, telling them that only after experiencing storms can one see the rainbow. Jiang Liuyan and Qingyu were filled with gratitude and admiration for Master Lei. They knew that without Master Lei's strict guidance and careful concern, they could not have made such significant progress. Therefore, they cherished every day at Yunin Academy even more, striving to enhance their strength and cultivation. After more than a month of hard training and constantly challenging their limits, both Jiang Liuyan and Qingyu underwent tremendous changes. Their physical fitness improved greatly with strength, speed, and endurance far exceeding their initial selves at enrollment. More importantly, their minds became more resilient and mature. Throughout their physical training, they learned how to remain calm and focused in adversity, and how to persistently strive in the face of difficulties. These valuable experiences not only made them better martial artists, but also better individuals. Jiang Liuyan has become more confident and composed. He no longer fears any challenges or difficulties. He is well aware that there is still much room for improvement in his strength and potential. so he works even harder to cultivate and learn. Qingyu has become more optimistic and resilient. She has learned to find hope and opportunities in setbacks. She believes that as long as there are dreams in her heart and she puts in the effort, she will be able to achieve her goals. As time goes by, Jiang Liunian and Qingyu continue their journey of cultivation at Yunin Academy. They know that the road ahead is long and difficult, but they also believe they have enough ability and courage to face all challenges. They look forward to continuing to enhance their strength and cultivation in the future, becoming even more outstanding martial artists. At the same time, they hope to apply what they have learned to real life and contribute to society. During their time at Yunin Academy, Jiang Liunian and Qingyu have gained countless precious experiences and memories. They know that these experiences and memories will become one of their most valuable treasures in life, motivating them to keep moving forward and surpassing themselves in the future. One day, as the afterglow of the setting sun fills the entire playground, Jiang Liunian and Qingyu sit side by side on the grass, gazing into the distance. Their eyes are filled with anticipation and expectation for the future. They know that as long as there are dreams in their hearts and they put in the effort, they can create a brilliant life of their own. Qingyu, what do you think our future will be like? Jiang Liunian suddenly asked. Qingyu smiled slightly and replied, I don't know what the future will be like, but I know that as long as we keep working hard, we will definitely create a wonderful life that belongs to us. Jiang Liunian nodded in agreement and said, That's right, let's work hard together. After saying this, the two exchanged smiles and continued on their path side by side. Their figures gradually faded into the twilight of the setting sun, but their spirit would forever remain on this land, inspiring future generations to keep moving forward and surpass themselves. In the days that followed, Jiang Liunian and Qingyu, under the guidance of Mentor Lei, continued to deepen their training in physical techniques. They not only strengthened their basic physical abilities, but also gradually mastered more advanced physical skill techniques. For instance, under gravitational pressure, they learned how to move and attack at greater speeds. In terms of levitation, they could not only float in the air, but also manipulate surrounding objects with their minds. And in terms of body balance and control, they could maintain stable postures and precise movements in various complex environments. To test their training results, Mentor Lei designed a series of practical simulation training sessions for them. In these sessions, they faced various types of opponents and scenarios, applying the physical techniques they had learned. These trainings not only tested their skills, but also prepared them for real challenges. Chapter 99: Awakening of Talent Skills. As their training at Yunin Academy deepened, Jiang Liunian and Qingyu welcomed a significant turning point in their cultivation journey: the awakening of talent skills. Talent skills are the latent powers within every dark demon, evil god tiger, varying from person to person, either stemming from bloodlines or souls. Once awakened, they can bring about a qualitative leap for the martial artist. It was a night of howling winds and flashing lightning, as if countless silver dragons were rampaging in the sky, emitting deafening roars. Mentor Lei, dressed in a black robe that billowed in the wind, exuded an endless aura of majesty. His gaze was deep and sharp, revealing an indescribable wisdom and composure. He held Jiang Liunian and Qingyu's hands tightly, guiding them as if traversing through time and space, slowly arriving at the ancient altar in the depths of the academy that had been forgotten by time. The altar was densely engraved with various ancient and mysterious runes, which flickered with a dark glow as if containing endless mysteries and powers. These runes intertwined to form a complex pattern, radiating a captivating and mysterious aura, as if truly connecting to another distant and magical world, from which a powerful force could erupt at any moment. Children, this is the legendary sacred place for awakening talent skills. Mentor Lei's voice flowed like a clear spring in the silent night sky, solemn and profound, carrying an irresistible charm. He gently patted Jiang Liunian and Qingyu's shoulders, filled with encouragement and anticipation, as if telling them that as long as they bravely faced the call of their hearts, they would surely find their unique power. Jiang Liunian and Qingyu exchanged glances, their eyes shining with determination. They knew this was a journey that would change their fate, and no matter what awaited them ahead, they would move forward bravely and never back down. Jiang Liunian took a deep breath, as if that breath carried the weight of 1,000 pounds, slowly filling his chest. His gaze gradually became resolute, like two sharp swords, revealing a determined aura. Without hesitation, he stepped onto the mysterious and solemn altar first. The moment his feet touched the altar, a powerful force surged towards him like a tide. This force seemed to have a life of its own, weaving through his body and stirring up ripples. As he closed his eyes tightly, the force grew even stronger, as if countless voices were softly whispering in his ears. Those voices like celestial music, yet containing endless mysteries and guidance. They were like a group of wise spirits, leading him step by step deeper into his inner world to explore the secrets hidden deep within his soul. Just as he was immersed in this wonderful feeling, suddenly, his vision cleared, and a vast arena unfolded before him. Surrounding him was endless darkness, as if it had swallowed all light. With only the central arena illuminated by brilliant radiance, the light pouring down like the Milky Way, dazzling and magnificent. In this seemingly silent arena, however, there was a pervasive air of deadly intent, as if a fierce battle could erupt at any moment. Jiang Liunian carefully observed the arena and was astonished to find a figure that looked exactly like him in this empty space. The figure mirrored him perfectly, except for a peculiar gleam in its eyes. At the same time, he also saw countless blurry figures, some standing and others lying down, each with different forms. Some were tall and imposing, resembling invincible giants. Others were small and agile, like cunning foxes. These figures represented challengers he had encountered in the past and opponents he might face in the future. Each one exuded a unique aura, as if they were malevolent spirits risen from hell, sending shivers down his spine. The death and life arena. Is this my innate ability? Jiang Liunian marveled inwardly. He understood that the emergence of this innate ability signified unprecedented opportunities and challenges ahead. This arena was not only a stage for him to showcase his strength, but also a place to hone his will. Here, he would confront various enemies, continually enhancing his combat skills and mental resilience. At the same time, he was acutely aware that this innate ability would also bring him more dangers and pressures. In this world filled with the unknown and uncertainties, anything could happen, and he had to remain vigilant to face sudden crises. However, Jiang Liunian did not flinch. Instead, a determined light sparkled in his eyes. He knew this was a necessary path for his growth, and only by continuously challenging himself could he break through his limits and become a true powerhouse. Thus, he resolutely stepped forward towards the brightly lit central arena, ready to embrace the upcoming trials. Meanwhile, Qingyu also stepped onto the altar. Her awakening process was completely different from Jiang Liunian's. She seemed to enter a vibrant and lively forest. In this forest, she felt the breath of nature and heard the sounds of all living things. Suddenly, a gigantic phoenix soared from the depths of the forest, transforming into a dazzling light that fused into Qingyu's body. The phoenix's rebirth. This is my innate ability. Qingyu opened her eyes, her gaze shining with determination. She understood that the phoenix's rebirth not only symbolized rebirth and hope, but also represented her ability to rise bravely and continue moving forward in the face of difficulties and setbacks. After awakening their innate abilities, Jiang Liunian and Qingyu were each sent to their respective ecological adaptation environments for cultivation. These places were tailored to their innate abilities, designed to help them better master and utilize this power. The ecological fitting place for Jiang Liunian is the life and death arena he saw when he awakened. Here, he can simulate various battle scenes and fight against virtual opponents. These opponents not only possess formidable strength, but can also adjust according to Jiang Liunian's fighting style and weaknesses, allowing him to improve his combat skills through continuous challenges. In the trials of the life and death arena, Jiang Liunian experienced countless failures and setbacks, but he never gave up. He firmly believed that every failure is a necessary step toward success. As time passed, he gradually mastered the secrets of the life and death arena, able to flexibly employ various strategies in battle and defeat his opponents one by one. On the other hand, the ecological fitting place for Qingyu is a vibrant and lively phoenix forest. Here, she can feel the call of nature and establish connections with all living things in the forest. Through continuous training, Qingyu gradually mastered the power of the phoenix's rebirth, enabling her to quickly recover her stamina and energy during battles and even unleash powerful attacks at critical moments. In her training within the Phoenix Forest, Qingyu also faced many challenges. However, she maintained an optimistic and resilient mindset, believing that as long as she had dreams and worked hard for them, she could overcome any difficulties. After a long period of training and trials, Jiang Liunian and Qingyu finally became proficient in their respective talent skills. They were not only able to flexibly use these powers in battle, but also unleash astonishing strength at crucial moments. During an internal martial arts competition at the academy, Jiang Liunian showcased the power of the life and death arena for the first time in front of everyone. Facing a powerful opponent, he calmly entered the state of the life and death arena. In the arena, he seemed to transform into an invincible warrior, with each attack precise and deadly, ultimately defeating his opponent completely. Meanwhile, Qingyu demonstrated the miraculous power of the Phoenix's rebirth in another match. During the competition, she was severely injured by her opponent and could hardly move. Just when everyone thought she was about to fail, Qingyu suddenly closed her eyes, radiating brilliant light. When she opened her eyes again, she had fully recovered her stamina and energy, counterattacking her opponent with astonishing speed and ultimately winning the match. This martial arts competition not only brought Jiang Liunian and Qingyu great fame within the academy, but also allowed them to deeply appreciate the strength and importance of their talent skills. They understood that only by continuously training and enhancing their strength could they go further on their future paths. Throughout Jiang Liunian and Qingyu's continuous training and growth, Master Lei always accompanied them. He not only provided them with valuable training resources, but also offered guidance and encouragement at critical moments. Children, you have made significant progress. But remember, the path of cultivation is never-ending. Your talent skills, while powerful, also require continuous training and refinement to unleash their maximum potential. Master Lei's words were filled with expectations and encouragement for the two. Jiang Liunian and Qingyu deeply understood Master Lei's good intentions. They realized that only by constantly challenging their limits could they surpass themselves. Therefore, they worked even harder in their training and studies, continuously improving their strength and cultivation. Under Master Lei's guidance, Jiang Liunian and Qingyu began to experiment with combining their innate skills with other martial arts techniques to create a more unique fighting style. They not only achieved great results in the Academy's internal martial arts competitions, but also showcased the grace and strength of Yunin Academy students in various external exchanges. As Jiang Liunian and Qingyu's strength continued to grow, they began to face more challenges and opportunities. They not only had to maintain their leading position within the academy, but also compete against outstanding students from other academies in external exchanges. In a communication competition with a neighboring academy, Jiang Liunian and Qingyu represented Yunin Academy. Facing powerful opponents, they fearlessly showcased their innate skills and fighting style. After an intense battle, they ultimately defeated their opponents, bringing honor to Yunin Academy. This victory not only boosted Jiang Liunian and Qingyu's confidence and determination, but also made them realize the importance of teamwork. They understood that on the road ahead, only by being united and working together could they overcome stronger enemies. With their constantly improving strength and increasing external exchanges, Jiang Liunian and Qingyu began to encounter more mysteries regarding martial arts and techniques. They not only learned various advanced martial arts skills and battle strategies, but also gradually understood the essence and profound truths of martial arts. On their path of cultivation, Jiang Liunian and Qingyu made significant progress in their external strength and experienced profound growth and transformation internally. They began to learn how to face their fears and shortcomings, and how to remain calm and steadfast in the face of difficulties. During a difficult training session, Jiang Liunian once fell into despair and confusion. He felt he had tried his best, but could not break through his existing bottleneck. At that moment, Master Lei's words shone like a beam of light in his heart. Child, remember that the path of cultivation is never smooth sailing. Only by continually challenging your limits can you surpass yourself. You must believe in your potential and strength and bravely face all difficulties and challenges. Master Lei's words helped Jiang Liunian regain his confidence and courage. He understood that only by continuously challenging himself could he keep moving forward. Thus, he began to train and study even harder, continually breaking through his limits. Qingyu, on the other hand, experienced inner growth and transformation during a battle with a strong enemy. Faced with a powerful opponent, she felt fear and helplessness at one point. But just then, she recalled Master Lei's teachings. Child, remember to stay calm and steadfast, no matter what difficulties you encounter. Only by facing them bravely can you conquer everything. Qingyu took a deep breath, mustered her courage, and continued to fight. In the end, she defeated her opponent with her strength and wisdom, overcoming her inner fears as well. As time passed, Jiang Liunian and Qingyu's journey of cultivation at Yunin Academy gradually approached its end. They knew that the moment of parting was near, but they also understood that this was not the end but a new beginning. On the last day at the academy, Jiang Liunian and Qingyu sat side by side on the playground, gazing at the distant sky. Their eyes were filled with hope and anticipation for the future. They knew that as long as they had dreams in their hearts and work hard for them, they would surely achieve their goals. Qingyu, what do you think our future will be like? Jiang Liuyan asked. Qingyu smiled slightly and replied, I don't know what the future will hold, but I know that as long as we keep working hard, we can create a wonderful life that belongs to us. Jiang Liuyan nodded in agreement and said, That's right. Let's work hard together. After saying this, the two exchanged smiles and continued on their journey side by side. Their figures gradually faded away in the afterglow of the setting sun, but their spirit would forever remain on this land, inspiring future generations to keep moving forward and surpass themselves. In the days to come, Jiang Liuyan and Qingyu would continue to deepen their cultivation and enhance their strength and character. They looked forward to the opportunity to represent Yunin Academy at more advanced martial arts competitions and compete with outstanding students from all over. At the same time, they hoped to apply what they had learned to real life and contribute to society. They knew that the road ahead was filled with uncertainties and challenges, but they also believed they had enough ability and courage to face everything. They believed that as long as they had dreams in their hearts and worked hard for them, they could create their own brilliant lives. During their time at Yunin Academy, Jiang Liuyan and Qingyu gained countless precious experiences and memories. They knew that these experiences and memories would become one of the most valuable treasures in their lives, motivating them to keep moving forward and surpassing themselves in the future. The teachings and expectations of Mentor Lei would also be forever etched in their hearts, becoming a source of motivation for their continuous progress. Chapter 100. Wow. 100 chapters. After studying at Yunin Academy, every student would be expelled from the academy to embark on a 3-year journey. After leaving Yunin Academy, Jiang Liuyan and Qingyu each set off on their own paths. Although they parted ways, their love and pursuit of martial arts had never changed. Jiang Liuyan chose a path filled with challenges and opportunities, traveling through the gray areas of the southeast region in search of the legendary martial arts manual and guidance from experts. He believed that only through continuous learning and honing could he unleash the maximum power of his life and death arena. It was precisely because the dark demon evil god tiger clan sheltered numerous hostile species and resources that this southeast region gave birth to a surprisingly diverse array of gray species. In what seemed like an ordinary yet seemingly hidden opportunity, Jiang Liuyan felt a strange stirring in his heart, as if lightly touched by the hand of fate. Like a keen falcon, he instantly sensed an unusual aura. After careful investigation and contemplation, he finally learned of a peerless manual called the Life and Death Secret, which was quietly hidden deep within a perilous mountain range. This mountain range resembled a giant dragon winding and coiling, with steep cliffs and shrouded in mist, seemingly concealing countless unknown secrets and dangers. The Life and Death Secret was like a brilliant pearl embedded in some hidden corner of this treacherous mountain range. It was said that this manual could lead one to profoundly comprehend the mysterious secrets between life and death, which was a tremendous opportunity for Jiang Liuyan, who had always been dedicated to the life and death arena. It felt as if a door to a new realm was slowly opening before him, filling him with anticipation and desire, making him eager to embark on the journey to find the manual and unveil the mysterious veil shrouding it. Thus, with a steadfast heart, Jiang Liuyan resolutely set off on the long journey to find the life and death secret. Like an arrow released from a bow, he braved the wind and frost, traversing the vast, boundless grasslands where the wild grass rustled in the wind, seemingly cheering him on. Then, relying on his tenacity and indomitable spirit, he struggled over towering and magnificent mountains that reached into the clouds. The steep peaks seemed poised to pierce the sky, yet he was undaunted, climbing step by step, enduring countless hardships, and finally arriving at the daunting mountain range. Within this mysterious mountain range, Jiang Liuyan encountered countless dangers and severe challenges. Fierce beasts often appeared silently in the darkness, their eyes gleaming with greed, as if viewing him as a delectable prey, ready to pounce at any moment. The harsh geographical environment also caused him great suffering, with storms raging at times and blizzards at others. The paths were muddy and treacherous, each step seemingly consuming great strength. Moreover, he had to remain vigilant against martial artists who also coveted the life and death secret, as they might be lurking in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to pose unexpected threats to Jiang Liuyan. However, he held onto a single belief. No matter how great the difficulties he encountered, he would never back down. With the powerful skills honed in the life and death arena and his iron-willed determination, He bravely faced these difficulties and challenges time and again, never easily admitting defeat. Finally, on a tranquil night with a bright moon and twinkling stars, the sky was dotted with stars like brilliant gems embedded in the deep night. In a dark cave deep within the mountain range, Jiang Liuyan found the legendary life and death secret, as if he had discovered a priceless treasure. Jiang Liuyan was filled with excitement, as if a small deer was running wildly in his chest. He couldn't wait to gently open the secret manual with trembling hands, and an ancient and mysterious aura rushed towards him. He focused entirely on studying it, his gaze moving quickly across the pages, as if he wanted to engrave every word in his mind. The mysterious aura in the book began to assimilate with Jiang Liuyan's body. As he delved deeper into the reading, his eyes gradually became deeper and more resolute, as if he had entered a whole new realm, gradually comprehending the subtle and profound mysteries and truths between life and death. In that moment, he felt an unprecedented shock, as if his arena of life and death had been infused with new vitality, achieving a qualitative leap, becoming even more powerful, as if he could control the cycle of life and death of all things in the universe. Meanwhile, Qingyu chose a completely different path and joined a mysterious organization called Ruoyu. This organization was famous for its technique of transforming oneself into a fish and created a martial skill that mimicked various types of fish, such as swordfish, bluefish, grass carp, or bighead carp. Countless martial artists who yearned to master the power of rebirth and hope were drawn to it. In the Phoenix Pavilion, Qingyu received unprecedented training resources and guidance. She not only learned a more advanced technique of transforming into a fish, but also made many like-minded friends and companions. It must be said that Qingyu was truly a natural practitioner of this technique. As time passed, Qingyu's strength rapidly improved. She could quickly absorb spiritual energy to recover her stamina and energy during battles. And at critical moments, she could unleash powerful attacks to defeat her enemies in one blow. Her technique of transforming into a fish thus became a legendary tale within Ruoyu. Years later, Jiang Liuyan and Qingyu unexpectedly reunited. They met in a bustling town, both feeling immense surprise and excitement. They found a tea house to sit down, savoring fragrant tea while discussing their experiences and growth over the years. They shared each other's joys and sorrows, exchanging insights and experiences in martial arts. Liuyan, your arena of life and death has truly become more impressive, Qingyu said, looking at Jiang Liuyan with admiration shining in her eyes. Jiang Liuyan smiled and shook his head, saying, "Not at all. I'm still far behind compared to your Phoenix Nirvana technique." The two exchanged smiles and raised their cups to drink together. They knew that no matter what challenges and difficulties they would face in the future, as long as they stood side by side, they could overcome anything. After this reunion, Jiang Liuyan and Qingyu decided to embark on a new journey together. They believed that only by supporting each other and progressing together could they go further on the path of martial arts. They traveled far and wide, visiting many masters and hermits to learn various advanced body techniques and combat strategies. Their strength was further enhanced, and they became rising stars in the martial world. However, as time passed, Jiang Liuyan's fame, shining like brilliant stars, and Qingyu's reputation, rippling like lively spring water, grew stronger and spread throughout the entire martial world like a raging fire. Their names seemed to symbolize endless potential and glory, and because of this, they inevitably stepped into a realm filled with more challenges and crises. Those martial artists with dark hearts and ulterior motives lurked like venomous snakes in the shadows, their eyes gleaming with greed as they fixed their gaze on the talents and secret manuals possessed by Jiang Liuyan and Qingyu. These precious treasures were like a long-desired delicacy to them, tempting them to go to any lengths to seize them. Their greed surged like an uncontrollable flood, gradually drowning the dam of reason, making them willing to take risks and attempt to claim the glory that belonged to Jiang Liuyan and Qingyu through cruel and despicable means such as robbery or assassination. During their significant travels, Jiang Liuyan and Qingyu acted like a pair of perfectly coordinated heroic partners, walking hand in hand through the ever-changing martial world. However, fate seemed to play a cruel joke on them as they unexpectedly encountered a group of notorious bandits. These bandits seemed like vicious ghosts crawling out of the depths of hell, exuding a chilling aura. They not only possessed extraordinary strength capable of easily crushing all obstacles, but also mastered various cunning and treacherous tactics. Aware of the value of Jiang Liuyan and Qingyu, they meticulously planned an ambush, hoping to use their numerical advantage and surprise attack to completely defeat these two young heroes and seize everything they cherished. Faced with this group of ruthless enemies, Jiang Liuyan and Xingyu showed no fear in their eyes. Instead, their fighting spirit ignited fiercely. They knew this would be a severe test of life and honor, and only by giving their all could they protect their beliefs and dignity. In the face of this sudden crisis, Jiang Liuyan and Xingyu bravely stepped forward. They fought side by side, resisting the bandits' attacks together. Jiang Liuyan utilized the power of the Death Arena to constantly maneuver on the battlefield, defeating one enemy after another. Meanwhile, Xingyu used the Phoenix Nirvana technique to restore energy and stamina at critical moments, providing Jiang Liuyan with continuous support. After a fierce battle, Jiang Liuyan and Xingyu finally defeated all the bandits. They looked at the fallen enemies in the chaotic battlefield, filled with victory and pride. They knew this victory was not only due to their strength, but also because of the trust and understanding between them. After experiencing a series of challenges and crises, Jiang Liuyan and Xingyu began to delve deeper into the mysteries and truths of martial arts. They believed that only by truly comprehending the essence of martial arts could they become true masters. During one of their travels, they learned that an ancient ruin contained the supreme secret manual of martial arts, known as the Heavenly Book. This manual was said to allow one to grasp the ultimate essence and truth of martial arts, a treasure coveted by all martial artists. Therefore, Jiang Liuyan and Xingyu decided to journey together to explore the secrets of the Heavenly Book. They crossed vast deserts and climbed steep mountains, enduring countless hardships before finally arriving at the entrance of the ruins. Inside the ruins, they encountered countless traps and mechanisms. These traps and mechanisms tested not only their wisdom and courage, but also their understanding and insight into martial arts. However, Jiang Liuyan and Xingyu never backed down. Relying on their trust and understanding, they repeatedly solved the traps and mechanisms. Finally, in the deepest part of the ruins, they found the Heavenly Book. They carefully opened the manual and began to study it. As they delved deeper into the reading, they gradually comprehended the ultimate essence and truth of martial arts. Their strength thus experienced a qualitative leap, and they became true martial arts masters. After becoming martial arts masters, Jiang Liuyan and Xingyu became more actively involved in the preservation and transmission of martial arts. They believed that only by helping more people understand and learn martial arts could the world become a better and more harmonious place. They began to travel around, imparting martial arts and wisdom to those eager to learn. They not only taught their students various advanced body techniques and combat strategies, but also imparted the essence and truth of martial arts. Under the guidance of Jiang Liuyan and Xingyu, their students gradually grew into the new generation of martial arts experts. At the same time, Jiang Liuyan and Xingyu also actively participated in various charitable endeavors and public welfare activities. They used their strength to help those in need, upholding justice and fairness in society. Their good deeds earned them widespread praise and respect from the people. Through their travels and teachings, Jiang Liuyan and Xingyu gradually became respected masters in the martial world. Their names and deeds were widely celebrated, inspiring future generations to keep moving forward and surpassing themselves. However, even after becoming martial arts masters, Jiang Liuyan and Xingyu never stopped pursuing and exploring martial arts. They believed that only by continually challenging themselves could they keep surpassing their limits. During one journey, they learned of a grand event called the Martial Arts Conference that would be held in a distant place. This event gathered martial arts experts from all over, and they would engage in fierce battles and competitions here, vying for the highest honor in martial arts. Jiang Liuyan and Xingyu decisively decided to participate in this grand event. They believed it was not only an opportunity to challenge themselves, but also a stage to showcase their strength and charm. At the Martial Arts Conference, Jiang Liuyan and Xingyu demonstrated unparalleled strength and charisma. With the power of the life and death arena and the Phoenix Nirvana technique, they were unstoppable on the battlefield, defeating one opponent after another. Their performance won waves of applause and cheers from the audience. In the end, after a series of intense battles and competitions, Jiang Liuyan and Xingyu successfully claimed the championship of the Martial Arts Conference. They not only received supreme honor, but also made many friends and martial arts masters from different places who shared their ideals. This victory at the Martial Arts Conference not only further enhanced Jiang Liuyan and Xingyu's strength, but also strengthened their pursuit and belief in martial arts. They believed that as long as they had dreams in their hearts and worked hard for them, they could achieve their goals. After winning the championship of the Martial Arts Conference, Jiang Liuyan and Xingyu began to devote themselves more actively to the inheritance and promotion of martial arts. They believed that only by passing on the essence and truth of martial arts to more people could the world become a better and more harmonious place. They started traveling around to teach martial arts and wisdom to those eager to learn. At the same time, Jiang Liuyan and Xingyu also actively participated in various charitable and public welfare activities. They used their strength to help those in need and uphold social justice and fairness. Their kind deeds earned them widespread praise and respect, making them esteemed masters in the martial arts community. Through their travels and teachings, Jiang Liuyan and Xingyu gradually passed on the essence and truth of martial arts to more people. Their names and deeds were widely celebrated, inspiring future generations to keep moving forward and constantly surpass themselves. As time passed, Jiang Liuyan and Xingyu's names became legends in the martial arts world. Their stories and experiences were continuously recounted and remembered by later generations, becoming an immortal tale in the martial arts community. Chapter 101. Return 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. Jiang Liuyan and Xingyu continuously improved on their martial arts path and had already become masters of their generation. They traveled far and wide, witnessing the prosperity and changes in the martial arts world, and made many like-minded friends. However, no matter where they went, after 5 years, every student who traveled would return to that place, the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy, which had nurtured them and witnessed their growth. Although it was called travel, the entire Dark Demon Evil God Tiger secret realm was not as transparent as glass, easily seen through. Its most important aspect was that the students who traveled would gather various secret manuals scattered outside or observe the landscapes outside. After all, the entire Dark Demon Evil God Tiger secret realm existed in the river of time, being constantly washed by it, and thus was always changing. Now, they carried an unwavering belief, as if they were shining with brilliant light, taking steady and powerful steps, filled with glory and endless wisdom, resolutely embarking on the journey back to the academy. That glory burned like a flame in their hearts, illuminating the path ahead. That wisdom was like a deep ocean, containing endless mysteries, waiting to be explored together with their juniors. They slowly walked towards that familiar land, each step seeming to tread on the marks of time, evoking countless past memories. The days of sweating and striving, the moments of sparring and progressing together, surged in their hearts like a tide. They understood that this honor belonged not only to themselves, but also to the entire academy and to the brothers who had accompanied them along the way. The moment they stepped through the academy's gates, it felt as if an invisible light instantly enveloped the entire space. All eyes were drawn to them like magnets, focusing intently on them. The once immature and inexperienced youth had now grown into a mature and steady martial artist. His eyes revealed a calmness forged through hardship, with a slight smile that retained confidence and authority. His demeanor was like a resilient pine, standing tall on a mountain peak. It was also like the bright moon in the deep night, radiating a cool, clear light. Every move he made, every smile he offered, showcased a unique charm that captivated everyone present. Whether it was the young and impetuous juniors or the experienced teachers, they couldn't help but cast admiring and envious glances at them. They stood straight in the spacious central square of the academy, like two unyielding statues, quietly immersed in the unique atmosphere of this place. The once familiar ancient buildings, the tall and lush trees, seemed to come alive, softly recounting long-sealed past stories to them. Each brick, each leaf appeared to carry the marks of time, filled with endless vicissitudes and memories, gently swaying in the breeze, as if silently witnessing their current state of mind and the significant mission they were about to undertake. They understood that from this moment on, for the long days ahead, they would unavoidably shoulder the sacred and arduous responsibility of inheriting martial arts. They would impart all the knowledge and skills they had diligently researched and comprehended over the years to those young and inexperienced juniors without reservation. They aimed to demonstrate through their words and actions what true glory is and what the immortal truth that transcends time and never fades is. The academy specially held a grand and warm welcome ceremony for them. Former classmates who had studied and grown together, as well as the mentors who had taught and cared for them, gathered from all directions to offer their most sincere congratulations and blessings. Everyone sat together, sharing their arduous experiences and tremendous growth on the martial arts path over the years, with joyful laughter flowing through the air like a babbling brook, filled with warmth and deep emotion. At this solemn yet festive welcome ceremony, The esteemed dean of the academy solemnly announced an exciting news that thrilled everyone. To warmly celebrate the glorious return of Jiang Liuyan and Xingyu, the academy decided to hold a unique challenge competition, sincerely inviting all students to actively participate. Jiang Liuyan and Xingyu would also join the challenge as special guests, fighting alongside the students, competing together, and progressing hand in hand in the intense competition, writing another glorious chapter for the academy with their strength. As soon as this news was released, it immediately sparked enthusiastic reactions among the students. They eagerly rubbed their fists, excited to compete with these two legendary figures. The day of the challenge finally arrived, and the entire academy was immersed in a tense and fervent atmosphere. The students, dressed in uniform, stood spiritedly on the competition stage, waiting for the challenge to begin. Jiang Liuyan and Xingyu stood side by side, their eyes filled with determination and confidence. They knew that this challenge was not only a test of their strength, but also an examination of the growth and insights they had gained over the years. Once the challenge officially began, the students showcased their abilities and charisma. Some were brave and fearless, while others were exceptionally clever, all demonstrating the prowess and spirit of the students from the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy. However, when facing Jiang Liuyan and Xingyu, the students felt immense pressure and challenge. Their moves and techniques seemed so pale and powerless in front of Jiang Liuyan and Xingyu, as if they were easily seen through and neutralized. Jiang Liuyan, relying on the power of the life and death arena, swept through the battlefield, defeating one opponent after another. He skillfully utilized the secrets between life and death to neutralize the enemy's attacks and launch counterattacks with lightning speed. His fighting style was both fierce and agile, leaving onlookers in awe. Meanwhile, Xingyu employed the technique of transforming into a fish at critical moments to restore her stamina and energy, providing Jiang Liuyan with continuous support. Her fighting style was elegant yet sharp, resembling a fish dancing in the air, leaving behind a trail of dazzling figures on the battlefield. After a series of intense battles and competitions, Jiang Liuyan and Xingyu finally stood out, successfully claiming first and second place in the challenge tournament. Their performance not only earned them waves of applause and cheers from the students, but also received high praise and recognition from the college leaders and teachers. After the tournament, the college president personally awarded honorary titles to Jiang Liuyan and Xingyu. This was a recognition and commendation from the college for their outstanding contributions and exceptional achievements in the field of martial arts. The award ceremony took place in the college's grand auditorium, which was filled to capacity, creating a solemn and fervent atmosphere. The college president stood at the podium, fondly recalling the moments of Jiang Liuyan and Xingyu at the college, as well as their growth and accomplishments over the years. Jiang Liuyan slightly tilted his head, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He tightly gripped the heavy medal in his hands, his voice trembling slightly as he said, "Dean, this medal is not just an honor to me, but also a heavy responsibility. During my time at the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy, my mentor has illuminated my path like a bright lamp, and my junior brothers and sisters have been like close comrades growing alongside me. It is with everyone's support and companionship that I have been able to continuously improve on the path of martial arts. Now that I have received this honor, I will cherish it even more, passing on the spirit of the academy and allowing more people to appreciate the charm of martial arts." Xingyu, with a slight smile of confidence, gently caressed the medal on her chest, her eyes revealing a firm belief. "Dean, we know that this honor is hard-earned, embodying the Academy's hopes and trust. We will remember our mentor's teachings and invest ourselves with even greater enthusiasm into the inheritance and promotion of martial arts. No matter what difficulties and challenges we face, we will not retreat, for we represent the glory of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy. We want the entire martial world to know that we are the pride of the Academy and the guardians of martial arts." After saying this, Jiang Liuyan and Xingyu exchanged smiles, their eyes filled with anticipation and determination for the future. They understood that the road of martial arts is endless. They will continue to move forward, exploring continuously, passing on the essence and truth of martial arts to more people. At the same time, they hope that their junior brothers and sisters can cherish their time at the academy, study hard, and make continuous progress, bringing glory and color to both the academy and the martial world. Jiang Liuyan's words were filled with determination and expectation. Xingyu also expressed her thoughts. "Thank you to the academy for the honor and recognition given to us. We will continue to work hard, live up to expectations, and contribute our strength to the inheritance and promotion of martial arts." At the same time, we wish our junior brothers and sisters to go further and fly higher on the path of martial arts. In that brilliant moment after the honor was awarded, the academy resembled a hall illuminated by joy, especially preparing a grand and unprecedented celebratory banquet for Jiang Liuyan and Xingyu. At the banquet, the flickering candlelight sparkled like stars, and the students, like a joyful stream, gathered around, holding wine glasses, their faces beaming with sincere smiles, eagerly toasting to them. Each glass of wine carried the students' deep respect and best wishes for Jiang Liuyan and Xingyu, and the heartfelt words flowed like warm currents in the air. The entire banquet felt like a warm, magical whirlpool, filled with laughter and joy, as if countless joyful little spirits danced among them. It was like a delicate painting, overflowing with warmth and emotion, with every detail radiating the essence of home, truly resembling a grand family gathering, evoking feelings of affection and warmth. After receiving this supreme honor, Jiang Liuyan and Xingyu showed no signs of slackening. It was as if a burning flame in their hearts would never extinguish. They deeply understood that the vast road of martial arts is like an endless starry sky, with no end in sight. Only continuous effort and relentless pursuit of progress could allow them to travel further in this vastness, soaring higher like eagles in flight. Thus, they unhesitatingly began to immerse themselves more proactively in the sacred cause of inheriting and promoting martial arts. In the Academy's solemn lecture hall, they were like beacons of wisdom, regularly holding extraordinary lectures and courses every week, generously imparting their accumulated profound martial arts knowledge and extraordinary wisdom to those eager to learn. Their explanations were clear and vivid, as if they were magical keys unlocking the doors of students' hearts to the world of martial arts. At the same time, they also actively participated in various meaningful public welfare activities and charitable causes, whether building Hope elementary schools in remote mountainous areas so that children in poor regions could have the opportunity to receive an education, or providing warmth and assistance to those in difficulty on the streets of the city. They remained true to their original intentions, using their strength to silently help those who truly needed it. Their good deeds were like rays of sunshine, illuminating the lives of others and leaving a brilliant mark in this world. Their names and deeds began to circulate again in the martial world, becoming models and idols in the hearts of countless people. Under their guidance, their students gradually grew into a new generation of martial arts masters, achieving remarkable accomplishments in their respective fields. Meanwhile, Jiang Liuyan and Xingyu continued to maintain a close collaborative relationship. They supported each other, made progress together, and walked hand in hand on the path of martial arts. Their synergy and cooperation seemed innate, easily handling any challenges and difficulties they faced. Through repeated collaborations and exchanges, their bond deepened. They were not only partners on the path of martial arts, but also confidants and friends in life. Together, they experienced countless storms and trials, sharing countless joys and achievements. Today, Jiang Liuyan and Xingyu have become respected masters in the martial world. Their stories and experiences have become legends and tales in the hearts of many. They have interpreted the essence and truth of martial arts with their strength and wisdom, making tremendous contributions to the academy and the martial world. In the days to come, they will continue to move forward together, exploring the mysteries and truths of martial arts. They believe that as long as they have dreams in their hearts and work hard for them, they will surely achieve their goals. At the same time, they hope that more people will join the ranks of martial arts to inherit and promote this precious cultural heritage. As time goes by, Jiang Liuyan and Xingyu have traveled further on the path of martial arts, their names becoming a beautiful landscape in the martial world. They not only impart martial arts and wisdom to those eager to learn, but also actively participate in various public welfare and charitable causes, using their strength to help those in need. Their students have gradually grown into a new generation of martial arts masters under their guidance, achieving remarkable accomplishments in their respective fields. They not only inherited the essence of martial arts from Jiang Liuyan and Xingyu, but also expanded upon it, making significant contributions to the inheritance and promotion of martial arts. At the same time, Jiang Liuyan and Xingyu have always been attentive to the future development of martial arts. They understand that only through continuous innovation and progress can martial arts stand firm amidst the tides of the times. Therefore, they began to actively explore the integration and innovation of martial arts with modern technology, culture, and other fields. They tried to combine martial arts techniques with elements of modern combat, dance, and more, creating unique martial arts performance forms. These performances not only delighted the audience, but also sparked greater interest and love for martial arts among young people. In addition, Jiang Liuyan and Xingyu actively participated in various international martial arts exchange activities. They exchanged and sparred with martial arts masters from around the world, progressing together. Through these exchange activities, they not only learned about the martial arts cultures of different countries and regions, but also made many like-minded friends and partners. Under the leadership of Jiang Liuyan and Xingyu, the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger Academy gradually became a dazzling pearl in the martial world. The academy not only nurtured numerous outstanding martial arts talents, but also became an important platform for exchange and research in the martial world. Today, Jiang Liuyan and Xingyu have entered middle age, yet their hearts remain filled with love and pursuit for martial arts. They believe that as long as they have dreams in their hearts and work hard for them, they will surely achieve their goals. At the same time, they hope that more people can join the ranks of martial arts to jointly inherit and promote this precious cultural heritage. In the days to come, Jiang Liuyan and Xingyu will continue to work hand in hand, constantly exploring the mysteries and truths of martial arts. They believe that with everyone's collective efforts, the future of martial arts will be even better and more glorious. Chapter 102. Deviations in Memory. Jiang Liuyan walked slowly along the tranquil path of the academy, where the warm and brilliant sunlight poured through the layers of leaves like golden threads, casting patches of dappled light and shadow in a poetic and picturesque manner. These light and shadows seemed like a carefully woven tapestry of nature, dancing and leaping on the ground, adding a mysterious and dreamlike atmosphere to the entire path. A gentle breeze caressed him, carrying a faint fragrance of flowers and the scent of grass, like a pair of tender hands softly brushing against Jiang Liuyan's face, bringing a refreshing coolness that was soothing to the heart. This breeze felt like a comfort bestowed upon him by nature, allowing him to sense a touch of tranquility and peace deep within. Jiang Liuyan, the champion of the Academy's grand competition, was once a source of pride and hope for his teachers. They had high expectations for him, anticipating that he would achieve greater accomplishments on his future path of cultivation and bring glory to the Academy. However, fate seemed to enjoy playing tricks on him. Just after the competition, in his eagerness for quick success, he neglected his own cultivation level and inadvertently fell victim to the powerful martial arts he practiced. This sudden blow struck him like a bolt from the blue, leaving him unprepared. Now, although he is temporarily unharmed, his foundation has suffered severe damage, preventing him from engaging in normal cultivation. Watching his once proud strength become so fragile, a deep sense of loss and helplessness surged within Jiang Liuyan. He knew that to restore himself to his previous peak state, he would need to invest tremendous effort and time. In this situation, he could only choose to leisurely wander around the academy, observing the flowers and plants that he usually had no time to appreciate. These ordinary lives held a different meaning in his eyes. They grew and bloomed silently, unaffected by external disturbances and influences. Perhaps, by observing these flowers and plants, he could grasp some life philosophies and find the strength to rise again. Every flower has its unique beauty, and every leaf contains the mystery of life. Jiang Liuyan stood quietly in front of a blooming flower, carefully examining its petals, stamens, and veins, as if engaging in a spiritual dialogue with it. He felt the fragrance emanating from the flower and listened to the rustling of leaves in the gentle breeze, his thoughts gradually drifting away. Just as he was immersed in his contemplation, a burst of clear laughter suddenly interrupted him. He looked up to see a young woman in a light blue dress chatting and laughing with several classmates. The woman had a refined and otherworldly beauty, resembling a fairy descended to earth, especially her bright eyes, which seemed to see into the hearts of others. Jiang Liuyan felt a stir in his heart. He had never seen such a beautiful woman before, and for a moment, he was somewhat dazed. However, when he examined her closely, he suddenly felt a tremor in his heart, as if he had seen something both familiar and unfamiliar. The woman seemed to have noticed Jiang Liuyan's gaze, and she smiled gently, nodding her head at him. Only then did Jiang Liuyan come back to his senses and hurriedly return the greeting. He was secretly surprised at how strongly he felt for a woman he had never met before. "Hello, senior. I am by Ruoli, a new junior at the academy." The woman spoke first, her voice melodious and pleasant. "Oh, so it's Junior Bai. It's a pleasure to meet you," Jiang Liuyan replied politely. "Senior, I've heard that you are quite esteemed in the academy. Could you please offer me some guidance?" Bai Ruoli blinked her eyes, appearing innocent and naive. Jiang Liuyan's heart trembled slightly, He always felt he had seen her somewhere before, but he couldn't pinpoint it. This left him filled with doubts. Yet he didn't want to reveal them, so he buried them deep inside and dared not ask. In the days that followed, Jiang Liuyan and Bairuoli had more and more interactions. As they spent more time together, Jiang Liuyan's memories of Bairuoli gradually returned to an extremely strange degree. The girl in his memories had no connection to the present one, and could even be described as somewhat abnormal. In reality, Bairuoli was not only outstanding in appearance, but also had a very likable personality. She was smart and perceptive, always able to bring surprises to others unexpectedly. However, Jiang Liuyan also noticed that Bairuoli seemed to have a somewhat unique constitution. Although her cultivation level was not high, she possessed an indescribable power that intrigued and awed him. Junior Bai, your constitution seems a bit different. Jiang Liuyan finally couldn't help but ask. Bairuoli smiled slightly, a hint of mysterious light flashing in her eyes. Senior, you are indeed perceptive. In fact, I possess a rare bloodline power that allows me to perceive things that ordinary people cannot. Jiang Liuyan was taken aback by what he heard. He didn't expect Bairuoli to be so candid with him. He knew very well that bloodline power was extremely rare in the cultivation world, and often came with great risks and opportunities. Then why were you left in the academy instead of being sent out to experience the outside world? Jiang Liuyan asked curiously. Bairuoli sighed, a hint of helplessness flashing in her eyes. Actually, I really want to go out and train, but my physique is too special. Once I leave the academy's protection, it's easy to attract unnecessary trouble. So, I can only stay in the academy to continue my cultivation and studies. As Jiang Liuyan heard these words, an inexplicable feeling of pity surged within him. He knew all too well that the path of cultivation was fraught with hardships and dangers. And Bairuoli was unable to pursue her dreams freely like others due to her physical condition. As time passed, the relationship between Jiang Liuyan and Bairuoli grew increasingly intimate. They discussed problems together, but every deep night, Jiang Liuyan would find himself in a dream, visiting another shadowy evil god tiger academy to meet another vague Bairuoli. Which one was real and which one was false? However, just as their feelings deepened, an unexpected piece of news shattered this tranquility. The academy's higher-ups decided to send a group of outstanding students to a secret realm for training, seeking opportunities to enhance their cultivation. Jiang Liuyan, due to his damaged cultivation, was excluded from a list. Upon hearing this news, Jiang Liuyan was filled with disappointment and unwillingness. He knew that this training was a rare opportunity for him, and missing it could have profound effects on his future. Meanwhile, the graceful and beautiful Bairuoli, due to her special constitution, seemed to be firmly bound by the hands of fate, equally helplessly prohibited from participating in this significant training. She quietly gazed at Jiang Liuyan's expression filled with loss and frustration, her heart feeling as if it were being gnawed by thousands of ants, filled with deep guilt and uncontrollable self-blame. She pondered to herself that she ultimately did not have the ability to help Jiang Liuyan change this cruel decision. And this sense of powerlessness weighed heavily upon him like a massive mountain, causing him immense pain, as if every nerve was expressing helplessness and sorrow. Liuyan, you mustn't be so sad. You have extraordinary strength and talent, and you will surely find other effective ways to enhance your cultivation through your wisdom and effort. Bairuoli softly consoled him, her eyes shining with a determined light, trying to offer Jiang Liuyan a glimmer of comfort and strength with her words and expression, as if lighting a faint but warm lamp in the darkness, guiding him through confusion and encouraging him to continue moving forward. Jiang Liuyan forced a smile. Don't worry, I'm Yufine. It's just a little regret. However, the sense of loss and unwillingness in his heart was hard to calm. He began to work even harder on his cultivation and studies, hoping to find a path that suited him. Just as Jiang Liuyan was diligently cultivating, a mysterious figure appeared in the academy. It was an old man dressed in a black robe, exuding a chilling aura. The old man claimed to be from an ancient sect, and he had come to find a disciple with a special bloodline. When the old man saw Bairuoli, a glimmer of surprise flashed in his eyes. He concluded that Bairuoli was the person he had been searching for all along. Thus, he made a request to the academy's higher-ups. He hoped to take Bairuoli away and train her to become the heir of the sect. After some deliberation, the academy's higher-ups ultimately agreed to the old man's request. After all, for a disciple with a special bloodline, joining an ancient sect was undoubtedly a tremendous opportunity. Upon hearing this news, Bairuoli was filled with conflict and struggle. On one hand, she wanted to pursue higher cultivation and broader horizons, on the other hand, she was reluctant to leave Jiang Liuyan and her other friends. After Jiang Liuyan learned about this news, he felt shocked and lost as well. He knew he couldn't stop Ruoli's decision, but he still hoped she could think it over carefully. Ruoli, I know this opportunity is very important to you. However, I hope you can figure out what you truly want, Jiang Liuyan said, looking at Ruoli with deep affection. Ruoli was silent for a moment, then raised her head and looked at Jiang Liuyan firmly. Liuyan, I know what you're worried about, but this is my only chance. I have to seize it, otherwise, I will regret it for the rest of my life. Jiang Liuyan felt a pain in his heart upon hearing those words, but he still forced a smile. All right, since you've made your decision, I'll support you. But you must remember to come back and find me. Ruoli nodded, tears shimmering in her eyes. I will, Liuyan. You must wait for me. With that, Ruoli left the academy amidst the blessings and reluctance of everyone. She embarked on the path to the ancient sect, starting her new journey. Meanwhile, Jiang Liuyan stayed at the academy, continuing his cultivation and studies. His heart was filled with thoughts and concerns for Ruoli. But he also understood that he couldn't keep dwelling on the memories of the past. He had to work hard to improve his strength and abilities so that when he met Ruoli again in the future, he wouldn't become a burden to her. In the days that followed, Jiang Liuyan put in more effort and sweat than ever before. He continuously challenged his limits and broke through his bottlenecks. Unbeknownst to him, his cultivation had also made a qualitative leap. However, just when he thought he had become strong enough, an unexpected crisis plunged him into an unprecedented predicament. A mysterious force suddenly appeared in the academy, powerful and strange, causing everyone to feel fear and unease. As one of the top students in the academy, Jiang Liuyan naturally found himself caught up in this crisis after he had repaired the lingering injuries and reached a certain level of cultivation. However, he discovered that he was unable to resist the invasion of this mysterious power and could only watch helplessly as those around him fell one by one. Just when he felt despair and helplessness, a familiar figure suddenly appeared before him. It was Ruoli. She radiated a holy light, as if she were a fairy descending from the heavens. Liuyan, are you okay? Ruoli asked with concern. Jiang Liuyan looked at the familiar face and concerned eyes of Ruoli, and a warm current surged in his heart. He knew he was not fighting alone. Ruoli was there beside him, supporting him. I'm fine, Ruoli. How'd you get here? Jiang Liuyan asked in surprise. Ruoli smiled slightly and revealed the jade pendant at her sleeve cuff. Before my master took me away, I specifically asked him to inscribe a restriction on you that would allow me to sense your safety at all times, so I rushed back. I didn't expect to find you here. The core disciple token at Jiang Liuyan's waist shimmered with light, stirring a wave of emotion within him. He never expected that Ruoli would give up her cultivation and opportunities in the sect for his sake. This deep bond made him feel incredibly cherished and grateful. In the next thrilling battle, Jiang Liuyan's agile figure and Ruoli's graceful form fought closely together, like twin lotus flowers battling side by side, their steps perfectly in sync. Whether facing the difficult obstacles ahead or the hidden dangers approaching from behind, they steadfastly stood together, advancing and retreating as one, never backing down. It was as if they shared a telepathic connection, relying on the unparalleled tacit understanding developed through their training and the deep trust built over time. Striking together like two sharp swords, successfully repelling the powerful and mysterious force that came like a ghost. The crisis passed as swiftly as a violent storm, and Jiang Liuyan and Ruoli slowly re-entered the familiar academy. At that moment, they seemed to be enveloped in a different kind of brilliance. Their relationship forged like steel tempered by fire, becoming deeper and more resilient, unbreakable. Every exchanged glance and every subtle movement contained endless emotions. They clearly understood that they had become an indispensable part of each other's lives, just as stars are to the night sky and mountains are to the earth, forever inseparable. Jiang Liuyan stood quietly there, slowly closing his eyes, trying to savor the overwhelming affection that surged towards him like the tide, a feeling that seemed familiar. That love seemed to transform into countless streams, flowing freely around him, each drop carrying a burning warmth, much like the incessant chirping of cicadas in midsummer. Each sound and wave constantly stirring the most sensitive nerves deep within him, causing the originally calm lake of his heart to ripple and become restless. The scorching heat mixed with the surging love in his heart was like two blazing flames, suddenly igniting his spirit that had been silent for years, making it vibrant and lively again. He slightly raised his head, gazing at the twinkling stars in the sky. Their brilliant light seemed to resonate with the emotions surging within him, like the bright moon above the clouds, radiating a soft and mysterious glow. At the same time, images of white waves at the seaside flashed through his mind, joyfully leaping and chasing the footsteps of the sea, as well as butterflies dancing gracefully by the stream, flapping their colorful wings, frolicking among the flowers. These beautiful scenes seemed like gentle threads, softly plucking at his heartstrings, playing a wonderful and moving melody. However, at that moment, Jiang Liuyan suddenly felt a jolt in his heart, as if a powerful force was striking at his soul. Memories surged forth like a clear spring, quickly filling his mind from the depths of his heart. Those fragments once buried deep in the river of time now flashed before his eyes like a movie, catching him off guard. Immediately after, a wave of dizziness struck, and everything before him turned pitch black. His body lost balance, and he involuntarily fell to the ground, plunging into a deep unconsciousness. Chapter 103. The Path of Time. Jiang Liuyan suddenly opened his eyes, and before him was a pitch-black darkness, as if the entire world had been swallowed by it. He tried to feel his way forward, but with each step he took, he felt an invisible pressure that nearly took his breath away. As he walked, the surrounding darkness began to ripple, like a calm lake disturbed by a thrown stone, creating layers of ripples. These ripples spread outward, gradually extending into the distance. Where the ripples passed, 7 different colors of light emerged from the darkness, intertwining to form a unique landscape. These 7 colors blended and wove together, creating a vibrant and colorful picture. The red light was hot and intense, like a burning flame. The orange light was warm and gentle, resembling the afterglow of sunset. The yellow light was bright and dazzling, just like golden sunlight. The green light was lively and vibrant, representing the power of life. The blue light was tranquil and deep, akin to the vast ocean. The indigo light was mysterious and profound, filled with the allure of the unknown. The purple light was noble and elegant, exuding an enchanting charm. These lights were like beams of hope, illuminating the depths of darkness and guiding Jiang Liuyan to continue forward. He was captivated by this strange scene, as if he were in a dreamlike world. Jiang Liuyan suddenly opened his eyes, and everything before him was pitch black, as if the entire world had been swallowed by darkness. He tried to feel his way forward, but with every step he took, he felt an invisible pressure that made it hard for him to breathe. This darkness seemed alive, tightly entwining around him, making it impossible for him to escape. As he moved, the darkness around him began to ripple, like a calm lake disturbed by a thrown stone, creating layers of ripples. These ripples spread outward, gradually extending into the distance, slicing the darkness into fragmented light and shadow. Jiang Liuyan felt dizzy, as if he were caught in an endless whirlpool, on the verge of being consumed at any moment. However, amidst this perilous darkness, 7 different colors of light suddenly emerged. These lights intertwined, resembling a brilliant rainbow, illuminating the depths of the darkness. The red light was fiery and intense, like a burning flame, evoking a sense of passionate warmth. The orange light was warm and gentle, reminiscent of the afterglow of sunset, stirring a warm flow in his heart. The yellow light was bright and dazzling, akin to golden sunlight, lighting the way ahead. The green light was vibrant, representing the power of life, filling him with hope. The blue light was tranquil and profound, like the vast ocean, refreshing his spirit. The indigo light was mysterious and deep, full of unknown allure, making him unable to resist the urge to explore. The purple light was noble and elegant, exuding captivating charm, enchanting him. These lights were like beams of hope piercing through the darkness, guiding Jiang Liuyan to continue moving forward. He was entranced by this strange scene, as if he were in a dreamlike world. His soul underwent an unprecedented cleansing and elevation, as if all his worries and sorrows were dispelled by these colorful lights. In the darkness, Jiang Liuyan advanced slowly, aided by the light. He felt his heartbeat gradually accelerate, and his breathing became rapid. He knew he was undergoing an unprecedented trial, and the outcome of this trial would determine his future fate. Suddenly, memories began to appear on both sides of him, one after another. These images flickered rapidly in the darkness like slides. Jiang Liuyan focused and realized that these were actually his past memories. He saw himself excited and curious the first time he tasted the fairy spirit brew, a wonderful sensation he had never experienced before, as if the entire world became clear. He recalled the satisfaction and happiness of tasting the sea dragon paste for the first time, an indescribable flavor that he still couldn't forget. He also saw the pride and joy of being first in the academy competition, the result of his hard work and an important milestone in his life. However, When he reached the end, he found that the most distant memory before him was that of when he was 18, the first time he encountered Ruoli. This was also a memory where the fabricated memories deviated from his own. One memory was on the left and the other on the right, like two parallel lines that would never intersect. Jiang Lianyan stopped in his tracks, staring at these two memories. He felt his heart trembling, as if a powerful force was striking at his soul. He knew that this memory was crucial to him, as it pertained to his emotions and his past. He gradually walked to the center, wanting to deeply experience this memory, this eternal love. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and let his spirit fully immerse in this memory. It was as if he had returned to that youthful age, seeing the beautiful and captivating girl, Ruoli. Ruoli's smile was like the most radiant flower in spring, bringing him immense warmth and happiness. Her eyes were clear and bright, as if they could see into his heart. They spent many wonderful times together, those days filled with laughter and sweetness. However, as time passed, their destinies underwent tremendous changes. They were forced to part ways, each walking down a different path. Jiang Lianyan felt a strong wave of emotion surging in his heart. He knew he could not forget Ruoli, nor the beautiful times they shared. This love had deeply imprinted itself in his heart, becoming an indispensable part of his life. Without that love, he might have truly lost himself. The inheritance of the path of time was indeed too real. The path of time, based on Jiang Lianyan's character, emotions, and the fragments of time surrounding him, infinitely and realistically simulated an extremely authentic past to future. In this simulated world, Jiang Lianyan experienced countless challenges and trials, as well as numerous joys and sorrows. However, in the end, he successfully broke free from this world through his own perseverance and wisdom. When Jiang Lianyan came back to his senses from his memories, he found himself still in darkness. However, he was no longer the confused and lost version of himself. He saw the details of his true past more clearly, making it even harder to forget. He understood where his emotions lay and became more resolute in his beliefs and pursuits. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the darkness. This figure was of the same height as Jiang Lianyan, identical in every way. A faint smile played at the corners of its mouth, as if it were watching Jiang Lianyan complete an important ritual. "Congratulations," the figure said. Its voice was deep and powerful, as if it could penetrate the darkness and reach the depths of Jiang Lianyan's soul. Jiang Lianyan was momentarily stunned. Then he realized. He understood that this figure was the spirit of the Tao of Time. It had been guiding him to complete this journey, helping him see his past and future clearly. "Thank you," Jiang Lianyan said gratefully. He knew that he could reach this point today thanks to the help and support of the Tao of Time. The Tao spirit smiled and nodded, then gradually disappeared into the darkness. Jiang Lianyan felt a sense of loss and reluctance, but he also knew that this was a reality he had to face. He must continue to move forward, pursuing his dreams and goals. As the Tao spirit disappeared, the surrounding darkness began to dissipate. Jiang Lianyan felt his vision gradually brighten, as if the entire world had regained its vitality. He took a deep breath and then stepped forward, walking ahead. In the days that followed, Jiang Lianyan began a new phase of cultivation and exploration. He continuously challenged himself, enhancing his strength and realm. He encountered many powerful enemies and difficulties, but he never gave up. He firmly believed that he could overcome all challenges and achieve his dreams. At the same time, he also began to pay more attention to his emotional life. He knew he couldn't remain immersed in past memories. He had to learn to let go of the past and embrace the future. He started to try interacting and communicating with different people, seeking his own happiness and love. By chance, Jiang Lianyan met a girl named Yushuan. She was beautiful, kind, gentle, considerate, and understanding, making Jiang Lianyan feel incredibly comfortable and at ease. They spent many wonderful times together, and their feelings for each other gradually deepened. However, just as they were preparing to take their relationship to the next level, an unexpected news shattered their peaceful life. It turned out that Yushuan was a descendant of a powerful force, and her identity and status were extremely noble. Jiang Lianyan, on the other hand, was just an ordinary cultivator, and their identities and statuses were vastly different. This news left Jiang Lianyan shocked and disheartened. He knew he couldn't change this fact, nor could he accept this reality. He felt his heart filled with contradictions and struggles, unsure how to face Yushuan and himself. However, at this critical moment, Yushuan showed her determination and courage. She told Jiang Lianyan that she didn't care about his identity and status, only about his character and talent. She was willing to face all difficulties and challenges with him, creating a future that belonged to them together. Yushuan's words deeply moved and warmed Jiang Liuyan. He realized he had found someone who truly understood and loved him. He decided to let go of the shackles and worries of the past and bravely embrace the future. In the days that followed, Jiang Liuyan and Yushuan experienced countless storms and trials together. They supported each other, advanced and retreated together, becoming the most important people in each other's lives. Their love sparkled like brilliant stars in the night sky, becoming the most beautiful scenery in each other's lives. However, fate is always full of variables. Just as they were preparing to face new challenges, a greater crisis struck. It turned out that the powerful force had been secretly watching them, intending to eliminate them in one fell swoop. They dispatched a large number of experts and strong warriors to launch a frenzied pursuit of Jiang Liuyan and Yushuan. Faced with such a formidable enemy, Jiang Liuyan and Yushuan showed no fear or retreat. They knew they had to bravely confront everything to protect each other and those around them. They joined hands and fought side by side, demonstrating unparalleled courage and wisdom. In this thrilling battle, Jiang Liuyan and Yushuan continuously broke through their limits and potential. They used their strength and intelligence to overcome countless enemies and difficulties, gradually becoming the focus and heroes of the public eye. Their names spread throughout the cultivation world and the continent, becoming idols and role models in the hearts of countless people. Ultimately, after experiencing a thrilling final battle, Jiang Liuyan and Yushuan successfully defeated the powerful force's experts and strong warriors. They not only protected their own safety and that of those around them, but also brought peace and tranquility to the entire cultivation world and continent. This battle deepened Jiang Liuyan and Yushuan's understanding of their feelings and responsibilities towards each other. They knew that no matter what difficulties and challenges they would face in the future, as long as they supported each other and moved forward together, they could overcome everything. Their love was also sublimated in this battle, becoming the most precious treasure in each other's lives. After the battle, Jiang Liuyan and Yushuan decided to return to their hometown, the place that had nurtured their growth and dreams. They wanted to start their lives anew there and contribute to the development and prosperity of their hometown with their strength and wisdom. When they returned to their hometown, they found it had undergone tremendous changes. The once desolate and dilapidated place was now replaced by prosperity and flourishing. Jiang Liuyan and Yushuan felt immense comfort and pride, knowing that all of this was inseparable from their efforts and struggles. In the days that followed, Jiang Liuyan and Yushuan began a new life. They ran a small shop together, living a simple yet happy life. They created a beautiful future with their own hands and enjoyed each other's companionship and love. However, even in such an ordinary life, they never forgot their cultivation and dreams. They knew that only by continuously improving their strength and realm could they better protect themselves and those around them. Therefore, they still insisted on practicing and learning new knowledge and skills every day. As time passed, Jiang Liuyan and Yushuan's strength and realm continuously improved. They gradually became respected masters and strong individuals, making significant contributions to the entire cultivation world and continent. Their story also became a celebrated tale and legend among the people. Throughout this process, Jiang Liuyan always remembered the insights and realizations he gained from the Tao of Time. He knew he had to cherish every moment, seize every opportunity, and face every challenge and difficulty bravely. Only in this way could he truly realize his dreams and goals, creating a better future for himself and those around him. With the joint efforts of Jiang Liuyan and Yushuan, their hometown gradually prospered. They made tremendous contributions to the development and progress of their hometown with their strength and wisdom. At the same time, they became models and role models in the hearts of the people. Chapter 104, Awakening. Jiang Liuyan slowly opened his eyes, and what greeted him was a familiar scene. The quaint wooden house, the simple furnishings, and the bamboo curtain gently swaying by the window. All of it seemed so tranquil and serene. He rubbed his eyes, feeling a bit dazed. Was everything just now merely a dream? That mysterious three-colored phantom, that majestic and profound voice, and all the secrets of the grand path of the three elements seemed to fade away with the dissipating dream. Liuyan, you have finally woken up. A familiar and concerned voice sounded in his ear. Jiang Liuyan turned his head and saw his master, Huan Qi, sitting by the bed. His gaze filled with both joy and concern. Huan Qi wore simple white robes, his face thin and gaunt, with a glimmer of wisdom shining in his eyes. He held a damp towel in his hand. Master, Jiang Liuyan slowly opened his mouth, his lips trembling slightly as if he had 1,000 words to express, yet felt bound by invisible shackles, unsure of where to begin. His eyes flickered with complex emotions, a mix of confusion and anxiety about the unknown, as well as the nervousness and unease of about to reveal his true feelings to his master. Huan Qi smiled gently, his smile warm and soft like the spring sun, casting a faint glow upon Jiang Liuyan's heart, instantly interrupting his hesitance. He softly said, "No need for many words, I already know." His voice was gentle yet firm, as if containing boundless wisdom and compassion. Jiang Liuyan stood, dazed in place, his heart surging like waves, an inexplicable emotion flooding over him. He knew that his master, with his extraordinary insight, had learned everything he had experienced during his coma from the White Cat. The White Cat must have relayed every detail of his unconsciousness to his master without omission, and his master, with his broad heart and keen perception, silently bore it all, waiting for Jiang Liuyan to wake up and share his story. At this moment, Jiang Liuyan felt nothing but gratitude and respect for his master, the emotions growing deeper and more intense, as if they were about to drown his entire being. "Master," Jiang Liuyan spoke again, his voice tinged with a hint of choking. Huan Qi gently patted his shoulder, her tone warm yet firm. "Liuyan, there is no need to blame yourself. It is your destiny to encounter such extraordinary experiences. Although the process was perilous, you have gained growth and transformation because of it." Hearing what Huan Qi said, Jiang Liuyan felt a stronger warmth in his heart, as if a blazing flame was burning in his chest. He fixed his gaze on his master's eyes, which contained endless encouragement and steadfast trust. Those eyes were like the brightest stars in the night sky, shining brilliantly, instantly making him feel as if he had found a bright lighthouse in the dark fog, a source of strength to move forward. "Master, how long have I been unconscious?" Jiang Liuyan asked cautiously, his voice revealing a hint of anxiety and urgency, as if he feared an answer he couldn't accept. "1 month," Huan Qi sighed softly, a trace of heartache and helplessness flashing in his eyes. "Throughout this long month, I have stayed by your side, never leaving for a moment, watching your breath fluctuate like the waves at sea, sometimes strong and sometimes weak, unpredictable, sometimes calm like a clear lake, undisturbed, sometimes surging violently like a massive wave breaking through the sky, unstoppable. I know deeply that you are undergoing an unprecedented severe trial, which will have a profound impact on your body and mind." Jiang Liuyan's heart suddenly trembled, as if a surge of electricity had instantaneously coursed through his entire body, causing him to shudder slightly. A month's time, in a long river of years, might seem like a trivial moment, but for him, at this moment, it felt as fleeting as a light flick at his fingertips, like the transient fireworks that leave only a faint trace rippling in his heart. However, in this seemingly brief and almost negligible time, he had experienced a storm, encountering countless setbacks and unexpected changes. Each setback was like a deep chasm, blocking his path forward. Each change was like a sudden bomb, stirring up huge waves in the calm lake of his heart, making it difficult for him to regain his composure. "Master," Jiang Liuyan opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but it felt as if an invisible force was choking those words deep in his throat, leaving him at a loss for words. His eyes flickered with entanglement and struggle, his inner self filled with contradictions and confusion. Huan Qi seemed to possess a magical insight, as if she could see through his thoughts at a glance. The corners of her mouth lifted slightly, revealing a knowing smile, and she gently laughed, saying, "Liuyan, are you wondering why I'm so worried about you?" Jiang Liuyan nodded repeatedly, his eyes filled with confusion and bewilderment. He was indeed very curious as to why his master cared for him so deeply and meticulously. It is important to know that in the mysterious and cruel world of cultivators, the bond between master and disciple, although incredibly precious, often inevitably intertwines with various interests and fierce power struggles. Those seemingly harmonious master-disciple relationships might shatter in an instant due to a slight temptation of interest or struggle for power, becoming unrecognizable. However, the master's attitude toward him always seemed so pure and selfless, devoid of any impurities or ulterior motives, like the warmest sunlight in winter, unreservedly shining on him, providing him with endless comfort and strength. This pure and selfless love made him feel incredibly warm, yet somewhat at a loss, as if he were enveloped in a fog, unable to see clearly where the road ahead should lead. "Because you are my only disciple," Huan Qi's voice became low and affectionate. "From the day you enter my sect, I have regarded you as my own child. Your joys and sorrows, your growth and transformation, all tug at my heart. Jiang Liunian felt a warmth in his eyes, tears welling up. He had never imagined that he held such an important place in his master's heart. This deep affection made him feel incredibly warm and moved. Master Jiang Liunian choked up as he called out. Huanqi gently patted his back and smiled. All right, Liunian, you are awake now. Let the past be the past. We need to look forward and embrace the challenges of the future. Jiang Liunian nodded, wiping away the tears from the corner of his eyes. He knew he couldn't remain immersed in the memories of the past, but had to face the future bravely. Master, what exactly happened while I was unconscious? Jiang Liunian asked. He wanted to learn more about what happened during his coma in order to better plan his future path of cultivation. Upon hearing this, Huanqi's expression became serious. He told Jiang Liunian everything he learned from the white cat about Jiang Liunian's transformation and what the three-colored phantom had said. Jiang Liunian was left dumbfounded. He never expected that so many things had happened during his coma. The mysterious tricolor phantom, the authoritative and profound voice, and all the secrets regarding the tricolor path left him shocked and puzzled. Master, what exactly is this thing? Jiang Liunian asked. He wanted to know what this mysterious entity was and why it had chosen him as its successor. Huanqi shook her head and said, I'm also unclear about what this sea really is, but from its words, we can infer that it seems to hold goodwill towards you. It may have chosen you as its successor because you possess some special potential or mission. Having undergone the baptism of the path of time, Jiang Liunian had already retained all of Gu Ling's essence under the guidance of Si. However, the scene from his memories of meeting Si in the distant past had been completely erased by the spirit of time. It could be said that if there were an image of Si in his memories, it might lead to uncontrollable accidents in the future. Hearing this, Jiang Liunian felt a surge of inexplicable excitement in his heart. He knew that he might indeed have some special mission or potential. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been chosen by this mysterious ritual. Master, what should I do next? Jiang Liunian asked. Huanqi looked at Jiang Liunian's eyes, filled with a thirst for knowledge, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Since becoming his disciple, this student had shown extraordinary resilience and intelligence, and now he was chosen by that ancient and mysterious ritual, indicating that his future path would surely be extraordinary. Liunian, regarding the ritual, my understanding is quite limited, Huanqi slowly began, his tone carrying a hint of seriousness. However, from the white cat's description and some of the murmurs you let slip while you were unconscious, I have pieced together some information. The ritual seems to be a powerful ancient clan from your past, possessing extraordinary abilities to manipulate the primal energies of the universe, even influencing the fate of all things in the world. Jiang Liunian felt a surge of emotions. He had long known that a unique power flowed through his veins, but he had never imagined that such profound history and secrets lay behind it. Master, as the inheritor of Si, how should I bear this responsibility? Jiang Liunian asked, his eyes shining with determination. Huanqi smiled slightly, filled with appreciation. Liunian, while responsibility and mission are indeed important, what matters more is your own growth and cultivation. You must first strengthen yourself in order to face the various challenges that may arise in the future. As for how to bear this responsibility, perhaps when your cultivation reaches a certain level, more clues and insights will naturally present themselves. At this point, Huanqi gently sighed, her gaze becoming profound. I have always been worried that this power is too strong and may attract unnecessary troubles. But since Si has chosen you, it means you have the ability to harness it and protect the peace of this land. Jiang Liunian nodded silently. His master's words were like a bright lamp, illuminating the path ahead of him. He understood deeply that in order to protect the ones he loved and safeguard the land that nurtured him, he must become stronger. Upon hearing this, Huanqi's expression became complex. Indeed, your changes are significant. First, it seems that your physical condition has greatly improved. The speed of your vital energy flow is several times faster than before, which is undoubtedly a tremendous boost for your cultivation. Secondly, during the final stages of your coma, I sense that there seemed to be a mysterious power within you, which resembles the aura of Si, yet is different. Jiang Liunian's heart stirred as he recalled the moment in his dream when the three-colored phantom merged with his body. That warm and powerful force seemed to establish a subtle connection between him and the entire world. Master, is this power the inheritance of Si? Jiang Liunian tentatively asked. Huanqi shook his head, then nodded, appearing somewhat hesitant. I can't be certain either. This power is indeed related to Si, but it resembles more of an awakening of potential rather than a direct inheritance. You need to continuously practice and explore to truly master and harness it. Jiang Liunian nodded thoughtfully. He understood that regardless of the type of power, it needed to be comprehended and mastered by oneself. This process would undoubtedly be filled with hardships and challenges. Master, how should I proceed with my cultivation? Jiang Liunian asked, eager to embark on a new journey. Huan Qi pondered for a moment and said, first, you need to solidify your existing cultivation to ensure a stable foundation. Secondly, you could try to find some ancient texts or relics related to sacrifice. Perhaps you can gain more clues and insights from them. Lastly, and most importantly, maintain inner peace and determination. No matter what difficulties or temptations you encounter, you must stay true to your heart and not forget your original intention. Jiang Liunian nodded seriously, remembering his master's words. He knew that the path of cultivation was long and arduous, but as long as there was light in his heart, he could move forward without fear. In the days that followed, Jiang Liunian devoted himself wholeheartedly to his training. Every morning, he would rise with the sun to practice his vital energy, feeling the rhythm and pace of the world around him. At night, he would study ancient texts by moonlight, trying to capture the faint traces of the ritual within the words. As time passed, Jiang Liunian's cultivation improved day by day, and the mysterious power within him gradually became under his control. He began to experiment with integrating this power into his attacks and defenses, discovering its astonishing might, far surpassing any martial arts he had learned before. However, Jiang Liunian was not satisfied with this alone. He understood that a true strong person not only needs powerful strength, but also a firm will and noble character. Thus, he began to actively participate in various affairs in the mountains and forests during his training, helping villagers solve their difficulties and protecting the peace of this land. Huan Qi watched Jiang Liunian grow day by day, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction in his heart. He knew that this disciple was no longer the naive boy he once was, but had become a true strong person with responsibility and accountability. In Jiang Liunian's heart, the dream about the ritual had long become his motivation and belief for moving forward. He believed that as long as there was light in his heart, no matter how difficult the road ahead, he could bravely walk on until he found his own answers and home. Thus, with his master's guidance and his own efforts, Jiang Liunian stepped toward a higher realm step by step. His story quietly spread across this land, becoming a tale and legend among the people. The secret of the ritual, too, gradually unveiled its mysterious and ancient veil along with Jiang Liunian's growth and exploration. Chapter 105. The shadow of the illusory sword. Huan Qi's explanation was very detailed. Every sword move and action was analyzed meticulously. Jiang Liunian listened attentively, but an increasing number of doubts surged in his heart. This sword move, named Wind Sweeps Away the Clouds, emphasizes moving with the sword moving with the body, like a fierce wind sweeping away leaves, unstoppable. Huan Qi held the long sword, his figure light and agile, the sword light flickering as he demonstrated the essence of this move. Jiang Liunian gazed at Huan Qi's swordsmanship, his brows slightly furrowed. This sword technique felt familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before, but he couldn't recall at the moment. Try practicing it, Huan Qi said after finishing the demonstration, sheathed her sword, and looked at Jiang Liunian. Jiang Liunian nodded, drew the long sword from his waist, and began to imitate Huan Qi's swordsmanship. However, as his movements became more fluid, the doubt in his heart grew stronger. This sword technique he had indeed learned before. Wait a minute. Jiang Liunian suddenly stopped and looked at Huan Qi. This sword technique, it seems I have already learned it. Oh. Huan Qi was slightly taken aback, then smiled and said, well, show me, let's see. Jiang Liunian took a deep breath and swung his sword again. This time, he held nothing back and unleashed the sword technique from his memories in their entirety. The sword light flickered, sweeping through like a gale, with moves that were sharp and swift, mirroring the wind that swept away the clouds demonstrated by Huan Qi. Huan Qi watched Jiang Liunian's swordsmanship, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. She hadn't expected that Jiang Liunian had truly mastered this sword technique. Huan Qi looked at Jiang Liunian in astonishment and asked, where did you learn this sword technique? Jiang Liunian frowned, a surge of inexplicable emotions rising within him. He recalled his experiences in the illusion, those illusory yet real scenes, the phantom enemies that fought against him, and the sword techniques they used. That future, so realistic, truly felt real. I learned this sword technique in illusion, Jiang Liunian said slowly. Upon hearing this, Huan Qi furrowed her brows slightly. She was naturally aware of the existence of illusions and knew that experiences within them often impact a person's state of mind. However, she did not expect that illusions could also allow one to learn sword techniques. An illusion? Huan Qi looked at Jiang Liuyan in confusion. Are you saying that you encountered someone in the illusion who used this sword technique, and then you learned it? Jiang Liuyan shook his head, his gaze profound. No. What I mean is that in the illusion, I am the one who can wield this sword. I saw myself in the future learning swordsmanship from you. Huan Qi was instantly stunned upon hearing this. He looked at Jiang Liuyan, his eyes filled with disbelief. Although the illusion was, the experiences within it were often closely related to a person's state of mind. The fact that Jiang Liuyan had learned this sword technique in the illusion, what did that mean? How could this be possible? Huan Qi murmured to himself, clearly unable to accept this reality. Jiang Liuyan watched Huan Qi's reaction, a sense of inexplicable accomplishment surging in his heart. He didn't expect that his experiences in the illusion could gain Huan Qi's recognition, even surprising her. Actually, I don't know how this happened either, Jiang Liuyan shrugged and said helplessly. But in the illusion, I really can use this sword. Huan Qi fell silent for a moment, then slowly said, perhaps this is your opportunity. Although the illusion is ephemeral, it can sometimes bring unexpected gains. Jiang Liuyan nodded, secretly feeling fortunate. He didn't expect that his experiences in the illusion could actually help him learn swordsmanship, which was undoubtedly a huge surprise for him. All right, let's continue. Huan Qi focused her mind again and looked at Jiang Liuyan. Next, I will teach you sword shadow splitting light. Jiang Liuyan's spirit was lifted upon hearing this. He knew that the sword shadow splitting light was one of the ultimate techniques of the illusory sword style with immense power. Being able to learn this sword technique would undoubtedly greatly enhance his strength. Huan Qi drew his sword again, leaping gracefully into the air, the long sword creating dazzling sword shadows as it moved through the sky. The sword shadows danced and intertwined like beams of light, dazzling the eyes. Jiang Liuyan gazed at Huan Qi's swordsmanship. A strong impulse surged in his heart. He wanted to learn this sword technique. He wanted to master the ultimate skills of the Huan sword style. However, when Huan Qi finished demonstrating and asked him to try practicing, he found himself once again in a predicament. The moves of this sword technique were complex and varied, requiring extremely high agility and swordsmanship to execute. He attempted to imitate Huan Qi's movements, but always fell out of his depth. What's wrong? Huan Qi asked, looking at Jiang Liuyan's clumsy actions with a puzzled expression. Jiang Liuyan let out and said, this sword technique is too difficult. I can't learn it. Upon hearing this, Huan Qi frowned slightly. She didn't expect that Jiang Liuyan would be stumped by this sword technique. After all, Jiang Liuyan's talent in swordsmanship was not low. She had thought he would be able to master it quickly. Don't rush. Take your time. Huan Qi comforted him. This sword technique is indeed very difficult. But as long as you're willing to put in the effort, you'll definitely be able to learn it. Jiang Liuyan nodded, secretly making up his mind. He must learn this sword technique and master the ultimate skills of the illusion sword style. In the following days, Jiang Liuyan devoted himself wholeheartedly to the study of swordsmanship. He practiced the sword shadow splitting light tirelessly from morning till night. His swordsmanship gradually improved with each passing day, and his mastery of the sword shadow splitting light became increasingly proficient. Huan Qi watched Jiang Liuyan's progress with quiet satisfaction. She knew that Jiang Liuyan was a young man with potential, and as long as he was given enough time and opportunity, he would surely become a standout of the new generation of the illusion sword style. However, just when Jiang Liuyan was about to fully master the sword shadow splitting light, he encountered a bottleneck. He found that no matter what he did, he could not unleash the full power of this sword technique. It always felt like something was missing. What was going on? Jiang Liuyan was puzzled. He had clearly mastered the moves and essentials of this sword technique. So why was he still unable to unleash its full power? Huan Qi sensed Jiang Liuyan's confusion, and a wave of inexplicable emotions surged within her. She knew that Jiang Liuyan had reached a bottleneck and needed some extra inspiration and help to break through. Have you heard of sword intent? Huan Qi suddenly asked. Sword intent. Jiang Liuyan was taken aback and felt a surge of curiosity. He had never heard this term before and did not know what it meant. Yes, sword intent. Huan Qi replied slowly. Sword intent is the soul of swordsmanship, the understanding and perception a swordsman has of their technique. Only by mastering sword intent can one unleash the full power of their swordsmanship. As Jiang Liuyan listened, his heart suddenly became clear. He finally understood why he couldn't unleash the full power of the sword shadow splitting light. It was because he had not yet mastered the sword intent. How can I master the sword intent? Jiang Liuyan asked eagerly. Huan Qi looked at Jiang Liuyan's eager eyes and smiled slightly. Sword intent cannot be taught. You can only comprehend it on your own. However, I can give you some advice. What advice? Jiang Liunian's spirit lifted at her words. Sword intent comes from a state of mind, from your understanding and insight into the sword techniques, Huanqi said slowly. You must learn to feel the sword techniques with your heart and grasp the mysteries within them. Only then can you gradually master the sword intent. Jiang Liunian nodded, secretly pondering over Huanqi's words. He understood that mastering sword intent was not an easy task. It required a significant amount of time and effort to comprehend and experience. However, he was not afraid of difficulties. He believed that as long as he continued to work hard, he would surely be able to master sword intent. In the following days, Jiang Liunian no longer practiced sword techniques mindlessly. Instead, he began to focus on understanding the mysteries within the swordsmanship. He constantly contemplated the meaning and purpose of each sword move, continuously experiencing the charm and artistic conception within the sword techniques. As time passed, Jiang Liunian's swordsmanship gradually improved, and his moves became increasingly fierce and swift. His sword techniques were no longer just simple moves and actions. They contained an indescribable artistic conception and charm. Huanqi watched Jiang Liunian's transformation with quiet satisfaction. She knew that Jiang Liunian had gradually grasped the sword intent, and his swordsmanship had reached a new level. Finally, one day, Jiang Liunian swung his sword again and executed the technique of sword shadow, splitting light. This time, his moves were sharp and swift, with sword shadows flying like intertwining lights, dazzling to behold. More importantly, his swordsmanship contained an indescribable artistic conception and charm, evoking a deep sense of shock. Good, Huanqi exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement as she watched Jiang Liunian's swordsmanship. You have finally mastered the sword intent. Jiang Liunian smiled brightly upon hearing the words. He knew he had broken through his bottleneck and mastered the sword intent. This was undoubtedly a significant breakthrough and progress for him. In the days that followed, Jiang Liunian continued to practice the sword techniques of the illusionary sword style. His sword skills became increasingly refined, and his understanding of sword intent deepened. He gradually became one of the outstanding figures of the new generation in the illusionary sword style, earning the recognition and respect of many peers. However, Jiang Liunian was not satisfied with this. He knew that the path of swordsmanship was endless, and only through constant learning and improvement could he stand firm in this world where the strong prevail. Thus, he began to travel around, challenging various masters to enhance his swordsmanship. He encountered many powerful enemies and experienced numerous life and death battles. But no matter what difficulties and challenges he faced, he always maintained unwavering faith and determination. Through one battle after another, Jiang Liunian's sword skills became more exquisite, and his sword intent grew deeper. He gradually comprehended the true essence and mysteries of swordsmanship, becoming a true swordsman. One day, Jiang Liunian returned to the illusionary sword style once again. Standing at the gate of the illusionary sword style, a wave of inexplicable emotions surged in his heart. This was the place where he learned swordsmanship and grew into a swordsman. He knew he would never forget everything here. Huanqi looked at Jiang Liunian's return with a sense of comfort and joy in her heart. She knew that Jiang Liunian had grown into a true swordsman, and his swordsmanship had reached a new height. You've come back. Huanqi smiled at Jiang Liunian. It seems you have made quite a bit of progress. Jiang Liunian nodded and smiled, saying, Yes, I have returned. I have mastered the sword intent, and my swordsmanship has reached a new realm. Upon hearing this, Huanqi's eyes flashed with surprise and admiration. She did not expect that Jiang Liunian could master the sword intent in such a short time and elevate his swordsmanship to a new level. This is truly an impressive achievement. Very well, you have become a true swordsman, Huanqi said with a smile. I believe you will be able to go further and higher on the path of swordsmanship in the future. Jiang Liunian felt a surge of ambition and determination upon hearing those words. He knew he had become a true swordsman and recognized the infinite possibilities and potential that lay ahead. He was determined to continue working hard, learning, and improving to become an even stronger swordsman. In the days that followed, Jiang Liunian remained in the illusory sword sect, training alongside Huanqi and other fellow disciples. Discussing sword technique. He shared his experiences and insights from his travels and his encounters with other masters, while also learning many new sword techniques and insights from everyone. Jiang Liunian's swordsmanship was increasingly refined, and his sword intent grew deeper. He was no longer satisfied with his current achievements, but began to pursue a higher level of swordsmanship. He understood that a true swordsman not only needed to master sword techniques, but also to comprehend the essence of the sword path. Thus, He started to delve into the secret manuals of the illusionary sword style, trying to find clues that would lead him to a higher realm of swordsmanship. He practiced day and night, continuously pondering, and gradually realized the close connection between sword techniques and one's mental state. He recognized that swordsmanship was not merely a combination of moves and actions, but a reflection of the swordsman's inner world. A true swordsman should deeply understand the artistic conception and charm within the sword techniques, merging the swordsmanship with their own mental state to unleash its maximum power. Under the guidance of Huanqi, Jiang Lianyan began to attempt to combine his mental state with his sword techniques. He closed his eyes, calming his mind, allowing his mental state to resonate with his swordsmanship. He sensed the rhythm and tempo within the sword techniques, as if he could hear a beautiful symphony woven together by the swordsmanship and his mental state. As the fusion of his mental state and sword techniques took place, Jiang Lianyan's swordsmanship underwent a qualitative leap. His sword moves became more agile and powerful, and his sword intent was deeper and more majestic. His swordsmanship was no longer just a simple collection of techniques and actions. It had become an embodiment of artistic conception and charm, a reflection of the swordsman's inner state. Huanqi watched Jiang Lianyan's transformation with a heart full of comfort and pride. She knew that Jiang Lianyan had comprehended the true essence of swordsmanship and had become a genuine swordsman. His sword techniques had reached a new height, and greater achievements awaited him in the future. However, Jiang Lianyan was not satisfied with this. He understood that the path of the sword was endless, and only through continuous pursuit and progress could one become a true master of the sword path. Therefore, he decided to leave the illusionary sword style, continue traveling to various places, challenge skilled masters, and seek a higher level of swordsmanship. Before leaving, he expressed his gratitude to Huanqi. He thanked her for the guidance and help on his path of growth and the resources and environment provided by the illusionary sword style for his training. He promised that no matter where he went in the future, he would always remember the kindness and teachings of the illusionary sword style and strive to bring glory to it. Huanqi looked at Jiang Lianyan's determined gaze and resolute expression, filled with emotion and pride. She knew that Jiang Lianyan had grown into a true swordsman, and his future would be filled with endless possibilities and hope. Chapter 106. Leaving Huanqi. Jiang Lianyan slowly turned around and walked away from the tranquil and secluded place surrounded by emerald bamboo. The figure of Huanqi, the swordsmanship master resembling an immortal, gradually disappeared from Jiang Lianyan's sight. However, the words Huanqi spoke at parting echoed in his heart like the sound of a great bell, constantly resonating within him. The path of swordsmanship is fraught with difficulties. Only with a heart as strong as iron can one break free from the cocoon and become a butterfly. These profound and hopeful words seemed to transform into warm and solid flames, continuously pouring into the depths of Jiang Lianyan's soul, becoming a powerful motivation for him to keep moving forward. Jiang Lianyan stopped in his tracks, looking back once more at the bamboo forest that had once felt so familiar. A gentle breeze rustled the green bamboo leaves, as if they too were expressing their reluctance to part. Here, he had diligently practiced swordsmanship under the guidance of Huanqi, pouring countless sweat and effort into every swing of his sword. Here, he had also faced setbacks and failures, but each time he fell, he rose again, bolstered by Huanqi's encouragement and guidance. This bamboo forest had witnessed his transformation from a naive youth into a young swordsman with exceptional skills, filled with countless memories. However, Jiang Lianyan understood that the true path of swordsmanship was like the vast sea of stars, boundless and full of the unknown. Although this bamboo forest had provided him with valuable experiences and growth to reach the pinnacle of swordsmanship, he must bravely step out of his comfort zone and venture into broader horizons, ready to face more challenges and trials. Only in this way could he continuously break through himself and explore the true essence of the sword. With this thought in mind, Jiang Lianyan took a deep breath, his gaze becoming increasingly resolute. He then turned decisively and walked away, his steps steady and powerful, striding toward the unknown world in the distance. With deep gratitude for Huanqi and an emotional attachment that was hard to sever, Jiang Lianyan slowly began his journey toward the other end of the continent. Ahead of him lay a mysterious region shrouded in thick mist. This land seemed like a fairyland, evoking both longing and awe. According to legend, the renowned Huan sect was hidden in this mysterious place. The Huan sect is one of the oldest and most profound illusion array traditions on the continent. Its existence akin to an eternal legend. Its illusion arrays are intricate and ever-changing, vast and profound like the cosmos, making them difficult to grasp. Since ancient times, countless brave challengers with dreams have regarded this place as their supreme sacred hall, yearning to step inside and seek the truth of martial arts. It was also the original sect of his mentor, Huan Qi. At this moment, Jiang Liuyan's heart was filled with anticipation and longing. He yearned to find a bright path to the realm of clear sword heart within the mysterious Huan sect. For a true swordsman, a clear sword heart is undoubtedly the highest pursuit, representing the ultimate state of perfect harmony between man and sword, where thoughts connect. It also signifies his ability to study more advanced illusion arrays and integrate them into his swordsmanship. Due to the limitations imposed by the sect, Huan Qi could not teach him many illusion arrays and could only impart less important sword techniques, which is why Huan Qi had insisted that Jiang Liuyan come to the Huan sect. Jiang Liuyan was well aware that this road was fraught with thorns, but he was undaunted and determined to move forward bravely to uncover the secrets of the sword path hidden behind the heavy fog. Along the way, Jiang Liuyan experienced countless storms and challenges. He encountered fierce beasts and faced treacherous bandits. But each battle deepened his understanding of swordsmanship and strengthened his pursuit of the sword path. He learned how to seek opportunities in adversity and how to unleash his potential in desperate situations. These experiences were undoubtedly valuable treasures on his journey of swordsmanship. Finally, on a sunny and breezy morning, Jiang Liuyan stood before the mountain gate of the illusion sect. It was an ancient archway built of massive stones, intricately engraved with sword patterns, as if each stroke contained endless sword intent. Beneath the archway, several young disciples dressed in blue robes were sitting cross-legged with closed eyes, seemingly engaged in some form of cultivation. Jiang Liuyan stepped forward, respectfully bowing and saying, "I am Jiang Liuyan, here to visit the illusion sect, hoping for guidance from my senior brothers." One of the disciples opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as a sword, but upon meeting Jiang Liuyan's calm and determined eyes, he was slightly taken aback. He stood up and returned the greeting, saying, "So, is junior brother Jiang. I am Li Qing, an outer disciple of the illusion sect. Please follow me." Under Li Qing's guidance, Jiang Liuyan passed through numerous mechanisms and traversed winding mountain paths, finally arriving at the core area of the illusion sect, the Sword Heart Hall. This place is where all disciples of the illusion sect dream of, for it is said that only here can one truly comprehend the essence of the sword path. Inside the Sword Heart Hall, candlelight flickered, and a faint aroma of tea filled the air. An old man in a white robe sat at a desk, carefully reading an ancient text. His face was kind, but his eyes revealed an indescribable depth and wisdom. "You are Jiang Liuyan?" The old man slowly raised his head, his voice gentle yet powerful. "Yes, it is the disciple," Jiang Liuyan replied respectfully. "Good. I have long heard your name and about your performance in the bamboo forest." The old man smiled slightly and continued, "The path of the sword relies heavily on understanding from the heart. Since you have received guidance from Senior Huan Qi, you must have a solid foundation. But remember, the sword path is boundless. Only by constantly moving forward can one glimpse that supreme realm." Jiang Liuyan felt a stir in his heart. He understood that the old man's words were the greatest encouragement and motivation for him. He knelt before the old man, listening intently to the teachings that followed. In the days that followed, Jiang Liuyan devoted himself wholeheartedly to the study and cultivation of the illusion sect. He learned the unique sword techniques of the illusion sect, from the basic sword moves to the profound sword principles. Every step was exceptionally difficult, but each step brought him closer to a clear understanding of the sword heart. He began to meditate in the secret chamber of the Sword Heart Hall, attempting to communicate with the sword and feel the will and emotions within it. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, Jiang Liuyan had spent several years in the illusion sect. His swordsmanship became increasingly refined, and his mind grew ever purer. He began to achieve a state in battle where his mind moved with intention and his sword moved with the heart, with each strike embodying his understanding and insights into the way of the sword. However, the real challenge was just beginning. During a sect trial, Jiang Liuyan encountered the most formidable opponent within the illusion sect, the direct disciple of the illusion sword sect master, known as Yi Wuhan, the sword shadow without trace. Yi Wuhan's sword techniques were ethereal and agile, like a ghost, with every attack making it hard for others to defend. In that battle, Jiang Liuyan and Yi Wuhan fought to a standstill. As the sword light flickered, their figures intertwined on the arena, creating a series of stunning tableaus. Relying on his profound understanding of the way of the sword and his relentless effort, Jiang Liuyan ultimately defeated Yi Wuhin with a single strike. Sword heart clear. All phenomena return to one, breaking through myriad techniques and earning the respect and applause of all. This battle not only made Jiang Liuyan famous within the illusion sect, but also deepened his understanding of the sword heart's clarity. He realized that true sword heart clarity was not just about extraordinary skills, but also about purity and tranquility of the mind, reflecting an endless love for the way of the sword. During his time in the illusion sect, Jiang Liuyan also made many like-minded friends. They practiced together, discussed the way of the sword together, and shared countless moments of laughter and tears. These experiences made him cherish the bonds between people even more and strengthened his determination to continue advancing on the path of the sword. However, as time passed, Jiang Liuyan gradually felt a sense of constraint. He understood that the true path of the sword should not be limited to just one sect. He needed a broader world to validate his sword techniques, to challenge stronger opponents, and to pursue the supreme realm of the way of the sword. Thus, one clear morning, as the first rays of sunlight broke through the clouds and illuminated the mountain gate of the illusion sect, Jiang Liuyan bid farewell to the land he loved dearly and embarked on a new journey. His heart was filled with anticipation and expectation for the future, along with deep gratitude and reluctance for the illusion sect. Wherever I go, I will remember everything that the illusion sect has given me. Jiang Liuyan vowed to himself, I will continue to move forward, exploring the way of the sword until one day I can truly reach the realm of sword heart clear, allowing the light of the sword to illuminate the entire continent. In the journey that followed, Jiang Liuyan encountered more challenges and opportunities. He traveled through various sword sects, sparring and exchanging ideas with various masters. Each battle and dialogue deepened his understanding of the way of the sword. He began to attempt to integrate the sword techniques he had learned, creating his own system of sword techniques, and each attempt brought him closer to the clarity of the sword heart. At the same time, Jiang Liuyan did not forget his original intention. He always remembered the teachings of the illusion master and the purity and love for the way of the sword. Through his actions, he embodied the spirit of the sword and inspired everyone around him. In a chance encounter, Jiang Liuyan learned of a legend about the sword heart secret realm. It was said to be a mysterious place hidden deep within a continent, accessible only to those sword masters who had truly comprehended the realm of sword heart clarity. There, the supreme mysteries of the way of the sword were concealed, making it a coveted sanctuary for all swordsmen. Jiang Liuyan felt a stir in his heart. He understood that this was the last step in his pursuit of the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Thus, he resolutely embarked on a journey to find the secret realm of the sword heart. Along the way, he faced countless hardships and obstacles, but each setback made him more determined and braver. Finally, on a stormy night, with his profound understanding and insights into swordsmanship, Jiang Liuyan found the entrance to the secret realm of the sword heart. He took a deep breath and stepped into that unknown world. In the secret realm of the sword heart, Jiang Liuyan underwent unprecedented trials and challenges. He confronted his own fears and doubts, as well as the endless unknowns and possibilities of swordsmanship. Yet, it was these trials that elevated his understanding of swordsmanship to an unprecedented height. He began to truly comprehend the essence of the clarity of the sword heart, a realm that transcended skills and forms, a perfect fusion of spirit and sword technique. Through repeated tempering and insights, Jiang Liuyan's sword technique became increasingly refined, and his spirit grew purer. He finally reached the realm of the clarity of the sword heart, becoming a true master of swordsmanship. His sword technique was no longer bound by moves and forms, but flowed freely, endlessly changing. Every strike of his sword was like the natural laws of the universe, both mysterious and irresistible. The name Jiang Liuyan began to spread widely across the continent. With his swordsmanship and wisdom, he helped many people solve long-standing problems. Through his actions, he interpreted the spirit and value of the sword path. However, for Jiang Liuyan, all of this was just the beginning. He understood that the true path of the sword never has an endpoint. He would continue to move forward, constantly exploring and pursuing in the realm of swordsmanship, until one day he could use his sword techniques to illuminate the entire continent, allowing the light of the sword path to become the hope and faith in everyone's hearts. In Jiang Liuyan's heart, there has always been a dream to establish a paradise for swordsmen, a sacred place where all sword practitioners can communicate freely and grow together. He believes that as long as there is a sword in the heart, along with love and dreams, this wish can definitely be realized. Thus, Inspired by the Sword Heart secret realm, Jiang Liuyan began a new journey. He traveled everywhere, calling on those who also loved the sword path to work together for this dream. Under his leadership, more and more swordsmen joined this cause, practicing, fighting, and growing together. Finally, on a sunny day, Jiang Liuyan's dream became a reality. He established an organization called the Sword Heart Pavilion, which gathered swordsmen from all directions. They learned together, communicated together, and progressed together. In the Sword Heart Pavilion, there were no sect divisions or status differences, only the love and pursuit of the sword path. Jiang Liuyan became the master of the Sword Heart Pavilion, leading the organization forward with his wisdom and strength. He understood that the true path of swordsmanship is not only about personal cultivation and growth, but also about communication and resonance with others. Thus, he encouraged the swordsmen of the Sword Heart Pavilion to engage more with the outside world, to experience different cultures and customs, and to comprehend the diverse spirits of swordsmanship. Under Jiang Liuyan's leadership, the Sword Heart Pavilion gradually became one of the most renowned swordsman organizations on the continent. It not only cultivated many outstanding swordsmen, but also promoted the exchange and dissemination of swordsmanship culture. More and more people began to pay attention to swordsmanship, love it, and regard it as a way of life and a philosophy of life. Jiang Liuyan himself continuously grew and transformed in this process. He evolved from a young swordsman, just starting out, into a highly respected master of swordsmanship. His sword techniques, his wisdom, and his spirit became models and examples in the hearts of countless swordsmen. However, for Jiang Liuyan, the most important thing was that pure love for swordsmanship. He firmly believed that as long as there is a sword in the heart, along with love and dreams, one can continue to move forward and surpass oneself in the path of swordsmanship. Chapter 107. Illusion Sect. Jiang Liuyan sat quietly in the antique study of the illusion sect, surrounded by heavy ancient texts filled with the orthodox knowledge of illusion arrays. He focused intently on the intricate runes and array diagrams before him, occasionally sketching lightly with a pen on a yellowing paper, transforming the inspirations in his mind into tangible patterns. Day after day, Jiang Liuyan immersed himself in this world, forgetting the passage of time. Sometimes he furrowed his brow, deep in thought over the mysteries of a particular rune. At other times, he smiled broadly, ecstatic over solving a difficult problem. However, despite his dedication to studying illusion arrays, the elders of the sect remained suspicious of his origins. After all, this suddenly appearing young man seemed to harbor many unknown secrets. Yet, as time passed, Jiang Liuyan's remarkable talent and rapid progress gradually dispelled the concerns of others. His understanding and mastery of illusion arrays far exceeded ordinary expectations, as if he possessed an innate ability to communicate with them. Whether it was basic illusion runes or the most complex array layouts, he handled them effortlessly. In Jiang Liuyan's eyes, these originally dull and tedious runes and lines seemed to come alive. They were no longer mere shapes and lines, but lively sprites dancing on the paper, telling him ancient and mysterious stories. Every time he successfully constructed a complete illusion array, the sense of achievement and joy was overwhelming. The illusion sect's long-standing art of illusion arrays is profound and rich in history. To truly grasp its essence requires not only high comprehension, but also extraordinary patience and perseverance. Jiang Liuyan, in his unique way, was gradually unveiling the mysterious veil of this ancient art, although the elders were filled with doubts. Witnessing Jiang Liuyan's tireless dedication and hard work evoked a sense of admiration deep within them. Thus, these experienced elders decided to quietly observe Jiang Liuyan, hoping to uncover even the slightest clue from his daily words and actions. However, as days passed, despite their keen eyes and meticulous observations, they found nothing. On the other hand, Jiang Liuyan remained completely unaware of the elders' secret scrutiny, wholly immersed in the vast ocean of illusion array knowledge. For him, it seemed that the world consisted solely of those enigmatic illusion runes and the complex, ever-changing structures of arrays. He understood deeply that only by mastering this orthodox art of illusion arrays could he possess the strength needed to protect himself. Only then could he hope to unravel the mystery of his elusive origins that had haunted him. Therefore, no matter how rugged and difficult the path ahead might be, he would steadfastly continue forward. As time went on, Jiang Liuyan's skills in illusion arrays grew increasingly refined. He not only mastered the basic illusion runes, but could also independently draw simple illusion arrays. Each time he successfully arranged an illusion array and watched the ever-changing scenes within, he felt immense excitement and satisfaction. However, studying illusion arrays was not always smooth sailing. During one attempt to draw a complex array, Jiang Liuyan encountered unprecedented difficulties. He pondered and revised repeatedly, but could not find the root of the problem, leaving him deeply perplexed. Just when Jiang Liuyan felt like an ant on a hot pan, completely at a loss in front of the predicament, a figure appeared silently behind him like a ghost. This person was Elder Yunhe, a highly respected and renowned elder within the illusion sect. Elder Yunhe, with a wealth of experience and a reputation for virtue, approached Jiang Liuyan with a gentle smile, his warm gaze resting on the troubled young man. The smile was like the gentle sunlight of spring, bringing an overwhelming sense of warmth and reassurance. Jiang Liuyan heard a voice and suddenly raised his head. When he saw that the person was actually Elder Yunhe, he was taken aback and quickly stood up, respectfully bowing to the elder. Then, as if he had grasped a lifeline, he eagerly recounted all the confusions he was facing to Elder Yunhe. After listening to Jiang Liuyan's troubles, Elder Yunhe did not provide an immediate answer. Instead, he slightly squinted his eyes and fell into a brief contemplation. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes, parted his lips, and said in a gentle voice, "The way of illusion arrays is profound and mysterious, and its essence lies in the state of mind. As the saying goes, the appearance is born from the heart. If your heart cannot remain calm and resolute, then the array you set up will naturally be unstable and full of flaws. You might as well first calm your heart, eliminate distractions, and then try to set up the array once again. I believe that with your talent and understanding, you will surely make a breakthrough." After speaking, Elder Yunhe gently patted Jiang Liuyan's shoulder to encourage him. Jiang Liuyan felt a sudden clarity in his heart upon hearing those words. He took a deep breath to calm himself. Then, he picked up the pen again and began to draw the complex illusion array. This time, he was no longer eager for quick success. Instead, he patiently pondered over each rune and every line of the array. Finally, after countless attempts, Jiang Liuyan successfully drew the complex illusion array. He watched as the scenes within the array changed unpredictably, filling his heart with joy and a sense of accomplishment. He knew this was the result of his hard work, as well as the guidance of Elder Yunhe. Elder Yunhe looked at Jiang Liuyan successfully drawing the illusion array and revealed a satisfied smile. He said, "Young man, your talent is quite good, but remember not to be arrogant or complacent. The way of the illusion array is vast and profound, and you still have much to learn." Jiang Liuyan respectfully nodded in agreement. He knew very well that although he had made some progress, he was still just a beginner in the art of illusion formations. He was determined to continue working hard to master the orthodox skills of illusion formations as soon as possible. In the following days, Jiang Liuyan devoted himself even more diligently to studying illusion formations. He not only sought advice from the elders, but also exchanged insights with other disciples. His rapid progress astounded everyone. However, just as Jiang Liuyan was about to master the orthodox skills of illusion formations, a sudden piece of news shattered the tranquility of the illusion sect. It turned out that Jiang Liuyan's identity had been revealed by a mysterious figure. This mysterious person claimed that Jiang Liuyan was not a disciple of the illusion sect, but rather from a hostile force that harbored deep grudges against the illusion sect. This news caused an uproar within the illusion sect. The elders convened meetings to discuss how to respond to this sudden crisis. Meanwhile, Jiang Liuyan was plunged into deep confusion. He did not understand why he was caught up in such a dispute, nor did he know what his true identity was. Just as Jiang Liuyan was lost in confusion, Elder Yunhe found him again. Looking at Jiang Liuyan's bewildered expression, Elder Yunhe said, "Young man, regardless of your identity, the effort and progress you have made in the illusion sect cannot be erased. I believe you are a person of emotion and righteousness, and you will not betray the illusion sect." Jiang Liuyan felt a surge of warmth in his heart upon hearing those words. He looked gratefully at Elder Yunhe and said, "Elder, thank you for your trust. Although I do not know what my true identity is, I can assure you that I will never do anything to betray the illusory sect." Elder Yunhe nodded and said, "Good. Since you say so, I will believe you. However, for the safety of the illusory sect, you should leave for a while. It won't be too late to return once you have clarified your identity and origins." Although Jiang Liuyan was reluctant in his heart, he knew that this was the best choice at the moment. He bowed to Elder Yunhe, then packed his belongings and left the illusion sect. After leaving the illusion sect, Jiang Liuyan began his journey to trace his roots. He inquired everywhere about his identity and origins, but always came up empty-handed. However, during this process, he unexpectedly discovered many clues related to the illusion array. It turned out that Jiang Liunyin's family had numerous connections with the illusion array. His ancestors were once renowned masters of the illusion array, making significant contributions to the development of the illusion sect. However, for some reason, a conflict arose between Jiang Liunyin's family and the illusion sect, ultimately leading to the family's decline and dispersal. After Jiang Liunyin learned this news, his heart was filled with shock and emotion. He understood why he had such a deep connection and talent for illusion formations, and why he had become embroiled in this conflict. To uncover the truth, Jiang Liunyin decided to continue searching for clues about his family and the illusion sect. He traveled far and wide, enduring numerous hardships, and finally found a family heirloom manual on illusion formations in an ancient cave. This manual recorded the insights and techniques of the illusion formation masters from Jiang Liunyin's family over generations, including some long-lost secret arts. Jiang Liunyin treasured it and began to study the manual diligently. As time passed, his skills in illusion formations improved significantly. He not only mastered the secret arts passed down from his family, but also integrated them with the illusion techniques of the illusion sect, creating his own unique illusion formations. However, just as Jiang Liunyin was preparing to return to the illusion sect to showcase his achievements to the elders, he encountered that mysterious figure once again. This mysterious person was not only powerful, but also possessed a strange method capable of breaking illusion formations. Jiang Liunyin engaged in a thrilling battle with a mysterious figure. During the fight, Jiang Liunyin fully utilized his illusion array techniques, but he was unable to decipher the mysterious figure's bizarre methods, which left him in deep trouble. Just as Jiang Liunyin was about to be defeated, he suddenly recalled the words Elder Yunhe once told him. The way of the illusion array lies in the heart. If your heart is unstable, the array will be unstable. He suddenly realized that the reason he couldn't break the mysterious figure's strange techniques was that his heart was not firm enough. Thus, Jiang Liunyin took a deep breath, as if he intended to draw in all the impurities of the world into his abdomen. As he inhaled, his chest slowly inflated, and then he exhaled gently, like a light breeze brushing over the surface of a lake, creating ripples. Gradually, his previously restless heart began to calm down. He gently closed his eyes, resembling a sleeping immortal, merging with the surrounding world. At that moment, he no longer focused on the clamor and chaos of the outside world, but wholeheartedly felt the subtle and delicate flow of breath and energy vibrations around him. These breaths and vibrations were like invisible threads, weaving an intangible net that tightly enveloped him. Suddenly, Jiang Liunyin opened his eyes wide, and two beams of light shot from his gaze, like lightning splitting the night sky. He swiftly moved his hands, his fingers dancing skillfully like playing a piano, and beams of light burst forth from his fingertips, intertwining in the air to form a complex and mysterious pattern. This pattern continuously expanded and extended, eventually transforming into a massive illusion array that enveloped the entire space. This illusion array not only emanated a terrifying pressure that made one's heart race, but also contained Jiang Liunyin's deep understanding and unique insights into the way of illusion arrays accumulated over the years. Each flicker of light and each pulse of the runes seemed to tell an unknown story, showcasing a profound and unfathomable power. The mysterious figure, confronted with this suddenly powerful illusion array, couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. He immediately unleashed all his skills in an attempt to break free from the constraints of the illusion array. However, no matter how he tried, he could not find any flaws in the array. The seemingly weak spots triggered a series of fierce attacks upon approach, while the seemingly solid areas hid endless traps and illusions. As time passed, the mysterious figure sank deeper into the illusion array, gradually feeling overwhelmed. Meanwhile, Jiang Liunyin stood outside the array, calmly controlling its operation, not giving his opponent a moment's respite. Finally, after an intense struggle, the mysterious figure exhausted his last bit of strength and collapsed to the ground. He raised his head and looked at Jiang Liunyin with eyes full of awe and surprise. He struggled to speak. You have actually mastered such a powerful illusion array technique. I admit defeat. After saying this, a bitter smile appeared on his face, as if he had long anticipated this defeat. Jiang Liunyin watched the mysterious figure concede, filled with joy and a sense of accomplishment. He knew that this was the result of his hard work, as well as the guidance of Elder Yunhe and the other elders. Subsequently, Jiang Liunyin brought the mysterious figure back to the illusion sect. He truthfully informed the elders about the identity and background of the mysterious figure and requested permission to rejoin the illusion sect. The elders, Seeing Jiang Liunyin's determined eyes and powerful illusion array skills felt a sense of comfort and pride. They knew that Jiang Liunyin had grown into a true master of illusion arrays, capable of making greater contributions to the development of the illusion sect. After a heated discussion, the elders ultimately reached a consensus and agreed to allow Jiang Liunyin to return to the family of the illusion sect. This decision undoubtedly stirred the entire sect. Soon after, an unprecedented grand welcome ceremony was held in the illusion sect. The scale of the ceremony was magnificent, and the atmosphere was extraordinarily warm, as if to welcome a hero returning in triumph. Countless colorful flags fluttered in the air, the joyful sounds of drums resonated, and people's faces were filled with joy and excitement. Under everyone's gaze, Jiang Liunyin slowly stepped into the center of the venue, standing tall like a pine tree, with a determined and confident gaze, radiating an unparalleled charm. Chapter 108. Illusion Sect. Study. Since returning to the illusion sect, Jiang Liunyin devoted himself wholeheartedly to the in-depth study of illusion array techniques. He worked tirelessly day and night, exploring the mysteries of the illusion array world. With his exceptional talent and relentless effort, he quickly mastered more profound and orthodox illusion array techniques, and built upon this foundation to create a series of astonishingly unique formations. At the same time, Jiang Liunyin did not forget to pass on the knowledge and skills he had learned to other disciples. He patiently answered various questions posed by his junior brothers and sisters, providing detailed guidance in their training of illusion array techniques. Under his careful instruction, an increasing number of disciples made significant progress in illusion arrays. In addition to focusing on teaching, Jiang Liunyin actively participated in various affairs and activities of the illusion sect. Whether it was internal competitions or external exchanges and cooperation, his active presence could be seen. With his outstanding strength and performance, he earned high recognition and deep respect from the elders and other disciples. However, despite achieving such brilliant accomplishments, Jiang Liunyin never felt the slightest sense of complacency. He clearly understood that on the challenging and unknown path of illusion arrays, he had only taken a small step. Ahead of him lay more difficulties and tests. But he was undaunted, instead harboring a courageous heart, vowing to continue to work hard and strive to become the most top-notch master of illusion arrays in the illusion sect and even the entire martial world. Time flew by, and the years passed swiftly. Through daily hard work, Jiang Liunyin's reputation spread like wings, quickly reaching the entire illusion sect and beyond. His extraordinary illusion array skills and his humble and amiable attitude made him not only an idol admired and emulated by many disciples, but also attracted a large number of illusion masters from other sects, who came seeking to exchange insights and hone their skills with him. Jiang Liunyin treated every visiting master of the illusion formation with unmatched enthusiasm and sincerity, just like the warm sun of spring. Regardless of whether the other party was renowned or a novice, he would treat them with courtesy and offer his most heartfelt welcome. When facing these masters, Jiang Liunyin always approached them with a humble heart, earnestly seeking their advice on various questions and listening attentively to their answers and teachings. He seized every opportunity to learn new knowledge and master new skills, like a long dry sponge greedily absorbing the fountain of wisdom from all sides. Meanwhile, Jiang Liunyin generously shared the knowledge and valuable insights he had accumulated over the years of studying illusion formations without reservation. He understood that knowledge only shines brighter through communication and sharing, and thus he never held back. This spirit of selfless dedication moved everyone. Under Jiang Liunyin's exemplary leadership, the entire illusion sect united in their research of illusion techniques, leading to a plethora of innovative results. The already profound illusion techniques experienced unprecedented growth and significant enhancement, allowing the illusion sect to stand out among many sects, like the most brilliant star in the night sky, attracting the attention and respect of the world. Whether it was disciples from other sects or heroes from the martial world, everyone praised the illusion sect with thumbs up. Behind all these achievements lay Jiang Liunyin's immense passion, humble attitude, and selfless contributions. However, just as the illusion sect was flourishing and thriving, an unexpected and fierce crisis struck like a bolt from the blue, once again descending upon this rising sect. It turned out that the long-standing enemy force that had a blood feud with the illusion sect had never truly let go of their hatred and had not stopped their various plots, schemes, suppression, and relentless attacks against the illusion sect. This time, they escalated their efforts, risking everything to secretly collude with several powerful forces with deep backgrounds. attempting to launch a devastating attack to completely eradicate the illusion sect and eliminate future threats. Faced with such an unprecedentedly severe situation, Jiang Liunian remained exceptionally calm and composed, showing no signs of hesitation or retreat. His tall and strong body stood straight like a proud pine tree, resilient and unyielding. His gaze was unwavering, as firm as steel, revealing an unparalleled determination and courage, like a towering mountain that remains steadfast against the wind and rain. At this moment, he seemed to have become the spiritual pillar in everyone's hearts. As long as he was present, everyone felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance and strength. With Jiang Liunian's command, many disciples of the illusion sect responded to the call and closely followed him, forming an indomitable force. Each of them looked solemn, holding their weapons, ready to face the impending life-and-death battle. In an instant, the sounds of battle cries and clashing weapons echoed through the heavens, as Jiang Liunian led the disciples of the illusion sect into a thrilling and fierce fight against the opposing force. The battlefield was filled with smoke and bloodshed, but Jiang Liunian remained calm and collected, methodically directing the battle. However, amidst the chaos and the thunderous sounds of battle, Jiang Liunian shone like a brilliant star, radiating an unparalleled light. He moved nimbly, weaving through the enemy ranks, his hands forming seals as swiftly as a tempest, and mysterious runes shot forth from his fingertips like shooting stars. These runes intertwined and coiled in the air, gradually forming a stunningly beautiful and colorful pattern. The pattern seemed to possess life, constantly changing shapes and colors, sometimes transforming into a terrifying giant beast, and at other times becoming ethereal celestial clouds, dazzling and mesmerizing. As this pattern took shape, one powerful illusion formation after another was born. They descended like divine weapons from the heavens, enveloping the entire battlefield with overwhelming force. Some illusion formations were like an invisible net, completely obscuring the enemy's sight and hearing, causing them to lose their sense of direction. Others were like sharp swords, piercing deep into the enemy's souls, causing them immense pain, even rendering them unconscious. Yet others resembled terrifying nightmares, trapping the enemies within, consumed by endless fear. And still, some illusion formations possessed magical powers, capable of altering the surrounding terrain in the blink of an eye, either flattening mountains or turning rivers into deserts, leaving the enemies defenseless. Behind each illusion formation lay Jiang Liunian's years of relentless exploration and profound understanding of the way of illusion formations. Countless days and nights were spent studying ancient formation texts, personally practicing various complex and ever-changing illusion formations, continuously accumulating experience and repeatedly pondering their mysteries. His understanding of illusion formations had long transcended the cognitive limits of ordinary people, reaching an astonishing and nearly peak mastery. Because of this, the illusion formations he meticulously arranged contained power that was earth-shattering and unpredictable, as endless as the stars in the universe. Even the most intelligent and knowledgeable individuals would find themselves at a loss when faced with such illusion formations, unable to find any way to break them. It was relying on these divine and exquisitely crafted illusion formations that Jiang Liunian successfully withstood wave after wave of fierce attacks from the opposing force. Under Jiang Liunian's full protection, the defense of the illusion sect resembled a rock-solid, unbreakable steel wall, proudly standing between heaven and earth. No matter how crazily the opposing force charged or how hard they tried to breach this defense, it remained steadfast, unyielding, as if no force in the world could shake it, leaving the enemies to only lament in despair. However, despite facing such tenacious resistance, the opposing force clearly would not easily give up. They were like a pack of hungry wolves, unwilling to retreat in defeat even after being severely wounded by their prey. Therefore, after a brief rest and regrouping, these forces gathered their massive strength once again and launched an even more ferocious and brutal attack than before. The opposing force seemed to be launching a near-suicidal charge, forcing the illusion sect to confront this wave of fierce assaults. Wave after wave of powerful offensives surged toward the illusion sect like a tide, overwhelming and threatening to engulf the entire sect. Their force seemed intent on breaking through the impregnable defense line in one fell swoop. At this moment, the situation had reached a critical juncture, teetering on the brink of disaster. Jiang Liunian stood atop the city wall, gazing at the enemy surging like a tide and the blades flashing in the air, fully aware that if they continued to sit idly by, catastrophic disaster awaited them. Realizing this, Jiang Liuyan took a deep breath, attempting to calm his rapidly beating heart. Then, a sudden look of determination flashed in his previously grave eyes, as if he had made a resolute decision to fight against all odds. Then, he quickly clasped his hands tightly together and began to mutter a series of obscure and incomprehensible incantations. As the last syllable he uttered fell heavily, a dazzling and brilliant light suddenly burst forth, akin to a shooting star streaking across the night sky. The light was so intense that it instantly illuminated the entire blood-soaked battlefield, filled with smoke and the sounds of slaughter, causing everyone to turn their heads in astonishment. Within the inner courtyard of the illusion sect, an astonishing and strange hue erupted. It turned out that Jiang Liuyan had unreservedly unleashed his fearsome and unparalleled illusion array technique, the illusory obliteration array. As soon as this array was revealed, the winds surged and clouds gathered, and the sky was suddenly shrouded in dark clouds, as if the apocalypse had arrived, causing the entire world to tremble violently due to this terrifying formation. Countless sharp beams of light shot out from the array like lightning, each carrying a shocking power capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth, sweeping towards the opposing forces with the force of a colossal wave. It should be noted that this illusory obliteration array was created by Jiang Liuyan after enduring countless hardships through in-depth research of the precious scriptures passed down by his family, combined with his unique insights into the path of illusion arrays over the years. Not only did it possess unimaginable immense power, but it also had an extraordinary ability to effortlessly devour and dissolve any attacks and powers coming from the outside world. However, Jiang Liuyan was very clear in his heart that although this illusion array was immensely powerful, it was also filled with extreme danger and uncontrollable uncertainty. A slight mistake could not only bring irreversible severe consequences to himself, but might also affect innocent people around him. Yet at this moment, faced with the aggressive opposing forces that aimed to destroy the illusion sect and harm many disciples, Jiang Liuyan had no choice but to act. Therefore, under Jiang Liuyan's decisive decision, he resolutely activated this taboo existence, the illusory obliteration array. At the same time, the disciples of the illusion sect also united without hesitation, working together to assist Jiang Liuyan in deploying this powerful array. They mobilized all their spiritual power, continuously gathering it into a mighty torrent, and then, through special methods, injected it into Jiang Liuyan's body, providing him with a constant stream of powerful energy support as he fully controlled the illusory obliteration array. At this moment, Jiang Liuyan closed his eyes tightly, completely immersed in the exquisite manipulation of the array. His mind was highly focused, not daring to slacken in the slightest, for he knew that the outcome of this battle depended on whether he could perfectly master this terrifying illusory obliteration array. Under Jiang Liuyan's skillful control, the mysterious and terrifying illusory obliteration array began to slowly operate. Brilliant beams of light surged out from the array, like a torrential flood, instantly spreading out. The light became increasingly dazzling, gradually illuminating the entire space as brightly as daylight. Chapter 109. Great Battle. Continuation. Meanwhile, an unparalleled powerful pressure also continuously emanated from the illusory obliteration array. This pressure was like a towering mountain, incredibly heavy, making it almost impossible to breathe. The surrounding air seemed to sense the existence of this pressure, trembling violently as if it would be torn to pieces by this powerful force at any moment. Soon after, this air, as if drawn by a gigantic black hole, surged madly towards the illusory obliteration array. In the blink of an eye, the previously calm surroundings formed a pitch-black void, sending chills down one's spine. At this moment, the opposing forces against Jiang Liuyan looked on in terror at the gradually forming illusion array before them. Their hearts were already filled with endless fear and unease, with some even trembling so much that they could barely stand. Nevertheless, they did not choose to retreat or give up resistance. They knew that if they did not fight with all their might, they would face utter destruction. Thus, after a brief hesitation, these enemies unleashed their most powerful techniques, launching wave after wave of fierce attacks against the chilling, illusory obliteration array. In an instant, beams of energy of various colors and tremendous power intertwined in the air, resembling a spectacular yet deadly fireworks display. Unfortunately, when these attacks touched the edge of the illusory obliteration array, it was as if they had encountered an indestructible wall, unable to advance even a bit. Moreover, That invisible force quickly enveloped these attacks and swallowed them at a visible speed until they completely disappeared. As if they had never existed at all, Jiang Liuyan felt the attacks from hostile forces gradually dissipating, filled with confidence and determination. He knew that this illusionary formation was the result of his and his disciples' joint efforts, a testament to their blood, sweat, and tears in defending the illusion sect. He was determined to unleash the full potential of this illusionary formation to completely eliminate the threat posed by the hostile forces. As Jiang Liuyan's control became increasingly skilled, the power of the illusionary annihilation formation grew stronger. It began to devour everything around it, including the attacks and powers of the hostile forces. The hostile forces looked at this increasingly powerful illusion, filled with despair and fear. Finally, after a long period of exerting all his efforts and control, Jiang Liuyan successfully elevated the illusionary annihilation formation to an unprecedented peak state. The once flickering and mysterious formation suddenly seemed to be ignited, erupting with an extremely powerful and heart-pounding wave of energy. This energy surged forward like a fierce beast, opening its massive jaws to pounce on the hostile forces. Faced with such a terrifying attack, the hostile forces had no time to mount an effective resistance before being completely engulfed by that powerful force into the formation. Under the unparalleled power of the illusionary annihilation formation, they had no chance to struggle and instantly turned to ashes, as if they had never existed, leaving behind an empty void. After the battle ended, Jiang Liuyan slowly withdrew his hands and scanned the surroundings, which were filled with devastation and disorder. The once bustling battlefield had turned into ruins, smoke billowing, with remnants of walls scattered everywhere. He stood there quietly, his heart surging with complex emotions, both reflecting on the intense battle and lamenting the lost lives. However, Jiang Liuyan understood deeply that although this battle had achieved a glorious victory, it was by no means the end, but merely a new starting point. In this cruel world where the strong are revered, to ensure that the illusion sect truly stands firm and continues to grow, there is still a long way to go. Only through continuous effort in cultivation, enhancing one's own strength, and strengthening internal unity and cooperation can they face the various challenges and crises that may arise in the future. With this in mind, Jiang Liuyan took a deep breath, his gaze becoming increasingly firm, and turned astride towards the direction of the illusion sect. Thus, Jiang Liuyan, a resolute and ambitious leader, decisively led the disciples of the illusion sect on the arduous journey of rebuilding their homeland. United in purpose, they worked together with diligent hands and unyielding will, meticulously repairing the war-torn buildings and severely damaged facilities. Every brick laid, every wall built, embodied their blood and sweat. Every restoration of facilities and every detail perfected showcased their steadfast belief and boundless aspirations for the future of the illusion sect. During this grueling reconstruction process, Jiang Liuyan not only led by example, personally engaging in heavy labor, but also fully utilized his intelligence and skills in illusionary formations to solve one problem after another. Meanwhile, he took advantage of every spare moment to delve deeply into the essence and intricacies of illusionary formation techniques, continuously exploring and innovating, striving to elevate them to higher realms. It was this relentless spirit and dedication to self-improvement that allowed Jiang Liuyan to make significant progress in the path of illusionary formations. With his strength and levels steadily rising, time passed and the years flew by. After a long period of tireless effort, the illusion sect, under Jiang Liuyan's wise leadership, regained its former glory, gradually restoring its prosperity and powerful momentum. The current illusion sect had towering buildings, advanced facilities, and exuded vitality and vigor everywhere. The disciples of the illusion sect, under Jiang Liuyan's careful guidance and rigorous training, also grew stronger and more outstanding, each possessing unique skills and exceptional abilities. With their superb martial arts and profound knowledge of formation techniques, they stood out among many sects, becoming remarkable figures. Due to Jiang Liuyan's outstanding achievements and extraordinary leadership abilities, he was rightfully revered as the master of the illusion sect by all disciples. This honor was not only a recognition and reward for his past efforts, but also a source of motivation for him to continue moving forward. However, despite the brilliant achievements at hand, Jiang Liuyan did not become complacent or rest on his laurels. Instead, he deeply understood that in this brutal world of survival of the fittest, only through relentless effort and continuous self-improvement could he maintain his position and strength. Therefore, He unhesitatingly took on the responsibility of leading everyone forward once again, continuing to guide the disciples of the illusion sect in their relentless training, honing their skills, and frequently engaging in fierce and brutal battles to refine their practical abilities and continuously enhance their overall strength and level. In this process, Jiang Liuyan also met many like-minded friends and partners. They came from different sects and backgrounds but shared common pursuits and goals. They supported each other, made progress together, and became Jiang Liuyan's strongest backing and supporters. As time passed, Jiang Liuyan's reputation and prestige grew higher. He not only became the master and leader of the illusion sect, but was also hailed as a legendary figure in the realm of illusionary formations. His deeds and contributions were celebrated far and wide, becoming an idol and role model in the hearts of many illusionists. However, for Jiang Liuyan, these honors and positions were not the most important. What he valued most was his own strength and level, as well as the contributions he could make to the illusion sect and its disciples. He was determined to continue striving and improving, contributing his strength to the development of the illusion sect and the realm of illusionary formations. Under Jiang Liuyan's leadership, the illusion sect maintained a strong momentum of development. They not only achieved significant breakthroughs and advancements in illusionary formation techniques, but also demonstrated powerful strength and potential in other areas. The illusion sect became a highly respected and noteworthy presence among many sects, shining brightly in the realm of illusionary formations. Jiang Liuyan was also honored for his extraordinary contributions and leadership abilities, being called a legendary figure and master in the realm of illusionary formations. His deeds and contributions would forever be remembered, becoming an immortal legend in the realm of illusionary formations. However, for Jiang Liuyan, his journey was far from over. He knew that in this world where the strong are revered, only through continuous effort and progress could he maintain his position and strength. Thus, he continued to lead the disciples of the illusion sect in their training and battles, relentlessly pursuing higher realms and greater strength. In the days to come, Jiang Liuyan would continue to write his legendary story. He would lead the disciples of the illusion sect towards broader horizons, challenging even more powerful enemies. Their journey would be filled with uncertainty and danger, but they believed that as long as they worked together and pressed forward courageously, they would surely create an even more glorious tomorrow. Jiang Liuyan would also continue to grow and progress in this process. He would constantly tap into his potential and talents, becoming an even more outstanding illusionist and leader. His strength and wisdom would be continually honed and enhanced, contributing even more to the development of the illusion sect and the realm of illusionary formations. Ultimately, Jiang Liuyan would become one of the greatest legendary figures in the illusion sect and the realm of illusionary formations. His deeds and contributions would forever be remembered, serving as a model for future generations to learn from and emulate. Under his leadership, the illusion sect would also become an even stronger and more prosperous sect, making even greater contributions to the development of the realm of illusionary formations. After the great battle, with his extraordinary wisdom and profound mastery of illusionary formations, Jiang Liuyan not only successfully repelled the invasion of external enemies, but also, through the might of a single battle, intimidated the surrounding forces, bringing the illusion sect a rare peace in a short time. Everyone in the sect held deep respect and gratitude towards Jiang Liuyan. The elders looked at him with new respect, believing he was a rare genius and leader that the illusion sect had not seen in 1,000 years. In this great battle, although Jiang Liuyan achieved brilliant results, he also deeply realized that his skills in illusion formations and techniques still had significant room for improvement. To seek a higher realm, he made a request to the sect elders, hoping to enter the illusion sect scripture pavilion to study the most authentic and fundamental illusion techniques and formations. The scripture pavilion is the most sacred and mysterious place in the illusion sect, rich in collections that encompass all the knowledge and wisdom accumulated by the sect over thousands of years. It not only houses various precious illusion formation diagrams and technique manuals, but also the insights and experiences of predecessors from generations past. For any disciple of the illusion sect, being able to enter the scripture pavilion for study is a tremendous honor and opportunity. The elders, fully aware of Jiang Liuyan's potential and ambition, also recognized his outstanding performance in the battle. After some discussion, they decided to grant him special permission to enter the scripture pavilion and appointed a highly respected elder as his guide, responsible for answering his questions and challenges during the learning process. After receiving the elder's permission, Jiang Liuyan was filled with excitement and anticipation. He knew this would be an important turning point in his cultivation career. Under the guidance of his mentor, he arrived at the entrance of the scripture pavilion. It was a quaint and solemn building, seemingly connected to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, emanating an indescribable majesty and mystery. Upon stepping through the doors of the scripture pavilion, Jiang Liuyan was immediately struck by the sight before him. The interior was spacious and bright, with bookshelves filled with all kinds of books and scrolls, each radiating a faint glow, as if telling the long history and profound wisdom they contained. The air was filled with a gentle scent of ink and books, making one involuntarily intoxicated. The guide led Jiang Liuyan to a specially prepared area. Here were stored the illusion sect's most precious illusion formations and technique manuals, each a crystallization of the predecessor's hard work. Jiang Liuyan took a deep breath and began to seriously browse through these manuals. He first chose a manual titled The Essence of Illusion Formations. This book detailed the basic principles and construction methods of illusion formations, providing in-depth yet accessible explanation from the most fundamental elements of illusion formations to complex structural designs. Jiang Liuyan read with great eagerness, continuously combining the knowledge from the book with his own cultivation experience, trying to find a way to break through his current bottleneck. As he delved deeper into the reading, Jiang Liuyan gradually discovered that the path of illusion formations was not achieved overnight, but required continuous accumulation and insight. He began to apply the knowledge from the book to his own illusion formations, constantly experimenting and adjusting. In this process, he encountered many difficulties and challenges. But with his unwavering will and deep understanding of illusion formations, he gradually found the key to solving the problems. In addition to the essence of illusion formations, Jiang Liuyan also read classic works such as illusion technique manuals and the true meaning of illusion. These books not only deepened his understanding of illusion techniques, but also sparked his thoughts on the relationship between illusion formations and techniques. He realized that illusion formations and techniques did not exist in isolation, but were interdependent and mutually reinforcing. Only by cleverly combining the two could the greatest power be unleashed. During his time in the scripture pavilion, Jiang Liuyan devoted almost all of his time to study and research. He continuously absorbed new knowledge and wisdom, constantly pushing his cultivation to higher realms. His skills in illusion formations and techniques gradually improved day by day, even beginning to touch upon the pinnacle level of the illusion sect. However, Jiang Liuyan was not satisfied. He understood that the path of cultivation was endless. Only by continuously challenging and surpassing himself could he go further along this path. Thus, he continued to explore more knowledge and wisdom in the scripture pavilion, seeking the key to a higher realm. Chapter 110. Future Glory. Departure. In the deepest part of the scripture pavilion, the light was dim, and dust floated in the air. As if time had frozen here, Jiang Liuyan carefully navigated between rows of tall and ancient bookshelves, his gaze eagerly scanning the mountain of piled books. Just then, a faint glimmer caught his attention. Following the light, he saw a weathered, yellowed ancient book lying quietly in an inconspicuous corner. Its cover was worn beyond recognition, but a few elegant characters could still be vaguely seen. The profound essence of illusion. A surge of intuition stirred within Jiang Liuyan. He sensed that this ancient book was anything but ordinary. As he gently picked up the book, a heavy sensation instantly spread throughout his body. Opening the pages, he found the text densely packed like ancient incantations, obscure and difficult to comprehend, leaving one bewildered. However, the deeper he read, the more he could feel the profound wisdom and powerful energy contained within. The words seemed to possess their own life, leaping and dancing, guiding Jiang Liuyan into a world filled with wonder and the unknown. Each line felt like a riddle waiting for him to solve. Each page resembled a door to a mysterious realm, waiting for a fated person to push it open. Jiang Liuyan deeply understood that such a book could not have appeared here by chance. It was highly likely to be one of the most precious treasures passed down through countless years by the illusion sect. At this thought, his heart began to race, and his hands trembled slightly. He knew that if he could comprehend the mysteries within the book, his strength would surely undergo a qualitative transformation, and he might even become an unparalleled master of his generation. He cautiously extended his fingers, trembling with trepidation, and slowly turned the slightly yellowed pages, as if afraid of awakening the slumbering knowledge spirits within. As the pages were gently lifted, an ancient yet mysterious aura rushed towards him, causing his heart to beat faster. When his gaze fell upon the densely packed words, a surge of reverence welled up within him. He realized that the illusions and formations described in this book far exceeded all his previous knowledge and imagination. The theories and concepts involved were both profound and complex, far from being as simple as they appeared on the surface. However, this did not deter Jiang Liuyan. Instead, it ignited an even stronger desire for knowledge within him. He focused intently, reading word by word, trying to understand the deeper meanings behind each sentence. Gradually, he seemed to forget everything around him, completely immersed in this wondrous world constructed of words. In this world, illusions were no longer just dazzling performance techniques, but an art full of philosophy and wisdom. Formations were no longer merely simple layouts and arrangements, but a powerful force capable of controlling hearts and altering reality. The more Jiang Liuyan read, the more obsessed he became, feeling as though he was swimming in a vast ocean of knowledge, striving towards an unknown shore. As time went by, Jiang Liuyan's understanding of the essence of illusions deepened. He began to attempt to apply the knowledge from the book to his own cultivation, continuously practicing and exploring. In this process, he encountered unprecedented challenges and difficulties. But with his profound understanding of illusions and his steadfast belief, he gradually found solutions to the problems. One day, sunlight filtered through the mottled leaves and fell onto Jiang Liuyan's slightly worn desk. He gently brushed away the dust on the surface, then slowly extended his hand and opened the book of the essence of illusions, which had been read countless times. At that moment, as the pages turned, a strange feeling surged within him like a tide. He seemed to hear a deep and distant voice coming from the deepest part of his heart. This voice was like a whisper, carrying an indescribable, mysterious power. This voice resonated wonderfully with the profound and obscure knowledge recorded in the book. The seemingly incomprehensible words and patterns now unfolded before him like vivid paintings. Each word, each line seemed to come alive, telling him the truths of illusions and formations. Jiang Liuyan was immersed in it, completely forgetting himself. Time passed unknowingly, and his understanding of this remarkable book deepened increasingly. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration crossed his mind, and all the knowledge points merged at that moment, forming a complete and clear system. In that instant, Jiang Liuyan felt a powerful energy surging within his body. This energy flowed rapidly along his meridians, constantly impacting various acupoints within him. He felt warm all over, incredibly comfortable. At the same time, his state of mind became unprecedentedly calm and transparent. As this energy gradually converged, Jiang Liuyan discovered that his cultivation had greatly improved. The bottleneck that had troubled him for a long time was easily broken through at this moment, and his realm achieved a qualitative leap. He felt as if he had been reborn, radiating new vitality and vigor. Jiang Liuyan knew that this was an important milestone in his cultivation journey. Not only had he mastered the most precious illusion techniques and formation secrets of the illusion sect, but he had also comprehended the true essence of illusions and formations. This filled him with confidence and anticipation for his future path of cultivation. On the day he left the scripture pavilion, Jiang Liuyan deeply bowed to express his respect and gratitude to this sacred building. He understood that this place was not only a crucial turning point in his cultivation journey, but also one of the most valuable experiences in his life. After returning to his residence, Jiang Liuyan began organizing the knowledge and wisdom he had learned in the scripture pavilion. He systematically recorded this content and added his own understanding and insights. He hoped to pass on these precious experiences to the next generation of disciples of the illusion sect, enabling them to go further down the path of illusions and formations. In the days that followed, Jiang Liuyan not only continued to deepen his cultivation, but also actively participated in the affairs of the sect. He contributed his knowledge and wisdom to the development of the sect, becoming an indispensable member of the illusion sect. However, Jiang Liuyan did not stop his progress because of this. He knew that the path of cultivation is never-ending. Only by constantly challenging and surpassing himself could he go further on this road. Therefore, he continued to seek more knowledge and wisdom, try to find the key to higher realms. By chance, Jiang Liuyan learned of a legend about an ancient secret realm of the illusion sect. It was said that hidden within this secret realm were the most powerful illusion techniques and formations of the illusion sect, which could only be comprehended and mastered by true geniuses and strong practitioners. Jiang Liuyan felt a stir in his heart and decided to explore this secret realm. In the secret realm, Jiang Liuyan encountered unprecedented challenges and difficulties. The formations and illusions here were more powerful and complex than anything he had encountered before. He continuously attempted to decipher these formations and illusions, but always returned empty-handed. However, Jiang Liuyan did not become discouraged. He firmly believed that as long as he did not give up or retreat, he would surely find a breakthrough method. After countless attempts and failures, Jiang Liuyan finally found the key to deciphering these formations and illusions. With his profound understanding of illusions and formations and his unwavering belief, he successfully mastered these powerful illusion techniques and formations. At that moment, his cultivation and realm experienced another qualitative leap, as if he had reached an entirely new height. Upon returning from the secret realm, Jiang Liuyan became an undisputed powerhouse within the illusion sect. He not only mastered the most precious illusion techniques and formation secrets of the sect, but also comprehended the true essence of illusions and formations. Successfully mastering the powerful illusion techniques and formations found in the secret realm, his cultivation and realm had far surpassed those of his peers, even comparable to the elders of the sect. However, Jiang Liuyan was not satisfied with this. He understood that the path of cultivation is never-ending. Only by continuously challenging and surpassing himself could he go further on this road. Thus, he continued to seek more knowledge and wisdom, trying to find the key to higher realms. In the following days, Jiang Liuyan not only continued to deepen his cultivation, but also actively participated in the affairs of the sect. He contributed his knowledge and wisdom to the development of the sect, becoming an indispensable member of the illusion sect. At the same time, he shared his cultivation experiences and insights with his fellow disciples, helping them improve their cultivation and realms. As time passed, Jiang Liuyan's status within the illusion sect continued to rise. He not only became a standout figure in the sect, but also a role model admired and learned from by many disciples. His cultivation and realm had reached an unattainable height, yet he maintained a humble and low-key attitude, constantly learning and improving. Under Jiang Liuyan's leadership, the illusion sect gradually entered an unprecedented period of prosperity. Many outstanding talents emerged among the disciples, and their cultivation and realms continued to improve. The reputation of the illusion sect in the martial world also grew, becoming a holy land that many practitioners yearned for. However, Jiang Liuyan did not forget his original intention and mission. He understood that, as a cultivator, the most important thing is to continuously challenge and surpass oneself. Therefore, he continued to seek more knowledge and wisdom, trying to find the key to higher realms. By chance, Jiang Liuyan learned of a legend regarding the ultimate essence of illusion techniques and formations. It was said that this essence was the highest crystallization of wisdom left by the founder of the illusion sect, which could only be comprehended and mastered by true geniuses and strong practitioners. Jiang Liuyan felt a stir in his heart and decided to seek this ultimate essence. To find this ultimate essence, Jiang Liuyan made tremendous efforts and sacrifices. He continuously explored the nature and mysteries of illusions and formations, challenging his limits and potential. Throughout this process, he encountered countless difficulties and challenges, but with his profound understanding of illusions and formations and his unwavering belief, he gradually found the path to the ultimate essence. Finally, one day, when Jiang Liuyan faced a powerful formation once again, he seemed to hear a call from deep within his heart. This call resonated with the ultimate essence of illusions and formations, allowing him to instantly comprehend the true meaning of this essence. At that moment, his cultivation and realm experienced another qualitative leap, as if he had reached an entirely new height. Jiang Liuyan knew that this was an important milestone in his cultivation career. He not only mastered the most precious illusion techniques and illusion formation secrets of the illusion sect, but also comprehended the true essence and ultimate principles of illusion techniques and formations. This filled him with confidence and anticipation for his future cultivation path. Under Jiang Liuyan's leadership, the illusion sect gradually entered an unprecedented, glorious period. Many outstanding disciples emerged among the sect members. After his profound experiences in the scripture pavilion, Jiang Liuyan seemed to be reborn. Not only did he make a qualitative leap in illusion formations and techniques, but he also reached an unprecedented height in his state of mind and wisdom. He became the undisputed, outstanding disciple within the illusion sect, enjoying a high reputation among his peers and being greatly valued by the elders, who regarded him as a pillar of the sect's future. Jiang Liuyan deeply understands that true strength not only requires profound cultivation, but also the courage and determination to continuously break through oneself and challenge limits. Therefore, Based on what he learned in the scripture pavilion, he practices even more diligently, constantly trying to integrate his knowledge into practical combat to test and enhance himself. Through repeated training and practical experiences, Jiang Liunian gradually discovered the bottlenecks and deficiencies in his cultivation. He chose not to evade or give up, but to delve deeper into the essence of illusion formations and illusion techniques, seeking the key to breakthroughs. After countless attempts and failures, he finally succeeded in breaking through during a closed-door retreat, relying on his profound understanding of illusion techniques and formations. And his cultivation level ascended once again. As an outstanding disciple of the illusion sect, Jiang Liunian is acutely aware of the responsibilities and missions he bears. He not only practices diligently himself, but also actively imparts his experiences to his fellow disciples, helping them elevate their cultivation levels and realms. He frequently organizes lectures and seminars within the sect to share his insights and experiences from the scripture pavilion, as well as his understanding and reflections during cultivation. He personally guides his fellow disciples in their practice, patiently answering their doubts and difficulties, helping them overcome obstacles in their cultivation. Under Jiang Liunian's leadership, many outstanding talents have emerged among the disciples of the illusion sect. Their cultivation levels and realms are continuously improving, significantly enhancing the overall strength of the sect. In addition to cultivation and sharing experiences, Jiang Liunian also actively participates in the sect's affairs. He contributes his wisdom and talents to the development of the sect. Becoming an indispensable member, he assists the elders in handling various matters both inside and outside the sect, including communication and cooperation with other sects, as well as the integration and distribution of resources within the sect. He also actively participates in the sect's defense and construction, contributing to the tranquility and prosperity of the sect. Despite having become an outstanding disciple of the illusion sect, Jiang Liunian is not satisfied. He knows well that the path of cultivation is never-ending. Only by continuously exploring the unknown and pursuing higher realms can he go further down this path. Therefore, he continues to seek more knowledge and wisdom, trying to find the key to higher realms. He delves into the essence and mysteries of illusion formations and techniques, constantly challenging his limits and potential. At the same time, he keeps an eye on the dynamics and changes both inside and outside the sect, looking for new opportunities and challenges. Under Jiang Liunian's guidance, the illusion sect gradually enters an unprecedented glorious period. Many outstanding talents have emerged among the disciples, and their cultivation levels and realms are continuously improving. Meanwhile, Jiang Liunian himself, through constant exploration and pursuit, gradually becomes a legendary figure in the illusion sect and even in the entire realm of cultivation. Chapter 111. Follow-up. Jiang Liunian's reputation within the illusion sect was at its peak, but he did not become complacent because of it. On the contrary, he became more acutely aware that true strength is always on the road. Only by continuously moving forward can one reach the unattainable pinnacle of illusion. He began to delve into the oldest and most mysterious texts on illusion within the sect, which recorded the origins and evolution of illusion, with each page containing endless wisdom and secrets. Immersed in these texts, Jiang Liunian felt as if he had transcended time and space, engaging in a spiritual dialogue with ancient masters of illusion. By chance, he discovered a tattered manuscript forgotten in a corner, detailing a forbidden technique known as the illusion domain. This forbidden technique could create an illusionary realm completely different from the real world, where everything within it was controlled by the caster, making it the ultimate dream of any illusionist. However, the cultivation of this forbidden technique was extremely perilous. A moment's carelessness could lead one to fall into an eternal illusion from which they could never escape. Yet, Jiang Liunian did not flinch. He understood that only by daring to challenge the unknown could one surpass oneself and reach unprecedented heights. He began secretly cultivating this forbidden technique, each attempt feeling like dancing on the edge of a knife, where a slight misstep could lead to disaster. But with his profound understanding of illusion and unyielding will, Jiang Liunian gradually mastered the secrets of this forbidden technique. Finally, during a retreat for cultivation, he successfully created his first illusion domain. This domain was filled with strange sights and creatures, all moving according to his will. Standing at the center of the illusion domain, he felt as if he had become the ruler of this world. Chapter 2. Crisis in the Sect. Stepping forward just as Jiang Liunian was immersed in the joy of his success with the illusion domain, the illusion sect was faced with an unprecedented crisis. An evil force from outside suddenly invaded, possessing tremendous strength and bizarre methods, causing panic among the disciples both inside and outside the sect, with many injured or even sacrificed in battle. Faced with this sudden crisis, Jiang Liuyan did not choose to flee. He understood that, as an outstanding disciple of the illusion sect, he had the responsibility and duty to protect the safety and honor of the sect. He stepped forward, leading a group of like-minded disciples to confront the evil invaders. The battle was exceptionally fierce, and Jiang Liuyan used his deep understanding of illusion and advanced cultivation to repeatedly counter the enemy's attacks. He utilized the power of the illusion domain, guiding the enemies into the illusion he had created, causing them to lose their way and ultimately be defeated. However, the number and strength of the enemies far exceeded their expectations. In one intense battle, Jiang Liuyan was unfortunately injured, but he did not give up. With his tenacious will and firm belief, he continued to lead the disciples in fighting on the front lines. In the end, under Jiang Liuyan's leadership, the disciples of the illusion sect united as one and successfully repelled the evil invaders. They proved the glory and strength of the illusion sect through their actions, letting the enemies witness the terrifying power of illusionists. Chapter 3. The Path of Legacy, Passing the Torch After the Battle. Jiang Liuyan did not bask in the joy of victory. He understood that true strength not only involves protecting oneself and those around him, but also passing on his wisdom and power to benefit more people. He began to organize the knowledge and experiences of illusion he had learned, compiling them into precious texts for future disciples to study and reference. He personally guided those who aspired to cultivate illusion, selflessly imparting his insights and experiences to them. Under Jiang Liuyan's careful guidance, more and more disciples began to shine, progressing further along the path of illusion and becoming the new generation of outstanding figures in the illusion sect. Jiang Liuyan watched these young disciples with a heart full of pride and satisfaction. However, he also knew that the path of legacy was not smooth sailing. He constantly paid attention to the growth and changes of his disciples, providing them with timely guidance and assistance. He often organized exchanges and discussions among the disciples, allowing them to continuously improve their cultivation and understanding through practice. Under Jiang Liuyan's leadership, the illusion sect gradually formed a united, friendly, and positive atmosphere. The disciples helped each other and progressed together, becoming a beautiful sight within the sect. Chapter 4. Exploring the Unknown. An endless journey. Despite having become a legendary figure in the illusion sect, Jiang Liuyan did not stop his steps. He understood that true strength is always on the road. Only by continuously exploring the unknown and pursuing higher realms can one travel further on this path. He began to plan his exploration journey, deciding to leave the sect and venture into unknown and mysterious places in search of more opportunities and challenges. With a love for illusion and curiosity for the unknown, he embarked on this endless journey. During his travels, Jiang Liuyan encountered various challenges and difficulties. Sometimes he had to face powerful enemies. Other times, he needed to solve complex puzzles, and at times he had to overcome inner fears and confusion. But regardless of the difficulties he faced, he never gave up his beliefs and pursuits. Through numerous explorations and adventures, Jiang Liuyan gradually discovered more secrets and wisdom about illusion. He documented these valuable experiences and knowledge as a testament and commemoration of his exploration journey. At the same time, he also met many like-minded friends and partners. They came from different places, with different backgrounds and experiences, but all shared a passion for and pursuit of illusion. Together, they shared their experiences and wisdom, exploring the infinite possibilities of illusion. Chapter 5. Returning to the sect, Glory Reborn. After years of exploration and adventure, Jiang Liuyan finally returned to the illusion sect. He brought with him rich experiences and wisdom, along with a more mature and resolute heart, returning to the place that had given him countless memories and emotions. His return caused a sensation and cheers within the sect. Disciples rushed to welcome him, seeking his advice on questions and insights regarding illusion. Jiang Liuyan generously shared his experiences and wisdom with them, helping them grow and progress better. Under Jiang Liuyan's leadership, the illusion sect once again entered a glorious period. Many outstanding talents emerged among the disciples, and their cultivation and understanding continued to improve. As a result, the sect gained fame in the realm of cultivation, becoming the focus of everyone's attention. Jiang Liuyan stood at the heights of the sect, gazing at the place that had once given him countless dreams and hopes. His heart was filled with emotion and pride. He knew deeply that all these achievements were inseparable from his persistence and effort, and even more so from the friends and partners who had always accompanied him. He silently made a wish. No matter where he went in the future, or what difficulties and challenges he encountered, he would pass on his love and pursuit of illusion forever, allowing more people to feel the charm and power of illusion. In the glorious days of the illusion sect, Jiang Liunian shone like a brilliant star, radiating captivating light. However, despite being at the pinnacle of glory, the burning fire of exploration deep within him had never wavered. He understood that becoming a true, unparalleled powerhouse did not merely mean reaching the peak in one's own field. More crucially, it required the courage and determination to break through established boundaries and bravely step into the vast world filled with mystery and the unknown. Based on this profound understanding, after careful consideration, Jiang Liunian resolutely made a shocking decision to bid farewell to the illusion sect, which had given him countless honors and achievements, and set off alone on a long journey to the legendary Demon Heaven continent. His goal for this journey was to seek the mysterious stone tablet left behind during the destruction of the former demon sect. This stone tablet was rumored to hide endless secrets and powerful forces capable of shaking the entire martial arts world, always attracting countless heroes and talents, though most ultimately returned empty-handed. Nevertheless, Jiang Liunian firmly believed that with his extraordinary talent and perseverance, he could unveil the layers of mist shrouding the stone tablet and explore the shocking secrets it contained. These legendary stone tablets were symbols of the supreme secrets and endless power hidden away by the demon sect, shining like brilliant stars in the night sky, attracting the passionate gaze of countless cultivators and becoming the rare treasures they yearned for. However, the enigmatic Demon Heaven continent was not a place that ordinary people could easily tread. This vast land was filled with a heart-pounding sense of the unknown, fraught with danger. The natural environment here was exceptionally harsh, with howling winds, swirling dust, unbearable heat, or biting cold. Even more terrifying were the various ferocious beasts rampaging freely, their claws bared and fangs sharp as knives, seeming ready to tear apart anyone daring to intrude. Moreover, countless powerful and ruthless cultivation forces lurked like beasts in the shadows, firmly entrenched in this realm, each occupying its territory and claiming dominance. However, in the face of such difficulties and dangers, Jiang Liunian showed no signs of fear. His gaze was resolute and persistent, revealing a determination to forge ahead. For he firmly believed deep within, only by bravely facing the unknown challenges could one possibly break through oneself and touch the unattainable peak of cultivation and the extraordinary realm. Finally, on a sunny and pleasant morning, Jiang Liunian resolutely bid farewell to his mentors and fellow disciples of the illusion sect. Alone, he carried his bag, with a profound understanding of illusion and mastery of peak cultivation, and most importantly, a fearless heart as he set off on the long journey to the Demon Heaven continent. The road ahead was uncertain, with life and death unknown, yet Jiang Liunian's steps remained steady and powerful, showing no hesitation whatsoever. The journey of Jiang Liunian can be described as filled with hardships and twists. When he set foot on the necessary path to cross into the Demon Sky continent, a series of unexpected difficulties and dangers followed one after another. The first thing that caught his eye was the vast desert, known as the Sea of Death, which instilled fear in those who heard of it. Here, fierce winds howled, sand and stones flew, obscuring the sky and blocking the sun. The blazing sun hung overhead like a burning fireball, ruthlessly scorching the land. In such a harsh environment, countless cultivators had lost their way, becoming trapped and ultimately reduced to nothing more than bleached bones in the desert. However, faced with such a perilous situation, Jiang Liunian did not feel afraid. On the contrary, relying on his superb skills and deep understanding of illusion techniques, he cast incredibly magical spells, with his hands rapidly forming seals and murmuring incantations. A powerful spiritual force surged forth from his body. Under his control, the originally barren and lifeless sandy ground began to change slowly. In no time, a lush and vibrant oasis appeared out of thin air. The crystal-clear lake sparkled, the banks were shaded by green trees, and flowers bloomed profusely, resembling a paradise. Jiang Liunian stepped into the oasis with firm strides, temporarily escaping the onslaught of the wind and sand outside. After a brief rest, he continued onward and finally succeeded in crossing this terrifying sea of death. when Jiang Lunyan stepped into the demon sky continent with great anticipation. What he saw left him astounded. The scene here was utterly different from what he had imagined. On this vast and boundless land, a suffocating atmosphere lingered, as if the entire world was shrouded in an evil force. Looking up, the sky was overcast with dark clouds. Lightning flashed and thunder roared like a rampaging dragon, and the occasional lightning bolt tore through the darkness, creating gaping, sinister wounds in the sky. The howling wind screamed past, seemingly intent on devouring all life. The ground was desolate and bleak, with cracked soil and bare rocks as far as the eye could see, showing no trace of green vegetation, let alone any signs of vitality. However, amidst such a harsh environment, numerous powerful cultivation forces and various strange and unpredictable demonic beasts thrived. They existed and reproduced here, battling and killing each other, forming a cruel and bloody ecosystem of the survival of the fittest. By chance, Jiang Lunyan encountered a mysterious cultivator whose whereabouts were unpredictable. This person exuded an indescribable pressure, their cultivation profound and their strength unfathomable. When their eyes met, Jiang Lunyan felt the depth in the other's gaze like an abyss. This mysterious cultivator approached Jiang Lunyan and revealed a shocking secret regarding the ancient stone tablets of the former demon sect. According to legend, these tablets are scattered in various hidden corners of the demon sky continent, each containing a form of astonishing illusion or mysterious magic. If one could gather all the tablets and decipher their secrets, they would gain unparalleled power and legacy. Hearing this news, Jiang Lunyan couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement in his heart. He knew that the crucial clue he had been searching for might be hidden among these stone tablets. After careful consideration, he resolutely decided to follow in the footsteps of this mysterious cultivator and embark on the perilous journey to uncover the mystery of the stone tablets together. Chapter 113. Monster Beasts. Under the guidance of the mysterious cultivator, Jiang Lunyan set off on a journey full of unknowns and dangers in search of the stone tablets. They trekked across various corners of the demon sky continent. This vast and boundless land was fraught with deadly crises, and they faced countless difficulties along the way. Whether it was the ferocious and powerful monster beasts or the unscrupulous and ruthless cultivators, they posed great threats to them. However, every time they faced life and death challenges, Jiang Lunyan was able to rely on his profound understanding of illusions and his extraordinary cultivation skills to cleverly resolve one thrilling crisis after another. One day, while they were desperately searching for the whereabouts of the stone tablets, they stumbled upon an ancient ruin buried deep in the dust of time. The aura emanating from this ruin suggested that it might contain important clues regarding the stone tablets. However, entering the interior of the ruin to explore was not an easy task, as there was a complex and difficult puzzle set at the entrance. This puzzle perfectly fused illusions and magic, and its difficulty was beyond imagination. Only those with exceptional wisdom and unfathomable cultivation could hope to solve it. Thus, Jiang Lunyan did not hesitate to join forces with the mysterious cultivator, diving into the in-depth study of this puzzle together. They often furrowed their brows, lost in deep thought. At times, they engaged in heated debates, each expressing their opinions. After a long and arduous effort, heaven did not disappoint those who were determined, and they finally found the key to the puzzle and successfully solved it. With a dull sound, the heavy door of the ruin slowly opened, revealing the coveted stone tablet before their eyes. However, just as the two were joyfully preparing to approach the stone tablet, suddenly, a dazzling light flashed, and a powerful magical barrier, as solid as rock, inexplicably appeared before them, blocking their path. This towering magical barrier, shimmering with mysterious light, stood like an indestructible city wall within the demon sect ruins, quietly guarding the ancient stone tablet regarded as the treasure of the sect. It was said that this barrier was an unparalleled defense set up by the demon sect hundreds of years ago, containing unfathomable and terrifying magical power. Only those who had overcome numerous hardships and passed rigorous trials were qualified to enter the sacred area where the stone tablet was located. The so-called trial involved facing a fierce and enormous monster beast formed entirely from pure magical power. This beast was as large as a mountain, exuding a suffocating and terrifying aura, shaking the ground with each step. Only by defeating this formidable monster beast could one break through the seemingly unbreakable magical barrier. In the crowd, Jiang Lunyan's gaze was resolute, showing no signs of fear. He understood the significance of this challenge, but there was no trace of retreat in his heart. He resolutely stepped forward, his figure shooting towards the monster beast like an arrow released from a bow. Jiang Liunyan swiftly demonstrated his exquisite mastery of illusion, and with a wave of his hands, a dreamlike and fantastical world instantly unfolded before him. This stunning illusion was like an enchanting labyrinth, filled with endless phantoms and traps, intending to bewilder the beast. However, this beast was clearly no ordinary creature. Its blood-red eyes revealed a glint of cunning and wisdom, and in just a moment, it saw through the carefully constructed illusion of Jiang Liunyan. Immediately, it opened its massive jaws and let out a deafening roar, then launched a violent attack towards Jiang Liunyan like a raging storm. Jiang Liunyan did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent. He utilized all his skills, his figure flickering like a ghost, elusive and unpredictable. He darted and dodged at times, avoiding the fierce claws of the demon beast. At other times, he leaped gracefully, soaring over the beast's ferocious attacks. Meanwhile, he continuously observed the movements of the demon beast, looking for openings to find the perfect moment for a counterattack. After a thrilling life-and-death struggle, Jiang Liunyan finally caught a fleeting opportunity in battle. Just as the demon beast was exhausted from its previous efforts and had yet to regain its strength, he suddenly surged forward, his sword transforming into a beam of cold light, precisely striking the beast's fatal weakness with lightning speed. In an instant, blood splattered, and the demon beast let out a tragic howl before crashing to the ground. As the massive, hideous demon beast fell, the magical barrier that had enveloped the surroundings shattered like a broken mirror, vanishing without a trace. Jiang Liunyan and the mysterious cultivator cautiously stepped over the remnants of the demon beast, making their way toward the area where the legendary stone tablet was said to be located. When they finally stood before the stone tablet, both were awestruck by the sight before them. The tablet towered into the clouds, emanating a faint glow that sparkled like stars in the night sky. This glow seemed to originate not just from the surface, but continuously seeped from within the stone tablet, giving an impression of endlessness, as if it contained the most profound and unfathomable powers and wisdom of the universe. Jiang Liunyan couldn't suppress his inner curiosity and stepped closer to the stone tablet, widening his eyes to examine it carefully. He soon noticed that the surface of the tablet was densely engraved with various extremely complex runes and patterns. Some of these runes resembled twisted serpentine lines, while others looked like blooming flowers, and some even resembled ancient scripts. The patterns were even more varied, featuring strange constellations, mysterious totems, and dazzling geometric figures, among others. Each rune and each pattern appeared exquisitely beautiful, yet filled with an ineffable obscurity and profundity, as if concealing countless unknown mysteries waiting to be explored. Faced with such intricate and profound runes and patterns, Jiang Liunyan instinctively cast his adept illusion techniques, trying to decipher their meanings. However, to his surprise, no matter how hard he tried to channel his internal spiritual power into the illusions, these runes and patterns seemed to be under some powerful seal, remaining unresponsive. Instead, the more he delved into his exploration, the more he could feel an invisible pressure bearing down on him, making it almost difficult to breathe. Gradually, Jiang Liunyan realized that to unravel the secrets contained within these runes and patterns, one would likely need an extraordinary level of intelligence and profound cultivation beyond ordinary imagination. Just as Jiang Liunyan fell into deep thought, the mysterious cultivator, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke. "Young man, I see you are very interested in this tablet. But do you know that this seemingly ordinary stone tablet is actually a relic left behind by the former leader of the demon sect?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Liunyan's heart jolted, and he immediately turned to the mysterious cultivator with a look of astonishment. The other continued, "This tablet contains the most powerful illusions and magical powers of the former demon sect, which are not something an ordinary person can easily master. Only those who are truly gifted, possessing high intelligence and deep cultivation, will have the chance to unlock its secrets and gain the astonishing legacy contained within." After hearing this, Jiang Liunyan felt a stir in his heart. He knew that this was the opportunity he had been searching for. Thus, he decided to stay in front of the stone tablet and attempt to unravel its secrets. He immersed himself in the runes and patterns of the stone tablet, as if entering a marvelous world. In this world, he saw the figure of the former leader of the demon sect and heard his teachings and legacy. After several days of deep contemplation and exploration, Jiang Liunyan finally unraveled the secrets of the stone tablet. He gained the most powerful illusions and magical inheritance from the former demon sect, and his cultivation was greatly enhanced as a result. He felt as if he had been reborn, becoming stronger and more confident. After obtaining the inheritance from the former demon sect, Jiang Liunyun decided to return to the illusion sect. He knew he had the responsibility to pass on these valuable experiences and wisdom, allowing more disciples to benefit. With a love for illusions and a dedication to inheritance, he embarked on his journey back. When he returned to the illusion sect, the disciples came to greet him. They were all surprised and admired the powerful aura and confidence radiating from Jiang Liunyun. He selflessly shared the inheritance and experiences he had gained with the disciples, helping them grow and progress better. Under Jiang Liunyun's leadership, the illusion sect once again welcomed a glorious period. The cultivation and realms of the disciples continuously improved, and the sect gained fame in the cultivation world. Jiang Liunyun demonstrated through his actions that the true path of a strong person not only involves pursuing personal cultivation and realm enhancement, but also courageously taking on the responsibility and mission of inheritance. However, Jiang Liunyun also deeply understood that the path of a true strong person is never-ending. He would continue to move forward, exploring the unknown worlds and endless mysteries, passing down the wisdom and power of illusions, allowing more people to feel its charm and strength. Chapter 114, Yao Guang. Jiang Liunyun struggled to drag his severely injured body up the mountain, step by step. The sky was getting darker, and the cold wind howled. His wounds throbbed painfully in the wind, but his will to survive kept him from collapsing. The sudden attack he had just experienced had caught him off guard, and all his companions had fallen, their lives uncertain. He had to survive, to uncover the truth, and to avenge his companions. As the sky darkened further, Jiang Liunyun's vision blurred more and more. Just when he was about to give up, he faintly saw a cave ahead. His heart leaped with joy, and he used his last bit of strength to stagger into the cave. Inside, it was pitch black, and Jiang Liunyun leaned against the cave wall, slowly sliding down to the ground. He gasped for breath, the pain from his wounds causing his consciousness to fade. At that moment, a faint light emerged from the depths of the cave, followed by a girl's voice. "Who are you? How did you end up here?" Jiang Liunyun struggled to open his eyes, and with the faint light, he saw a girl standing in front of him, dressed in coarse cloth and holding a torch. The girl looked around 14 or 15, with delicate features, fair skin, and a pair of large eyes filled with curiosity and vigilance. I am Jiang Liunyun. I was attacked and escaped here," Jiang Liunyun said hoarsely, speaking with difficulty. The girl frowned slightly, seeming a bit hesitant, but ultimately walked over, crouched down, and examined his wounds. Jiang Liunyun felt a cool sensation coming from his wounds, and the pain lessened significantly. He looked at the girl in surprise as she took out a medicinal herb from a small bamboo basket beside her and gently applied it to his wounds. "My name is Yao Guang. I'm a hunter from this mountain," the girl explained. "You should rest here for a while. I will help you find some herbs to treat your wounds." A surge of gratitude welled up in Jiang Liunyun's heart. He nodded and let Yao Guang tend to his wounds. In the following days, Yao Guang would come to the cave on time every day to change his dressings and bring him food and water. Under her careful care, Jiang Liunyun's wounds gradually improved, and his strength slowly returned. "Yao Guang, thank you for saving me," Jiang Liunyun said, looking at the busy Yao Guang with appreciation. Yao Guang smiled slightly and replied, "No need to thank me. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Besides, living alone on this mountain is quite boring, so I'm happy to have you to talk to." Jiang Liunyun looked at Yao Guang's pure smile, feeling a warm current surge in his heart. During this time, he learned some things about her through their conversations. Yao Guang claimed to be a hunter from the mountains, but her demeanor and behavior exuded a unique charm that made him feel she was not simple. However, Jiang Liunyun did not ask too many questions. After all, everyone has their own secrets. What concerned him most now was his injury and the safety of his companions. Once he fully recovered, he would go down the mountain to search for those missing companions. "Yao Guang, your medical skills are truly remarkable. Look at my wound. It's already starting to scab and heal, and I can clearly feel the pain has lessened a lot," Jiang Liunyun said with a beaming face as he looked at the nearly healed wound on his arm. Unable to help but praise Yao Guang. Hearing this, a proud smile appeared on Yao Guang's face. She gently lifted her head and confidently responded, "Of course. I've been learning medicine from my father since I was a child, and over the years, I've naturally accumulated quite a bit of experience and skills. However, although your wound is healing well, your body has still suffered some damage from the injury, so you're still quite weak at the moment. Therefore, You must be obedient and take good care of yourself for a while." After saying this, Yao Guang blinked her lively big eyes and seriously instructed Jiang Liuyan. Jiang Liuyan nodded and secretly decided that once his body improved a bit more, he would bid farewell to Yao Guang and go down the mountain to search for his companions. However, at that moment, a sudden sound of urgent footsteps came from outside. Jiang Liuyan was startled and quickly stood up, protecting Yao Guang behind him. He saw several people dressed in black, wielding sharp blades, storm into the cave. Their eyes swept over Jiang Liuyan for a moment. Then they all charged at him. Jiang Liuyan was taken aback. He didn't expect these people to find their way here. He endured his physical discomfort and engaged in a fierce battle with them. However, he was gravely injured, and his strength had not yet recovered, so he quickly fell into a disadvantage. "Who are you? Why are you trying to kill me?" Jiang Liuyan shouted while fending off their attacks. The man in black coldly smiled and said, "We are here on our master's orders to take your life. Just accept your death." After saying that, the man in black attacked Jiang Liuyan again. Jiang Liuyan couldn't dodge in time and was slashed on the shoulder by one of them. A sharp pain surged through him, and he nearly fell to the ground. At that moment, Yao Guang suddenly rushed out, swinging the torch in her hand fiercely toward the man in black. Caught off guard, he was burned by the flames on the torch and let out a miserable scream as he quickly retreated. Taking the opportunity, Yao Guang pulled Jiang Liuyan and ran deeper into the cave. Seeing this, the men in black pursued them relentlessly. While running, Jiang Liuyan looked back at Yao Guang and saw her face full of determination and resolve. "Yao Guang, you must go. Don't worry about me," Jiang Liuyan shouted. But Yao Guang shook her head and said, "No, I can't leave you behind." After that, she dragged Jiang Liuyan to a hidden corner and took out a glowing bead. Jiang Liuyan looked at the bead in surprise. It emitted a gentle light that illuminated the surroundings. Yao Guang held the bead in her hand and began to chant. Soon, the light from the bead grew brighter and finally transformed into a strong beam, enveloping all the pursuing men in black. They let out piercing screams and then fell to the ground. Jiang Liuyan watched this scene in astonishment, filled with shock and confusion. He hadn't expected Yao Guang to possess such a magical ability. Yao Guang put away the bead and looked at the men in black lying on the ground, saying, "These people are minions of the dark forces. They've been hunting our mountain spirit clan. I can't let them harm you." Jiang Liuyan was taken aback upon hearing this, and he finally understood why Yao Guang's previous words and actions were so different from others. It turned out that she was not an ordinary hunter, but a member of the mountain spirit clan. "Mountain spirit? What is that?" Jiang Liuyan asked curiously. Yao Guang explained, "The mountain spirits are a divine clan that protects this mountain. We have lived here for generations, safeguarding the creatures and natural resources of the mountain. However, dark forces have always sought to obtain our power to satisfy their ambitions." Jiang Liuyan nodded, filled with admiration and gratitude for Yao Guang. He never expected to encounter such a mysterious and brave girl here. "Yao Guang, thank you for saving me. And thank you for telling me these secrets," Jiang Liuyan said sincerely. Yao Guang smiled slightly and said, "No need to thank me. Since you are my friend, of course I will protect you." A warm current surged in Jiang Liuyan's heart. He felt as if he had found someone he could trust and rely on. In the following days, he continued to recover under Yao Guang's care. Yao Guang often took him to explore the mountains, allowing him to appreciate the beauty and mystery of this place. As time passed, Jiang Liuyan's injuries finally healed completely. He stood in front of the cave, looking at the distant mountain ranges and the blue sky, filled with emotion and reluctance. "Yao Guang, I'm going down the mountain. I need to find my companions and investigate the truth behind this attack," Jiang Liuyan said to Yao Guang. Yao Guang was taken aback by his words, then nodded and said, "I understand. Please be careful on your journey." Jiang Liuyan looked at the reluctance and worry in Yao Guang's eyes, and a pang of bitterness surged in his heart. He reached out and gently stroked Yao Guang's hair, saying, "Yao Guang, don't worry. I will take good care of myself. Once I finish my business, I will definitely come back to find you." Yao Guang raised her head, looked into Jiang Liuyan's determined eyes, nodded, and said, "I believe you. You must come back." Jiang Liuyan smiled and nodded, then turned and walked down the mountain. Yao Guang stood in place, watching his figure gradually fade away until it disappeared from sight. Chapter 2. Going down the mountain to find a friend. Jiang Liuyan hurried along, filled with worry for his companions. He didn't know how they were doing, or if they had been as fortunate as he was in escaping disaster. He had to find them quickly, gather everyone together, and face this crisis as a group. The scenery along the way flashed by in his eyes. He had no time to pay attention, only focused on the journey. After several days and nights of trekking, he finally arrived at the small town at the foot of the mountain. This was the place he and his companions had once visited, and it was also the agreed meeting point. Jiang Linyan walked into the town, inquiring about the whereabouts of his companions. However, what he received were heartbreaking news one after another. Most of his companions had already gone missing, their fates unknown. Only a few had escaped, but they were severely injured and their whereabouts were also unclear. Jiang Linyan was heartbroken, not expecting this crisis to be so severe. He gritted his teeth, suppressing his pain and anger, and continued to search for the whereabouts of his companions. However, the townspeople were evasive in their responses to his inquiries, as if they had something difficult to say. Jiang Linyan felt even more confused. He believed that there must be a greater conspiracy behind this crisis. At that moment, a familiar figure entered his line of sight. It was his friend and one of his companions, Li Xian. Li Xian was ragged and weary, staggering as he walked towards the outskirts of the town. Jiang Linyan felt a surge of joy in his heart and hurriedly ran forward, shouting, "Li Xian, it's me, Jiang Linyan." Hearing the voice, Li Xian looked up and saw Jiang Linyan, a trace of surprise and delight flashing in his eyes. He quickly walked up to Jiang Linyan, grabbed his hand, and said, "Linyan, you're alive. That's great." Jiang Linyan looked at Li Xian's disheveled appearance and felt a pang of sadness in his heart. He patted Li Xian's shoulder and said, "Li Xian, how did you end up here? Where's everyone else?" Li Xian sighed and replied, "We were attacked, and everyone got separated. I managed to escape by luck, but I don't know where they are now." Jiang Linyan felt a heavy heart upon hearing the news. He didn't expect the situation to be so dire. He took Li Xian's hand and said, "Li Xian, let's find a place to rest for a bit. Then you can tell me exactly what happened." Li Xian nodded and followed Jiang Linyan to an inn. They requested a room and then sat down to talk. Li Xian detailed the events to Jiang Linyan. It turned out that while they were on a mission in the mountains, they were suddenly attacked by dark forces. The enemy was numerous and powerful. They were unable to resist and could only scatter in flight. During his escape, Li Xian encountered a few comrades who had also managed to flee. However, they were soon pursued again. To protect his companions, Li Xian diverted the pursuers by himself. When he returned to the original location, he found that his companions had already vanished without a trace. Chapter 115. Super Martial Arts. Jiang Linyan solemnly took the treasure, his heart surging with immense determination and gratitude. He understood that this was not just the destruction of a treasure, but a significant blow to the dark forces, capable of bringing long-awaited peace and tranquility to the martial world. Under Yao Wang's guidance, they carefully left the ruins and found a secluded and safe place to prepare for the destruction of the mysterious treasure. Following Yao Wang's instructions, Jiang Linyan used his internal strength to slowly lift the treasure, which emitted a faint glow in the air, seemingly containing boundless power. With a low shout from Jiang Linyan, his vital energy surged forth, enveloping the treasure and gradually guiding its energy to a critical point. Suddenly, the treasure erupted in a dazzling light, followed by a deafening roar, as if the entire world trembled. After the light dissipated, the treasure had turned to powder, scattering with the wind. Jiang Linyan felt a strong wave of energy dissipate into nothingness, understanding that this action was undoubtedly a heavy blow to the dark forces. "We did it!" Li Xian shouted excitedly, and the companions cheered, their faces radiating the joy of victory. Jiang Linyan looked at Yao Wang, his eyes filled with gratitude. "Yao Wang, without you, we couldn't have accomplished this." Yao Wang smiled lightly. "This is what I should do. But remember, the real battle has just begun. Although the dark forces have lost this treasure, their foundation remains intact. We must be more cautious, continue to improve ourselves, and prepare for greater challenges." Jiang Linyan nodded, his gaze resolute. "You're right. We cannot afford to be the slightest bit slack. Next, we must unite more closely, not only for our own protection, but also for the peace of the entire Jianghu." At Yao Wang's suggestion, they decided to temporarily disperse and each seek ways to enhance their strength, while also gathering intelligence on the dark forces to prepare for the final showdown. Jiang Linyan took a portion of his companions to seek help from nearby righteous sects, hoping to leverage the power of the righteous path to collectively combat the dark forces. After months of effort, Jiang Linyan not only successfully persuaded several major sects to join the alliance, but also learned many profound martial arts secrets from them. Meanwhile, his dispersed companions also brought back good news. They had each found sacred places for cultivation, greatly increasing their strength and gathering important intelligence about the dark forces. During a secret meeting, Jiang Linyan gathered all his companions together to share the results of their efforts over this period. After hearing this, everyone felt a surge of confidence and expressed that they were ready to face the impending great battle. We can no longer passively defend. We must take the initiative to disrupt the Dark Forces' plans. Jiang Liuyan's eyes shone brightly as he presented his plan. Based on the intelligence we have gathered, one of the Dark Forces' important strongholds is located deep within the Dim Forest, where they conduct illegal transactions and train new members. We can target this location first and deliver a fatal blow to them. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. They began preparations for the operation, formulating a detailed combat plan to ensure that every step would proceed smoothly. On a night when the wind howled and the moon was dark, Jiang Liuyan and his companions stealthily infiltrated the Dim Forest. They used the cover of night to cleverly avoid the patrols of the Dark Forces and headed straight for the stronghold. Upon reaching their destination, they quickly dispersed and surrounded the entire stronghold. With a signal, they simultaneously launched their attack, engaging in intense combat with the members of the Dark Forces inside the stronghold. Jiang Liuyan took the lead, showcasing all his skills as he engaged the enemy. His swordsmanship was sharp and precise, with every move carrying immense power. Under his leadership, his companions also displayed their strengths, engaging in a life-and-death struggle with the enemies. The battle lasted an entire night, with both sides suffering heavy losses. However, with their unwavering belief and excellent teamwork, Jiang Liuyan and his group ultimately achieved victory, successfully destroying this important stronghold of the Dark Forces. This battle not only dealt a significant blow to the Dark Forces territory, but also greatly boosted the morale of the righteous. Jiang Liuyan and his companions became heroes in the martial arts world, and their names were widely celebrated. However, the Dark Forces did not give up as a result. They adjusted their strategy, began to operate more covertly, and looked for opportunities to take revenge on Jiang Liuyan and his group. Faced with a more cunning enemy, Jiang Liuyan and his companions did not back down. They continued to strengthen their training and enhance their abilities, while closely monitoring the movements of the Dark Forces, preparing to meet new challenges. By chance, Jiang Liuyan obtained secret intelligence about the leader of the Dark Forces. It was said that this leader had been hiding in the shadows, manipulating the entire Dark organization. If they could find and defeat him, it would fundamentally dismantle the Dark Forces. Jiang Liuyan was well aware of the daunting nature of the task, but he did not hesitate. He gathered all his companions to discuss strategies together. After intense discussions and repeated simulations, they finally formulated a meticulous plan. On a stormy night, Jiang Liuyan and his team set off on their journey to find the leader of the Dark Forces. They crossed treacherous mountains and turbulent rivers, enduring countless hardships, and finally arrived at a hidden cave. This cave was the hideout of the leader of the Dark Forces. Jiang Liuyan and his companions cautiously entered the cave, remaining vigilant for any potential traps and enemies. Deep within the cave, they finally found the leader of the Dark Forces. The leader appeared unremarkable, but the aura he exuded sent chills down their spines. "You finally made it," the leader of the Dark Forces said coldly. "I knew you wouldn't let me go." Jiang Liuyan stepped forward, his gaze fierce. "Your evil deeds have aroused the public anger of the entire martial world. Today is your end." The leader of the Dark Forces sneered. "You think you could defeat me with just that? What a joke." As he spoke, he swung his weapon and launched a fierce attack on Jiang Liuyan and his companions. Jiang Liuyan and his group were undaunted, unleashing their full abilities to engage in a fierce battle with the leader of the Dark Forces. The fight was exceptionally brutal, with both sides exerting their utmost strength. However, with their unwavering belief and excellent teamwork, Jiang Liuyan and his companions gradually gained the upper hand. Ultimately, with a deafening roar, the leader of the Dark Forces was struck down by Jiang Liuyan's sword. His body fell limply to the ground, filled with despair and reluctance in his eyes. With the death of the leader, the entire Dark Force began to crumble. Jiang Liuyan and his group seized the opportunity to launch a full-scale attack, completely annihilating the Dark Forces. After the battle, Jiang Liuyan and his companions stood on the ruins, gazing at everything before them. They knew this victory was hard-earned, achieved through their sweat and blood. "We did it!" Li Xian shouted excitedly. "The Dark Forces have finally been destroyed by us." Their companions cheered, their faces glowing with the joy of victory. Jiang Liuyan also revealed a long-lost smile, knowing this was the result of their collective efforts. However, this victory did not let Jiang Liuyan and his companions lower their guard. They understood that the martial world is always filled with the unknown and danger. Only by continuously improving themselves could they survive in this harsh world. Thus, they continued to strengthen their training and enhance their abilities. At the same time, They actively participated in the affairs of the martial world, upholding justice and peace. As time passed, the names of Jiang Liuyan and his companions gradually became legends in the martial world. Their stories were widely told, becoming a model that inspired future generations. Jiang Liuyan himself transformed from an ordinary martial artist into a respected martial arts master. He always maintained humility and low profile, embodying the true spirit of martial arts through his actions. By chance, Jiang Liuyan learned of a legend regarding a martial arts manual. This manual was said to contain supreme martial arts secrets that could elevate a person to extraordinary realms. Although Jiang Liuyan already possessed remarkable strength, he was not deceived by this legend. He understood that true martial arts cannot be mastered quickly through manuals, but requires long-term practice and comprehension. However, this legend sparked widespread interest among other martial artists. Many began to search for the manual, hoping to use it to enhance their own abilities. Jiang Liuyan was worried that this secret manual would fall into the hands of those with ulterior motives, triggering a new round of turmoil in the martial world. Therefore, he decided to personally seek out this manual to ensure it would not fall into evil hands. During his search, Jiang Liuyan encountered many difficulties and challenges. He had to face not only the treacherous natural environment, but also remain vigilant against those in the martial community who were also searching for the manual. However, with his firm belief and outstanding strength, Jiang Liuyan ultimately found the hiding place of the manual. Yet, when he saw the manual, he felt somewhat disappointed. It was not the magical object he had imagined, but rather an ordinary martial arts book. Although it contained some profound martial principles, it was not the kind of manual that could allow someone to ascend to greatness in one step as he had envisioned. Jiang Liuyan realized that there are no shortcuts on the true path of martial arts. Only through diligent practice and understanding can one reach the pinnacle of martial arts. Thus, he gave up the idea of taking the secret manual with him and left it behind. He believed that this manual would be left for those who were truly dedicated to practicing, helping them find the right path in martial arts. On his way back, Jiang Liuyan encountered many martial artists who were searching for the manual. They were surprised and disappointed to see him return empty-handed. But Jiang Liuyan smiled and told them, true martial arts cannot be mastered quickly just by relying on a manual. Only through solid practice and comprehension can one reach the true peak of martial arts. This manual, although precious, is not something everyone can handle. I hope you can understand this principle and not be misled by the allure of manuals. After hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. They began to reassess their own martial arts journey, no longer blindly pursuing manuals and shortcuts. Jiang Liuyan's words not only influenced these martial artists, but also strengthened his own pursuit and belief in martial arts. He understood that the true path of martial arts is a long and arduous journey, and only those who persevere and are brave enough to explore can ultimately reach the end. In the days that followed, Jiang Liuyan continued to enhance his training and improve his strength. He constantly challenged himself and pushed his limits, gradually establishing a higher reputation in the martial world. At the same time, he actively participated in the affairs of the Jianghu, upholding justice and peace. Through his actions, he embodied the true spirit of a martial hero, becoming a role model and example for countless people. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, Jiang Liuyan had entered middle age. His face bore the marks of time, but his gaze remained resolute and profound. Under his leadership, a wave of justice swept through the Jianghu. Many martial artists followed his example, actively participating in maintaining peace in the Jianghu. Jiang Liuyan himself also continued to grow and progress in this process. He gradually comprehended the essence of martial arts and the philosophy of life, becoming a true master of the martial world. In his later years, Jiang Liuyan compiled his insights on martial arts and life into a book titled The True Explanation of Martial Tao. This book caused a sensation in the martial world and became a classic that countless martial artists vied to read. Jiang Liuyan is thus honored as a true master of martial arts, and his name and deeds are forever etched in the annals of Jianghu history. Chapitre 116, Alliance. Time flies, and the years pass swiftly. Jiang Liuyan and his companions have risen to fame in Jianghu, their names resounding like thunder. Their titles shine like brilliant stars in the night sky, illuminating the entire martial world with a bright glow. Whether it is the misty, gentle, and beautiful water towns of Jiangnan, or the snow-covered, cold, and harsh northern plains, whether it is the bustling and vibrant cities filled with people and flowers, or the remote, peaceful villages, there is no place where people gather that does not know their great names. On the streets and alleys, in tea houses and taverns, People whisper and discuss their thrilling adventures and brave deeds. Some recount how Jiang Liuyan single-handedly entered the tiger's den, bravely fighting against evil bandits and saving countless people from peril. Others extol one of his companions for his unparalleled martial skills, defeating 100 foes and sweeping away thousands of troops. These stories, passed from mouth to mouth, become more legendary and extraordinary, turning into indispensable, fascinating topics for people to discuss over tea and meals. However, for many young newcomers to the martial world, the deeds of Jiang Liuyan and others are not merely entertaining anecdotes. Their achievements serve as bright beacons, hanging high in the dark night sky, illuminating the path for those who follow. These young people, filled with dreams and aspirations, follow in the footsteps of their predecessors, embarking on their own journeys in Jianghu, yearning to one day achieve great fame like Jiang Liuyan and his companions, and to write their own legendary chapters. Jiang Liuyan and his companions have gone through countless trials and tribulations, finally carving out their own space in the martial arts world. However, the rivers and lakes have never been peaceful. New challenges and crises always arise quietly. One day, news spread through the martial world about a mysterious force emerging in the distant western region, known as the Black Lotus sect. This force acts in secrecy and employs ruthless tactics. Within just a few months, several cities have fallen under their control, leaving the common people in great suffering. Even more concerning is that the Black Lotus sect seems to possess some unknown power that can manipulate people's hearts, causing many martial arts experts to flock to them. Upon hearing this news, Jiang Liuyan and his companions did not hesitate to embark on their journey westward. They understood that as members of the martial world, they had the responsibility to protect every living being in this land. Crossing the vast Gobi Desert and enduring numerous hardships, Jiang Liuyan and his companions finally arrived at the stronghold of the Black Lotus sect, a mysterious ancient city hidden deep within the desert. In the ancient city, the sect's followers, clad in black robes and wielding sharp blades, patrolled the streets and alleys. The air was thick with a sense of oppression and fear, sending chills down one's spine. Jiang Liuyan and his companions cautiously infiltrated the ancient city, attempting to find the weaknesses of the Black Lotus sect. However, they soon discovered that the defenses here were far more formidable than they had imagined. Whether it was the patrols on the city walls or the hidden traps lurking in the shadows, each step they took was fraught with difficulty. After numerous trials and explorations, they finally uncovered a secret stronghold of the Black Lotus sect. Here, the cultists were engaged in some mysterious ritual, seemingly preparing for the impending great battle. Jiang Liuyan and his companions decided to infiltrate a secret base to unveil the mysterious veil of the Black Lotus sect. They cautiously avoided the patrols and arrived at the site of the ritual. In the center stood a massive altar with fierce flames burning atop it, seemingly pulsating with some strange power. Around it, the followers of the Black Lotus sect formed a circle, chanting incantations and wielding black artifacts. Just then, the flames on the altar suddenly extinguished, and a powerful aura surged from the altar, soaring into the sky. Following that, a figure clad in a black robe slowly rose from the altar. It was the leader of the Black Lotus sect, the Dark Robe Demon Lord. The gaze of the Dark Robe Demon Lord was as cold as ice as he scanned the crowd, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "You have finally arrived. I've been waiting for a long time." Jiang Liuyan stepped forward and shouted loudly, "Dark Robe Demon Lord, you have committed many evils. Today is your end." The Dark Robe Demon Lord laughed heartily. "Just relying on you? Oomph. Today I will let you experience my power." With a command, the followers of the Black Lotus sect launched an attack on Jiang Liuyan and his companions. In an instant, the scene was filled with the glint of blades and the shadows of fists and legs, creating an exceptionally intense atmosphere. Jiang Liuyan and his companions showcased their skills and engaged in a life-and-death battle with the disciples of the Black Lotus sect. With their exceptional martial arts and seamless cooperation, they gradually gained the upper hand. However, just as they were about to achieve victory, the Dark-Robed Demon Lord suddenly intervened. With a wave of his hands, a powerful demonic force surged from his palms, instantly enveloping Jiang Liuyan and his companions. Under this demonic power, Jiang Liuyan and his companions felt an unprecedented pressure. They exerted all their strength, trying to break free from the constraints of the demonic force. However, no matter how hard they tried, they could not shake this power, even slightly. In this critical moment, Jiang Liuyan suddenly recalled a secret technique taught to him by his master called the Demon Breaking Slash. This technique was immensely powerful but extremely dangerous to use. A slight misstep could injure oneself. However, in this life-and-death situation, Jiang Liuyan had no time to worry about that. He took a deep breath, gathered all his energy, and swung his sword at the dark-robed demon lord. A dazzling beam of sword light cut through the air, aimed directly at the demon lord's head. The dark-robed demon lord was taken aback and hurriedly used his agility to evade. However, Jiang Liuyan's strike was incredibly fast and powerful, ultimately landing on the demon lord's left arm. The dark-robed demon lord let out a cry of agony as his left arm was severed. He glared at Jiang Liuyan, his eyes filled with resentment and unwillingness. The pain of his severed arm caused the demon lord to lose control for a brief moment. Jiang Liuyan and his companions seized this opportunity and launched a fierce attack against him. With everyone's combined efforts, the dark-robed demon lord gradually began to falter. He knew that the situation was dire and that he could no longer escape. Thus, he exerted all his strength and unleashed his final ultimate move, soul-devouring Black Lotus. Countless Black Lotuses suddenly emerged around the dark-robed demon lord, moving toward Jiang Liuyan and his companions like living creatures. Once touched by these lotuses, their souls would be devoured, leaving them unable to be reborn. Faced with this sudden crisis, Jiang Liuyan and his companions showed no fear. They each unleashed their ultimate techniques and engaged in a final battle against the Black Lotuses. After a fierce fight, Jiang Liuyan and his companions finally shattered all the Black Lotuses. The dark-robed demon lord, having exhausted his last bit of life force in this battle, collapsed in a pool of blood. With the fall of the dark-robed demon lord, the Black Lotus sect also crumbled. Jiang Liuyan and his companions finally brought peace and tranquility to this land. Their names once again spread throughout the martial world. This time, they not only became heroes of the martial realm, but also idols and role models in the hearts of countless future generations of martial artists. Their deeds inspired countless young martial artists to keep moving forward, pursuing higher and stronger martial arts. Jiang Liuyan and his companions also grew in the process, becoming an indispensable backbone of the martial world. However, the martial world was never truly peaceful. In the days to come, Jiang Liuyan and his companions would face more challenges and crises. But no matter how difficult the road ahead, they would move forward hand in hand, writing their own legendary tale in the martial world. Chapter 117. The Method of Transmutation Between Immortal and Demon. After Jiang Liuyan obtained the martial arts manual titled The Reversal of Immortals and Demons, his heart was filled with confusion and curiosity. The book appeared ordinary, with a yellowed cover and slightly curled edges, as if it had weathered countless storms. However, when he opened the first page, he was greeted by dense, profound ancient text and diagrams. The words left by the old man echoed in his mind. Looking at your astonishing bones, it's clear you are a good seed for cultivation. This book is extraordinary. Only those with pure hearts and firm will can master it. If you truly aspire to martial arts, you will surely comprehend extraordinary power from it. Initially, Jiang Liuyan did not fully believe the old man's words, considering it merely a small reward for a random act of kindness. But as time passed, he gradually discovered the remarkable nature of this manual. Every time the night grew deep and quiet, he would study it word by the faint candlelight, attempting to unravel its mysteries. The core of the reversal of immortals and demons lies in harmonizing the yin and yang energies within the body, achieving an unprecedented state of balance. This balance not only allows martial artists to make rapid progress in their cultivation, but also awakens the latent immortal and demon powers within, realizing a qualitative leap in strength. However, this process is extremely perilous. A moment's carelessness could lead to going astray with no chance of return. Jiang Liuyan's brother, Gu Ming, patted him on the shoulder and smiled, saying, "No wonder old Qi praised you as the child of fortune, even on the street. You can gather a pile of martial arts manuals." I just felt sorry for that old man, which is why I thought to buy him some food. But there are so many down-and-out people in the world. I can only help to the best of my ability. I never thought of asking for anything in return. Jiang Liuyan said, "I know you are a true philanthropist," Gu Ming replied with a grin. "What is this book about? Tell me." Based on Jiang Liuyan's study over the past few days, he had already understood that this could be considered a mutual destruction technique, injuring the enemy by 1,000 while harming oneself by 8,000. So he carefully explained it to him. After hearing the pros and cons, Gu Ming didn't say much and just walked away generously. After all, as the legitimate eldest son of the Gu family, how could he need such a life-risking technique? Jiang Liuyan continued to study the cultivation methods within. Unlike Gu Ming, he also carried deep grudges, and he felt he could not give up on any method that could enhance his strength. Even though he was fully aware of the risks involved, he did not back down. He believed that with his life being of little value, he was not afraid of failure. Thus, he began to cultivate step by step according to the guidance in the manual. The process of cultivation was extraordinarily difficult. Jiang Liuyan had to constantly search for the subtle balance of yin and yang within his body. At first, he often felt powerless, even teetering on the edge of danger several times. But whenever this happened, he would recall the old man's words. "I see the bloodthirsty energy surging in your heart. You are truly a rare talent." Initially, he did not understand the meaning of these words, but after cultivating, he realized that it was precisely his deep-seated grudges that resonated with this statement, coupled with his love for martial arts and his pursuit of excellence. How could he find a reason to give up? Thus, Jiang Liuyan continued to forge ahead with the cultivation of such methods. As time passed, Jiang Liuyan gradually grasped the essence of yin and yang harmony. He found that his internal energy became more robust and his body grew lighter. However, due to Jiang Liuyan's daily good deeds, the power of yang began to lose balance. The old man had also left behind a book on blood cultivation, an evil method that required fresh blood for practice, aimed at achieving yin-yang balance. If yang outweighed yin, it would be difficult to strike a fatal blow in battle, making it easier for enemies to turn the tide. Conversely, if yin outweighed yang, one would constantly be clouded by nightmares. By chance, Jiang Liuyan disguised himself and used the martial skills from the reverse transformation of immortals and demons at the number 6 arena in the center of the ancient martial city, defeating a martial arts expert ranked 16th on the Earth ranking. This caused quite a stir in the martial arts world. In the ancient martial city, there were 3 rankings: heaven, earth, and man, each divided into 3 tiers, A, B, and C, with 50 individuals in each tier, totaling 450 elite individuals. Jiang Liuyan himself had not drawn too much attention and had always been floating in the B tier of the man ranking. But there was a mysterious figure in a black robe making waves in the rankings, as the monthly reward for these rankings were quite substantial. Although Jiang Liuyan was almost seriously injured by his opponent, he was also affected by the backlash. This method is a way to adjust one's mindset. The opponent merely wanted to spar, but a scene of hatred suddenly flashed in Jiang Liuyan's mind, causing the negative emotions to overwhelm the positive ones. It was precisely this bias that made Jiang Liuyan's tactics even more ruthless, nearly causing casualties in the competition arena. Fortunately, Jiang Liuyan's consciousness was always shrouded by the clarity of happiness, allowing him to pull his chaotic spirit back on track, thus preventing a major disaster. People speculated whether this man in black had received guidance from a master or accidentally obtained a peerless secret manual. Jiang Liuyan simply smiled and remained silent, fully aware that all of this was the change brought about by the transformation of immortal and demon. As Jiang Liuyan's reputation in the martial world grew, more and more challengers came to test him. They either sought to verify Jiang Liuyan's strength or to seize the immortal demon transformation manual. In any case, thrilling battles followed one after another. Faced with these challenges, Jiang Liuyan was not afraid. He knew that every battle was a test of his cultivation and an excellent opportunity to enhance his strength. Thus, he relied on the martial skills from it to defeat each challenger one by one. However, Jiang Liuyan also understood that true strength could not be achieved solely through martial power. He began to place greater emphasis on internal cultivation, striving to enhance his character and become more resilient. During the process of practicing, Jiang Liuyan encountered an unprecedented challenge: the heart demon. As his cultivation improved, the negative emotions such as fear and desire deep within him began to magnify, forming insurmountable obstacles. Faced with the trial of the heart demon, Jiang Liuyan fell into confusion and pain. He attempted to conquer the heart demon with brute force but found it utterly futile. Instead, the heart demon's power grew stronger, nearly consuming him. Just when Jiang Liuyan was about to collapse, he suddenly recalled the words of the old man. A true strong person must possess not only powerful martial skills, but also unwavering faith and a pure heart. This phrase shone like a ray of light, illuminating the darkness within him. Thus, Jiang Liuyan began to try to use the power of his heart to combat the heart demon. He continuously recalled his past good deeds and perseverance, using these beautiful memories to purify his soul. After much hard work, he finally succeeded in overcoming the heart demon achieving a true transformation from a cocoon to a butterfly. Chapter 118. Yin and Yang. Jiang Linyan sat quietly in the dim cave, surrounded by an ancient and mysterious aura. Her eyes were tightly closed, as if she had already separated herself from this world, with only the Yin and Yang energies within her slowly flowing, like two intertwined rivers, colliding yet mutually dependent. Since that day, she was troubled by her inner demons. Jiang Lian understood that only by overcoming her fears and obsessions could she return to the pinnacle of martial arts. She embarked on a long journey of self-dialogue, attempting to understand and accept every shade of darkness and light within her heart. In this process, Jiang Lian gradually realized that Yin and Yang were not simply opposites, but the most harmonious existence in the universe. Just as day and night alternate and the seasons change, the transformation and balance of Yin and Yang form the foundation for the growth of all things. The Yin and Yang energies within her were also the source of her vitality, embodying the perfect fusion of her spirit and body. As time passed, the Yin and Yang energies within Jiang Lian gradually approached balance. She began to feel an unprecedented sense of tranquility and strength, a power that originated from deep within her heart, representing her new understanding of life and her profound insight into martial arts. When the first ray of sunlight pierced through the cracks of the cave and illuminated her face, Jiang Lian's eyes suddenly opened wide, shining with determination and wisdom. She stood up, took a deep breath of fresh air, feeling the harmonious coexistence of the Yin and Yang energies within her. Her heart filled with an unparalleled joy and satisfaction. Jiang Lian stepped out of the cave and into a tranquil valley. Here, the birds sang and the flowers bloomed, and the stream flowed gently, as if nature had specially prepared this pure land for her. She wandered through the valley, feeling every subtle change in the natural world, and her understanding of the Yin and Yang deepened. She discovered that the balance of Yin and Yang was not only reflected within her, but also permeated all things. Every leaf and every drop of dew was interpreting the harmony of Yin and Yang in its own way. She even began to try to view the people and events around her through the lens of Yin and Yang, realizing that many things that initially seemed contradictory actually contained profound interconnections. This transformation in her mindset made Jiang Lian more adept at handling interpersonal relationships. She learned to listen and understand, to be tolerant and forgiving. Her smile became warmer, her words gentler, as if a spring of clear water was nourishing the hearts of those around her. At the same time, Jiang Lian's martial arts also experienced a qualitative leap under this harmonious state of Yin and Yang. She found that she could more precisely control the power within her, whether in attack or defense, as if she had seamlessly merged with the Yin and Yang energy of heaven and earth. In this balanced state of Yin and Yang, Jiang Lian's understanding of swordsmanship reached a new height. She began to incorporate the principles of Yin and Yang into her sword techniques, creating a unique sword intent that embodied both. The Yin and Yang sword intent was neither purely aggressive nor entirely soft. It was a blend of hardness and softness, complementing each other. In battle, Jiang Lian could flexibly switch her sword style as needed, sometimes like a raging storm, unstoppable, at other times like a gentle spring breeze, tender yet deadly. Holding her long sword, she stood atop the mountain, closed her eyes, and focused, feeling the Yin and Yang energy between heaven and earth. As her mind stirred, the long sword suddenly unsheathed, transforming into a dazzling beam of light that shot into the sky. The sword light traced a perfect arc in the air, as if dividing heaven and earth, and at that moment, the Yin and Yang energies achieved perfect balance. With her continuous refinement of sword intent, Jiang Lian's swordsmanship became increasingly accomplished. She could instill a sense of awe in her opponents with just her sword intent, causing them to yield even before the battle began. Her sword was no longer a mere weapon, but an extension of her mindset and will, a bridge for her dialogue with the universe. Jiang Lian deeply understood that the way of Yin and Yang was not only her personal cultivation, but also a martial arts treasure that needed to be inherited and promoted. Thus, she began to take disciples and impart her yin-yang sword intent and understanding of the yin-yang way selflessly to the younger generation. Under her guidance, batches of young warriors gradually grew, mastering not only superb sword techniques, but also experiencing spiritual elevation. They learned to view the world through the lens of yin and yang and to face the challenges and difficulties of life with a peaceful mindset. Jiang Lian also founded the yin-yang sword sect, making the way of yin and yang the core martial art of the sect. dedicated to cultivating more warriors with a harmonious mindset of yin and yang and exceptional martial skills. Under her leadership, the yin-yang sword sect rapidly rose to prominence, becoming an undeniable force in the martial world. With the rise of the yin-yang sword sect, the situation in the martial world quietly changed. Some forces that were originally eager to act, upon sensing the strength of the yin-yang sword sect, began to retract their ambitions. Meanwhile, many righteous individuals joined the yin-yang sword sect to jointly safeguard the peace and tranquility of the martial world. Jiang Liuyan, as the founder of the yin-yang sword sect, has set an example by repeatedly leading her disciples to quell disputes in the martial world and combat evil forces. Her name has become a symbol of justice and peace in the Jianghu. In battle after battle, Jiang Liuyan not only showcased her exceptional martial skills, but also demonstrated her profound understanding of the yin-yang way. She could accurately assess situations and use the principles of yin and yang to resolve crises, allowing her opponents to unknowingly fall into her control. Her wisdom and courage earned her widespread acclaim among the people of the Jianghu. She not only became the soul of the yin-yang sword sect, but also a model for the entire Jianghu. As time flew by, Jiang Liuyan entered the twilight of her life. However, her spirit and martial arts remained like flowers that never wither, forever blooming in the Jianghu. In her later years, she focused even more on the study and transmission of the yin-yang way. She compiled her insights and experiences into a book, leaving it as a precious treasure for future martial artists. At the same time, she continued to nurture a new generation of yin-yang sword sect disciples, training them to be martial artists with both exceptional skills and a harmonious yin-yang mindset. She believed that as long as the yin-yang way was passed down, peace and tranquility in the Jianghu would be assured. One day, Jiang Liuyan sat quietly in the main hall of the yin-yang sword sect, surrounded by her disciples and grandchildren. She smiled as she looked at the young faces, her heart filled with comfort and hope. She knew that these young people would inherit her aspirations and continue to write the glorious chapters of the yin-yang sword sect. At the moment she closed her eyes, her soul seemed to merge with the heavens and the earth, becoming one with the forces of yin and yang. Although she left this world, her spirit and martial way, like the yin-yang path itself, would eternally exist in the Jianghu, inspiring generation after generation of martial artists to keep moving forward. The story of Jiang Liuyan has become an eternal legend in the martial world. She not only conquered her inner demons and rediscovered the balance of yin and yang within her, but also conveyed this concept of balance and harmony to the entire martial realm. Her name will forever be etched in the long history of the martial world, becoming a beacon in the hearts of generations of warriors. Chapter 119, The Realm of Thousand Falls. Jiang Liuyan slowly turned around, his gaze deeply fixed on the brothers who had fought alongside him for many years. Their figures appeared particularly tall and resolute in the afterglow of the setting sun. "Brothers, this is our farewell." Jiang Liuyan's voice was deep and powerful, as if filled with endless determination. After saying this, he resolutely turned away and stepped firmly onto the path leading to the Iron Thousand domain. At that moment, warm sunlight fell gently from the side, softly caressing his chiseled face, illuminating the steadfast and resolute expression he wore. Jiang Liuyan knew deep down that the road ahead was destined to be filled with thorns, full of the unknown and challenges. However, the fire of faith burning in his heart made him fearless. He was fully prepared to face all difficulties, and even if the road was rugged and fraught with danger, he would not show the slightest intention of retreating, because in his heart, there was an incredibly clear and unwavering goal to reach the Qiantai domain and complete the mission that concerned life and death. Along the way, Jiang Liuyan streaked across the land like a shooting star, and everywhere he passed was a breathtaking scene. The rolling mountains stretched like a giant dragon, majestic and spectacular. The vast plain spread out like a huge green velvet carpet over the earth, stretching endlessly. He moved lightly through the dense forest, as if he were in a mysterious green world. The crisp and pleasant sounds of birdsong occasionally reached his ears, sometimes melodious and graceful, sometimes high-pitched and passionate, like a concert performed by nature. Meanwhile, the subtle yet clearly audible chirping of insects intertwined, composing a vibrant symphony together. All of this deeply enchanted Jiang Liuyan, allowing him to feel the endless vitality and energy of nature. However, this beautiful forest was not entirely a tranquil and peaceful place. Occasionally, he would encounter some fierce wild beasts lurking within, But Jiang Liunian showed no fear. He was as agile as a ghost, wielding his long sword with precision. Faced with the ferocious beasts lunging at him, he always managed to cleverly evade their fierce attacks and swiftly counterattack with his exceptional martial arts and extraordinary wisdom. Whether it was a strike to a vital point or using their own strength against them to push them back, he was always able to turn danger into safety and continue on his unknown journey. As the sun set, the afterglow fell upon the earth, casting an orange-red halo over the entire world. In this picturesque moment, Jiang Liunian slowly stepped into this tranquil yet vibrant little town. The streets of the town were not wide, but they were packed with all kinds of shops. These shops varied in style. Some were quaint and antique, while others had a modern flair. The streets were bustling with people, with shouts and bargaining voices rising and falling, creating a lively atmosphere. Jiang Liunian strolled along the street, his gaze occasionally sweeping over the dazzling array of goods. Finally, he stopped in front of an inn that looked quite quaint. Pushing open the door, a wave of noise greeted him. The interior of the inn was spacious, with tables and chairs arranged neatly. At this moment, many guests were gathered together, engaging in lively discussions, creating an exceptionally vibrant atmosphere. Jiang Liunian looked around and chose a relatively quiet spot in the corner to sit down. He gently waved his hand to call the waiter and ordered a pot of fragrant fine wine and a few exquisite and delicious dishes. Once the food and drink were served, he leisurely savored them while quietly listening to the conversations around him. At this moment, the inn was bustling with noise and excitement, with various topics flooding in like a tide, making it hard to keep up. Some people were discussing strange tales from the martial world, with thrilling adventures that stirred the blood. Others were immersed in stories of love and relationships, some sweet, some sorrowful, evoking sighs from the crowd. Among all this, Jiang Liunian was particularly attentive to any news regarding the Thousand Iron Domain. Just as he was focused on listening, a rough and hearty voice, like a bell, suddenly pierced his ears. "Good gentlemen, have you heard? Recently, something earth-shattering has happened in the Thousand Iron Domain. It is said that a mysterious and unfathomable powerful force has suddenly emerged there. What is even more astonishing is that this group actually possesses a long-lost, incredible forging technique. With such formidable skills, they can easily create weapons that astound the world. Their power is simply unmatched. It would not be an exaggeration to say they are unparalleled in the world." Following the voice, he saw that the speaker was an exceptionally burly man. His face was covered with a thick beard, standing upright like steel needles, giving off an imposing and fierce aura. At this moment, the man was gesturing animatedly, his expression extremely excited, with his large eyes wide open as if he had personally witnessed this event. Hearing this, Jiang Liunian couldn't help but shiver slightly, for he knew that what he had just heard was the key to his journey. However, he maintained his composure on the surface, revealing no hint of emotion, and silently continued to listen to the conversations around him. At this moment, the slender man continued, "Isn't that right? It is said that this mysterious force has a significant background, and it seems to have intricate connections with several major families in our Qiantai domain. Moreover, these families are currently secretly competing, all wanting to firmly grasp the control over that magical technique for themselves." Upon hearing this, Jiang Liunian couldn't help but furrow his brows, pondering to himself, "I originally thought that coming to Qiantai domain would only require overcoming the harsh natural environment to achieve my goal, but the actual situation is far more complicated than I had anticipated. It seems that, in addition to dealing with the difficult obstacles of this region, I must also be careful to navigate the overt and covert struggles between various forces. A slight misstep could lead to an inescapable predicament." With this in mind, Jiang Liunian took a deep breath, secretly reminding himself to act cautiously and never let his guard down. As night fell, Jiang Liunian left the inn and began to wander around the small town. He planned to understand the situation in this town before formulating his next plan. He moved through the narrow alleys, experiencing the intertwining atmosphere of tranquility and bustle in the town. Suddenly, a hurried sound of footsteps approached. Jiang Liunian turned around alertly, only to see several shadows rushing towards him. His heart sank. He knew they were coming for him. He quickly drew his sword from its sheath and prepared for battle. Chapter 120. Falling Iron. Jiang Liunian stood on the vast land of the Qiantai domain, his gaze firmly locked onto a sword not far ahead. This sword, named Longyin, emitted a faint blue glow, resembling the most dazzling star in the night sky, quietly lying on a large black rock, surrounded by wisps of spiritual energy from heaven and earth, as if it were the favored child of this realm. gathering the essence of creation and the elegance of all things. However, the appearance of the longing sword also attracted the covetous eyes of countless powerful beings. Jiang Lian glanced around and saw various factions gathering, each person's eyes burning with a desire for the divine weapon. They came from different sects and regions. But at this moment, they all shared a common goal: to seize the longing sword. With a deafening roar, a thrilling battle for the sword quietly began. The first to act was an old man in a black robe, thin and frail, yet with eyes sharp as an eagle. In an instant, he transformed into a shadow, appearing before the longing sword, reaching out with both hands to snatch it. However, just as his fingers were about to touch the hilt, a powerful sword aura erupted, knocking him back several steps and paling his face. A mere mortal dares to covet the longing sword? The old man scoffed, but a hint of unwillingness flashed in his eyes. At that moment, a young man clad in golden armor descended from the sky, wielding a spear with a dazzling golden tip like a war god arriving. He shouted, "The longing sword is a treasure of heaven and earth. How can you petty thieves dare to touch it?" With that, he moved, turning into a stream of golden light, rushing towards the longing sword. The black-robed old man saw this and shouted angrily, "Arrogant child, don't be so reckless." Saying this, he quickly formed seals with his hands and chanted incantations, and instantly, a powerful black mist surged from his body, transforming into a gigantic black hand reaching for the young man in golden armor. The young man snorted coldly, swinging his spear, and the golden spear light instantly tore the black hand into pieces. However, at that moment, the black-robed old man flashed and appeared behind him, striking out with a palm. The wind of the palm sharp as a knife, aiming for his vital points. The young man reacted swiftly, sidestepping just in time to narrowly avoid the blow. But he understood he could not hold back any longer, or he would surely be defeated by the black-robed old man. So, he shouted, "Word God descends." Instantly, a brilliant golden light enveloped him, and a powerful aura surged from his body, solidifying the surrounding air. At the same time, the black-robed old man unleashed his ultimate technique, the ghostly underworld dragon. A gigantic black dragon burst forth from his body, opening its massive jaws and lunging at the young man in golden armor. Undaunted, the young man swung his spear. The spear light, like a dragon, collided with the black dragon in midair, producing a thunderous roar. The two powerful forces intertwined and clashed in the air, creating waves of violent energy. Just then, another powerful being joined the battlefield. A young man in white appeared, holding a long sword that was as white as snow, clear as autumn water. His figure was ethereal, resembling a celestial being, and with one step, he arrived before the longing sword. "Two seniors, why bother fighting over a mere sword?" The young man in white smiled, but his tone was filled with undeniable firmness. Both the black-robed old man and the young man in golden armor were taken aback, not expecting someone to intervene at this moment. But soon, they recovered and turned their gazes toward the young man in white. "Kid, who are you to meddle in our affairs?" The black-robed old man shouted angrily. The young man in golden armor added solemnly, "Humph. If you know what is good for you, leave this place quickly, or don't blame me for being rude." The young man in white smiled faintly and said, "I am Yun Feiyong, a disciple of the Xiaoyao sword sect. I come here today solely for the longing sword." The black-robed old man and the young man in golden armor were both taken aback. The Xiaoyao sword sect was renowned in the martial world, and its sword techniques were unrivaled. They did not expect this seemingly young man to be a disciple of such a prestigious sect. However, even so, they could not easily give up the longing sword. The black-robed old man coldly snorted, "Humph, what a Xiaoyao sword sect. Today, I will claim the longing sword." The young man in golden armor also said solemnly, "Indeed, I have set my sights on the longing sword." Yun Feiyong shook his head helplessly. "In that case, I must defend you." With that, he swung the long sword in his hand, and a sword light instantly sliced through the air, attacking the black-robed old man and the young man in golden armor. Both the black-robed old man and the young man in golden armor shouted in unison, unleashing their ultimate techniques to respond. In an instant, sword lights flew, spear shadows crisscrossed, and palm winds howled, enveloping the entire battlefield in a frenzy of energy. At that moment, another powerful being joined the fray. A young woman in red appeared, wielding a fiery long whip that twisted like a fire snake, emitting a scorching aura. Her figure was agile, resembling a red phoenix dancing in the air. "Humph, I also desire the longing sword," the red-clad woman shouted, and with a flick of her whip, It transformed into a bolt of fire-red lightning, sweeping towards the Longyin sword. Seeing this, Yin Feiyong's heart sank. He did not expect more people to join the battle at this time, and the strength of this red-clad woman was not to be underestimated. He quickly changed his attack direction, aiming at the red-clad woman. However, the black-robed old man and the young man in golden armor would not let this opportunity slip by. They both unleashed their ultimate techniques, attempting to seize the Longyin sword while Yin Feiyong was distracted. In a rush, Yin Feiyong shouted, "Xiaoyao, sword technique, sword shadows, splitting light." Instantly, countless sword shadows appeared behind him, like an ocean of swords, attacking the black-robed old man and the young man in golden armor. Both the black-robed old man and the young man in golden armor were taken aback, not expecting Yin Feiyong to unleash the Xiaoyao sword sect's ultimate technique. They quickly countered with their own signature skills. In an instant, sword shadows flew, palm winds howled, spear lights surged like dragons, and whip shadows danced like fire, enveloping the entire battlefield in a frenzy of energy. Jiang Linyan stood at a distance, watching the thrilling battle, secretly lamenting. He never expected that for just a mere sword, so many powerful beings would compete. Moreover, the strength of these individuals made him feel a chill run down his spine. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted from the Longyin sword. This light instantly dispersed the surrounding chaotic energy, leaving the battlefield in silence. Everyone paused their attacks, their gazes fixed on the Longyin sword. The blue light on the sword grew brighter, illuminating the entire battlefield like a full moon. Around the sword, strands of spiritual energy began to gather, as if infusing the Longyin sword with boundless power. Is the Longyin sword about to choose its master? The black-robed old man murmured. The young man in golden armor also said solemnly, "It seems our previous struggle has been in vain." Yin Feiyong and the red-clad woman felt a tightening in their hearts. They had not expected the Longyin sword to seek a master at this moment. Once the Longyin sword recognizes its master, it will be difficult for them to take this treasure sword away. At that moment, the light on the Longyin sword suddenly converged, transforming into a stream of light that instantly shot into Jiang Liunyan's body. The crowd was taken aback, as they did not expect that the Longyin sword would choose such an ordinary-looking young man as its master. Chapter 121. Longyin Jiang Liunyan was also taken aback. He did not expect to be chosen by the Longyin sword at this moment. When he felt the powerful force within him, he finally understood that this was the power of the Longyin sword. He took a deep breath, feeling the surging power inside him. Then, he raised his head and looked at everyone with determination. "Everyone, the Longyin sword has recognized me as its master. I ask you not to engage in feudal anymore." The old man in the black robe snorted coldly. Kid, do you think that just because the Longyin sword recognizes you as its master, you can keep it safe? Let me tell you, today I will claim this Longyin sword." As he spoke, he flashed and attacked Jiang Liunyan. The young man in golden armor and the woman in red also shouted loudly, unleashing their ultimate skills to attack Jiang Liunyan. Seeing the situation, Jiang Liunyan's heart tightened. He knew he could no longer hold back. With a loud shout, he cried out, "Dragon chanting sword, arise." In an instant, a blue sword light burst forth from his body, transforming into a massive blue dragon that roared through the air as it charged toward the black-robed elder, the young man in golden armor, and the woman in red. The three of them were taken aback. They hadn't expected Jiang Liunyan to unleash such a powerful attack. Consequently, they all resorted to their unique skills to counter it. In an instant, the blue dragon twisted and turned in the air, colliding with the black mist of the black-robed elder, the golden spear light of the young man in golden armor, and the fiery red whip of the woman in red, creating deafening roars. The entire battlefield was engulfed in a storm of violent energy. However, as time went on, Jiang Liunyan gradually gained the upper hand. The power of the dragon chanting sword continuously surged from within him, providing him with boundless energy. Meanwhile, the three opponents grew increasingly exhausted from the prolonged battle. Finally, after a fierce clash, the black-robed elder and his companions were all forced back several steps, their faces turning as pale as death. They realized they could no longer contend with Jiang Liunyan. Jiang Liunyan looked at the three old men in black robes and smiled slightly, saying, "Gentlemen, please do not engage in feudal anymore. The Longyin sword has already recognized me as its master, and this is an unchangeable fact." Upon hearing this, the three old men in black robes sighed helplessly. They knew that Jiang Liunyan was stating the truth. Therefore, they all sheathed their weapons and turned to leave the battlefield. Jiang Liunyan watched the three black-robed old men leave, secretly feeling relieved. He had not expected to obtain the longing sword amidst the competition of so many powerful figures. All of this was due to the powerful force within him. He lowered his head and looked at the longing sword in his hand, filled with gratitude. He knew that this sword was not only a treasure of the heavens and earth, but also an important companion on his future path of cultivation. He gently caressed the sword's body, feeling the boundless power contained within the faint blue light, and a surge of ambition welled up in his heart. From now on, we will fight side by side and explore the world together, Jiang Linyan said softly to the longing sword, as if making a promise to an old friend. At that moment, a crisp round of applause came from afar. Jiang Linyan looked up to see a middle-aged man in a green robe approaching slowly. He had a handsome face, deep-set eyes, and an extraordinary demeanor in his movements. What a fine longing sword, and what a remarkable Jiang Linyan, the middle-aged man said with a smile. I am Jian Wuhan, the sect master of the sword sect. I have long heard of a young talent emerging in the martial world, and today, seeing you in person, it truly lives up to its reputation. Jiang Linyan was taken aback upon hearing this. The sword sect is a renowned faction in the martial world, and its swordsmanship is unparalleled. The person before him, Jian Wuhan, is the sect leader of the sword sect with unfathomable strength. He never expected to attract the attention of the sword sect's leader at this moment. The sect leader has come in person. The younger generation has failed to welcome you properly, Jiang Linyan quickly bowed and said. Jian Wuhan smiled and waved his hand, saying, No need for formalities. I have come this time to witness the style of the longing sword and to see what extraordinary qualities the young person who can obtain the longing sword possesses. It seems you have indeed not disappointed me. As Jiang Linyan heard this, he felt secretly pleased in his heart. He knew that gaining the recognition of the sword sect master was a very honorable thing. So, he quickly replied humbly, Master, you flatter me. I was merely lucky. Jian Wuhan looked at him, a glimmer of appreciation flashing in his eyes. There's no need to be humble. To have obtained the longing sword is itself a testament to your strength. Moreover, I can see that there's a very powerful force within you. Even I'm somewhat astonished by this power. Jiang Linyan was taken aback. He didn't expect that Jian Wuhan could see the secret within him. However, he also knew that since the sect master of the sword sect could come in person, he must possess extraordinary means. So, he no longer concealed anything and told Jian Wuhan everything about his experiences in the matter of recognizing the Dragon Roar sword as his own. After Jian Wuhan listened, he fell silent for a moment. Then, he raised his head and looked at Jiang Linyan, saying, The power within you should be the bloodline of an ancient divine beast, right? Jiang Linyan was taken aback. He never expected that Jian Wuhan could discern the mystery of his bloodline at a glance. It is worth noting that he had not even shared this secret with his closest ones. The sect master truly has discerning eyes, Jiang Linyan reluctantly admitted. Jian Wuhan looked at him, a complex expression flashing in his eyes. The bloodline of an ancient divine beast is both a blessing and a curse. It grants you immense power, but at the same time, it makes you a target for many. You must act cautiously in the future and ensure that this power does not become a burden to you. Jiang Linyan felt a surge of emotion upon hearing this. He knew that Jian Wuhan was reminding him and also caring for him. So, he quickly said respectfully, I will remember this. Jian Wuhan nodded and continued. I can see that you are a very talented young man. If you are willing, I can take you as my apprentice and teach you the supreme sword techniques of the sword sect. Jiang Linyan felt a surge of excitement upon hearing this. It should be known that the supreme swordsmanship of the sword sect is one of the top martial arts in the Jianghu. If he could learn this sword technique, his strength would surely advance by leaps and bounds. I am willing, Jiang Linyan answered without hesitation. Jian Wuhan looked at him, a trace of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. Very good. From today on, you are a disciple of my sword sect. I will personally teach you the sword techniques and help you grow into a master of the generation. Jiang Linyan felt a surge of gratitude and anticipation in his heart upon hearing the words. He knew that this was an important turning point in his life. From now on, he would embark on a path of cultivation filled with challenges and opportunities under the guidance of the sword sect master. Chapter 122. Backlash. The sword spirit was backlashed. The sword body exploded, and fallen iron was embedded into Jiang Linyan's body. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar. The ancient long sword that was originally floating in midair suddenly began to tremble violently. The flow of spiritual power on it became chaotic and disordered in an instant, as if an invisible giant hand was frantically tearing at the sword spirit within. Jiang Linyan's expression changed drastically. He could clearly sense that the connection between him and the long sword that had accompanied him for decades was rapidly weakening, until it completely disappeared. This sudden change was clearly beyond his control. No, how could this be possible? Jiang Liunian roared in his heart, trying his utmost to stabilize the fluctuations of spiritual energy in the long sword. But it was all in vain, like an ant trying to shake a tree. At that moment, the fluctuations of spiritual energy on the sword suddenly reached a terrifying peak, and then a horrifying aura that could change the color of heaven and earth surged out from the long sword, instantly enveloping the entire space. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening explosion. The sword body of a long sword actually exploded, turning into countless tiny fragments that shot out in all directions. The fallen iron that was originally embedded in the sword body now seemed to come alive, transforming into streaks of flowing light that rushed toward Jiang Liunian's position at the moment of the explosion. Jiang Liunian didn't have time to react. He only felt a sharp pain spread throughout his body, and then he lost consciousness, his whole being falling like a kite with a broken string from midair. When Jiang Liunian woke up again, he found himself lying in a strange forest. Everything around him felt so unfamiliar and eerie. He struggled to get up, but the intense pain forced him to lie back down on the ground. What was going on? Jiang Liunian was filled with confusion and fear. He simply could not understand why such a sudden change had occurred. When he looked down at his body, he was even more shocked by the scene before him. Embedded in his chest were several small fragments of meteoric iron, which seemed to be connected to his flesh and were continuously absorbing the vitality and spiritual energy within him. Jiang Liunian could clearly sense that his cultivation and life force were depleting at an astonishing rate. No, I can't just die like this. A strong desire to survive surged in Jiang Liunian's heart. He exerted all his strength to mobilize the remaining spiritual energy within him, trying to expel the fragments of meteorite iron from his body. However, every attempt was like a stone sinking into the sea, utterly futile. Just then, a faint voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Little one, there's no need to waste your effort. These fragments of meteorite iron are already connected to your flesh and blood. Unless there are special means, they cannot be expelled. Although the voice was weak, it carried an undeniable authority. Jiang Liunian was taken aback and hurriedly asked, "Who are you? Why are you in my mind?" "I am the spirit of this sword," the voice slowly replied. "Originally, I cultivated and grew alongside you, but unexpectedly, today I've been backfired by that evil force, causing the sword body to explode and the fragments of meteorite iron to embed into your body." Upon hearing this, Jiang Liunian understood everything. The root of it all lay in the sword that had accompanied him for decades. "What should I do?" Jiang Liunian asked helplessly. "Sigh. Perhaps this is fate." The sword spirit sighed and continued. "However, do not despair too much. Although these fragments of meteorite iron cannot be expelled for now, they are not entirely without benefits. As long as you can master the power within them, you might seize this opportunity to embark on an unprecedented path of cultivation." Hearing this, a glimmer of hope flashed in Jiang Liunian's eyes. He knew that he had no way out at this moment. He could only give his all to survive in this world where the strong were revered. "All right, I am willing to try." Jiang Liunian gritted his teeth and said firmly. In the following days, Jiang Liunian began his arduous path of cultivation. He not only had to struggle against the fragments of meteorite iron within him, but also continuously improve his cultivation and strength. During this process, he gradually discovered the secrets of the meteorite iron fragments. It turned out that these fragments were not ordinary metals, but mysterious substances from distant stars. They contained endless energy and power, and if one could grasp their secrets, one could possess unimaginable abilities. However, mastering this power was no easy task. Jiang Liunian experienced countless failures and setbacks, but he never gave up. He firmly believed that as long as he could persevere, he would surely succeed. In the blink of an eye, several years passed. Jiang Liunian's cultivation and strength experienced a qualitative leap during these years of practice. Not only had he successfully mastered the power within the fragments of meteorite iron, but he also seized this opportunity to comprehend an unprecedented sword technique. This sword technique was not only incredibly powerful, but also contained a mysterious and unfathomable artistic conception. Every time Jiang Liunian executed this sword technique, the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth would tremble, as if even the heavens and earth were applauding his swordsmanship. During these years of cultivation, Jiang Liunian gradually understood a truth. A true strong person is not only one who possesses powerful cultivation and strength, but more importantly, one who possesses an indomitable heart. Only with such a heart can one remain calm and steadfast when facing difficulties and setbacks. One day, Jiang Liuyan returned to the grove where he had fallen years ago. He gazed at the familiar scenery before him, feeling a surge of emotions. Just then, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in his line of sight. "Is it you?" Jiang Liuyan narrowed his eyes, recognizing the figure before him as the leader of the opposing force who had once competed with him for treasures, leading him into a dangerous situation. I didn't expect you to survive until now and to have mastered such a powerful sword technique." The leader of the opposing force sneered and continued. "However, even so, you won't escape from my grasp." With that, he charged towards Jiang Liuyan's position, exuding a powerful wave of spiritual energy. Jiang Liuyan let out a cold grunt, his internal spiritual energy surging, and he instantly charged forward. The two figures crossed in the air and immediately engaged in a fierce battle. This fight, compared to years ago, was worlds apart. With his powerful cultivation and swordsmanship, Jiang Liuyan quickly gained the upper hand. The leader of the opposing force appeared more and more strained, his attacks weakening and his injuries multiplying. "Impossible! How could you become so strong?" The leader of the opposing force looked at Jiang Liuyan in disbelief, unable to understand how, in just a few short years, Jiang Liuyan's strength had increased so dramatically. "This is all thanks to you." Jiang Liuyan snorted coldly and continued, "If it weren't for your attack on me back then, I wouldn't have achieved what I have today." Saying this, he swung his long sword again, and a brilliant sword energy instantly sliced through the air, rushing towards the position of the opposing force leader. "No!" Accompanied by a desperate roar, the leader's figure was instantly engulfed by the sword energy, turning into a cloud of blood mist that dissipated in the air. After the battle, Jiang Liuyan stood quietly in place, looking at everything before him, feeling little turmoil in his heart. He knew that this was just a small episode on his path of cultivation, and even more challenging trials awaited him in the future. However, he firmly believed that as long as he could maintain his original intention and persistently continue his cultivation, he would definitely carve out his own territory in this world where the strong are respected. As time flowed on, decades later, Jiang Liuyan had become a master of his generation, his name echoing throughout the cultivation world. Whenever he recalled that experience from years ago, he would feel a deep sense of emotion. He knew that if it weren't for that sudden change back then, he might have never comprehended the power within the meteorite fragments, nor would he have achieved what he had today. Everything was predestined, a test, and tempering from heaven. At this moment, Jiang Liuyan was no longer the naive youth he once was. He possessed an indomitable heart and an unimaginable level of cultivation and strength. He believed that in the days to come, he would continue to move forward and embark on an even broader path of cultivation. Chapter 123. Meteorite enters the body. The moment the meteorite embedded itself in Jiang Liuyan's body, his fate became closely intertwined with this ancient relic. This was no coincidence, but rather a fateful arrangement, as if an unseen force was guiding him down this path, filled with the unknown and challenges. The meteorite, a mysterious metal that fell from the sky, carried ancient power and aura, constantly affecting Jiang Liuyan's body and soul. Initially, the power of the meteorite was both a gift and a trial for Jiang Liuyan. Its energy surged fiercely like a raging torrent, attempting to impact and control Jiang Liuyan's will. Every time the night grew deep and quiet, Jiang Liuyan could feel that power within him, which did not belong to him, stirring restlessly, as if it would break free at any moment and completely devour his body. The pain and torment brought by this power made Jiang Liuyan want to give up countless times. But each time he faced this temptation, he would recall his original intention for cultivation and his desire for a higher realm, which made him grit his teeth and persevere. In order to coexist with the meteorite, Jiang Liuyan traveled extensively to famous mountains and rivers, seeking the secret methods and insights recorded in ancient texts. He delved deeply into Taoist practices of health preservation, learning how to harmonize the yin and yang within his body and balance the violent power brought by the meteorite. Through long exploration and practice, Jiang Liuyan gradually mastered the methods to control the power of the meteorite. He learned how to guide this power in battle, transforming it into his own sword intent, making his swordsmanship sharper and unbreakable. However, this was only the first step. The real challenge lay in how to completely subdue the meteorite, making it a part of his body rather than just an external aid. Jiang Liuyan understood that to achieve this goal, he must delve deep into his inner world and engage in a spiritual dialogue with the meteorite. He began to meditate, try to establish a connection with the meteorite on a conscious level, to comprehend the will and demands behind it. Throughout this process, Jiang Liuyan experienced countless failures and setbacks. But he never gave up. Each failure deepened his understanding of the meteorite and clarified his own inner self. Finally, on a stormy night, Jiang Liuyan's state of mind reached an unprecedented calm. He closed his eyes and immersed himself wholeheartedly in the dialogue with the meteorite. In that moment, he seemed to hear the whisper of the meteorite, an ancient and distant voice recounting its past glory and solitude. Jiang Liuyan felt the meteorite's loneliness and yearning, a sorrow of being forgotten and misunderstood. He listened with his heart and responded with his strength, ultimately establishing a marvelous resonance between the two. As the resonance deepened, Jiang Liuyan felt the power of the meteorite gradually merging into his body, connecting with his blood and soul. He no longer felt the violent force crashing against him. Instead, the power of the meteorite became a part of him, providing an endless source of strength. His swordsmanship experienced a qualitative leap, with each strike containing the mysterious power of the meteorite, unrivaled in might. However, this was not the end. Jiang Liuyan knew that true symbiosis was not just about the fusion of power, but also about the alignment of souls. He began to integrate the qualities of the meteorite into his daily actions and thoughts. He learned to be resilient like the meteorite, which remained sharp despite enduring millions of years. He learned to be composed and serene, like the meteorite, which harbored endless energy in its silence. This process of cultivating both inner and outer strength led Jiang Liuyan's cultivation and character to reach new heights. As time passed, the symbiotic relationship between Jiang Liuyan and the meteorite deepened even further. He not only could wield the power of the meteorite with ease, but also engage in profound communication with it through meditation, gaining wisdom and insights from it. The meteorite, once regarded as a cursed relic, had now become Jiang Liuyan's most valuable treasure and his strongest weapon. The story of Jiang Liuyan is a celebrated tale in the realm of cultivation. People marvel at the miraculous symbiosis between him and the meteorite iron, and they admire his perseverance and spirit of exploration. He continues to forge ahead on this path filled with the unknown and challenges, wielding his sword to write his own legend. In the days to come, no matter what difficulties and trials he encounters, Jiang Liuyan will face, conquer, and create his own brilliance with unwavering faith, fearless courage, and the inexhaustible power of meteorite iron within him. As time flies, Jiang Liuyan's reputation grows louder in the cultivation world. He not only becomes a generation's master, but also creates a unique sword technique known as the meteorite sword intent. This sword technique integrates the power of the meteorite fragments within him, with each move and stance containing the might to destroy the heavens and the earth, instilling fear in those who hear of it. However, Jiang Liuyan is not satisfied with this. He knows that a true strong person needs not only powerful strength, but also a heart that constantly seeks progress. Thus, he begins to travel far and wide, seeking stronger opponents to test his sword technique, while also looking for opportunities to further enhance his cultivation. By chance, Jiang Liuyan learns of an ancient legend. It is said that in the distant northernmost land, there lies a mysterious place known as the Cold Ice Secret Realm. Not only is it filled with endless ice and blizzards, but also hides rare treasures that can significantly enhance one's cultivation. Jiang Liuyan felt a stir in his heart and decided to venture into the Cold Ice Secret Realm to explore. He knew that this would be a journey filled with unknowns and dangers. But he also understood that only by undergoing a true life-and-death trial could he refine his swordsmanship and elevate his cultivation to a higher level. After months of arduous travel, Jiang Liuyan finally arrived at the entrance of the Cold Ice Secret Realm. Gazing at the vast ice field before him, he took a deep breath and stepped forward with determination. Inside the Cold Ice Secret Realm, Jiang Liuyan faced unprecedented challenges. He not only had to confront fierce ice monsters, but also had to maintain his cultivation and stamina in the extreme cold environment. However, it was these challenges that honed Jiang Liuyan's swordsmanship and led to a qualitative leap in his cultivation. During a fierce battle with an ice monster, Jiang Liuyan unexpectedly discovered that the fragments of meteorite iron within him resonated with the cold ice power of this place. Inspired, he began to attempt to merge the meteorite sword intent with the cold ice power. After countless trials and failures, Jiang Liuyan finally succeeded in perfectly merging the meteorite sword intent with the cold ice power, creating a brand new sword technique called the Cold Ice Meteorite Sword. This technique not only possessed tremendous power, but could also form a cold ice shield during battle to protect him from enemy attacks. With this new sword technique, Jiang Liuyan advanced rapidly through the cold ice secret realm and ultimately found the legendary treasure, a cold ice spirit pearl containing endless spiritual power. After obtaining the cold ice spirit pearl, Jiang Liuyan's cultivation surged once again. He not only successfully elevated his swordsmanship to a new height, but also, using the power of the cold ice spirit pearl, comprehended a powerful skill known as the cold ice domain. This skill could create a vast cold ice domain during battle, trapping enemies within it and preventing their escape. As time passed, Jiang Liuyan's reputation in the cultivation world grew louder. He became a master of his generation and was honored as the Meteorite Sword Immortal. His sword techniques became the coveted martial arts classics of countless warriors. His deeds became legendary tales that would be passed down through the ages in the cultivation world. However, for Jiang Liuyan, all of this was merely a small achievement on his path of cultivation. He knew well that the road of a true strongman has no end. Thus, he continued on a new journey, seeking broader horizons and stronger opponents. In the days to come, Jiang Liuyan would face even more severe challenges and trials. But he also believed that as long as he could maintain his original intention and persistently cultivate, he would surely carve out his own territory in this world where the strong are revered. Chapter 124. Perfect Fusion. Control of Meteorite and the Hidden Dangers of Dark Matter. After reaching a perfect symbiosis with the meteorite, Jiang Liuyan felt as if he had merged with this ancient relic. Every swing of his sword felt like the power of the universe flowing through his hands. The power of the meteorite, through Jiang Liuyan's careful modulation and mastery, had become as gentle as a lamb, wielded by him with unstoppable strength. However, even in such a perfect symbiotic state, there were hidden dangers that remained unknown. The source of all this could be traced back to that intense battle for dominance. In that fight, Jiang Liuyan's dragon chant sword faced unprecedented challenges. His opponent was not only powerful, but also wielded a mysterious weapon capable of unleashing the power of dark matter. During the fierce clash, the dragon chant sword was inadvertently struck by this dark matter. Although Jiang Liuyan ultimately repelled the enemy through his strong will and the power of the meteorite, the dragon chant sword bore the marks of dark matter. At first, Jiang Liuyan did not notice the influence of this dark matter. The dragon chant sword remained incredibly sharp, and the power of the meteorite was still formidable. However, as time passed, Jiang Liuyan gradually discovered that whenever he used the dragon chant sword, there was always a strange force surging within him, a force that was distinctly different from the familiar power of the meteorite, carrying an indescribable chill and eeriness. Jiang Liuyan deeply understood that this power was anything but benign. It was likely the dark matter left behind from that battle causing trouble. To uncover the truth, he embarked on a long journey of exploration and experimentation. He tried various methods to remove the dark matter from the Longing Sword, but whether through high-temperature burning or strong corrosion, he could not completely eradicate this force. He even attempted to sense this power with his own Tao heart, but each time he tried to approach it, he felt a strong repulsion and fear. As time passed, Jiang Liuyan discovered that the force of dark matter had begun to affect his body. Every time he used the Longing Sword, he experienced waves of excruciating pain, as if some force were tearing at his internal organs. This pain was difficult to bear even for Jiang Liuyan's resilient will. What worried him even more was that this power seemed to be gradually eroding his cultivation, causing his strength to decline unconsciously. Faced with such a predicament, Jiang Liuyan did not choose to evade. He knew that only by confronting the problem could he find a solution. Thus, he began to delve deeper into the study of dark matter, attempting to find a way to counter this force. He visited famous mountains and rivers in the cultivation world, seeking clues about dark matter recorded in ancient texts. He consulted various masters, hoping to find solutions from their experiences. However, the power of dark matter was too mysterious, and even the elders in the cultivation world knew little about it. During his long exploration, Jiang Liuyan gradually discovered that the power of dark matter was not entirely insurmountable. Although it was powerful and strange, it was not invincible. The key was to find a force that could counter it or discover a method to neutralize this power. Such a force or method often lay hidden in the depths of the universe, waiting for someone destined to discover it. To find this power, Jiang Liuyan embarked on an even more challenging path of cultivation. He ventured into the barren lands of the universe, facing endless darkness and cold, searching for that mysterious force that could save him. He endured countless hardships, each time nearly exhausting all his strength. Yet even so, he never gave up hope. He knew that only by persisting could he possibly find the path to light. One day, by chance, Jiang Liuyan discovered an ancient ruin. This ruin was hidden within a desolate starfield, as if forgotten by the universe. However, when Jiang Liuyan stepped into this ruin, he felt an unprecedented shock. The ruin was filled with mysterious power and aura, as if it were a portal connecting to the depths of the universe. In the ruin, Jiang Liuyan met an ancient guardian. This guardian possessed extraordinary wisdom and power, revealing to Jiang Liuyan the true nature of dark matter and how to counter it. It turned out that dark matter was a special force in the universe, existing in every corner of the cosmos, yet difficult to grasp. Only by understanding the essence and laws of the universe could one find a way to combat it. The guardian told Jiang Liuyan that to resist the power of dark matter, he must find a cosmic force that could counter it. This force was often hidden in the depths of the universe and required deep perception and comprehension. At the same time, the guardian imparted to Jiang Liuyan a special cultivation method that would help him better master the power of meteorite iron and also aid him in perceiving and understanding the essence of the universe. Under the guardian's guidance, Jiang Liuyan began more profound cultivation. He immersed his body and mind completely in the universe, feeling every breath and pulse of the cosmos. He tried to understand the laws and essence of the universe, attempting to find the force that could counter dark matter. Throughout this process, he endured countless pains and setbacks, but each experience deepened his understanding of the universe. Finally, during a meditation session, Jiang Liuyan felt that mysterious force. It seemed to surge from the depths of the universe, bringing a warm and powerful aura. This force was entirely different from his meteorite iron power, but held an indescribable sense of compatibility. Jiang Liuyan knew that this was the force he had been seeking that could counter dark matter. After mastering this force, Jiang Liuyan began to attempt using it to combat the dark matter within him. He delved his consciousness deep inside, engaging in a fierce confrontation with the dark matter. During this process, he felt unprecedented pain and difficulty. The power of dark matter was too strong and strange. Each clash nearly exhausted all his strength. Yet even so, he never gave up hope. He knew that only by persisting could he possibly overcome this force. After countless clashes and attempts, Jiang Liuyan finally found method to combat dark matter. He used his power to neutralize the dark matter, transforming it into a gentler and more beneficial energy. As the dark matter gradually dissipated, the pain within Jiang Liuyan also lessened. He felt his body gradually recovering, and his cultivation was continuously improving. However, this battle was not yet over. Jiang Liuyan understood that although the power of dark matter had been temporarily suppressed, it was not entirely eliminated. In the days to come, he would need to continue his cultivation and exploration, seeking more effective methods to completely eradicate this force. At the same time, he realized that this battle had deepened his understanding of the universe and had a profound impact on his path of cultivation. After this battle, Jiang Liuyan's swordsmanship was further refined. He no longer relied solely on the power of meteorite iron, but placed more emphasis on inner cultivation and growth. He began to attempt to combine his swordsmanship with the laws of nature, creating a more natural and fluid style. This swordsmanship not only wielded great power, but also contained Jiang Liuyan's profound insights into the universe and life. As Jiang Liuyan's fame grew, he began to take on more responsibilities. He used his swordsmanship to protect his friends and family, maintaining peace and order in the cultivation world. At the same time, he also began to teach his swordsmanship to more disciples and successors, passing on his path of cultivation. However, Jiang Liuyan was not satisfied with this. He knew that the path of a true strong person was never-ending. In the days to come, he would continue to explore the mysteries of the universe and the truths of life. He believed that as long as there was light in his heart, it could illuminate the path ahead. As long as there were dreams in his heart, he could create his own brilliance and glory. On Jiang Liuyan's path of cultivation, he encountered many like-minded friends and partners. Together, they faced countless hardships and life-and-death trials, exploring the mysteries of the universe and the truths of life. In this process, they not only gained valuable experience and wisdom, but also established deep friendships and trust. Once, Jiang Liuyan and his companions explored a mysterious starfield. This starfield concealed an ancient power and secrets, said to allow one to reach a transcendent realm. In search of this power, Jiang Liuyan and his companions ventured deep into the core of the starfield, facing endless darkness and the unknown. During the exploration, They encountered powerful enemies and daunting challenges. Yet, even so, they never gave up hope. They supported each other and fought together, ultimately succeeding in finding that ancient power. In that moment, they felt an unprecedented shock and joy, for they knew that this power would help them better understand the truths of the universe and life, making their path of cultivation broader and deeper. As Jiang Liuyan's cultivation continued to rise and his understanding deepened, he began to attempt to use his swordsmanship and wisdom to solve the problems and dilemmas of the world. He protects innocent lives and the weak with his swordsmanship. He uses his wisdom to resolve the disputes and conflicts of the world. His actions not only earn him the respect and admiration of people, but also make him a legendary figure in the cultivation world. However, Jiang Liuyan is not satisfied with this. He understands that the path of a true strong person is never-ending. In the days to come, he will continue to walk along this road, filled with uncertainty and challenges. He believes that as long as there is light, dreams, and love in his heart, he can create his own legend and brilliance. All of this will become precious treasures and cherished memories on his path of cultivation. Chapter 125, Iron Meteor Clone, Shadow Sect Inheritance. Since Jiang Liuyan mastered the method of external avatars, he has been searching for a way to bestow unique powers and characteristics upon his clones. After a long period of exploration and experimentation, he finally discovered that the meteorite iron, a mysterious metal he had coexisted with for many years, was exactly what he needed. The meteorite iron not only contains powerful natural forces, but also possesses an indescribable spirituality, as if it could resonate with Jiang Liuyan's will. Thus, Jiang Liuyan decided to use meteorite iron as the foundation for his clones, attempting to integrate it into them to grant them even greater power and characteristics. This process was filled with challenges and uncertainties, as the power of the meteorite iron was too immense and difficult to control. A slight misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. However, Jiang Liuyan did not retreat. He understood that only by daring to take risks could he achieve greater results. Under the guidance of He Mo from the Shadow Sect, Jiang Liuyan began this arduous task. He Mo was a senior expert of the Shadow Sect, not only possessing profound cultivation, but also having unique insights and understanding of the method of external avatars. He recognized Jiang Liuyan's potential and determination, and thus was willing to impart all his knowledge to help him achieve this goal. With He Mo's guidance, Jiang Liuyan began an in-depth study and refinement of the meteorite iron. Utilizing the Shadow Sect's unique secret techniques, he meticulously removed all impurities and flaws from the meteorite iron, leaving only its purest and most powerful essence. This process took a long time, but Jiang Liuyan never showed any signs of slackness or relaxation. He knew that only through such careful refinement could he ensure that the power of the meteorite iron would perfectly merge into his clones. Once the meteorite iron was refined to its purest state, Jiang Liuyan began the forging process of a clone. He combined his will with the power of the meteorite iron, using the method of external avatars to infuse this power into the clone. During this process, he faced unprecedented difficulties and pain. The power of the meteorite iron was too strong and hard to handle. Each attempt felt like a brush with death. Yet, Jiang Liuyan never showed any signs of retreat or fear. He firmly believed in his success and in his ability to create an unprecedented clone. After countless attempts and failures, Jiang Liuyan finally succeeded in forging his first clone. This clone not only inherited most of Jiang Liuyan's cultivation and memories, but also gained even greater power and characteristics due to the integration of the meteorite iron. His clone resembled a war god formed from the forces of nature, possessing invincible strength and an indomitable will. Jiang Liuyan felt an immense excitement and pride at the appearance of his doppelganger. He knew that this doppelganger was not only a symbol of his strength, but also an important milestone on his path of cultivation. With this doppelganger, he could better face various challenges and difficulties and travel further and higher on his journey of cultivation. However, Jiang Liuyan also understood that the power of the doppelganger was not limitless. It required continuous training and nourishment to maintain its strong combat power and characteristics. Therefore, he began to work even harder on training and exploration, try to find a method to continuously nourish the doppelganger. Under the guidance of He Mo, Jiang Liuyan started researching and practicing the nourishment of his doppelganger. He discovered that the power and characteristics of the doppelganger were closely related to the quality and purity of fallen iron. Thus, he delved deeper into the refining and forging techniques of fallen iron, attempting to find a way to continuously enhance its quality. After a long period of exploration and practice, Jiang Liunian finally found an effective method to nourish his doppelganger. He utilized the secret techniques and skills of the Shadow Sect, combining the spiritual energy of heaven and earth with the power of fallen iron. Through a special ritual, he infused this power into the doppelganger. Though this process was complicated and time-consuming, it could continuously nourish the doppelganger, maintaining its strong combat power and characteristics. As the doppelganger continued to grow and strengthen, Jiang Liunian's own power also saw a significant boost. He could better address various challenges and difficulties and travel further and higher on his path of cultivation. His doppelganger seemed to become a protective talisman for him, bringing him luck and victory wherever he went. However, Jiang Liunian was also aware that the path of cultivation was not smooth sailing. In the days to come, he would have to face more challenges and tests. But with the companionship and support of his doppelganger, he believed he could bravely confront all difficulties and challenges. He knew that as long as there was light, dreams, and love in his heart, he could create his own legend and glory. On Jiang Liunian's path of cultivation, he encountered many like-minded friends and partners. Together, they experienced countless hardships and life-and-death trials, exploring the mysteries of the universe and the truths of life. Jiang Liunian's doppelganger became an important member of their team, bringing greater strength and security to the group. Once, Jiang Liunian and his partners explored a mysterious ruin. This ruin hid an ancient power and secret, said to allow one to reach a transcendent state. In search of this power, Jiang Liunian and his partners ventured deep into the core of the ruin, facing endless darkness and the unknown. During their exploration, they encountered powerful enemies and difficult predicaments. Despite this, they never gave up hope. Jiang Liunian's doppelganger became a reliable assistant in their battles, providing strong combat power and support to the team. With the help of the doppelganger, they successfully defeated the enemies, solved the puzzles within the ruin, and found that ancient power. This experience made Jiang Liunian more deeply aware of the importance and value of the doppelganger. He understood that the doppelganger was not only a symbol of his strength, but also an important partner and assistant on his cultivation path. In the days to come, he would strive even harder to cultivate and explore, providing more nourishment and support for the doppelganger, so that it could become a capable assistant and strong backing on his journey of cultivation. As time went by, Jiang Liunian's doppelganger gradually grew into an existence with independent consciousness and personality. It could not only fight and explore autonomously, but also communicate and connect with Jiang Liunian on a spiritual level. This tacit understanding and cooperation greatly enhanced Jiang Liunian's strength, allowing him to walk more steadily and confidently on his path of cultivation. In the future, Jiang Liunian would continue on this road full of unknowns and challenges. He believed that as long as there was light, dreams, and love in his heart, he could create his own legend and glory. The presence of the doppelganger would become an important support and guarantee on his cultivation path, enabling him to face all difficulties and challenges more courageously in the days to come. Chapter 126 in the vast and boundless world of fantasy. There exists an ancient family known as the Yu family, who have guarded a mysterious auction house called Qianbao Pavilion for generations. This auction house not only gathers rare and unique treasures from around the world, but also conceals countless secrets that attract many. Every few years, the Yu family holds a grand auction, inviting powerful forces from all directions to participate and witness the birth and ownership of rare treasures. Jiang Liunian, a mysterious young man dressed in black with a bamboo hat, was one of the invited guests at this auction. He was originally a young talent of the Jiang family, but due to the family's busy affairs, he rarely appeared in public and had never involved himself in the disputes of the martial arts world. However, among the treasures being auctioned by the Yu family, there was one particularly special item said to be a priceless treasure that could enhance a martial artist cultivation, known as the Lingyuan Jade Essence. This item held great significance for the Jiang family, as it could not only help the younger generation of the family make rapid progress in their cultivation, but also increase their chances of victory in the upcoming family martial arts competition. Therefore, Jiang Liunian had no choice but to personally take action, disguising himself in black and wearing a bamboo hat to discreetly head to the Qianbao Pavilion. He had no intention of revealing his identity at the auction. He simply wanted to quietly bid for the Lingyuan Jade Essence and then leave without drawing attention. However, fate seemed to enjoy adding twists to people's lives unexpectedly. On the day of the auction, the Qianbao Pavilion was bustling with noise, with heroes from all walks of life gathered together, creating an exceptionally lively atmosphere. Jiang Lianyan sat in an inconspicuous corner, quietly observing the happenings in the venue. The auctioneer's voice was passionate and powerful, presenting one treasure after another, prompting the crowd to bid eagerly. However, when the Lingyuan jade essence finally appeared before everyone's eyes, the entire auction hall erupted in excitement. It was a crystal-clear piece of jade, emanating a faint blue light, as if it contained boundless spiritual energy. Jiang Lianyan's heart stirred. He knew this was the Lingyuan jade essence he was looking for. However, just as he was about to place his bid, a clear and melodious voice suddenly broke through the clamor of the crowd. I am very interested in this Lingyuan jade essence. I wonder if anyone would be willing to part with it? The voice was filled with confidence and arrogance, causing people to turn their heads in surprise. Jiang Lianyan turned to the sound and saw a woman in splendid attire, adorned with jewels and pearls, slowly standing up. She was the daughter of the Deng family. Deng Qianhua. The Deng family is also a significant power on this continent, having had dealings with the Jiang family, but the two families do not have a deep relationship. From a young age, Deng Qianhua displayed exceptional talent and profound cultivation, making her a standout among the younger generation of the Deng family. She had come to the auction originally to seek a treasure that could help her break through her bottleneck, but unexpectedly, she took a liking to the spirit origin jade marrow. Jiang Lianyan secretly sighed in distress. He knew that with the strength of the Deng family, it would not be easy to snatch the spiritual origin jade from their hands. However, he was even more aware of the importance of this spiritual origin jade to the Jiang family, and it could not be easily given up. Thus he slowly spoke, his voice deep and firm. Miss Deng, I am quite interested in the spiritual origin jade as well. I wonder if you could do me a favor and let me have it? Upon hearing this, Deng Qianhua raised an eyebrow and gazed intently at the corner where Jiang Lianyan was. Although she could not see Jiang Lianyan's face clearly, she could sense an undeniable determination and dominance in his tone. She smiled slightly and said, Since you have spoken, I naturally must give you some face. However, this spiritual origin jade is a priceless treasure. How does your excellency plan to bid for it? Jiang Lianyan felt a chill in his heart. He knew that the bidding war had quietly begun. He took a deep breath and slowly said, I am willing to start the bidding at 100,000 gold coins, with each increment no less than 10,000. Upon hearing this, Deng Qianhua smiled playfully, her lips curving up. She clapped her hands gently and said, Good, since you are so generous, I shall not be stingy. 100,000 gold coins, I will take it. As Deng Qianhua's words fell, the atmosphere in the venue instantly became tense. Everyone looked towards Jiang Lianyan, waiting for his response. However, Jiang Lianyan remained silent, as if he were contemplating something. After a moment, he spoke again, his voice still firm, 150,000 gold coins. Deng Qianhua smiled slightly, showing no signs of weakness. 200,000 gold coins. 250,000. 300,000. As the bids continued to rise, the tension in the room escalated. People began to speculate about the identities and backgrounds of these two mysterious buyers. Meanwhile, Jiang Lianyan and Deng Qianhua seemed to be in a world of their own, their eyes only on the spiritual essence jade and each other as competition. Finally, when the bidding reached 500,000 gold coins, Jiang Lianyan stopped. He understood that if this continued, it would only lead to mutual destruction, a loss for both. He looked at Deng Qianhua, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes, and said, Miss Deng, I concede. This piece of spiritual essence jade, I will let you have it. Upon hearing this, a victorious smile appeared on Deng Qianhua's face. She nodded gently and said, Thank you for your concession. I am not one to kill for sport. Since you are so perceptive, I will not pursue this matter further. With Deng Qianhua's words, the bidding war finally came to a close. Although Jiang Lianyan felt a bit unwilling in his heart, he had no choice. He silently watched as Deng Qianhua took the spiritual essence jade, then quietly left the venue. However, fate seemed not to be finished with him yet. Just as Jiang Lianyan was about to leave Qianbao Pavilion, an unexpected situation occurred. It turned out that after obtaining the spiritual essence jade, Deng Qianhua did not leave immediately, but stayed in the auction hall to chat with a few friends. When she learned of Jiang Lianyan's identity, curiosity and respect arose in her heart. She decided to personally meet this mysterious buyer who could compete with her. Thus, she brought a few friends and found the corner where Jiang Lianyan was. When she saw him remove his hat, revealing his true face, her heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. She hadn't expected that this mysterious buyer, who could compete with her to the end, was such a young and handsome youth. Jiang Lianyan was surprised to see Deng Qianhua approaching. He didn't expect that this woman, who had been bidding against him, was such a beautiful and charming lady. The two locked eyes, as if there were countless words to share, yet neither knew where to begin. Ultimately, it was Deng Qianyue who broke the silence. She smiled and said, "Young Master Jiang, it is truly a stroke of luck for me to see your true appearance today. I wonder if you would be willing to be friends with me?" Jiang Liuyan was pleasantly surprised to hear this. He didn't expect that the young lady from the Deng family would be so generous and willing to befriend him. He quickly cupped his hands and said, "Miss Deng, you are too kind. It is my honor to be acquainted with you." Thus, the two exchanged smiles and formed an unbreakable bond from that moment on. In the days that followed, they experienced many ups and downs together, starting from mutual competition, then fighting side by side, and finally developing a deep friendship. Their story became a famous tale in this land. Although the spirit jade ultimately fell into Deng Qianyue's hands, it became a testament to their friendship. Whenever they recalled that bidding war, they couldn't help but smile, filled with gratitude and nostalgia for each other. They knew that it was that piece of spirit jade that gave them the chance to know one another and intertwine their fates from then on. Synopsis: a version of Douluo, where Tang's sand turns dark, exterminates various soul beasts, all for the sake of gaining power. The survivor, the dark demon, evil god tiger, has been cultivating for over 100 years just to ascend to the divine realm and seek revenge on Tang's sand.